Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The story begins with the fact that we see a guy sitting in an apartment and watching a photo that showed a guy. The guy who watched the photos and said that after 5 years in the obituary they wrote about his death. He recalled how 3 years ago their sick mother died, who was desperately searching for her missing brother. He was supported by relatives who came to all this, and his mother had been ill for a long time and now she was in a better world. The guy was standing in front of the flyers where there was a picture of his brother, and he took and crumpled one of them, and leaving the house, he threw it on the floor. He had already given up on finding his brother and decided to leave Korea for military service in Africa by plane. While he was flying, he thought that it was unlikely that he would be able to return to Korea later. The guy was sitting on the couch and opened a box. There he found a photograph and a watch. He realized that these were found things that he always carried with him. He took the photo and realized that he even carried a picture from the movies with him. He looked at his pocket watch and picked it up. He remembered how he would give them to his brother so that he could successfully pass the entrance exams. He turned them over and I saw the engraving. It wasn't necessary, but he could still use the watch. His brother smiled and thanked Hyung. They were sitting on the couch, and Hyung said with a smile that he knew everything, to which his brother said that unlike electronic watches, such pocket watches are more durable and reliable. After that, he asked what was written on the back. There were the letters J and W. He realized they were his initials and asked what they meant. My brother said it was his last name. Hyung said that the initials were misspelled here, and he said to give him the watch back. The brother laughed and said that he would tell engraver Wu about it and ask him to correct it. My brother said that this is not necessary, he will wear them anyway. The adult Hyung sat on the couch holding this watch and knew that in the future, if he had to sign somewhere, he would write his name like it was written on Sun's watch. He gripped the watch in his hands and realized that it was working. He looked and saw that the hand of the clock was indeed moving. He wondered if his brother would ever hear this recording. He stood up abruptly and said to himself that if his brother was listening to this recording, and then most likely he was no longer in this world. Hyung looked at his watch in fright and wondered if it wasn't a hallucination, but there was no other device inside the watch. His brother was apologizing to him, and it was hard for Hyung. He wanted to find medicine for mom, and I think he'll be back soon, but things didn't go according to plan. Hyung shook his head, not understanding. He opened his phone, where an ad was written on October 9, 2013. It was written that if he could climb all the way to the top of the obelisk, then he would be able to fulfill his dream. He then thought it was spam, but apart from the strange content, there were no other signs. They asked whether he agreed to participate or not. If it wasn't for his circumstance, he would have ignored such a message about. But suddenly the image of a sick and skinny mother who was currently in the hospital popped up in front of his eyes, so he hopes that he can help her by clicking the agree button. From that day on, he began to have quite strange dreams, and on October 12, 2013, what he saw then was not a dream at all. He was completely sure that everything that was there was real. He saw strange creatures that looked like elves and dwarves. It was a world inhabited by orcs, trolls, dragons, and other fabulous creatures. There was also one tall tower, which was located in the very center and looked directly at the sun. Others said that if you can climb to the top of it, you can become equal to God. But all this did not interest him at all. He only thought about the elixir that could cure any disease. On October 28, 2013, he gathered a team of like-minded people and started climbing the tower. Over time, it has become quite difficult to combine life and reality in parallel with this. He was standing in front of the tower, and on November 9, 2013, he decided to leave home and thought that it would only take him 6 months to achieve his goals. He cut off all contact with reality, and on December 1, 2013, their team became known as Arsha. They have been improved in absolutely everything. On September 7, 2014, due to the fact that the process of conquering the tower slowed down, he needed another 1 year. On November 11, 2015, he had a disagreement with one of the higher planes. This created a huge hindrance to their plans. On February 31st of an unknown year, negotiations broke down and war broke out. On the second day of an unknown month and year, the allies of the hostile clan were completely defeated. On March 4th of an unknown year, he had a loved one. Hyung stood and drowned in all these thoughts, and on September 19th of an unknown year, the war broke out again, and on January 2nd of an unknown year, the war was still going on and they all had a very hard time. He stood there with a blank stare, and on June 6th, a traitor appeared among them and the clan began to disagree. Everyone started suspecting each other, and on July 1st, 2017, his body became heavy and he was clearly poisoned. On October 30th, half of the people left the clan and they continued losing, and his body slowly collapsed. On November 1st, his lover stabbed him in the heart and left his body to rot. On the 30th of an unknown month and year, he wanted to see his brother. On February 1st, 2018, he was still one in Arsha, and he did not understand where he could have made a mistake. He was standing on a battlefield where there were bursts of lights, and on February 28, 2018, he managed to get an elixir, but he had no way to send it home as he was surrounded by enemies. Only now did he realize the whole truth, that there was only one person in this world that he could trust despite all this. He wasn't going to show them his weakness. His brother said that was why he would leave these notes here, and if his brother heard them, he would definitely find an elixir and bring it to his mother. Hyung clutched his watch with a trembling hand and continued to sit on the couch. He wound up his watch, and he listened as his brother said that he would also hear the recordings. Hyung sat there until the evening, and then he raised his head and a message flashed in front of him saying that he would continue what he had started. After his body began to be permeated by an incomprehensible power, and he realized that it was the kind of power that could control people living in this world. Hyung lifted his head up and his body tensed. He had relived all the memories I had just heard about, and his face was covered in blood, and he was standing in his armor. He slowly closed his eyes, and the system message wrote that the wake-up had ended. The information transfer process was not yet complete. He was asked to prepare his body for receiving the information. 5% was uploaded. At this stage, the receptor setup was not yet complete. Hyung looked ahead and didn't understand anything. His physical abilities were ready. The feature is known. Added skills. Player registration was only possible in the obelisk. A window flashed up in front of him, where the name, characteristics, and features were written. A special feature was composure, and also there was an increase in feelings and perception, a forecast of time. He decided to find out what really happened to his brother and clenched the watch in his fist. He decided that he would understand who had left him to die and why he had never been able to return after 5 years. His eyes filled with rage, and he decided that he would bring him back home and destroy all the enemies that his brother had. He put his hand to his chin and stared at the status window. He knew that this was really no different from a game. He thought that after the awakening was over, this system panel said that his body would be adapted to the game, but his skills were clearly too slow. His character was cold-blooded and he would show equanimity in any situation. He was completely immune to brainwashing. He realized that his character wasn't too bad, and he also had an art from Dragon's Sight. The Dragon's Eye could easily detect even a lie. He could also see the skill of a person or object in advance and partially. He realized that Zhang had told him that he had met the ancient dragon Kalatutsa and formed a contract with it on the 11th floor. He assumed it was the remains of that contract. He also had the sharpened senses skill. 5 basic senses have become significantly more acute. He will realize that most likely he has received an aggravation of feelings at the expense of his character. He realized that he was most intrigued by the last skill because he was a clairvoyant. He glanced at his watch and assumed it was because of it. After that, black waves appear in the sky, and they were right in front of Jun, and later developed and a black door appeared in front of him. He was going to show them who was on the other side and find out what they were up against. He walked in the door, and from that day on, he's Cha-Jun. The system message said that he entered the ground floor where the training began. The white light shone directly into his eyes, and he covered himself with his hand. After that, he opened his eyes and didn't understand how he got here. He got up and looked down the long corridor. This place was exactly the same as it was in his brother's diary. He realized that the tower was designed as an entrance exam for players. It gave players a chance to become gods. If someone wanted to climb the tower, they first had to prove that they were capable of all of this, and training was the place where the player had to prove it. He knew that there were people higher up who had made his brother suffer. He recalled all the memories, and he thought that he should have waited just a little while and he would soon pass through their souls. He opened his backpack and realized that to get into the tower, he had to fill a good bill and clear out the training. He understood that this requires not just a good score, but huge ones. Worse than the first place did not suit him, and he put a mask on his head. He understood that there were also hidden goodies that were scattered throughout the training. He needed to collect as many of them as possible to improve his weak body to the maximum. Before he started climbing the tower, he decided that it was worth collecting as many trumps as possible under his sleeve to focus on all of this. After he went forward, something began to glow from above and a voice rang out. He said he was scared because he wouldn't be able to meet him again and he would just leave. Jun picked up his Slovak and saw someone approaching him. He raised his weapons and saw a goblin in front of him who was wearing a suit and had a monocle on his head. The goblin said that it didn't matter how good-natured he was, but if Jun acted like this, he would get hurt very badly, and then he asked to put away his knives. The goblin spread his arms wide and said with a smile that he was glad to see him. He said that he was the manager of the ground floor and was also Ibulker's guide. He said that it was possible to meet in this way was prescribed by fate, after which he suggested that Jun applaud him. Jun looked at him and said that the manager's advice was pretty simple to ignore, but he thought it was worth at least listening to. Goblin said that Jun already knew what was going on and he thought Jun was very shy, so he was wearing a mask the whole time. Goblin said that since Jun was already familiar with everything, it would be a little easier to communicate with him than with others. He said that the training was divided into 7 blocks from a Prodigy. He said that each block had its own weather conditions and a task that needed to be completed. He said that Jun had to complete as many tasks as possible in the time allotted to him. He also said that depending on the quality and number of completed tasks, he will receive points. When he can complete all the blocks from, the total score will be calculated and announced. Jun asked what was the goal of getting more points. Goblin said that he was sure he explained this part well. Jun asked how much time he would have for everything. Goblin said that he would have 30 days for everything, and how he would divide that time between blocks depended only on the player himself. He put his hand forward and said that at the moment, 1 week has already passed since the first round. He asked if he would like to join him next week. Jun knew that the strongest team was probably already too far away, so far away that it would be impossible for the newcomer to catch up with them, but in any case, he expected it. Goblin said that, in addition, it was recommended to pass blocks in teams of 3 or 5 people. Based on the above, if Jun will pass everything alone, otherwise he will be able to get the most points. The Goblin smiled and said that in the tower, the player received the same amount of points as he put in his work to achieve them. His score will be calculated based on what he did when completing tasks, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Jun sat down and began to warm up. Goblin thought to himself that usually players like him would take one of 2 paths. They either believed to the last in their own strength and went alone, after which they died, or they did something that he was very interested in watching. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. He said that if this was his final choice, it was now, and it was starting right now. The system message said that the test floor 0 was starting. The test was like this: a novice trying to become a god and to climb to the top of the tower. Jun had to prove that he had all the necessary means to do so. Deadlines: he had to go in the allotted time. The Goblin bowed to him and the report began. Jun walked forward and stepped over the white line. The system message said that he entered block A. He was asked to defuse or destroy all the traps in this block. After that, something started falling from above and Jun noticed it and dodged to the side. He realized that the diary said that a huge number of traps were in this block, but the location of these traps was unknown to him. This information was not particularly useful to him. Jun did a somersault forward, and then his briefcase hit. He looked ahead and saw that the arrows had pierced his briefcase and almost hit him. He hesitated and realized that they were made of metal. He stood up, holding his briefcase, and realized that he needed to lean against the wall and try as hard as possible not to put his body in danger. After that, one more trap was immediately activated and it hit Jun, injuring him. After which, he walked down the corridor, leaving behind traces of blood. The system message wrote that he felt unbearable pain, thus his movement was slowed down. He stopped and clutched the arm with the arrows sticking out of it. She wrote to him that thanks to his cool-headedness skill, he didn't show any signs of being able to move around more now that he had developed a tolerance for more. He thought about it and knew it was dangerous, but he didn't think it was that dangerous. He'll go crazy if this continues. After which, he took the arrow and pulled it out of his hand. He took the cotton with tweezers and set it on fire. He found a wound and wrote to him that he was exposed to fire, thus his movement was slowed down. Thanks to his cool head skill, he didn't show any more signs. He was now able to move around safely, and he gained resistance to burns. He walked forward and realized that all the arrows that flew at him had come out at a certain moment, and there was also some faint signal. He needed to find the right moment. Trying to find the arrow with his eyes was simply useless here, since it was too dark and he had to listen to the gears. He knew that if he could do this, he would be able to easily determine where the arrow would fly from, and in this short period of time, he needed to catch the sound it would make. He closed his eyes and used the sense sharpened skill. His sense of touch sharpened, and he began to feel 0.8% better. I entered in the dark and heard the gears move and looked up. He threw his sword into it and was able to destroy the mechanisms. He smiled and knew that it wouldn't be difficult to find them now. He rushed forward, dodging other traps, and depending on how well he handled the arrows, his stats improved. For example, if he dodged blue arrows, his agility improved, and if he parried a red arrow, his strength improved. He walked forward and caught a yellow arrow. If he praises her, it's better with stamina. He looked at his stats and realized that the better he increased his stats, the more profit he would get from the quest, which was a place he still needed to look for. As he walked forward, blood came out from under his mask. He wiped it off with his hand and realized that it was a shame that he couldn't increase his MP, but even so, he could still use the opportunity to improve the skills he needed. At this time, someone was watching Jun. It was purchased, from which there were many screens of different players. He knew that he was getting more and more interesting to watch, and that the guy was clearly standing out from all the others. It was strange to him, since he was much more interested in watching the bloke from the block than the people from E. He raised his hand to his chin and realized that this guy was a talent. Even if he could handle all of this, he would still have a lot of dangers on his way. But if he was smart enough to handle the steel ones, then this training floor was going to be very entertaining. said the goblin and adjusted his monocle. The system message wrote that it has reached the endpoint. He upgraded his stats and his skills. He went ahead and realized that all the characteristics except for the MP pretty good improved. Earning that much in one day, he thought it wasn't too bad. He clenched his hands into fists and realized that his physical strength and maneuverability, stamina, and destructive power had become much better. He opened the door and a system message said that treatment for his wounds was starting. He felt a strong energy that enveloped his body and looked at it in surprise. And the crows recovered, and he realized that this was a place where players could take a break. He realized that he would finally be able to take a deep breath. He leaned down and immediately closed his eyes. Some unknown person was surprised that Jun had passed out. He raised his hands and woke him up. Yin was startled and tried to step back. He didn't understand what kind of guy was standing in front of him and he was sure that the heightened senses was still active. But how was he able to sneak in here unnoticed back then? He asked if this guy was a mysterious merchant. The guy threw up his hands and said that he was very glad that Jun knew who he was and that he was looking for an expensive buyer. He decided to introduce himself and said that his name was he was an ordinary merchant who passed by. He held up his hand and said that from time to time, a merchant could appear between the blocks in the break room to supply the player with the necessary items for a certain fee. From this seller, you could buy everything that only comes to mind: food from, artifacts, and other useful things. The merchant opened the menu and said that with Jun's permission, he would show them what he had. He said that he was a salesman who could sell everything that exists in this world, and if he needed something, just let him say. Jun began to select from the list of items and calculated Medusa's venom, golden goat's horn, Taman's left eye. These were all extremely rare artifacts, and there was no way ordinary players would be able to purchase such items. Jun knew that he couldn't rely on artifacts and abilities right now, so he needed to focus on physical abilities. He found what he needed, a reset ticket. Jun could go back to the selected point. Jun asked how he could pay for the items. The merchant said that he could do this with his own accounts, he just had to give the appropriate amount. The seller said that they all have a conscience, so they inflated the prices of items. Jun started to choose from his items and realized that the mineral water was worth 2 power. He considered it a robbery. He said he'd like to buy something. The merchant brought his hands together and Jun said that he wanted to exchange all his points received at the time of passing the block and for a reset ticket. Return it to the beginning of block. Jun stood with the window open, and the merchant asked him that he wanted to buy a reset ticket. Jun confirmed his words. The merchant noticed with a smile on his face that Jun was the first person who was interested in him, because people usually ask something that would help them get to the next block, but they haven't gone back a block yet. Jun replied that they just needed to do something else in that block. The merchant started scratching his chin and stood there with a smile on his face, saying that everything was clear to him, but in his head there were thoughts that Jun was quite an interesting participant. The merchant began to explain to Jun how to use the ticket, presenting everything in miniature. All Jun has to do is rip up the ticket anywhere, so he'll be transferred to the starting area right after that. The merchant then immediately began to disappear, saying that it was time for him to go, and he hoped that he and Jun would meet again. The merchant completely vanished in front of Jun. The notification said that all the statistics points that he received at the time of passing block will be taken as payment. And then he began to smoke, feeling his strength leave him. But immediately after that, a notification wrote to him that he was getting 10 refund tickets, and they fell right into the palm of his hand. Jun doesn't hesitate to tear them apart. The ticket glowed with a very bright light, so bright that it blinded Jun a little. The notice said that he was on the ground floor, where the tutorial starts, and Jun was standing and looking ahead. Then the test began, and Jun picked up his dagger with the thought that he would gain as many stats as possible. Arrows began to fly at him, but he calmly deflects them with his dagger. Then he leaned forward and watched with a blank stare, thinking that this was his last run of the tutorial, because by improving his senses through training in the tutorial, he was able to achieve that synesthesia in his hands works like clockwork. Jun was standing without a mask, and there was a dragon next to him, and he was thinking that the dragon eye art was a skill that allowed him to partially use the eyes of truth of the ancient dragon Kalitutsa. And when he first used this skill, he was shocked at how many opportunities had opened up before him. In front of him, the corridor was completely colorless, and he did not understand what was happening, because the entire color palette in his eyes simply disappeared, and all he saw was a white background and black lines. These were lines that let you see the outline of an object, even a person, and his brother called this phenomenon the word gel. But here, Jun is already standing behind the closed door, and the notification says that he has reached the end point. Then he started looking at the stats window and calculated that it took him about 4 hours, so considering it took him 34 hours the first time, that's pretty good. In his stats window, it was noticeable that his stats were noticeably increased, and Jun believes that this will be enough to match some of the top players. In front of him were the dark silhouettes of these top players, and he was thinking that they must have already reached blocking. so if he was even a little bit behind them, there was no way he would be able to catch up with them, so it was time to start racing seriously. Jun started to open the door, and he went straight into the room of the boss of Block A. Jun was peering ahead, thinking that he needed to clear out Block A and Block B, so Jun ran across the room in a flash, knife in hand. Fire arrows flew at him, and he swung his sword to ward them off, then easily broke all the arrows, considering that their speed was much faster than he expected. The notification said that his strength was improved by 1 point. He parried another wave of arrows, knowing that he couldn't stop for a second. Suddenly, something startled him very much, and his legs began to shake. After all, under it, the floor just collapsed. As he hung in the air, he saw that he would fall directly onto the sharp spears, which would mean instant death. Jun decides to spin around in the air, and then pushes his chest forward, which helps him. And that's why he was able to jump over that chasm. His agility had improved by 1 point, and by that time, he had already landed on the other side of the chasm and was looking up. He saw a huge flame that he had to pass through. Jun swung the knife, and then, with a single swing, made a path for himself that he could pass through. And so he immediately started running through it, gaining resistance to burns along the way, as well as improving his sense sharpening skill. After Jun ran out of the fire, a log started flying at him. And he didn't notice it at first and almost got hit, but at the last moment he was able to dodge. There were a lot of notifications that said that his agility and stamina had increased by 1 point, as well as his sense sharpening skill had improved. But then he was hit in the stomach with a fist, which hurt him. Jun flew backwards and skidded to a stop with his feet. He was looking at the person who had hit him. But then he realized that what he was looking at was a brass scarecrow that exactly mimicked the player's movements and actions, and was also able to attack within a certain distance. Jun remembered that his brother had mentioned these things. Someone stands in front of 3 such monsters and thinks that it can copy the skills of players and use them with even greater power, so if a person is able to defeat it, then they have access to the boss room. But if he can't defeat it, then it's like being bound by a sword and chain. Jun took the knife in his hands and was ready to attack, realizing that there are only 2 ways to defeat this monster, and the first is to destroy it directly in the forehead, and the second is to stab it. Jun used the dragon's eye. His opponent was completely blank, only the outline of his form visible. And because of this ability, he saw the black clot that was in the monster's chest, so that was its weak point. Jun started to defend against him as he made another punch. Suddenly, someone shouts to Jun that this thing is moving due to sensors, so he needs to find them and destroy them. Jun is surprised by such a guest and dodges the monster's blow. Then he swings the knife around and thinks it looks like the guy he noticed when the sense enhancement was activated. Jun pierces through the black matter, saying that he himself knows perfectly well that they are moving due to sensors. The scarecrow exploded from the impact, and the guy who was watching him was standing there in shock. He opened his mouth in surprise because he thought it was impossible. Jun started to stare at him intently, which really scared the kid. Jun started walking up to him and thinking that it had taken so much effort to find out that he was using his sensors to use an enhanced version of his own skills, something that the average player would never understand. Jun was getting closer and closer to him, and he was already 2 heads taller than the kid himself, and he didn't understand how the kid knew about the monster's weaknesses. The guy started asking him what he was going to do with him, and Jun noticed that he looked rather weak. They stood and looked at each other, and Jun asked what he was going to do to him, and the boy shouted at him, repeating his question of what he was going to do to him. Jun calmly looked at him, said that he didn't seem to be going to do anything, and then asked the question, how did he know that the copper doll works due to sensors? He is very interested to find out. The guy calmed down and was a little confused, not even knowing what to say. The entire doll was covered in a blue aura, and the guy said that he could see the magic threads surrounding the copper doll. At that moment, Junny realized that he could see magic, which meant that he was very much connected to it, which is quite rare even among those who can control it. Jun was still looking at him and said that how he sees and controls magic is what interests him most at the moment, so he would be very grateful if he could teach him how to do it. Jun knew that if he could learn this technique, it would help him a lot when it came to learning how to control magic. The guy asked him why with a surprised look on his face, and Jun added that he didn't ask him to do it for free. They were standing in the middle of an empty hallway, and Jun said that he understood that the guy was stuck here for quite a long time, so he would help him get out of here. It was quite a good offer for him. The guy got scared and hesitated, just standing there in silence. Jun turned around and started walking away, saying that he wasn't going to force him, so the kid immediately started to stop him. He looked at his back and asked him if what he just said was true, that he couldn't control magic, and Jun said that he didn't need to lie. At the same time, the guy pointed his finger at that doll and shouted that it was impossible, and that he wanted to say that not knowing how to control magic, at least someone can handle this thing. They both stared at the copper doll, and the boy thought that in normal situations, no matter how many skills or physical enhancements a person uses, the doll won't even get a scratch, but Jun is able to deal with him in a couple of blows while not being able to control magic. The kid looked at Jun and didn't know who he was, and then, in a trembling voice, he said that he would help him. He raised his hand to his chest and introduced himself. His name is Yul. They started walking somewhere, and Jun said that he was going to open the passage, so Yuli should just follow him. Jun then turned to him with the dragon eye skill used and said that he had one question. Yul began to worry and tremble, listening carefully to him, and he asked him why he was using this particular shell. Jun stared at him intently and added that his current appearance was just a hoax. In the body of Julia was a second shell, apparently real. This is what Jun noticed, saying that judging by his real shell, he is still about 10 years old, so he is probably far from ordinary people. Jun put his hands on his waist and told Yul not to forget to be polite, because he wouldn't be nice to him just because he was a child. Jun was in some kind of fight, waving his arms with a blank stare. He broke those copper dolls one by one. Jun leapt at another doll, swinging his knife, and as he landed, he plunged the knife right into that black core. Yul was standing around the corner and looking at it from the side, but his face was such that words couldn't describe how surprised he was. Jun then turned his head slightly to Yul and said that they were almost at Block B, so shouldn't he fulfill his end of the bargain since they were already there? They were walking somewhere ahead and talking. Yul said that he didn't know how he would react to the fact that he could see mana flows from birth. Jun looked ahead and guessed that maybe it was a skill that completely depended on his genes. He understood that this was very rare, but there were some cases, and there were also cases where some unique and supernatural skills were passed down through genes. Usually, such people pass on their special traits from generation to generation. A guy starts to emit white smoke, and Jun continues to think that this skill is awakened in the descendant, giving him new opportunities, after which the descendant passes it on to his descendant. As they continued on, Yul told him that he was one of those people, and that the skill he had inherited gave him the ability to see and feel magic. He gets the feeling that something strongly connects him to magic, and this helped him learn the structure of that doll. Jun immediately thought that his case was similar to Young's. The green core was spinning, which is what Jun saw in his brother's idea of a skill, because it had the character of a perfect adaptation. It was compatible with everything that exists, including mana. Jungkook reached out with a smile on his face and was covered in mana. Jun knew that unlike ordinary people on Earth, he didn't have any difficulty working with mana, and even if he found and repaired a lost item, he could use it like his 5 fingers. The dragon stood with its mouth open. Jun only knew about his brother because his companions said they were surprised at what he was doing, because he was the only one chosen by the ancient dragon Kalatats, only because of his gift. And thanks to the fact that he could communicate with anything, he was able to inherit the basic dragon skill while other people couldn't. Yul started talking about mana, imagining the river and saying that technically these people are geniuses, and he thinks that this is not the case. As for mana, Jun can think of it as a river, and magic is water coming out of a hill or reservoir, passing through this very river. Jun stood scratching his chin thoughtfully. Then notifications appeared in front of him that he had cleared block as a solo player, and he also received something that many people find quite difficult to get, so he was given an additional karma in the form of 500 points. Jun stood and read these notifications, and then looked at how much karma he had, and he had about 800 karma points. Jun understood that karma is very important in the tower. It is the basis of this game, and the administrator can give it out as a reward, and it can also be used as currency when exchanging for some items between players. Jun started to open the door, still thinking that as a player, he needed to collect as much karma as possible, and he had only completed Block A, but he had already collected so much that people would be surprised if they knew about it. There was a bright light behind the door, and he knew that it wasn't enough for him, so he needed more and as much as he could muster. The notification said that he entered Block B. There was a huge room where players were walking around. People gathered in squads, preparing for the next block. Someone was left without limbs, passing these blocks. Jun just entered the room as they began to look at him with incomprehension. What kind of mask is on him? And in general, it's already been a week since the tutorial started. But are there any people left? They were surprised that he apparently was able to pass block. A Jun turned to Julia and asked what's he worth, maybe he'll finally get in. Yul was trembling all over and was genuinely glad that he was able to get here. He looked down at his hands and said that he was finally able to do it. Then he notices someone looking at him. It was some kind of team of guys. They all looked at him with disgust, and Yul was very angry with them. Young noticed that Yul was very angry, so he asked what his team was, and the guy said that they were his team, but now he wasn't going to deal with them. They both started walking on, and Yul asked him what he hadn't told him about them, and Jun said he hadn't, but only talked about mana flow or something. They sat down on the steps and began to talk. Jun was surprised, because Yul is quite well informed in magic. It was quite difficult for him to understand, but he still got a general understanding of magic and mana in general. Then Jun, looking at him, said that he now roughly understands what magic is, but then asked how it is easy for him to start controlling it, and it is better to let him generally say the easiest way to start feeling it. Yul started scratching his head and saying that he didn't know, because he only knew how to control her from the very beginning, so it's quite difficult for him to explain how to do it. Jun said that it was rather sad, but there was nothing to be done about it. Then I turned my head at him and told him that he would wait for the tutorial to finish and then go home. Yul said that he would, and Jun said that then they would go their separate ways. They parted, waved at each other, and Jun started to leave while Yul's team came up to him. Jun heard them call out to Yul, so he turned around. That same crowd was standing in front of some man who said that he liked that flame in their eyes, so people like them were born to do great feats. It was a man with short hair and a cape on his back who introduced himself as Bild, Arangdan's representative, and said that he would be waiting for them in the waiting room of Block B, so if they got there and decided to continue playing, they should team up. The blonde-haired guy happily exclaimed that to think they would be able to join Arangdan, and the other guy replied that by joining them, he would become part of an invincible group that completely defeated the tutorial. We are transported to the same block with copper dolls, where this squad was just fighting with dolls, and one of the guys shouted that these dolls could not be bypassed. The blonde-haired boy stood there and drifted, thinking that they were in trouble, because if this went on, they would never be able to complete the tutorial, much less leave it alive. Suddenly, with startled eyes, he looked sideways and saw something. It was Yul, who was angry at the dolls. He looked at it and thought that Yul's ability was to analyze the flow of magic. He didn't think that it was of much use since he was constantly standing behind. Suddenly, he decided to do something and grabbed Yul by the scruff of the neck and dragged him, and Yul asked him what he was doing. This bad guy threw him right into the crowd with these brass dolls and started yelling at the rest of the team to run away. Yul was reaching for them and shouting. He watched them run away and shouted, not understanding how they could do such a thing. And so, we go back to the moment where they spoke to Yul in that bright room. He went all the way to the waiting room of Block A, expected to meet some good friends, and then he told them that they had nothing to talk about. These guys looked upset and asked how he was able to survive that. Yul made the sign of the cross on his hands and told them that it was none of their business. And then, with an angry expression on his face, he said that he didn't know what they wanted from him, but asked them to leave in a good way, because they probably couldn't all look him in the eye properly after what they did, and he didn't like to look at them. They all approached with a sad expression on their faces, and apparently their leader, a guy with blonde hair, suggested that Yul pretend that nothing had happened, and they were just strangers with him. Suddenly, he bowed and asked for forgiveness. Yul was already taken aback by this, and Yul said that he would do anything for him, as an apology for what happened, but in return he wants Yul to tell no one and nothing, and Yul does not understand what he is saying at all. The guy with the blonde hair closed his eyes and started to tell me what happened not so long ago, but then changed his mind and said that if it comes to details, it will be very difficult for him to explain, but he once again asks that Yul not tell anyone anything. Then they all started bowing down and begging him not to tell them anything. Yul shouted in displeasure that he didn't understand what they were saying at all, but told them to finally leave him. He didn't want to see their faces anymore, and then he just turns away from them. The blonde guy started to think that he shouldn't leave it like this, because he had already told Bill that Yul had sacrificed his life for them. The blonde guy started to get very angry, realizing that he could still tell someone, because if this happens, he will lose his position for which he worked so hard in Arangdan. The guys started looking at each other, and then he started walking with a very angry expression on his face right towards Yul and thought that the first time it was very difficult for him to betray him, but the second time it would not be difficult at all. They were standing far away from everyone and behind a small hill, which is what this guy understood, saying that they are in a place where no one really looks, so it will not be difficult to get rid of him unnoticed. He started to approach Yul and prepared to draw his sword, realizing that Bild wouldn't even know what Yul looked like, because he could tell that it was a victim from the boss room. He almost grabbed the hilt of his sword, when suddenly Jun appeared behind him. He said that the Arangdan group in the tutorial is directly connected with the Blue Flower Island, so they recruit newcomers from there. But the people from the Blue Flower Island are very capricious, which makes them feel uncomfortable around people with a sad past, and they wouldn't have been able to cope with what Yul went through. Instantly, Jun cuts off the guy's arm before he even has time to turn around and ask who he is. Then suddenly he starts crying and yelling in pain, and his whole arm was bleeding. Yul heard this and turned to see what was going on. He noticed that Jun had started a fight with the entire squad all by himself, while the blonde guy was screaming like a little girl. Jun looked at them and thought that he could have gone to Block B in peace, but after he found out that Yul had been betrayed by his own allies, he simply couldn't stay away. Then he closed his eyes and remembered that this situation with Yul had reminded him of someone. He remembered his older brother, who had been similarly stabbed in the back by his allies. The two guys were holding their swords and their faces were filled with fright. They both don't know how long ago he was there because they both couldn't see him. Jun stood with a knife in his hand and said that if they were going to stab someone in the back, they should be prepared to stab themselves in the back. The blonde guy called Jun bad words through his pain, then asked him how he dared to do this to his hand. So with his other remaining hand, he grabbed his sword and shouted that he would kill him. Jun noticed this and looked at him, then instantly grabbed his arm. Well, I started breaking it, wishing him luck in this. Jun's eyes were cool, and he added that he would help him become an invalid. The rest of the team was shocked and shouted at him that they didn't do anything to him, so why was he meddling in his business? Jun, still holding the bandit's hand, said that he was just doing what he wanted, just like them, and the words hit something inside the boys. They looked at each other as if they were about to cry, and Jun ordered them to drop their weapons. And then he began to wring the bandit's hand harder, telling them to drop their weapons. The blonde guy screamed in pain and begged them to drop their weapons. The boys obeyed and threw their weapons on the floor. And then, looking at him, they asked him to let Kane go. That was the name of the blonde bandit. Jun started to smile through his mask and laughed at them. He put his foot on Kane and broke his arm, pinning him to the floor. He screamed, but soon lost consciousness. And the other boys said that they didn't agree on this, but that's bad luck. Jun wasn't going to negotiate with them, so he slapped him in the face with all his might. He flew away covered in blood, and the boys were scared. They were angry at Jun for this, so they took up their swords and charged. And he was already standing with his knife. Jun also started running towards them. He put his hand to his neck, and then I ran past these guys, cutting them. There was blood on his knife, and they screamed as he sliced their legs open. Jun turned to look at them, then immediately slammed his fists into their faces. So these two guys fell over and passed out. Yul looked at all this with his mouth open and didn't even know what to say. He looked at Jun and thought that he knew Jun was strong, but not that strong. Then Jun went up to Yul and said that his saliva was running, and he was surprised and started to wipe it off. Then Jun looked at him and wished him luck in life and that he should be more careful when choosing people. Yul shivered and couldn't say a word as Jun walked away from him. But then he still shouted his thanks after him and added that he would definitely become strong one day, just like him. Jun stopped and turned to Yul. He saw Yul holding his hands up to his face, shouting at him, and Jun also shouted at him to look at the flower garden in Prussia sometime. He looked at it and added that it would be useful for him. Then he turned away again and walked on. Yul clenched his fists, wondering what kind of flower garden this was in Prussia. Yul looked ahead with a spark in his eyes. At this moment, a guy with red hair was watching Jun's fight. He had a big smile and stubble on his face. His clothes were full of holes, and he told his friend to take a look at the guy's fight. But he noticed that his friend was sleeping, so he started to wake him up, saying that he had already had enough sleep. That kid woke up, started yawning, and then rubbed his eyes and said that he always wouldn't let him sleep properly. The red-haired man squatted down and asked if he had seen what had just happened, but the sleeping boy said he didn't know and asked him to tell him. The red-haired guy began to tell me that the same group of guys who thought they were superior, who went around showing off, saying that they were about to be accepted into Arangdan, and now it looks like they just got their way. The sleeping boy began to stretch and replied that in general, it was not worth expecting anything else. It was clear that with their character, they would not go far, and in general they were not particularly different from ordinary children. The red-haired guy noticed that he was surprised that the dark-robed man was able to easily defeat them all by himself. Immediately, the sleeping boy's eyes lit up and he turned around, asking what he really could do alone. The red-haired guy sat and looked at him, saying that it was in the waiting room of Block A, and all this indicates that he cleared Block A like a solo player. The sleeping guy was very surprised by this and added that he was incredible. The roof of this waiting room was domed and also looked like glass, but this wasn't it, and the sleeping guy asked him that he said that this guy beat up the guys from Arangdan, which means that soon, people in blue and white clothes will try to get revenge on him. The red-haired guy replied with a smile that, to be honest, those guys were nothing more than candidates, and started giggling from there. Then they sat and looked at each other, and the red-haired man said that this was why he was interested in his opinion. Maybe we should take him with us, because he is a lone player, which means that he has no friends or allies here. He is such a one of a kind. The sleeping guy began to rub his chin and replied that he wasn't quite sure about it, because they could still set the people in white and blue on themselves with this. Then the red-haired guy got up and asked with a laugh when he started worrying about these questions, and the sleeping guy also started giggling and said that he really did. And then the red-haired guy said that he was going to take a look at this guy, asking if his partner was coming with him. He looked at him, called him Hyun, and asked him to drop the case. But the man just turned one eye on him and said that he didn't want to go. The sleeping guy started to get up and asked if he was crazy or something, and then with a bright smile on his face said that he just loves to do it. There were 2 notifications that said that the test of Block B is starting, and then they said that there are 4 passes in Block B, so you need to choose one of them. There was Jun, who had 4 doors of different colors in front of him. He thought that the doors were built according to their complexity. The more right the door, the more difficult it is, and his brother chose the blue door, the second from the left. The words of his brother were, "I decided to make life easier for myself and my teammates, because Blocka seemed incredibly difficult to us, and therefore I chose a path that will be much easier for us." But after a while, he found out that he had made a huge mistake, because as it turned out, in Block B, the possible number and quality of drop items strongly depends on the color of the selected door. Jun immediately went to the back door, wanting to get Bathory's vampiric dagger. Jun started to open the door, and then a notification appeared in front of him that he had chosen the back way. Jun appeared in a certain room with a river where he had a task to overcome the pond and get to the other end alive. This is not a simple pond, but created from water released from the giant Mimairu, which suddenly died while carrying it in itself, and the pond is also full of wildlife. Jun noticed a rock lying nearby and kicked it straight into the pond. The rock fell there with splashes, and while it was sinking, it instantly began to break up into small pieces. Jun looked at it and guessed that this is not ordinary water, because its density and pressure are completely different from ordinary water. This water will instantly kill the person himself. At the same time, Jun activated his dragon vision. Everything was no longer colored, but a black cloth appeared on the wall, which he noticed. He touched this wall with his hand so that the passage in the wall began to open up. In front of him was the dark stairway down which he was about to go. The notice said that he had found a hidden passage, a room of ice and fire, and he also received 300 credits for this. Jun was walking down the stairs, and the notice said that he had entered the dungeon. Suddenly, he found what he was looking for. In front of him was white moss. This is moss that can be found in caves. It contains the spirit of the moon. A person who has tasted it may have a stomach ache, and it also tastes unpleasant. Jun knew that even though the black path was always the most difficult, there were many ways to overcome it, and one of them was white moss. He imagined the stomach aches of a person who tried it, because white moss is a miracle drug containing the spirit of the moon, which is why many local animals use it as their main food source. But at the same time, white moss is not compatible with the human diet, which is why it will not be able to extract the necessary substances from it, or in the worst case, it will earn itself abdominal pain. Therefore, most people avoid white moss. This moss was like smoke that was floating everywhere, and Jun kept thinking that the secret that his brother found out after a while was that it should be consumed together with other ingredients. There were insects under the moon, and Jun knew his brother's secret that the bodies of creatures like insects and animals that eat white moss as their main food source had evolved to a stage where they could artificially release heat from their bodies, so that they could feed the energy of the moon. This type of radiation starts from the heart, which takes on the characteristics of a flame. Jun turned to the side and continued to think that on the other hand, the properties of moss are very similar to ice, which helps to acquire the signs of water. He understood that if he used the heart and moss at the same time, the two completely different properties would be absorbed in it, which together formed a miracle drug that strengthened his body and muscles. There was a huge centipede crawling behind Jun, and Jun knew that the human body was very fragile, so it could very easily stop functioning. The centipede was crawling right over Jun's head, and all he could think about was that with strong muscles and a strong body, it would be much easier for him to fight. He picked up his knife and started to turn around, apparently able to spot the enemy. Then he threw his knife, and the most interesting thing is that he got right in the middle of the centipede, and just what he needed was a heart and white moss, and it all turned out to be nearby. It was a red centipede that feeds on white moss, and since this creature lives in dark caves, its eyes have atrophied and developed other senses. She prefers meat more than white moss. There were 2 notifications that said that a flame monster had appeared, as well as a secret quest that said that he needed to kill as many monsters as possible, because if they escaped outside, it would be a disaster. Jun was attacked by another centipede. He initially started running away from her, and then he decided to cut it all the way through, but his knife just slipped, which made Jun wonder how strong it was. Jun was already standing with 2 knives and thought that this monster didn't even move after such a blow. Its shell is very strong, and before that, the thrown saber had quite a good effect on it, but not enough. Jun stared at the monster and continued to think that not only can he not know how strong the red centipede is, but he also doesn't know the depths of the dungeon. He understands that he needs to deal with it as quickly as possible. He uses dragon vision and looks directly at that centipede. Under her head was that black cloth, her weak spot. Suddenly the centipede began to crawl across the ceiling, and Jun knew he had to find the right moment. Immediately from the ceiling, this centipede jumped down on Jun, but he dodged and even managed to touch its shell. After successfully dodging, he was able to get closer to her and then swung his knife, driving it into her carapace with all his strength. But then I was very surprised, because I realized that there was another shell inside that monster. Jun turned his head in surprise, and it was her tail that was attacking him. With this attack, she was able to throw it into the wall. Blood gushed out of Jun's mouth as he felt a lot of pain. They wrote that his internal organ was damaged, as well as poisoned. Jun sat on the ground and realized that he had 4 broken ribs, 2 fractures in his spine, and blood thinning in a vein in his left hip. He closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them, conscious again. The notification said that his state of shock was cancelled, as well as the poisoning was cancelled. Jun grabbed for the knife, and the notification said that he had received the skill of resistance to the laws of nature. That centipede jumped on top of him again. He also gained the battle urge skill, and immediately afterwards, he plunged a knife into her mouth. He looked inside her and shivered, but then he abruptly jumped back, sending her flying into the wall. Jun looked at her and realized that he could punch her in the stomach, so he swung and stabbed her in the stomach, and then I just started cutting it in half. He was covered in blue blood. Her blood was gushing out from under the knife. The ground was covered with her footprints, and after he was able to kill her, he lay down on the ground in pain. He turned his head to look at her, and that centipede's eyes stopped shining like before. The notification said that he will receive an additional reward for a strong enemy. Jun began to remove his mask and crawl. There was moss and blood ahead of him. Jun grabbed the moss and then ate it. Some particles formed in his stomach, and while he was wiping his mouth, he approached the monster, and he began to cut him again, and then he took out his heart and began to bite. We flashed to Build, who asked them what had happened. The guys sat broken and did not know what to say. Build was standing with his hands on his waist, looking at them. He thought that as soon as he left his place for a while, they were already beaten. He thought that they were quite strong, but apparently not. He started to get angry and look ahead, thinking that knowing that Arangdan cared about his members, someone still decided to do this to his people, which meant that they ignored them. Build turned to his subordinate and asked that this guy was wearing a white mask, and the latter confirmed his words. Build scratched his chin and thought about it. Then he started walking somewhere, and his eyes were angry, and he knew that the first thing to do was to find that masked man. Build began to stare angrily ahead. The system message said that Jun had successfully dealt with the red centipede. Jun was able to master an invincible enemy, and he received additional merit points. Jun ate the heart of a red centipede, and through interaction with the properties of the white moss, an uncovered effect was discovered. Broken bones were repaired and strengthened, and damaged muscle tissue was repaired and strengthened. The number of monsters killed was 1. Jun was able to gain knowledge about the heart of fire and the ice seal. Jun lifted his head and exhaled. He understood that thanks to this hidden corridor, he had obtained the reinforcement of his skeleton and muscles, as well as the fiery heart and ice seal. He opened the system panel, and even though it only sold for 1.5%, but he found physical strength, and with it the speed of energy recovery. He looked at his stats and realized that the stats were obtained for killing 1 red centipede, and there were a lot more of them compared to what he got from completing the boss location. Although the low MP level was still a disadvantage, but he didn't know if he could do anything about it. Right now, he was relying on his own abilities, and in the future, he would need to use a lot more magic, and the higher he advanced, the stronger he would become. Dom still understood that, whatever it was, this was not the end, and the dragon body shop strengthening a person's body was in order to use it to its full potential, but rather to obtain from the dragon Kalitutsa the necessary magic power he would be able to use it. He decided to take another look, and no matter how hard he tried, no solution came to mind. Similar to physical stamina, it was effective at taking physical damage. The rank of this skill was E, and the skill level was 7.2%. It increased the power of resistance to physical damage. In some cases, it may have worked better than it is. In the niche, understand that this tax minimizes the impact of enemy attacks and mitigates the pain. He recalled the battle and used his cool head skill to maintain his sanity throughout the entire passage. However, there were still some moments when he experienced terrible suffering, and that was certainly his spirit first, so if he used this ability appropriately, he would be able to avoid similar situations from happening again. And in the case of poisoning, burns, frostbite, panic attacks, hallucinations, or curses, then similar resistance to it was also normal. He understood that it wasn't such a skill, but all of this skill could provide him with a great support. He chose the skill Accelerating Thoughts, and the rank of this skill was D+, and the skill level was 3.2%. Under any circumstances, his unyielding spirit burned with the desire to fight. Thanks to his accelerated thinking, he was still able to simultaneously focus on the duel and make quick decisions in battle. Jun knew that this was the most important thing, and in a critical situation, a quick decision could be the key to saving the allies, but it could also be the worst way to destroy them. He understood that in the battle with the red centipede, he could also win thanks to this skill. Jun looked at all this with a smile and realized that he was able to get an improvement of 2 skills, and it was quite good, and besides, it was difficult to get a D+ rank in training. Jun put on his mask and went to slay the bats. The system message said that he had successfully dealt with the bats, and the number of monsters killed was 147. Jun was standing on the ground, and there were many corpses of mice on the floor. He started to pick it up and realized that he seemed to be getting used to it all now. He He pulled out the fangs and claws of the bats and realized that it was white moss mixed with the poisonous blood of a red centipede. He poured this solution on the claws and fangs, then he would get a powder containing the fire properties of monsters. The ground began to envelop the entire mass and turned into red dust. He realized that if it was set on fire, it would cause an explosion of unimaginable force. He filled this dust into his bag and tied them around his waist. Jun looked up and realized that the next one in line was the blue ants that were guarding their eggs, and there were quite a lot of them. They were blue nomadic ants. The size range ranged from 30 centimeters to 1 meter. About 100 ants clustered around the queen ant and formed a single colony. Jun realized that the peculiarity of the ant colony was that ordinary ants were willing to risk their lives to protect their territory. He realized that facing off against 100 monsters was just crazy. He realizes that the problem was that Bathory's Empyrean dagger was located outside of this room. The Vampire King was one of the long-dead monarchs. Many say that it was enhanced by drawing out about someone else's life and strength and even abilities, leaving behind a lot of destruction. There were still a lot of players and even clans left who hadn't recovered from the damage they had caused. The lower the item's rating number, the cooler it is. And since this dagger was a legendary item that belonged to the deceased Vampire Kingy, the level of its rating was also quite low. A 3-digit rating meant that this artifact was among the best and one unique item for all training in the tower. The rating of this artifact was 352. Jun realized that he couldn't back down from this and he had to fight them face to face, but he knew that it wouldn't work that way and he should try a little trick. He reached up with his hand for the bag containing the explosive mass and threw a few of them in the direction of the ants. They scattered and kicked up red dust. The ants started examining the powder and Jun lit a lighter and threw it in the direction of the ants. The red powder instantly flashed and the ants flew away. The system message said that Jun had successfully blown up an ant's nest. 217 blue ants were defeated by the explosion. 89 strong ants were burned. Jun was able to get achievements thanks to this. He picked up his knife and started to deal with the other ants. He looked to the side and realized that most of the ones he managed to destroy were either cubs or unhatched eggs. Jun put his hand on his neck and knew that there were still a lot of adults left. He looked in the direction they were coming from and realized that he could deal with these guys even after he already got into the Empyrean dagger, but now he decided to move on to a more dangerous matter. He looked ahead and a huge ant appeared in front of him. Jun raised his dagger and the ant stood up on its hind legs. The system message says that the boss queen ant has appeared. Ants looked in Jun's direction and kicked out with his foot. Jun came back and realized that there must have been a door somewhere in the ant's nest. He looked around and found her. Jun took 3 daggers in his hands and threw them towards the ant. Jun rushed forward and delivered a few cutting blows. He was able to chop off the ant's leg and it fell to the ground. While the ant was lying down, other small ants were running up to it. Jun went to the door and opened it. He looked ahead and entered the temple of the Vampire Queen. In the front was a room where a green fire burned, and in the front was a statue of a vampire. He looked at it and saw the blade. He immediately realized that it was Bathory the Vampire Queen. He realized that this was what was called the Empyrean dagger. The classification of this weapon was one-handed. It was part of a unique category. The description was this: the Vampire Queen's favorite weapon, with which she sucked the blood of her opponents. Jun smiled and was glad that he could finally find him. It was a hidden item and would help him close his unrealistic gap to the leaderboards. This sword was famous not only for its outstanding impact power, but also for the fact that it could apply a bleeding effect on the opponent with the special option Bloody Aptly. But the real value of this artifact was contained in its last option. Jun lowered his head and reached for his dagger. He took it out of the statue, and his hand started to get covered in dark energy. Jun twisted his face and realized that Bathory's dagger was choosing its master. He realized that if the choice didn't go his way, then his spirit would be completely consumed. Jun wondered if among all the players who entered the training, there were those who could handle this blade. Jun held the blade in his hand and knew that at the end of his long studies, his brother had found a way to handle this blade that even beginners could handle. Jun put his hand on the table and realized that others would say he was crazy. He swung the blade and for some reason his hand began to blacken. Originally, the Bathory dagger was an ability that was hard enough to understand. The greedy Vampire Queen didn't want her power to fall into the wrong hands until the day she died. Black spheres began to rise from Jun's hand. Jun realized that this was why she had sealed her true abilities and appearance in this blade. The system message said that the seal was broken and Jun's hand was covered in dark energy. He realized that the seal had been broken and Bathory's true vampiric dagger was at the 66th ranking. Skill level was at 0. The description was as follows: the real appearance of the hidden powers of the Vampire Queen Bathory took away the opponent's life force and absorbed it into the soul. Jun extended his hand, and it was covered in Bathory's power. Jun realized that this was already an entry into the Empyrean dagger and bloodily accurately dealt fatal damage to the target, as well as applying a bleeding effect that took away the opponent's physical and magical strength. The goal was such that under the effect of bleeding, the victim continued to receive a certain amount of damage corresponding to its impact power. Jun understood that this was a unique ability that even the best player in this tower could hardly obtain. The power of the Vampire Queen was such that it completely absorbed life abilities and took away parts of the opponent's skill level. If the skill level reached its maximum, the probability of stealing the opponent's skill increased according to a certain coefficient. Jun smiled and looked towards the door with the mark on it. He decided to try out new abilities and easily defeated all the ants. One of them attacked Jun and he jumped up and climbed on his back. He looked at his hand that had the mark on it and pointed it towards the opponent. He told it to absorb it and the system message said that the mark had started absorbing the monster's life force and energy. The skill level of the ability in Bathory's Empyrean dagger has been raised to 1.1%. The system message said that Jun had absorbed life force and energy. The level of strength was increased by 1, the level of physical strength was increased by 11, and the boss queen ant was completely destroyed. An additional merit was obtained and the level of additional merit reached 300 units. The body of the defeated ant boss had completely dried up and was lying on the ground. Jun stood looking at the other ants and the blue ant's fighting spirit level was lowered. The ant's nest is being destroyed at a rapid rate. After which, an unfamiliar voice rang out, which was surprised that there was such a place. Similar places. Hyung turned to his friend's side and asked if he was there. The man yawns, covering his mouth with his hand, and says that if he doesn't believe them, they could go back. Hyung put his hand on his companion and asked who was doing this and if he really didn't care. He looked in the direction where there were many corpses of enemies and said that someone was hunting monsters here without stopping. He was surprised that this player was able to increase his skills and stats so quickly. He didn't think that these monsters themselves had suddenly become weaker. Hyuna's friend noticed this and said that it sounded funny, but the guys from the lower floors opposite were getting stronger and not inferior to those who advanced higher. Hyung said he knew it, but it didn't sound like someone was making a joke. The companions called out to Hyung, and they looked at the boss corpse that had been dried up. Hyung said that they were completely drained of energy, but he couldn't figure out where the player was able to find such a thing. He recalled that when they were searching, they could find even the slightest hint of something like this. He couldn't believe that there was a hidden room here and that player was just able to pass Blogga alone, and he also got his hands on a rare artifact and even a hidden ability. He thought for a moment, then put his hand to his chin. He realized that it wasn't so easy to find such a talented person, and it was likely that rumors would soon spread all over the place. In this case, he will be able to get into the eyes of other clans who want to get it, and then they will have nothing to do but just have time to lure him to their side. They started looking around the room and noticed monsters running away from somewhere. They looked at each other and realized what they had to do. The system message said that the brown salamander had been destroyed. She fell to the floor completely dried out. The number of monsters killed was 1,000. The maximum allowed quest conditions were met. All the parts of the fire heart and ice seal were collected. The fire heart and ice seal were completed and they affected Jun's body and his body began to change. Jun looked down at her hands and they began to glow. The system message said that he had received an enhanced skeleton. He looked at the window and with the help of Bathory's vampiric dagger, he was able to absorb the monk power of the monsters. Compared to before, his stats were able to increase dramatically, and in particular, he had a new feature that was a reinforced skeleton. The description was that the energy of fire filled his heart, the energy of ice filled his body. By fusing together, the properties of fire and water increased his immunity level and resistance power. His body was now accumulating much more slowly. Jun realized that the skeleton's strength was making his body stronger and it was not so easy to defeat him, and he also had an increased recovery rate, which helped him reduce damage even in a critical situation, but there was also one reason why he needed this ability. The system message said that the development of his body was confirmed. The physical shell has been reinforced. The restoration of lost hereditary abilities has begun. It started loading and the current recovery state was 21.3%. Feature imperfect dragon body changed to low-level dragon body. Jun realized that in order to complete the restoration of his inherited abilities, he needed a stronger shell. Enhanced skeleton, this was a mandatory ability that helped him with this. He was offered the choice of whether he wanted to register his name as the training rating was updated. Jun clicked the refuse button, and he knew that if he agreed, it would not give him any advantages, but rather attract a lot of attention from high-ranked players. Registration was cancelled, and he looked at the training rating. He saw himself in 281 places. He realized that it was certainly a good thing that he was able to move up in the rankings, but the difference with those who were ahead was still very big. He didn't understand what players like Edora, Pant, and Kang were doing. He realized that this wasn't going to work, and he had to speed up even more. He looked away and walked forward. He heard that there were other players here, but he didn't see anyone here while he was fighting with the opponents. He picked up his dagger and assumed they were after him. He realized that these were the guys he had encountered when he was helping Yuli. He looked ahead and threw his dagger, and it flew towards Hyung's partner. He fell to the floor and Hyung bravely stepped forward and knocked out the dagger. He fell on the floor and with a vicious expression on his face asked what he was doing. Jun asked if they were from Arangdan. Hyung asked why he thought that, and Jun asked why they were following him. Hyung asked why he thought it was possible to just suddenly attack like that. Jun asked how you can just pursue a player without making your intentions clear. He said that of course he couldn't expect anything good, so he attacked. Hyung and his partner lowered their heads and apologized to him since they were the ones who were stupid this time. Hyung and his partner looked at each other and Jun asked why they were following him. Hyung pointed a finger at him and offered to become their companion. Hyun's companion pointed a finger at him and asked him to stop all this because it was all awkward. Jun, watching all of this, thought they were fools and turned around and walked forward. Hyung asked where he went because he wasn't finished yet. Hyung grabbed his hand and Jun asked if there was anything else he wanted to say. Hyung again offered to become their teammates, but he didn't answer. Jun said it was impossible because he didn't know who they were and what they were doing. He said he wasn't attracted to team play at all. Hyung pointed at himself and asked if he really didn't know him. Jun asked why he should have known about it, and Hyung became desperate. He didn't understand how Jun didn't know about him. It was one of the best in the world. Hyun's companion started clapping his hands and said that he was the most good-natured, but his flaw is always showing off, so talking to him can sometimes be very tiring. But still, he asked Jun to understand that Hyung wasn't a bad person at all. He said they should have introduced themselves first and given their names. His name was Doyle. Doyle smiled and said that Jun had confused him a little and it might be a little suspicious that they were still here. He said they should have been at ERF level. Before Doyle could finish, Jun said he believed him. He used the ability of the Dragon's Eye to understand that although he had recently learned about it, when he looked at a person with the Dragon's Eye, he could learn something useful about them. If the aura from a person was barely noticeable, it meant that their way of thinking was different. And if the way of thinking was negative, then it was the other way around. His aura was supposed to be completely filling the body and would also be clearly visible. But Doyle and his companions' auras weren't bright, which meant they weren't lying. He didn't understand what was the reason that people were busy accumulating points and came from the previous zone to ask him to join their ranks. Doyle said there was something he needed to know. He asked Jun if he happened to be a member of any clan or team. Jun said no, and Doyle said that to tell the truth, there was one artifact in Sector E that they should have per square meter, but that was impossible only if the group consisted of at least 3 or 4 players. Jun asked if they couldn't find people there who could help them, to which he replied that most of the players in Sector E had already decided on their membership in a particular group. Jun realized that finding someone with abilities in Sector was quite difficult, but he didn't understand why they had chosen him since he hadn't done anything like that in the waiting room of Sector B. He supposed they'd just noticed that he'd gone through Sector on his own and killed Kane's group. Jun closed his eyes and realized that he had finally managed to attract attention in this way. He asked if they really needed to get an artifact that was difficult to get even if rank 3 and 11 players joined forces. He asked if they really needed help. Doyle said it was like that, but he couldn't explain it. Jun began to think, and he needed Hargan's crown. Po is a hidden lair that was accidentally discovered by his brother's team. Since the owner of this log is the Lizard King Hogan, he was very fierce and strong, and it took a lot and everything to defeat him. The reward given out for killing him was the Hagan crown, and it increased the number of greatness points and gave leadership skills. He didn't need it, and his brother was betrayed by his own team, which he trusted. It was a ruthlessly natural selection tower. Once you open your back, you never know when you might be attacked. He understands that in such harsh conditions, there should be no reason to abandon his comrades or subordinates, but this could happen to a couple of people. It was an easy way to get rid of someone. Doyle said with a smile that they would not be left in his debt if Jun had something that he wanted very badly, then they were willing to give it to him in payment. He asked how he liked the offer, and Jun began to think about it. After all, it was a hidden lair, and he would be able to get good stats there once to spend some time, but it won't be much damage to him, and even vice versa. Jun agreed, but said that he had one condition. He said that all the rewards except for the artifact that they needed so badly, he would get for himself. They agreed, but also added that Jun should also show himself with his abilities. They reached out to Jun and said that their meeting was fate. Jun shook hands and understood that this place was a battlefield and there was no need to tell his real name. He needed another name that he could speak to strangers. He introduced himself to them as Kane, and now notifications have already appeared in front of him that he has passed Cherna. Branch of Sector B as a solo player. He received an achievement that is not so easy to get, for which he is awarded additional merit points. And at this rate, he went through another Sector C and entered Sector D. In front of his feet lies a goblin and shouts that people have already come and they are very strong. but Jun kills him in cold blood. Hyung was standing behind him and was a little worried when he saw him wiping the blood off the knife. So Hyung's thoughts were such that he didn't understand what was going on with this guy. Was he the one who was wrong? Is it even possible to level up skills so quickly? Jun started to open the door to the next section. Notification said that he had completed Sector D as a solo player and all of his stats had been restored. While walking on the grass, he was told that he had entered Sector E. Jun was covering his face with his hand against the light, and Hyun was warming up, saying that he was tired, and Doyle was rubbing his eyes, saying that he would have slept now if it wasn't for the light. It is narrated that the tutorial is divided into two large areas on the inner and outer sides. In the inner part, players in the main, sensibly assessing their abilities, move from Sector A to Sector D, trying to quickly pump up the missing skills. Jun recalled walking through all the sectors and then looking out over the expanse. But in the outer part, you cannot upgrade your skills, which means that in zones from E to D, you need to establish yourself based on previously obtained abilities. Jun noticed something, and the notification said that the E-zone trial had begun. He had a small blue coin in his hand, the so-called token. The notification said that the tokens are hidden throughout Sector E and the found token can be exchanged or transferred to another player. In total, you need to collect 99 of them to confirm your abilities. Hyung looked at Jun and said that he was very annoyed. But Jun just looked at the token and remembered those words from the notification, realizing that all those words also mean that you can forcibly take them away from the player or kill them and steal them. Jun imagined players standing with a knife and a villainous smile, because he understood that all the tokens are very well hidden, which makes another 98 very difficult to find, but it is much easier to take away from other players, so it is quite obvious what the players will choose. His brother had told him that it took a lot of effort. Jun turned his eye and was still thinking about his own business. He turned to the guys and thought that it didn't look like Hyung was interested in the tokens, so maybe he had already collected enough before he returned with a return ticket to the Sector B waiting room, or maybe he was able to collect all 99. Young looked at him and said that he got the task, now it's time for them to act, and didn't Hyung say that there is a hidden room here, so he wants to deal with it as quickly as possible, and at the same time collect tokens. But Hyung told him that there were some differences here, so it would take quite some time. It is said that Sector E, compared to the previous 4, is much larger and more extensive, and in each zone the landscape and environment are different from each other, and each of them forms a unique ecosystem. To the east, the sharp black cliffs rise, and in the west there are vast plains through which rivers flow. In the south, there are low hills, but at the same time, a dense forest is growing in the northern part. And also in the very depths of the northern part there is a swampy area, so the types of monsters living in different zones are very diverse. Outside the forest, mostly small monsters like goblins and kobolds live. But if you go deeper into the thicket of the forest, you will already meet large monsters such as trolls and orcs. The swamp is home to humanoid lizards. Both orcs and sandworms can be found in the western and eastern territories. As you fight these monsters everywhere, you can find hidden tokens, as well as even more dangerous players to avoid in order to save your tokens. The 3 of them went forward through the forest because their goal was the north, or rather the swamp. We're transported to some armory where someone is talking. It was some head who was asking that the guy who broke up Kind's group was joined by Kang and Doyle. But why are they? Shouldn't these guys be in Sector E? His subject bowed and replied that they didn't have the exact information yet, but they would try to find out since they hadn't been seen in Sector E recently. And there is an eyewitness who says that he saw people similar to them in the waiting room of Sector B. The head looked at him with a very angry look and asked that he also knew this. The guy replied that he didn't even think that these two could be in the rookie zone, but it seems that now there is no doubt. At the same time, the head started banging on the table and shouting at him, asking what they should do now. Did they take the same guy to the team? The subject replied that apparently it is. The head was angry, baring his teeth and thinking that if there was some truth in this, then it also applies to them. But then he started looking down and realized that this masked kid was only making things worse for himself, ignoring Arangdan and Blue Flower Island. The head got up from the table and put his hands on the table, telling him to call all the members of the organization. And the subject bowed and replied that they were already waiting outside. The head took up his sword and shouted that they were all going after the masked guy. But here we go back to Jun, who was sitting by the fire. Jun sat and stared at the fire, thinking that he had already reached this point, that time had passed quickly for him, and that he had hardly rested yet, only chased forward. He looked up at the sky, where there were 2 bright moons, and remembered that the sky in Africa was the same, and after all, his brother also loved such calm and silence. But suddenly he turned at a noise, and then he looked at Hyung, who was sleeping soundly, and Jun reflected that Hyung and Doyle were different from other players. They were always smiling, but at the same time, no matter what they did, they were always full of confidence. They have something that other players don't have. He looked at Doyle and realized that they were acting as if this was the norm, that is, their daily routine. They were used to it. These guys are amazing people. He remembered them in battle, standing next to each other, and it surprised him that sometimes their talent for mutual understanding, which they show in battle, is amazing. It's not like they learned it separately. After all, basically, during the fight, Hyung performs the functions of physical attacks, while Doyle acts with his mind and regulates the situation. It is thanks to this that they can find out how and when the enemy will attack. It seems that they trust each other very much. It is unlikely that they met a couple of days ago. They've obviously known each other for 5 or 10 years, or even more, and the brotherly relationship is not so simple. They trust each other with their lives without even thinking. It wouldn't be possible if they didn't have enough trust in each other. Jun was still staring at the fire, and his mind was still racing, wondering what kind of relationship the two of them had, but one thing was certain: they weren't siblings. They are so professional and not so simple, but unfortunately, he can't know the reasons why they became so close. There was fire in his eyes, and then he remembered the two of them standing there laughing at something, and Jun knew they both looked really good. The fire crackled from the boards, and at that moment Jun decided that he didn't want to know any more about their relationship or get any closer to them. But just the sight of them reminds him of his brother, who is brighter than sunlight. Jun raised his head up as he continued to dig deep, and he finally realized that the deeper the night, the more useless emotions appear. He was going to get rid of all these confused thoughts, but on the contrary, they became even more. When suddenly he saw that the guys started to wake up. Hyung stood up and started stretching, while Doyle rubbed his eyes. Jun asked what was wrong, because it wasn't his turn to watch yet, and Hyung said that it was very noisy right now. You can't sleep like that. Doyle started to yawn and also added that they couldn't leave them alone at all. Hyung also noticed that it was getting annoying. He was about to go over and deal with them himself, and then he apologized for waking them up. With a smile on his face, Doyle replied that it was fine. He was still too stiff to sleep in the same position, but now they could just stretch out. Hyung started warming up, and Doyle asked him if these people even knew they were here, or if they just happened to run into them, and Hyung said he didn't care at all. Hyung started to draw his sword and walk forward, saying that the important thing was that he had a sword. After he came to the bushes, he just started cutting through the bushes, and blood flowed out of them. A whole bunch of kids were standing right behind these bushes and saw Hyung, and then they started shouting that it was impossible that they even noticed them. I decided to spread out to make it safer. Hyung immediately chased after them. He dealt with the fleeing guys one by one. Some midges were flying past Jun. It was Doyle who was controlling them with gestures. Jun looked at Doyle's confident face as he commanded these midges to move forward and was surprised that he had a talent for taming insects, which is quite a difficult talent since you have to deal with insects that have a low level of intelligence. All these midges started attacking people and completely covering them, and they screamed. Their screams could be heard all over the forest. Suddenly, Doyle turned to look and then saw two thugs approaching with a knife to Jun, who was sitting and looking into the fire. Doyle started to smile, knowing what was going to happen to the two of them. They got as close to Jun as they could. And here at the most interesting point, we are transferred to the story that Fran and his team of the most active scavengers in Sector E, they all really liked this work. A guy would step on another guy while holding a bag of gold in his hand, and they would use tokens that can be taken away as an excuse, but they would also steal players' possessions and artifacts. And so they have significantly raised their physical strength level, and they can also resell the tokens they take away for a high price to higher ranked players. A person's hands are tied and they are being led somewhere because there are places where the players themselves are needed as a resource. These same players are consumable materials for experiments, just employees. Their goals may be completely different, but the seller does not care at all. Some kind of syringe with blood and green liquid. The same guys who sneaked up on Jun swung a knife to stab him in the back, because these guys are hunting high-level players like Hyung and Doyle. Because the thing is, you don't know for sure how many tokens these two have or what artifacts they have. The guy started to stab me right in the back, but surprisingly, there was no one under his blow, so the knife just stuck in the tree. And Jun was behind the bandit in the blink of an eye, and then he finished him off with a single blow. This kid fell to the ground covered in blood, and the others looked on and shouted what he did to their boss. So they decided to attack Jun with daggers. Jun also started running at them in response, and killed two of them in no time. Then he dodged the third guy's punch and made an upward kick, killing him as well. The others just started running away from Jun, but he decided not to leave it like that, so there was a white trail coming out of his eyes. After a while, they were all killed, and there were 21 of them. Jun steamed around with the corpses until Doyle came up to him and told him that they had spent quite a lot of time in Sector E, and Jun added that he had collected 81 tokens. Doyle was surprised by this, but said that they probably sold most of the tokens, and this was just a stock. Since more than 1,000 people entered this sector, they could encounter some of them repeatedly, so it's not surprising that they collected so much. Jun turned to look at Doyle, who told him that they were probably scavengers, so they were able to collect so much, because the majority of players do not have more than 10 tokens. Jun replied that there was a saying that the poor get poorer and the rich get richer. And then Jun thought about it and said that in truth, in Sector E, there is nothing left but to become a winner because a minority of strong players take tokens from the majority of weak ones. And weak players have no choice but to give everything to survive, otherwise they will simply be pinned down and taken away by force. No matter how they do it, strong players still get tokens very quickly without much effort. This token resembles a bright blue bead. On the other hand, weak players always lack tokens, so the higher you go in the tutorial's ranking, the more noticeable the difference in player strength. Doyle watched with bright eyes and replied that in any case, they squeeze the maximum amount of tokens out of the players, regardless of the method. This is also not bad for leveling up stats, and if you meet a mysterious merchant, then the tokens can be used as currency, and now Jun can take all the tokens for himself. Jun looked at him blankly. Hyung and Doyle were standing next to each other and smiling, and Doyle said that they hadn't paid him in advance on their deal yet, so he could assume that this was him. There were clouds in the sky in the middle of the night, and Jun asked if they didn't need these tokens, but the guys said they had enough of them, so it was fine. Jun opened his backpack and tossed the bag of tokens into it, thinking that the best place to get extra points was actually Sector E. And besides, the monster he wanted to catch before he even entered the tutorial must be somewhere nearby, so Jun should definitely catch it. Jun looked down and kept thinking that right now he should increase the amount of magic power that was missing, and he could also complete the restoration of the ancestral skill. The snake was covered in darkness, and Jun decided that as soon as he dealt with the Lizard King, he would immediately go after that monster. It was still night and there were 2 moons in the sky, and after a while the children gathered wood for a new fire. Hyung dusted off his hands and said that now they will have enough trouble with their opponents, so they should be on their guard. Suddenly, something covered Jun's face with light, which surprised him. This is how Doyle used his control magic to build a fire. Jun shouted that it was amazing, and he just closed his eyes and smiled. And then looking at the fire, he replied that these are fire insects, because if there is a predator that intends to eat them, they ignite themselves to set fire to the enemy. There are a lot of amazing insects in the tower. Jun turned to look at him and wondered if there were things in the tower that even his older brother didn't know. It was a bright sunny day outside, and there were screams in the middle of that forest. It was Jun who was slashing at his enemies. He cut the lizards with his knife. All around him were the corpses of those poor lizards. Jun started to cut open the lizard's head, which Hyung noticed and asked why he was doing it. And Jun replied that the humanoid lizard's eyeball could be used to make an artifact that would give a special buff with a powerful effect. This is a small white ring with crystals, a giant with dozens of eyes and hundreds of hands, a weapon that is called Kisu because when you make black Kisu from the eyeballs of humanoid lizards, you get very important material. Doyle noticed something underfoot, and then he told Hyung to take a look. Hyung turned around and said that someone must have been here before them. They noticed footprints and blood among the bushes. Jun crouched down and started touching the spot with his hand, and then looked at the bloody hand and said that not much time had passed since the start of the fight. Hyun rubbed his chin as he listened to Jun's reasoning, which seemed like it had been a quarter of a day. They all understood that the hidden room was just that it was hidden. These rooms are hidden throughout the tutorial and play an important role in boosting players' morale and giving them an incentive to compete. Doyle, a little thoughtful, asked if they were the same people. They knew that the hidden room they found could no longer appear in the current round of the tutorial, and if other players had already found the hidden room, Hargan's lair. This means that Hyun and Doyle's attempt to win the Harg crown was in vain. Hyun was standing on top of Jun, and Jun was saying that there were only one-way tracks here, but there weren't any going back. So it looked like the people who came here weren't looking for her at all, and Hyun didn't immediately understand what he was saying, so he asked again. And Jun, looking at these footprints, told Hyun to take a look too. There was a paw mark in the ground and something that had been dragged along the ground. Hyun was looking at the tracks, and Jun also noticed that they were dragging something on the ground, most likely that the humanoid lizards were dragging some kind of bait and lured the players there. Then they stood up and were at a loss. Jun began to tell him that monsters are not just prey for players, but sometimes they themselves, on the contrary, become predators that target players. And in my head immediately there are thoughts of how monsters attack from the back of people. After all, this is the territory of monsters, and they know it much better. Of course, from time to time there can be all sorts of traps. Without this there is nowhere, and it seems that these situations are best dealt with as you go along. Hyung's face became a little displeased, and he himself said that these monsters really irritate him. But they can't be distracted by such things, and Jun thought that it would be easy for him, but still cool-headedness remains cool. Then he notices that Doyle was very angry, as if he was about to cry. But suddenly Doyle calms down and looks away. He looked at Jun and smiled, and Jun just stood there and said nothing. Then Hyung stood behind him and said that they hadn't discussed everything about their case yet. Jun turned to the boys, and they started saying that this was where Hargan's lair was, and Jun was thinking that since he was still pretending not to know anything, it was best to keep it up, so he asked what the lair was. The weather was beautiful, and Hyung said that they had killed a bunch of humanoid lizards on their way to this place, but what about their king? Well, he lives right here. Jun listened to this and said that he must be strong, and Hyung said that he was very strong. He and Doyle can't handle him, but Jun asked if he would interfere in the fight. Hyung looked at him and hesitantly replied that in this case, the situation will change a little, but it will definitely be clear that it will not be easy. After all, in addition to the male, there is also a female in the inner part of the den. Then they were facing each other and Hyung said that no matter how hard they tried, the three of them wouldn't be able to kill them, only die themselves, so Jun asked what they should do. Hyung narrowed his eyes and said that they would steal the artifact. And then he began to tell them his plan, that they would first lure the male outside the den and then detain the female inside. While Hyun distracts the male, Jun quickly attacks the female, and then Doyle would just pull the crown off her head. They looked at each other and Jun asked the question that Doyle would go behind. To which Hyung replied that of course, if you want to steal something, then it's best to go behind, but still the female is very strong. There was nothing Jun could do on her own, so there was no way he could fight her, just distract her. Jun stared at him and realized that whatever it was, he had done a lot of missions on the battlefield in Africa. He remembered sitting in the grass with a gun and taking aim at the target, because he didn't rely on chance. He was then a soldier who had to obey orders from above, but now he is actually a mercenary working for a reward. Standing in the middle of the sunny forest, they decided to start their plan. The notification said that they had entered the battlefield, and now a new area of Hargan's lair was open to him, for which he received an additional 500 points. There was a guard of several lizard men with weapons at the entrance, and as soon as they noticed the guys, people started shouting around them, and the guys were preparing weapons for the attack. Suddenly, a male started running out of the entrance. The notice said that the Kargan boss appeared, covered in blood, shouting and asking how people dared to invade his territory, so they should not expect mercy from him. A huge window of characteristics, which describes the quest, and when you kill one of the strongest bosses in this sector, a good reward is given. Kargan charged, growling as he did so. He stood in front of the guys and began to squeal, which the guys already began to close from him. Jun thought about how this was the first time he was experiencing such intense tension. Even when he first got into the tutorial, he didn't feel this way. Jun shielded his face from the wind and felt like he was back on the battlefield in Africa. Then, he started glaring at this boss, and the boss in turn started glaring at him. Kargan got angry and looked at him, but then he started swinging his sword at them. Kargan ran to Jun and told him to die. Suddenly, Hyung ran out in front of Jun and blocked Kargan's blow with his sword. That sword flew into the ground with a loud bang. Kargan started shouting in frustration at Hyung to give up, because he couldn't beat him anyway. Hyung looked at him with a smile and replied that he wasn't the same person anymore. The boss threw a punch that Hyung dodged. Suddenly, the boss was very surprised and opened his eyes wide. What he saw was that Hyung just started walking away from him. The lizard started to feel uneasy and asked what their boss was doing, but the guys had already entered the cave. They went deeper and deeper. After walking a little further, there were a few lizardmen standing there again, guarding the place. Jun killed them instantly, throwing knives at their heads. Doyle stared at him in surprise, but the man just stood there, calmly looking ahead. Suddenly, they heard screams for help and turned their heads to see where it was coming from. In front of them was a cage, with bones and blood lying behind the wall. The children stared at this terrible picture, and out of the cage stretched hands and broken faces that begged for salvation. Jun stood and watched it, thinking that it looked like it had something to do with the abduction marks they had seen at the entrance of the lair, and this was the place where the abductees were being held. Jun was looking down and flying in his thoughts. This human dungeon is a kind of food storage facility for these animals. They can come here at any time if they want to eat, but if they release the guys, they can't take the crown from that female. June turned to look at Doyle, who was standing there with a very sad face. So June said that she could show up at any time, they should hurry up and find her, and he needed to hide. Doyle turned to Jun with a very sad face, and then shouted that he wasn't angry at all. Jun didn't understand, so he asked why he should be angry, and Doyle came closer and held his chest, saying that he really didn't feel anything when looking at such a sight. Jun knew it was probably because of his young age. The walls of the cave were lit by a torch, and Jun at that moment replied that he was also a person. Just because he wasn't angry didn't mean anything. Doyle doesn't understand how he can be so cold-blooded. Doyle held his chest as June told him that they were coming here for the boss and that Hyung might be in danger right now. June looked at him and told him not to forget that Hyung was currently in a fierce battle with Kargan. He couldn't handle it alone, and the longer they dragged on, the more danger they put him in. Doyle listened to all this and thought about it. Jun continued that first of all, They should make a sensible decision, because if they do not allocate priorities, then nothing will work out and he will leave here, and it is not clear what will become of them, whether they will survive or die. Jun answered him as sensibly and coolly as possible, looking the same way. Doyle stared and squinted as if he was torn between two thoughts. Then he slapped his cheek with all his strength and looked at Jun, apologizing and saying that he hadn't thought of that. Then he went ahead, saying that Hyung was waiting for them. Jun looked at the bones and then he had a plan, because it seems that the female uses this dungeon with people to feed her young. But what if you try to use it somehow? Jun told Doyle to wait, and Doyle turned around in surprise and asked what was wrong. Jun said that he had a good idea, and then he asked if they could adjust their plan a little. After all, if all went well, they would be able to save these people. Doyle was very happy with the news. Jun put his hand on his belt and said that those fire insects that he used last night, they would need them very much. A huge baton hits one of the lizards, and the second one who was standing next to him was shocked. The female screams, "How dare these people come to them?" She was standing there with that club and asking them why they were here for her kids. In the nest were small dragons, red and blue in color, and the female told those lizards to protect her children at the cost of their lives. She noticed the guys, and they noticed it too, so they told each other that the lizard queen was standing there. The female was standing in front of Jun, who was holding a small bag in his hand. Jun held it up and asked her what she liked about fireworks. The female, startled, asked what he was talking about, and Jun just threw the bag right at her kids, which made her a little scared. The female immediately ran towards them, screaming. She was able to hit the bag with her bat, but it burst and there was red dust everywhere. The female still has a scared face. Jun looked ahead and thought about how it was the same powder he used on the ants, then called out to Doyle, who was already ready to release all his insects. Doyle had set this female on fire thanks to his insects, and Tak was screaming in pain. She covered herself from the fire with her hands and called them pathetic. But then her eyes fell on something that gave her the creeps. It's about Jun standing with a knife at her kids' throats. He took them by the scruff of the neck, and he just killed her because blood was flying everywhere, and the female was screaming at him to let him go, and how dare he. Jun had already released the dragon's corpse, saying that since they considered humans to be mere cattle. And then he took another dragon and also put a knife to its throat, saying that they should understand that they themselves can become the same, isn't that right? At that moment, the female rushed to Jun to save her children. She looked down at her feet and there were Doyle's insects, so it ignited all over and exploded in the same second. After a while, the female was already lying dead and burned. The notification said that Boss Tarragon was defeated, so they got extra merit points, and the morale of the humanoid lizardmen was reduced as Hargan's lair descended into a state of panic. Jun went to her corpse and said that humans and monsters can't coexist together. He was looking directly at her, and the look in his eyes was almost sympathetic. Doyle started running towards him, and Doyle told him that they should finish the queen and go to Hyung's aid. Doyle picked up the crown and then held it up to him and was very happy about it, saying that he finally got it. At the same time, they heard a heart-rending scream, so they turned around to find out the reason for such a scream. It was the same blue male who saw what happened to his children and the female. He ran to the female and put her on his lap, shouting her name. He was very scared, you could see it from his expression, and Hyung was standing behind him. Hyung was surprised that they were able to defeat the female, but he was very tired of running after the boss. The male began to shout with all his might and squeeze the dead body, saying that he would avenge her. It closed its mouth on her. His body began to tremble, which is exactly what the guys noticed. There was blood everywhere and notifications that Boss Hargan had used the saturation skill, so he had successfully absorbed Targan's power. After which, he used transformation and entered the second phase. His body instantly grew and shone with a red aura. Hargan started swinging his sword, which was exactly what Jun noticed, so he yelled at the boys to dodge. Hargan plunged his sword into the ground and started swinging it around. An aura appeared around him that shot fire in all directions. While he was shouting, the guys hid behind rocks and thought that although he was weaker than Tarragon, but with the help of his skill, he was able to become a leader, and then he used a fire hurricane. Jun peeked out from behind the rocks for a while as everything flew apart and realized that if he slowed down even for a second, then he wouldn't even be able to collect his own bones, and if they didn't die here, then at least they might be knocked out, so he had to try. Jun was scratching his chin, considering a plan, when a green butterfly flew up to him, asking if Jun could hear him. Jun looked at the butterfly and asked if it was Doyle, and the butterfly said it was, because it was an insect, its transmitter, it transmits the owner's thoughts, but then he asks if there is any plan. Jun looks at him and asks if there's something he can do to contact Hyung, and Doyle says he can. Hargan screamed and called them to him, saying that if they didn't come, he would go to them. Jun jumped out from behind the rocks and looked at the boss, and then he began to beckon him with his finger and tell him to come to him. Jun stood with knives in his hands, and the boss shouted for him to die. At the same time, Jun activated the dragon's eye and saw that his sword had a weak spot. Therefore, when the boss attacked, Jun blocked the blow precisely in the weak spot. Because of that, his knife started to break that huge sword into pieces. Jun swung his sword aside and dodged. The sword just fell into the ground, blowing the wind everywhere. Then through the mask, Jun shouted to the guys to act right now. Jun stopped and asked Hyung and Doyle to wait. Hyung swung his sword and cut the monster. Doyle looked at it all and held up his hand. The monster began to burn with fire, and Jun, looking at all this, realized that with the help of their joint efforts, Hargan's power was gradually weakening. The monster stood and spoke angrily. He said that he would not forgive them and would avenge Terragon. He said that if they lost control for even a little while, it would be the end and they should pull themselves together. The monster took between two hands, and I used Firestorm. Jun swung his sword and slashed at the monsters. They started attacking it, and the monster screamed as they managed to get it moving. After which, he exhaled and said that he would avenge everyone, as well as their children. Jun held onto his burden of knowing that now was the right moment. He skipped under the monster's feet and landed a few punches. The monster crouched on its feet and tried to attack Jun, but it was too late. Jun reached out and grabbed the man's head. The monster gave a startled look and a system message said that Bathory's vampiric dagger skill level had increased to 5.4%. The absorption of life force energy has begun. The monster screamed in the flames to let it go. Jun stood there and looked on coolly. He called out to his comrades, and he said that he would kill him no matter what the cost. They stood and stared at the fire and the shadows. He said that he had to take revenge for all this, and the monster let go of his sword. The system message said that the Hargan boss has been destroyed, and each member of the group will receive additional points according to their contribution to the victory. They successfully absorbed the opponent's core skill with the Bathory vampire dagger. Jun has a new ability called Firestorm. Jun looked at the dried up monster's body, and due to the low level of proficiency in the Bathory Empyrean dagger, the ability he received would be changed. The Fiery Hurricane ability has been changed to Fiery Wrath. The rank was D+, a personalized form of Hargan's special ability. Jun could transform the flame into any shape he wanted. As the skill level increases, the flame temperature will gradually increase. Jun calculated all of this and realized that it was unlikely that he would be able to raise the skill to Fire Hurricane due to his lack of skill level. But nevertheless, it was already a great success and he could embody flames in various forms. He realized that he needed to try it out later. He clutched his head and his companions ran up to him. Hyun grabbed the bag by the shoulder and asked if it was okay. Jun was looking at his palm, and Doyle said that he needed to sit down and they didn't know how badly he was hurt in this battle. Jun said he was fine and not to be worried about him. He said that it was just a little difficult for him to move, it should pass with time. They stood and held his hands and urged him to rest. Jun said he was fine and wanted them to get away from him as soon as possible. He also said that he was fine and asked what about those people in the cages since they were not fine. Doyle came to his senses and they went to rescue them. In the cave, they could be heard thanking them and a man once again thanked them for being able to avenge their dead comrades. He bowed and said that now they could rest in peace. Hyung and Doyle were standing there, smiling. They said it wasn't hard for them and they just did what they had to do. The man asked if he wasn't Hyung, but the person standing next to him was Foxdale. Hyung put his hand behind his head and said with a smile what he wanted to keep a secret. Doyle watched it all and knew that the man wanted to keep it a secret, but what he really wanted was attention. Hyung spread her hand to the side and said that Hargan's capture was not only due to him, because he was just helping. They looked at Jun, who was sitting idly by, and said that if it wasn't for him, it would be hard to imagine what would have happened. But now, people looked at all this in surprise and remembered how they saw Jun standing. Hyung noticed their disbelief, and he asked what it was. The man didn't quite say that when Doyle found them the first time, the guy told Doyle to drop them and follow him. He closed his eyes and said that maybe this statement was too bold of him, but he couldn't see the guy as a human being. Hyung said that it really was too cheeky and gave him a rude look. The man looked at it in fright and didn't understand anything. Hyung said that it was over and there was no need to focus on it. He pointed a finger at the man and said that whatever the original reason, he was still the one who saved them in the end, and he was also their comrade along with Doyle. He said that in the boss fight, he suffered the most and made the most impact. And in general, it is rather stupid for a man to draw his conclusions, as if he got caught by those lizards, he would barely survive and he should be afraid of that person. He asked again if he was going to continue spouting such nonsense towards Jun. The man looked down with shaking hands and Hyung asked if he dared to hit him. He asked what was wrong with him. All the people who were there started looking around awkwardly, and the man apologized. Hyung said he couldn't hear, and the man repeated it louder. Hyung looked in Jun's direction and said that the man should apologize to him, but to the one who saved him. The man approached Jun, who continued to sit back in silence, and bent down to apologize to him and say that he had behaved incorrectly. He hoped that the man would forgive him for those rude words. Inside the tower itself, human relations were based on the same principle. The man was dissatisfied with this and said to himself that they were all creatures. He knew that when they were caught, they didn't need him so much, and he risked his life whenever they needed something. He recalled all this, and now the situation became more complicated. He wondered why everyone was avoiding him. Another one person approached him and asked for forgiveness for not being able to support him, but he can also understand him because he knows their way of life. The man said he didn't know what he was hinting at, so he suggested just going ahead. He told me to wait a bit and listen to him. He asked the man if they didn't need tokens and artifacts. They looked in the direction of Doyle and Hyung, and they realized that those people had a whole treasure trove and artifacts along with tokens. He asked him if he wanted his share. The man asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and he said that it was all for the sake of survival. The man asked what it meant for survival, and he recalled that the man had said that to do this, they had to kill their savior. He said that no one should have been killed, and he gave a thumbs up. He said it was theft, of course, or else they'd lost everything, and he was well aware of the circumstances. They had already tried to just walk into Sector E and almost died, so they could steal as much as they could carry to become independent. The man asked what they should do if they were caught. He said they were going to be killed, and the guy spread his arms and said they were going to be killed anyway, so it didn't make any difference. The man said that he agreed with this and asked what about the plants. He said that they couldn't just recklessly attack them. The guy smiled and said that among his friends there is one who has a lot of tokens. He said he was a pro at it. The guy smiled at this news and told me to tell you more about it. There was a light on in the cave, and the guy started telling them that Kane was here too, and it was time to distribute the trophy. Hyun held out his hand and said that under their agreement, they were collecting the crown of Hargan for themselves. June agreed, and Hyung said that he thought he was a good guy from the beginning. June told him to get it over with, but he just laughed. Hyung looked to the side and told his partner to pick him up. Jun looked and wondered if we should have hit him one time. He closed his eyes and realized that even so, there was no reason for him not to hate him since he was just a little weird. He turned his head to the side and looked at the weapon. Hyung told Jun to take the blue scale sword and rare relics as they agreed. Jun mainly used short blades, so this sword wasn't suitable for him. His classification was as follows: a two-handed weapon of rank D+. The description was as follows: the scimitar that Hargan used. It carried the power of fire, and due to its high durability, it could destroy anything. Jun knew that he still didn't know where these artifacts would be useful to him right now, but they might be valuable items in the tower. Ownership of Hargan's lair. June will get the right to all rare items and resources that were inside the lair. List of lair items: 1 red orc helmet, 2 axe scream, 3 times the crystal X 3 times. Jun realized that there was something useful after all. Karshuna's dagger. He was armed with a one-handed D-class weapon. The description was as follows: a dagger that was used throughout the life of the unknown war. Initially, it was a simple weapon that wasn't difficult to find, but gradually, it absorbed the quality of its master and became much stronger. Warrior support: as your skill level increases with this dagger, your attack power and speed will increase. Jun could see that his knives were already blunted, and this dagger is just right for him to complete his training to the end. He looked up, and Doyle asked him what he didn't like. Jun said that there weren't any useful items, but it wouldn't be superfluous, so they shouldn't worry about him. Jun told him to look up and asked if he was tired of hiding there. Doyle looked up in surprise, and there was a blue portal. A voice came from there, and he said that there was a little bit of this, but playing hide and seek, you couldn't get caught by the driver. The voice said that June had been quick-witted along the way. A merchant got out and he held his head and said that he just wanted to surprise them. He came down to the ground, and Doyle and Hyung asked if June knew the merchant too. The merchant said it was loud and he would have called their relationship special. The merchant said that he also hadn't seen these guys in a while, and it seems to him that one meeting since they bought a return ticket from him was quite a long time ago. Hyung noticed this, and when I remember how much they paid him back then, it makes him feel bad. He understood that to get close to the mysterious merchant, one would need to be in the top 1 of the training rankings, but Jun was the same person who was personally chosen by the mysterious merchant. The merchant came up to them and said that next time he would pretend that he didn't know anything, because it wasn't interesting at all. Jun asked if he thought it was too easy since it seemed like they had already seen through him. Jun said that he would sell him the ownership of the lair and the blue scale sword for 150 tokens. The merchant idly assumed that Jun wanted to bargain with him if he wanted to take 150 grand. He decided to bargain, but Jun immediately offered 160 tokens. The merchant hesitantly said that he couldn't after Jun raised the price to 180. The merchant said that he should pay an equal price. The newest one raised the price to 200 tokens. The merchant smiled and asked if he really thought that at this price, a cake was really possible. Jun raised the price to 300 tokens and said that the faster he bought, the better, and if he was slow, the price would go up and up. He said that if he didn't agree, then he would be left with nothing and the lair would disappear. And all the crystals that are here will also disappear. The merchant said they could easily be found anywhere. But he was surprised when Jun noticed that the merchant said that finding a magic crystal was easy, but the sample of which is more than 70 units is simple, and he did not know this, and then he will have to get rid of all this. He didn't understand why the reward for the Hargan's Lair quest was so small, and why ownership of the lair was being transferred as a reward. The tower is a place where rewards are given out according to the achievements received, and Hargan's Lair is an area where you could mine high-grade magic crystals. These crystals were the primary means by which magical power could be stored and transmitted. It served the same function as the conductors on Earth. The higher the sample, the higher its power transmission efficiency was, which was why they were usually very expensive, especially those with a sample of more than 70 units. That was why the mysterious merchant had his eye on Hargan's Lair. The merchant said that 300 tokens for a magic crystal was too expensive. After Jun raised his price to 400 tokens. He understood that there was no doubt that there were such expensive magic crystals, and the higher the grade, the harder it was to get such a crystal, but since he had the opportunity, why didn't he knock some extra tokens out of the merchant? The merchant held up his hands and agreed to the offer. He asked to stop raising his price as he agreed to the amount he offered, given that he would no longer raise it. He said that they would go bankrupt at this rate, and with his head down, Jun said that he was selling it for 405 tokens, and 5 grand was for wasting his time. The merchant was upset and said it was the first time he had ever seen a man who was even more violent than he was. The system message said that he had sold the blue scale skill and the ownership of Hargan's Lair. 405 tokens were received. The merchant was upset and realized that he had been tricked by an ordinary gambler. Jun looked at the stats and his number of tokens was 698. The comrade stood there and did not understand what was going on. Jun turned his head and told the frustrated merchant to wait there. The merchant said it was a scam and he had nothing else left. He turned around and asked him what he wanted to take away from him. Jun said that if you listened to him, you would think that Jun was a bandit of some sort. Jun wanted to buy something. The merchant was delighted and asked him what he wanted. Jun pointed to his mask and said that he wanted one of his own because it was broken. The merchant shook his head. He held out his hand to the side and said that he had plenty of them and would sell them for 1111 strength. Jun said it was in addition to what he had already bought. Hyung looked away with a smile and didn't know where this was even seen. Jun said that he was canceling the deal because he didn't care. The merchant got angry and he snapped his fingers. He said that he had done a great job during the course so he could pick it up as a special offer. He said that if he continued to make such a mess, he would not come again. The system message said that he had received a white ghost mask. The classification was a C+ helmet. The description was as follows: a mask associated with several spirits. It gave a strange look and hid the face. This mask wasn't too difficult to remove or drop, and also one reduced the damage received. The merchant went to the portal and Jun put on a new mask. It felt like it was stuck to his face, but he liked it because it wasn't easy to remove, and it also protected him from various injuries. The system message said that a white ghost mask was received. Jun thanked the merchant and he said that he knew what real gratitude is and went to the portal. He looked in Jun's direction and said that he was foolishly brave to sell magic crystals. He asked if it was because he knew about the situation. Jun asked what he was talking about, and the merchant said that he just misunderstood him. He went into the portal and thought deeply about the magic stones with high-end breakdown, and he realized that they were the basis of high-quality artifacts. They formed a certain layer in the market, which is why they had a certain price. He realized that the mysterious merchant had so absurdly agreed to buy them even though the price was high, which meant that the demand for them had suddenly increased. He realized that it was unlikely that this was due to the number of new players. There could only be one reason. It was because, for some reason, it was necessary to produce more high-quality artifacts. It was a war. He realized that then things would clear up and inside the tower, the rivalry between clans and players would get tougher. Hyung asked what they were going to do next, and Jun asked what he was talking about. Hyung said what about what they would do next according to the plan of action. He said that Jun had collected enough tokens and now it was possible to move to Sector F. Jun was originally ranked 150th and now it has risen to 52. He looked at the top leaders and realized that, however, the difference with the first place was still great. He still had a few things to do, and the boss who resided in Sector E was the most outstanding hidden part of training. He realized that it was time to go after him and he refused Hyung, saying that he wasn't going to move to the new sector yet. He said that he needed to check out the first place. Hyung was surprised by this, and Doyle said that he also wanted to know something. He asked Jun if he wanted to stay on the team with them. Doyle offered to be on the team together until they completed their training, and after they did, he also offered to be together. He clenched his hands into fists and said with a smile that the truth was that he and Hyung had already talked it over a long time ago and they would have made a good team, and even better than they expected. Jun shook his head and the other man said that if they formed a team of 3, they would achieve a lot of success. Jun said it wouldn't work and he said he had things to do. Doyle said that since he was talking like that, he could finish everything and join them later. Jun said that he wasn't interested in finding a team from the beginning and didn't really like being associated with anyone or anything. Doyle was upset and his companion put her hands on his shoulder with a smile. Hyung said that there was nothing to be done about it, each person had their own nature because they couldn't force him to go against his will. Hyung suggested we leave together. He turned his head and said that they would go now and they would be waiting outside. They came to the surface and walked through the swamp of humanoid lizards. Jun realized that it would take him a long time to leave this place. He went ahead and dealt with the lizards, there were a lot of them on the way back, so he decided to leave with Hyung and Doyle until they got through all this swamp. The players standing at the back only followed the other comrades who were defending the entire place. Jun knew that if they screwed up here, they would be in a difficult situation together with a group of other people. Jun looked to the side and asked Hyung what would happen to all these people now. He looked at them and said that it was impossible to say exactly what would happen to them now, but he was sure that they should have taken them out of the swamp area for safety. Jun said they couldn't be bothered forever and something had to be done. Hyung said that he still had a sense of humanity and couldn't just leave. Junya thought about this feeling and didn't understand how it was supposed to be in training. Jun had always felt this way, and despite their poise, they were too kind. The guy excused himself and asked if Doyle might have accidentally shared any food with them. People by nature were sometimes too kind, and that could be toxic to them. Doyle held out a bag of food and apologized for not being able to give them more and asked them to take at least this. The man thanked him and accepted the food. Jun thought this place was filled with people who were just waiting for a chance to stab her in the back. He was looking at all this, and even if he said it, it was obvious that no one would listen to him, and in any case, he didn't want to worry too much about it because he was about to leave this place and these people. After that, the man approached Mr. Iden with a bag and said that he brought food once you asked for. He looked at all this with a smile and realized that he had already gathered quite a lot of people and this was just survival. He said that they could steal these people, but that was only stage 1. If they also wanted to steal tokens or artifacts, it would attract quite a lot of attention and it was all nonsense. The man, idly smiling, wondered if it was enough to just put it all away. He understood that their enemies were ranked 3rd and 11th, and that guy who defeated the Lizard King was quite strong. He licked his lips and knew that if he could get all these guys to explain why he was here, then first place would be real enough. He looked at Jun and understood that there was something creepy about this guy, and when he was watching him, he didn't even know if he was doing it on purpose or not. But when their gazes collided, he felt a chilling and cold-blooded gaze from that white mask. He thought that Jun was like demons who saw right through him, and it gave the guy goosebumps. One of the people came up to Hyung and Doyle and said that some people there suddenly felt unwell. They looked at them and people asked if it was possible to go slower, as it was very hard for them and many people wanted to take a break. They shouted that they couldn't walk and had nothing left. They said that even if they got out of here, they would still go to feed the monsters. They said it would be better to stay here. Hyun closed her eyes and clutched her head. He said maybe I should have given them some tokens and left them here. The guy realized that now was the right time, and one of the people said with a smile that they had all been imprisoned all this time and he thought they were just mentally exhausted. He knew that these people who had saved them were busy, but he asked if they remembered to rest for a while wherever they were nearby. The guy had been standing off to the side the whole time, smiling. He knew that the group of scavengers hiding in the shadows, consisting of several dozen people, was the right moment when they would reach the specified place and the trap would close. That's when they can get their hands on them. The man looked at all this and knew that everything would be easy. He looked to the side and saw Jun standing in front of him, looking at him questioningly, after which a shout rang out and everyone looked to the side. Jun went ahead and stabbed the man to death. A lot of people were standing and watching. Jun turned his head and he knew that his target was the players who were together with that dead guy. He took one of the guys by the head and swung his sword. They began to worry and wonder how Jun had even found out about all this. Jun delivered a cutting blow to one of them, and he realized that by using his heightened senses, he was able to capture the environment that was changing every minute in this place. He remembered the times when the guy was thinking about Youngwoo's look and he was giving out some instructions to the other players. He avoided everyone's eyes, even when Velasquez was there. It was obvious enough that he was hiding something, so he took advantage of his heightened senses and prepared for any eventuality. He soon realized that there was a group of people lying in ambush somewhere waiting for them. He understood that these people could only be scavengers. He raced after the other guy and realized that he would hit one before they started moving. Hyung uncomprehendingly stood in front of Jun with his arms spread apart and asked him what he was doing. Jun said he was a fool and if he didn't think straight, he should step aside. Jun looked to the side and said that until the situation was resolved, it was best for him to sit quietly and watch everything. Hyung looked around and they were surrounded by people who were smiling and had their weapons ready. Hyung and Doyle pressed their backs together, ready to defend themselves. One of the guys asked what it all meant and the other said they were all caught. He punched Tom in the face, and he said they didn't need that kind of garbage. Hyung watched all of this while holding his sword and realized that they had gotten rid of an ordinary player. He didn't understand what kind of fools they were. Jun rushed forward and realized that it was people who created the dungeon, and usually scavengers are not the only ones who were engaged in looting. Among them, there were also those who made a pact with monsters, becoming a decoy pretending to be injured, and instead of luring players into a trap pretending to be weak players, and monsters got their loot as the player himself, and scavengers took the artifact and tokened themselves. Jun knew that most of the players imprisoned in that dungeon were probably killed. After that, we see a blue sky, and someone laughed and did not suspect that it was a bloody blade and a fox's tail. He supposed it would be cool if they could catch them. The guy took the crystal that glowed with a blue light and said that apart from those crazy siblings, Pant and Edaru, they were actually the best team. The very fact that they had crushed them would be astounding, and they must have had a lot of things. The boy looked at this crystal and said that he would take the Dragon Slayer sword that Bloodblade was carrying with him. That guy was joking. He said that he one will take this sword wheelbarrow. Another guy said that whoever one takes it, he will be his master. His name was Noin. Subai Sidla told them all to shut up, because they had to calculate everything and so they had to stop leaking, and the best thing was to think about what they would do with the reward they were giving for the Lizard King. He looked at the crystals and said that he didn't see them and there was something fishy about it. He asked his friend to contact Aiden. He held the crystal in his hands and nothing came out. They didn't understand where they had gone and told Noin to check on Leonid's location. A voice called out from the crystal, but a bloody hand was lying next to it. Subai didn't understand what was going on and couldn't contact his comrades. He understood that they were just arguing over their dragon sword, but for some reason they stopped responding. He thought about it and realized that in this case it was an attack. He stood up and began to turn his head. He understood that he was in the 15th place in the top players, and judging by his abilities, he was in the top 10 at all. He shouted out where his comrades were and walked forward. He didn't understand why he hadn't been able to notice the signs of an attack before all of his comrades had died. He looked to the side and noticed how his comrade was lying on the ground and was completely covered in blood. I quietly told him to run and said demon. Jun appeared from behind him, and he was very scared that he could feel her chilling gaze from behind. After that, we flashed to the people who surrounded Doyle and Hyung. Hyung had read that they considered themselves vigilantes who kept the training under their control. After that, there was a blow to one from the opponents and it was Jun. He started throwing punches at the other guys, and they were yelling at them to stop him. Doyle and Hyung helped him, and the men surrendered, begging for mercy. The system message wrote that the information about the scavenger hostess collapsed. When they first showed their true colors, people were on their knees and said that they not only did what they were asked to do, but they couldn't do anything about it. They said that they had no choice but to take their side in order to survive. Hyung asked how they were different from Hargan then. People didn't understand what he was talking about, and Hyung approached the man and once again asked how they were different from the Hargan who ate their comrades. He said that they were complete idiots. Hyun stabbed the man with a sword and said that Hargana cried when she saw his wife and children killed, and they trafficked people and there was nothing. He said that they still stayed with the deceived people and killed. People looked at the whole picture and Hyung realized that he was born the son of one of the great tower players. By rejecting his father's influence, he had achieved everything on his own. He looked at the dead person and understood that such a person just needed to get a confession. Jun walked over to his companions who were sitting on a rock, and Hyung said that they all thought they were still rescuing people who were caught by the Lizard King, but it turned out that everyone who did the dirty work and was a prisoner was dying. There were only those who ran all these cases left, and this should have been a big shock. Doyle was covering her face with her hand, and June said that he had seen this happen many times in Africa, but it was the first time they had encountered it. Jun knew that now they must have doubted people and felt anger towards him for doing such bad things. He understood that these were incredibly complex feelings. He said that there was no cure for this and all that was left was to wait and get your thoughts and mental state in order yourself. Hyung asked how Jun was feeling, but he said he was used to it by now. He didn't understand what kind of life he had, because he can't even imagine. He asked all the people were like that in his world. Jun said that if everyone became like him, the world would go completely mad. Hyung covered his face with his hands and he asked if he could be honest. He said all those damned pretenders pretending to be victims were so scared, but the truth was he was also a little scared when he thought of himself. Jun listened to him in silence, and Hyung stood up and asked him how he could stay cool even in such a situation. He asked him if he suspected these people from the beginning or if he just never trusted anyone. Hyung looked ahead and realized that it should have been about him and his friendie, and not all this time they were players who were inside this tower, which is why it was better not to trust anyone, but they created a team based only on trust. It would be difficult to end their relationship in a good way, and Hyung and Doyle had a particularly strong sense of trust in each other, and it was a big blow to both of them to realize that the relationship was only for their own benefit. Jun looked ahead and realized that they didn't think of each other as strangers, and the smiling Hyung and the good-natured Doyle had a lot of human feelings and emotions, but they had their own. He has his own point of view. Jun suggested that they break up here, and he knew they weren't the same, so they'd better break up right now. Doyle jumped up and Hyung held out his hand. Doyle asked him what had come over him and asked him to tell him everything. Doyle said that Kane would do them a lot of good and they couldn't just go their separate ways. Hyung asked him to sit down again and looked at him with displeasure. He said it was the best option. Doyle looked at him blankly. They looked at each other and looked at the sword that was sticking out of the ground. They didn't think it was a keychain and Hyung said it was an Arangdan badge. He said it was all very strange, and he didn't understand why the people from Arangdan no Blue Flower Island, who were trying to keep things in order for no particular benefit, were suddenly making such a mess. Beyond Arangdan was Blue Flower Island. Such large clans inside the tower could be counted on one's fingers. Of course, there were a lot of candidates to join, so they only selected the ones they liked the most. Blue Flower Island created Arangdan to control the world, but many clans and players still doubted his true intentions. They whispered and spread rumors, but in the absence of any evidence, there was nothing to do but simply drop the case, or it was all just a cover for effective control of the scavengers. Doyle said that, come to think of it, Blue Flower Island had suddenly decided to create Arangdan, which was strange since Ardia had already completely destroyed the scavengers inside. Hyung made a face and assumed that they needed a more reliable system, which was why he didn't want to drag Jun into all this, but he felt like he really had things to do that he absolutely had to finish. Doyle knew this very well, and he apologized to him and told him that in any case, he had to see that Fool build and solve his problem. Hyung told him to go ahead to the place where Bigrid was. Bigrid is another one hidden item. It was in order to get it that Hyung and Doyle needed Hargan's crown. It was a sword that could help them turn the situation in their favor and defeat Pant and Edora, who had the upper hand in points. This sword that they wanted to end up with in training. Doyle smiled and asked what he was saying. He said that he also wanted to see the faces of these fools, as he was curious to death. After that, we see a blue sky, and someone said that no matter how much he pretended to be smart, he always ended up acting like a fool, after which someone walked on the grass and stopped in place. It was June, and he looked around and said they were stupid. He had a rough idea of where the two of them were going and what they were thinking after such an unexpected breakup. He looked into the distance and realized that he still had to go east to finish all the business. He knew that if he didn't do it now, he would never do it again, and he would never have a better chance. If he had asked her to come with me on the eve of their breakup, would they have refused just as dryly or not? Jun wondered. He closed his eyes and walked forward, after which, we are transported to a scene where two men were standing near a set of weapons. One asked if Group 2 was destroyed. He believed that this guy was the culprit. He was angry and said that they could have caught him, but they couldn't pass up this chance, and that's not even counting the fact that they lost their Hargan. He said they were idiots and now he would have to deal with it himself. The man asked for forgiveness, said that he had nothing to say about this, and the other man asked to cook one group. The guy raised his head and asked did the man mean those people. The squad that was called the Valor Squad in Arangdan are special players who were raised on Blue Flower Island. The man didn't know if he wanted to use the three of them. He said that the three of them were superior to Group 2 and were able to deal with Bloodblade Foxtail and that masked guy. He said that they had to take into account all the details and he felt that he would have to go with them too. The guy put his hand to his chin and began to think about everything. With all the losses they had suffered, there might be some difficulties with this, and Bloodblade and Foxtail didn't know what to expect from them. And that masked guy instead didn't exactly know if he could have been someone secretly sent by or if he was just too suspicious. He understood that it was only necessary to act as secretly as possible, and it was necessary to destroy them and not leave any evidence. After Ardia's disappearance, the world that was once established inside the tower was gradually weakening, and this was not surprising. So at any moment everything could just collapse. But first of all, they needed to stock up on a powerful force so that no one knew about it. Then they looked up and realized it was an invasion. Everything started to fall apart, and the guy asked what it was. Another guy ran inside and said that they had come. It was a blood blade and a foxtail. The guy looked out of hiding and rocks were flying in his direction. He looked ahead and saw Hyung and Doyle enter through the opening. The fog shattered and Hyun fiercely clenched his hand into a fist and started shouting. He began to emit a bright energy and repels other people. One of them took his sword with a smile and said that he was still bored in this training and took out a weapon to have fun against the son of the Iron Lion. Hyung also swung his sword, and they crossed swords. After that, we are transported to another place and see a wide wasteland where the orcs lived and set up their village. The orcs also looked away and Jun cut off one of their heads. The other orc hesitated and was about to attack him with his sword, but Jun pinned him to the wall and was about to kill him, but orc started begging for mercy and Jun said that he would only ask him about one. He asked if he had seen the hunter's camp and if they might have been hiding in the mountains. The frightened monster said that he had never seen it himself, and the tribesmen said that when they went to investigate, they saw a strange house. Jun realized that this was what he was looking for and the monster reported to him that it was very high and they couldn't get there by themselves. Jun realized that this must have been the location of an informant who knew where to find the hidden boss snake Akasha. This boss appeared at a certain time in a certain place under certain conditions, and Jun couldn't find it without the help of this person. Jun asked where it was all located. Jun remembers his brother, who was attacked by a huge snake. He thinks that Akashi's snake periodically comes out to breathe air, and at the same time to fill an empty stomach. His brother did not know this and decided to go to this boss, and at the moment of approaching troubles, he met this man, a man who also helped his brother and Arsha in a critical situation. Jun remembers that this was Youngwoo's first teacher, Galliard. Jun went to a small house that was near the edge of the cliff looking at it. He asked what it was here. Jun stepped closer and knocked on the door, then excused himself. Suddenly, someone came up behind him and asked who he was. Jun turned around and saw an elf holding a dead animal on his shoulder. He had a displeased look, and behind him was a bow and arrow. Jun thought that Galliard was not a human, he was one of the few elves, and even among them he was considered a dark elf with innate elf abilities. Galliard discontentedly approached Jun. Jun introduced himself saying that his name is Jun. Galliard frowned and replied that from the fact that his name is Jun, why is he mistaken near someone else's house? Jun, looking ahead, said that he had learned about Galliard from a friend of his. There was one thing he would like to buy. He asked that his name was Galliard after all. Galliard looked at Jun with a puzzled expression, and then Jun said that he wanted to find Undyne's tear. Galliard was holding a dead animal on his back, and then he asked what Jun had learned about it from, and Jun said that he had learned from Braham that Braham was Galliard's ancient friend and Jiangwu's second teacher. Galliard gritted his teeth and slapped his hand across his face, and then he said that he was an idiot. He had asked him to be quiet, and he started again. And Jun thought that even though he didn't know him by sight, it was unlikely that they would ever see each other again, and what difference did it make? Galliard opened the door, then said there was nothing he could do about it. Galliard went inside with Jun, and there were many different trophies inside the house. Galliard laid the dead body of the animal on the table, and then looking at Jun said that he was saying that he needed Undyne's tear. Jun replied that he did. He thought of her, that glittering blue crystal, and then wondered if it was an artifact that contained a large amount of Akashic energy, which might be good food for her. Galliard stared at Jun and then said that he knew what the conditions were, and Jun said that he did. And then he thought that the problem was that only Galliard knew how to make an Undyne tear properly. In front of Jun, a system message appeared. Galliard said that this is great, they won't delay and start now. The system message announced that Galliard's hidden quest description. Dark Elf Galliard has been looking for someone who has the right for a long time, so he conducts tests for players. It must be a clever player worthy of getting his approval. You need to play hide and seek with Galliard. The player will become a driver and will have to catch him 5 out of 10 times, then the test will be considered completed. The reward depends on the number of successful attempts, over 3 times Undyne tier, over 5 times Undyne tier plus unknown. Jun thought that the number of people who had been able to pass the Galliard test in the past few decades didn't exceed 5, but if they all succeeded, they would have obtained the technique that Galliard had mastered. Lightning Fast Step, a special skill that has been passed down from ancient times among dark elves only to the winner. This skill makes the body as agile as possible. It also hides traces. This skill is ideal for him, but faster body movements are not his only advantage. A lightning fast step can be the key to one of the best earth compression skills. Jun held 2 daggers in his hand and looked at Galliard. Galliard said that the test was simple, he was hiding, and Jun had to find him and touch him. The time was limited, 15 minutes for each attempt. Galliard waved his hand and then said that he had a big difference in skill with him, so Jun would have a handicap. He would only use one hand and would not use any other skills other than the skill to move. Galliard darted out of the way with great speed, then said they would start. Jun looked in front of him with a puzzled expression. He saw that Galliard seemed to have vanished into thin air, and he wondered if his movements were really like the wind, impossible to catch with the naked eye. However, Jun's eyes lit up, and a green aura appeared around him as he thought that he was using the enhanced senses, Dragon Eye. Everything Jun saw in front of him lost its color, and a green aura appeared in front of him leading behind the mountain. Jun carefully looked at the farthest point where the aura led. Then he frowned and wondered what it was. Jun swung his dagger in front of him with great force. Then he sent it straight for Galliard, but the dagger missed Galliard's feet by a millimeter. Galliard furrowed his brows and looked at Jun with a puzzled expression, and Jun thought that the lightning step had a big drawback. Galliard was gone again, but there was a green aura coming from him in which direction he had run, and Jun wondered if the movement was leaving waves in its wake. Jun ran in the wake of the wave. Holding a dagger in front of him, he thought that it was obvious that his eye would not miss the waves. Jun glanced at the lone tree, then let go of the dagger and wondered if Galliard had gone west this time, behind that withered tree. Galliard barely dodged the knife that was flying at him, but he didn't know how Jun did it. Suddenly Galliard saw Juna behind him, her hand reaching out to him. But Galliard jumped up at the last second. Galliard strode forward, his brow furrowed even higher, but Jun caught him by the arm. Galliard frowned at Juna. Jun took Galliard's hand and replied that he had touched it, and the first attempt was his. In front of Jun, system messages appeared saying that he had caught the Dark Elf 7 times. All attempts were successful. As a reward he received an Undying Tear. He can get an additional reward. For this he must talk to Galliard. Galliard put his hand on his head, smiling, and then said with a laugh that he didn't think Jun could handle it so easily. Jun held out his hand to Galliard, and Galliard asked that Junu had some special technique. It didn't seem like it was so easy to learn. Jun said it was a secret. Galliard thought that it didn't seem like it would be possible to find out the true face of this young man. Looking up at the sky, Galliard said there was nothing to be done and they had to go. Jun stood in Galliard's small house and watched as Galliard pushed aside the nightstand. Galliard took out a small bag and then pulled it forward and told him to take it. This is it. And Jun looked at Galliard and thought that if someone wanted to steal something so valuable, it would be easy since Galliard was stupidly holding it in that corner. And then when he opened it, he saw Undyne's shining tear. A system message appeared in front of him saying that this is an Undyne tear, classification gem, rank, and description sacred item. A stone filled with Akashic energy can be a great find for someone who wants to fight the Akashic snake, but it can also turn into a disaster for those who can't fight the boss. Contains the spirit Undynes and the power of water. Jun wondered what it was. Galliard, looking at Juna, said that he should be careful with this. If the energy breaks out, it can end badly. Jun replied that he knows. Jun thought that Akasha was originally someone who couldn't manifest in the material world, and if you tried to materialize this energy, a big bang could happen. Galliard held out the book, which had a golden sign on it. He told Jun to take it. A system message appeared in front of Jun that a lightning step, a rank with a skill level of 0%. Only selected Dark Elf fighters can learn this skill. Body movements become light, and a fast attack becomes possible. Along with an increase in the skill level, the speed also increases. Rapid body movement temporarily increases the attack speed. While attacking an enemy every 5 seconds, the attack speed is doubled, the critical damage level is also increased by 7%, and the lightning step skill is obtained. Jun looked down at his hand. A green aura appeared around him. He thought that the feeling that his body had become lighter. A system message appeared in front of him. That from this moment on, he was able to move quickly, his senses were sharpened, and his physical abilities became more developed. Jun stared intently ahead and thought that the vessel was ready. It was only necessary to fill it. But of all the stats, he still lacks magic power. He can only replenish it by catching the snake. Its abilities go beyond the real one. Galliard, leaning on the table with a smile, said that, by the way, this time there are a lot of amazing players in the tutorial, including himself. He kept thinking for hundreds of rounds of the tutorial whether someone will appear who can figure him out, and here he is, or he just gets old. Jun looked at the seated Galliard and asked if there was anyone else besides him. Galliard replied that there were 2 people. It seems they were brother and sister. They both got Undyne's tear and lightning step just like him. Jun, looking at Galliard, said that's how. He thought that it seems that he knows who it is. These are the 1st and 2nd rank tutorials. Like their names are Edora and Pant. To get the same points, they definitely had to visit here. Galliard looked at Juna, then asked where he was going with this. He didn't look like a magician or an alchemist. He meant why he needed Undyne's tear. Jun replied that he wanted to go to the Akasha snake, which shocked Galliard. Galliard looked down, puzzled, and said that he was talking Akasha. Galliard looked at Juna in disappointment and then excused himself to say that she had already been killed. Jun, looking ahead, was depressed. He could not answer anything, and Galliard said that she was killed by the 2 people he had already mentioned. Jun came to the place where the snake was supposed to be summoned. There were cracks everywhere, and there was a huge amount of blood on the floor. Jun looked ahead and wondered how they knew about this place, but no one knew about it except Ardia. Jun took a couple of steps forward and thought that during the tutorial, she could show up about once every 3 days, and from these traces, you can tell that about a week has passed. Suddenly, something caught his attention and he looked away. What he saw seriously startled him, and he looked at it with a puzzled expression. There was a huge snake corpse in front of Jun. There was a huge amount of blood everywhere. Jun looked at Akasha and thought that they only took the most necessary parts of the poison and its energy. Jun got down on one knee and stared at Akasha's head, wondering how it looked like even if dozens of players attacked her at once, it wouldn't be so easy to catch her, and how the 2 of them managed to do it together. Jun stared ahead and thought that it seemed like he didn't even know how strong these people could be or not. Jun looked at the snake's bloody head and wondered if they might have had something. Jun took off his mask and sighed. He sat down on the rocks and closed his eyes, looking up, and then wondered what he should do next. The top players appeared in front of him, where he was on the 40th place, and he thought that he should definitely push and break out on the first place. But time flies very quickly. Even if he does everything possible, he will rise to the 11th place, at best to the 8th, but not close to the first place. Jun covered his eyes with his hand and thought that besides, he would only be able to complete the restoration of the ancestral skill if he had Akashic energy. All his plans were now confused. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He looked over Akasha's dead head and saw the bloodied footprints and wondered what it was. Looking at Jun's blood, he wondered if there were traces of a heavy blow, if they were trying to extract something from the skull, maybe the brain. Looking at the bloody footprints, he continued to think that there were several of them. Judging by the footprints, it must have been someone else besides Adora and Pant. Jun moved closer to the tracks and touched them with his hand. He wondered if they were orcs, what they needed, he needed to check it out. A system message appeared in front of Jun that the remaining time of the tutorial was 150 hours, 43 minutes, and 11 seconds. A warrior in gray armor with a scar on his cheek and black hair appears in front of us. This is the 6th rank of the tutorial, Pain. He is puzzled and asks that he is called to hunt. Before him stands a warrior in the same armor as him. He bows and says that this is exactly what Mr. Build ordered, to gather the entire first group. Pain waves it off and says with a frown that they should send someone else. He is now spending all his strength on maintaining the rating. Let them pass it to him, he will understand it. Pain thought that he needs to get into the top 5. Then he can get recognition on the island when he gets to the tower, go like this far from it, because of some murder by some bunch of idiots who aren't even in the top 10. The warrior replies that this is a special order from Mr. Build, and those who refuse to comply with it will be suspended, which shocked Paina. He looked at the knight in front of him with a puzzled expression and asked what he was saying in particular. The knight said yes, and he personally led the first squad. The knight went on to say that he also said that he would give all of Arangdan's tokens to someone who would bring him those guys. These words shocked Pain. He thought that all the tokens, after all, it's several thousand tokens, all this he will give to one person. This is a chance to increase the ranking at a time, and it also means that the build will rely on this person in the future. Pain began to listen carefully to the knight. The knight continued to say that he also added that you need to be as careful as possible since those people completely destroyed the second group. Pain thought that stop, if they destroyed the second group, then doesn't it mean that all their tokens were taken from them? In this case he can even rise above the 5th place of the rating. Pain smiled and said that alright, let the knight tell Build that he was moving out immediately. We are being transported to the mountains. Jun makes his way through the forest following the bloodstains, and a system message appears in front of him that the lightning step skill level has been raised to 1%. Jun looked into one of the caves and wondered what this place was like and what they were going to do here. As Jun started to walk forward, a system message appeared in front of him that he had entered the Akashic Snake Cave. Jungkook looked around and thought that this was a snake cave. There was another place where it lived. When Jun went inside, he saw the bloodstained footprints on the floor leading deeper into the cave, and the cave itself was lit by burning candles hanging from the ceiling. He wondered if this was the cave where her cubs or male were located. But the fact that the orcs had so carefully moved her brain here indicates that this is the place where she was born. Something's wrong. Jun walked on. He saw the suspension bridge. He wondered if even if it wasn't, there was something here that had to do with the Akasha snake. What Jun saw shocked him. One of the orcs struck a drum with his club. I saw an incredible picture, a crowd of orcs worshipping the brain of Akasha that was lying on a pedestal, and in the wall behind the pedestal there was an incredibly large hole. Jun looked at Akasha's yellow brain. Next to it were mountains of monster corpses. The orc shaman, holding a staff in his hand, shouted that evil people had killed their deity. Let the snake gather all its anger and be reborn. They sacrificed their warrior to it. Let it be reborn with a new greatest power and punish those people. The shaman lit the coals, and then the bodies of the monsters. Looking at this, Jun thought that this is not normal. Akasha's brain began to smoke. Then, a second later, it lit up and pulsed. The ripple increased with each passing second. And then, all of a sudden, someone jumped out of my brain. Akasha opened her mouth menacingly and began to recover from her brain. In front of Jun, there was a system message that the hidden quest rite of resurrection. Description: a creature created from a part of the body and spirit of the Akasha snake. If you give it enough Akasha energy, it can be revived. Orcs are going to resurrect Akasha using an ancient rite. You need to stop the rite of resurrection and destroy the snake before it. If it grows, the reward is unknown. Jun, shocked, looking ahead, wondered what it meant, and porridge can be resurrected. Jun folded his hands and went behind the wall, and then thought that it might be that the result will be much better compared to what it should have been originally. The longer Akasha's resurrection lasts, the larger her body becomes, which means that the energy that is hidden inside her also increases. The main component for resurrection is of course energy. Similarly, with the vampire blade battery, the more energy it absorbs, the more powerful it becomes, then it needs even more food. Akashi's huge snake was standing in front of Juna, and Juna wondered if the bigger it grew, the more it would want to absorb energy, so where would he find enough food for it to fill itself to overflowing? Jun thought that Undyne's tears wouldn't be enough, so there was nothing left. Jun smiled and wondered what else to do but bring her more sacrificial food. We are taken to the camp of the humanoid lizards. Someone says that they should not talk about the fact that their king is dead. Before us appears the 21st chapter of the humanoid lizards of Krerak. He looks at his subordinate and says that if the orcs find out, they will immediately attack. They must be extremely careful. The lizard comes out of the tent, and the head holding his head says that his head is splitting. Suddenly, he feels something, and his body starts shaking. June stabs him in the head with her dagger, and the last thing the head has time to say is that he is a murderer. June grabs the body of one of the monsters, and then he throws it to the lizard. He thinks that from the outside it looks like the orc wanted to make an attempt, but in the end both died. Jun stretches out his hand in a fiery rage, and flames start pouring out of his hand. The tent begins to burn, and Jun looks at it and thinks that the skill level is still not enough, but it's enough that it can start a fire. June leaves the camp, and the lizards run anxiously to the burning tent, shouting that this is an orc invasion. June wonders that the next target is on the western side. It's time for him to add more wood to the fire. Jun lit a fire. At first the lit flame in the western jungle was small, but the flames gradually engulfed the kobold village and grew. The flames burned a huge amount of territory, and they gradually spread to the nearby territories and greedily devoured everything in their path. The goblin was looking at the huge raging flames in the forest. Kobold and Goblin had to forget about their home and start a large-scale immigration, as a result of which a conflict with the monsters living in those territories began. But in the end even they were forced to leave the territory, fleeing from the fire. This mess spread to the entire East sector like a domino effect. The Goblin ran into the tent with a frightened expression on his face as he shouted, "Lord!" A goblin appears in front of us, who is sitting on a throne with a monster's skull on his head. He says that he is not just a ruler, he is a king, but at this moment an arrow flies to the head of a goblin who has just entered the tent. Goblin sitting on the throne menacingly look at his queen. This is the Goblin King Cronum. He asks that the orcs have appeared. The queen replies that they already have many dead tribes. Orcs were found in the village. The Goblin King menacingly gritted his teeth, saying that the orcs didn't know their goals, but the goblins would never forget this grudge. Suddenly, another goblin enters the tent and shouts that its king. The kobolds have sent a message. They declare that they will take revenge on them. Together with the orcs, they have formed an alliance. The Goblin King Bee stands up menacingly from his throne and shouts back with a furrowed brow that he should announce this to everyone. They will face them and kill all the orcs. They look at the goblins and say that the orcs are their worst enemies. They killed their leader. They must take revenge on them. One of the kobolds says that they will also fight with the goblins against the orcs. Cobalt clenches his fist and glares at the goblins, then says that they are not the only ones like this. Beastman says that ogres and trolls were also attacked by the name, and not all should temporarily unite. The Goblin King raises his axe and says menacingly that they won't just wait. Even the cowardly lizardmen have declared war on the orcs. The valiant goblins can't stay away. The Goblin King raised his axe and shouted after him, "He will tear this orc king apart." The kobolds and beastmen also raised their hands in the air. They shouted that they would go after the Goblin King. They would take revenge and kill all the orcs. Jun watched from the tree as the goblins, along with the kobolds and beastmen, went on the attack. A system message appeared in front of him that he had instigated a deadly war between monsters, gaining extra points. Another system message appeared in front of him saying that a sudden quest was received, and so a description of monsters. Among the monsters of Sector E there was an unspoken law on the integrity of their territories. But this rule was violated, and a war broke out between the monsters. Jun must survive on the battlefield and stop the war. Finding its cause, Jun thought that everything is fine, everything is going as planned. Another system message appeared in front of him stating that the reward for completing the quest was the Monster Hunter title, the Goblin King's Eyes, the 5-colored monster gem, and additional merit points. Jun, sitting on a tree and looking down, thought that the more energy, the faster the process of resurrecting the snake goes. It turns out that it all started with the lizards and reached the battle of all the monsters. Maybe the new snake Kasha will be much more powerful than in all the previous tutorials. Jun smiled and thought that now the cup was full, he could just sit quietly to the side and only come out when necessary. That was enough. We are taken to a group of people. Pain is standing behind them, rummaging under his cloak, and then saying that there are too many useless people. A tall man walks past him and frowns, asking that yes, and who says it. Pain glares angrily at the man. The man responds in kind and asks him why he is staring so hard. What can he even do to him? Pain grits his teeth and answers that he is not too oborsal, grasses. He does not think about the consequences at all. Grassus smiles and then says that he's still thinking, but at least he's ready to take the consequences right now. A man comes up to them and separates them, and then with a smile they are told to stop these childish arguments. Every minute is important to them now in order to quickly deal with the goal. They understand this. The man looks at Paina carefully and tells them to listen. Their goal should be near the orc settlement. They should already finish this and return. Suddenly, the man notices something and gets seriously scared. He asks his comrades, looking around, what they heard. Pain asks what he is talking about. The group looks down at their feet and sees everything start to shake. The man, looking down, shouts for them to look at it. He asks why the earth can shake so much. And then the startled man points fearfully to the side. A huge number of beastly kobolds and goblins are running from there, all of them armed and giving off an aura of murderous intent. The group looks at them in fright, and the man says that this can't be happening. Startled, he turns around and shouts for everyone to retreat immediately. But the monsters are approaching them too fast, and if they don't yell for people to leave, block their way, they will kill them all. Just a second later, a wave of monsters engulfs people, and I start killing them one by one. As Pain cuts one of the goblins' necks, he thinks that they are insignificant creatures. It just can't be. He furrows his brows and wonders if his grandiose dream of becoming the Sword of the Sharp, no, Blue Flower Island, it can't just be destroyed by some monsters. A goblin appears behind Pain, brandishing an axe and shouting for the man to die. He hurls the axe at Pain at high speed. Pain, looking at the axe in fright, thinks that it is very fast. A second later, blood spurts out, and the goblins shout that they will kill everyone. We are being taken to an orc settlement. Someone says that I started a war yesterday. They broke through the northern barricades. The orc king Prakon appears in front of us, frowning at his subordinate, and then asks why the lizards suddenly started a war. One of the orcs kneels and says that he doesn't know. They didn't say something strange about their king being killed and they invaded their territory. They need the king's help. The orc king gets up angrily and shouts that these stupid lizards, how dare they, and why exactly in the midst of the rite of resurrection. Suddenly, the orc king stops and wonders what they want, and then he thinks that they, on the contrary, will be able to present the goddess with more sacrifices. The orc king smiles, and then sitting on the throne to say that the orc would tell the shaman that they will have many victims, and let him be careful. The orc, holding a mace in his hand, says that he understood. We are taken to the wall where goblins, beastmen, and kobolds with lizards are trying to break through. Orcs are trying their best to hold back the wall, shouting that they need to block their way. One of the goblins swings a giant rock violently, and then he hits the fortress with all his might. At the same time, the wall collapses, and all the monsters rush to the frightened orcs. The orc king looks in front of him, puzzled, and holds his sword. Suddenly, he notices something in the crowd. The goblin king appears in front of him. He smiles at the axe in his hands. He says that they have not seen each other for a long time. The orc king swings his sword furiously and rushes into battle and shouts, "Cranum." The goblin king also swings his axe and jumps furiously at him, shouting, "Prack." We are being transported to the mountains. Green waves pass between them. Jun moves through the waves between them at high speed, and a system message appears in front of him that the skill level of Lightning Step has increased to 12%. Jun comes to the cave where the rite of resurrection of the serpent takes place. He stands on the ground and starts walking inside. As soon as he entered the cave, a system message appeared in front of him that he had entered the Akashic Snake Cave. Jun looked around and thought that these two monsters must be fighting right now. The Goblin King and the Orc King. To be honest, if you compare these two to Hargan, they are not inferior to him at all. In this battle, it will be quite difficult to determine the winners of the loser. The Goblin King and the Orc King crossed their weapons, and Jun thought that it would only escalate the situation, further anger, and increase the amount of destruction. As Jun walked inside the cave, he thought that all this energy needed to be channeled to Akashi as soon as possible to saturate her. Jun reached the end, and saw Akasha devouring one of the orcs, and he shouted "Goddess" before her kneeling orcs and bowing to her, saying that the goddess is angry. Akasha menacingly looks at the orcs and lets out a green poison from her mouth, destroying one of them. The orcs shout that they need to run away. She wants to punish them. Then Akasha opens her mouth and rushes towards one of the startled orcs. Jun looked at this and thought that just as he thought, she was intoxicated by the taste of blood. Akasha had eaten all the orcs, and as Jun looked at her, he wondered if it hadn't been long since she'd been resurrected, and she was in a state of extreme hunger. But if she was outside, where there was a bloodbath going on, she might go crazy. And then Akasha violently rushes down and goes underground. Jun goes down to it and sees how it has completely disappeared into the ground. Jun squats down and touches the floor, and then thinks that she's headed northwest, which is exactly the direction the monsters are fighting in right now. Young Paul thought that the hidden parts of the tutorial are not called hidden for nothing. There must definitely be something big hidden here. The Akasha snake initially has a level of difficulty that is unacceptable for the tutorial. There must also be a reason why it is located in this place. Even Goliath, who has inherited the snake for such a long time, could not find out this reason. But even so, there must be something here, and this is something. It can't be something insignificant. Jun got up and looked around the cave, thinking that snakes should have a place where they can sleep or take a break from the outside environment. Jun went inside the cave, a cold wind began to blow at him, and he wondered where this sharp cold wind was coming from. Jun glanced ahead and saw a boy sitting on a rock who was meditating. He wondered what he finally found. It's called the spirit of white ginseng. A small boy appeared in front of him sitting on a rock with white hair. Plants grew out of his head. A system message appeared in front of Jun that this is a white ginseng spirit classification, spiritual being of category A plus a description. A white ginseng spirit that has been feeding on the energy of the moon for hundreds of years and grew on icy soil. A small child. He is confused with a real person. Another system message appeared in front of him that if his energy was consumed, he would be able to significantly increase his magic power. But the amount of magic power he could obtain was very different from the amount he could absorb. The method of consuming it was also quite complicated. Jun thought that the white ginseng spirit was one of the rarest spiritual creatures, such as you can count on your fingers. The effect is even very good. Such spirits can really be counted on the fingers of one hand. Such a thing could only be here. Jun took out 2 daggers and wondered if the Akasha snake was specially kept in this place to cultivate the white ginseng spirit. Jun glanced at the spirit that was sitting with its eyes closed and thought that judging from its size, it must have been cultivated for about 300 years. But for the best effect, it would take about 500 years and Akasha would have to wait all that time. Jun took a few steps toward it and wondered if it would be his now. Suddenly, the spirit opened its eyes and looked at Juna in surprise. He took off and jumped up. Jun fired 2 daggers at him and thought he was fast, but that wasn't enough. The spirit managed to dodge them to the side, looking at them with a puzzled expression. And then the ghost fell to the floor and Jun slowly began to approach it. The spirit screamed loudly and desperately, and Jun, looking at him, said that he had hunted the likes of him many times before, so let him forgive him. The ghost looked at Juna in surprise, and then he saw small crystal shards falling in front of him. The spirit looked up and saw huge crystals falling towards it. At the last second, the spirit managed to jump out of the way. The ghost turned around and saw Jun reach out to him, and then Jun grabbed the spirit by the plant sticking out of its head. He glared at the frightened spirit and said that he was caught. The spirit desperately tried to resist and twitched, but his body started out fine, until it completely disappeared. Jun grabbed what was left of the spirit and removed the mask. System messages appeared in front of him, saying that he had absorbed the hidden item white ginseng spirit. He was overflowing with energy. His magic abilities were being enhanced. 92% of the energy stored in the white ginseng spirit was transformed into his magic power, and his body was completely absorbing this energy. Magic power increased by 7 points. Magic power increased by 5 points. Young-all looked up. He could feel the energy surging through his body. Jun closed his eyes. System messages appeared in front of him that the recovery of the hereditary skill is starting, 27%. The current recovery state is 42%. The hereditary feature of the low-level dragon body has been changed to a partial dragon body. You have received the magic chain skill. Jun felt an incredible amount of power in his body, and he wondered if he still couldn't control it as much as he should, but now he could feel the magical power surging through his body. In front of Jun, system messages appeared stating that the magic chain is ranked from skill level 0. The dragon description is creatures that have received the blessing of mana since ancient times. Now he has received the blessing from such a dragon and has the ability to control magic power as the skill level increases. The controlled magic power will increase and will also expand the scope, and its applications will also become available to him. Mana flow. Jun smiled as he looked ahead and thought that this was great. We are transported to a group of people who were killed by goblins. Pain opens his eyes with difficulty. His whole body is covered in blood. He starts to get up. He thinks that the first group is destroyed. However, Pain thought back to how their entire squad had been destroyed by goblins and wondered if the place all those monsters had gone to was exactly where Jun was. This guy was definitely up to something. Pain slowly stands up, leaning on his sword. His arm is missing. His condition is terrible, and he thinks that Jun must be looking for some hidden object that no one in the tutorial has been able to find so far. Pain grits his teeth and keeps thinking about whatever young Tam is up to. When he gets what he wants, he'll surprise him and take him away by force. And besides, if he gets to this award, then he will have a chance to match Idora and Pantom. Pain frowns and looks ahead, wondering if Jun should wait a bit. Jun was standing in the middle of an ice cave, looking at the system screen. Looking at it, he thought that the secret of controlling magic is to accumulate more magic power and increase the recovery rate of the inherited ability. Jun imagined the magic blade and thought that even though he could use magic power now, only to use this skill, but in the future his abilities might expand, he would be able to channel magic power into the weapon and increase the strength of the blow, or concentrate magic in the legs to move faster. The application of this can be different. Jun walked forward in the cave and thought that, however, the skill level of the magic chain was still low, so it would be difficult for him to control the magic, but he had enhanced senses, so he would be able to develop the skill quickly enough. Suddenly, something caught Young's attention and he looked down and thought that after all, he should still be able to feel the magic circulating inside him. On the floor, Jun saw a small gold locket on a chain. When he got a closer look at it, he asked what it was. A system message appeared in front of him saying that this is a locket that stores memories. A pendant, F rank, description, a locket that stores someone's precious memories. It would be good to return it to its owner. Jun opened the locket and saw a family of elves. Looking at it closer, he realized that it was a photo of the Galliard family. Apparently Galliard once hunted this snake for some unknown reason, but he did not hunt himself. He offered people who call themselves hunters a reward for the test. If the reason is memories associated with his family, then it is quite possible, I see. Jun took a closer look at the locket and thought that there was definitely no mention of his family in the diary, but it looked like that was what he was looking for. Jun put the locket in his pocket. Then he put on a face mask. He turned his head to the side and wondered if it was time for him to go hunting now. We are transported to the Battle of Monsters. Angry orcs destroy a crowd of goblins. The Orc King violently attacks the Goblin King. A bright flash of sparks occurs from their blows. Suddenly clasping their weapons together, the Orc King and Goblin King sense something. Akasha burst out of the ground, destroying everyone in her path. The Orc King looked in front of him in fear, feeling the incredible power behind him. The Goblin King, looking at Akasha in fright, shouted, "What is this? What is this monster?" The Orc King, looking back in fright, shouted that why is the goddess here? Akasha opened her mouth and looked down menacingly, and there were terrified kobolds under her, their bodies and armor covered in blood. Akasha's eyes lit up, giving off a strong aura of bloodlust. It shot forward at high speed, devouring everyone in its path, and the goblins stared at the horrifying sight in fright. The kobolds, looking at the snake that eats their king, furiously raised their axes and shouted that their king was killed. They must take revenge. Akasha loomed over the monsters, using a poisonous slime released from her mouth. The orcs below her started shouting that the goddess wanted to punish them. Looking at this, the Goblin King shouted, "Damn." The Goblin King started to leave, but the Orc King held out his hand and shouted that when he was ready, he must accept death in battle, and the Goblin King replied that the welfare of his tribe was more important to him than such a fate. The Orc King glared at him, and then the Orc King stretched out his hand and shouted for the orcs to subdue the goddess. Akasha loomed over the crowd of orcs running toward her in a menacing suit. Suddenly, the Goblin King appeared behind her, brandishing his axe and shouting for her to die. The Goblin King hit Akasha's head with his axe, and a fountain of blood spurted out. The Orc King stood below and watched, and then he took out his sword. He quickly ran up to Akasha and pierced her belly with his sword. Jun was watching this battle on the mountain. Looking down, he wondered what kind of mess was going on, and it looked like the result was even better than he expected. Looking at the enraged Akasha, Jun thought that the number of monsters had already been reduced to 10%, so Akasha was about 1.5 times her original size. The Orc King was swinging his sword, half of his face was burned and his nose was bleeding. His whole body was in the gardens. The Goblin King was in a terrible state. Almost all of his body was burned. He was breathing heavily. His arm was missing. Jun wondered if there were two kings standing on the front line and chasing the snake. The remaining monsters are still trying to fight valiantly. Jun leaned down on the stone. A blue aura appeared on his feet. He thought that it was time for him to finish. A system message appeared in front of him that the skill level of the magic chain had increased to 0.7%. Jun jumped forward at high speed, and a system message appeared in front of him, indicating that the lightning step skill level had increased to 15%. Jun landed on Katchat's head at high speed, and she opened her mouth fiercely, and Jun smiled and told her to get it. Jun touched her head with his hand, and dark swirls appeared around his arm. System messages appeared in front of him that the skill level of the vampiric blade battery had increased to 6%. The skill level of the vampiric blade battery had increased to 8.2%. Dark swirls began to swirl around the snake. It desperately raised its head up. System messages appeared in front of Junui that strength increased by 3 units, stamina increased by 2 units, and magic power increased by 5 units. Akasha started to fall to the ground, and a system message appeared in front of him that the boss snake Akasha had been destroyed, earning extra merit points. In front of Junui, many system messages appeared that the hidden quest resurrection ceremony was completed. The surprise quest monster attack was completed. He was receiving 5,000 merit points, and he had received 3,000 additional merit points. Jun swung his knife, and then blood spurted out. He took out a shining yellow sphere from Akasha's head. Looking at it, he thought that it was the energy of Akasha's snake. Initially its size was about the size of his fist, but since Akasha was sated enough, the size increased. Black swirls appeared around Junwoo, and then Jun smiled through his mask. He thought that now he will absorb it in front of him. There are system messages that he feels a rush of a huge amount of porridge energy. There is a transformation of energy into magical power. He feels an explosion of anger, transformation into magical energy. Jun felt an incredible amount of power in his body. A system message appeared in front of him that it would take an appropriate amount of time and stamina to turn a huge amount of anger and energy into magic power. Due to the perfection of the dragon's body, it was impossible to perceive all the magic energy, and the renewal of his body began. Jun looked ahead in fright, his eyes filled with blood, and a system message appeared in front of him, saying that properties have been changed, 48% inheritance skill recovery has resumed. Jun looked in front of him, the Orc King and Goblin King were standing in front of him, and then the system messages appeared in front of him. It is recommended to use magic power in a safe place. External influence will cause a slowdown or deviation. Estimated time, 15 hours. The Goblin King and the Orc King looked at each other in a puzzled way, and Jun wondered if that could be the case. The Orc King sighed heavily. A dark purple energy appeared behind Junwoo. He looked ahead, eyes wide, and wondered what those eyes were. He looked puzzled. He felt the incredible energy around him. He wondered if it was the eyes of a predator. The Orc King looked menacingly in Junwoo's direction and then thought that it was clear that this whole mess was caused by that person. He rushed towards Jun with great speed, swung his saber and shouted for him to die. Jun swung his dagger and looked menacingly in his direction, and then thought that these two kings are equal in rank to Hargan, so you can get a large number of merit points and tokens for them. Just a second later, Jun took off the head of the Orc King with a swing of his blade. Blood flew in different directions, and in front of Junwoo there was a system message that the boss Orc King was destroyed, received additional merit points. The Orc King's head flew off to the side of the Goblin King. The Goblin King glared at Junwoo as blood spilled out from under him. His hands began to shake. In front of Junwoo, a system message appeared that the boss Goblin King was destroyed, and additional merit points were obtained. Jun glanced at the Orc King's death's head and wondered if the remaining monsters had only two paths to go. Jun stood near the huge number of monster corpses, watched as the remaining ones ran away in fright. He thought that they had a choice either to run away or fight to the end. He would not pursue those who ran away. There were still only weaklings left. Suddenly, a goblin appeared behind Jun, swinging his axe, and Jun wondered if he was alone. Jungkook appeared at a high speed behind the attacking goblin, and with a single swipe, he swelled the goblin's head, thinking that those who tried to resist, he mercilessly destroyed. Jun stuck his dagger into the back of the frightened goblin, and as he watched, he thought that he was biting into them with his sharp teeth and absorbing their energy. Jun glared at the already dead orc and thought that the more energy it absorbed, the stronger its body became, and the speed of recovery of its ancestral skill increased. Its desire and thirst for absorption grew by the second. It could do anything to become even stronger. Jun stood next to a huge number of monster corpses. He held his head, and then thought that he was very tired after clearing 100 monsters. Jun looked down at his hand and thought that he really wanted to just relax in a quiet place. Suddenly, Jun noticed someone standing behind the rock. He was thinking that, however, there was still one infuriating character. He told him to come out. Pain smiled and left. He came out of hiding and smiled as he was covered in blood and asked how he knew. Jun calmly looked at him and replied that it was obvious. He couldn't control his emotions at all. His fear could be felt. Pain laughed and said with a frown that Jun was a monster, and Pain reflected that in truth, he'd been watching everything since Akasha went berserk. Pain recalled all the events and thought that since Jun had such power, it meant that he was able to take over all the hidden parts of the tutorial that were located here. Pain pointed his sword at Juna and said with a smile that his power was monstrous, but he had to master it. Jun calmly looked at Pain and asked what else was going on, and Pain held out his sword and told him not to pretend that he knew perfectly well that he couldn't lift a finger. Jun, looking ahead, answered well, and then asked that didn't he ask him a question. An arrow was flying in Pain's direction at high speed, and Jun said that he wasn't really alone here, so Pain asked in a frightened voice why. And then Pain started to turn around, but it was too late. An arrow flew into his head. Jun looked down calmly. It was Galliard, holding a bow. Galliard stood on a small rock and looked at Juna, and then he furrowed his brows and looked down in displeasure. He went down to Jun and looked at him and said that there was a sudden noise in the forest. He wanted to see what was going on, and then Galliard asked what it was that he had done. Galliard frowned and asked what was making Jun smile, and Jun thought that the speed of transformation of characteristics has increased. Just like Pain said, he really doesn't have the strength to move a finger. Galliard appeared just in time. Jun looked up at the sky and continued to think that either it was fate or just an accident, and now he could rest for a while, and then Jun turned to Galliard. Jun held out his hand, which was holding a gold locket, and then said that he had a gift for him. Galliard looked at the locket in dismay, and then shouted, "This!" And then Jun collapsed into Galliard's arms. Galliard looked at him worriedly. Looking at him, Galliard thought that whatever Jun was thinking, he would never be able to understand this guy. Jun was hanging unconscious in Galliard's arms, and Galliard continued to think that it looked like this gift was the price of everything. system messages appeared in front of Junui that the changes were successfully completed. The enhanced skeleton feature was changed to an iron body, and 94% of Akashic energy was successfully converted to magical energy. Jun lay there with his eyes closed. The system messages appeared in front of him again, saying that the strengthening of the physical shell was confirmed, he became stronger, the recovery of the hereditary skill was accelerated, the current state was 92%. Jun opened his eyes with difficulty, and a system message appeared in front of him, saying that the partial dragon body had been changed to a nearly complete dragon body. Jun got up from the bed and saw these numerous system messages in front of him. He glanced at his hand and wondered that he had absorbed such a large amount of energy, but the recovery of the ancestral ability was still imperfect. Just how powerful was the dragon body skill if it required such a large amount of energy to complete? Jun took a look at his stats and thought that he had achieved impressive results thanks to this long battle, and especially one of the best achievements was the development of the magic chain skill. Jun extended his hand forward, his hand started to burn with blue flames, he felt an incredible power. The energy increased and increased around his arm. He waved at her and wondered what an amazing feeling he was experiencing. They were both diverse and familiar, a feeling as if something new had appeared in his body. It seemed as if it should be so. Jun looked ahead and thought that there was also a difference when using magic. Now he can use magic whenever he wants. Perhaps he should do some research to figure out how to use it in battle. He thought that his senses were still sharpened. He spread his arms around himself and felt the energy from different directions, and he thought that the feeling was very similar to the ones he felt when he first used the sense-enhancing skill. Jun looked down at his hands, and Galliard was walking towards him with a plate of fruit. Asked that Jun was awake, Jun thought that besides, it seems that these sensations are familiar to him, like an undying tear. Jun started to get out of bed, and Galliard held out his hand and told him that it looked like he hadn't woken up very long, so he should lie down and recover, but it would take him a while longer. Jun looked at Galliard carefully, and Galliard replied that he had examined him. Jun asked warily what Galliard meant. Galliard, looking at Juna calmly, continued to say that he had to strengthen his body, but nevertheless he needed a safe place, so he asked him for help. Jun replied that yes, he asked. Galliard replied that something had gone wrong, and Juna was seriously startled by these words, and he asked Galliard to tell him more. Galliard placed a plate of fruit on a chair and replied that what he meant was the great Akashic energy that Jun had absorbed before. Galliard, looking away, continued to say that even if you eat just one such item, it is not clear whether the energy received will be absorbed properly, and if you continue to absorb such things, then what body can withstand it? His body could easily withstand it, but he did not know for sure. Either it will take all the energy, or it will not. It will withstand loads, and some of this could happen at any time. Jun thought that he seemed to know why Galliard had helped him. If he had left him like this, then he might have died, so that the energy was properly absorbed. Something had to be done. Galliard is quite a famous hunter even among the Dark Elves. He knows several secrets of magic, so it's not strange that he helped to help. Galliard furrowed his brows and spread his hands, and then continued to say that that was why he had to put on the phone. Without so much magic power, everything would have been fine. But otherwise there might be confusion. In general, if something like this happens in the future, you don't need to absorb everything so desperately. He doesn't care, he can't become a real dragon. Jun looked at Galliard and then thought that his body is connected to the power of the dragon. In vain he tried so hard, but he could get a reinforced skeleton, start the process of restoring the hereditary skill, and therefore be able to complete it completely. But Galliard does not know this. Besides, he also returned his item that he was looking for, and he's grateful for that. He looked at Galliard calmly and then asked that Galliard had calmed the flow of magic and changed it to a circulating flow. Galliard held up his hands and frowned as he replied that he had used a similar technique to that used in the production of Undyne's tears, and besides, to put this powerful flow to sleep, it was necessary to use his innate abilities. At least he knows how much strength it takes. Jun looked at the formidable Galliard and said thank you, and Galliard went on to say that he was only going to pay him with a simple thank you. Galliard closed his eyes and walked away, and Jun said that later, when he got the chance, he would definitely pay. Galliard said that Jun should not say that if it wasn't sincere, even if he was being rude, but it was fine. Suddenly Galliard said that he almost forgot something, and Jun glared in Galliard's direction. Galliard smiled, a gold medallion on his chest, and said thank you. Jun glanced at that golden locket that was glowing. An undying tear appears in front of us, and Jun thinks that the magic Galliard was talking about is called the divine water of Undyne. He applied the method that he uses to make an undying tear on a human body. Jun stood on the ground, his legs covered in a blue aura. He thought that Galliard said that it was possible to use this technique and put the energy overflowing the body into a vessel. As a result, while he was sleeping without suspecting anything, his body learned magic power much more easily, and also his senses were significantly sharpened. This was a random benefit for him. Jun went outside and stretched, followed by a disgruntled Galliard, and shouted that Jun should properly recover. He needs to rest for another 3 days. Jun jumped forward at high speed. Looking at this, Galliot said that since he has such a high recovery rate, then let him go. Galliot exhaled with a smile and said that Jun had been seriously injured and was now moving at an incredible speed. Jun was flying forward at high speed, a green aura emanating from him, and Galliot thought that this method of movement was also very suitable for him, as if it was the way it was originally. Jun charged forward at high speed, and as he stared ahead, he wondered what it meant, what it felt like to use magic. Jun jumped up. There was a green aura behind him. He thought that just sending magic power to his legs was enough. It was incomparable to what it was before. Just a little more than 1% is so big a difference. Jun continued to think that after all, the skills he knew before were simply ineffective. Right now his ancestral ability is at the recovery stage of 92%. If in the future he completes the remaining 8%, then what will become of his body? Jun pushed off from the rock, did a somersault in the air, and landed on the ground. He opened the system window and looked through it, thinking that before he shut down, he had completed 2 quests, right? A large accept button appeared in front of him. He clicked on it and thought that he would start with a hidden quest. A black bracelet appeared in his hand, and then a system message said that a black bracelet was received unknown. Jun looked at it and wondered what it was. It was impossible to identify the name. The system message said, "Black bracelet, unknown classification, risk gear category, unknown description." A bracelet that was very dear to the owner of the Akasha snake unknown. The Akasha snake misses its owner and hopes that he will return someday, so it always wore you have your owner's item with you. A system message appeared in front of Junui that soul subjugation, the owner can collect the souls of the dead. He thought that subjugating the souls of the dead is not a very good thing. A system message appeared in front of him that the soul of the dead turns into a ghost. They lose their former memories and powers, keeping the extra points. Jun continued to stare at the system screen, which said that the black blade that absorbed the collected souls and converted them into dark magic power covered the surface of the weapon, and could cast a curse when hitting the enemy. Jun thought that it looked like the owner was a demon receiver. Before Junui, another system message appeared stating that this artifact is unique, some functions are hidden, some information cannot be viewed. Access to it can only be obtained if it has a certain classification or met certain conditions. Jun thought that this artifact is unique, so it definitely has good properties. Jun put it on his arm and stretched it out. He looked at it and thought that it looked like the true power of the black bracelet. The power of the true owner must be hidden here. Suddenly, black energy started flowing down Junwoo's arm. He took a startled look at himself, his entire body starting to be engulfed by black waves. He couldn't do anything about it. His whole face was starting to turn black, until even his eyes turned black. Before Junui appeared system messages that under the influence of the Black Dragon bracelet, he received the ability to see the soul of the dead. The ability merged with his Dragon Eye skill. The skill level of the Dragon Eye skill increased to 13%. Jun looked ahead. He saw a huge number of ghosts in front of him. Looking at them, he thought that they must be the monsters that he killed or Akasha ate, and all this time they were wandering around here. It's amazing that they got no curse. The ghosts suddenly saw Juna and turned around. They glared at him angrily. Jun took out a dagger and said that it was good. He looked at the ghosts and thought that it was time to check what this artifact was capable of. Jun swung his dagger at the wraiths, but the wraiths flew up and dodged. One of the ghosts still managed to hook Jun. He turned black and the bracelet began to absorb him. A system message appeared in front of him that the number of collected souls is 1. Jun glanced ahead and wondered if he should try the black blade now. He pulled out the dagger. Black energy absorbed its blade. He thought that dark magic power. A system message appeared in front of him that the number of souls collected was 0. Jun thought that such magic is famous for increasing damage and casting a curse on the enemy. This can become a special attribute in battle. Jun walked forward while holding a dagger that had dark energy on it. He waved it in front of him. A dark wave appeared in front of him. A huge stream of darkness shot forward at high speed, destroying everything in its path. Jun looked at this and thought that it was better than he had imagined. There was a small crater left in the rock into which he had sent the charge of the dark soul, and the earth in it immediately rotted away. Jun turned around and saw several ghosts in front of him, and he wondered if this bracelet had such power, so what would happen if you combined it with other skills. With a single swipe of his dagger, he destroyed several ghosts at once, and a system message appeared in front of him that he had collected 5 souls. Jun looked down at his hand, which was covered in dark energy, and then a dark sphere appeared in it. Jun thought fiery anger. A flame appeared in his hand, with a dark sphere in the center. He looked up at her, startled. A second later, an incredible explosion occurred. Jun jumped out of the way in shock and saw a large crater appear in the ground. Looking at it, he wondered what kind of explosion could easily tear apart a man like a lizard or an orc. Jun thought back to the ghosts. He thought that he only used 5 collected souls and got this effect. Jun smiled and wondered what would happen if he did this with all the souls here, and a system message appeared in front of him that the number of souls collected was 150. Jun sat on a small rock and stared at the system message. Looking at it, he wondered if 150 souls was the limit or if he could gain more, but even that would be enough. There were still many ways to increase the power of the explosion. In front of Junui, a system message appeared that Jun received the title Monster Hunter as a reward. Jun thought that it was time to check the rewards for the Battle of Monsters quest. 4 rewards were definitely mentioned in the quest window. In front of Junui, a system message appeared stating that the title Monster Hunter is given to a player who has thrown a lot of monsters into chaos. While hunting monsters, the player can deal powerful damage. Monsters killed by the owner of this title become ghosts and puts a curse on players. Jun thought that that's why he was followed those ghosts. Another system message appeared in front of him stating that the effective strength plus 10, agility plus 15 during battle, the chance to deal critical damage increases by 15%, and the aggro power also increases. As Jun pondered what to do next, a system message appeared in front of him, saying that you received the Goblin King's Eye as a reward. The system message said that the Goblin King's Eye B classification of jewels, amulet of category B, description of the Goblin King's Eye, he left it to follow the enemy who killed him even after death. Just putting it on himself, the player can get various effects from the Goblin King's hatred, can have a negative effect, but if correctly if you don't know how to handle it, it can be a good tool for the player. System message, enemy of the Goblin King, the amulet will endow its owner with valor and rage, so that it is not killed by other monsters, under the influence of the spirit of the Goblin King. The player is given courage, damage increases by 10%, and the artifact also protects its owner from external negative effects, such as curses and camps. Jun carefully looked at the Goblin King's Eye and thought that it increases damage and protects against curses. After looking at it carefully, he thought that it was particularly well suited to the black bracelet, which also emits rage. Curse rage increases the effect of dark magic, so the damage will be even higher. Jun thought about the next reward. A system message appeared in front of him saying that the classification is a gem of category C+. Description: a stone formed by using the rage of monsters 5 different times, goblins, kobolds, humans, lizards, gnolls, and orcs, contains the abilities of each monster and gives them to the owner. Jun glanced at the shining stone and wondered what he liked about it, that it enhanced several stats. Before Junui appeared a system message that the legs of goblins increases the speed of movement, the kobold's ear separates sensitive hearing, the nose of a gnoll sharpens the sense of smell. The eye of a human-like lizard you can see at a longer distance. Jun thought that the eye of the ear and nose is in addition to his skill-enhanced sense, and hands and feet complement lightning step. Jun held these artifacts in his hands. He smiled and thought that it was as if this artifact was created especially for him. We are taken to Galliod's house, and Jun says thank you for your help. Galliod is sitting at the table opposite Young and asks that he is already leaving. He only has to go through Sector F. Young replies that yes. Galliod looks at Juna with a smile and says that he has already got everything he could hear. Galliod drinks a glass of wine and thinks that he felt it back when he saw that he definitely mastered the lightning step. He's not such a simple guy. Galliod smiled as he thought of brother Juna and wondered if he had ever met someone like this before. Galliod looked at Juna and wondered what the boy's background was. Each of those who enter the tower has its own sad story. These stories become a difficult moment for people and subsequently become their driving force. If a person does not have such a story, then he simply will not be able to leave his world, where he lived quietly, and start passing the tower. June was sitting quietly when suddenly Galliod said something else. Galliod handed June a large sword and said that before he left, let him take it. Looking at the sword, June asked what it was, and Galliod said that it belonged to the guy with whom June was going to fight. He thought that it must be a good weapon, and took it. Jun picked up the sword and looked at it, thinking that it was of medium weight. The blade was strong and comfortable to hold. It was undoubtedly a good sword. Galliod said that if it was useful, then let him use it, and if not, then just let him take it, and then he could sell it to a secret dealer for a high price. Jun put the sword back in its scabbard and thought that he usually used knives or short daggers so that he could hold it in one hand and have a short blade. But as Galliod had said, he would be able to sell it to a secret merchant later for a good price, so it was better to let him take it with him. We are taken to Galliod's house, where he asks that June is feuding with Arangdan, and that he will have a hard time in Sector F. June gave Galliod a puzzled look and asked what he was talking about. Galliod replied in confusion that June was not at enmity with Arangdan. Galliod glanced at the sword he had given Jun and said that the green charm on this ball was the symbol of Arangdan. Jun, looking ahead in fright, realized that this wasn't just a group of scavengers, this was Arangdan, Blue Flower Island. Jun sat at the table in fright, thinking that the scavenger group that was destroyed by his brother and uncle, the unexpected appearance of Arangdan, the well-organized dungeon with players, and Kang and Doyle who also unexpectedly left. Arangdan was behind the scavenger group. All this time they were deceiving other players, saying that they were the ones who had been waiting for the scavenger group. They take care of the security of the tutorial. Jun frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that if Kang and Doyle realized this fact, they might have been captured. Jun thought of Kine and Doyle, then thought, since it's them, they might be able to stand up for themselves, but if it's Arangdan, that's another matter entirely. The flag of Arangdan appears in front of us. Jun thinks that it is not clear how many players there are and how strong they are. Besides, behind them is the island of Blue Flower, which is one of the 8 strongest clans in the tower. Whether 2 people can cope with them, they have already encountered Arsha once. It seems that in order to the warning will be even stronger. Jun imagined his friends being killed, and he thought that if Kang and Doyle had dealt with Arangdan, the rumors would have spread all over East Sector by now, but he hadn't heard anything like this before, so they probably lost the battle. Jun closed his eyes and wondered Kang Doyle, friends or just strangers, if he wanted to get involved in this or if he wanted to stay out of it. Jun introduced them all together. As Kang Doyle smiles, he looked sadly in front of him, and then he wondered if he should think about it, too. Jun remembered his brother, his last words saying that he was a hero to him, and he hoped that he would stay even after as he goes. Jun put his hand to the watch that hung under his t-shirt and wondered if it was his watch that he had left in his diary. Jun glared in front of him and then thought that they were bastards. The answer was obvious. He remembered his brother being stabbed in the heart by 5 swords. 3 of them belonged to what he called the Lords. 1 belonged to the one he left, and the last one belonged to a friend he trusted. Jun was standing opposite Galliard. Galliard asked in frustration that Jun was going to start a war. Jun asked how Galliard had found out, and Galliard said that he had been a warrior in his day, fighting for his own mouth. He was a fool who thought that the whole point was in battle, and so was Jun. Galliard smiled and said they were very much alike. Jun glared at Galliard, who went on to say that now he could see the glint in his eyes that meant he was ready to start a war. He had felt it since the first time he met him. He was like a fighter ready to challenge the whole world. But now everything seems much more serious. If he is wrong, then it means that something is wrong with his intuition. Galliard glanced at Juna and asked her if she could help him. Jun looked at Galliard and thought that everything should go smoothly with him. He is one of those who has abilities at the level of rankers. He does not know if he can destroy Arangdan if he goes alone. He looked at Galliard and said it was all right. He wondered if his goal wasn't just to find Kang and Doyle. He replied that it was his battle. Galliard asked if Jun was sure of what he was saying, and Jun continued to think that his main goal was to destroy one of the people who killed his brother, Blue Flower Island, and entrust this matter to someone else to another. No way. Jun looked down and thought that he should definitely take on this war with his own hands. Galliard, standing in front of Juno, said it wouldn't be easy. Jun said nothing was easy. Galliard said it was true. Galliard smiled, and then, looking at Juno, said that he wished him a successful battle then. Jun turned around and started walking away. As he walked along the road, he wondered if Blue Flower Island had established a few topics with people, but what was the reason? If you look at it this way, then these dungeons are quite inefficient structures. If their purpose is to steal artifacts and tokens from ordinary players, then ordinary looting would be enough. But why would they install dungeons that are quite difficult to manage throughout the tutorial? And why did they restore them even after Ardia destroyed them? Jun looked ahead and thought that there must be something that couldn't be detected from the outside, something that could be the most vulnerable point for them. Jun wondered what if he was lucky enough to find out and take matters into his own hands. He smiled and wondered if this would be something he could use to destroy Blue Flower Island. Jun thought of his brother and wondered if the 8 clans that had crushed Arthia and killed his brother, especially Blue Flower Island, were the one who had plunged the sword into his brother's heart. Jun looked up at the sky, where there were 2 large moons, and he wondered if the war was starting even earlier than he expected. Jun clenched his fist and thought that in that case, he already knew what to do. He should finish all the preparations before the battle started. Jun waved his hand and opened the system message, wondering how much time he had. He looked at the system window and thought that about 4 days, to be more precise, 3.5, is not enough. Jun took a few steps forward and continued to think that during this time he needed to destroy Arangdan and finish the passage. He wondered what he should do so that they wouldn't have time to understand anything, and attack without stopping when they ran out of strength to break through in one go and get rid of them entirely, Arangdan base and its leadership, everything. Jun glared at the front of his eyes and thought that in just one day, he would end all of this. We are transported to Sector F, where Arangdan's base was located. It was getting dark outside, and I could see the stars. The head of Arangdan sat on his throne and asked about the masked man's whereabouts. The subject told him that they still couldn't find him, and the entire E sector was burned out. The head remarked that something was bound to happen in the place where he was located. Then, he crossed his arms and rested his head on them, thinking that after the unforeseen battle of the monsters, about 70% of their composition had been destroyed. He is unable to contact the first group, whose members were supposed to become valuable recruits of Blue Flower Island, and the scavenger organization, which was so difficult to restore after the destruction of the shadows, is completely destroyed. And the other members of Arangdan were simply swept away, and with them the entire Arangdan network spread throughout the tutorial. He deduced that this meant, in fact, the destruction of Arangdan, and that all the things accumulated over the years had completely disappeared. It's like a death sentence. He narrowed his eyes as he continued to think about everything, and he decided that by all means he had to revive Arangdan before it got out on the island. Then he leaned his head more firmly on his hands and continued to think that there were about 3 days left, and it was virtually impossible to restore Arangdan in that time. Naturally, at the end of the tutorial, they will find out everything, and then he will not get off with a simple punishment. He realized that there was only one way out of this situation. This is to create the same purple stone. He imagined a silhouette covered by the sun, and he knew that if he did that, he would be able to rise in rank, and he was also strongly asked by this person to finish with this item. He was still sitting with his eyes closed, thinking that it was quite a difficult task and he still couldn't complete it. After all, they had their reasons for using players and monsters as materials. Then it suddenly dawned on him and he opened his eyes. And then he began to smile maliciously, because he had already figured out who would be the most suitable victim. He immediately remembered the masked guy. He thinks that Jun will want to catch them off guard somehow, and decides this time he definitely has a better reason. His thought processes were interrupted by a servant who said that they had checked the direction of his movements, and apparently he had entered Sector F, but this is just a guess. After saying this, the chief couldn't stand by, so he ordered Jun to be brought to him, even if they had to search every nook and cranny of Sector F, and quickly. The man started to walk out of the room, and the headman watched him go. The head looked at him with a contemptuous look and thought that he first needed to finish collecting the remaining materials. We get to some place where someone comes around the corner. These are 3 people from the Arangdan Guild who have come to ask how someone is doing. It was Hyung and Doyle who were tied up and beaten to a pulp. Hyung was very angry when he saw them. Then the 3 of them moved closer to them, and Hyung yelled at them that they had something to say to them. Wasn't it enough that they were threatening them? And those, without a drop of sympathy, said that they just wanted to show them something. Build stood with his arms crossed and said that Hyung and Doyle would just become consumable stone, and his face was terribly nasty. Hyung opened his eyes wide in fright and asked what kind of rock it was, but he knew that this was a thing that could be done by sacrificing players captured by Arangdan and the scavengers, a consequence of a dirty experiment. The purple stone was lying in a pool of blood, and Hyung knew it was something that shouldn't exist at all. That guy from the 3 said that originally they were going to slowly draw out the energy from their bodies, but unfortunately, now they need to hurry up. Ah Hyung was very angry when he heard this, so he called them names, and the thug replied that they should actually be happy, because they just reduced their suffering for a day. Then these guys started looking at each other, and then they just turned away from Hyung and Doyle, looking through the doorway. Hyung sat on the floor, covered in blood and grinning, thinking that he didn't care if he died because of his reckless bravery. But then he looked at Doyle, and then he was very upset. Hyung started to stare at him, thinking that as soon as he thought about Doyle being subjected to the same circumstances as him, he felt really sorry for taking him the wrong way, because this kid who left home trusted only him. Hyung looked at him and thought that if only he could somehow free him. But then he started looking down and baring his teeth, realizing that he was powerless right now. Hyung squeezed his eyes shut in resentment, thinking that this time it was all happening again. All of a sudden, there was a rumble everywhere, which scared both Hyung and the other bandits. Build looked up, not understanding what was happening, because this place was specially located so that those inside were protected from earthquakes. One of his subjects came running to him and started shouting that there was an invader outside. Build was very angry that the veins were already bulging on his cheeks and began to ask where he was, and one question was spinning in his mind: why now? There were huge explosions all over the castle, and the people of Arangdan stood in fear and defended themselves as best they could, using magic, swords, and so on. Out of the smoke came our Jun. A blue fire lit up in his eyes, ready to blow everything up there. Jun then activated the goblin's legs skill so that they were covered in a red aura. In the blink of an eye, he charged forward, knives in hand. And in a very short time, I was in front of one of Arangdan's guys, so he immediately started beating him up. Jun was standing with his knives crossed, and the same guy was falling in front of him. Just under his jacket, there was a necklace made of an eye that shone brightly, because this Goblin King's eye had detected an invisible danger nearby. Jun jumped away from where he was standing, and about 3 huge swords fell right there in the same second. It was the 3 Arangdan guys who were standing there looking very scared after they saw that Jun was able to dodge them. So he started running at them, activating the black blade. Jun killed them all, and all we see is a notification that 115 souls were collected, and then 118. The rest of the squad, as soon as they saw what Jun had done to the other 3, started running, shouting that he wasn't human at all. Jun activated the black magic above his hand. This black ball ended up right next to the head of one of those guys, which really scared him. When suddenly this ball explodes with great power. They stand and stare at Jun, who is waving his arms, and they don't understand how this is even possible. Then Jun turned to look at them, too, and his gaze was piercing and terrible. The two of them broke out in a cold sweat, and their foreheads turned blue with fear. Jun started walking towards them, saying that since they didn't go to him, he would go to them now. He was serious in his words, and his gaze was cold-blooded. When suddenly he is shouted from afar to stop. Jun raised his head to look at the person shouting at him from the tower. It was a Build with his squad. Those two guys who were scared to death began to rejoice because their master Build came to them, who will save them. Build stood in the middle of the squad and shouted that the mask had come again. The head looked down with a haughty look, reproaching Jun for hiding somewhere all this time. And then he started shouting that now he dared to show up so brazenly. There was a certain evil energy around him. Jun felt it, because his energy seems very familiar to him. Jun began to wonder how he could have known such a powerful aura, or even if he could have seen this person. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide as he realized who was standing in front of him. He recalled the words of his brother, who said that the swords that were stabbed into him were 5 in all. 3 of them are from those he called lords, and one of the swords is from his beloved. He remembers how his brother was good-natured to everyone and went with a smile because the last sword was from someone he trusted and called his friend. It was Lyant. Lyant had plunged his sword right into his brother's chest, and Jun thought that the man his brother considered his friend and trusted, the man who could safely be trusted to cover his rear. However, he betrayed the trust and simply plunged the sword into his brother's heart. Behind Lyant, there was a crowd of people, and all the players who were next to him, whom Lyant called brothers. Among the crowd, there was another person who only grinned after stabbing his brother with a sword. It was Build. Jun was very angry when he realized who was standing in front of him. Jun activated all of his power so that he shone with a blue aura and said that this would be his first gift for his brother. Build, standing on his tower, spoke to a man from his squad who turned to him asking what had happened. And Build ordered him to send a message to Blue Flower Island saying that Arangdan was attacked by a strange guy. But then his head explodes, which surprised Build very much. That transmitter just fell down, bloodying everything around it. It was Jun who pointed his sword at Build and told him to stop doing these useless things because he was going to attack, so let him attack. Jun looked at him with cold eyes, saying that it was very good that at least he wasn't going to run away. This stung Build so much that he was very angry, so he started to pull out the sword from behind his back. And then he got into a fighting stance, saying that Jun wouldn't have run amok here if he didn't have a few tricks up his sleeve. The ground began to crack under his feet, and he immediately launched an attack on Jun, so it happened in the blink of an eye. He shouted that he would show him how useless skills were to him, and he didn't know yet that he was saying this for nothing. Build attacks Jun, who blocks his blows with his knives. In the next blow, he dodges, ducking down, and immediately makes a counterattack, swinging the knife up, but Build was also able to dodge it. But not all of it, because Jun still got the edge of the knife up to his neck, and Jun knew that Build was one of those Blue Flower Island players who focused on capturing. Jun stared at him and didn't understand how he ended up in Arangdan, which is centered in the tutorial. He imagined how Build was standing with his back to some partner and he was haunted by those scavengers. Arangdan himself, Blue Flower Island in dungeons with players, and the head of this bunch was Build himself and the one who is behind him. Jun imagined him plunging his bloody knife into them, because Lyant had become part of Blue Flower Island at the cost of killing his brother. Jun imagined that Lyant was standing there looking up at the others, because he was not happy that he could not become the head of the island. There was an angry grin on Lyant's face, and Jun guessed that if he was up to something, Arangdan would be the best cover for his plans. Jun started throwing punches back, which Build barely managed to defend against. Jun dodges the blow with a jump, and Build doesn't understand how this is even possible. And Jun doesn't waste any time or opportunity, so she flies straight into Build's face. There was a boot print and blood on his face. Jun jumped away from him, and he started wiping his face. He was very angry that Jun was able to hit him, and the main character just smiled, which was not noticeable under the mask. Then he bent over with a smile, saying that Build didn't know how to fight at all. But then, with a completely serious look and tone, Jun says that he thought that Build could fight properly, but it seems that his skills have become weaker during the time that he spent among the newcomers. This scared Build a lot, because he didn't know how the masked guy knew him. Jun stood there with his swords pointed at him, his whole body ablaze with blue fire. Build was very interested in who was hiding behind this mask. Jun started using his skills with his eyes, realizing that he now needed to use all of his magic to the fullest. In his eyes, you could see the reflection of Build, who was twisting his face in fear. And then, after a while, we see someone on the tower, and then Build coughs up blood. Build was left without an arm, so he was bleeding and holding on to scraps of skin. Jun started walking toward him. He was getting closer and closer, but suddenly his subjects jumped out in front of him, blocking the way and shouting for him to stop. Jun was angry, so he activated the Black Blade skill. Well, in one blow, he cut 3 people. They were standing right in front of him, and Jun was very cold-blooded. There was a pile of corpses between Build and Jun, and Build started waving his hand and shouting for someone to stop him. Everyone in his squad was trembling and didn't dare to do this, and he kept shouting out of desperation to finally be stopped. Suddenly, a chip was activated that turned everyone into obedient zombies. Build looked ahead with a very displeased face and thought about how he had used the puppet skill, but he had never used this skill before, but apparently now he would have to. Therefore, those most obedient zombies began to stand in front of the Build, covering it with their body. Build decided to take advantage of the moment, so he got up and ran, because he needed the same stone, because if he had it, he could kill the guy in the mask. Well, at this point, those zombies blocked the passage to the Build. Jun looked at them with a twinkle in his eye. Jun kills another subject with a blow to the back of the neck. Jun was standing in the middle of a mountain of corpses and blood. After all, he had just virtually destroyed all of Arangdan. His mask was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with anger because he didn't kill only one person, and that was Build. We're transported to the same dungeon where Hyung and Doyle were. Hyung looked up and asked Doyle what was going on up there. Why was it so loud? They just wanted to do a good thing and ended up being buried alive here, so how could they be so unlucky? Then he turns around, surprised, because Doyle said they should talk straight. Doyle looked very upset, saying that it wasn't Hyung who was the loser, but himself, because he just followed him and ended up in this situation. They started fighting, and Hyung yelled at him, saying that he was sitting there with him because he was very lucky, and Doyle said that it just wasn't his day. Hyung was still a little angry, and Doyle was still smiling because Hyung had told him that he was being mean today. Doyle replied that he had made a promise to himself long ago that if he was going to die, he would contradict him at least once. Hyung replied that he spoke as if he had always played the role of an obedient little brother. Then they decided not to argue any further because if they continue to quarrel, then nothing good will come of it. Hyung then asked him what he thought Jun was doing right now. Doyle looked at him with a touching look, and then he started looking up, saying that he didn't even know because he was fine without them, so most likely he was already heading to Sector G. Hyung laughed, saying that if he had known they would be in this situation, he might have told him about the hidden part so he could have used it instead. Suddenly, Hyung is very surprised because June said that he can now tell about her. June was standing in the doorway and a shadow was coming straight for the boys. They were both open-mouthed and very happy to see Jun. He stood and watched them and they shouted his name. After that, he removed their shackles, saying that they didn't look so. Doyle crossed his arms and almost cried, then asked how he got here in the first place. Hyung stood with his hand on his neck, and June said that he was just passing by and decided to stop by. Hyung closed his eyes and thought about how he was a little rude when they parted, but still, Hyung thanked him for saving them. Then Jun spread out his hands and said that if he was really grateful, maybe he could tell him about that hidden part of the tutorial. Hyung was taken aback, so he asked what he wanted to make a deal out of it. But then he just smiled sweetly. He started to straighten his shoulders, thinking that somehow his whole body was aching from the pain. He wasn't sure if he could escape from there in this state. Hyung and Doyle looked at each other, and Doyle also thought that in this state, they would only become a burden to Jun. They won't just forget it, and he's very grateful that he came, but Doyle thinks it would be better if he left them now. Hyung smiled and said that they would take care of the rest, but June just interrupted them and said that all the members of Arangdan are dead, so they don't have to worry. Hyung started shouting in surprise that it was really possible that he was even talking. But Doyle believed him and said with a smile that he understood that June had just dealt with everything. And Jun, looking at him, said that it was true. Hyung started to glare at Jun and ask why he ignored his question, but he immediately answered Doyle's question, but Jun just turned away. Hyung was Milo angry, thinking that he couldn't even hit him. But then Hyung was surprised to find out that Build was still alive. And then he pointed down, asking if he didn't go down, and Jun asked if there was something down there, and he guessed that Build was definitely hiding something. Hyung rubbed his chin, saying that he didn't really know what they were up to, but they were definitely using sacrifices to make something. After a while, the guys were already in the same basement, where there were a huge number of rooms and there was blood all around. They all looked around, and Jun thought that these were dungeons that they hid well. As they moved further and further away, Jun's thoughts were still creepy because he felt that the whole place smelled of corpses. He couldn't even imagine how many people they were keeping here. There was blood coming out from under the doors, and Jun wondered if there must have been people here a couple of days ago or if they'd decided to do a cleanup operation in that time. Jun imagined that a person was lying in the middle of a pentagram, because among the ingredients that can be used in alchemy, the most expensive are human flesh and soul. Not only is it inhumane, but it's also very dangerous. Therefore, sacrifice is strictly forbidden in the tower, but despite this, they are going to do something with the help of many souls and flesh. Jun was wary and kept thinking that everything they were doing from beginning to end was causing problems. After all, one way or another, the Build is trapped. He'd picked up the knife to finish what he'd started, he'd saved Hyung and Doyle, and now all he had to do was catch up with Build and kill him. Suddenly, he heard some eerie sounds, so he turned around to look. There were a huge number of ghosts standing behind him. They surrounded him, and he guessed that they were the souls of the players who had become victims, so he asked them if they wanted to help him. The spirits began to move, indicating that they only agreed. But then they were surprised, because he said that then he has one condition. Jun was smiling mischievously behind his mask and asked if they wanted to listen. At that moment, Build ran panting into the potion room, holding onto the door. Panting, he reached for the potions. He was so tired that he just stood up and looked down, and right in front of him was that rare stone. With trembling hands, he reached for this stone, thinking that so much strength had been lost because of this stone. All this time, while his comrades were climbing the career ladder, he waited patiently and put all his strength into this stone. One day, he was going to pass this thing to his master to help him be reborn as a true king. Holding the stone in his hands, he was either scared or angry, but he looked at it, and then he just swallowed it, shoving it with his hand and saying that he had to survive now. This stone shone with a bright blue aura, and Build recalled the words of Lion, who said that if you only swallow this stone, then a huge magic power can be born inside it. But he also said that there can be two different outcomes. Either the body will not withstand such a large amount of magic power and will break, or it will perceive it and radically change. However, if the stone is fully completed, then the first option with death will disappear. He absorbed the stone and waited for the effect. He had waited so long, so he could only hope that this stone was close to completion. Then he started looking at his hand and asking why it wasn't working, because the reaction should have been there right away. He was very angry, not understanding what had happened. He thought that he might have missed something. Build was so angry that he repeated the word why, when suddenly Jun appeared behind him, who said that this is where the place where he decided to hide. From this, Build already had capillaries in his eyes. He was sweating profusely, and his teeth were bared as Jun stood behind him and just didn't say anything. Build then turned to Jun, who was just standing there. But then his eyes lit up and he asked that this was the stone they wanted to create, and it didn't look anything special. Build clutched at his heart, not understanding why nothing was working, and Jun noticed and asked if something had gone wrong. Build began to cry out of frustration and fear. Then he tried to point with his hand, which is no longer there, and shout why is he, what does he want from them at all, because he didn't do anything to him. Build leaned his elbows on the table in fear, still shouting that why was he fighting them, because they had nothing to do with him, why did he invade them? Jun started to take off his mask, then just threw it on the floor and said, why do you ask? Why am I feuding with you? Will this answer work? At that moment, Build opened his eyes so wide in surprise, and then completely, a memory immediately flashed in his mind. After all, this was the brother of the guy he had brutally killed. Build's legs began to give out, and then he turned blue with fright, saying that this can't be happening. Jun started walking towards him, saying that they didn't seem to know how much he missed them. Jun was genuinely smiling, and behind him, it was like the ghost of his brother. They were so similar that they were barely distinguishable, which Build couldn't either, so he couldn't figure out how Cha Youngwoo got there. The glass began to crack, and Jun thought that while he was torturing Build, he had learned a lot. My brother died, and Ardia was disbanded, so the goals of the 8 Clans Alliance disappeared along with them, and the tower underwent a lot of changes. The 3 paths that had footprints on them were a representation of Jun's words, which said that the distribution of power had changed dramatically and the former Ardia members had to go their separate ways. Each of them could now get their hands on what they wanted, but someone's life was ruined halfway through. Jun looked down with a frustrated look and kept thinking that if only someone, at least one of them, would feel a little sorry for what they had done. Jun sat on Build's body, knowing that for all of them, the incident with his brother was just an ordinary matter. Build was lying there covered in blood and missing some teeth, begging him to kill him already. Jun, still sitting on it, turned to look, and it was still begging to be killed. But Jun, with a very contemptuous look, replied that what should he do, and then asked if he knew the story about the frog who did everything the other way around. Well, now Jun understands him perfectly. Build didn't say anything other than a plea for death, and Jun just told him that there were many others besides him who would like to see him. So he just snaps his fingers, and at the same time, the souls of those who were killed there appear behind him. They were all eerie and dark, and Jun thought that the evil spirits previously bound to the dungeons had been freed by a black bracelet. He lifted his mask, thinking that the dead who were the ingredients for this stone, they were so eager to take revenge on Build that they became his minions. Jun just started walking away, and those dead souls started flying straight at Build. They came close to his face, causing Build to squeal in fear. Then he crawled after Jun, saying that he told him everything, just like he wanted to. As Jun walked away, Build reached out to him and kept begging him to kill him. The spirits held his body, and he cried and screamed for death. After a while, Jun stands in the middle of the ruins and turns his head, thinking that he needs to blow up Arangdan's base. And those evil spirits seem to have finished their work. Then he notices something. This is the body of Build, who was completely blackened by those spirits. Jun sat down next to him and thought that he wanted to get out of here somehow because he was so hungry for death. His entire body was charred and then just crumbled into dust, after which the very stone that he had absorbed fell out of him. This stone remained completely intact. The notice said it was just a purple stone that couldn't be identified. He was thinking that it was impossible to identify it and use it too. These items are usually classified as Category F items, and he understood that so many people had been sacrificed for this failed experiment. Then he reached for the stone, deciding that there was nothing left but to throw it away, and then he just decided that it was better to take it now because later it would probably find a use. As soon as he picked up this stone, his entire hand began to glow with a purple glow. Jun held it up in front of him in surprise and then saw that it was being absorbed into his hand. All that purple energy flowed from his hand straight to his heart. Jun stared at his chest in surprise, realizing that it was as if the stone had become part of his magic chain, even though he didn't want it to. He decided to look at the characteristics of this stone, and their everything was in question marks. That is, he does not know anything about it even through the system, but then another notification appears, which says that this artifact is unique. There are no items like this stone in the entire tower. It is impossible to identify the quality, class, etc. features items. This artifact is not completed yet, and he needs to complete it in order to gain access to hidden information. Jun points at the notification and is glad that he finally understands something. He crossed his arms and thought that this wasn't a defective item, nor was it a low-quality item, but it was just incomplete, but a special procedure was needed to complete it. He has no choice but to hold it close to his heart until it's finished, and it still doesn't have any effect. Jun took his hand off his heart, thinking that even if it was a little unpleasant, he would have to. Then he turned his head and realized that he was standing in the middle of the ruins of Arangdan, so he decided that it was over. Then he's standing in the middle of some sharp rocks in the middle of the night. When he got to one of the rocks, he said that it was all over, so they could go out. Hyung and Doyle came out from behind a rock, a huge smile on their faces. They both started walking towards Jun, and Hyung noticed that even though he always felt this way, his level was really different. Jun pretended not to understand what he was saying. Hyung spread his hands with a smile and said that what he meant was that Jun had caused all the chaos. He even wondered what they had done to him that would make him decide to destroy an entire clan. Jun just spread his hands in a position that he didn't know, and Hyung was actually surprised by it, like it was a mystery. And then Doyle came up to him and asked him what about the build. Jun replied that he had killed him. Hyung was standing with his arms crossed and smiling, but Doyle was very surprised by this information. But then he also started smiling sweetly, saying that it was good. But in reality, that smile wasn't real, and he immediately started to feel sad. Doyle stared off into the distance, thinking that Blue Flower Island wouldn't allow such a thing. He would like to deal with Build himself with his own hands. But then he remembers how June coldly persuaded him not to save people, and he realizes that he is not so brave, and this is just his recklessness, because to vent his anger, he first needs to gain strength. Doyle looks down in frustration, thinking that in the future he will not lose to anyone, no matter how strong the enemy is. Doyle held his chest, and Hyung looked at him. But soon Hyung just fell to the ground, saying that all these scoundrels are dead, so now the end is not far off, and he is very broken and this is bad. He only took a couple of steps, and he is already sick. He turned to Doyle, who was looking at him nervously. Hyung looked at Doyle and said that it seemed like their journey ended at this point. Doyle stared without much emotion at first, but then started to smile, saying that whatever it was, he thought so too. Then they both looked at June, and Hyung asked him where he was going now, and assumed that he was going to Sector G, to which he replied that he was, and that was exactly where he was going. They threw a huge bag of something into Jun's hands, saying that he should take it. He was looking at it in great surprise. After all, when he opened the bag, he saw there the very crown and a huge number of tokens. The guys said it was all they and Doyle had put together in that time, and some of it was used, and some of it wasn't. Jun squeezed the bag, saying that if they were trying to pay him back like that, they shouldn't. Hyung started waving his hand with a smile, saying that it wasn't like that. He and Doyle were standing next to each other, and Hyung happily said that they were leaving the tutorial. These words surprised Jun so much that he opened his eyes wide. Hyung leaned on his arm and said that in truth, while he was wreaking havoc there, he and Doyle had a serious discussion. They wouldn't be able to go to Sector G in their current state, they wouldn't be able to keep their ranking either, and they might get caught by other players again. Doyle also added that this is why they decided to calmly withdraw from this round in order to try again. Jun held the bag and just listened to them. They think that there is no point in their further passage, because they will not be able to achieve the first and second places, and Jun knew that the player who can climb to the first place will get the corresponding prize. That's why he tries so hard to accumulate as many points as possible. Then there was an awkward pause as he realized something. So he went up to Doyle and asked that if you quit a round, you can start again, and Doyle was surprised to ask that he didn't know about it, because there were a lot of players who tried to complete the tutorial several times in the beginning. They fight until they get the right to enter the tower. At this moment, Jun just fell apart because he had always thought that this place could only be entered once in a lifetime. He was angry, remembering his brother's words that there were no special notes in his brother's diary either. That is, all this time he was doing so many unreasonable things, although he could have done nothing at all. He imagined the door that serves as the entrance to the tower and thought that although there is no specific opening period for the tutorial, the tower itself opens it when the right time comes. Although you can try again next time, but no one knows how long you will have to wait. He looked at the guys and realized that somehow, he was having fun. He even managed to grab Build. There was a genuine smile behind his mask. He looked at these two guys and realized that he was able to meet two good players. He was still holding the bag in his hand and asked them what they wanted him to keep, and Hyung shrugged and said that somehow it was better that someone could use it than just throw it away. And then, as if completely soaked in hatred, he said that Pant and Adora, he can beat them, and then began to giggle. Doyle scowled at him and told him that he was aware that he looked inappropriate right now, and Doyle told him to shut up. While the two of them were arguing that they couldn't just blame it on Jun, Jun stood there and wondered who Pant and Adora were. He represents two silhouettes, a man and a woman, because he has already heard and seen these names more than once. And every time he checks the tutorial's rating, these names adorn the tops. He stared intently and knew that he was also going to run into them in Sector G. Just as Hyung was grabbing Doyle by the scruff of the neck, Jun asked who these people were. He looked at them, and they said that these people are monsters. Hyung looked very angry, telling them that he had tried so many times to surpass them, but it was useless, it was just impossible, they were monsters of some sort. Hyung narrowed his eyes nervously and said that's why he should take the token bag and get to the first place. Hyung put his hand on his shoulder, winked, and snapped his fingers, saying that they were basically giving up their place to him. Isn't that cool? Jun was smiling sincerely again, as if these guys had become his friends. Hyung looked at him, and Jun said that he would do his best for them, and he said that this was exactly what he was waiting for. This is exactly what a man should show on the battlefield. Friendship and a competitive spirit. That was exactly what he wanted to see. It looked pretty weird from Doyle's side, so he looked at Hyung like he was weird. And at that moment, Jun started to put on that very crown. As soon as he put it on, the guys started laughing so loudly at him. He looked at them and said nothing while they wiped away their tears of laughter. But Jun looked at the time that remained until the end and realized that there was a little more than a day left, and it would be the last sector. There was absolutely nothing left, so he had to break through. And now the time has come when the tutorial is already ending. He was underground, thinking that the hidden part of the tutorial that required Hargan's crown was in the deepest place, the Echidna's lair. Kang and Doyle told him about it, and they also told him how to get there. He descended into this lair, gradually destroying the Echidnas until he reached the last location, where he encountered the boss. Jun was standing in front of a huge beaver bear. This monster let out a roar, and Jun knew that it was very strong and compared it in strength to Akasha. But he doesn't care about this boss at all, because if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have Hargan's crown, then who knows if he would have stayed buried alive in this lair or maybe even been killed by this boss altogether. After the battle with this boss, Jun was very tired, so he was dripping with sweat. As soon as he defeated the boss, a sword shone in the rock just above. This sword protruded directly from the stone and was illuminated by the sun. Jun grabbed this sword, which was called Vigrid. He pulled it out of the stone with ease, knowing that it was the last detail Khan and Doyle had prepared for Pant and Edora. Jun was examining this sword. Someone was watching Jun and giggling happily, saying that no matter how you look at it, this person is really very greedy. A goblin sat among the many screens and watched Jun, saying that he had killed Akasha and even Arangdan had been dealt with, and now he had also reached Vigrid. The goblin was scratching his chin and still watching Jun, saying out loud that even though he entered the tutorial a week late, he still got hold of these hidden items that seemed to be waiting for him. The player who breaks an Arangdan, the more he watches it, the more interesting it becomes. Then he says with a malicious smile that there are no more than 12 hours left until the end of the tutorial, so what else can he show during this time? Goblin started to turn around and point his fingers at the screen, saying that this show should be even more interesting because only he knows about everything. He taps the security icon with his finger, saying that only the highest ranking moderators can restrict access to these posts. This icon lit up in red, and the goblin said that among the moderators there were also those who neglect their duties and go to various deals with players. Therefore, it is better for him to hide it in order to avoid bad consequences. But then he went back to watching Jun again. The notification said that he entered the last zone of the tutorial, which is Sector G. In front of him was a stairway straight up to heaven on some island. As he got closer and closer, he realized that he had finally reached there, and this was the last step. The notice said that the G sector trial had started, and Jun was thinking that this trial was similar to what happened in zones E and F, where you had to collect tokens. Another notice said that in this sector you can steal merit points from another player. To do this, he needs to defeat him in a duel. He must show what he is capable of by defeating the maximum number of players and getting the maximum number of points. Jun read this and realized that compared to the previous sectors, the confrontation between the players here is open. Jun looked down at the various locations below him and thought about how this place is chaotic because of this. Everyone is fighting in fierce duels, and his brother said only two things about this place. Walking down the stairs, he remembered these two things, and they sounded terrible. It was a battle royale and chaos. Jun was still climbing up, realizing that this was the place where battles between the best players took place. And as soon as he got to the top, he realized that it also meant that this was a place where everything was changing fast, where the most unexpected turn of events could happen. There was wind everywhere, and he stared ahead in surprise. There was a crowd of players, and he didn't understand what kind of powerful aura it was. The guys stood there in shock, not understanding what kind of monsters were ahead of them. Suddenly, laughter can be heard all over the platform, and someone's fangs can be seen. It was the purple-haired guy who was giving off this energy. He shouted that it was funny to see them go out of their way not to fail. Ah-jun noticed that there was a girl standing behind him. He was looking at her intently. The guy had a sharp fang sticking out, and the girl had purple hair and a horn on her temple. These two one-horned ones are Pant and Edora. A man with one horn hits the ground. Jun thinks they're one-horned, and among all the creatures of the tower, only they are called embodiments of the martial art. All the knights around are confused. Jun stands motionless in the mask and thinks it's him. This one-horned man stretches out his hand and smiles. He talks about what he's doing here, and if he didn't come here to grab him. Jun thinks that this player is a Pant, and Pant says that he should attack and not stand there idle. He starts to smile, opening his mouth, and it says otherwise, after which he runs straight at Jun with his fists, saying that he would attack by himself. After that, all the soldiers are shocked. They put up their shields and start defending themselves. Speaking of which, I need to stop him. Pant smiles and an aura begins to radiate from his fist. It hits players, smashing their shields to splinters. He smiles, saying that they are so weak, and these shields are also weak. After that, he hits one of the players in the stomach, sending them flying. Speaking of who he was going to stop with this, he then punches the other player in the face and a tooth comes out of his mouth. He says they can't even handle a garden scarecrow with that much power, hitting 3 men, and all the other soldiers with their weapons stand in shock and watch in silence. The bank turns around, holding one of the soldiers who has been beaten until he bleeds, and they look at the soldiers, who are beginning to get very worried and fear. He lowers this soldier down, turning his head. Everyone else is standing there in shock, their faces turning blue. Pant smiles. He attacks all these soldiers, hitting them and destroying them in one hit. Speaking of not having them standing in pillars, have you done anything yet? Jun is watching it all, looking at how he destroyed all the soldiers in front of him, thinking that he's strong, and Jun steps forward right up to the soldiers on the floor. He thinks about how it's no wonder they killed Akasha so easily, and Jun starts looking at the girl standing there with the red gun. He thinks that there is another one. He stares at this girl with purple hair and one horn, holding a gun, thinking that it was Edora. This is his younger sister Panta. This is an unsurpassed player who occupies the first place in the rating, and how he'd told her something about Edora. Holding up his finger, the red-haired man says that Pant is strong to the point of insanity, and it creates the feeling of a huge insurmountable mountain. Then, as he approaches Jun, he holds his chin and tells him that Edora is a different matter. He leaves memories say that she is much softer than Pant, but it is absolutely impossible to calculate it, and when he sees it, it feels like he's looking into a bottomless sea, remembering her golden eyes. That's why it's scary. Even if there was a tallest mountain in front of her, they would still be able to see the peak. But it's not so easy to see the sea floor. Jun, turning to face her, doesn't think that he seems to understand what Kang meant. It's like she's hiding something. He tries to look at her and her entire lower body is covered in darkness. He thinks about how huge and terrifying it is. Then she notices him staring at her and wonders what it is. Edora turns to Jun, who continues to stare at her. He looks her straight in the eye and says that she has a very calm look, and it caught up with him. She continues to stare at Jun, and he wonders if something lurking inside her is watching him. Then she starts to smile. Jun looks at her and wonders if she's noticed him. Then he smiles, turning away, thinking that he wanted to observe the situation a little more, and that it was probably time for her to finish. He watched from afar. After which, he picks up his backpack and walks over to her and puts his hand in the same backpack. He thinks that there's nothing he can do. He takes the bag out of his backpack and thinks about showing it to me. He steps forward. After that, he knocks over this bag. A lot of blue pearls fall out of it. The soldiers were very surprised at what a huge mountain they were falling on. They talk about what this guy is doing and why he's scattering them. And was he really going to give up after losing to the mole? And what a waste is that? Edora stands and stares at it in surprise, her mouth hanging open, while one of the soldiers says that he could just give them to him. And Panta notices it as she turns around, while people are shouting that he is crazy and how much he decided to throw away. 1,000 or even a few. They all froze in silence before Jun emptied the bag of pearls. June says conversion. Then these pearls start to shine. The system sends you a notification that all tokens collected in Sector E and F have been successfully converted into merit points and added to your main account. After that, a golden pearl flies to his hands, and the system sends notifications that the tutorial rating has been updated. And the system sends notifications that June appears on the first place in the rating with a score of 109,984 points. On the second place is Edora with a score of 68,230 points, and she looks at him in shock. And the soldiers nearby are watching Jun with surprise and say that this can't be happening. And since this round started, this is the first time in the tutorial that he's seen someone break out to first place. Jun thinks that the bait is abandoned. Is he taking his gun out of his briefcase? And he thinks that now it's time to try it out. Drawing his blade, he points it directly at Edora. A blue aura begins to surround this sword. The system sends notifications that this is a big read. The classification is unknown. The category is unknown. Description: in this long-forgotten Silver Age, there was a holy sword. All the greatest heroes of that time wanted to take possession of it. However, this sword had passed through many heroes and absorbed a huge amount of blood, eventually transformed into a demonic weapon. Even after passing through several eras, this holy sword was unable to regain its original form. In order to return this weapon to its original appearance, special conditions must be met. Most of the abilities are hidden. In order to open them, you need to have a certain classification or meet special conditions. After that, a huge amount of blue aura appears around Jun. All the people watching this fell under the currents of this aura. They shout about what it is and what kind of artifact it is. Many people watch this with fear. They think that such a powerful weapon really exists. And where did he dig up such an artifact? And did they see his score in the ranking? And they, even if they share this tasty morsel at all, they will still be able to rise in the ranking. They look at Jun, who is holding this sword, thinking about the fact that it's also a solo player who doesn't have a team. And that means, what if they get him? After that, all these players start to smile, thinking that it will not entail any consequences. One of them thinks that even if he is as strong as Edora or Panta, and no matter how strong he is, the players all gather together and smile as they look at Junov, thinking about whether he would be able to stand up to such a huge number of players. Originally, Bigrid was a battlefield where divine beings and a hero fought, showing how Snow White this sword is. However, his current available abilities are quite impressive. After that, Jun makes a swing, thinking about what his ability is. He is holding onto this sword with two hands, using the blessing of the sword, and a blue-black aura begins to surround him everywhere. All players standing nearby begin to cover their ears at the loud sound. The system sends notifications that the blessing of the sword, the hatred of previous owners fed into this weapon, changes its divine powers to a curse. Jun thinks about how Kang and Doyle both paid special attention to this particular ability, and the system says that the demonic energy that accumulates in the blade of a weapon increases the proficiency of the force and the number of opponents, and you will also get a chance to deal critical damage. Then June remembers Kang and Doyle standing together and talking. Kang says that the power of this weapon will increase in proportion to the strength of Panta and Edora, and he says for a long time that this way he will be able to match their strength. Jun recalls that Kang said that this is one of the easiest ways to beat the outstanding Banta and Edora in the ranking. Then a black aura begins to wrap around Jun. He thinks that all he has to do is go through the last sector. After that, all players try to hide with their hands from the huge hurricane of black aura surrounding Jun, and he thinks about the need to accumulate demonic energy in advance, so first deal with this trifle. While these players are shouting about what it is and do not understand what is happening, then June runs forward. Players are shouting that this is very dangerous. They start to move away and, clearly frightened, tell everyone to defend themselves. After that, June strikes at the players. They scream and fall. A huge amount of dust rises everywhere, and all players cover themselves with their hands. One of these players opens his eyes and, clearly worried, says that what a relief that he is alive. After that, the dust clouds dissipate. The player notices Jun standing in front with his weapon, and there are a lot of dead players lying around them. He starts screaming and panicking, and Jun looks ahead, thinking that even though Kang and Doyle mostly talked about blessing this weapon, he watches as all the players' carcasses start to turn green, and Jun thinks about the fact that this sword actually has another good enough ability. And while all players approach one of the corpses, which glows green, they panic, poking at it with their swords and wondering what it is. After that, this green smoke begins to dissipate and falls on other players standing nearby. One of these guys got him into the game, and he says he doesn't like it. Then the player understands something. The system sends notifications about the blessing of poison. At the moment of applying the last blow to the enemy, a curse begins to work on everyone who is nearby. Infected players have a reduced defense level and movement speed. The ability is hidden. After that, all nearby players begin to be covered with this green fog. They grab their necks and tell them what it is and how it's possible. Jun then grabs one of them by the head and stabs him with her weapon, while one of them coughs, saying that the curse. Jun rushes forward, destroying enemy after enemy, while they scream in pain and fly in different directions. Jun looks at all of this and thinks that it looks like he's done with these losers. After that, the clouds of dust begin to disperse, and among the many corpses, he notices Edora standing from afar. He thinks about her and looks at her. Then it appears right in front of her. Can't. He slams his fists apart and stands right in front of her. He smiles and starts laughing, clearly angry. He says it's okay, after which, his eyes start to glow gold, and he says that he's been waiting for this for a long time. And the real battle, they're these little losers. After which, he turns to Edora and asks with a smile if he can go. And he starts scratching his head while Edora looks at him in disbelief. She asks him if he ever asked her permission at all, to which Pant replies that well, it doesn't matter. Then Edora lowers her eyes and smiles. She says she won't tell her father anything. Then Pant turns his back on her and punches himself, smiling. He says then he went, to which Edora tells him to leave it there. After that, Pant gives her 2 golden balls on a string. He scratches his head and says yes, he almost forgot. Edora takes them and looks at them. These balls start to shine. The system indicates that the tutorial rating has been updated. After that, the system says that Edora appears on the first place and Jun moves to 2. After that, the players who watched this were very surprised. They talk about how crazy it is, no matter how close they are. But it's so easy to give away 60,000 points. Because of these points, everyone in the tutorial is ready to give up their lives. At which Pant looks at them and smiles. He tells them not to compare them to themselves, and they originally had different levels with him. And Pant smiles as Jun stares at him from among the many corpses. Pant thinks that he hopes that he will fight to his full potential. After that, he stands up in a stance and inhales the air. He thinks that only his one-horned clan knows this. Then he looks at Jun, thinking about their ancestral martial skills and secret technique. Pant starts to smile and glow yellow. Lightning appears everywhere. He's thinking about using the Thunder Fist, and he attacks Jun in a flash of golden light. Speaking of which, he'll just take away all his points. He appears right in front of Jun's face with a smile. At this moment, Jun uses her weapon and a dark blue aura appears everywhere. Both the lightning aura and the sword aura collide. There are many corpses of players everywhere. In the center of the field stands Jun with the antler, and Pant, standing up, says that he doesn't seem so bad after all. He starts to smile and say that he is even more than good. Then Pant holds out his hand and smiles, shouting that it's great where to start. Jun holds the blade to her and steps back a little. Then he sticks it in the ground, and Pant watches as cracks and rumbles appear everywhere. He looks at Jun and thinks about how dangerous it is. After that, he covers himself with his hands and the blow hits him. His hand starts to bleed. After that, he tries to resist and thinks about what cannot be. He thinks about how he was born into a royal family and learned a lot of martial techniques. He has absorbed Akashic energy and is now overwhelmed by an incredible magical power. He tries to resist, and so far all the ground around him has been scratched. He stands in the place of the one who pushed off a little, hiding behind his bloody hands. He thinks about how he can lose so easily. He starts coughing up blood that falls to the floor. Then he looks at Juno with obvious fear. He starts to smile, says whether he can lose to the one who should become king. And Jun, watching all this, wonders why he's smiling. Pant says he can't back down. After that, he begins to shine with lightning and stands up in a stance. He says he learned it from his father, and the antler begins to overflow with a huge amount of gold lightning. He says that this is his true strength. Pant smiles and his eyes start to glow with a golden light. He thinks it's interesting. After which, he jumps right at Jun, saying that this is very interesting. He swings his fist and smiles, thinking about how I never thought I would meet such a player in this place. After that, Jun blocks Pant's blow with her weapon. Jun grabs her weapon with 2 hands to block this blow. Edora is watching from the sidelines. She starts peering at Jun using her golden eyes. Her eyes start to glow. Jun jumps away from Pant, who hits the ground. After that, Jun looks down in flight and sees how a lot of dust has appeared everywhere. He thinks about how the sudden attack has raised so much dust and his vision is blocked. Looking down, he thinks that now he can't recognize the movement of the antler, and while Jun is thinking about this, Pant appears in front of him and smiles. Jun thinks about how he might even see it. Then he realizes that Pant is behind him and turns around. Ivan punches him right in the stomach while Jun tries to block it there. Jun receives many more punches from Ant. After that, blood begins to flow from his mouth and it drips down, while Jun falls to the ground, and right behind him, a panther flies to the ground. I don't want to grab Jun's head while they're still flying. After that, he wants to hit it with his fist, which shines with a golden light and gives off sparks of lightning. This is about the fact that this is the end of the fairy tale, after which he smiles. Jun remembers all this and thinks about how it was supposed to happen. The way Pant beat him up and grabbed his head. He used a skill that he had never used before. He remembers the clock and thinks it's a premonition. He thinks about the last time he tested this skill before he went to Sector G. It's similar to how the system describes a precognition skill. The skill level is 0.5%. The description lets you see a specific moment in the future. The time of possible movement depends on the level of skill and magic power. After using this skill, the player may feel dizzy due to the sudden change in reality. And Jun thinks that after that, he left this skill for a long time and didn't think about it. He stands and stares at the system window, reading its descriptions, thinking that this is quite good. He reflects that it allows him to see a certain passage of the future, remembering how the system is written about allowing you to see a certain moment in the future and harmful possible foresight depends. And Jun thinks, is it really that simple? He remembers standing in a trench during the war, thinking about how when he was on the battlefield, he had seen countless lives cut off in a matter of seconds. It seemed to him that if only this man could foresee even a few seconds of his future, then he would be able to keep his life. And he will be able to use this skill for a very short time, but at the same time he will consume a lot of magic power, remembering what was said about how the time of possible movement depends on the level of skill and magic power. And this skill gives him the ability to anticipate for just a few seconds. And the more magic power he spends, the more he will be able to see, because the fees for using this skill are very high, as the clock starts to melt. And to use it at least once, you need to spend about 2/3 of the total amount of its magic power. And now he will be able to use this skill for no more than 5 seconds. Is he looking at this skill, thinking that perhaps the biggest challenge is figuring out when to use this ability? After all, he cannot accurately guess when his life is in danger. And Jun, looking at all this, thinks that in a duel with an opponent, the situation changes damn fast. Therefore, 3 seconds of foresight may not be enough, and you also need to have time to analyze the situation. And it sounds kind of simple, but in fact it's crazy. As he stands there, he wonders if, however, by predicting the future, he can raise the limit of his abilities. And of course, if he failed, he would immediately die. And while Jun blocks all the attacks of the panther and Edora watches him, he thinks that he seems to have gotten a taste of it, and that it wasn't so bad in the end. After which, Jun jumps into the sky while holding her blade, while the pant hits the ground. The plan looks at what is below, while the dust has risen there and nothing can be seen. He thinks that through foresight he has learned his future, and as soon as Pant appears behind him with a smile, Jun notices that she's pointing her blade at him, thinking that now, thanks to the dragon's eye's desire for combat and enhanced senses, he would be able to refine his body. After which, Jun punches Pant while he goes into shock, trying to grab him, thinking about that after it uses a lightning fast step. Jun grabs Pant's hands and pulls her behind him. Pant looks at him, clearly angry. Jun thinks about how he will use his magic power to its full potential. The bank tries to hit Jun with its fist. Speaking of which, he's definitely not going to leave now, and he's finished. And he misses, while Jun pulls her head back and says yes, it's over. Jun then kicks out with her foot at the body of the panther. Speaking of what's for him, and Pant's grades start to bleed as he stands there in disbelief. The man grabs his weapon, which begins to glow with blue magic power, thinking that he was using the blessing of the sword. Pant then stands in shock while Jun stabs him with her weapon. He cuts the antler open while it screams in pain and is covered in blood and a blue aura. And Pant raised his head, covered in blood, tries to hit him from above by jumping on top of him. He thinks that he has 1 more second, and his next target is Edora. He jumps right up to her as she stands there watching. She pulls out her weapon. After that, Edora blocks Jun's blow with her big blade. Jun stands there in disbelief, thinking that he is in charge of Edora's counterattack. Then Jun throws the dagger from her other hand. What comes next is the most important thing. He imagines those daggers hitting Edora in the neck. If everything goes according to the prediction, she should collapse now, bleeding profusely. But does Edora manage to block this dagger? He falls to the ground, and she points her weapon directly at Jun. She stands there in shock, watching this, and thinks about how she parried the blow. He tries to throw another punch, but again she blocks him. He thinks about the fact that they made no mistakes. After that, Edora continues to block blow after blow, He thinks about why this vision didn't come true. Edora opens her mouth. She pulls her weapon back over her shoulders. Then it makes a huge swing. Dust rises everywhere and June, trying to attack her in response, is very surprised by this. Clouds of dust are rising everywhere, and while Jun stands there looking at Edora, she took a stance, pointing her blade directly at him. Speaking of being strong, June looks at her and thinks about those eyes. He peers into her golden eyes. He thinks that this is something that Edora has been hiding for so long, and she was able to get into his knowledge. Insight, a skill that allows you to see through the essence of objects. Is Edora going forward? And Pant has the Thunder Fist skill, which is a secret technique of the Changyam family. Edora also managed to master one of these techniques. However, due to the fact that the process of learning this skill is incredibly difficult, only Edora was able to master it. And that's why the skill helped the twins reach first and second places in the ranked tutorial. Is Edora watching with her own eyes, saying that insight makes it possible to see through reality, and thanks to this skill, she can detect the thoughts and actions of the enemy and therefore block almost any attack. His predictions were simply overlapped, and Jun stands in a crouch while Edora looks at him, pointing her weapon directly at Jun. June thinks that his prediction time is up. Edora looks at Junie, says whether he is going to continue. Then Jun puts her weapon on her back and says no, it's time to finish. Edora smiles as she looks at him and says it's a good decision. And he's been fighting so many players at the same time, including his brother, and that's impressive. And as June stares at her, she keeps talking, something that a player of this level sees for the first time. And she would like to concede first place to him, but they also have their own good reasons. To which Jun says that there is no reason why he would think that he was going to give up. Edora looks at him and asks in surprise, what? After that, June takes out 4 golden balls. Edora looks at him in shock. Then she notices that he stole them from her. She's starting to worry. Speaking of how he did it, is she looking at them? And June, looking back at Edora, says her eyes. While she looks ahead in surprise, June says they seem to have limitations, and she can only anticipate what is in her field of vision. She looks surprised, and he remembers that while one of the daggers was falling, this dagger cut off the rope holding the golden crystals at her waist. Edora lowers her head and starts to worry as she looks at her weapon. She thinks about how she was only focused on making significant attacks, so she overlooked it, and June puts them on her belt, saying that he would take care of it. The system sends notifications that indicate that the tutorial rating has been updated. First place, June. On the second place, Edora, and on 3, Pant. All the players are in shock and look at how the rating has changed. They shout that this can't happen, after which, all the soldiers watching it think that even if he hadn't stolen the golden talismans, he would still be ranked number 1. Yi-jun looks up while his eyes are shining. Players think that this is their own benefit, and the player who absorbs everything in his path. After that, Jun uses the instant step skill, and as he starts to leave, Edora tries to call out to him and asks him to wait. She holds out her hand to him and sees only a small projection of Jun while he's already gone. She brings her hand to her chest and grits her teeth, thinking that this is the first defeat in the tutorial. This is a complete rout. She grabs her kimono and starts to shiver. After that, she puts her hand on her cheek and everything starts to blush. She says that he is very cool. The system counts down from 5 seconds to 0, and while June is sitting on a rock, the system says that the tutorial time is up. Jun sees a message saying that all players will be moved to the waiting area, and everyone should be careful. June thinks about how much time has passed. After that, he appears around a lot of players who come in shock. They all start looking around and asking questions, when is the tutorial finally over? After which, they all notice Jun standing in front of them. They look at him in surprise and say that this is the right person, and he took the first place. And while June is standing there, people are discussing him. They say he defeated the one-horned brother and sister, and that's impossible. And what is his true face? Jun thinks about how even those who haven't been to Sector G have heard the rumor, and he didn't think he would attract so much attention. Then Jun closes her eyes and thinks about the key of Zeus. There is only one way to get it. In general, there are 2 places that he must go to when he enters the tower. I remember a huge white flag with a coat of arms in the form of a sword and wings, and he says that this is the first place, this is the home of the Arteria clan. And another is the treasury of Olympus. He remembers this place, thinking that it is the place where the ancient deities kept their treasures. Both the key and Zeus are one of the 12 keys that unlock this treasure trove. Yi-jun starts looking around, thinking that by the way, it looks like Kang and Dole have already left, and they said that they were going to leave right away, even somehow it's a pity that he couldn't meet them. Just then, one of the men notices Jun standing there. He calls him over and June turns in surprise. He says it's really you and it was you, and the kid standing there is looking at Jun with a smile. He says that he heard a masked newcomer appear in tutorially and immediately realized that they were talking about Jun, and he wasn't wrong about that. June looks at him and thinks that he has become more cheerful. He asks him, saying that did you find the Frisia garden after all? To which he says that yes, he accidentally found it in the waiting room of Sector B. And he begins to explain, they say that in this garden there is a spirit with which you can make a contract. And as a sorcerer, he has outstanding abilities. And he believed that if he could learn some elemental magic, he would have plenty of success. And he didn't seem to be wrong about that. Jun then activates her dragon eye. He looks at it and thinks that it's not the same Yell as before. And Jun tells him, looking into it, that it looks like he's made great progress, and he's found some other hidden objects. To which Yell says that he almost met the mentor. Jun asks, what kind of mentor is this? To which he smiles and replies that he wasn't worried, and he's not like those people who are really grateful to him. He looks at it all in surprise. Yell goes on to say that he would also like to thank him before he leaves. He bows to him, closing his eyes and saying that, thanks to him, he was able to change his thinking and meet a good mentor. And he says that someday they will meet again, looking at Juno with a smile. June nods back at him. After that, he watches as Yell begins to disappear into the blue aura. The team, watching this, thinks that it seems like they've gotten a step closer to the tower, and they didn't expect it. Then he looks at the huge portal. It says that he is so happy to see them again, having seen their faces. Then a goblin in a tuxedo and glasses walks out. He stands on the platform and bows to everyone. He says he is happy to welcome them, dear players, and he is the administrator of the tutorial. And while all the players are looking at him along with Jun, he starts explaining. He says that they all did a great job, and the excellent dexterity they showed in this tutorial and their ability to make decisions in different situations were amazing. And he hopes that they will continue to show such remarkable qualities and move up the tower. Then he grabs his monocle and says, with a smile, what now? Raising your hands, the system window starts to appear above it. Does he say that he will present them with the results? After that, all players notice how June is on the first place with a score of 510,590 points. On the second place Edora with 60,000 points. She is the third ranked Pant with 200,020 points. All the players are shocked, saying that come on. How can it be 510,000 points? I'm usually the leader of a tattoo artist who gets between 50 and 100,000 at best. How the hell is that even possible? So what happened in Sector G? Do Jun feel something? He notices that Pant appears after him, along with Edora. Edora smiles as she looks at him. He says quietly that he congratulates him. June looks at it in surprise and doesn't understand what's going on. It activates the dragon's eye, and he looks at them, thinking that, judging by the aura, these congratulations are sincere. And they were rivals, so how was he able to make a good impression on her? He thinks about why this is so. Jun, who is standing with Edora and Pant, is paying attention to something. Yes, look at the tutorial administrator. It says that player Jun took first place with 510,000 points. Katter smiles, raising his hand, and says that this is the highest score not only for the round, but also for the entire history of the tutorial. And, of course, he should receive a reward for this. After that, the system window pops up in front of Jun, which he is looking at. The window says whether he wants to place his name in the Hall of Fame. You can agree to this and refuse. He thinks it's a Hall of Fame, and it's a place where only the people who get the most points on each of the tower's steps can post their name. He decides to decline, thinking that such an honor is undoubtedly an outstanding achievement. But this is the glory that any player craves. After that, the system says that the name registration was rejected. Their client has decided not to disclose his name, but he can change his mind at any time. The receptionist then looks at Juna in surprise. He says that he really has a unique character, and not all the same, sometimes he comes across people like him and have outstanding abilities. They don't flaunt everything. June looks at him and thinks that he just doesn't want to tell her his real name. And at least what difference does it make? After that, the administrator snaps his fingers and says that now it's time for the awards to be presented. Huge blue cubes with question marks appear in front of Jun. The system says he got an ibis egg, and the lion helmet of the king of beasts. He thinks that all this can be exchanged for other items, and by themselves, these items look quite good. June smiles, thinking about what in particular. He looks at what the system says he got the Zeus keys. He believes that the key of Zeus is a very small object, category C+. With its help, you can open the treasury of Zeus, the ruler of heaven, and the method of application is unknown. June holds this key up in front of her hand, while all the players are looking in different directions. He thinks that in the eyes of an ignorant person, he looks like a Class F item. But in fact, many players who took first place considered this key useless, so they either threw it away or lost it somewhere. He peers at it, thinking that later these lessons learned about the true purpose of this subject, and they very much regretted such omissions. He remembers all the possible keys and thinks that in order to complete this key, you need to collect all 11. Jun clenches his fist and thinks that if everything is clear, then the remaining items are hidden. And no doubt it won't be easy to get the keys that have been left behind, but he has to open the treasury of Olympus at all costs. At this key and continues to reflect that holding it in his hands, he gets the feeling that now everything is the beginning of the end. Then the receptionist claps her hands and smiles. He says that's the end of it. He holds out his hand and tells everyone to do their best and will be happy to see you again. Players who are eligible to enter the tower will receive a separate notification. If they didn't get it, then they could try their luck next time. After that, the administrator bends down and around him, the light begins to shine. It indicates that the exit is located in the lower part of the room. Many players are blinded by this bright light and cover themselves with their hands. Jun reads the system notification. It says that he has proven that he has sufficient abilities to enter the tower, and they hope that he will continue to try his best to become a tower deity. And does he wish to enter the tower? After that, a bright blue color appears from the floor, which Jun is surprised by. Pant then shouts at Jun. Jun pays attention and sees him move closer to him and hold out his fist. Jun asks, "What is it?" To which Pant replies that he should come here, and what happened in Sector G used an artifact, didn't it? Pant smiles and holds out his hand. What he's saying is, let's drop all the jokes and fight one-on-one. Then his eyes light up and he says, if he's a fighter at all, he can't refuse. And while Pant burns, smiling. Despite Jun, he looks away. He sighs. After that, Jun raises his hands and says that he gives up. After which, Pant is surprised by this, and Jun tells him what he said, gives up, and he won, does that suit him? And he will not fight those who have surrendered. Pant then looks at Jun in shock, who turns away from him, and he says that's all. Pant, surprised, reaches out to Jun and shouts that they haven't finished yet. Then he sees Jun disappear in silence, watching the blue light. He sits down on his lap, clearly sad, as a lot of players watch. He screams about what the hell, what a bad person he is, while Edora smiles, closes her eyes and laughs. It is said that a new recruit has appeared in the tower, remembering Jun holding glowing weapons. Speaking of which, as soon as the tutorial round ended, rumors spread across the various societies of the tower at an incredible rate. And the person who took first place, the first person to score 500,000, just an unimaginable number of points. Remembering Pant and Edora standing behind him. Speaking of which, he swept through Sector G and took over everything he could. And the one who crushed the one-horned twins. That's why he got the nickname, Bigwigs. And, of course, many clans had their eyes on him. They were all trying to find out about the recruit's true face, but no one has been able to find any information about it. They remember that he hid his name in the rating table, and the recruit wore a mask all the time, hiding his name and not even registering it in the Hall of Fame. Many began to whisper in the shadows, saying that ultimately, the identity of this recruit was completely shrouded in mystery, and various rumors and guesses accumulated like snowdrifts. After that, Jun stands near a huge city, looking down on him. He watches as a lot of players walk through the streets. Speaking of which, it seemed to him that such a thing could only be seen in a dream, and he's looking at a huge tower that goes straight up into the sky. Speaking of which, it immediately catches your eye. A tall tower located in the middle of an endless city. Divine Tower Obelisk. He remembers his brother saying that they are inside this tower. Top players, top clans were people who were related to his brother. All of them are the ruling elite of this tower. Being at the top, all of his brother's actions were a challenge to them, so there was nothing else he could do. Then Jun lowers her mask. Is he looking out the window at the sky, thinking that things are different now, and he will look at them through his brother's eyes, speak to them with his voice, and give him back everything they did to him. Looking at the huge tower from the shadows, he thinks that this is the real story now. Jun holds a paper in her hands and looks around as she walks down the street. He wonders if it's exactly here somewhere, peering at the piece of paper. He looks at a man standing next to his brother, thinking about the fact that judging by the photo, this is the same neighborhood. After which, he finds the broken forge. Thinking about what it seems, it's located here. He notices the forge sign and is all rusty and battered. Then he comes in and says he's sorry to bother you. He sees the floor, the ruined forge, all dirty standing there. He thinks that something must have happened here a long time ago. He looks at all these weapons and thinks that there are no stains on the weapon. He looks at one of the black helmets with a red mohawk, thinking that these are all high-end items. The system says that this is a metal black Hinawa helmet. Helmet classification, Category B. This helmet is made by the dwarf blacksmith Hirova. Features hides its owner in the dark. After which, he notices a battle bow here. It was also made by the dwarf Kuznetsov, Kirova from Horn and Dry Minotaur. Just physical strength won't be enough to pull this bowstring. He also has a B rank. After which, he notices a small blade lying on a red cloth. He sees that he has no description, no category, no classification. This weapon is completely rusted and it is impossible to find out more detailed information about it. He goes to it and touches the handle. He thinks that he can't recognize two items here even with the dragon's eye. what kind of mess is this? And it seems to him that some of the weapons here are so high-end that he can't identify them. After that, he takes this blade and says that it's not bad. He notices someone coming in. His hands are huge. It was the courtyard, in holding a variety of weapons and asking about who he was. He watches a dwarf come through the door with a gun in his hand. He asks, looking at Jun, who is he? While Jun is in shock. He remembers the photo, sees that it is the same dwarf with the photo. He thinks he's the one, and he couldn't be wrong. After which, he puts that rusty blade back on the red tablecloth. And he thinks about the dwarf who smiles with my brother in that old, faded photo. And he mentioned it several times in his diary. It said that he was one of the members of Artie that his brother had relied on so many times. And it's impossible to list them all. He remembers pictures of the dwarf standing next to him. Speaking of which, he often how much the tower depended on him. And in the end, this creature was the only companion that his brother could rely on. And he says he was like a father figure to his brother. After that, Jun lowers his head and starts laughing, thinking about how he called him father. He remembers how they both had fun when they were little around their own father, thinking about how, to be honest, the two of them didn't have many memories of their current real father left. And when they were kids, they were told that he died because of an accident. And the only memory left of him is when he held the two of them in his arms and was happier while they laughed together. So what was it about this creature that my brother started calling it to father? And the shabby Hanova looks at him. Jun says that he came to buy a gun, to which Hunor replies that what kind of weapon. He holds out his finger and says that he can't see the state of the shop. And Jun watches as the cobwebs are everywhere, all cracked and in poor condition. Jun stands bewildered and says that is this really a problem? While Hanova is clearly angry, Hanova walks forward, holding her weapon. He goes through the Juns and says he is a sick man and stop fooling around and he has to get out of here. To which Jun stops him, saying that he seriously came to buy a gun. Hunoa then looks Jun in the face, clearly angry and telling him to move his ass out of the way. And fuck you, he doesn't sell guns anymore and asks him to leave. Gosha shoves Jun and yells at him to get out of the way. And Hunoa walks ahead of him, while Jun tells him that maybe it's because of the disbanding of Arsha. He looks surprised, clearly angry at Jun. He clenches his fists, and they start to shake. He turns around and says this guy don't talk about what you don't know, which Jun looks at and thinks he was right. He remembers how Hunoa and his brother used to smile and be together all the time, thinking about how he was originally an artery blacksmith. He wasn't a member of the group because he wasn't a player, but he was very close to the members of that group, so it can be assumed that he was one of them. He remembers how many weapons Hanova made, and the fact that thanks to his amazing weapons, they all emerged victorious from many battles. And Jun is looking after Hunoa, thinking about the reason why, despite his great skill, he doesn't sell his weapons. And Jun, putting her hands up to her face, says Hunoa about how they were trying to force him to join other clans, and wasn't he? To which Hunoa starts shaking and says that he told him to mind his own business. Jun lowers her head. He says that, judging by his personality, he won't believe that he has succumbed to their pressure, and it is possible that these clans attacked customers who bought weapons from him. He thinks that this has prevented him from continuing to work as a blacksmith, and he doesn't need to dig deep to figure it out. What Hanova is angry about, they say he is. But Jun interrupts him, saying that if this is the reason, then he can not worry and just give him the weapon. After that, Hanova puts the diet blanks that he was carrying and says that it's okay. Hanova approaches him and turns to him, saying that if he really wants it, then what does he want to buy? After that, Jun takes out the rusty blade that he was examining, says that it is his. Hanova looks at this and decides to close her eyes. Is he pointing at Jun? Igor asks him if he has any money at all, to which Jun says can he give it on credit. After which, Jun starts to take something out of the bag while Ice USA is very angry, raising his hands. He shouts that what the hell is he crazy, and let him stop bullying. Jun says of course there is and he was just joking. Jun throws a huge bag. Hanova looks at him in surprise, and he says that they are incredible. Did he really get this from the dark elf of Icy Ice? Jun says yes, and he thinks about how he found out right away. And Hanova says, remembering this elf, that it seems that he is not so simple since he was able to get this. He thinks it's a dark elf who will never give an item to someone he doesn't accept. And Hanova mutters that he's a skinny, tall elf. Although he has a terrible temperament, you have to admit that he has a good eye. After which, Hanova smiles, spreading her hands. He says that alright, let him show him the things that he got in the tutorial. But he warns that his things are not cheap, and they will exceed all his expectations. And Jun puts out the things he's been able to get. They were the teeth and jaws of a goblin, the eyeball of a lizardman, orc ribs and troll brains and blood. And Hanova looks at it all, thinking about what it is. Hanova himself thinks that these things may be garbage in themselves, but they are used at the heart of that artifact. If you look closely, the things he carries are too good for a beginner. And Hunoa looks at Jun's weapon that exudes an aura. He thinks that he has a weapon that contains wholly demonic energy, and under normal circumstances, such a sword simply can't exist. There is only one reason why such a thing exists. It was originally sacred, but later cursed and turned demonic. And he also needs to get a better look at this black bracelet on his arm to find out the details, but he is sure that it is a very powerful artifact. And he actually got it all in the tutorial. And Hyunoa notices Jun pulling out the egg. He points his finger and says that he must be mocking him. And Jun says why does he think that? Hanova squeezes her hand, clearly angry. He shouts that he can still tell that he has at least imagined what this thing is. To which Jun says yes, of course. And Jun says that the thing that the Beast Lord was wearing. Lion helmet of the Beast Lord. Category: a helmet used in the Beast Lord. In the past, he disappeared for an unknown reason, and he made a white lion out of the skin of the mythical beast. And Hyunoa asks while looking at a piece of stone, they say that isn't it a demon egg? To which Jun says it's an ibis egg, and it's delayed by the demonic ibis. It can only hatch under certain conditions, and once hatched, it will follow any creature who he sees first. Jun says that the Beast Lord was one of the most famous lords, and he ran the tower together with the Vampire Lord. And the items that belong to him might be lower in quality than Batter's vampire dagger, but that doesn't mean they're completely useless. After all, this essay was also a priceless item. After all, this is a hellish beast that lives in the depths of the hyena jungle, and the process of hatching an egg is extremely difficult, but given the advantages, becoming such a creature as your pet is worth it. And the thing in Horde of Beasts and Demon Egg. If one person uses both of these items, then they will definitely become one of the most outstanding players. Hyunoa, looking at Jun, thinks to herself that he is confident in this weapon that he is creating. But even his swords are nothing compared to the thief this guy has. Naturally, in his teeth, he thinks that he is definitely mocking him. And why the hell was Yeltaradikov looking down on him? And Jun stretches out her hand, says that if these things are unequal, the price of daggers, what about the order? And Hanova, folding her hands, says that really he thinks to ask for the Eye of Hess. And Jun says yes, it is. It's a giant with dozens of hands and hundreds of eyes. And an artifact named after this monster is definitely worth the two things that were presented. Whereupon Hanova leans on the nightstand next to her and says that he's a fucking psycho was his original goal. It's not that he doesn't see it, since there are 5 blacksmiths capable of creating such a thing, and he's one of them. Jun says that he heard that he no longer creates artifacts because of this, such a tasteless method was the only way to bring it to you. Jun bows to Hyunoa and says accept my apologies, to which Akhanova closes her eyes and thinks. He looks at his anvil and tells him if he understands what it means, and is he seriously asking him to create such a thing. To which Jun says that as he mentioned earlier, he will deal with the rest of the clans. Jun tells him not to worry about it and all he has to do is concentrate on creating the Eye of Gs. And while Akhanova is angry, Jun throws up her hands and says that, of course, if he is afraid of them, then he can also do nothing. After which, Hanova shouts that he will do it. Jun receives notifications saying that he failed to evaluate things, and he estimated that the Dragon's Eye skill level increased by 15%. Hyungal's magic dagger, the dagger that Hanova put his whole soul into. It took 3 years to create. And Jun looks at it, reads the system notification that it was originally created for someone very important. But with the man's death, the dagger seemed to absorb Hyungal's anger and rage. Because of this, the dagger has become so sharp that it can easily cut through stone. And the system says that this is a dwarf's dream, a magic dagger that feeds on the wearer's emotions. The stronger their emotions, the sharper the blade becomes. Or the blade of rage dagger deals a bleed effect, slowly draining the opponent's life. If the target's health is less than 20%, there is a chance that the target will get ice poisoning. And this thing is an artifact of a growing type. An artifact can increase its power along with its owner, and the speed of growth depends on the awareness and effectiveness of interaction with it. And Jun, looking at this dagger, thinks that it is much better than he expected. He touches it to the blade. After that, he thinks that it fits very well in his hand, and he feels like he's found a precious thing that he lost a long time ago. And he remembers the system notifications that say that it was originally created for someone very important. But with the man's death, the dagger absorbed anger, rage. Because of this, the dagger has become so sharp that it can easily cut through stone. And Jun looks up at the sky, wondering who the dear person mentioned in the description is. At night near the blacksmith shop, Jun looks at the clock and thinks about that 1 month. He rolls into them, opening them, and you think that initially the hands on the clock did not move, but now they are moving, even at a very low speed. But gradually, they start to wind up. After that, he puts them back under his jacket and thinks that this should be enough. Despite looking towards his eyes, it starts to glow. Thinking about that, however, he notices that several players are watching him. Thinking about what seemed to be following him, a tail followed. And Jun goes ahead, wondering if there are 15 or 17 of them. and they came for his artifacts or to try to intimidate him. After that, Jun looks away and thinks that they might be weaklings, but they'll be really annoying later if he doesn't deal with them now. Then Jun enters a dark alley. These players nod to each other and follow him. Are they looking down this alley? And they do not notice Jun there, very surprised. They talk about where the hell he's gone, and they can't lose him. How to force the passage by boxes goes further. Wearing a hood, he enters one of the taverns. That's right, smiles and says, "Welcome," leaves the bag of gold. Then he says that he wants a table on the terrace on the top floor. The owner takes him away and Jun watches the view of the dark city. Then the owner of this place smiles. He says that he is quite lucky and how he sees their terrace, known for its stunning views, very popular with their clients. Their regular customer had just left this place. What is Jun holding on to the backing for? And he says that he likes nutty coffee without syrup and believes that he does not use artificial grains. Jun views the city. He thinks his brother used to go to this cafe a lot. And Jun goes to different places, thinking that he had gone through the nearest places that Bradu mentioned in his diary. He looks at them and says that a lot of players don't find the outer area particularly interesting, but his brother had a lot of memories of this particular place. Then Jun sits down and gets his coffee. He thinks that the places he has recommended in the past have always been good. And Jun looks around, wondering what's interesting. What was he thinking here? He imagines his brother and his teammates sitting at a table drinking coffee, thinking what it was like to laugh with your friends. Jun then tastes the coffee and says it's bitter, and that's probably because there's no syrup in it. In the afternoon near the blacksmith shop, Hanova works by hitting metal with a hammer. He sees Jun come in. He turns to him and tells him why he came here again, to which Jun says that he stopped by on the way. He was bored, and he also wanted to check on the progress of the work, and he gave him all the necessary ones yesterday, but isn't there something else needed? The street is nearby, while Hyuna is clearly angry at him. He says that as he thought, he has already started working on it, and he will probably stay here to see to it just in case. And Hanova, holding the hammer, is very angry. He thinks that over the past few days, he's already learned that this kid is a tough nut to crack. And no matter what he does, he never obeys and does not get angry. If he continues to be nervous about it, only leads to nerve cells. After that, Hanova sighs and continues to work, hitting her head with a hammer. He thinks he'll just pretend he's not here, and Jun uses her dragon eye. He watches how Hanova works. He thinks that melting is slow and will melt the metal inside the furnace. Casting pour liquid metal into the dagger mold. And forging, you need to hammer out the desired shape from the metal. And finally, the same sharpening. Looking at the work, Hanova, his process became clear. And one word came to mind, craftsman, by remembering how his brother used to walk. Thinking about the fact that thanks to the artifacts created by skilled hands, Hanova and brother were nicknamed the Wings of Heaven. And that means how they created the things he used. Hyuna then walks right up to Jun's face. He gets angry and asks him if he's really asleep. And while Hyuna is angry and yelling at Jun, saying how dare he fall asleep when he said that he came to watch him. While he's laying his ass out there for the hell of it, he's doing something. And Jun says didn't he say that he was bored? After which, he sees Hyuna running away, saying that he's a fucker. He picks up the phone and shouts to Jun that if he's bored, then he should sit down here and try to forge something. And let him stop getting on his nerves lazy. He's an ass. And Jun catches the ball sent flying by Hyungova. He says it's okay. Jun then asks him how to light the stove, and he needs to teach him how to do it properly. To which Hyuna stands in shock and opens her mouth. Jun asks him about whether it's possible that he has high blood pressure and if he wants him to bring medicine. To which Hanova shouts, they say that if he shuts up, it will go down, so he should just close his mitt. Jun says okay, but seriously, how could he start a fire? Then he closes his eyes and thinks he understood why his brother liked the dwarf. And remembering how in the ruins he walks in armor, it passes through one of the flags. Then one of the men in the blue hoodie picks it up. He sits down on one knee and says what a blessing it is to have several of his colleagues standing around him. He tries to put his hand behind his head. After that, they think that everything is much worse than it was, the report says. And forget about the survivors, all the work that they put their effort into was gone in one day. And this is a damn build. He sees blood and destruction everywhere, thinking about how they can't even find information about what happened here, and whether it was because of the heart or something else. After that, this man shouts that they should find at all costs and search the entire tutorial. Then these two men say that there is. He removes his hood, revealing silver hair. This is Leonti and he is one of the 5 leaders of the Blue Flower Island. He says why did it have to happen now? Then, on his way back to the blacksmith shop, Jun says, is that really going to teach him metallurgy? Hyuna is clearly angry as she looks at Jun. As long as he says he's serious, it doesn't matter if he teaches him the basics, because he really wants to learn it. And Jun watches as Hyuna sits by the stove. Hanova lowers her voice, talking about what he needs it for. Jun says he has something that he wants to repair. Hanova says that this is a repair, and is he really going to fix something? to which Jun says that he's sorry but he can't show it to him. Then he remembers the watch that hangs around his neck. After all, they were already broken and in poor condition when they returned to him. But due to the fact that there was a magic device inside, he wasn't able to disassemble them on his own. And of course, if it was Hyuna, he could fix them easily. However, this is what he wants to do exactly by himself. After all, this watch is something that his brother left him, and it contains many memories from their childhood. After that, Hinova smokes a pipe. He sits there and talks about what he thinks can't be helped. June walks over to him and looks at him. Speaking of which, did he really think he was going to get mad at him for asking him to train him for no good reason? To which Hinova says that at least he knows that his request is not a joke and that he is a complete zero when his business asks for something. After that, Akanova hangs up the phone and tells him to forget. If he doesn't want to talk, then he won't ask. After all, players leave their worlds and try to climb to the top of the tower who do not have their own story. And whether it is possible that he is the same, his mask serves as a clear proof of this. Hinova sits and looks ahead, her hand on the table. He says because of your order, he won't have time to train him. And he will be able to show him the basics, but the rest he should understand by watching him work. And June looks at his back and says thank you. Hyuna pulls her hands away and says that does he really think he's teaching him because he likes him? His ears are starting to turn red. And he says he's just bored and he should understand that. Jun smiles through the mask as Hyungov's ears turn red. He thinks about how, despite the way he looks, he's a pretty shy dwarf. At Hinov's blacksmith shop, passers-by passing nearby can be heard shouting about how Hinova is screaming. They are surprised when he says that no, this is not the way to do it. Hyuna drops her weapons and punches Jun on the back. Does it say that you need to start again? While June sits with pliers, and Hyuna smokes her pipe and watches Jun continue forging. And Hyuna thinks that he's not so bad after all, glancing at Jun. He watches as June hits the hammer next to the furnace, thinking about the fact that usually when people first start working with the hammer, they either can't adjust the force to make fewer mistakes. But once he understood the basics, he was doing pretty well, and that's impressive. And while Hyuna was talking about it, Jun was using her dragon eyes as well. Hinova thinks that he has a feeling that he sees the places to hit and with what force and how many times to do it. Then June hits with a sledgehammer. Hinova smiles as she watches. He thinks he looked like a complete blacksmith at first, but every time Yang points out his mistakes, he learns from them. And now it is no longer distinguishable from any other average blacksmith. And for the first time, he sees that they learn so quickly. Then Hinova puts the phone in her mouth, thinking about what or is it in 2, knows the brother who talked about being Mr. He holds up a pair of tongs and smiles, telling him to teach him how to do it. And it looks like a lot of fun. Then he sees June holding a bent piece of metal with a pair of tongs. Hyuna sighs at this. He thinks about what seems like he's getting old, thinks about such useless things. Then he squeezes his pipe and throws it right at Jun's head, yelling at him that Snotty Concha said it was the wrong corner. In the evening, June comes down the stairs, dressed in a hoodie. He thinks about how it's been 2 weeks since he started studying here, and this road already seems familiar to him. He remembers when he started forging, and Hinova kept yelling at him, asking if he was doing well, hitting me, calling me a jerk. And June puts her hands up to her face and smiles, thinking that he's an interesting dwarf. And he grumbles and resents the mistakes he makes, but always checks to see if he's doing well. And June, as she walks along, thinks that now she understands why her brother said that he reminded him of his father. Isn't Hinova really a nice creature? June smiles and closes her eyes, thinking that he has lost everything, but Raj will know that he has those left when no one will betray him. And Jun, walking forward, reflects that this is why he can't let Hyuna die, and you can't involve him in your problems. He clutches his bag even tighter, thinking that it's enough that he knows who Hyuna is. And as soon as the eye is ready, it will disappear from the forge. June holds her hand near her forehead and looks up at the sky. He thinks that, as he felt, he wanted to be inside the tower. And here he will be able to plunge into the past of his brother and even meet someone with whom he was very close. He looks at this tower with his own eyes and thinks that now he has the last thing left to do, and it is necessary to climb to the upper floors of the tower and meet them. These are the top players, they occupy the upper floors. Both the outer district and the lower floors are places where scum live, too pathetic and unworthy to be near the best of the best. So he needs to get stronger as quickly as possible. So, as soon as he is on the same earth with them, he can take revenge on them for his brother. And June, coming out of a dark alley, notices people starting to surround him. He looks around as he is surrounded by a lot of people with guns. They ask you that they don't look at him or smile at him yet. I'm one of the men looking at a paper showing Jun's portrait. He drops the paper and grabs his gun, smiling. He says the white mask and cloak seem to have come to the right place, and that idiot who ignored their warning and started hanging around Hyunga's blacksmith shop. He moves closer to Jun and smiles, holding out his hand. Speaking of which, from the way he looks, he must have recently come out of the tutorial, and what made him think he could ignore their warning. After which, Jun smiles, thinking to himself that these are the same bastards that keep pestering him. He wondered why they hadn't shown it all this time. He remembers how many people are standing on the stairs. After all, they are subordinates of the 8 clans, and in fact, the 8 clans don't care what happens outside the upper floors. But there are a lot of small clans here that have protection over the aforementioned ones. They need to act tactfully so as not to fall into disfavor, and it seems that oppressing Hyungao was one of those things. After that, the man starts getting angry, yelling at Jun and telling him why he's laughing. Is he saying he's crazy? And Jun looks at him and tells him to stop unloading his stuff and get out of the way. After that, the man grabs his gun, clearly angry and shouting that he is a bad son. And Jun disappears as everyone wonders where he's gone. Jun appears with her dagger right behind one of the players. He sticks it right into it and it starts to bleed everywhere. He swings this dagger away and all the players standing nearby are surprised and point their weapons at him. Jun jumps back, leaning down on the ground. After that, it quickly sweeps in front of one of the players, cutting it into 2 parts. And a huge amount of blood starts coming out of this player as he screams. And the other players stand and watch with fear on their faces. One of these players thinks about what's going on while Jun hits him from behind with her weapon. Then there are screams, and one of the remaining players stands in fear, not understanding what is happening in the video, as his teammates all fell to the ground. Jun pulls out a dagger from one of the men, while this player begins to give birth, pointing his weapon at Jun. In the meantime, he notices another of his teammates running straight at Jun, telling him to take him. Jun throws her dagger, hitting the head of a fellow soldier who was standing next to her. After that, he is perplexed, looking at how the weapon flies at him. And standing nearby, the player is shocked, looking at how the dagger pierced the head of his colleague. And Jun grabs him while he's in shock. He watches as the man pulls the dagger out of his head, holding it by the neck. And Jun's eyes start to light up as he starts to turn towards this player. He stabs with his dagger, and it starts to bleed profusely. And as he screams in pain, he thinks to himself that no, it's impossible. He sits down on one knee and Jun puts her foot right on his head. He thinks that as a rookie, he can be so strong. He starts to worry and apologize, saying that he is a bad person. And Jun slams his head even harder on the floor. He says that if he hurries up and takes his friends to the healer, then he will have a chance to save them. If, of course, he can do it himself. After that, several players who were injured by Jun start to recover. They're all bloody, trying to get up. And one of them, on his knees, covering his wound. He says how dare he, and he has no idea who he's messing with, and he should know at least who's behind them. He shouts that Jun is a bad person, and he will end up just like Hyuno once they find him. Then Jun grabs that player by the neck. He looks at him, clearly angry for telling him to repeat what's going on with Lyosha. And this player starts to choke, saying that if he lets him go, then they will spare that old man. Jun lets him go while several players are shocked to see what's happening. Jun turns the other way. They say what the hell they decided to do with Hanova. What do players worry about when they pull back and say what is it? Blood is splattering everywhere and screams can be heard. Jun looks at one of the remaining players covered in blood and very scared. He says that one of them is enough for him to get an answer to his questions. After which, he watches as one of the players appears and starts shouting. He says that their boss said that if they didn't leave Hyungao alone, he would ruin them and their reputation. So he sent another group to smash his smithy. After that, Jun kills one of them and splashes all the blood everywhere, getting on the player who was hiding with her hands. Jun stands and stares at the rest of the room. He's clearly angry and tells him to lead the way. Jun entered the house where everything was destroyed and a man was sitting. He walked over to him and grabbed him by the shoulders. Hyuno apologized to him and told him that they had taken all the items he ordered and he didn't know how to repay him. Jun held his hands and said that he didn't have any serious problems and would take care of everything, so he had to recover his body and rest for a while. Hanova took his hand and asked him what he was going to do. Jun looked at each other and said that he was going to go and return what they had collected. The Night's Watch is quite a powerful clan among the underworld in the outer area of the tower and existed out loud that they were related to Red Dragon, one of the 8 great clans. Because of this, no one wanted to mess with them. Hanova took his hand and knew that he was telling him that he would go there. He couldn't let him do it. He wouldn't be able to forgive himself if something happened to him. Jun bent down and called out to him. Hyuno recalled the memories and Jun got to his feet. Hyuno clenched his hand into a fist and continued to lie on the ground. He didn't understand why he had to keep remembering that guy. After that, Jun was walking down the street and holding some guy by the hair. The guy said his name was Willet. Jun raised his head and said that if he lied to him, he was dead for sure. Jun stood in front of a building and used his vision. He began to see through the building and observed the entire environment. He realized that judging by the number of traps placed here, this must be the right place. Jun said they were coming in and the guy got scared. The man entered the building, and the guy who was smoking a cigarette called out to him and asked what he was doing here. The guy stood up and put a hand on his shoulder, telling him what had happened to him and why he was so quiet. He grabbed his arm and Jun grabbed him. He threw the guy far away and he fell to the ground. The other guys raised their heads and hesitated. One of them started shouting that Willet was a traitor. The guy told him to die quickly and start swinging his sword. Jun dodged the attack. He grabbed him by the arm and threw him in the direction of the other guys. Jun squeezed her hand and he started screaming violently. At this time, a guy came up behind Jun and was about to swing. Willet sat with his head down and trembled all over. He didn't know who he was and he wanted it all to stop. Some guy was trying to crawl forward or looking at his arm that was broken. He raised his head and he started to cry. At the same time, Jun threw the guys in different directions. One of them pointed their finger forward and said that they were fighting with one wacky friend who had recently come out of training. Jun turned his head in his direction and gave him his evil gaze. The man hesitated and the other guys came up to him. He shouted for them to grab him. The two men rushed forward, swinging their weapons but Jun easily disabled them with one hit. Then he kicked out with his foot and the man fell to the floor. The boy's face changed, and he didn't expect to be able to handle everyone better. Jun walked up to him and grabbed him by the neck. He was casting a shadow and the other guys were watching. They were shocked that he was able to kill even Seiya, who was lying on the floor. Jun stood there and realized that it was the sound of a trap being activated, and he began to guess where it was. He looked with his gaze and didn't understand what was going on here. He saw a man who was trying to escape through the secret passage. He said he wouldn't allow it and raised his leg to kick. He hit his foot and strong energy began to spread everywhere. The guys started yelling and realized he was crazy. Jun was looking at the hole where he was sitting and there was a man who was holding his head up. Jun glared at him. The guy was sitting in the wrong place, collecting all the wealth from the safe. Jun jumped down to him and pulled out his weapon. The guy looked at the sword that was lying next to him, then picked it up. He started shouting for him to die and swung to launch an attack. Jun stepped out of the way and easily dodged. He rushed forward and defused the enemy. The man stood there and didn't understand anything. His sword cracked and broke. He didn't understand what had just happened and Jun immediately struck out. The guy's ears started to bleed and he fell down dead. Jun looked up at the other guys and they were trembling with fear. He said that if they didn't want to die, then one of them should come down here. Then we see someone bring in a cup of coffee with shaking hands. Jun looked on idly and asked if he had thought of poisoning him, but the boy said he wouldn't have dared. Jun sat down at a table in a room where everything was covered in blood, and the guy did not understand what hole he came out of, and the guild always intimidated newcomers who started looking because of rumors about his abilities. The guy started crying and realized that this guy had such powerful artifacts because he was very strong. They would never have thought that he was the same greedy and devil. He didn't understand what the hell he was doing here in their neighborhood. Jun was drinking coffee and the other guy was cleaning up. They didn't think what would happen to Jun so difficult to figure out, and even though he was able to break the training record, he couldn't believe that this was the end for their clan and most likely the Night's Watch would suspend its activities. Jun drank his coffee and put down his mug. He looked at the guy and decided to talk about compensation. The guy asked what he meant. Jun squeezed his fingers and said that he needed money to replace the destroyed relics at their expense, and all the money that Hunoa lost due to the blockade of his business, as well as payment for the treatment of his physical and psychological wounds. That's pretty much what Jun said. The guy started nodding and Jun said that if he had any problems, he could just take the thing that was stuck to his neck. Jun told them to bring the contents of the safes to him now. He asked if they were going to install Hunoa's blacksmith shop. He said that he would make sure that he brought everyone who was responsible for the riots and intimidation there, and they would also repair the blacksmith shop themselves, and from now on, he would be responsible for protecting Hunoa from the blackmail of other clans. Jun glared at him from the table and said that he didn't care what he said to the clan about him or Hyungao. He said that it was possible and he just didn't care. He gave me a menacing look and the guy started nodding. Jun stood up and the guy bowed to him. Jun said he would leave the rest to him. Outside, the sun was beginning to rise. Jun walked forward, holding the bag, and knew that he should have made them do more than he asked. He was walking forward and saw Hunoa. He knew it would be nice to make them examples. Hinova thought about something and turned his head. Jun called out to him and asked him where he was. Jun picked up the bag and tossed it to him. Hunoa looked at it and saw a lot of jewelry. He said that Jun was a fool and he shouldn't have gotten into trouble. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that in any case, he wasn't the type to listen to him and at least he was able to come back alive, so he asked me to take it all inside. Hinova went to the house and Jun smiled across Moscow. After that, someone hit the table and did not understand where the area was externally. Some guy sat at the table and said that it was just like that. It was the same greedy devil who had successfully hidden until now. It was quite likely that he was the blacksmith master Hinova in the outer district all this time. He said that the blacksmith master was constantly being attacked by the nearest criminal clan, but he was able to take care of them. The guy smiled and thought about the outer area. The girl said idly that she had heard the name somewhere before. After that, Jun and Hyunoa looked at the buildings that had been restored. Jun held out his hand to the side and asked what he thought about it. They went inside and the blacksmith shop was in good condition. Jun asked if the blacksmith shop wasn't better than it was before. He said he should be grateful. Hyunoa lowered his head and said that it was Jun who wanted the Jizai to be finished as early as possible. It was obvious that it was Jun who had to do it for him and he didn't need to thank him. Jun thought that there was a word on earth that describes people like him. Jun Zumal remembered that he looked like a tsundere girl. Hanova looked at him blankly and asked what he said, but Bisha nodded and didn't say anything. The forge was finished and the system message said that Dragon Eyes could now see hidden flaws. The skill proficiency of Dragon Eyes skill increased from 22.9%. Jun stood and made a sword. He understood why the dragon race was known as the wisest race in the world. He lowered the weapon into the water and realized that even if the dragon's eyes were only a part of the dragon's abilities, they were still so strong that they allowed him to quickly raise his level. He was wondering what kind of abilities he could get if he created a full-fledged dragon poison. The system message wrote that his metallurgy skills had increased, and the longer he could learn it, the more opportunities he would be able to discover. As well as Jun gained new knowledge, his intelligence increased and he became more versatile. The progress of body awakening was resumed and was 93.94%. Jun sat down and put his hand on his shoulder. He realized that for his body to wake up, psychological growth was very important as well as physical growth. He sighed and assumed that most likely due to the fact that the progress was related to his mental state. He felt quite tired. The current state of awakening it was 94.9%. Jun took out his sword and decided to take a look at it later. The system message wrote that an unfinished blank made of good metal was supposedly equal to the type of two-handed weapon. Presumably the discharge was equal to F, and the estimated strength was 510. The description was as follows. The blank that was not yet completed looked quite good for one time. The sword was completely shiny. Jun looked at Hyunwoo and realized that it looked very good considering that it was his first attempt. Jun looked at the movie and tried to assess its characteristics. It was a dwarf and the level was unknown. The character was quite shy. Jun turned his head and realized that he could see other people's characteristics, and Hyunwoo was surprised. He turned to the side and asked him what he was looking at, then told him to get to work. Jun put his hand to his chin and started thinking. He thought that it was quite unexpected, even though his dragon eye level had increased. But who would have thought that it would give him the ability to see information about other people? He realized that being able to study the opponent was a very huge advantage. Jun sat there and shivered. He understood what was written there, that Hyunwoo was very shy, and he realized that it all fit the description. Hyunwoo looked at him and assumed that he was standing up. Jun turned around, holding the sword, and said that he had a question. He asked how to determine the direction when welding metal, and he also asked what he should do when the heat was above the optimal temperature and the bellows was weaker than he really thought. Jun also asked why this part of the sword looked like this. Hyunwoo was shocked with so many questions. After that, he started shouting and repeated that he had told him to practice. Jun continued to make weapons and reminded that he asked about all this because he didn't know how to make them. Hyunwoo started to get angry and pointed at him and told him to learn it on his own. Jun reminded him that he had to teach him so that he would understand. Hyunwoo slammed his hand on the table and said he was a fool. Jun told him to look at his work. Hyunwoo asked him how long he would be distracting him, because he still had work to do. He said that Jun had made this order and would continue to waste his time. He told him to stop bothering him. Jun said that he was done, which is why he asks for an evaluation of his work. Hanova took the sword and held it up. It glittered brightly and the system message wrote information. It was a newbie blacksmith sword. It was a one-handed weapon. The rank was equal to E's rank. The description was like this. The sword that turned out much better than expected. In fact, the blades might be blunt, but it had a very good shape. Good durability. Hyunwoo was holding this entire sword and didn't understand what it was. He realized that it was indeed a sword that was created by a novice blacksmith who hadn't worked for even 10 days. He knew that Jun was a fast learner, but he had no idea that it would be so fast. He awkwardly held out the sword to Jun and said that it was a good attempt for one time. Hyunwoo asked if Jun really called it a sword. He asked if he couldn't do it right. Jun asked if he would be struck by lightning if he gave him even one compliment. Hyunwoo pointed at himself and told him to shut up and say that he was the one who decided who should be praised and who shouldn't. He told Jun to go to bed and have a lot of work ahead of him. Jun took the sword and said that he would continue to ask him questions. Hyunwoo asked again if he would leave him alone to work. Jun said he didn't want to, and all their screams came from the blacksmith shop. Jun hesitated and sensed something was wrong, so he grabbed the blacksmith and saved him from the explosion. Someone entered the blacksmith shop while Jun was protecting Hyunwoo. The guy started shouting furiously while clenching his fist and said that because of it, he had to look under every rock to find it. Jun stood up and started rolling up his sleeves to take the fight, after which, loud shouts rang out in the blacksmith shop. After that, we see the blue sky above the blacksmith shop. Hanova sat with his eyes closed, after which his expression began to change and he frowned. He pointed a finger at the guy who was sitting in the corner and asked Jun, who was doing his job, if he was just going to let it go. Jun looked silently to the side at the boy who was holding his battered face. Jun continued to do his work and the guy answered. He started pointing his fingers at him. He said that Jun could only hit him because he caught him off guard and so it didn't count. He pointed to himself with a smile and offered to start all over again. And this time he could definitely crush him. He offered to go out and it would be a battle of man to man, warrior to warrior. Jun took out his sword and the boy stood silently behind him. The guy fell to his knees and started crying, and she asked Mockley to at least listen to him when they talked to him. Hanova looked away and looked at the cup. A girl approached him and offered to relax. Hanova looked at her and recognized her sword. The girl smiled and asked if he knew what it was. She said that this sword was created by Sir Hanova for her when she was still very young. Hanova remembered and said that she was persistent as a child and she had grown up enough during this time. Hanova was drinking a drink and remembering the past. This girl was following him around and tugging at the hem of his pants with innocent eyes, begging him to make a sword for her. Hanova took a sip and realized that, come to think of it, there was also Fidget who was bothering him and he was doing it so hard that he hit him on the king's head. He looked at the guy who was crying, begging June to fight him, and assumed that he was that brat and he was still the same as back then. Hanova looked away and asked if she was going to leave him like this. Edora silently looked at him and said that it couldn't be helped since he was such a person. Pant continued to challenge every day at the forge. Pant walked up to Jun and shook him by the shoulders as he ate, also when he went to the bathroom. He said that he tried his best and Jun could at least pretend to listen to him and not just ignore him, after which he started threatening him to fight with him. He begged to fight him, and then it all came to mind, and eventually the pleas turned into outright whining, but Jun pretended not to hear him. Hunoa held his head and said that he couldn't take it anymore and asked Jun to fight him just once, which made him very happy. After that, Jun put down his instrument. He turned to the side and asked why he had to do this. The guy stood up with admiration and said that it was to test him. Jun said that he didn't need it and he could be the winner, and he asked if they didn't do it last time. Jun spread his hands and said that even if they fought, it was unlikely that they would get anything out of it. The guy said that warriors can't say that. Jun looked at him and if he wanted to fight him, then he offered to place a bet. He turned his head and said that if a guy didn't have anything that he was willing to give up for it, then he could forget about it. The losers would serve the other. June asked if the winner should be addressed as Hyung. Jun got up from the table and said he would do it, which made the guy very happy and cry. They left the house. After that, they immediately returned and Jun was warming up his shoulder and the guy had 2 black eyes. Hanova looked at it all in surprise. Edora looked at the whole situation and assumed that only the son of the martial arts king lost in a battle that lasted no more than a few seconds, and the blacksmith didn't understand anything. The guy looked at Jun's back and thought about how he was preparing to swear that they were equal in strength and training. After all, they were at level 1. He wondered how much Jun had become stronger in all this time. He sat down right in front of Jun and realized that it didn't make any sense. He added up many of them and asked why they were in the tower in the outer district. Jun turned his head and asked why he wasn't being treated properly. The guy folded his hands in front of him and said that Jun didn't know how long he had been waiting for him and called him sir. Jun called out to Pant. He asked him to be a little quieter as he couldn't concentrate while he was still talking, and then he just sat there in silence. Edora started to comfort him and Jun didn't understand the reason why he was here. He smiled through the mask and realized that he had the right reason. Jun sat at the table and understood that Young had passed 110 floors in 10 days and thanks to this, he was able to get the key of Hades. This key attracted a lot of attention and after completing the training, the guild members went through it for beginners in 10 days. Players who quickly pass from floor 1 to floor 10 will be rewarded with the key of Hades. But in order to get it, players had to break the record time of passing, which meant that all 10 floors had to be completed in less than 10 days. Jun raised his head and realized that after he received this key, he was very sorry, because he found out that the key of Zeus could only be obtained in training, and if he only tried a little harder, he could become one and get it. But fortunately, he still had a chance entering the treasury of Olympia, but if he could do it earlier, it would be much easier. Jun closed his eyes and presented the artifact to him. He realized that although it might take a long time, but he had a premonition that it would not be too difficult. He realized that the experience and skills that he received in training should definitely help him in this, and he needed Jai's eyes for this very purpose. Complete this task. Jun looked out the window with a smile and realized that it was now like a rivalry between 2 brothers. He stood in front of the window and realized that he still had his older brother's strength, and he couldn't show his weaknesses in front of his younger brother. Hanova was at the blacksmith shop and I say that they are fools and he definitely swears that he hasn't had a quiet day since this guy came. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way, no matter how much he yelled at them, since they didn't even pretend to listen to him. Hanova silently stood up when he remembered the guy who said if his sword was good. He was told that he just used it and he said that he wouldn't use his skill. The guy said that he couldn't concentrate on reading because they guys were too noisy. Hanova picked up the phone and didn't understand why she was thinking about those children, because in any case, he wouldn't be able to see them again. He blew smoke and realized that he was getting old. He picked up the poker and started to light the stove. He said he was getting distracted and he thought he could finish for today. After that, the door opened and Hanova went outside, saying that they were closed for the day and they would have to go back. Hanova didn't have time to finish and stood up in surprise. A figure with long hair appeared in the front and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and called him master. Jun was sitting at his desk at this time and the system message told him that the information was unavailable. He could not evaluate the item, the information was unavailable, and he could not identify the item. Jun looked at the watch and realized that he had succeeded, that, now that he unlocked the information window of this watch, he could get more information about it and earn more experience. After that, the guy came into the room and asked what was going on here. They sat down at the table and Edora said that he was not so simple-minded. Edora looked and said that she was sure he was planning future actions. The guy pointed at her and Edora said that if not him, then he would be his Oroboni. They started fighting, and the guy said that then she should also call him Oroboni. Jun sat and listened to all this while holding a mug of drink. He understood that these people looked nicer since their first meeting. He knew that siblings were always the same and it didn't matter where he went. The guy looked away and asked what was going on. They used their vision together and looked forward. Someone entered the room and stood in front of our heroes. The guy asked who he was and assumed that the rumors that they were a brother and sister of the same clan reserved the terrace of this cafe and spread around. The red-robed man put his hand on his chest and asked if it was Sir Kane. Jun looked at the man and asked who he was. The man laughed and put a hand on his chest, and then looking confidently at Jun, he said that it was a pleasure to meet him. He was a Raham from the Red Wind clan. He came in the hope that he could invite Jun to join their clan. On the table is a huge number of different letters. Pant looks at Jun and smiles and says that he is quite popular, and then Jun thinks that it was probably due to his achievements in the tutorial. But after the man from Red Wind left, countless people from other clans came with similar suggestions. Jun put his mug of tea on the table and wondered if it was true that he had never planned to join a team or clan. June got up from the table and said why don't they go back since they've finished their tea, and Pant said they were definitely coming. Someone's red hair appeared and someone said that this place looked exactly like in the past. The man and June's eyes met, and then the man in the elite black armor smiled and asked that he was a greedy devil. Jun, looking at him in fright, wondered why the man was here. Looking at it, he thought that it was Bahal, the Fire Fist, a ranker known for his calm nature, but when it comes to battle, he becomes extremely aggressive and burns everything in his path. He is one of the leaders of the Red Dragon, and was also a member of the Ardea, and he is also a student of Hanova. Bahal approached Jun and smiled and said that he had heard that he was quite straightforward. It seems that the rumors are true, however, this is not a bad trait. Bahal put his hand forward and looked at Jun and said that he would not waste any time and would say directly, he wants Jun to join the Red Dragon. Bahal smiled and started telling her that he wasn't sure if Jun knew about this. This was the first time they had made such an offer to a newbie. He was the first such bidder in the clan's history. If he joined their clan, they would spare no effort to help him climb to the top of the tower and let him if he believes them. The help they can provide is much greater than what he can imagine. What he will say to that. Jun thought that the 8 clans prefer to invite players who have already proved themselves somewhere, and they very rarely invite promising newcomers. The only exception is the Azure Ball clan, which puts at least some effort into supporting novice players with potential, so that the Red Dragon personally made such an offer, so only one thing means that they need that kind of power. Jun furrowed his brows and remembered the merchant saying that it was possible that he knew about the situation there. But he thought that at that time, he had assumed that the relationship between the 8 clans was on the edge. He didn't see any other reasons. Jun glanced at the fearsome Bahal, whose gaze was like a predator, and wondered if he might look calm, but in reality, he was a wild beast. Jun was standing on the balcony. He thought that he shouldn't be suspected, he should give a good answer. He said that, to be honest, he doesn't want to be bound by any restrictions yet. Bahal smiled and said that he thought he was going through a period where he thought he could do anything. Bahal smiled as he walked past the tense Juno and said that he still wanted him to face the truth. Jun turned around, puzzled, and Bahal continued to say yes about Hunoa. Bahal turned around and continued to say with a smile that he seemed to like Jun. He was quite soft-hearted, so let Jun take care of the old man. When Jun heard this, he was very scared. He was running at high speed to Hanova's house. Jun ran in fright and opened the door. Hunoa was sitting on a chair and smoking a pipe. Looking at Jun, he asked in a puzzled way what he was doing here at this hour. Jun let out a calm breath and looked at Hyunwoo and thought that Bahal just came and went. He thought he was going to be depressed. Maybe he was thinking too much. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and said that okay, it's good that Jun came. He just wanted to beat out all the stress accumulated over these days, and accidentally finished the artifact is slightly earlier than expected. Hyunwoo went to a small chest. Jun asked what it meant. Hyunwoo said that's right, Jai's eyes are ready. He placed the chest in front of Junwoo and told him to take a look. Jun opened the trunk, and he saw in it gloves, a dragon mask, and clothes. Looking at it, he thought that the eyes of Jai should be an amulet, and what is this? Jun glanced at Hyungao, who was hanging up the phone, and asked that he was sure it was the right chest. He didn't see the amulet here. Hyungao said that it was his, let him just take a look. As soon as he did it, he would immediately respect him. He wouldn't dare bother him anymore. Jun activated the eye and carefully looked at the contents of the chest. System messages appeared in front of him saying that this is the Jai's armor type. Chest armor, amulet, category A, amulet named after Jai's, a giant who had dozens of eyes and hundreds of hands. Dozens of class increases the level of sensoric, helping to quickly notice any external changes. In dangerous situations, the reaction speed increases by more than 20%. Hundreds of hands reduces damage received from physical attacks of fire, ice, electricity, and light. Also increases resistance to 3 types of superimposed effects: curse, poison, mystical, and has a 10-15% chance to cancel or reflect the effect. Gigantomachy prevention turns part of the damage received into health if the health of the owner is less than 15%. Then the owner can. It is possible to restore health up to 50% of usage once a day. Looking at this form, Jun thought that the Jai's eye has many rare protective properties, which is why this artifact is desired by every rank. But since collecting the necessary materials is very difficult, and few people can create an artifact, not many people have it. But Hanova was able to create the Jai's eyes in the form of chest armor and increase their protective properties. Hyunwoo smiled and told Jun not to stand there like an idiot and put on the armor. Just by looking at it, he wouldn't know what it was capable of. Jun put on his armor and looked at his body. A blue aura appeared, and then a huge number of eyes appeared on his armor, looking in different directions. Looking at this, Hyunwoo fearfully moved to the side and said that he thought so. No matter how many times he creates it, it still scares him. Jun was shocked to see the system messages, which said that the range of senses had increased by 150%. And it became possible to analyze everything in great detail. Jai's eyes began to absorb his senses. Now this artifact will be considered a part of his body. Synesthesia has been unblocked. Jun looked fearfully in front of him and thought that initially, the eyes of the Jais could provide the owner with information about what was around him. That is, you could find everything that was not visible to the naked eye. This information can be expressed visually, by smell or sound. Jun looked down at his body, then wondered if this was the hidden function of Jai's eyes, synesthesia. Jun, startled, looked at the system messages. They said that the body's cultivation was confirmed. The body's awakening progress was resumed at 98%, and the current awakening status was 99%. Jun thought that even the level of awakening was starting to increase. Jun looked around the blacksmith shop, and Hyunwoo started saying that the video shows how his eyes are shining. He feels great. You don't know if he noticed, but this armor also has an effect that helps the flow of mana and increases his recovery by 10%. Of course, it also has defensive properties, health recovery, and it's all based on his mana. Hyunwoo glanced at the chest and told Jun to check the mask again. In front of Junwoo, a lot of system messages appeared stating that Hanova's demonic mask, type helmet, rank A, the mask that Hanova put his blood into. Prevention recognition magic engraved on the mask interferes with the opponent's cognitive abilities. The mask will never be removed without the owner's permission. Attack boosts increase the attack power by up to 30% in proportion to the number of monsters killed in the last 30 seconds. Increasing attack by 1% for each kill also reduces the duration of the mob control skill. Enemy by 10%. Terror area borrows the power of the Beast Lord and applies a status effect lasting 15 minutes 20 seconds to nearby enemies. Also reduces defense by 20%. Jun took off his mask in fright. System messages appeared in front of him that this is a unique artifact. There are no others like this in the tower. It will be tied to the owner until the end. It cannot be transferred or sold to another player. This thing comes with Hanova's magic dagger. It will give the owner a bonus effect if both items are worn. The bonus effect is a set of 2 attack speed plus 8%. Jun wondered what the set is with a magic dagger. Smoke drifted across the room. Hyunwoo sighed and sat on a chair and said that he was thinking that wearing something on his face all the time is very uncomfortable. He had a little free time, so he did it. Jun won't sweat in this mask, and the size should fit. Jun glanced at the mask. Looking at her, he said with a puzzled expression that Hanova had done a lot more than what he paid him to do. Hyunwoo blushed and sighed as he stood up proudly and then said that Jun really thought that with his meager pay, he could get the great Hyunwoo's work. Let him take it. He would put it on his account, pay later. Jun smiled looking at the mask. He remembered how Hyunwoo asked if he had money, and then you told him that he would take a loan. Hunoa glared at Jun and then asked why he was so quiet. Not like him. What happened? He was so moved by Hunoa's favor, Jun thought that he really hadn't changed a bit over the years. Jun looked at him and said that she was putting it to good use, and Hunoa said that yes, he had completely forgotten. Hanover rubbed his head and said that he had never asked his name in all the time he had been here, what his name was. Jun looked at him in shock. Then he lowered his head sadly. Hunoa glared at Jun and then said that he was asking for his name and why he wasn't answering. Jun sadly replied that his name was Kane. He put the mask on his chest and said his name was Kane. They take us outside. Bahal comes down the stairs, one of his subordinates standing in front of him. Bahal turns around, frowning, and then looking at him to say that he's guarding him again. He told him not to do something so pointless. The man throws up his hands and says that there are countless people targeting him. It almost hurts to be careful. Bahal smiled and spread his arms as he walked away, and the puzzled warrior looked at him and said that he thought the greedy devil would come out with him. Bahal smiled and said that Jun had said that he would consider their offers. The warrior furrowed his brows and then asked what kind of arrogant novice. Bahal replied to leave him. In this period, they all think that they can conquer the peaks of the world on their own. They don't. I remember there were times when they were the same. Bahal along with his friend went ahead and then said that besides, Jun wouldn't be able to go anywhere but to their clan from the very beginning. Their goal was to prevent other clans from getting close to him. From the moment he came to him personally, not a single idiot she won't think to approach him. The warrior looked at Bahal with a puzzled expression, and Bahal said they would forget about it. He glared at him, then told him how the investigation had gone, what they had found out. The warrior replied, everything is as he expected. Bahalu smiled and laughed and asked that seriously, this idiot Leonti never changes. Recently, the Red Dragon Information Group came across a strange report that said that Leon, who was preparing to become one of the leaders of the Azure Ball, was plotting something in the tutorial, secretly from everyone. Bahal introduced the Dark Stone and thought that speaking of magic items, there is nothing more powerful than the Philosopher's Stone. The report says that in the tutorial he tried to create the legendary Philosopher's Stone, or as it is also called, the Heart. Bahal imagined a person who was filled with an incredibly strong energy. He thought that every player who climbs the tower has mana circulating inside his body, and the vessel that contains mana is called the mana organ. However, due to the fact that the mana organ is a part of the human body, it has a limit on the amount of mana which it can accommodate. Therefore, many players are looking for a way to restore mana using external sources. The first thing that was developed was a potion. Then there were magic tools with various functions and magic sources that collect excess mana. There are also many different items created after the above. But players still wanted to find a way to get even more mana, which sometimes went so far as to try to create things that could give them an infinite supply of mana, and the easiest way to create such a thing was to transform someone's flesh and soul. Baal smiled and looked down at his hand. Looking menacingly ahead, he said that creating a mana organ by grinding hundreds, thousands of players was something he had heard in fairy tales a long time ago. She would only think that he was actually trying to do it. Bahal asked what the warrior had found out instead of finding Leonti. The warrior replied that he had gone to the tutorial, but would be heading here soon. Bahal replied that it was great to meet him. The warrior looked at Bahal with a puzzled expression and put his hand on his heart, and Bahal continued to say that he had said before that their goal was an item and Leonti. If you couldn't get both of them, you could get rid of Leonti. Bahal, looking ahead with a mad smile, said that nevertheless, that item must be in their hands at all costs. The warrior said that it would be done. We are carried to Jun, who sheaths the blade and the sword and then puts on his mask. He stands up, full of his battle gear, and the Hunos look at him admiringly. And then Jun looks down and says he doesn't know how long he's going to be in the tower. Huno folds her hands and says it goes without saying. Anyway, it's his decision to go in or out of the tower. What's the point of telling him? Jun was about to say something, but the moment he changed his mind, he lowered his head in disappointment and said that there was no one. Jun wondered if he would understand. Looking at Hai and Jun, he thought that this was their last goodbye. Jun smiled sincerely and then thanked him for everything. He was walking down the street and then stepped in a puddle. He reached a huge gate. Then he held out his hand to them. Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm at the last second and shouted for him to stop. Panting heavily, Pant managed to stop Jun at the last second. He blushed and then frantically started shouting that it was okay for him. He completely ignored him when he begged him to go to the tower. What had changed his mind so suddenly? At least he should have told them beforehand that he was going inside. Jun looked at Pant with a puzzled expression and asked why, but Pant said he was serious. Jun turned around completely and replied that he didn't know what they thought of him, but he didn't have time to play mother-daughter games with them. Game time was over. He had his own things to do. Pant spread his hands and asked what. When Edora had been running behind Pant the last time, Pant had been puzzled as to what he meant. Edora ran up to catch her breath and smiled and said that then Pant can go first. Edora smiled, and then, after passing by the worried Panta, she said that they would go after Junui. Since it was their decision, he wouldn't stop them, would he? Jun stared in their direction. Edora and Pant exchanged glances, and Jun turned around and told them to do whatever they wanted, but he wouldn't wait for them if they started falling behind. Pant smiled and pointed at himself and then told Jun not to worry. He would probably go ahead of him, destroying everything that caught his eye. They were already on the first floor, so let him ask whatever he was interested in. Looking at Pant told him to stop being so arrogant. I remember someone made a terrible mess of it because they didn't understand the rules. Jun started to open the gate, not just yelled at Edora to shut up. Anyone can make a mistake the first time, they'll just try harder the second time, and didn't reply that they'd see what they could do. Jun went inside, and Edora and Pant were standing behind him, shouting at each other. A huge room appeared in front of them, with a vintage staircase around which there were many tables where knights rested in front of Juno. A system message appeared that they had entered the obelisk. This is the waiting area of the first floor. The test will start as soon as the required number of players is recruited. Jun looked at the players who were busy with their own affairs. He thought that this is a waiting area, a place where players are on standby before going to complete tower tasks, where players can find loyal companions or form alliances with other teams. Jun looked around and thought that there were about 50 players here. He was looking straight ahead, but suddenly he heard someone behind him say that they were here again. Jun turned around and saw the men looking at him unfriendly. Edora was sitting in a chair. Pant was selecting something from the shelf, looking at them. Jun wondered what he was thinking, what these people were talking about, and it turned out to be about these two. One of the men nervously looked at Jun and asked who he was. The other one frowned and said that it was a greedy devil. His friend said that this round was obviously lost for them, wasn't it? Jun's brow furrowed, but he didn't turn around. He thought it was for the best. In any case, he had no intention of becoming friends with anyone. Jun recalled the 3 different keys. He thought that he must complete the first 10 floors in 9 days, and this is easier said than done, but if he succeeds, he will get the key of Hades, and he must also find the keys hidden on each floor, 1 key from the tutorial, 1 of the initial floors, and the remaining 10, which are considered hidden items on each of the 10 floors. Some are hidden in places where you do not expect to find them at all, and some are given for completing hidden tasks. Someone stepped forward. It was a guy in a tuxedo. He had bright red eyes. He pointed at himself and said, "Welcome, dear players. His name is Aaron. He is the guardian of the first floor of the tower." A lot of players came up to him and listened carefully, and he smiled and continued to say that he knows that there are those who have come to pass the first floor test again and are already familiar with the rules. However, there are new arrivals here, so he will explain the rules again. Aaron clapped his hands and told everyone to please remember that he wouldn't repeat the rules over and over again, so he asked them to be very careful. We are transported to the Double Cliffs Arena on the first floor. Aaron is hanging over a precipice, over suspension bridges, and a large number of players are standing on 2 different banks. A system message appears that the first floor trials are starting. June looks at the system message and sees 5 crystals in front of her. A huge chasm appears in front of them, which is connected by suspension bridges, and then system messages appear that there are 2 huge cliffs located opposite each other. A team of 100 players with 5 crystals. The goal is to protect your team's crystals and steal or destroy the enemy's crystals. The team that will steal or destroy the most crystals in a certain time will be the winner. Aaron held up his hand, where a blue crystal appeared, and then said that is announced in their notification window. And Aaron looked at the crystals with a smile, and then added that on the opposite side, Ant has a team of 100 players with 5 red crystals, so he will call them similarly, the red team and their blue team. The players looked at Aaron in puzzlement, and he continued to say that it didn't matter what method they used to protect the crystals. They could find a place to hide them, or give them to the strongest players, but someone would also have to think about what strategy the opposing team would use. Jun's brow furrowed as he looked ahead. He wondered if this was a crazy mission for the first floor. They were expecting strangers to work as a team. Jun presented the key and crystals, and then thought that not only is this a hidden key, it's also Hira's key. He has to get all 10 crystals, red and blue. To get this key as a reward, the problem is that players can decide to destroy the crystals nevertheless. If at least one of them is hidden, then the key is hidden. If the crystal is destroyed, then obtaining the hero key becomes impossible. Jun lowered his hand and thought it was annoying, but it couldn't be helped. Negotiations, war, he didn't have time for this. He would just destroy anyone who stood in his way. Jun looked at Aaron as he held the blue crystals in his hand and thought that right now he needed to get all 5 crystals in his hands. Aaron smiled as he looked down, and then flying up the air said that they are starting the tests. He will give them the crystals to their team, who will be the representative. The players looked at each other in dismay, and Aaron asked who their representative would be. Someone raised their hand. A smiling warrior in red armor stepped forward and said that it would be an honor for him. Suddenly, Pant said menacingly that they should wait. He stepped between the warrior and Aaron, then furrowed his brows. The warrior looked at Pant with a puzzled expression and asked what it was, but Pant said he didn't remember him agreeing to it. The warrior furrowed his brows, then replied that it didn't matter. They could discuss what they should do after they took them. For starters, He smiled and held out his hand and said no, let all the crystals be given to him. Pant furrowed his brows, then said that wouldn't it be better to let him protect them than to try to hide them or. Pant glared at the players, then asked if there was anyone here who thought they could do it better than him. The warrior gritted his teeth, and then, looking menacingly at Pant, he shouted that he himself was not ashamed. Because of his self-conceit, last time all their crystals were destroyed. The players started looking at each other, and the warrior shouted that if Pant hadn't been greedy and started a massacre, he would never have let him take them this time. Jun looked at this and folded his hands, then wondered what that meant, what had happened. Jun closed his eyes, then smiled, and kept thinking that Pant must have broken the crystals while he was on the front line of the battle, which was kind of funny considering how ridiculous it was. He turned to the players and showed them his fist, and then asked what and what they want to fight and find out who is stronger. The warrior clenched his fist and glared menacingly in the direction of Pant, and behind him stood the restless comrade who had stopped him. Aaron looked at the panther with a smile, held 5 crystals in his hand, and then said that it looked like they had made a decision. In that case, he wished them luck. Pant looked at the crystals and smiled and laughed, and then said that this time everything will be different. Jun stepped forward. He held out his hand to Pant. Pant and all the players were at a loss. And then Jun calmly told me not to give them all away. Aaron teleports to a room that is filled with system screens. He turns around and looks back, and someone laughs and says he's already back. A goblin in a suit and hat appears in front of him. Aaron says yes, and the goblin asks how it went. Aaron replies that, to be honest, he's not sure. Goblin asks what's wrong. Aaron glanced at the system screen, where he saw Jun and Pant, and then said that yes, he could say that he was a strong player compared to the rookies, but that didn't change the fact that he was also a rookie. On the system screen, Jun could be seen taking the crystals from Pant, while Aaron continued to say that he didn't understand why the Elder had such big plans for him. The goblin glanced at Aaron and then said that it was clear. Then what about the bet? Aaron looked at the goblin with a puzzled expression and then asked the bet. The goblin smiled and put a finger on his lips, then said that if he did something unimaginable, he would say yes. Aaron replied that it was fine. He was betting on no, that it was fine, then the bet would be there. Pant, along with the other players, was standing in front of Junu in frustration. The players looked at him in fright and asked what had happened to the twins outside the tower. Pant had just called him Junui. Pant kicked the stone in displeasure and said that Jun was terrible. He took his crystals to show off. Edora walked past the players. She smiled and asked Junwoo what their plan was. The players blushed as they looked at her. Jun turned to her and asked her if she could guard this place for a while. Edora asked how long. Jun said that it was at least 30 and the maximum was an hour. Edora smiled and said no problem. Let him take care of himself. Jun turned around and walked away. He walked over to the bridge and looked at it, thinking that the reason why the tests on the first floor are considered difficult is that someone has to break into the enemy base and try to determine the location of the crystals hidden there. Jun glanced at the long suspension bridge and continued to think that this suspension bridge might be a problem. It looks like it will break somewhere from the slightest load. Even if someone can use magic to cross to the other side without a bridge, it will take a huge concentration, which can easily be broken in the current situation. Jun rubbed his head in confusion and wondered if that was why this battle on the bridge was inevitable. Jun took out his sword. It was covered in a blue aura, and looking ahead at the approaching players, he thought that even though they were quite complicated, there were several ways to complete this challenge. As the players were closing in on Jun, he raised his sword up, an incredible flow of mana pouring out of it. The sword glowed brighter and brighter, and Jun wondered what the most effective way was. He swung his sword and thought that he should crush the opponents with one powerful blow. Jun swung his sword with all his might and destroyed the bridge. A huge stream of energy shot straight at the opponents. Edora looked at this with a smile, but Pant did not understand what was happening. The bridge began to collapse. Jun pushed himself off the ground and reflected that their escape route was now destroyed. Jun pushed off from the flying logs downwards and began to quickly approach the enemy. The terrified players on the other side drew their swords and shouted in fear, "What the hell? He's a fucking lunatic. We need to stop him." Jun was flying forward at high speed, huge energy spreading around his sword. He swung his sword and destroyed several opponents in one blow. Without thinking twice, he jumped up again. His sword shone even brighter. He swung it in front of him, destroying everything in his path. A huge flow of mana passed in front of him, leaving no one a chance. Mountains of players' corpses lay near the trees, and the surrounding area was covered in blood. The entire forest was covered in flames, and Jun walked forward with a menacing look, using his armor to look at the survivors and finish them off. In just a second, he already had all 10 crystals in his hands, and then, simultaneously, he squeezed them, his hands starting to glow. And then a small key flew out of them, and a system message appeared in front of Junui that he had received the hidden item Hira's key. Jun glanced at the elegant key, and another system message appeared in front of him, saying that the key of Hira is of type other C+ rank, the key used to open the treasury of Hira, the goddess of love, the method of use is unknown. Jun clutched the key in his hand and wondered if he had a second key now. He was standing next to a mountain of corpses. There were pools of blood everywhere. The system message appeared that the test was over. Jun thought that only 30 minutes had passed at first. The test was the shortest round in the history of the tower. System messages appeared in front of Junui, which said that he had received an extremely difficult task. He would be rewarded with additional karma. 5,000 karma was received. 3,000 additional karma would be added to the total score. All players would be transferred to the waiting area. The transfer process was started. Be careful. Jun, along with his teammates and other players, stood in front of Eren. A system message appeared in front of him, showing the ranking. In first place, there was an unknown with 50,000 points. A system message appeared in front of Junui, asking if he wanted to enter his name in the Hall of Fame, and 2 buttons to accept or reject. Jun clicked the opt-out button without thinking twice. Eren, looking at this, said that it was impressive even though it was the first floor, but it was the first time he saw a player who completed the challenge so quickly. Jun was really like a demon. He was able to set a new record. Eren looked down and smiled as he thought that it hadn't been long since he had made a bet with Mr. Ibulker, but to think that the round had ended so quickly. A disgruntled Pant stood behind Junwoo and thought about everything that had happened, and Eren thought that it was unpleasant to lose an argument, but there was something that he was absolutely sure of. He recalled how Jun had obtained the key and thought that the rank and achievements that this player had obtained were not the fruit of blind luck. Moreover, he knew about the existence of hidden items, even the method of obtaining all the 12 keys of Olympia. Eren bowed and thought that from now on, he would only bet on what Mr. Ibulker was betting on, and then he said that, then he would start giving out the reward for, but suddenly Jun held out his hand and told him to wait. Jun said that he would like to get all the rewards after completing the initial zone. Eren looked at Jun, puzzled. And then he thought that the longer you delay getting the reward, the better it will be. This is the tower rule. It seems that this is exactly what he wants, but if he can set records on each floor, then how high will his reward be? Then what he plans is crazy. Eren snapped his finger and said that if this was his decision, then a system message appeared in front of the players saying that the tests were completed, whether they wanted to move to the next floor. The players looked at each other uncertainly. Someone said they wanted to go to the next floor. They didn't get a drop of karma for this round. Red marks appeared under the players. They said that they were giving up. It was better to wait for the next round to start. In the end, all the players left, and only Jun was left, along with Edora and Pant, with Eren standing in front of them. He put his hand on his chest with a smile and said that it looked like there were only the 3 of them left. They were ready. Pant smiled and said it had been a long time. A blue aura appeared under Eren's feet and he said that then he would take them to the next floor. We are transported to the forest, and a system message appears that this is the arena of mountains and fields on the 2nd floor. Jun looks back at Pant and says that he has already said it before. But if he is not happy with the fact that he is taking all the karma points in these trials, then they should turn around and leave. Pant smiled and exhaled, saying that it was fine if it was necessary. To be honest, he was just curious about how high he could climb, so let him follow him. Jun walked a little further and said that he was requesting a single trial. A butler appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a blue aura. He descended to the ground. It was a white wolf in a suit. He put his hand on his heart and said that his name is Johans. He is the guardian of the 2nd floor. The guardian held out his hand and asked that Jun would like to start the test right now. He glared at Jun and said that it might be dangerous. Jun looked at him and said that the higher the risk, the more karma you can get, didn't you? The guardian said that it seems that Jun knows the tower's system quite well. The guardian, looking at Jun and his team, said that in this case, he would have to impose restrictions on Sir Pant and Miss Edora. The guardian disappeared, and before Junui appeared a system message that the test of the 2nd floor begins. He is in a beautiful forest blessed by the goddess of harvest. The forest has always had enough food for all the animals living in it. But recently there have been many monsters trying to take over the forest and food in it. His task is to protect the forest from monsters and restore calm. A huge crowd of different monsters rushed at Pant, and a system message appeared in front of him that the main goal of the 2nd floor was to become the king of the forest by destroying countless monsters. The monsters were approaching Jun and his team at high speed, and it occurred to him that this task wasn't much different from the one in the tutorial. Jun drew his blade from its scabbard and wondered if this would also be the easiest test for him. He held 2 blades in his hands and charged forward at the monsters, thinking that he should just destroy group after group. Jun held the golden key in his hand, and there were piles of corpses under it, and a system message appeared in front of him that he had received Demeter's key. A system message appeared in front of her, telling her that he had set a test record, whether he wanted to add his name to the Hall of Fame, and 2 accept or reject buttons. Jun calmly pointed at the reject button, and then, turning around and frowning, he said, "Go on." Jun stood in the heat of battle, players running at each other and destroying their own kind, shouting that we need to kill everyone, stop them, no matter what, do not let them go further. Knights in bloodied armor were destroying each other, and a system message appeared in front of Junui that this was the sword and spear arena on the 3rd floor. Jun wiped away the system message with his hand, and then a knight appeared behind him, swinging his weapon, and Jun wondered what Arsha had to do to clear the starting area. The knight hit Jun with all his strength, but Jun was able to block at the last moment. He glared at the knight and wondered what would happen. He killed a knight with one blow, blood spurted out in different directions. He thought that he should complete it in 5. We are taken to a hall with a large number of system screens. Someone says that he just completed the 7th floor. How long? How long? It took him 12 hours and 28 minutes. It's crazy how this is even possible. An elf in a suit, looking at the system screen, screams in fright that the members have already, at least, set records thanks to their cohesion. And this guy goes alone is absurd. Behind them, a sharp-toothed guy in a suit is looking fearfully at the system screen, shouting that the 8th floor is 7 hours and 5 minutes old. He created the laurel wreath of Athena and got another key. Everyone there started looking around in fright, not understanding what was going on. The elf involuntarily picked up the bag and told him to take it. The goblin in the hat laughed and reached for the bag of money, saying that it looks like he won this time. Goblin, looking at the system screens, said that he had become so rich thanks to Sir Kane. How nice it would be if every day was like this. We are transported to the mountains, where lava is raging everywhere, and a system message appears that this is the 9th floor arena of fire and lava. A huge red paw appears out of nowhere. June and her friends are looking at the huge demon standing and doing nothing, and the demon growls menacingly and shouts that how dare he stand in front of him, the king of fire. Jun took out his blade and looking ahead asked if they really came too early. He thinks he has no choice. Let Pant take the aggression on himself, and then Edora join him. Pant smiling said great, and Edora puzzled, looking at the monster said good. Pant, smiling and looking ahead, pounded his fists and lightning appeared. He kicked off the ground, lightning flashing under his feet. He approached the demon at high speed, swinging his fist at it. And then it hit him in the chest with all its might, and the monster flew back, snarling, with Edora behind it. She swung her blade and sliced through his neck at high speed. Jun was running through the lava, his legs glowing with a blue aura. Suddenly, he jumped away from the ceiling, 2 daggers in his hands, and with great speed, he landed directly on the demon's head, her 2 daggers. The demon with the broken head fell dead. A small sphere lit up in his head, and then his body began to decompose. Jun walked over to the remains of the demon, and looked down at his fist, Pant standing quietly behind him, and Edora. Jun looked down at his hand, which was holding a silver key, and a system message appeared in front of him that Hephaestus' key had been received. Jun, looking at his hand, thought that now he has 10 keys, including the key of Zeus. There are still 2 more and he can open the treasury of Olympia. Jun recalled the first 2 keys that he still needed to find. He thought that one of them can be obtained for setting a record for passing the novice zone of the key of Hades, while the other, the key of Hermes, can be found on the 10th floor. A system message appeared in front of Junwoo that the tests were completed. Whether he wanted to go to the 10th floor, Jun thought that somehow he needed to finish it quickly. The system message said that the test was coming to an end and whether Jun really wanted to go to the 10th floor. It asked him not to forget that the next floor was designed for passing alone and his current one, and the group will be immediately disbanded as soon as he enters the portal. Jun pointed to the side and asked if he would be willing to leave after such a long journey. The guy smiled idly and asked him to remember his words. He reminded them that they would finish the test faster than Jun. Jun smiled through his mask. After that, he offered to go and his entire team agreed. They entered the portal and moved to another location. June opened her eyes. The system message said that it was the white room from the 10th floor that Jun was currently in. The system message said that the test on the 10th floor was about to start. Jun was in the void, together out of life and death. The laws of time and space did not work here, but Jun was a living person and he did not belong here. He had to escape from this dimension in any way possible. Jun opened the system panel and said that it was now clear to him why most players failed the tests after the first floor. He looked ahead and said that the 10th floor was more difficult than all the previous ones combined. This was its turning point, which most players could not cope with. In this place only one of its quality was tested, or rather it was willpower. Jun started to think and realized that by setting records on each of the 9 floors, they felt like the kings of the world, and didn't think that the 10th floor would also be a trifle, but this damn tower knew how to dash all hopes. The 10th floor took away absolutely everything from him. No friends, no family, no comrades were around. He was left one among nothing, forced to look for a way out without having a single clue. Jun looked ahead and realized that no matter how simple it was, no matter how talented he was, the psychological battle was significantly different from the physical one, and meet success after success. Arsha finally stumbled upon what you really are difficult. People couldn't stand it when they had to deal with problems one-on-one, especially when before that they solved all the problems together with the team. Jun squeezed the hand that held the dagger and said that it was used on separate occasions. Jun closed his eyes and realized that there was a door somewhere on the 10th floor. He stood still and felt everything. He hesitated and stabbed with his dagger. The space spread out into 2 parts and a red door appeared in front. Jun reached out and took the key that was shining. The system message said that the tests were completed and Jun was able to complete all the beginner tests from the 1st to the 10th floor. Passing the beginner tests took him 151 hours, 45 minutes and 1 second. Jun beat Cha Jong-woo's previous record by 83 hours, 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Jun looked at the system message that said he had set an all-time record and whether he wanted to enter his name in the Hall of Fame. Jun held out his hand to the system screen and said that he knew he would be here. He watched it all in silence. Jun said no and refused to enter his name. The system message said that he had received a gold ring, and he also received the skull crest and the key of Hades. The system message asked if he wanted to receive his rewards, and Jun reached out and pressed the button. Jun raised his hand up and a blue key appeared in his hand. The system message said that he collected 12 divine keys of Olympus and now the keys were being combined, after which his hand began to glow and something began to form. The system message wrote that he created the key of Olympus, and Jun gained access to the treasure vault of Olympus, the vault in which gold and jewels were stored, which the Olympians had been collecting for tens of thousands of years. Jun stretched out his hand and a shiny key appeared in front of him. He wrote that he could take one item from the treasury of Olympus. Jun was already considering which one to choose, the lightning bolt of Zeus and the shield of Athena. He realized that both of the famous jewels stored in the treasury were very good. Jun looked away and was surprised. A huge golden door appeared in front of him. Jun presented his key and wondered if it would fit. He put the key in the lock and turned it. Junya opened the door and looked ahead. He stepped inside and saw a silhouette sitting on a throne. The man sat back and smiled. They stood in front of each other, and the man said that it was because of Juno that there was such a commotion. The man leaned on his arm and looked ahead. It was Hermes, the god of free movement between the worlds of mortals and gods. Thanks to his ability to observe mortals, he was appointed guardian of the treasury from those who want to get there. He said that he had already had visitors and had been getting more of them lately, but he had never had anyone as amazing as June. Hermes raised his hand to his chin and said that this was the first time he had ever seen such a mortal. Jun said that he wanted to enter the treasury. Hermes started laughing and said that he was impatient and he would grant his wish. Hermes then clapped his hands. After that, a bright light appeared behind him. Jun saw this dazzling beauty and was surprised. They went forward through the golden shackles. Hermes said as they walked along that he was a little ashamed to say it. He took his staff in his hand and asked if he wanted to take any of it. He said that his artifacts were some of the best, and if he chose any of his artifacts, Hermes would appoint Jun as his apostles. An apostle is the right hand of the gods, beings who are guided by their will and are endowed with power, armies of one people who have reached the limits of the human body and obtained supernatural abilities. They were able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods, radiating incredible influence over many of their followers. They easily became the leaders of the towers. Hermes was one of the 12 main Olympian gods. Becoming an apostle of such a creature is an incredible success, since at the same time you will receive an unimaginable amount of power, get the title of an apostle, and a unique artifact was much more profitable than getting the lightning of Zeus. Jun turned his head to the side and started to think things over. He knew it was a tempting offer, but he couldn't afford to be constrained. Maybe Jun said that he couldn't accept his offer. Hermes reacted calmly to this and assumed that Jun decided to choose this path. Jun looked at him questioningly and didn't know what he meant by that. He took a step forward and he heard a voice telling him to take it with him, saying that Jun would regret it for the rest of her life if they left it here. Jun continued to walk forward, and the voice said that it would be useful to him. In the center of the room was a bowl from which the fire was coming. Near the picture there were weapons that lay on a pedestal. Jun walked forward and raised his head. He started scanning the entire room and took a step forward. He stood in front of the painting and realized that this was what he needed. He was looking at a painting that had a shield lying next to it, which was glowing with red particles. He assumed that the shield bore the head of a gorgon, which made enemies look horrified. The system message was written by Lee. Jun really wanted to choose Athena's shield as a reward. Jun clicked on the accept button. Jun turned his head and asked where the Zeus artifacts were. Jun was alert and his watch began to shine. He picked them up and opened them. He looked at the arrow, and it showed him the way. The arrow pointed to the painting of Zeus. He looked at it and realized that this was what he was looking for. He went ahead and opened the doors. In front of him was a statue of Zeus that shone brightly with lightning. Jun was surprised to see all this. He recalled the painting and, according to the myths, Zeus defeated his father Kronos and the rest of the Titans with lightning, and that lightning was here. He reached out his hand towards the lightning bolt and realized that he didn't need anything else besides it. Even the other 12 artifacts combined were nothing compared to this one. He took the zipper and knew that his instincts were screaming that it should be his, so he tried to take it, but it cracked. Jun withdrew his hand, and it fell apart. Jun was shocked by this and didn't understand what was going on. He looked at his hands and the lightning bolt that had collapsed and didn't understand how it all happened. He didn't know what to do. After which, energy began to gather in his hand. Jun covered his face with his other hand and didn't understand what was happening. His arm was covered with a gold bracelet from which there were chains. Chains began to wrap around Jun's arm. After that, they completely shackled her. Jun looked ahead and knew that this was the path he had chosen. Jun looked down at his hand, which was in a chain, and he clearly wasn't expecting this. He tried to take it off and didn't understand what was going on here, but this was definitely not the time to be disappointed, as long as his goal was to find out what had happened to Astrape. He was using his eyesight and was very curious. The system message said that this was the Black King's despair, the type was handcuffed, and K was unknown. In the past, the unknown people lived in fear of the Black King. Eventually they betrayed him, imprisoned him in the abyss for countless years. The Black King's hatred from the thoughts of betrayal grew. As a result, the three facets that held him back turned cursed, and the soul collector allowed the user to capture the target's soul. Souls would be added to the collection and could never escape. The size of the collection would increase in proportion to the user's height. The user's spiritual familiar could enslave the soul and develop it to the level of a spiritual familiar. Once the transformation process was over, the soul would become the user's and they will be happy to complete any task or order. Black energy is an improved version of the Black Blade, which could absorb souls into the collection and turn them into dark energy. The power increased in proportion to the number of souls. Jun read all this and realized that he had never heard of the Black King. And he realized that his brother hadn't mentioned anything like this in his diary either. Jun realized that this was a conclusion. Snake Akasha always waited for the return of his master, and this was in the description of the black bracelet. It was also said that this is why she considered all the things of her master very valuable, which meant that the owner of the Snake Akashika is the Black King, and he could not return because he was betrayed by his subordinates. Jun looked ahead and realized that the Black King was strong enough to make the Akashika snake his minion, and he needed to find out more about it when he got out of here. If anything, he needed to try to think more positively, and there was no point in regretting what had already been lost. Jun closed his eyes and decided to think about how he could better apply what he already had. The system message said that he had chosen Astrape as a reward, and the doors of the treasury of Olympus were closing. Jun would open his eyes and hear someone laughing. He opened his eyes and there was a goblin in front of him, smiling and congratulating him, because he had only walked 10 floors. But it was perfect, and they were all impressed with what he had done. He was congratulating him once again for being able to get this far. Jun asked why Astra had disappeared, to which Goblin smiled and said it was a secret. Jun asked who the Black King was, but he also said it was a secret. Jun asked why he got this bracelet. The goblin held out his hand and said that the tower gave out rewards according to the player's achievement and there was no other reason. The goblin adjusted his monocle, which had Jun's reflection in it, and he said that they only represented the will of the tower. He said that his rewards were based on how he passed the trial, so that he would not survive all this after the consequences of the path he had chosen, and therefore he could not answer these questions. Jun put his hand to his head and wondered if the path he had chosen meant that his decision might somehow relate to the Black King. He didn't understand anything, but it was unlikely that the answer would come to him by itself. If he racked his head for a long time, he realized that he needed to focus on what was urgent. The goblin folded his hands and said that he had put his thoughts in order, which meant that it was time for the next reward. The system message wrote that the total karma was 1,420,119 points. Jun turned his head and the goblin said that he had earned an incredible amount of karma points. It was amazing. He said that Jun could get 12 rewards for the first 10 floors. He asked if he wanted to get them now, but that Jun said that he would like to combine them into one reward. Goblin asked if he wanted anything specific. Jun said he wanted Astrape, to which Goblin said that it was stupid and he knew that this deal had already taken place. Jun furiously said that he wasn't joking, and Goblin said that if he didn't want anything else, then why didn't he decide everything for him? Jun looked at it all in surprise. The goblin held out the shield to him and told her that he had achieved something that no one had ever managed before, so this good artifact should be a worthy reward for him. He held it out to Jun and asked if he agreed. Jun took the shield, and he realized that this cheat was made of 9 layers and he thought it would be very heavy, but it was lighter than a feather. The goblin said that now that he had received his rewards, he had to take his leave. The system message said that the test was completed, whether Jun wanted to move to the 11th floor. Jun went to the portal and disappeared. The goblin put his hand up to his face and laughed. He understood that Jun not only managed to awaken the Black King's despair, but also to get a shield. This was quite a curious player. The goblin said that the next guardian should be Laplace. He was wondering how he would react to all of Jun's achievements. Laplace can be very intrusive if he finds something interesting about it. Then we see the blue sky. The guy asked another player if it was like he had broken all the records on 1 to 10 floors. The system message said that the first place was taken by an anonymous player who scored 9345 points. The guy smiled and said that he was smarter than I expected. The guy in the back asked if he was sorry, and he asked what he was talking about. The guy smiled and looked at it all. He turned his head and said that he thought the man had stopped checking on him, but that was just his curiosity. The boy laughed and asked if he meant that their queen's favorite executioner was asking him a personal question. The guy in the armor stood and listened to what was being said. The guy told him that he might have thought, probably, that it would have been easier for him to believe that a dog could meow like a cat. The guy started to think and realized that even though he would be lying if he said that he didn't feel anything, but these records are remnants of the time when he was in Ardia. He held out his hand and said that the past was the past and it needed to be left behind and he wasn't going to dig into it. The only thing that mattered to him right now was how to make this newbie their property. After that, we see the sky and trees. The guy said that sooner or later he will become them. He held out his hand to the side and closed his eyes, knowing that if they didn't get it, they would have to think about eliminating it. The wind will blow and green leaves will fly away. The guy looked up and realized that it was just like with Artie. Arsha did not belong to any one of the clans, because of which she was both an object of universal love and hatred. Everyone wanted to get her by any means, but she did not give in, and even tried to conquer the tower. But 8 clans did not want to hit their faces in the dirt. In this situation, you need to either immediately pay for, or at the very beginning to trample, one of the two. The third is not given, said the guy. He looked away and asked this answer satisfied him. The man said that he had said too much and that he should be more careful next time, to which he laughed and thought that he could afford it. The knights stopped in their tracks and it was like their queen was still doubtful. They walked to the edge and looked ahead. The guy knelt down and asked, not at the checked location according to the coordinates. Other people were hiding in the bushes and wearing capes. A portal began to open off to the side. The guy smiled and realized that it was a portal leading to Arangdan. He was wondering what they were trying to hide here, since the portal opened in such a deserted place. They didn't have much time left, and they started to prepare. The guy raised his hand and the other knights also sat down. At that moment, someone came out of the portal. Leant came out of the portal with someone, and the guy said attack with a smile. He moved forward on his right arm and shells flew to the side. The arrows flew at breakneck speed towards the enemy. Leant walked forward and turned his head in the direction of the fire. He noticed something was wrong and there was a reflection of arrows in his eyes. After that, there was an explosion. The place where the explosion occurred was completely covered in dust and an indistinct silhouette could be seen. Leant was injured and there was a lot of blood on his body. The guy looked at it all with a smile, after which he jumped off the cliff and landed on the ground. He said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Leant got to his feet and swung his arm to hit him. He threw a punch, but the guy stuck out his hand and blocked it. The shockwave was so strong that everything in the area was damaged. Leant asked how he dared to attack him, and he asked if he understood what the consequences would be. The guy said he didn't care. He smiled and asked if he wanted to start a war. After that, they jumped back and looked at each other. Levanta was standing and covered in blood. The guy said that if it was about the head of 1 out of 5 people who ruled the dynasty, then wasn't it a good reason for war? The guy raised his hand and it started to spark. He said that they were once friends, so it was awkward to trust someone else to do it. Leant stood in shock and was covered in bright rays. Leant bent down and started collecting the energy in his body. The guy said that's why he came here. He held his hand and it glowed brightly. He said that he had a mana organ and if he gave it away, he would die quickly and painlessly. Leant's expression changed as he clenched his fist with energy. The guy looked at all this with a smile and said that he was too proud and he leaves him no other choice. He decided to beat out the answer in strength from him. After that, explosions began to be heard in the forest. After that, we are transported to Jun, and he was in a field with flowers. The system message wrote that this is the 11th floor, the Hall of the World of Dreams. Jun looked to the side and wondered if Pant and Edora were able to get up. He sat down on the grass and decided to wait a bit. After which, someone started approaching with rabbit ears. He stood in front of Jun in a suit and said that he was glad to meet him. It was Manager Laplace, his guide on the 11th floor, 12 Earth God Hair Manager Laplace. As Jun sat on the grass and listened to all this, Laplace realized that the best recruit after Ardia's team, he was able to meet exactly the person who excited the management community. He put his hand to his chest and realized that there used to be a different manager on the 11th floor, but it was decided to give special care to the newcomers and change everything. He confidently looked ahead and apologized for the fact that he couldn't miss such a moment. He realized that he should have given the manager of the 11th floor a carrot. Laplace smiled and pointed to the side. He asked if he knew how to change the rules starting from the 11th floor. Jun said that there was no longer a waiting room for I will become a long-term test. Laplace said that he already knew a lot, so their conversation will pass without problems. They were standing in the middle of the field and talking. But that was the name given to those people who decided to become a god. They had to overcome the internal barriers and shed their human skin. And for this, of course, it was necessary to pass the dangerous test of and having achieved a better result, he can descend back thanks to this. Laplace said that the real test, A, started from the 11th floor and he would have to deal with completely different things. Something like this was Laplace's explanation. C, Even if you failed the test at the initial level, you could still try to pass it again. And there was also a waiting area where you could recover from your injuries and remove all fatigue, and then in good health try to pass the test again, but at 11 there was no waiting room on this floor. And then a completely different story began. In case of failure, the tests would not end. If you were injured, you had to find the medicine yourself right there. And if the player got into a dead end, then he had to find a solution to this situation on his own, and he literally became residents of this floor until this is a test. Laplace said to take into account that there was no such thing as a round starting from this floor, so he asked if there were any questions, but Jun just shook his head. Laplace clasped her hands and said that if there were no questions, then they could start testing. The system message wrote that the tests of the 11th floor begin. There was only a legend about this place, which was passed down from mouth to mouth. In fact, it is a place where countless dreams from all over the world and other dimensions gather, which is why the animals living here fed and grew at the expense of human dreams. The player's task is to his personal fairy tale animal. This animal will try his dreams and will continue to be his faithful partner, who will go through many adversities and difficulties with him. Laplace held out his hand to the side and said that this was the egg of the fabulous animal that Jun was holding on his hand. He grabbed it, and it glittered brightly. Laplace said that no one knew what to hatch from this egg. It tried to dream the owner, so it could change its image as many times as you want. Laplace pointed his finger up and said that he should remember only one, despite the fact that it fed on his dreams and grew. There was a child inside. Also, if he did not take care of it with warmth and care, it would not be able to hatch, and he should also feed it well and talk. He must give it the best, the better, and more he puts his soul into it, the stronger it will become. Laplace said that if he didn't have any questions, he would go about his business, and after the meeting was over, they could see each other again. Laplace started to disappear, and Jun hung his head down. He looked at the egg that was glowing brightly and realized that it was a fabulous animal. He looked up and realized that it was making him a little nervous. Jun lowers her head and closes her eyes, clutching her neck. After that, he starts to look around, looking at the sky. He walks forward through a green meadow. He thinks about the fact that his brother is living on the 11th floor, and unlike the rest of the dreary trials he'd had to go through up to this floor, he really liked it here. He remembers the way his brother used to smile when he was here, thinking that psychometry has become his hallmark. He did not forget about the egg for a single day and communicated with it, fed it good dreams. And I remember seeing a creature appear in front of his brother. He remembers that his brother got one of the best mythical creatures, such as the dragon. No, it was thanks to him that he met the ancient dragon Calidus. His brother was smiling at this, and he thought about how he had made a contract to borrow his powers, and the 11th floor was an important turning point for his brother. After that, Jun looks at the egg, which glows. He thinks that on the other hand, he doesn't like it. And, unlike his brother, it's just hard for him to get attached to anything with a broad soul. Then he looks at it and thinks that it doesn't worry about hatching from the egg. Their brother's diary is full of techniques for raising various mythical creatures. The problem is that the egg needs to be given some properties. He remembers how he fried one of the eggs, thinking that the flame can be very useful, and it might be a good idea to give it the attributes of fire and wind. After that, Jun remembers the phoenixes and thinks that it would be best to use their help. And in doing so, he will teach him how to control fire and wind. And if only he could get his hands on the flame of life. Then Jun walks forward and says nothing. He sits down on a rock and thinks about Pant and Edora being delayed. Then Jun stands up, thinking about what to do. He takes out his dagger and starts drawing something on the stone. He writes that the south and the big forest. He stands right next to this rock and thinks that in case their paths diverge, they agreed to write down where they were going. And so, they will meet quite quickly. Jun thinks it's time to go, then disappears. Jun stands next to a huge rock. Johnny comes in system notifications saying that he has entered Phoenix territory. Due to the influence of the Phoenix, its resistance to elemental fire and wind will be greatly reduced. And under the influence of the Phoenix, its stats will be reduced. And Jun notices this notification saying that his stats will be reduced. He watches as a strong wind starts to pick up everywhere. He wonders why the Phoenix is running amok so much, and the diary didn't say anything about him being so wary. And Jun begins to peer up the mountain. He is looking through a huge crack in one of the rocks, thinking that this is the Phoenix's lair after all. After which, Jun walks on and hears a voice telling him to freeze. After which it comes in silk and stops. He understands that it was Phoenix who told him this, and he hears him keep talking about how if he gets any closer, he'll incinerate him. And Jun stretches out her hand and looks up and says that he has come a long way for the flame of life and asks for a quest. After that, from the cracks comes the message that she cannot offer him any quests person, and she's asking him to leave. And Jun stands bewildered and visibly displeased. He looks at the mountain and thinks that something is wrong, and for some reason it reminds him of a cowering hedgehog. He looks up and thinks about that, of course. He jumps right in, after which he enters this cave and apologizes to it. He gets closer and closer, and red eyes appear from behind the dark part of the cave. They say how dare he enter his house, to which Jun activates her dragon eyes and tries to look around. He sees a phoenix sitting with 2 eggs under it. He thinks about how he knew it. After that, June tells her that she is hatching eggs. She looks surprised, clearly angry, and leaves. She says it's none of his business and let him go and he doesn't have time to bother with it. June looks at this and puts her hands together and says, did she really lose the egg? So it turns out to be true. To which So says that really he came to mock her and he asks to leave. Jun lowers her head and says if he gives her everything back, will he give her the quest? To which she is surprised and says, what? She turns away and tells him to do what he wants. And Jun notices that a system notification appears in front of him, saying that the secret quest is a phoenix egg. One of the eggs was stolen from the ruler of the southern phoenix forest, and while she was looking for food for her unborn children, need to find the lost egg and bring it to Phoenix will never forget this kindness. And the completion date before the chick hatches is a reward and a favor from the phoenix. And reward number 2 unlocks the Flame of Life quest. Then June turns around and walks away, looking at Phoenix one last time. He disappears, and Phoenix stares after him in silence. Haman walks around a lot of trees and looks at what is happening. He thinks that the trail leads here and where he decided to go. And then he notices that someone starts laughing really hard. June sees 2 of the players holding a huge red egg. Speaking of which, what a treat this is, and who would have thought that a phoenix would leave its egg unattended. These players are smiling while holding a fire egg, and one of them says that he knows whether he thinks that it will be necessary to break the price for him. He smiles, raising his hand to his face, and he says that there is no other place to get this egg, and so that they will pay them as much as they say. He thinks that if he keeps this egg for himself, he can become the owner of the phoenix, and then who will be able to defeat him with the legendary beast on his shoulder. Then he starts to bleed out, thinking about killing this guy. How will you get a chance to become an egg owner? He looks down at his bloody hand and talks about what's going on here. Then someone puts a hand on his shoulder and he turns around. It says when. The man then asks if he remembers the water that was given to him, and he poured some mandragora juice into it. There was an accomplice who smiles as he hugs that player and takes the egg. He says that he knows how everything works in their profession, and he's not his, so he's right, he says. After that, the player bleeds out, talking about what the hell, and the person who took the egg says that it's a phoenix egg. He's been waiting for this for so long, and if he is proficient with a phoenix egg, then even a ranker. After which, he notices a blade appear in his body. He looks at me in surprise and tells me what's going on. Jun, who has worked behind the man's back, says he is an idiot. Then he cuts it open and grabs the egg. He holds it while the corpse falls. She thinks about how she wanted to surprise them, but was afraid they'd drop the egg in the heat of battle, thinking that they started arguing and then it was a small matter. After that, Jun uses fire magic and burns these corpses. He watches as the egg drains its fiery aura. He says that he would like to see more of these quests in the future, and it was very simple. The phoenix envelops the egg. Is June watching this? And Phoenix says that he did not expect to find his child. After which, Jun smiles at the sight. He thinks that thank God, and he remembers their mother stroking their heads. Then June stands and stares at the phoenix. He says thank you, to which Jun says no, it's not worth it. Then Phoenix, looking at Juna, says that he returned his dear child and the contract is a contract. And as he had promised, he would test him. Then she asks you to tell him directly why he wants to do it. To which June stretches out her hand and says that she wants the fire of life that she owns. Phoenix looks at June in surprise. He says he doesn't know exactly what it is. To which Jun says that yes, this is the power that makes him himself. After that, he remembers that it is a cloud of power, saying that the phoenix is born and dies in the fire, and it will burst out as if from the edge and soars into the sky. And fire symbolizes rebirth, regeneration. And this flame of life is called the holy fire. And June pulls out the egg back. Phoenix says, is this really for your beast? To which Jun says that yes, it is. What does Phoenix look at Jun and say? That it's good, and he owes them a favor, so he'll give it to them right away without a test. And he seems to be strong, so he could easily pass this test. After that, the system sends notifications saying that he has received the gratitude of the Phoenix, and the Phoenix's favorability increased to 200 and the Phoenix's suspicion towards him decreased. As a reward, he received the completion of the Fire of Life trials, and he received the Phoenix's recognition by completing the Mysteries of the Phoenix trial quest. The Phoenix then envelops Jun. Speaking of carrying his fire away, you'll need a large vessel. As soon as you get around to it, it should come. And the system sends notifications that the secret quest Fire of Life has been received. The source of the Phoenix's power is the Fire of Life. It wasn't easy, but it was equally difficult to master and carry it. And he must collect the necessary materials, Raznasortny on level 11, create a vessel to save this Fire of Life, and a list of required items: 5 albatross eggs, 80 shadow snake apples, and 1 dragon heart. and there are no time limits. As a reward, he will receive the source of Phoenix power and the fire of life. And June looks at it all in surprise, holding her neck. He thinks that yes, creating a vessel is much more difficult than passing the Phoenix tests. After that, Phoenix will tell him to hurry up and call him when needed later, to which Jun says it's fine. He sits by the fire next to the egg lying in the tub. He thinks that while he can see everything, even if they call him a beast, he's just a cub, and he must instinctively understand what is happening outside. And in order to feel comfortable and not be under the influence of stress, he first needs a comfortable environment. And June, holding the bag in her hands, thinks that it's too late, but there's nothing she can do, and it can only speed up the process. Then he hears something and looks at the egg. He sees the egg begin to shine, and Jun thinks about how he seems to be in a good mood. And Jun looks at the piece of paper, saying that he did everything as it was written in the diary. Then June closes her eyes and sighs. He picks up the egg, holding it in his hands, and he says, "Oh my god, is this really what he's going to do?" After that, June picks up a towel and starts peeling this egg. He smiles, doing it and looking at the egg. He thinks about what doesn't work out and can do better for him. Then in the morning, June looks at the tree and how he laid the egg, recreating a nest of branches for it. June looks at it with a smile and thinks that's better. He turns around, thinking that he will have to check out what he got as a reward. After that, it accepts rewards using the system window, and he thinks that now he has received a total of 8 things. He looks at what these things are and sees the skull rings among them. And June looks at the earrings with skulls and a huge ruby in her mouth. He thinks about the fact that he doesn't have most of the other goodies, and it counts system notifications that say that this is a skull mask. Classification of auxiliary equipment, level D. The earring is made from the skull of a former voodoo doll maker, and when it was first made, most of the forces were enclosed in it, but now, after a while, they play only a supporting role. In the voodoo maker's wrath, the voodoo maker's soul has been left in the skull and is now being torn apart in a silent scream. Each time you cast wind spells, a small amount of dark mana is added. June holds it up to her face and thinks that if you look at it that way, it's the worst reward of all. He looks her over with his dragon eyes, and I think that this artifact contains the soul of the creator of voodoo. After that, he shakes her and sees the soul appear, thinking that this is a great chance to experience the possibilities of the black bracelet. After which, he clenches his fists and a blue aura begins to shine everywhere. Squeezing this earring begins to drain a darker aura. After that, the crystal in this skull begins to crack. Jun lowers her hand, watching as it evaporates everywhere, leaving red remnants of its aura. And June notices that something starts to appear not far from him, creating huge magical clumps of red hue. And he watches as the skeleton appears, wearing a robe. It hovers and glows, looking at everything around it. After which, he notices June standing not far from him and is surprised. Jun stretches out her hand, thinking that it was said that the player's soul was consumed by some monster, and he's not sure it's going to work. Then he goes ahead, thinking that there is nothing he can do. He grabs the head of this skeleton and says that it is still bound, and he won't succeed. This skeleton has lowered its natural tooth's head while Jun thinks about how he should try to separate them first. After that, it uses the branch. June keeps shouting at them to split up, and he watches as the skeleton starts crying, saying that he doesn't want to die. And June keeps yelling for them to split up and a blue aura appears everywhere. After that, huge clouds of dust rise everywhere, and this skeleton stops glowing. Jun watches as a huge dark aura surrounds him. He watches then as the skeleton silently stares at Jun with its blue eyes. When they bring their hands to themselves, they use magic. His palm is wrapped in blue, and he thinks about how it feels like they're now connected by invisible threads. And June closes her eyes, thinking that this is a very strange feeling. He looks at this skeleton and orders it to sit down. Then this skeleton sits down, and June tells him to get tired or run. And a huge amount of dark aura and dust rises to the sky, while Jun is telling him to go back to his place, then get to that tree and hit it with all his might. Then he has to pick up that raft and see if he can tear it down. June looks at her new skeleton and thinks that the voodoo soul obeys all his orders without question, and even the most stupid complex ones. He orders him to pick up an apple, and he uses magic to pick it up. He thinks about how remarkable it is that when he asked for an apple hanging high in the tree to be picked for him, he calmly used magic to get it. And although the soul is not strong enough to perform any serious sorcery, but it is quite capable of some simple spells. And June is looking at this apple that is sparkling. He thinks that he has not made a single attempt at disobedience. And the skeleton holds this apple and hands it to Jun. And June thinks that he has become a real authority for him. And after that, he did a couple more experiments. June runs away from her skeleton, and it follows him. He thinks he started out at top speed, although he was lagging behind, but overall it wasn't difficult for him to follow close behind. Then he stood far away from the skeleton, thinking about the fact that he decided to check at what distance from it feel and it came out about 100 meters. And Jun raised his hand to his mask and pondered. He thinks he's not sure exactly, but the further he finds out, the worse he hears. And he felt the binding thread between them grow thinner. And Jun goes to the side, thinking that in any case, it is important to strengthen this connection. To begin with, he should call these connecting threads lines of perception. And now he decided to run a test. Clear sky. A skeleton summoned by Jun takes down a tree. Then the skeleton looks at Jun with a smile. And Jun puts her hand to her head and thinks that the connection is still not perfect. His physical abilities aren't that bad, so it's not something to dwell on. Then he remembers the undead, thinking about the fact that the stronger the lower become, the greater the chance that it evolves. And who knows, and maybe this halfwit will be reborn as a lick. And Jun looks ahead, thinking about the legion of undead. If only he could get an immortal army. Then it opens the system window, thinking that among the souls in the world there is someone suitable. Then he notices with surprise, thinking about what might be taking it exactly. He summons a few more skeletons. He remembers that one of the skeletons was a giant gnoll, and he defended on the 6th floor while Artemis collected a laurel wreath. The other summoned creature was Vulcan, and this is the hidden boss that they killed with Pant and Edora on the 9th floor. Is he looking at all these skeletons, and thinks about the best souls he could have gotten in the beginning. He packed everything just in case, but he didn't think he'd need them for that. Jun, who has put his hand to his face, thinks that if they don't have names, he will start to get confused, so it's better to call them something. Then he calls one of them Ka. He calls Drugovo Nalan, and the one skeleton that he summoned, he named Wu. After that, the system says that the names are set, and the ghosts will be given a personality. It will increase their morale, and they need to get closer to their subordinates, and the better the relationship is about them, the more they will trust and the stronger they will become. Also, subordinates will treat other ghosts more responsibly, and while all the ghosts are happy that they got a name. Jun looks at the system window. During the day, it is written that information about intimacy with subordinates. One of them has 15/30th for 2, 8/40th of them, and 10/55th for 3. And Jun, looking at all this, is very surprised, thinking that they liked him so much because he gave them names. He looks at them and thinks that the souls of the dead have no self, and the ghosts are a step above them, but they also can't make a sound assessment of themselves. So, it seems that the presence of a name played a very important role for them. After that, Jun puts her hand to her chest and uses magic. He thinks about what's going on and feels like they're treating him better, and it seems that the ghost's powers depend on what they did in life. After all, nimble, Nal could boast of his speed, and hardy, Ka was a little slow, but he had a lot of strength. And Jun grabs her shoulder, thinking about what it means to collect perfume with good qualities. And while these skeletons are standing behind him, Jun walks forward, clutching his shoulder. He's thinking about starting a hunt. After that, the system says that the number of collected souls is 500. Jun looks at all this and thinks that before that, he had 150 souls and now as many as 500. And his collection has increased almost 3 times. He looks at all these skeletons and thinks that he was going to create a decent number of ghosts. But in the end, he only got 10 normal ones, which is less than he expected. And Jun, looking at them, thinks that besides, the ghosts created by pawns have poor skills, so they are of very little use. He stretches out his hand and thinks that the higher his skill level, the bigger his collection will become. And he thinks that for now, all he needs to do is dream. He remembers Edora with her eyes, and he thinks about learning more about the artifacts, which means he has no choice but to ask Edora to look at him with insight. And Phoenix tells Jun that he has something interesting. Jun is surprised by this. He raises his head and says that didn't he want to rest? And Phoenix says that something bothered him, but now it's gone and he has a curious thing. Talking about the bracelet he's wearing, he asks what he's hiding from himself. The knight walks forward, covered in blood and trembling. He thinks about what the hell. Going forward, he says that somehow he got out to use all the artifacts and skills, but now all the accumulated wealth just disappeared. He holds up his hand, covered in blood, and he thinks that if he had that rock, he wouldn't have screwed up like this. There is blood, embittered, going forward. He says he will make him pay for it, no matter what it takes. A lot of players are looking at the bulletin board. They say that a fiery beast attacked Leon, and the only thing he could do was escape. And in all the major cities, the towers and the Red Dragon have posted declarations of war, remembering the Red Dragon Gerbera and Jianhuando. About that, these are the 2 largest tower clans. Their collision could not pass without a trace, so over many clans players hung the threat of a cloud of war. And Pant tears off one of the leaflets, while Edora is standing next to him. Pant is reading this leaflet. He says that wherever you go, they just talk about it. Is he squeezing this flyer out of his face, thinking about how he wanted to calmly finish the trials on the 10th floor and go to the 11th floor. After that, he notices a bird flying from above. They both look at it in surprise, see what it is. Pant pulls out his hand, and this red-colored bird lands on his hand. There was a small message on her leg. It was a letter from the tribe. Pant opens it and sees how it says that they should return as soon as they receive this letter. It was a written summoning order, and Pant and Fox are standing near a huge village. Many people look at them, noticing, wondering. All the townspeople come up to them and tell them what brought them here. They smile and rejoice, say that something in the tower has become noisy, and maybe they are here because of this. After that, one of the people approaches Edora and asks her how the search for the groom is progressing, and one of the men standing behind them with a hat on his head indicates that the children have already arrived. Edora is clearly worried as she looks at him. She says the letter said there was an urgent matter to attend to, but it seems they have all the time to tinker in the garden. What does this man say about living and eating? So should they make time for it, or should they not? While Pant smiles, Edora stands there looking annoyed. He talks about why his daughter looks so unhappy. What does Pant say? Do you still ask? He spreads his arms and closes his eyes, smiling. Speaking of which, she's already set up to go on a road trip with her lover. Edora then kicks him, telling him to shut up. And the bank keeps saying that, and here he is with his letter, so she gets angry. After that, people say that she finally has a fiancé, and maybe it's worth getting everyone together and finally eating noodles. Or maybe organize a festival for the first time in a long time. After that, the man in the hat hugs Edora, still angry. He says he wonders who managed to steal the heart of his haughty little daughter, to which she tells him to take his hands off her. And while the townspeople are watching everything, he starts to leave. He starts talking about how okay, he's got it, and who the hell is he supposed to be. He also doesn't appreciate the vegetable garden. And while Pant scratches his neck, Edora watches him go. He puts down his hat and says okay, let's just stop joking about it. It was the warrior King Neo. Putting his hands on his ribs, he says that he wrote for some reason, but I think they already roughly understand the situation. Pant comes up to him with Edora and says that's why they're here, and when there was a fuss with Artie, they couldn't even blink an eye at him. And then why is there such an urgency now? To which he says he's going to ignore it, but thinks it won't work this time. To which Pant is surprised and asks why. They tell him that they did not encounter a dead end as mercenaries in this war. After which, Edora and the Panther were very surprised as they looked at him. While he continues to say that this time the plan is to butt heads, so avoid collisions will not work. And he remembers his clan, says that for the one-horn tribe, horns are symbols of pride and honor. And if we are talking about the fact that they cut butting, then they will not back down and devote themselves to the whole business. Then he closes his eyes and sighs, and he smiles and says it's going to be a long conversation, so they don't have to go home first. Phoenix asks Jun about the fact that this bracelet is on him, and what the hell is it? Jun looks at this bracelet in surprise and says that he can't understand it himself. And Phoenix says that usually he feels and can understand a lot of things, but he can't see it in any way. What is hidden by this thing? And it seems to hide some kind of fog, at least from the veils of his eyes. Jun stiffened, thinking that this artifact is hidden from his vision. How infuriating is that? And Jun looks up in surprise as Phoenix says he can tell you one thing for sure. This subject contradicts it, and they are two opposites. Phoenix imagines that this chain is wrapped around him, saying that at the same time he is like a reflection of him. After that, Jun looks in surprise and thinks about what is the opposite in reflection. The phoenix represents flowering trees, saying that he is life itself and is born and lives carrying it. But this object is a creature of death and he is soaked in it, imagining it rotting as the little flower grows. Although life and death are two opposites, and in the end they are the same. Jun looks down and talks about how life and death are one, to which he is told that it is so. Phoenix presents everything in mind in his life, saying that he dies, then is reborn. And even the undead, saying that this black bracelet, on the contrary, is directly related to death. It collects dead souls and encloses them, thereby making ghosts. And if you look at it that way, it's also a kind of rebirth. And the phoenix looks at the pink shield on Jun's back. He says that it is clearly marked with divine power, and this item is blessed by the goddess of war. And Jun pulls out this hit and looks at the system notifications. It was the Aegis of Athena. The unsurpassed shield, consisting of 9 layers, protects its owners from ancient times thanks to the blessing of Athena and the goddess of war. He has the Gorgon's Curse skill. It is famous for its incredible energy, strength, and ability to turn any enemy you encounter into stone by making eye contact with them. And this is a goddess weapon. It protects the wearer with a strong blessing, protects the body from physical attacks, and suppresses the spirit of opponents. Rights to certain races, it consists of blesses from allies, increasing the ability morally 10%. Also increases all defensive skills by 15%. And the higher the skill level, the wider the possibilities and the more allies you can reach. And an unknown skill that isn't activated, it's sealed. Jun looks at it and smiles, thinking it's a divine armor, and it's a beautiful thing he likes. He thinks that the Aegis combine both a defensive function and an offensive function. And in addition to the protective function, this cheat has the ability to send a curse and turn into stone and serve as a barrier, which means it can protect the owner from a huge number of dangers. He's holding this shield, and it's starting to shine while Jun thinks about how it's not the most important thing. He remembers 3 holding a huge red flag. Speaking of which, you can use it to control the crowd and create a buff for your allies and apply a debuff for your enemies. Usually this is subject to a monarch who has management skills and charisma. However, there is clearly a limit to skills and restrictions on the choice of target. However, the Aegis effect can apply to anyone who the item owner considers an ally. He introduces his skeletons, saying that this means that during the battle he will not be able to increase both the abilities of ghosts and his own. And Jun turns around, thinking that the Aegis is much better than they mentioned in their diary. Then he will not be afraid of being stabbed in the back. And Jun looks at the skeletons summoned with her. They are shaking very much. He thinks that perhaps this is not something to be idolized and attached to so much. Watching several skeletons being stared at with fear, the system says that souls view their acquisition with fear, and their attitude towards them has slightly worsened. Jun stretches out her hand and a black aura radiates from it. While Jun was thinking about that, come on. It draws in a dark aura, then it collapses, and Jun is surprised by it. Is he looking away? And so far, the shield is shining red and his other hand is just shining black. He thinks about how the black bracelet doesn't match the Aegis gift. After all, the black bracelet draws energy from the cursed demons. Aegis, on the other hand, is famous for its divine origin. Naturally, they come into conflict with each other, and Jun pulls out her blade, thinking about what happened back then, and what would happen if he hit him with his sword. After all, it was once divine, but it turned black because of the amount of blood it spilled. After that, he notices how the black aura on his weapon begins to disappear. The system says that the curse begins to gradually dissipate under the influence of the Aegis, and the divinity of the ball begins to manifest, but to destroy the dark shell that appears, you need the power of a much larger number of deities. And Jun smiles, looking at it, thinking that's how it is. And Phoenix talks about how they accept people dealing with death, but calmly put up with the cursed ball. This is very interesting and very funny. He looks at Juna and says that he is using demonic divine things. Jun puts her things back behind her, and Phoenix says that people who are so opposite probably won't meet up much in the tower. He wonders why the tower gave him such a gift, to which Jun says thank you, and Phoenix says that, by the way, he has one request. Jun looks up and thinks about what a request it is, and the Phoenix says that thanks to him, all 3 of his cubs are healthy, including the smallest ones that he saved. And Jun leans in, smiling and saying that he's congratulating Phoenix. He, in turn, thanks and talks about the request, about whether he could give a name to the younger one. Jun, entering the cave. He holds the smallest Phoenix in his arms. He looks at it as it approaches him, and Jun is confused. Phoenix looks at all this and says that the task is not easy, and even for someone like him. Jun looks at this Phoenix with a smile and strokes it with her finger, thinking that it's warm. And Phoenix, looking at Juna, tells him to finally give him a name. The system sends notifications that the Phoenix asks for a name for its cub. Jun looks at this cub, after which he calls it Chirp. Phoenix, watching this, gets a shock. Jun looks at him and says, is something really wrong? And Phoenix says that there is none important, and what does let it be normal. And Jun looks on in surprise about how the system sends notifications about giving him a name tweet. It accepts and sends notifications to the system that they have named 3 Phoenix cubs, tweet. And between them, it will grow stronger as the chick grows. And they made a contract with a legendary beast except for its semiotic beast's influence. And Jun, closing her eyes, feels something, saying that something is pouring over him. The system says that spirit growth is confirmed and the interrupted acceptable line is restored. The current progress becomes 99.5%. And Jun looks at it, thinking that it seemed like the vessel had grown to match the growth of the spirit. And there is only 0.5% left. There is very little time left before full recovery. After that, in the forest, he puts the shield on the floor. He thinks about what and how to deal with it. He raises this shield using magic and thinks about trying to cast some kind of spell. He uses telekinesis and it's much easier than he thought. After that, he separates the shields and thinking about whether he will succeed. After that, an explosion occurs and Jun sat down on his knees in shock. Pieces of this shield flew everywhere, and Jun, looking around, thinks, to separate all 9, you need to focus on each one at the same time. He picks up one of them and thinks about what he's heard about this one, and it must be easy. And Jun raises his 2 hand, thinking about how he needs to share at least 2 gritting his teeth. He somehow manages to do it, and he thinks about how it's much harder than he thought. And he thinks this is the problem. It's pretty easy to draw a circle with your right hand, but what if you can draw a square with your other hand at the same time? And everything is not so simple, but if you have to do 9 different things at the same time. And Jun grits his teeth and stares at the billboards, thinking that if he wants to do this, he needs to learn how to multitask. After that, he summons the skeletons and tells them that from now on they will all train. Jun stripped off his clothes, mask, and sword and laid them on the bank, and he climbed into the water, closing his eyes. He decided to look at his stats window. Jun was still lying in the water, poking at the window with his fingers, thinking that his level of enhanced perception was immediately obvious. He immediately recalled his training sessions and thought that it was all thanks to training with Aegis, and in order to share his thoughts, he needed to focus on his feelings. He pushed himself up out of the water a little and covered his face with his hand, thinking that until the beast hatched, he had nothing to do on the 11th floor, so for now, he needed to focus on his Aegis subjugation training. He began to straighten his hair. Then Jun looked sideways and wondered why they weren't there yet. He opened the leaderboard of the 10th floor and realized that according to the table, nothing terrible had happened. He thought of the two with the horns, thinking that they had completed the test, but they hadn't shown up on the 11th floor, so did that mean that they had lost their way, or what could have gone wrong? The sky shimmered from blue to pink, and it looks very beautiful, and our hero understands that these two can take care of themselves, but it would be nice if they appeared before the beast hatches from the egg. Then suddenly he began to stare ahead and remain silent, but he just lay back down in the water, and when he closed his eyes, he found that he had changed quite a bit. After 5 days had passed, Pant and Edora still hadn't appeared on the 11th floor. Jun had been training hard all this time, and at one point was able to subdue 3 Aegis plates. Jun looked at his subordinates, who now had time for self-control, so they gradually began to think. He looked at one of his skeletons and thought that if this continued, they would be able to go into battle without worrying about the consequences. Jun had a light pink shield with drawings on it. The subordinate said that he had been preparing for quite a long time, and Jun began to take out his sword from under that shield, replying that he had a lot to prepare. Under the mask, you could see that he was somewhat sad. By that time, it was time to create a vessel for the flame of life. Jun was standing right in front of a tall forest and didn't know where he was. A huge shadow appeared right in front of Jun, and a large wing was visible through the branches. His eyes immediately lit up. After all, this is the one he was looking for. A huge dragon called the Albatross was flying towards Jun. Notifications appeared in front of him that this was a hidden quest, an albatross hunt, because to maintain the ecosystem of the 11th floor, you need to find and destroy the albatross eggs before they hatch. Jun started to smile when he saw this secret boss. There was a big smile behind the mask. Holding 2 daggers, he told his subjects to leave, and right out of the ground, 3 skeletons started crawling out. Jun took up a fighting stance, preparing to attack the boss. This albatross hung in the air above his subjects and squeaked, and right after they defeated this boss, Jun started absorbing its body with a touch. He looked at his hand and thought that the albatross was right behind Volca in terms of strength. He hated it too much, so it wouldn't be possible to make him his subordinate now, but in the future, he would solve this issue. His skeletons cheered when he said they were all doing great. Then he threw a black bead to one of the skeletons, and then he threw all the skeletons 1 bead at a time. Notifications say that their stats have been increased. The skeletons were eating these beads, and Jun was looking at them and thinking that this food is made from the same materials that ghosts are made from. Who would have thought that the effect would be so good? From each bead, their characteristics increase, and they themselves put even more effort as they want to eat. Jun took out these eggs and looked at them, realizing that the hunt was much more successful than he thought. He should not even have interfered. These skeletons themselves would have dealt with him perfectly. Then he started looking at the quest window again, happy, because what could be better than increasing the stats for idleness, and the recipe can be found for 1 or 2 times. Then, in that very window, he saw that the next thing he needed to get was the shadow snake apple. He went forward, followed by his subjects. Someone stuck a sword into the ground, and it was the trio's group. They were all completely exhausted, because they couldn't figure out where the exit was. The elf, holding the staff in her hand, said that the sylph had told her that there wasn't much left. The guy with the shield turned around and started laughing awkwardly, saying that since she said so, it was true, so they should push a little more. They were walking in a dark cave where absolutely nothing could be seen. It is said that the Shadow Snake Cave is the most difficult dungeon of all officially known, and all because the shadow snake has such a strong poison that it paralyzes all limbs from 1 bite, so the cave is also very narrow in places. By the time they entered the cave, a full 5 days had already passed. They were clearly tired, and the antidote was almost gone, even if it was a normal raid. Then they would have left long ago, but they had come too far to go back, and there was a decent reward waiting for them in the end. This is the Shadow Snake Apple. They walked through the cave side by side and thought that once the Shadow Snake Apple was in their hands, the suffering could be forgotten, because once they got it, this cave could be dealt with at the snap of a finger. Suddenly, after a long journey, they came to the door they had been waiting for. All the guys were genuinely happy about it. The guy with the shield was smiling and told them that he understood their joy, but it was still quite early to celebrate. They needed to prepare for battle, so they shouldn't relax. He began to open these doors, from which a bright light shone. They all took up a stance, preparing for a boss fight. But suddenly there was no limit to their surprise. After all, they just went out into the very forest in which June is now located. This forest was so quiet that only the crunch of a leaf falling from a branch could be heard. We return to Jun, who completes the quest and gets the same apple for it. The skeletons behind him are holding huge bags full of those apples, which he gets in huge quantities. He reads the notifications that appear in front of him, and on them it is written that he has completed a feat, so he will receive a reward. His thoughts were that he wasn't happy about it at all, probably seeing it too often. Our hero goes in the middle of the night to the city of Borak, where the light from the windows shines everywhere. He is walking in the middle of the city and hears the phrase, again. He turns his head to listen, and there are two guys thinking about who could take all the materials for themselves again and even destroy some places altogether. Jun continued on, but he could still hear those guys talking about how one day this place would be restored, but when would it be? Because if this continued, they would rather die of old age than finish the test. Under Jun's mask, it was obvious that he was a little taken aback, so he mentally apologized to them, saying that he had no choice. He presented all those materials, because what else can you do? These materials are needed to create a vessel for the flame of life, although he even planned to collect everything without a task. A man was standing at the potato counter and looking around. He saw a door that said the place was closed. Jun stood in the middle of the road and thought that whatever it was, Borak was known as the busiest city on the 11th floor. So it was unlikely that the atmosphere could have changed so radically just because of him, but rather something else had happened. He hears a shout that calls everyone to disperse. It was the people from Behemoth telling everyone to clear the road. Don't they know who they are? Jun peered at the emblem on the armor of these guys and recognized them. This is the Behemoth clan. These guys don't appear on such a low floor, so what are they doing here? There was a whole crowd of that clan in that city, which surprised Jun because the hippos are Youngwooda's henchmen, and if they moved, it was definitely something to do with Youngwooda. He stood behind them and knew that he would have to find out. After a while, Jun went somewhere. He came to the adventurer's shop and looked at the signboard. There was a star painted on the sign. He went into the room, and there was smoke everywhere and scary people were sitting. Everyone sitting there started looking directly at him. Jun walked over to the counter and tossed a bag of coins into it. He said he wanted to buy something, and the bartender was smiling at him. Then he wiped the glass and said that they always welcome well-to-do customers, so he asked what he was interested in. Jun replied that he needed the wings of the sky beetle. He would like to purchase as many of them as possible. They were standing opposite each other, and the bartender replied that they certainly had such a small thing. Jun interrupted and added that he was only interested in the ones that were obtained on the 31st floor in the Wallen Forest. The bartender immediately replied that they would cost a little more, but with his capabilities, they would get him as much as he needed. The bartender started to pull the money bag toward him. Jun took out another one and looked up. Then, looking at him, he added that he was interested in something else. The bartender replied that he knew what it would take. So Jun tossed another bag of coins, and the man giggled and said that he was quite generous and asked what he would like to know. While the bartender was still polishing his glass, Jun said that there was a Behemoth clan wandering around outside. What happened on the 11th floor? He put the glass down on the counter and asked that it was his first time on the 11th floor, and Jun said that he had been away from the big cities lately. The bartender started scratching his head and saying that yes, then he might not know about it, so he started telling me. He asked if Jun knew that there was a war going on between the Red Dragon and Yinhuado. These words startled Jun so much that he opened his eyes wide. From this he even shouted, "What?" Everyone in the circle was scared from this. One already turned the glass over and the second took up his sword. Jun turned his head, thinking that it was rather rash. Jun turned his head back to the bartender and asked him to tell him more, but the bartender didn't understand what he was talking about, and Jun told him to tell him about the war. The bartender said that means he doesn't know. The story began when Bahal of the Red Dragon and Liant of Jinhuado were fighting each other. Liant was on the edge, so he put his life first and ran away. The bartender gestured as he spoke and added that the clans had declared war on each other and that the worst was yet to come. Jun stood and listened to all this, holding the bag, and in his mind was that Bahal and Liant were fighting. Because if two strong rankers representing two large clans collided, then war cannot be avoided. Everything turns out quite interesting. The bartender held up a finger and added that there was talk that the 11th floor might be the first site of a massacre, and Jun asked why. He hung the glasses on the wall and said that there were several reasons. One of them banal. The 11th floor is symbolic and perfect for the beginning. Here you can easily find a mythical beast and get support. Mythical beasts. This is the same unicorn, snake, and dragon. Jun knew that was for sure, because mythical beasts can be a good help, especially now that you need to prepare for war, and mythical beasts can help the weak develop. Now it's clear to him why everyone is so angry. He left the bag of coins and started to leave the place, knowing that he needed to complete the challenge before there were even more players on the 11th floor. There was a red-haired guy sitting next to them who asked the bartender why the masked guy was so angry. The bartender went in the other direction and with a smile on his face asked him to find out more about him in case he found something interesting. And the bartender asked him displeased, he wants him dead, doesn't he see for himself that this is a predator, a real monster? The bartender replied that he knew and therefore assigned it to him. The man leaned on the counter and asked if he knew anything about him. The bartender asked in a monotone if he was blind or something. Then he reached for another bottle and said that didn't he see his mask? It was the same greedy demon. Our hero is in some kind of forest, which is illuminated by 2 moons. He was walking along the road and then suddenly stopped. And he said that maybe they would finally come out, the same pursuers who were hiding in the bushes and following him. The head of those bandits took off his hood and smiled, asking that he was the same greedy demon. Jun turned to them and asked them what they needed, and he and his squad said they wanted to make sure of something. He looked to the side and asked if he had heard about the scoundrel who caused a commotion on the 11th floor, causing many people to get hurt. He started licking his lips and said with a nasty look that they thought it might be Jun. They wanted to check it out, so he should help them find out. Jun was holding a bag of items on his back. All of a sudden, these same guys completely surrounded him. Jun took up his sword and said that they are in training, that they are here, why they always suspect everyone. Jun really did look like a demon, but he was smiling a lot through his mask and said that if they wanted to attack, then let them attack, they would stop making up excuses. He saw all these guys as if they were auras that were crying. This kid was so embarrassed that he was blushing all over, but he was showing his teeth. He pointed his sword at him and shouted that it was him, so he would make him compensate them for their losses. Jun waved his dagger and told him to try it, when suddenly the head of this head started to slowly fall, and soon just collapsed on the ground. Blood spurts from him, splattering the guys from his squad. Then one of Jun's subordinates got out and stood in front of them, and they were so scared that they fell to the floor and screamed in fear. They were all blue with fright and shouted to everyone to run away. He turned his head while the skeleton was standing behind him, and before he could say a word, he was completely speechless from what he saw. Behind his entire team were these skeletons. Another of the squad pointed his sword, but he was shaking with fear. Their blood and smoke were everywhere. Some of the guys just ran. They ran as fast as they could and shouted for help. But as soon as they turned around, they saw a huge bone monster running right behind them. And apparently they were losing a lot in terms of speed, because this bone monster caught up with them and started eating. And Jun just cut them up one by one. They were emitting a lot of blood, and one of the guys just fell to his knees, looking up. Jun's dark silhouette was walking towards him, which scared the hell out of him. This kid turned blue and said in a trembling voice that he even knew who was behind them, and how dare he. But then Jun just grabbed him by the throat, then lifted him up and asked what's the difference. He prepared to stab him in the throat with a dagger, adding that no one would leave alive anyway. Another squad heard screams from the forest and realized that everything seemed to have started. The purple-haired guy and the red-haired guy were standing next to each other, and the first one said that the guys who went to catch the greedy demon shouldn't be great fighters. The red-haired guy started to worry a lot, thinking that he could even take on a behemoth. It's crazy, isn't he afraid of becoming Inwado's enemy? The purple-haired boy stood up and replied that it didn't matter how strong he was, because it was only one player. They could overwhelm him with numbers, just surround him and corner him. In this scenario, he wouldn't even be able to do anything to them. The others just started looking at each other, and soon they were moving forward, right into the smoke. The purple-haired man stood with a shield and asked the others why it was so dark. It seemed like there should be more light. And then he turned around and added that this wouldn't work, because if he kept going like this, everyone would just scatter around. First they would need to gather in one place. Then he notices something frightening. This is that there are only 3 people left. The guys started looking around and didn't understand where everyone else was. One of them shouts that they should take another look, when suddenly one of their subjects runs up to them and asks why they are here, and in general they need to hurry and get out of there alive. The purple-haired man looks at him and says that he should calm down first and explain what happened to them, and he said that he was being haunted by ghosts. A look of genuine fear could be seen on his face as he shouted what these ghosts are tearing everyone apart and will also do to them. They need to get out of here faster. The purple-haired guy doesn't understand anything, so he just stands there and asks about ghosts, what he's saying about monsters like the tower. He starts running and says it's the other ghosts, but then he almost faints when he says that now is not the time. The purple-haired man asks what's wrong, and the other man shakes his head and tells him what's behind him. He turns around, not understanding what it is that is behind him, when suddenly this skeleton starts chewing on it, and the guys just run away from fear. But the one who wanted to run away can't run anymore. He just stands there trembling with fear. He is numb. There was this thick fog all over the forest, and the skeleton was all glowing with a blue aura, and its hands were covered in a red aura. Jun understood that in reality, in fact, the gray mist served several functions. At first, it dulled the player's senses. It made you lose yourself in space and lose sight of the people you'd just been standing next to. After everything started to swim in front of my eyes, there was a fear of the unknown. After all, it is not clear where the enemy will appear from. First, one person started to panic, and then all the others. And very soon everyone present is plunged into a panic. The skeleton stood there and said that in fact, the fog had almost no debuff, but the effect was amazing. These people had come to kill his master. He recalled how Jun had ordered him to obey, and said that his master had saved him from an underworld filled with mountains of corpses where time passed painfully slowly. Skeleton stood there and said that his generous master had made it clear that he would give him the spirit beat again, so he could become even stronger. He had already become stronger, but if he continued like this, things would become noticeably more fun. He thought of Jun and wondered if his master had not told him so. He remembered him saying that he would soon be a lick and be able to do more important things. Skeleton looked at his hands and said that this means that he will have the opportunity to help his master at least a little. They will be able to enjoy what is happening together. The skeleton looked distraught, saying that it was necessary to destroy all the enemies of the master. There was a fog around the red-haired guy that made him feel shocked, because there were only 2 of his teammates standing in front of him, not an entire army. He clutched his head and started to panic violently, not understanding how this even happened. But the second one started to calm him down and ask if they can't hear anything. Footsteps drifted through the fog. They all looked ahead and realized that something was moving right towards them. A dark silhouette could be seen from the fog. He was getting stronger and stronger, and his eyes were shining bright orange. He had a bloody knife in his hands, and the guys were afraid, so they covered themselves with their hands. Jun looked at them and realized that they were so afraid of him. So I came closer and asked if any of them wanted to live, because it gives them a chance. The 3 of them started looking at each other, because Jun had said that he would only give one of them a chance. There were screams everywhere, and then we see this red-haired guy sitting up and holding his head while blood flew everywhere. It was Jun who killed his 2 partners while the third sat in fear. Jun asked him that he would do anything, and he looked up and listened to him. Then he started bowing and begging for mercy, but Jun just told him to stop whining. Jun looked at him and asked that he knew the people who had leaked him information, so he should tell them that if this happened again, they would all be dead. The red-haired guy looked up in surprise and asked what it was all about, and Jun asked if there was anything else he wanted to hear. But he put his head back on the ground and started shouting that he would warn them, just let him go. So Jun let him go, and he went flying like a madman. He summoned his bone monster and then ordered it to follow this guy. Jun stood there and thought that Null would follow him and find the leakers, that he would be on his tail, and that soon everything would be decided. Then, he just turned around and started walking into the forest, thinking that he had spent too much time on them, so he needed to go look for the remaining materials as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, the bartender was still standing there, wiping a glass. He stood there and wondered why there was no news, since it had been several hours since the clans in the city had received the information. Hyung walked forward, imagining a fierce war between 2 clans, because the Red Dragon and Jin Wado gathered so many clans here in preparation for the war, and for a decent price, they received information about the greedy devil. After that, the clans began to gather groups to go hunting for him. For the Starlight Bar, this deal was of great importance. The bartender was still chafing glasses and thinking that even if the hunt for him failed, they would be able to find out how strong the greedy devil was. And this information can be sold for a decent amount. When suddenly the same red-haired guy bursts into his place. There was absolutely no face on him, he was all blue, and the bartender realized that they probably all screwed up. The red-haired guy started hitting on him, and then he just snapped his fingers. And a crowd of kids started running to this poor guy. They were huge burly men, cracking their fingers as they prepared to kill him. He backed away in shock and screamed. But suddenly, these burly men noticed something that made them very surprised. So this is that the same bone monster showed up at the establishment and started to let out a roar. Well, after that, a huge red fire appeared in his stomach, and the guys did not understand what was happening, why it was increasing at all. After that, it began to shine violently, blinding everyone around, and just exploded, leaving no trace of that place. Passing travelers even noticed this bright explosion and smoke. There was just a crater left on the site of that place. We are transported to a cave the next day. A phoenix was sleeping there, and it noticed Jun, who was standing at the entrance of the cave. He said that Jun was taking longer than he expected. Jun then bowed, saying that he had to deal with annoying people, and the latter replied that something must have happened. They had a nice conversation. Phoenix said that fortunately, as he sees, Jun got everything he needed, and the latter replied that thanks to these people he got hold of new things, and Phoenix happily answered him. Then he began to spread his wings, saying that they should start. Jun started to take the apples out of the bag, and then Phoenix picked up all the items that he collected and said that Jun collected only the best quality materials. Apparently he is really very picky about the details. All of these items started to merge, creating a bright flash. That flash was right above the Phoenix's nose, and then the long-awaited item appeared in front of them, and the Phoenix asked Jun how he liked it, and the Phoenix had not created such a high-quality flame of life for a long time. Notifications have written that the flame of life is complete and the part of Phoenix that is there is starting to burn brighter. He completed the hidden quest and received another flame of life as a reward. Jun was looking up and there was a fire in his eyes. Before him were all the memories with his brother, where they stood next to his mother, where they played toys on the console, where they then fought for these toys. These are all memories of a time that warms the soul, where there are no worries, where days are filled with ringing laughter and smiles. He was sitting on the couch, completely in shock. Then he turned his head to the side, because these memories were at the very bottom of his mind and now began to float up. He sat next to his brother and looked at him. His brother was beaming brightly and smiling, because in each of the good memories, there was exactly him. When suddenly a tear started to drip. It's Jun, who was looking down, tears dripping right through his mask. Then he turned away from the Phoenix and apologized, saying that he didn't look at his best, and the Phoenix replied that there was nothing wrong with it, because thanks to this, he saw in him not an ice sculpture, but a real person with a warm heart. This bird looked up and said that painful memories symbolize life. They are there for everyone who continues to live from day to day. Isn't it thanks to them that people overcome all difficulties and continue to live, because memories accumulate and you can say that they form life. Jun held onto the mask, and Phoenix kept saying that he wouldn't be able to find out exactly what Jun saw, but it was because of these memories that he became who he is now, and because of these memories that he continues to live, and Phoenix hopes that he won't forget them and will keep them in his heart. Jun just thanked me for such kind words. Phoenix was like a child, so happy and teary-eyed. He looked at Jun and said that while he was gone, they had become very close to the egg of his mythical beast, and he was even sad that it was time to part with it. Jun stared at Phoenix and decided that he would need to visit him more often after he passed the 11th floor. Phoenix looked up and decided to start. This egg rose up and began to glow. Phoenix also looked at it and said that cubs rarely grow up like this before they are born. Is it really a dragon? This egg came down and still shone. Then suddenly it was covered like the skin of a snake. Jun and Phoenix looked at him. They were still watching, but nothing was happening. Then they started looking at each other, not understanding what was going on. Phoenix felt a little uneasy. Jun didn't know what to say either. They all continued to stand in front of the egg, even though some time had passed, but no one came out of the egg. The Phoenix began to raise its wing and awkwardly say that it was also the first time for it. It is sure that the creature inside has already fully grown, so why doesn't it come out into the light then? Then he just exhaled and looked at the egg, saying that first he needed to give it a little time, maybe he would think better of it and come out. Jun also turned to the egg and agreed. After that, Phoenix guessed that the flame of life was too weak, and so he created a few more pieces to warm up the egg. Phoenix was just shocked by this egg, because in the end, no one hatched anyway. Phoenix started shouting in frustration that he didn't want to go out himself. Jun held his head in confusion. But then the Phoenix started scratching its chin, saying that they had done their best and the reason it still hadn't hatched could only be the bottom, and Jun asked if there was any idea how to fix it. Phoenix looked at him with a spark in his eyes and said that he needed an excuse. Jun raised his hand and asked what the reason was, and Phoenix said that mythical beasts live for a dream. They chase it, so they don't feel the need to be born where there is no dream. Jun stood there and listened to how usually people have a dream, then the desire to fulfill a dream becomes a reason to live. He then asked that Jun doesn't have a dream, and so after asking this question, his face looked rather puzzled through the mask. After a while, Jun sits on a mountain and looks into the distance, wondering what a dream is. He stared at everything that was there and kept thinking that just like Phoenix had said, he didn't have a dream. Even if he did, it was only one, and that was revenge. But it wasn't even a dream, but rather a goal. Jun began to clench his fists, thinking that the dream would become an anchor pulling him down, and what should he do now? Suddenly, a small phoenix flew up to him, and he began to stroke him, asking that he had come to comfort him. Jun asked him that he shouldn't worry about his friend sleeping, and the bird started chirping. Then he looked up at the sky and realized that he needed a reason, but it would be better to make sure that he didn't need it. The idea occurred to him that they would feed him with the flame of life until the result came. Under the mask, there was a malicious smile, because if it didn't work, it would be enough to transfer the powers of the other 4 divine beings to him. The bird was flying right in front of him, and he didn't even notice it, thinking that they would feed him until he hatched. The next day it was clear weather, and then Jun notices something. It's that a kid in a hood came up to him and asked him by his alias. Then, abruptly, he throws off his hood and sits down on one knee in front of Jun. He slammed his fist into the palm of his hand and said with a smile that it was a pleasure to meet him, and his name was Janu, and he came to deliver a letter from Pant and Edora. It is narrated that there was nothing special in the letter, and we see Pant and Edora, behind which were other one-horned, but evil. After all, a certain tribe had urgent matters to attend to, and as members of the royal family, Pant and Edora were immediately called back. They apologized that they had not heard from them, and said that they would come as soon as everything was sorted out and asked not to worry. Jun read it all and asked that they were doing well, and Yangwu shrugged and said that everything was fine. Jun was reading with a genuine smile on his face, and then I closed my eyes and realized that nothing was changing. Yan started scratching his cheek and asked if he was worried about something, and then he told me what Edora had ordered him to do, that what the princess had actually said was, he's perfect by nature, but if he's not doing well or if he's worried about something, then make sure to help him. He doesn't look like it, but he's a descendant of a medium, so he can rely on him. Jun was surprised, because he turns out to be far from the last person in the tribe. We see the tower and the one-horned one, over which the sun shines, and it is also narrated that from the moment the one-horned tribe opened the tower, they always moved only forward, putting maximum effort. But they couldn't stay in the tower that long just because of their strength and neutrality. The greatest force that maintained their majestic position was the mediums. These are the enlightened ones that the others prayed to. After all, thanks to them, the people could communicate with their god. Jun looked ahead and thought of the one-horned tribe's medium listening to the words of their god and passing them on to the people. Yanwu closed his eyes, and Jun continued to think that usually such messages were like a prophecy, and were very clear, so everyone was envious that the one-horned tribe had such a person. It seems that the medium's identity should be kept secret. Then Yanu waved his hand and said that no could guess what he was thinking, but he wasn't as outstanding as the medium himself. They were standing in the middle of the forest talking, and Janu went on to say that he was just one of many receivers, and the next medium would be another person, but he was not sure about anything. Worse than the others, so he can trust him. Jun immediately remembered the Ek. The weather was still excellent. Yanwu started scratching his chin and saying that simply put, he needed Edora's insight, and Jun replied that he did. Yanu started waving his hand, saying that everything is so simple here, they need to go to the tribe. Jun asked in surprise that didn't he say something important was going on there. Yanwu himself forgot what he was saying, so he poked his finger in his face, but then he started smiling and waving his hand even harder, saying that they wanted to see him in person, so it was a good match. Then he spread out his arms and said that it was quite simple. Jun looked down and thought that the one-horned tribe were one of the oldest inhabitants of the tower, so they must know many secrets about the trials. Standing in the middle of the forest, they decided that it was a good situation to visit them. Jun and Yanwu were standing next to a huge green egg. Looking at it, Yanwu said it was just unbelievable. He looked at it carefully and said how huge it was. Jun glanced at Yana and said that he had finished his training, but he had to ask something first. He really was allowed to visit the one-horned tribe? He had heard that not everyone could get there. Janu reflected that the one-horned tribe is known for having purple hair and one horn, as well as being endowed with outstanding skills and physical abilities. Reaching a certain age, they mostly stay in the village, and they show themselves to the world, except for those moments when it is necessary to climb the tower. They say that the message from their villages are limited and getting close to them is really difficult. Yangwu closed his eyes and said menacingly that it was just a rumor. Jun really thought that the village could exist without letting anyone in. Visitors came to visit, and merchants from other places often showed up. Yanwu handed Jun a ticket and told him that they were not hidden, but a circular technique, so let him follow him and not be distracted by anything. First let him take this. This is the ticket that allows you to get out of the tower. Yanu tore up his ticket with a smile, and then Jun held the ticket in his hand and watched as Yanwu disappeared into the red aura. He grabbed his ticket and prepared to tear it up, but before that, he looked around and said that he would be back soon. We are transported to the wasteland, Jun and Janu standing side by side, a huge green egg next to them. Yanu points his finger to the side and turns around to say that from now on he needs to follow strictly in his footsteps. If you take even a step back, there may be problems. Yanu stepped forward, dust forming under his feet. Jun looked at Yana and saw him vanish into thin air. He was startled to think that this was a circular technique. Circular technique, in addition to the battle technique, the one-horned tribe uses a unique technique that can distort the environment, stimulating the energy flowing underground. This technique resembles magic circles. But if magic gradually accumulates magic power, then in the circular technique, forces, including magic, pulse without stopping. Jun took a step forward. He looked down at his foot and saw the pulsing mist under his feet. He thought that he wasn't sure exactly how this technique worked, but he thought that if he followed Yanwu, he would know the general outline of what it was. Jun looked ahead through the fog, puzzled. He saw Yana smiling, the fog started to clear, and a flower clearing appeared in front of them. Yanu smiled as he walked forward, then said that it was amazing. Really, they would be in the village soon. Jun furrowed his brows and looked ahead, then used the dragon eyes technique. Jun looked at the ground and saw clear lines on it. He thought that even though they tried to hide this path, from the side it is still visible, and it follows a certain route. Jun, standing near the huge egg, looked after Ian leaving and thought that if you think about it like this, then this path resembles magic contours. He thinks he can find the right route himself. Yanwu took a step forward, and Jun wondered what was 45 degrees to the left. Yangwu took a couple more steps forward, and Jun thought again that now he had to go 16 degrees to the right. Jun looked down and wondered what to do next. Yanwu went left, and Jun turned right. Jun walked forward, small green leaves flying around him, and Yanwu shouted out where Jun was going. Jun stepped forward, the fog beginning to clear under his feet. He looked straight ahead. In front of him was a small village located in the forest. He asked what it was here. Jun stared at the village, and Yanwu wondered if the stranger had been able to find the way without prompting. Startled, Yanwu ran up to Jun and asked what he was doing, where he had gone so suddenly, and Jun, looking into the distance, wondered what that voice was. And the restless Yanwu started to say that Jun was lucky that nothing happened if he stumbled. Then Jun replied that he saw the way, so he turned off. Yangwu looked at Juna with a puzzled expression and put his hand on his heart, and Jun turned around and said that he saw a shorter route, so he didn't have to worry. Yangwu furrowed his brows and thought that he had found the path the first time, and then said something about Jun being like a monster. It couldn't be like that. Jun looked up at the sky and wondered if he had expected anything different from the one-horned tribe. Jun saw farmers plowing the land, a windmill where children ran around and had fun. Jun went to the village and looking around thought that this village is no different from any other. Suddenly the children ran up to her and began to poke their fingers at the green egg, saying that it is incredibly large. The tired farmers looked at Juna. One of them said that it wasn't a man there by the clock, but they said that someone was going to come today. The other said that no, he hadn't heard anything like that. The girl stretched out her hand and pointed at Juna, saying that everyone should look around. He has a mask. Didn't Yanu leave the village on behalf of the princess? The other man replied, which means that this guy is the same friend of Edora. All the locals gathered around Juna with a smile. Looking at them, Jun wondered what they had heard about him. Smiling farmers were walking towards Jun, but suddenly someone shouted "little brother," and Jun turned around, puzzled. Edora appeared in front of him in a beautiful white dress. Her cheeks flushed and she looked at Juna in surprise. Edora walked up to Jun and sighed heavily, and then Jun asked if she was doing well. Edora said yes of course, and then apologized that it suddenly disappeared. They had to go back urgently. Jun put his hand on Edora's shoulder and said that she must have had an important reason, so don't worry about it. Edora broke into a smile and replied that it was fine. One of the farmers looked at them and said that the ice princess was smiling. Edora glared at the farmers, and they left with a smile on their face. One of them said that it was time for them to work. Suddenly, someone approached. He put his hands on his waist and looked at Edora and Jun and said, "So that's who's here." Neu appears in front of us and says with a smile that this means that Jun has become friends with his children, while Pant stands behind us and waves. Jun, looking at Nea, thought that he was the head of the one-horned tribe, that it was thanks to him that the tribe began to flourish, the king of warriors. Neu smiled crazily. Looking at it, Jun was startled to see an incredibly strong dark energy emanating from it. Jun looked at him and worried, but he didn't move. And then Neu smiled and shouted that everyone could see that he wasn't bad. Although no wonder, he was able to easily pass through the circular technique. Listen to these words. Jun didn't know what to say. Pant, who was standing behind Neu, asked what he saw, and Neu said that it was nothing, such a yellow beak as he would not understand it yet. Pant furrowed his brows and looked irritably in Neu's direction, then said whatever he said. Neu's face changed and he said seriously that in general. He clasped his hands together and then continued that this is what he wants to say. Jun looked at him uneasily and then wondered what it was that you misunderstood him, or when going through the circular technique, did something wrong. Neu, standing in front, asked seriously if Jun was going to pick up his daughter. Neu smiled, and behind him, Pant looked disgusted. Edora furrowed her brows and spread her hands, her whole body shaking as she blushed. Neu looked at Juna with a smile and then asked again that when he planned to pick up his daughter. Jun didn't know what to say. Edora, standing behind Junu, couldn't pronounce a word. And then, suddenly, she blushed and shouted loudly, "Father." Neu, spreading his hands, smiled and replied that she had forgotten their conversation. If a good man appears, then you need to immediately grab him. Take him for example. When he was her age, he met her mother, they immediately got married and gave birth. Edora angrily started shouting that he quit. She herself shall figure out who she's going to marry. Pant grabbed the red-faced and angry Edora, and her father continued to laugh and tell her to stop being shy. Neu cleared his throat, and then said that in general, what's the point of it? It's been a long time since they met guests in the tribe, let them not stand on the street. Neu pulled his hand aside with a smile and told Jun to go inside. They would have a drink and talk first. We are taken to a large house, a training palace, with Jun sitting on the floor at a small table in the middle. There is a large green egg not far from it, and Jun thought that the setting here is quite simple. Suddenly, someone behind Jun apologized for keeping him waiting. Nayu came forward in expensive clothes, with different patterns. He smiled and said that he was changing clothes, and therefore he was late because he had not worn it for a long time. He forgot the order. Jun looked at Naya and said that it really suited him, and Naya smiled and closed his eyes and laughed, and then said that he knew himself. He was actually picky about clothes. In his youth he was still a fashion guy. Nayu sat down at the table, surrounded by other important people from the One-Horn tribe, and said that they would start a dialogue. Nayu looked at Juna and said that the best newcomer who did an excellent job of training and starting levels, the partner of Bloody Sword and Foxy Tail, the monster who can only get rid of anger by getting the best, is the Greedy Devil. Nayu smiled and added that also. Jun looked in front of him in shock. Nayu said that he was a rookie who single-handedly dealt a blow to Aaron's group. Jun stood up abruptly from the table, then asked what they knew about the guards pointing their blades at him. And then Nayu furrowed his brows and told Jun to sit down. Jun could move. He wondered what kind of energy it was. He couldn't move. He glanced at Naya, who was emitting an incredibly strong dark energy, and he wondered if he had been mistaken. What he had sensed earlier wasn't just his sharp gaze, it had already gotten out of his body. He didn't notice it. Jun furrowed his brows and glared menacingly ahead, then thought that he was a real monster. Jun humbly began to sit back down, and he looked ahead intently, and Nayu smiled and continued to tell Jun not to worry. There are no more than 3 people in the tower who know about this. Nayu smiled and said that they would get straight to the point. He had heard about the reason why Jun came to their village from Yanwu. Nayu turned to the street and looked at a huge green egg. He asked what a huge thing there is an egg. Jun said what exactly. Sages from the village of One-Horned examined the egg, asking how a mythical creature can have such a large egg. Who is inside? Nayu continued to say that after hearing about it from Yanu, he thought that he was talking another nonsense, but this is not so. He is surprised. Jun looked to the side and asked if there was any way. Nayu said that he didn't know. He didn't know much about such things, but let Jun confide in their elders. They had seen a lot of things, so they could help. One of the elders turned to Nayu and said that he knew only one such case described in written sources, so he was wondering if these 2 cases could be identical. Nayu looked at him and asked what it was true, what he was talking about. Nayu and the guards looked at the elder in surprise, and the elder went on to say that he had read about an egg that reached a height of 4 meters and only cracked under the influence of certain factors, and he wouldn't be surprised if it hatched something like a non-existence dragon. Pant looked ahead with a puzzled expression and said that it was just so scary to live in this world. Why would they only find out about this now? Edora stretched out her hand in front of her and said that Elder, as far as she knows, 4th generation divine beings are not born in the tower. The elder glanced at it and said that it was true that divine beings usually lived outside the tower, but it was also the case for the Dragon of Nothingness, so he could assume that this egg was much older. Nayu looked at the elder and said that in general, a dragon genesis had already hatched from such an egg once, so this time someone like him could be born. That's right? The elder replied yes. The elder pointed his finger up and remembered the flower. He said that to put it simply, this egg had changed for an unknown reason and reached an abnormal size, and in order to solve this problem, you need to get the moon seed. Jun looked at the elder with a puzzled expression and asked, Moonseed? Edora replied that moonseed is one of the medicinal herbs that only their tribe has. It is absolutely useless for other tribes, so few people know about it. Jun glanced at Naya and asked what he wanted to get the seed, what he needed to do to get it. Nayu smiled and said that he needed the moon seed, and well, they have it, so Jun answered like this. Nayu let go of his head and continued to say in disappointment that as far as he could hear, this is an important medicinal plant for their tribe. It is so difficult to grow that one root can be collected once every 15 years, and even then it is not a fact. Pant and Edora looked at their father with a puzzled look. Jun went on to say that as they can see, he doesn't have anything special. If they want to get something in return, then suddenly Nayu turned his head away and replied that they don't work on debt. Jun furrowed his brows and lowered his head as he wondered what he had that might appeal to King Mu, Vigrid, or maybe Aegis. Nayu smiled and held out his hand to Jun, then said that there was really no need to offer him anything material. He had a strong body, for example. Nayu smiled and went on to say that Jun had heard about the war between the Red Dragon and Yung-Hwa-Do. Soon they would be acting as mercenaries. Jun gave Naya a puzzled look and wondered what he was talking about. Nayu went on to say that it would be nice if Jun also participated in what he was thinking. System messages appeared in front of Juna that there was a sudden quest, participation in the war. He is involved in the war between the Red Dragon and Yung-Hwa-Do. The One-Horn tribe has put an end to its ancient neutrality, and is also preparing to join the war as a mercenary group. You need to become a member of this group and take part in the wartime limit. Until the end of the war reward, first affinity with the One-Horn tribe plus 150, second moon seed, third unknown. Jun furrowed his brows and lowered his head down as he thought about the war between such powerful clans. He needed to join this war for revenge. He was looking for ways to do it. Jun clenched his fist and thought that now he was being told to join the war as a mercenary of the one-horned tribe, he would be able to deal with the egg and join the war. There was no better way. Jun wondered if the one-horned tribe was trying to stay neutral, although he still had a hunch why they decided to intervene in the war. Jang Mushin from Young HWA-do. He was a native of the one-horned tribe. He didn't know what he did, but because of him, the one-horned tribe decided to prove themselves. Young asked if they were on Young HWA-do's side, and Neu smiled and said that, as expected, Jun was quick on the uptake. Jun looked ahead carefully, and Neu went on to say that either he was in the case or he needed time to think about it. Jun, looking ahead, confidently replied that he was with them. Neu slammed his hand down on the table with all his might and replied that it was the right thing to do. He stood up and smiled at Juna and said that this is what strong will means. He needs to try hard in the war. In the future he will teach him a lot, so let him do everything right. Neu pointed to the side and then asked, turning to his fellow tribesmen, well, the greedy devil goes to war with them if anyone has an objection. Someone held up a hand, and Nea was about to say that it meant the decision was made. A guy in white clothes got up from the table and said that he would like to speak out. Neu looked at him and told him to talk, and the guy said that he was his father. Jun, sitting behind them, wondered if he was his father. Neu glared at him and said that they were at an official meeting. Let him watch his tongue. The guy bowed and put his hand on his chest and said that your highness would excuse him. And then the guy looked arrogantly at Juna and said that why Neu accepts an outsider into their ranks, who didn't really prove his skills and didn't clean up the 11th floor to the end. It's unacceptable. Edora furrowed her brows and said that what he was trying to say was that he didn't believe what he and Pant were saying. The guy smiled and looking at them said, what exactly? This is a simple person. Edora looked menacingly ahead and asked if he would be held responsible for what he said. The guy smiled maliciously and then said that of course. Neu chimed in and looked at them and said that was enough. Neu looked at his son and said that if they were going to fight, then let him fight outside. And then he asked what Chan was saying. He claims that he doesn't believe Jun. Chan said that's right. Neu glanced at Juna and replied that it was fine in that case. Jun looked ahead calmly, and Neu thought that Jun was just going to prove his strength. Jun was standing next to Pant and Edora. Edora, looking at Juna, apologized to him, and Pant shrugged and said that the battle with Chan, that's the same brother gives, only complicates everything. Jun, looking at them, said that since he was already going to become a freeloader, he should at least prove himself, so that it was even for the best. Pant, lowering his head, replied that it was so, but so annoying that he was drawn into their family affairs. Jun, looking at the upset friends, wondered what family matters were. Edora held out her hand to him and asked if Jun knew anything about their tribe, and Jun didn't say much. Jun thought that the one-horned tribe is called a tribe, but in fact it is an alliance of 51 families, and the system is designed so that the strongest of them becomes the king. Edora, looking at Juna with a sad look, said that in short, their tribe consists of 51 families, so they were born in one of these families. Their family is named Jeonglam. Edora presented the family tree and said that the king of the one-horned tribe is chosen from the children of the previous king. In order for this condition to be fulfilled, the king must have at least one heir in each family. Jun looked at the upset Edora and asked what that meant, and Edora said that she and Chan were only half-siblings, and that he was from the Baksin family just like their father. Pant was annoyed, and Edora went on to say that this meant that he, like Pat, was one of the 4 candidates for the future king, or rather, he had a much better chance than Pat. Pant looked menacingly at Edora and shouted that this was not the case, but Edora glared at him angrily and shouted at him to shut up. He was just too weak. Jun looked at them and said that, meaning that Chan might have done it to win over the elders, and Edora said what? Edora closed her eyes and folded her hands, then said that what's more, Chan reached the 30th floor at an early age, so he's considered one of the most talented members of their tribe. So, Jun held out his hand, and Edora continued to say what if he needed the moon seed. Jun patted Edora's head, and she wanted to tell him that they would do whatever it took, but he interrupted her and said that no, it's not worth it. Edora was embarrassed, and Jun said that he would take care of his own affairs completely, and they should just watch him from the side. Jun turned around and said that if they thought he was their brother, then so did he. Edora blushed and looked after Jun in surprise, and Pant smiled. Jun replied that the oldest should do this. We are being transported to a large arena. The one-horned ones are everywhere, watching the fight, and Pant is sitting next to Edoria, looking intently at the arena. Neyuan stands in the center, hands folded, saying that as he said earlier, they are fighting to prove their skills. Jung is standing in front of Jun. Neu smiled and held out his hand between them and said that killing was forbidden. If something like that happened, they would be executed. Neu waved his hand and said that in that case, they would start. Jung took a stance with a smile and started to draw his sword from its scabbard. He thought that this is Jun the impudent. He will deal with him with one blow and prove Pan and his sister that they were wrong. Jun started to stretch his shoulders, and Jungkook wondered if he was going to show him what a walking sword meant. Suddenly Jun was gone. All that was left of him was dust, and Jungkook looked in that direction with a puzzled expression. Jun suddenly appeared behind him and swung his arm violently. Young shouted in fright, "What is it? Where is he going?" He turned around and frowned to see Jun reaching for him. In the next second, Jun grabbed Young's head with great force and slammed him to the ground. The audience looked at the arena in fright, and Neu smiled. Then after a second, she laughed at Jungkook's defeat. Young held Young's head in the ground and leaned over to tell him that, to be honest, he wasn't interested in what his goals were because he was still thinking about proving his strength. Jun leaned close to his ear and menacingly continued to say that you just don't need to use it to achieve your goals, it has nothing to do with it. He agrees. Neu watched with a smile as Jun stood up, while Young sat on the floor, clutching his bloody forehead. Suddenly, Jungkook screamed that it wasn't over yet. He held out his katana and glared at Juna, and then his cat made up blue, and a blue flame appeared on it. Pant, along with Edoria, shouted in fright that this was his special technique. Jungkook glared in front of him, holding his sword at the ready as he thought that Jun would definitely not get away from him now. He leaped forward at high speed, an incredibly strong aura appeared around him, and he thought that he was using an energy blade. He was approaching Jun at high speed, and then shouting that he was finished, he swung his energy sword. His sword was burning with blue flames, and it was approaching Jun's neck at high speed. Looking forward, he used the dragon's eye. His opponent's katana moved at an incredibly slow speed for him. Jun calmly ducked under Jungkook's incredible punch. Jungkook furrowed his brows and swung his katana again, shouting that this wasn't what he expected. He slashed out in front of him with all his strength, and the shockwave went through the arena, but Jun managed to jump out of the way. Jun clenched his fist and a blue aura appeared around him, and then he swung and hit the opponents in the stomach. Young flew back, spitting up blood, and Jun smiled at him. The entire arena watched Jun's victory in shock. And then everyone started shouting loudly and happily. The guy shouted that he was better than he thought. Another man, looking at his friend, said that he saw what kind of movement he performed. The technique is very clean and accurate. His friend replied that he thinks he has honed his skills to practice. It was cool. A smiling Neu walked up to them, clasped his hands, then asked that no one had any objections now. Jun exhaled while looking ahead, and Neu said that from now on, the greedy devil is considered a member of their tribe. We are being rescheduled in the late afternoon. The guy throws up his hands in confusion and looks at Nea, but suddenly Nea notices something off to the side. He waves the boy off with a smile and says that he looks like he wants to ask something. Neu looks at Juna. Jun says it would be nice if Neu answered his question. Neu came closer and asked what Jun wanted to know. How did he know about his incident with Aaron? And Jun said yes. Neu smiled and said that to be honest, it wasn't him who found out about it, but he was told. Jun asked who, and Neu was answered by a medium. Neu, looking up at the sky, continued to say that the medium said that the one who made a fur coat not so long ago would soon appear, and he also said that there would be a deep connection between them. So he thought about it and decided that since the war can't be called just a hype, then there is only one incident left, the defeat of Aaron in the training stage. Neu smiled and looked to the side and then continued to say so that June wouldn't worry. He wasn't going to talk about it. Even though they were on Young HWA-Do's side, not that they were working closely together, there was no benefit for them to talk too much, and more importantly, Neu smiled broadly and went on to say that there was no point in setting up a man with his children following him. Jun held out his hand and thanked him for his words, then asked if he could tell who the third person was. Neu changed to the Lyceum said, all for one. Hearing this, Jun was seriously scared. Neu put his hands on his waist and will continue to say that he is here, who just sits on the top floor and watches what is happening. He and the medium are nothing compared to him. He does not think that he can avoid it. Jun thought that one of the skills of All for One, clairvoyance, is a skill that allows you to break causal relationships. He can see everything that happens in the world in the palm of his hand. Jung looked at the smiling Neu and asked that the last thing he wanted to know was when the approximately one-horned tribe was going to join Young HWA-Do, and Neu replied that it would be very soon. He furrowed his brows and continued to say with a crazy smile that there were only 5 days left. Neu looked at Juna with a smile and said that there was only 5 days left. Jun looked at Nea in confusion and wondered what 5 days was so fast. Neu put his hands on his waist and continued to say that there is nothing to be surprised about, because this time they are starting a war. Neu hit his chest and shouted what if he was going to fight. He smiled madly and said that shouldn't he do it beautifully and look cool. The guy sits with his fist clenched and says that really, how can you accept such a fool as a warrior? A guy in a blue cape appears in front of us and smiles. It's Young HWA-Do Jang Mushin. Then he says how funny that is. In front of him is another guy with a bit of stubble. He also wears a blue cape, but he's human, and he listens to the other guy saying how long ago he took Kwon Mushin's empty seat, and now he's throwing himself at the red dragon. There was another guy in a gray cape standing nearby. Someone said that they even used up the inner strength of a mystical dragon in order to restore it. A guy appears in front of us, his teeth clenched and his brow furrowed. Suddenly, someone tells Chan to stop. The unknown goes on to say that it doesn't matter if they like it or not, but they are Leontius comrades, so they need to go together to the end. It would be good to avoid no quarrels. The guy raised his hand and continued to listen in dissatisfaction. The unknown person said that now he should think about how the war with the Red Dragon will go, as they all know they are much weaker than the Red Dragon. The unknown being behind the screen looked at his comrades and said that, however, the unknown presented a girl sitting on a throne, behind which stands a huge dragon. He said that they have a knife, which they do not have, and with it they can easily present a knife to the throat of the proud Summer Queen. The unknown person continued to say that so before entering the battle, you should prepare. The guy, looking at the screen, asked to prepare. And then the guy smiled, and the unknown person continued to say that we need to deal with the divine beings of the 4th generation. The guy said that they say more precisely, they need to decide in advance on those who can influence the course of events. Suddenly, unknown to do Mu Zing, the guy in the cape with a small stubble listened carefully, and the unknown person continued to say that he can release a 6 and a 7, let him deal with everyone and return, get additional strength. The guy with the stubble smiled and said he understood, and the unknown stood behind the screen and continued to say that he also heard that the One-Horn tribe is about to start acting. This means that the war will start very soon. Before Mu Zing, he will be involved in it, and before that, let them carry out the tasks assigned to them. The unknown person said that this would end their meeting. The guy looked at Du and said that in a second, he was going to kill the divine beings from where he planned to start. The guy smiled and held out his hand, then said that since he knew his relatives would be arriving on the 11th floor soon, he wouldn't want them to get hurt. Du looked at him indignantly, and then he said he was from the south, from Phoenix. It was a dark night. Neu was sitting on the floor, thinking about something. He closed his eyes and asked his wife if that was enough. His wife, not being in the room, answered him that almost. Neu sitting in the room asked that he was the same child. My wife said that she definitely says if she was wrong once. Neu smiled and said that of course not. And his wife went on to say that he was able to find his way to the village without any prompting. And he was also able to attract Edora's attention, unless it was only by doing so that he proved his validity. Neu smiled and put his hand on his beard, then said that she was right, so it was him, the child who had received the blessing. Neu smiled and said that he wanted to take care of his upbringing. His wife asked that maybe he would make him his disciple. Neu replied that if possible. Someone hit a drum with a stick. We are being taken to the One-Horn tribe, where they have arranged a reception in honor of the guests. Right on the battlefield, there is a large bonfire in the center, and people are having fun and walking. Jun was sitting on the steps with a drink in his hands. Jun thought that really everyone just wanted to have one last good time before the war started. Jun glanced at the blazing fire. The people of this village were drinking and dancing, and Jun wondered what kind of smiling people lived here. Looking at them dancing and having fun, Jun thought that they were very different from him. Jun looked down into his glass. Suddenly, someone came up to him and said that he had heard that Jun was now the youngest. The man, frowning, poked his finger at Juna and shouted that since he was with them, he should have come and said hello to the others. He was forcing the older ones to approach him themselves. Jun thought that this was one of the guests. He had heard that there were 9 other guests in the village besides him. Jun waved his hand in displeasure and thought that he was just a guest, but he was showing off, which was already funny. Jun told the man to move away. He couldn't see anything. The man swung his fist and shouted that this is a contagion. Edora appeared not far from them. She asked that they had some problems. She was looking in their direction, and the man looking at her said princess in a frightened voice. He scratched the back of his head and smiled at her, saying that it was nothing. He just heard that there was another guest in the village. Here he is. Edora interrupted him and said that he hadn't been officially introduced yet, so don't let him worry. The man gritted his teeth and glared at Juna, and then puffing with anger went to the side. June looking at him said that it was not necessary. Edora replied that she knows. She frowned and crossed her arms as the man left, then said that she didn't like anyone spoiling the party atmosphere. She sat down next to Jun and sighed and said that the egg had been moved to the elders for the time being. And Jun looked at her and said thank you. Edora smiled and clasped her hands together, saying that it was not necessary, they should thank him, but he did not notice how the elders' eyes lit up at the sight of the egg. Jun remembered how the elders tearfully begged him. They begged him to give them the egg for research while he was busy participating in the war. When he agreed for food almost that they were standing on Jun's lap, frowned and looked away, and then thought that he didn't really want to remember their looks. Edora looked at Jun's hand and said that she didn't see the chain on his arm last time. Jun raised his hand and showed the chain and said that there was something about this thing that he wanted to ask her. Edora looked at Juna with anticipation and asked what. Jun showed her the chain and said that it would be good if she tested him using her insight. His strength is not enough for this, Edora thought. And then pointing her fingers in his direction said that it seems to be a very old handcuff. Edora looked at them carefully and then said with a frown that she thought they were made of divine metal, although no, she had heard that there was too little of that material left, so they couldn't be made of it. Edora looked at Juna and said that she was not sure, but she thought that these handcuffs were just part of the artifact. Jun asked what it meant. Edora replied that looking at the connecting elements, she could assume that there should be 2 more parts. Usually prisoners are shackled with such things, and they consist of 3 parts. Jun glanced down at his hand, and Edora continued to say that the first part is this very handcuff. Edora looked at Juna's feet and said that she was wearing leg irons. Edora pointed her finger at Juna and added that the third and final collar, most likely you need to collect all 3 elements. Jun clutched at his throat, and Edora looked at him and said that as soon as all 3 elements were assembled, they would be able to regain their full functionality. Jun said that it was clear. He glanced at Edora and said that he wanted to ask her something else. Edora, puzzled, asked what about what. Jun looked ahead, and Edora looked at him blankly. Jun saw 2 guys from One Horn using special techniques. A blue aura appears around them. Jun said that he wants to learn martial arts. She knows some ways. Edora asked if he really wanted to study martial arts. Jun sat and nodded. Jun began to ponder, and he realized that he had once heard that the One Horn tribe's martial arts were quite unique and they never liked to teach them to outsiders. Jun turned his head and realized that was why she was taken aback. Jun asked her about it just in case, but he'd better not get his hopes up too much. Edora put his hand on his chest and said that when morning comes, she will talk to her father about it, but she can still say for sure that approval will be very difficult to get. Jun said that everything is fine and he understands perfectly well that his request is difficult to fulfill. Jun looked up at the sky and thought about it and realized that if they didn't succeed, they would have to take the time to figure it out for themselves. Neu was reading a book, and he was surprised that Jun wanted to learn martial arts. Edora was sitting across from him, and he wondered why she had come to see him so late, but it turned out that she really liked him. Edora said that he could become the master of the Yin sword, which surprised Neu as she thought highly of him. Edora asked if he didn't see it for himself, to which Neu just smiled. He put down the book and sat on the edge of the building. He said that she was right and Jun was really a talented guy who knew how to surprise, and also he was courageous. Edora asked if this meant that he agreed, and Neu pointed his finger up and said that it wasn't true, but under certain conditions, he would give his consent to it. Haju called out to his daughter and reminded her that she herself was well aware of the limitations imposed on the next medium. Neu sat and looked down, and he said with a serious face that for several centuries she was the only one who was able to achieve insight, and she will soon take the place of a medium herself. Her father said that the person chosen by her must prove that he was worthy of it, to which Edora said that she was fully confident that he would cope with all the difficulties. Neu listened to all this and smiled. He looked at his daughter and realized that she was bound by the chains that their tribe had created, and she had to take a much more serious attitude, even though it was not appropriate for her age, and very soon she would have to enter a thorny path. Neu started laughing and asked if he could hug his daughter, to which Edora asked what was wrong with him. There was a full moon in the sky, and at that time, someone was walking forward. Jun started to ponder, and he recalled a dialogue where he was told that his bracelets were made of divine metal. He touched his bracelets and realized that it was indeed a divine metal. Just as there were several types of herbs that could help them recover magic, there were also numerous types of metals that could be used to create artifacts. The best of these metals was called the divine metal. However, the name spoke for itself and it was really difficult to find such a material. Some even thought that it basically did not exist, but he knew for sure that the divine metal existed, because the cursed sword that had dragged him into this mess contained divine iron. Jun raised his hand and decided that although the sword contained a minimal amount of divine metal, his brother had suffered because of it, and if the handcuff was really made of such a powerful material as divine metal, then he couldn't understand what the Black King was doing. Jun walked up to a man and wondered if he was that strong, why no one had ever heard of him. Jun was walking forward when someone called out to him. Jun turned around, and the man with the gun asked if the new kids could go out at this hour of the night. Jun watched it all in silence, and the guy said that he had hidden behind the princess not too long ago. He pointed a finger at Jun and asked him if he was going to answer everything he said. After that, there were bangs. The next morning, the sky was blue. The guy was standing there with a bruised face, sweeping the street. Jun went to Edora's side, and the boy bowed and wished him to return safely. Edora finally found Jun and he asked her what she wanted. Edora puffed out her cheeks and turned to the side. She told him to ask her without even saying hello. Edora pointed her finger at the top and said that she had made a deal. Her father even gave him permission to enter the bronze level skill archive. Jun asked what the skill archive was. Edora said that it mostly contained records of all the combat techniques they had ever created. Edora started to tell him the whole story, and to put it simply, the skill archive was divided into 4 levels: gold, silver, and bronze, as well as metal. They usually didn't allow outsiders to enter the bronze level or higher archive, but apparently her father took great care of it. Edora clenched his hand into a fist and said that he had one condition. She told him that no one should help Jun, including her and Pat, but that Jun should learn their martial techniques on his own and become enlightened. Edora said that after 4 days, his father will personally evaluate him, and if his father is satisfied with his level, then he will personally train his technician. Jun was surprised that the king would be able to train him personally. Jun opened the system screen and a new quest was available to him. This quest was sudden. The king of the one-horned Neu tribe showed interest in him, as he had performed well during training, and offered him a quest. After visiting the metal and bronze level skill archives, he had to invent his own personal technique and discover new ways to use the magic circuit. The time limit was 4 days. The rewards were like King Mu Trainer, 8-punch technique, Yin Sword inheritance rights, and something unknown. Jun watched it all and didn't know what it was, but the only thing that attracted him about this quest was that it would end up being taught by the king himself. Jun stood up in a stupor when he realized that he needed to come up with his own technique in just 4 days. Edora was looking at him, and Jun didn't know why he had attracted the king's attention so much, but this was his chance and a test for him. Jun asked where he was supposed to go with the understanding that he had to endure it all. Edora escorted him to a building that was guarded by 2 guys. They went inside, and inside there were many shelves with different books. Edora said that this place was built by their ancient ancestor. In this archive, they kept all the documents, from the skill tomes of all the martial techniques created by their peoples, to magic scrolls, alchemy manuals, and many other ancient books. She pointed to the side and said that this was where the iron skill archive ended, and then there was the bronze skill archive, which was guarded by 2 guys. Edora said that in order to avoid the guys, Jun shouldn't have gone any further. Jun said that she really tried to help him and he was very grateful for what she did for him. Jun used his eyesight and started looking around. As he walked forward and moved his head, he realized that there were indeed a lot of books here, so first he needed to find the ones that would be useful to him. He realized that important documents must have been popular, so they must have been marked unacceptably by human hands. Jun went over to the book and started pulling it out. He opened it and began to read assiduously. He saw the illegible handwriting there and realized that it was letting in a bit of information. Jun sat down and started reading, thinking that there was nothing he could do about it, and since he couldn't understand, he just needed to memorize it. Edora leaned over in surprise and was shocked that he already knew something about their techniques. She didn't understand how Jun knew that it was best to read from this particular book. Edora realized that if Jun could assimilate the writings on tendon transformation, he would understand all the basics, but it would take a long time and Jun didn't have time for that. Initially, the speed of his reading was low, but after reading one book, Jun took up another, then another one, and the more books there were, the faster his reading speed became, and he read until the evening. Jun sat with a huge stack of books and continued to see unfamiliar words in front of his eyes, but he began to understand a little what was meant in these books. It became clear to him that the quantity was not so important if the mana pot was small. To begin with, he should have enlarged the vessel and then put more liquid in it. Jun diligently sat in front of the stacks and realized that he was mainly focused on increasing the amount of magic, but after reading it, it became clear to him that he needed to focus on expanding the magic channels. Jun put his hand under his head and realized that it made sense, because he really was only focused on increasing the amount of magic power and didn't think about expanding the magic channels at all. He slammed the book shut and decided that he needed to turn his attention to them first, and that his magic power control would be tightened a little later. Jun counted enough books and stretched. He turned his head and there was still one huge pile of books. Jun knew that he had to finish reading what he hadn't read yet. Jun read the book and imagined mana flowing through his body and body. He read the book and didn't realize that his stomach was a storehouse of mana. Nigong is a magical power, Kaimik is a channel of magical power, Wongi is a flow of mana. He concentrated and gathered all the energy inside him, and with proper breathing, the Wongi drew all the magic power and it accumulated inside his body. The power spread through his hands and depending on the chosen breathing technique, the magic power moved through the body in a certain way. In this process, everything depended on the abilities and the greater the volume of controlled magic power became, the stronger the person became. It was Hell who was needed to control his magic power. Jun grasped the energy in his hands and Hell was considered a repository of magical power and played an important role in strengthening. Hell was located around the perimeter of the channels of magical power. Magic Konderech, there was no organ that was responsible for Hell, the magic power just flowed smoothly through its body. Jun knew that the dragon didn't need Hell, because they could control the magic power as they wished. Jun stood up and looked at his hands. He realized that he was a human and was too different from dragons, which meant that he needed Hell. Jun leaned his hand against his chest and realized that the cores were set in a circuit that had magical power flowing through it, and if he could open and close them at will, then it was incredibly powerful. Jun smiled and looked ahead confidently. He realized that he wouldn't have any problems freely controlling his magic power. While he was in the archive, a system message was sent to him saying that he had laid down a new concept of the magic circuit and had become the discoverer of a new area unexplored by the dragons. Jun got the special feature, Man of Energy, also got the nickname Discoverer, also got the nickname Got the Blessing of Magic Power, also got the Noble Power skill. Jun was standing in front of the system screen, and he read that the gods and demons of the 98th floor were watching him with interest. Jun was surprised that both the gods and demons of the 98th floor showed interest in him. The gods and demons somehow managed to occupy floors 98 to 77, and if a strong player appeared that they liked, they went down to him and gave him rights. Jun recalled how he met Hermes and realized that they could make a suggestion just like Hermes did when he asked them to become his apostles, and they could also interact with players through a message. Jun was sitting next to a large number of books and realized that this was extremely rare, because even Youngwoo didn't get a message from them. He wondered how unique the core concept was. Jun smiled through his mask and realized that he was sure of one. He raised his head and made sure that he was on the right path. The system message wrote that the feature is a person of energy, the use of Vangi is given to him easier than the rest, choose a breathing technique, the amount of available Vangi increased and soon the recharge rate increased. Jun gathered all the energy inside himself and realized that not only did the amount of magic power available increase dramatically, but the cooldown process was also accelerated after all the magic power was used up. He realized that the faster it was spent and recharged, the more effective the use of magic power became, and any player dreamed of such a feature. 2. The nickname is a person who has received the blessing of magic power. Magic power has increased by 15, and the skill level by 9%. The amount of magic power available for use at a time has increased, and Jun can use all kinds of magic power. Jun stood back and started to think, not only did he gain plus 15 magic power, but he was also able to increase his skill level over his skills. But something else was important. He realized that he could now use all kinds of magic power, from water to fire, which meant that it would be possible to use conflicting types of magic at the same time. Initially, Yeonwoo had to use the Aegis and Black Bracelet separately, but now he won't experience such restrictions. The last skill was Noble Power. The level ranged from 15.0 to SSS, the mastery was 0%, it gave the ability to attract mana and process it into magic power. The higher the mastery was, the faster the processing speed. The processed magic power was famous for its purity. He was asked to choose the correct way of breathing. Through meditation and breathing techniques, he had to take mana and replace it with pure magic power. He had to use Nigo. He was asked to increase the power of the magic power received, and the power will depend on the percentage of mastering the skill and the chosen breathing technique. At the moment, the skill was assigned the 15.0 level. Jun had to work on his breathing and raise his level. Jun put his hand to his chin and began to think. The Noble Power skill allowed him to use magic circuits more effectively, although his level was the lowest, but since it could be raised, then there was no need to worry about it. He put his hand on his knee and realized that the main thing was that he was able to grasp the basics, which meant that he needed materials that would allow him to climb much higher. Jun looked at the top shelf and realized that there was a lot of such data here, and he could choose to his heart's content. Jun lowered his head and Edora noticed. She called out to Jun, but Jun was very downcast. She reached out and felt his gaze. She pressed her hands to her chest and realized that both the look in his eyes and the words out of his mouth told her how he felt, and she knew it because she was used to having Pat and the tribe around her. Jun looked like he was definitely grabbing onto something while wandering through the fog, making the divine technique his own, maybe even climbing even higher. Jun was looking up, his eyes shining, and Edora assumed it was a realization. After that, people began to fly to the sides, and Edora covered herself with her hands. The security guard quickly ran over and asked what was going on here. The guard was shocked by what he saw. Jun stood and clenched his fists. He began to gather all the energy in his body, and Edora realized that he was able to unleash the ultimate strength of his hands in the 12th meridian. She couldn't believe what she just saw. She wondered how he managed to learn it in 4 days. Jun stood there and was completely calm. Edora assumed that this was the level of Yang Guang and Hyung himself. Jun turned his head and called out to Edora, who was very excited about all this. Edora stood next to him and knew that she had always been there, but now she felt as if a completely different person was standing in front of her. She folded her arms and listened intently. Jun said he was hungry and asked if there was any food, which turned Edora to stone. After that, there were sandwiches and a drink on the table. Jun sat and ate, talking to Edora along the way. Maybe it was because he had overcome the critical moment, but he had become much sicker and was able to maintain a dialogue with Edora. Jun looked to the side at the system message and realized that since he opened the energy flow, the magic circuits were working much better. The system message told him that one change in magic circuits had been successfully overcome, physical development had been confirmed, and work on accepting the inheritance had resumed, with the completion rate at 99.7%. It was said initially that there were 360 Hellas in the human body, but the main thing was to determine the location of 36 of them, and magic power is concentrated in each of them, and in order for them not to disintegrate, nuclei were formed. Jun realized that although his magic power in the circuits was reduced, its effectiveness was incomparably increased, and Edora asked if he was finished. Jun said he was 95% stopped and 5% short. Edora watched Jun eat and realized that these were basic breathing techniques, but still he was thinking of a new fighting technique. She didn't understand if he meant to say that he had almost done everything in 3 days, because a person who hadn't heard anything about their techniques before couldn't achieve this. Edora asked what he was missing, and Jun, holding the book in his hands, said that he was missing color. Jun started reading and said that each combat technique had its own chip, that Class 2, Class 3 each had its own goal. Yok Jun Kyung focused on keeping fit, the Sam's breathing technique gathered the energy of heaven and earth, and the Sky Dragon technique was aimed at complementing Nigo. If you go deeper into all this, then there were also divine techniques, or rather the techniques of darkness, poison and others. Jun said that what he had done up to now was just the basics, but if he was going to use martial arts to its fullest extent, then he needed to get the specifics, but he hadn't gotten to that yet. Edora asked if he had any ideas, to which Jun said he hadn't come up with anything yet. Jun got up and Edora asked what he was going to do then. Jun said he needed to get back to the search. He said he was going to the Bronze Archives. It was already evening outside. There were a lot of books in the archive that were stacked up. Jun stood beside them and knew that he only had 24 hours. He needed to find what he needed in time. The elder is very angry, closing his eyes. Neu puts his hand on his cheek and smiles. The two of them are sitting at a table, sorting through many scrolls. The elder throws down one of the scrolls and shouts about not being able to concentrate. He looks at Nea and says clearly indignant, What did he do so well that he hums songs to himself? And why is he so happy? To which Neu smiles, closing her eyes and holding up a finger, saying that today is the day. The elder looks at Nea in surprise and says, Is that really the one? And Nea remembers Jun with a raised finger. He says that the day when he will be able to check how stiff the outstanding person is. To which the elder looks at it and says he understands. And the elder, looking at Nea as he continues to talk. He asks about what Edora thinks the Yin sword will entrust to him. To which Neu smiles, they say that apparently so. The elder closes his eyes and crosses his arms. He says that this can be understandable, and he is the only one who has completed training and 30 floors at a time. And he doesn't think anyone can repeat his success. Then the elder takes hold of his mustache. Speaking of which, although it's a bit of a pity that he's wearing a mask all the time and you can't see his face. To which Neu smiles and says that he must be pretty as hell. The elder looks at the smiling Neu in surprise, and he says that how does he know about this? Then he closes his eyes and thinks. Thinking about that, looking at his smile, you can assume that he's up to something again. It says that he was successful in what way? He'll hold his chin while Neu looks at him. Historically says that to deal with their combat techniques in 4 days, and what an incredible quest. And he understands that he needs to learn a lot in a short time, but if he goes too far, then this time will become a waste of time. And while Neu smiles and crosses her arms, she looks at the elder. He goes on to say that even his son could not cope with this, and when he was younger, and after all, he was called a genius. After that, Neu asks, looking at the elder about what he said, how are things with the egg? Of the elder's clearly displeased thoughts, he just changes the subject. The elder says that the more he tries to understand, the less he understands what is inside. After which, Neu is surprised to say that it means we are still talking about a divine being. At which the elder looks ahead and, thinking, says what someone of this magnitude thinks. He turns to Nai and tells him that he'll tell him more later, but they haven't dealt with him completely yet. To which Neu says it's really huge, okay. The elder lowers his hands and says that in this case. Then Neu turns around and leaves. They say that it's time to check how good it is. If the son-in-law completed his homework. Neu crosses her arms and smiles, saying wow. He looks at Edora standing next to Jun. And Neu says that yes, there is nothing left of him at all, and Edora that she starved him. And while Jun is seriously looking ahead, Neu thinks that looking at him might suggest that he's made more progress than he thought he would. And Neu comes forward with a smile. Jun talks about whether he can show it right here. What do they say to him? That yes, of course. Then Jun closes her eyes. The ground beneath him begins to burn, and a huge firestorm appears around Jun, while Edora, Smeshi, and Nea have moved a little away. Neu looks at this with a smile and says look at him. Edora looks on in surprise. They both watch as a huge fire hurricane appears, and Jun, looking ahead, thinks about something he hasn't said out loud yet. The one I've always thought of. After that, black and red wings appear behind it. This was a master of divine knowledge, and Jun standing represents that divine knowledge. He imagines his brother wearing only silver armor and huge white wings, thinking of it as divine wings. He thinks about how they used to call his brother that. After that, these wings begin to disappear. Neu stands and looks at him with a smile. He says he's a monster. Winter smiles, saying that he is definitely not better than him. Jun looks at him with a smile, then says that he is the strongest person he knows. Neu smiles and laughs. They say that he is a bastard and it's not worth it. and Nea puts her hand on her chin and says, stating that it maximizes the impact power of destructiveness and making them the focus. And through the breathing technique, he tried to balance the entire technique from start to finish. Only with this breathing technique, it is better to focus on completing the technique. In surprise, Stu asks him if he can find out the reason, and Neu, coming closer, says that it just seems that way to him. Jun is perplexed, and Neu smiles and closes his eyes, says that in fact, what is there to explain in such geniuses as he notices everything at a glance. And Jun notices, remembering all the people he's met before, thinking about how when he had to learn how to understand the mana device, his brother and Yule had said much the same thing. He remembers that his brother said that he heard that it was just felt, and Yule said that the mana just saw it. And Jun thinks about what really goes along with being a genius and getting people mad. And Nea starts clapping, saying that he's still passed. And the system sends notifications. It says that Jun has succeeded in mastering high-level combat techniques, and the quest of the trial of King Mu has been completed, and it has reached record levels. And as a reward, he gets the right to learn from the king and learn his fighting techniques and achieve even greater results. And as a reward, he gets the right to learn the technique of 8-fist strikes, and you need to ask the king for this. And as a reward, he gets the right to inherit the Yin sword. He should get more information about the king and ask him for even more rewards. Neu then throws the book to Jun. He catches her and Nea tells him to hold her. There it looks like it's 8-fist strikes. Neu looks at Jun and says with a smile that, as he promised, he would become his mentor, so he should focus on this technique first. And as he knows, they'll be joining the war soon, so he should be on his own for a while and learn. And while Jun looks on in surprise, Neu keeps telling him not to say it twice. Jun thinks that if he can stay close to the king during the war, then he can observe his actions and significantly increase the skill level. And Jun, looking at Nea, says that he would like to ask for something. And Neu says that again he wants to ask questions, so let him talk. Jun raises his hand and says that he has just received the right to inherit the Yin sword as a reward. And what is it? To which Neu turns a blind eye and says that he will tell it when the time comes, and it's too early for now. Does he have any other questions? And Jun talks about what he said, that he knows who passed his tests, and whether he can find out who the others were. And Neu looks at Jun with a smile and says that wow, look at it already asks such questions and they definitely haven't heard about the same thing. After all, he is very famous. And Jun says who is it? And he says it was Sin. Jun is very surprised by this. He remembers that among all 5 people, they are still the strongest. That's it. And it's said that in the entire tower, no one can match him in swordsmanship. It's so good that it is even compared to Alpha Van among humans. And he's the only one who passed the King Mu trials. And Jun asks about who it was to which Neu closes her eyes and says it's a secret. And Neu looks at Jun and says that it's not because he doesn't want to tell him that he doesn't want to. It's because Jun doesn't know him. And Jun stands there looking at Nea, thinking that apparently this someone is really unknown. And Jun says that in that case, he has one more request to make. And Neu says that this is what it is. And Neu listens with surprise to what Jun says. He said he wanted to see its true strength. And while Jun and Neu are looking at each other, Jun says he wants to see the true power of the king. Neu opens her mouth in surprise. He begins to talk about what is, how it is so, and why his power is that. Neu then scratches her head. And closing his eyes, he says that it is so difficult to be a teacher. And Neu looks up at the sky, wondering what to do and what to show him. As Jun stares at Nea, he looks away and closes his eyes. He says he doesn't usually do this, so he thinks he's lucky. Then Neu starts straining his legs and tells him to watch carefully. Neu gets into position and a purple aura begins to radiate from him. He says it's one of the 8 punch techniques, Tanching, and Neu starts to tense up, gritting her teeth. My clothes start to tear. After that, he carries out a blow near Jun. And Jun, who is looking at all this through his dragon eyes, is very surprised by this. He sees a huge shockwave fly through the sky. Jun stands back in shock, thinking that it only lasted for a moment. He looks at Nea, who used this technique, and thinking that he saw it for sure. This is what the king himself was hiding. He remembers his eyes and says that they are the eyes of a predatory beast. Then a huge flash appears from behind Jun. Everything starts to glow blue and purple, and Jun looks at it with her head turned. Edora looks up at the sky in fright. Is she talking about the sun? After that, they are noticed by how the sun, located in the sky, split into 2 parts, and the 3 of them watch as a huge hole appears in the sky. A red mist is coming out of this hole. After that, the sky begins to regenerate and the system is restored. And Jun watches the sun come out again. He thinks it's very improbable. And how is this even possible? Then Jun turns around and hears Neu say something. He watches as Nea holds one of her hands and closes her eyes, smiling. He says he hasn't used his power in a long time and his shoulders are stiff. And he asks Jun if he liked it. Then Neu turns away and starts walking away. He says he's joining the fight tonight, so he shouldn't be late. Edora feeds him and looks flimsy, like he's been ignored. And while Jun and Edora stand in disbelief, Neu says that things are not in order, so he leaves. And Jun watches Neu leave, thinking that someday, he would surpass him. After that, a scream is heard from one of the buildings. Neu clutched her hand and opened her teeth. He says he almost died. He holds his hand and, raising his head, feels a huge pain. He says that why did he even decide to show off and only overexert himself unnecessarily? The elders are always looking for him, and other clans may rebel. What's he doing? After which Neu is clearly worried. He tells his wife about the fact that really it is impossible for him to show weakness in front of children. It's like he's standing on the platform laughing while June watches him from below, saying that the teacher should also become an unattainable goal and an impenetrable veil, and only when the student will make every effort. After that, the wife says that if this does not happen, what does Neu say? What does it mean that this student is nothing? And while Neu's hand is starting to turn blue, he leans against one of the walls and just stands there. The wife talks about what Noah is like and whether he is happy, and isn't he going to go that far? Neu says that it was pretty, and it was like that from the very beginning. The wife asks, they say that really, and Neu looks up, clearly worried. He says he thinks a lot more about what he's capable of than he did. And he says that the person who passed it one also completed the test, designed for 30 days and 4 days. Don't you think he will teach them properly or not with all his passion? Finally, the night of which the king had spoken came. A lot of soldiers stand and watch Nea, who invites everyone. Many warriors stand smiling and wearing robes. And Neu tells them that they need to get outside for the first time in a long time, and that's very exciting, isn't it? Jun stands with the others and listens to Nea. He tells them to behave coolly, understand, and don't dare wet themselves out of fear, pointing 2 fingers at yourself and your allies. He says that he will personally check that there are no such personalities among them. Then one of the people standing below starts laughing. He's talking about making sure the king doesn't screw up too, or they might notice it too. And June, watching from the sidelines, 2 people then start to argue and smile, saying that it will be fun. And they were already being led away, their impudent faces writhing in pain. And June thinks that this is very unusual for him. After which, Neu looks at everyone and says that, in general, they should not die because of those who will die. He'll personally track them down and go to hell and get on top of them. After that, he looks at everyone and shouts that everything is clear to them. And all the soldiers raise their hands and shout. After that, Neu holds up the paper and says that then go ahead. And Neu breaks her apart and sends her flying. He smiles, his eyes starting to light up. He says it's time to have fun. And many of the lower ranking warriors tear the leaf and smile. They keep tearing it up with different ways. Then they all evaporate. And June is watching this leaf. He stares at it in silence. He clenches it in his fist and thinks that this is where it all started. Then he remembers Young, and closing my eyes, a bird with a red aura flies over the moon. This bird has red plumage. It was a red dragon. He flies and watches the city, and thinking about Young. While this bird is flying, red feathers remain behind it. And so their war began, and all those who lived 2 times. End of Season 1. Neu is sitting on a rock. This is the 11th floor, the world border of dreams. June comes up to him. He goes up to his back and asks if he called him. Then Neu smiles and turns to Jun. He takes off his cape. Then you say that he thought about it, decided that before attacking, you should train him with 8 fist strikes. And Neu stands in front of Jun and points a finger at him. He says that today he will show him 1 move at a time, and he must watch carefully and learn. Neu smiles, talking about something he's already said that he doesn't like to say twice. Jun looks at Nea and says yes. Then Neu closes her eyes and shows 3 fingers. He says that he knows how to respond. And to begin with, it consists of 3 components, soul and body. It represents a bowl of water. Speaking of the soul being responsible for internal energy, this is what they call magic power and the like. And the body is a vessel, and we are talking not only about the stomach, but also about the whole body. It provides how all the energy circulates in the body. After all, energy connects these 2 components and becomes like a connecting link. It is responsible for ensuring that the Kai functions properly. Nea, holding a branch on her leg, says that along with it and his skills with the sword and the technique of movement and fighting. And this is 8 fist strikes, the most powerful energy-based technique. And Neu throws up the stick and grabs it with her hand. Speaking of why he's asking this, it's just that it was created by a true genius. And it may just not be weak. Neu looks up and starts to spin this stick. He says that 8 punches isn't as simple as its name might suggest. And he can take his own weapons and sword techniques. And this will go according to the gate technique. And after grabbing the spear, he will start using the spear technique. And so everything is arranged. Neu then points the stick directly at Jun's throat. He says he doesn't like to point out which weapons are best to use. Then he gives the stick to Jun and smiles, saying that the lecture was delayed and it was time to show the movement and he should look properly. Then Neu lifts her leg, It says 1. He takes a stance and appears with a huge force from Neo. Jun stands there in shock, watching this. Apparently, he says that this is the so-called heavenly step. Then Neo starts moving. Speaking of which, what comes next is the quiet horn. And then there's the angry fist. And Jun watches it all in surprise, thinking about his movement. He watches Neo move, thinking that they are concise and clear. He knows exactly where to put his foot and how to lift it off the ground. And he is determined and completely unwavering. And his every move is not accidental. Roll, and he moves as it is convenient for his body. And as Jun watches, all of Neo finishes the move with her hand outstretched. He says it's stage 1 and is 7 punches out of 32. Then Neo smiles. He moves away from Jun, and he thinks that although he will say that this is the first stage, even it is divided into 64 large and small movements. So, that showing such a move at a time is like playing a prank on someone. Because of this, it is simply impossible to learn at once. Apparently, he's standing with his hand on his chin, thinking with his eyes closed, about whether he will say honestly that he couldn't learn, and then his great teacher will show him everything in more detail. And Neo asks Jun if he can handle it. Jun replies that yes, of course. Neo is looking at it. He looks at Junie and says in surprise, "What's up?" Jun stands up and asks if he can start. Jun says that he uses first the heavenly step, then the soft horn and the measured fist. Neo watches in disbelief. Jun then uses her fist directly on Nea, and he is surprised by this. Jun is standing at the counter. He asks Nea if he did everything right. He, in turn, thinks about how he really remembered all this after watching it only once. It's freaking out, but stretches out his fist and says yes. But this is just the beginning. If he got confused, he wouldn't be considered his disciple, and they should go to stage 2. After that, the system sends notifications. She says that congratulations, and Jun has succeeded in learning 1 out of 8 fist strikes and the skill is being formed. And the 8 punch skill is half formed. This is called the percentage level of knowledge of the skill, and it is said that a martial art based on Kai, and it uses 8 trigrams of 8 sides according to the Kai system. And the system tells you what the trigram step is. 5% of the trigram strength is added to each step. And as your progress increases, the power added to skills increases. The maximum is 40%. And the energy of 8 sides. It enhances all the senses and blocks access to weak points. And when the senses are sharpened, it is possible to use more powerful magic power. And while Neo stands with her companions and looks at Jun, Jun reads the system message, saying that at the moment he has not mastered all parts of the first half of the skill, and it should fill in all the blanks. And while Neo laughs, Edora and Pant stand behind him. They both think that Winter must be in shock, and he's definitely very surprised. While Neo hesitantly says that he did not take him as his student for nothing, and oh, how not in vain. After all, this is exactly how his students should behave. And Jun raises her hands, thinking that the magic power is circulating much better than before. And so far, it doesn't mix well with Kai, but he already wants to try out a new technique. After which, Jun asks Nea while he looks at him and tells him to call him teacher. Jun is surprised by this, and Nea closes her eyes and says that he and his students call him the king, and now I think I should call him teacher. After that, Jun gets worried and says that he is a good teacher, to which he lowers his head and says that this is how it is and did he really want something. After that, Jun glows with happiness looking at Nea. He says that the attack, whether he can't trust it, is up to him. Neu is very surprised by this and asks why. And as Jun looks at him, Neu says no, this is his tribe's business. So even without it, there are a lot of people who want to fight. Then Neu puts her hands to her face and thinks. He tells Jun that on the other hand, we need to see how much he decided to master the technique. Then Neu looks at all his soldiers and understands. He starts to smile and says he has a great idea. Kuram City. A huge explosion occurs near the wall. A lot of players come in shock and shout about what's going on. The man with long brown hair and silver armor. It was the commander of the Red Dragon, the White Dragon, and he is the commander of the 8th Squad. One of the soldiers shouts that they are being attacked. The commander looks at the whole city burning and asks who is attacking it. To which Knight says no, it's a one-horned tribe. They watch as this tribe attacks them, smashing and destroying everything around them. The commander stands and watches in shock, all blue with fear. He says it can't be, and they've never interfered in the affairs of other clans, and why did they decide to attack right now? To which one of the soldiers shouts that the commander is over there, and they watch as Nea stands on one of the buildings. He uses a technique, and the commander says that really this is the king. After that, Neu makes an attack, and everything in the range of this attack is covered with purple shades and destroyed. The huge beam created by Neu destroys everything around it, and a huge hole appears in the wall near the commander. He stands there in shock and is very scared. Neu appears beside him as the commander kneels in front of him, and Neu says with a smile that he wants to live. And while the commander looks at Neu with fear, he replies that yes, he will give him a chance to live. The whole city is on fire and collapsing. June is standing with Pant and Edora, and the pantomime is trying to look out for something. He says someone is flying this way. You say he's still holding something in his hands, and what is it? Does it look like a human? And Neu appears in front of them, along with the commander and one of the soldiers in his hands. It lands on the ground. After that, everyone watches as Neu stands up, and Ban shouts at him, pointing out with his finger that he's also kidnapping people now. Apparently, to say that he also wanted to test a new technique is not. After that, Neu tells him to fight with the commander. The commanders have served him. They are shocked and don't understand what it is. And Neu points her finger at Jun and tells them to fight him. And the one who wins will stay alive. Neu brought a few more soldiers, and there were 5 of them. Jun and the others watch as Neu gathers them around her. It says that there are perfectly 5 people there. And while Neu is looking at Jun smiles. He thinks that, of course, he knew that he would be given a chance to fight, but did he really choose to do it this way? Is he looking at all these knights? I think they're overwhelmed by the king's power right now, but they're all talented players. And will he be able to handle them? And Jun smiles as he looks at them, thinking that there's no reason for him to refuse. He says he agrees, and all these knights are looking at Jun. Jun thinks this is a great opportunity to experience the 8-punch skill and the divine knowledge skill. Then Neu stands and looks at them. He says the rules are simple one-on-one battles to the end, and it goes out in turn one by one and they will choose the order themselves. After that, these knights begin to review each other, and a man with dark hair, he comes forward and says that he will be the first. This knight then picks up his weapon. He looks at Jun and thinks that even though he has a bad name on the 11th floor, this kid is still a rookie, and he just had to kill the little brat. This soldier pulls his weapon forward. He says he gives him a head start and he should attack first. June picks up her 2 daggers and stares in silence. After that, Neu shouts for them to start. Zadie Juna appears dark fire wings. He flies up and attacks directly at this soldier, who goes into shock. This soldier blocks Jun's strike. He thinks about how it is, and what kind of speed it is. June begins to press him with her blades, and the knight says that if you do something bad, you need to break the distance. After which, he is surprised that June jumps over him, and he stabs that soldier right in the body. His mouth starts to bleed. After that, this soldier jumps back. Jun runs after him and thinks about 8 fist strikes and the mastery of divine knowledge. When he first put it all together, he didn't mix well with them. After all, these techniques are in conflict with each other. After which, Jun flies straight at this soldier who hit the wall. Jun thinks that his movements have become smooth due to the unification of his soul and body energy. Jun's hands start to burn red. He attacks this soldier using his blades, and thinks about how he's focused on swinging the weapon. And before he knew it, he was moving better and even cleaner without too much tinsel, and his strength was very much increased. And Jun begins to push this soldier, who somehow tries to block the blows. And Jun thinks about how it feels like his movement is perfect, and that's what they call no extra movement. Jun activates her dragon eyes and looks at this soldier. He stabs him right in the chest with his weapon and thinks that now he will see the best way. After that, this soldier falls down, bleeding profusely. Neu looks on with a smile. It says it should now find the following. And the next soldier also knelt down, bleeding profusely. And Nea tells me to go next. The captains of these soldiers stand silently, thinking. It was already 4, and he didn't expect it to be his turn so soon. He looks at Jun and thinks about the fact that nevertheless. Here he looks at how Jun is out of breath and panting, thinking that this person is already at the limit, and you have to be very careful with this guy. He walks right up to Jun. He thinks that even if he can see everything, he can't. Even if he would be in better shape right now, then it would still be hard for him to fight him. For this commander is a semi-rankerom. Rankers are called the strongest players entering the tower. If you consider this concept in a broader sense, then this is a player who has overcome the 50th floor. However, passing it was not an easy task. After all, the 50th floor was famous for the fact that its difficulty level was significantly higher than the previous ones, and even the strongest players sometimes suffered defeats, broke down. Therefore, it became known as the barrier zone, and players who plan to challenge the 50th floor, treating them like they're walking up a red carpet staircase, calling them half-rankers. And he looks at Jun, who has taken up a stance, thinking that in any case, for the sake of revenge, he would have to single-handedly defeat the 8th and strongest clan. This means that you will have to destroy the highest rankers and 9 kings. And this means that in any case, the fight with a semi-rankerom. Jun attacks the commander, who blocks him with his blade. Jun thinks that this is the best way to quickly overcome your boundaries. The commander tells him if he can ask for a favor. Jun is surprised by this and tells him what. To which the commander smiles, looking at Juna, and says that it doesn't matter how this battle ends, but he would like his people to stay alive. Jun was surprised by this, and he decided to jump back from him. And the commander, looking at Jun, says that in fact, when the king took him away, he completely forgot about his subordinates. And even though they met as enemies, but he has enough generosity not to kill the surrendered enemies. Jun looks at this and everyone is surprised. He thinks about how this guy has already admitted defeat and is ready to die, and it is obvious that he is in a better position now. Jun clutches his gun and wonders what has affected him so much, and just recently, he still believed in his victory, but his determination to die meant that he had to prepare for death, and Juna's hands start to emit fire. He thinks that he must destroy it immediately. After that, he jumps directly at this commander, who successfully blocks his blow, and Junu is reared from the backlash, thinking that it's probably because he's a semi-rankerist. It's not like the last 4 he fought before, and Jun jumps back and they start exchanging punch after punch. He thinks that no matter how hard he tries, he can't find his weakness. This commander decides to attack Jun with his weapon. Jun is surprised by this, after which he realizes that he has opened up. He looks at this hazy point and thinks that it is the left hand at the top, and the commander smiles, successfully dodging Jun's punch. The latter, in turn, was greatly surprised that he had missed, and then he starts looking away, thinking that this is bad. He notices how the commander is about to attack him with his weapon from above. She starts exuding magic, and he attacks. Jun thinks about the fact that he won't be able to dodge. Jun looked ahead in fear, crossed his arms, and somehow managed to block the commander's blow. The shockwave threw him back. Junwoo had blood splattering from his mouth and a purple cut on his chest. The commander struck in front of him, and Jun flew back several meters, hitting the ground. Jun lay on the ground and looked at the commander's sword. Looking forward, blood flowed from his mouth. He fearfully wondered how it happened. He had absolutely pierced his armor. Jun, using fiery wings, approached the commander at great speed. He thought that it could not have been his imagination. His sword definitely passed under the armor. Jun swung his fiery dagger behind the commander's back. He looked at his body and saw 2 points from which a green aura came out. He thought that this time even twice. Jun opened his eyes wide in fear and looked at the smiling commander. The commander made an incredibly strong swing around himself, and with all his power hit Jun in the side. Jun thought that he was a ranker who was living a second time. Jun looked forward, breathing heavily, and then wondered what it was. There was a large hole in his chest from which blood flowed. Looking at the commander, he wondered why he was still alive. How is this possible? Jun furrowed his eyebrows and thought that he was not calm. Jun looked at the commander and saw holes everywhere, from which a green aura was coming out. He thought that he should not lose concentration, a little more and he would be finished. The commander smiled and said that now he understood. He looked at Jun arrogantly and said that Jun has no idea what a hacho is. Jun, looking ahead, puzzledly thought about what he wanted. The commander, looking at Jun, extended his hand to him and asked that how could he not know about him. Usually only beginners make such a mistake. The commander smiled and, looking at Jun, continued to say that he essentially didn't care about this since Jun was no longer able to understand hacho. The commander rushed forward at Jun, swinging his sword, and then said that only he would be left alive. Jun looked at the commander's strong swing and thought that he needed to move faster. His movement changed. Jun clenched his teeth and raised his blades. They caught fire, and Jun thought that this meant all his behavior before was nothing more than a trick to find his weak points. Jun looked forward in fear. The commander swung his sword from above, his sword quickly approaching Jun's head. Jun, looking at his opponent's sword, frowned and thought that if things went on like this, he would soon die. The commander's sword was getting closer and closer, and Jun asked himself that there was no way he could avoid his attack. Jun looked around in fear, trying to quickly think of something. He wondered how he could stop the commander. It was impossible. Jun looked ahead in fear, and then thought that minimizing the damage would also not work. He could find absolutely no way out. The commander cut up Jun's body, and he thought that he could not find any way out. He analyzed many outcomes, and they all had one end, only death. A clock appears in front of us, and a system message says that the foresight skill is being activated. The huge clockwork mechanism was started. Jun stood on the ground, his blood falling onto the floor. The commander pierced Junu through the body, but he did not fall. The commander frowned. And then looking at Jun, puzzled, he asked what happened. Jun grabbed his dagger in his right hand and looked angrily at the commander and then said that he should have died. Jun swung his blade. He looked at the commander with a frightening look and then stuck a knife in his neck. He said that the commander did not need to know this. The commander in front of Jun fell to his knees, groaning in pain. And then he grabbed his bloody throat and, looking down in a trembling voice, said that it was still good that his subordinates would survive. Jun, looking at the commander, asked that he was not afraid of death. The commander, kneeling, replied that, of course, he was afraid. Before being here, he really wanted to live. Jun looked forward, and the commander continued to say that the video, like King Mu taking care of Junwoo, he thought about his people. The commanders tried his best to stop the bleeding, covering his neck with his hand. He said with a trembling voice that even though it was not very good, he was still a commander. Jun was scared. Hearing these words, he looked at the commander. He was unable to say anything. And then the commander fell to the ground, and a small puddle of blood spread under him. Jun, looking into the reflection of the blood he had shed, thought for a moment that a thought flashed through his head. Jun continued to look at the blood and thought that if Chon had a person like Shannon next to him, this would not have ended like this. Concerned, Edora and Pant grabbed Jun so that he would not fall. Looking at him, Neu replied that Jun was great and it was worth his attention. The fight turned out even better than he thought. Jun, wounded, leaned on his comrades and asked what a hacho was. Neu, crossing his arms, replied that it was a deception. Neu looked at Jun menacingly, and Jun replied that he did not notice the catch in his movements. Neu replied that no. In fact, it's the same thing. The only difference is that it is not clear whether it will be the mother or she will really hit him like that. Neu introduced Jun's fight with the commander and then said that it's easier to explain. The moment when this guy's blade almost pierced Jun, he had several opportunities. Nea imagined how the commander pierces Jun right through, then takes a defensive stance. He said that the commander could immediately strike, counterattack, or go on the defensive, and subsequent opportunities depend on each decision made. Jun understands this. Pant supported Jun, and then Neudi asked that knowing about the possibilities which Jun would choose, Jun replied that he needed to look at the situation. Neu raised 2 fingers up and said that exactly, it is important to adapt to the situation, and relying on his instincts and speed, Jun must choose the right course of action, and Hacho adds a couple more possibilities to the existing ones. He looked ahead and then said that it was a trap. It's quite simple. Neu imagined the commander swinging his sword in different directions and then said that if you find yourself in a trap, then choose another opportunity and attack. If he is not trapped, then he should simply continue to act right now, although this is the power that allows him to choose the outcome. Neu extended his finger forward and touched Jun's mask and then said that for him, this is not yet possible. And in fact, Honcho is not ideal. If Jun develops his sixth sense well, then the actions will be much easier. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and looked ahead, and then thought that this was his sixth sense. He didn't think that getting him would be so easy. Jun grabbed his clothes and thought that in order to get it, he needs to develop his kai to the limit. In the end, he has no choice but to study hard. This is how the first battle between the Red Dragon and Junu and Kurama ended. A man appears and walks forward. This guy is not all capes. We are transported to the Great Forest, the 11th floor. The guy looks down, a strong wind appears around him, then he says it's time. He smiles and looks forward. A burning phoenix bird appears in front of us. It notices something. And then, looking forward and sitting on the nest, he thinks that someone is coming. She looks ahead in fear, defending her nest. We are taken to a large house and someone shouts, "Brother." Pant, kneeling next to Jun, who is emitting a blue aura, shouts that Jun is almost recovered. Maybe he will fight him once, just once. Jun, without turning around and looking forward, turns to Pant. Pant, beaming, asks what it is. And then Pant looks forward in fear, and Jun says that if Pant doesn't want to swing from side to side, hanging from a tree, then he should shut up. Pant stepped aside in disappointment and lowered his head and said how cruel it was. Looking at him, Edora frowned and said how pathetic he was. Jun sat with his eyes closed. He frowned and thought Honcho. Suddenly, an image of a crying phoenix appeared in Jun's head, and he opened his eyes in fear. Pant, going out into the street and looking ahead, asked what Jun was thinking about again. He is a dangerous guy, of course. Panta turned around and looking at his sister continued to say that by the way, they said that uncle was coming today. Edora, looking at him, replied that this was so. They said that he would soon join them. Panta replied that nothing good should be expected from his appearance. Pant smiled and looking at his sister said that he wished good luck in looking after the patient, or she might finally take the initiative, and he would pretend that he didn't know anything. Edora screamed that Pant wanted to die. Pant laughed and replied that he went. Edora looked displeasedly in Pant's direction. She thought that in his manner of speech he was similar to his father. Suddenly, someone knocked down the door behind her at great speed. Jun flew out into the street at great speed, with green energy around him. Edora looked ahead in fear and asked, "Brother." Jun ran forward at great speed, moving in the air, with a green aura near him. Jun, without slowing down for a second, thought that he felt the fear of the chirp. What happened? Jun used even more magic on his legs and increased his speed. Soon he arrived at the territory of the Phoenix. He looked around the area and saw that devastation reigned everywhere. He scratched his head, puzzled, and then thought that there were no traces of the Phoenix. Jun swung his blade and hit the rock with all his might. A large hole appeared in the rock leading to a cave. Going inside, Jun saw something. In front of him was a sphere glowing with red light. Jun wondered what it was. Jun came closer and then raised his hands to the sphere. Suddenly a phoenix appeared and hugged Jun's hand with tears in his eyes. Jun, holding a chur in his arms, suddenly heard someone say that this is what you are, a phoenix. He knew that he was large, but so that he could also use the Neden, the phoenix replied that this was impudence. Jun looked at the tweet and wondered if these were really his memories. He heard the voice of the phoenix as she said that she lived a long life and all people like him were always overtaken by one death. He knows what. A guy in a blue cape and a huge phoenix bird appears in front of us, looking at her and saying no, but anyway. He throws back his cape and bares his sword. The guy's whole face is covered with scars. He says that this time the result will be somewhat different. Jun thinks that this guy is before Mushin. Jun thought that among the 8 clans, the smallest and weakest is Hwa-do. But there is one reason why this clan is still rated quite highly. It consists of as many as 5 Mushins. Before swinging his sword, he covered it with a pink aura and swung at the phoenix. Jun thought that the rankers, who even by themselves are at the top in all characteristics, and one of them was here. Phoenix flew back in fear and screamed. Looking at Kyric, Jun, holding him in his hands, thought that the phoenix was dead. He frowned and thought deeply. Kyric was crying in his hand, and Jun thought that the One-Horned tribe was at one with Hwa-do, and if he took Kyric, his entry to them would be closed. Suddenly, multicolored energy appeared in front of Jun, and Jun began to think that he needed to leave the tribe. This energy, shimmering in different colors, spoke in the voice of a phoenix. She said that apparently Jun found her chick in time. This is good. Her soul became calmer. Jun looked ahead, puzzled, and then asked the phoenix. The energy continued to tell Jun not to be too angry about her death, because she will be reborn from the ashes. By dying now, one day she will appear in this world again. Jun, looking at her, thought that she was ignoring him. Were these really her residual thoughts? Death is death. By dying and being reborn you become a new creature. But even despite this, the phoenix thinks about him to the last. The residual energy of the phoenix began to shine brighter and then said that until she returns, she needs Jun to look after her as a chick. She asks a lot, and, of course, for a reason. The light from the energy began to increase and then spread throughout the room. A multicolored phoenix aura appeared around Junu, and then the phoenix added that, albeit small, it was still a force that would help him with the chick on their difficult journey. Before Junui, system messages appeared that the phoenix had installed him as the heir, as an inheritance. He begins to assimilate the fire of life. The source, preparations begin to accept the fire of life with magical circuits. The body opens. Jun looked in front of him in fear. He saw how Kyric in his hands began to glow more and more brightly. He thought that he was very hot. A system message appeared in front of Junui that the process of accepting the inheritance was beginning. The flames grew larger. Jun gritted his teeth and thought that the phoenix had given him this power. He couldn't miss a single bit. Jun frowned through the pain and closed his eyes. Energy began to flow into his entire body. A bright flash occurred in his head, enhancing his abilities, and then swept through his entire body. Before Junui, system messages appeared that all magical circuits had been revealed. The acceptance of the inheritance had been completed. The title of heir to the phoenix had been received, and as a result of the inheritance, Jun had received part of the rights to control fire. Strong steam was coming from Junu. He looked at the phoenix, and system messages appeared in front of him that they were congratulating him. He had 100% mastered the fire skill, and the highest skill, hot air, was open to him. Hot air is replaced by other skills. Using the rights to own fire, he opens the highest skill. The origin of the skill, sacred fire, serial number 50. Jun grabbed his chest. Small sparks jumped out of his heart. Jun thought that the vessel had increased. A system message appeared in front of him that physical strengthening had been confirmed. The quality of the soul had increased by 1. The process of accepting the inheritance had been suspended resumed. The process is 99.8% complete. Jun looked puzzled at the flame that was burning in his hand, and in his heart there was a black sphere surrounded by a dark aura. Jun thought that the magical contours fit as they should. But why did the phoenix's power decide to flow through the stone? No matter how much he tried to stir it up, nothing worked. Jun raised his hand. The flame in it was burning with multicolored colors. A system message appeared in front of him saying that he had acquired the skill of the sacred fire, symbolizes the phoenix, a bird that embodies the powers of resurrection and return to life. The sacred fire is also called the fire that first fell from heaven to earth. It was so powerful that they wanted it and to possess many gods. Purification forcibly burns magical power, and curse is known for its immunity to evil. The higher the absorption, the faster the recovery rate. The favor of fire occupies undeniable primacy among other lights and has strong resistance. Depending on the availability of rights, changes the ability to control fire. Jun stood looking at the flame burning in his hand. He thought that it was a serial number, a valuable gift. Suddenly Jun looked at the tweeter and he began to tweet cheerfully. Jun held it in his hand and then said that he wanted them to save the rest of the divine beings, but he, interrupted him and chirped. Jun stroked the little chirp and then thought that he didn't want any aggravating factors to appear at such a moment. Chirp is so warm and absolutely unique. Jun, looking at the smiling chirp, said that it's good. They will save them together. Suddenly someone shouted, "Brother." Edora appeared and looked at Jun in fear. Jun turned away from her and asked what she was doing here. Edora, looking at him, replied that he jumped out of the room so suddenly that she got worried and ran after him. Jun turned to her, but did not answer. She said that they were now. Then Jun, looking at the puzzled Edora, interrupted her and said that together, where he was originally. But it is also important that Hwa-do began hunting for divine beings. Edora replied that this is the same. Jun quickly walked past her and then, holding Kyric in his arms, said that they are asking to help him. You are not going to involve the one-horned tribe in this, but it would be great if they did not interfere with him. Hedora grabbed her sword, not knowing what to say, and then, lowering her head, she said that in that case she would go with him. Jun turned around. He, looking at her, replied that if she was feeling guilty. Then Hedora frowned and then interrupted and said that no, she just wants to help. In fact, she herself doesn't like that Chong-Hwa-Do is dragging their tribe along with her. Jun replied that the teacher would not like it, and Hedora asked that he himself would not tell him about it. Jun looked at Hedora smiling, and then they left the cave, and Jun added that it was good, he knew where to go, so let her follow him. We are transported east into the territory of the Dragon of Nothingness. A huge sinuous dragon surrounded by dark energy flies past dead creatures lying on the floor. We are transported to Jun and Hedora. Jun, looking ahead, thinks that they are late. Dark matter appears in front of Junui, and a system message says that he is being watched by the soul of the Dragon of Nothingness. The dark matter suddenly began to say that the fateful player, he knows about what happened here just now. Jun wondered if this is really the soul of the dragon. He furrowed his brows and wondered if that was the case. Jun said he had a proposal. A huge dragon lay on the ground. A dark essence appeared from his mouth. She laughed and asked what he wanted to take revenge, in return receiving his power. Not a bad idea, he likes it. The dark matter dissipated, and an elf appeared who, smiling, looked forward. She was wearing black armor. She said that these pathetic people not only woke her up, but they also took her heart and inner strength. But it's not in her style to calmly wait for resurrection. Being in oblivion, so be it, but she will trust him with something. In front of Junui, system messages appeared saying that he had received the recognition of the Nothingness Dragon. The hidden quest of the challenge of the Nothingness Dragon was successfully completed. He received the favor of the Nothingness Dragon as a reward. The level of intimacy with the Nothingness Dragon was increased. The Dragon of Nothingness, frowning, extended her hand forward and said that, however, there is a huge difference in strength between Junui and those people. She will reduce it a little to begin with. Jun looked at the girl in surprise. In front of him, a system message appeared that the Dragon of Nothingness was offering him a second test. A large system message appeared in front of him, showing that the hidden quest second test of the Dragon of Nothingness is available to him. The divine being of the East, the Dragon of Existence, asks Jun to take revenge on those who disturbed his sleep. Let him accept the power granted by me by the Dragon of Nothingness, and avenge him. The more merciless and terrible the punishment, the higher the reward. The reward is the Pearl of the Abyss, the scales of the Dragon of Nothingness, and the unknown. The Dragon of Nothingness smiled. Looking at Jun, she said, "That's great, the contract is concluded." An incredibly strong dark energy came out of it and headed towards Jun. A blue aura appeared around Juno. He began to quickly absorb all the power that the Nothingness Dragon gave him. And then a system message appeared that the blessing of the Nothingness Dragon had been received, and the title of counterparty of the Nothingness Dragon had been received. We are transported to the north, to the territory of the Abyss Turtle. She lies on the ground. Around her there is a huge pool of blood. Jun looks at her and is silent, and the turtle asks what he needs, because he is late. Jun comes closer, and the turtle, with the last of his strength, asks, looking at him, what he wants to receive, their blessing. Hedora stood nearby, upset, and Jun said that he was asking too much. A system message appeared in front of him that he had received the blessing of the Turtle of Poverty. He had received a task from the Turtle of the Abyss and was obliged to complete it. And then another big system message appeared that he received a hidden quest test of the Turtle Without. The Abyss Turtle offers him a test following the Phoenix and the Dragon of Nothingness. The Abyss Turtle is not interested in together. It is more important for her to find a successor to the Northern Lands who will take his place. You need to find a mythical creature that is worthy to take the place of the Abyss Turtle. The reward is part of a turtle shell, skin with a snake tail, and unknown. Jun, looking ahead, thought that she needed a successor. The dying Abyss Turtle replied that there were two of them, so they were able to live a doubly rich life, and even after death they do not regret anything, but still there is something that haunts them. Kyric chirped, looking at them. A green aura appeared around the Abyss Turtle, and its body glowed. She said that they did not leave an heir, so they asked Jun to help in this matter. They would watch what was happening from the sticks. Jun watched, stretching his arms forward as the poor turtle's body disappeared. He began to absorb the residual power. System messages appeared in front of him that we would receive the title of Deputy of the Abyss Turtle. The level of affinity with the water element was increased by 50 units. The level of affinity with the ice element was increased by 50 units. The skill was obtained, the blessing of the blue spirit. Jun, looking at the system message, thought that he had received a new skill. The system message said that this blessing of the blue spirit is temporary. This skill will only be valid for the duration of the test of the Abyss Turtle. A spirit will be introduced to it, thanks to which the blessing of all divine beings does not conflict and function stably. This is a unique skill that can only be obtained by one who is chosen by the Turtle Without. Depending on the level of skill, the number of functions may increase. Looking at this message, Jun wondered what he really needed. Tweet looked at Jun and chirped, and Jun replied that that's right, now they are going west, and then Jun thought that there was only one mythical creature left. We are taken to the forest. Jun appears in front of us, sitting on a tree, and Edora stands next to him. They are depressed. Edora was upset, looking at Jun and asked what should they do now. The tiger of the blade is safe now, but a huge white tiger with a strong blue behind his back appears in front of us. He looks at Jun and says displeasedly that this is funny. They want him to leave his house. It's better to let them go away. He will deal with his problems himself. The tiger opened his mouth and said that or. He looked menacingly at Jun and Edora and added that Jun should leave the child he was holding in his hands. He would help him become stronger. Edora looked to the side and angrily thought about how ill-mannered he was. Jun, lowering his head, said that his pride would not leave him even on his deathbed. And then Jun raised his head. Edora asked if she could share her opinion. Jun asked that she had any ideas. Edora came closer to him and replied that, firstly, they should leave this place. She continued to say, looking at Jun, that the tiger was different from the previous mythical creatures. He refused their help. They did everything they could for him. Edora smiled and Jun replied that he thought she was right. Edora then said okay, then she suggests they go back to the Blue Flower Island. Jun replied no, they can't be near them, and for the chirp. Jun looked down menacingly. His eyes lit up, and then he said that he would take the egg and go to the Red Dragon. Edora looked at Jun worriedly and said, brother. Suddenly there was an incredible explosion. Edora shook with fear and said that it had begun. Jun looked to the side and told Tweet to watch carefully. They have to kill them. Tweet chirped in approval. Jun closed his eyes and thought that he needed to use joint vision. In front of his face he saw, like a ghost flies over a tiger that is mercilessly attacked by a warrior. He inflicts a huge number of blows on the tiger, leaving him no chance. Jun thought that these were the 9 devilish swords that Dumushin collected on different floors of the tower. The tiger looked forward menacingly and began to run. He shouted that how dare a person. Jun, looking at this, thought that this was amazing. Dumushin, smiling, swung his sword. Red lightning appeared around his sword. Looking at him, Jun wondered why he was so strong. Seeing this madness, you might think that he was possessed or possessed black magic. Dumushin swung his sword with incredible force and struck the tiger. The lifeless body of the tiger fell to the ground. Jun, looking ahead, fearfully wondered what was happening now. A few minutes later, he approached the dead body of the tiger and, looking at it, thought that it looked like Mushin had left quite recently. Making games began to gradually disappear, and then the tiger asked that Jun had come to laugh at him. Jun, looking at him, asked that he could do that. It was his choice. A long-haired guy appeared, who furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Jun, and then asked that why then Jun came back if he hopes to get something from him. Like the others, then it is better for him to disappear from his sight. He is not going to leave his legacy to people. Jun smiled and asked what who said he would ask. Jun extended his hand. Black lightning appeared around his hand, and then he said, absorption. Jun touched the body of the dead tiger with his hand. All the remaining energy was absorbed by him. The tiger desperately shouted that where. He asked Jun to stop and removed his hands. A system message appeared in front of Junui that the Bathory sword was used. He received energy and magical. The opponent's strength, the rapid strengthening of the body, and the increase in physical strength are confirmed. The inheritance process is restored, 99.8%. The tiger, surrounded by dark energy that was absorbing him, desperately grabbed his head and shouted that Jun was a non-entity, how he could not suffer at the hands of a person. Eventually, the energy was completely drained from the tiger and it disappeared. Jun silently looked forward. System messages appeared in front of him that the inheritance process was completed. The current level of progress was 99.9%. And then there were more system messages that to receive the title of Blade Tiger Thief, he successfully acquired the powers of all 4 magical creatures. The titles of Phoenix Heir, Non-Existence Dragon Counterpart, Abyss Turtle Deputy, and Blade Tiger Thief in 1 received a new title of Heir of Divine Beings. Before Junui, another system message appeared that the title of Heir to Divine Beings. The title is given to the player who has received the recognition of all the Divine Beings of the 11th floor, is proof that the Divine Beings have blessed him. The effect is plus 15 resistance to all attributes. The level of control over all souls, including over the souls of mythical creatures, promoted also upon receiving the blessings of divine beings. His hidden skills begin to appear. The tiger's soul is successfully absorbed. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and looked at his hand. The chain on it began to pulsate and glow. Looking at it, Jun thought that causing damage with a Bathory sword could be regarded as repeated death. Jun held dark energy in his hand, and then a small snow-white crystal appeared in it. Jun brought the crystal to Kairaku, and he began to gradually eat it. After which, Tweet glowed with blue energy, and he turned into a large bird. His wings glowed, and he became larger. A system message appeared that the Phoenix Cub Kyric successfully absorbed the soul ball and evolved. Under the influence of dark energy, the essence of the Phoenix was changed. Tweet in a new form landed on Jun's shoulder. A system message appeared that all tests were completed. June looked puzzled at the latest system message and asked what, really? A system message appeared in front of him that from now on he must raise his own mythical creature. Jun thought that Kyric was also a divine being. It seems that the system also recognized their level of affection and entrusted this task to him. Kyric, sitting on Junwoo's shoulders, smiled and thanked him. Jun smiled in response and stroked the tweet and then said that he should thank him. We are transported to the castle. June is heading towards it along with Edora and Kyric. Edora, looking at the tweeter, stops and thinks. Looking at the blue energy surrounding him, she wonders what they want to tell her, that this pet phoenix, judging by the amount of its energy, it can easily be compared to a high-level mythical creature. Suddenly June stops and turns to Edora. She looks at him puzzled, and June says thank you, because she helped him all this time, but she should return home. Edora replies that what is he talking about? June looks down and then says that it is likely that he will now become an enemy of the homogeneous tribe. No matter how much he thinks, it is wrong to drag her into this. June turns to Edora. She hangs her head and then blushes and says that June can guess why she decided to help him. June doesn't answer, he just looks at her silently. Suddenly Kyric flies up to them smiling and asks that they will mate. An awkward silence hung in the air as Edora and June turned away from each other. And then Edora blushed. June turned around and, looking at Kyric, asked where he got such words from. Kyric replied that his mother told him that when he has a couple, they will do this. Kyric sat on Jun's shoulders, and Jun grabbed his head and said that someone says such things to children. June and Edora entered the castle. A guy from the One-Horn tribe came forward, holding a spear on his shoulder. The people standing next to him bowed their heads. June and Edora looked ahead, puzzled. People in capes bowed their heads, and the guy continued to approach. Jun, looking ahead, asked that Edora met with Chingwado today. Edora replied that his uncle was supposed to come to them today. Jun looked forward and asked what the god of the spear was. A man walked in front of him, with disheveled long hair, holding a spear behind his back. Looking at him, Jun thought that this is the god of the spear, the plant. He is a warrior of the One-Horn tribe, with unique physical capabilities and excellent use of a spear. Even in Chonghwa do they believe what exactly will be the most difficult to resist. Plan looked forward and saw Jun with Edora and asked what. June and Edora frowned looking forward. The plan passed Junu by and he turned around and thought. And then, closing his eyes and smiling, he said that his brother had found a new toy. We are taken to Nai's room. He sits at the table opposite Jun and asks what good things have happened to him. Jun thinks that apparently he guesses. Jun lowered his head and Neu asked why he was sitting as if he were about to die. Jun, looking forward, said that he came to apologize to the teacher. Neu asked to apologize. He looked ahead, puzzled, and Jun replied that he would like to leave the One-Horn tribe. Neu smiled widely, and then he raised his hand. A strong dark aura appeared behind him. He said menacingly that Jun took everything he wanted, and as soon as danger flashed before his nose, he ran away. Jun, looking forward, answered no. Neu's aura gradually subsided, and he asked, what then? June silently stared at the floor. He closed his eyes and thought that, considering that he has a medium, there is no use in hiding anyway. And then Jun said that he has business in Chonghwa. Neu rubbed the back of his neck and laughingly asked what these guys were doing weird again. He pulled out a smoking pipe and looking at it said that whatever it was. Suddenly something flew into Jun's head. He grabbed his head irritably, and Neu looked at him angrily and said that he was a brat. Jun looked at Neu, puzzled, and asked what are you? Neu interrupted him and asked what Jun called the relationship between a teacher and a student. Neu folded his hands and frowned and said that even though they were not related by blood, he was doing his best to train him as his own son. He was sincere. Jun, looking forward, was silent, and Neu continued to say that he apparently didn't. If something happens, then he should tell him about it, so he can help, maybe scold him, but at least do something. And what did Jun have in mind? Leave. Neu, looking forward, continued to say that Jun should listen to him carefully. He is a bad student. The relationship between a teacher and a student is nothing more than the relationship between a parent and a child. The only difference is that the teacher and student are often both adults. Neu put his hands on his knees and looking forward said, so there should have been sincerity in their relationship. Jun looked forward in fear, and Neu asked who he was to him. Jun remembered all the moments that he had with Neu. He thought that who he was to him. He always made fun of him, but if he didn't know something, then he helped him study it and learn it. Jun, sitting in front of Neu, thought that all this time he had only been suspicious of him, and in the end whether he was different from those who betrayed his brother. Jun clenched his knees and said that he was his teacher. He looked forward and continued to say that from now on he would think like that. Neu folded his hands and furrowed his brows before closing his eyes and thinking. A second later, Neu smiled and raised his hand menacingly and asked that in this case it was not worthwhile to behave like that. Neu hit the book with his hand, and then, closing his eyes, he said, okay, he understood, so let June take this and leave. June, looking at the yellow book, thought that these were 8 punches, medium and low levels. Neu turned away, and Jun said thank you. Neu replied displeasedly that at the next meeting he would kill him, let him get ready. Jun bowed. We are transported to the city. June thinks that thank you. He walked through the city thinking about something. Suddenly he saw someone ahead. Pant stood in front with Edora, looking at them. He asked what they were. Pant folded his hands displeasedly and asked that June had decided to leave his sister and leave. Edora, frowning her eyebrows, replied that June should calm down, they would not go with him. June, looking at them, replied that perhaps he would become an enemy of the tribe, and she replied that he had already talked about this before. Pant laughed and then shouted that he was being hung up by those young HWA-do guys, so it might be for the best. Pant and Edora glowed with happiness, looking at them. June replied that they should do as they see fit. June began to walk forward. Edora and Pant followed him. Edora looked displeasedly at Pant and asked him why he should go. Pant replied that he wanted to. Jun smiled and thought that it seemed that he had met not only a good teacher. June looked at the torn flag and thought that he also had great friends. That it is them. At the moment, the situation is something like this. The red dragon has settled down and Begazan is preparing to move against the enemy, and Jing Wado continues to advance without a break. The guys were walking through some forest, and Jung said that by suddenly attacking Kuram, Yingwado gained an advantage, but now their attacks are gradually starting to weaken. Pant asked why, and Edora said that it was all because of the appearance of Baal with his army. Jun was surprised, so he looked at her and asked about Baal, and Edora said that she had heard that he was put in charge of the 11th floor, and if from their side the one-horned tribe plays an important role, then from the enemy side it is the Baal that you should pay attention to. The weather outside was beautifully warm, and Jun knew that they would try to reclaim the entire 11th floor in order to somehow restore their pride. He recalled the 3 heroes that Yingwado had, King Mu, the sword god, and the spear god, and they were very strong. But he also knew that the red dragon wouldn't sit on the sidelines either. Jun looked ahead with a very confident look and thought that it would be very nice if Liant came here as well. Pant noticed how much Jun's aura had turned black, and then he crossed his arms and asked Jun with a smile on his face what he was going to do, because something tells him that the red dragon will not be happy with him. Jun was surprised at first, and then said that he was talking about how dangerous it was for him, but he wasn't thinking about himself. Then Edora turned to him and said that without the tribe behind them, they were not particularly important, so they might not even be noticed, and Jun asked what if they were noticed. Edora, holding the sword in her hands, replied that nothing much would change, and it would turn into a verbal altercation rather than a bloodbath. Jun was looking at them, and Pant also added that he knew that even if someone recognized them, they would immediately remember King Mu, or rather his character, so they wouldn't touch them. As the boys moved on, Pant asked him again what he was going to do, and June said they had already answered their own question. Jun, with a confident look, said that Baal needed him. They were already approaching the Begaz, where the guards were stationed at the entrance, and Jun was thinking that given his reputation, they definitely wouldn't want to miss him, and besides, he had prepared something for them. Jun walked over to the guards and handed them the letter, asking them to give him the Bahala. He looked at them and added that it would be nice to pass this on as a gift from Cain. People were walking around the Begaz, and then Baal himself from the Red Dragon came up to the guys. With a smile on his face, he jokingly asked who was visiting them. Standing in front of Jun, he said that Jun had no idea how much he had been waiting for him. Jun started clenching his fists in anger, mentally asking himself if he had behaved the same way to his brother. Then Jun, to ingratiate himself, bowed and apologized for keeping him waiting, because he wanted to arrive right away, but everything didn't work out as planned. Bahul laughingly replied that it does not matter, the main thing is that they are now together. The guys from this clan looked at Jun and understood who was standing there. This is the same greedy devil who also turns out to be familiar with the commander-in-chief. Jun looked around with his eyes, thinking that everything happened as he thought, because of his big name, the rumors that he was in the Red Dragon would quickly spread. Bahul approached Pant and Edora, and then asked if King Mu's children were allowed to enter enemy territory just like that, and Pant replied that they had not listened to their father for a long time. Bahul greeted them, and with a snide look called them inside. They were walking through the grounds and Bahul added that they were having a meeting, so he wanted to introduce them to a lot of people. They all went inside, and Bahul pointed to the 3 kids and asked them to greet them. They were standing at a long table, and Bahul said loudly that he thought those who were interested in the lower floors must have heard of them. Jun looked at all the people who looked terribly haughty, and he thought that something told him that even in his organization, he was not particularly trusted because he was considered a traitor. Jun looked at all the others with his eye and counted 81 eyes. His dragon eye was a fishnet, because according to legend, a complex dragon eye is made up of dozens of facets, so there are also 81 top rankers gathered here, and among them are many familiar faces. Suddenly, he notices someone, which surprises him very much. It was a blue-haired girl who shone with a bright yellow aura. Pant noticed his reaction, so he asked him what was wrong, but he said that everything was fine. Jun spread his hands and said that apparently no one was interested. But then he puts the card on the table with a big bang. He kept his hand on the table and added that it was the map that was worth paying attention to. When asked what was written on the paper, his smile was boundless. He said that it was a map of the location of the Ingwado military camps. Everyone jumped up and started to wonder, including the blonde-haired man who was the leader of the party, Rael the Jackal. He picked up the map and was shocked by what he saw. He asked who brought it, and Baal said they were new friends. Raoul lowered his hand with the map and said with disbelief that the first thing to do was to check the accuracy of the data, because this map might be a trap created by Ingwado. And Baal asked if this was not his duty. He looked up and said nothing. Baal held out his hand with a smile on his face and said that if this card was real, then they would be in an advantageous position. Everyone else sat and listened to this, and then Baal asked them that he thought these three guys should be rewarded and offered good seats. Jun bowed to them, and then Baal came up to him and told him that the position of second commander of the Foreign Legion was vacant, so he could take it. Jun looked down with a sad face, but he knew that the Foreign Legion was a large-scale force of about 3,000 mercenaries under the command of the Red Dragon. If he agreed, he would be able to fit several hundred people to his needs. This is quite good for him, because he must seize the opportunity and rise higher, and as soon as the opportunity arises, he will be able to deal with Liant, Baal, and the Sword God. Jun bowed even harder, saying that he would do his best. Then a man kicks the door open, and behind the door sat a squad, which he introduced the guys, saying that came from today becomes the second commander of the foreign squad, and also added new team members. This is Pant and Edora. A man in a blue hoodie stood and shouted for the squad to greet them. The man's name was Amber. Amber turned away from the group and walked toward Jun. And as soon as I walked past him, I stopped and said that I didn't trust them, so they shouldn't stand out too much. The guys were standing in front of the squad, and they were talking among themselves that they looked like the squad from Jinwado. Suddenly, a boy with a bottle in his hand noticed that it was the same greedy devil. Pant crossed his hands and rested them on the back of his head, grinning as the others wondered who they were. And Pant turned to someone, saying that during the time they did not see each other, he became more popular. A guy picked up his gun and got up from his chair, grinning. He had an axe in his hands, and he shouted at them, saying that it was worth it to endure. This whole series was set up as badly as possible for them. Jun came up to them and asked them what they wanted to talk about, and while he was looking at them, they said that it was nothing special, just that he needed to introduce himself, and that was all. But they already know that this is the same character who decided to clear the 11th floor alone, so they might have suffered losses because of him. The boy with the axe started laughing and saying that Jun looked like that character, so he owed them now. Pant still had his hands on the back of his head, and Jun said it was tiring, so he turned to Pant. He told him to deal with them, and the man looked at him in surprise and asked why he had to do his job. Jun then asked him, in the most creepy voice and look, that he was offering to do this job for him. But then Pant decided not to argue, so he went to the squad. Bright sparks appeared everywhere. It was Pant banging his fist, saying that he was bored anyway, so it was probably for the best. A few seconds later, these guys were already flying everywhere. They attacked him one by one, some even drawing their claws. He threw a punch at the antler, which in turn hit him too, and in doing so, I just broke his claws. The boy started clutching at his bloody hands, and at that moment, the Pant grabbed him by the head and threw him with great force into the wall. The boy with the axe looked displeased and started shouting at the others not to attack one at a time, but just to rush all together. And so everyone obeyed, so several people immediately attacked Pant. And Pant began to smile even more than before, saying that it was definitely more fun this way. He hit the floor with his ability, causing everyone to fly around. The bird watched and was either happy or surprised. She flew behind Jun and said that she didn't like that guy. Just then, one of the squad started running after them. The bird noticed this, so it turned around and began to shine all over with colorful lights. It flew at him and started burning him. Then the bird flew up to Jun, saying that he was quite annoying. By then, someone had started swearing, which was exactly what Jun heard. He looked at who it was, and it was Pant, who was squatting on his heels and was dissatisfied, because he expected everyone to answer at the level and in the end only got his hands dirty. But suddenly he saw a guy who could stand up, so he pointed at him and asked him if he could still stand up. Edora sighed hopelessly and bowed her head, saying that you need to know the measure, you can't cripple everyone like that. So Jun used his skill. He raised his hand up, using the sacred fire that healed everyone. The boys started to get up and stare at themselves in shock as their wounds healed instantly. Pant turned to Jun and also asked in surprise when he had learned this and that. And then Jun told Pant to break those guys one more time. They almost fainted when they heard this, and Pant himself was surprised at such cruelty. After a while, in the same place, everyone from the squad was on their knees, thinking that Jun was much worse than the demon. They remembered how he treated them, and then forced them to break them again and again, because this is not human at all. Jun sat on a chair and started talking. He spoke so seriously that it was scary, and his words were such that he needed obedient hunting dogs, not dogs ready to bite their master. This was the first and last time he forgave them. Pant started laughing at them and pointing at them, telling them to behave properly. Jun started walking away from him, telling him to finish this and train them to start making something out of themselves. Pant started tearfully shouting at his back about why, even after leaving the tribe, he had to do such things, but Jun coldly replied that if he wanted to, he could go back. And as soon as the door was closed, he turned to the others, beaming with anger. He started to grin, and there was a vein on his cheek, and the others noticed that, so they all turned blue with fear. Pant's cry could be heard all over the street. We are transported to the same blue-haired girl who twirled her hair on her finger. Baal is kneeling in front of her, and she praised him, saying that this time he chose a good guy. Baal put his hand on his chest, and the girl said that he also had useful information, and she thought it was quite nice, but Baal said that he thought she was paying too much attention to him. She took a lock of her hair and closed her eyes, noticing that he was one of the three strange people, so how could she not be interested in him? Baal was still sitting in front of her, and she ordered him to keep a close eye on him, wondering what he would do and what tricks he would use. She asked Baal what about Leant, and he closed his eyes and put his hand on his chest, saying that he was still imprisoned, and since the sword god was watching over him, they would need a little more time. But then he raised his head and looked at her, telling her to be sure that he was making every effort to find out his exact location, and once they reached their destination, he would let her know. And she replied that it annoyed her, and then asked that it was all because of the stone, of course. The walls of this building were beautifully finished, and they kept talking, and Baal said that he was still looking into it, but he didn't think he wanted to get the stone out until it was finished, so they were going to throw the bait. She asked him again, and he came over and whispered in her ear that it was true. The girl started to smile, and then looked at him and said that it was quite tricky, so it should work. She tilted her head back and closed her eyes, remembering the heavenly wings and the silhouettes of the wolves. She knew that if it wasn't for them, they wouldn't have had to descend to the lower levels. The girl got up from behind the throne and walked forward, saying that it would all be over soon, so they needed to find this stone quickly. As she walked, she turned one eye to Baal and added that once she got him, she would be able to restore the dragon heart. We are transported to one of the Inwado camps, where someone is running at full speed right down the corridor, and it was the spear god who was shouting in surprise what was going on. He started walking towards King Mu, and the secretary looked at him and said that it would be better if this spear god himself said what he was doing. The secretary got up and added that even though he and the tribal chief were related, there were certain rules here, so he had to stick to them. The spear god was very angry, because he felt like he was being treated like a stranger. But then he exhaled and realized that because of the last agreement, he himself had distanced himself from them and was distracted, and then forgot about the goal. He then raised his hand and apologized for interrupting the council, but as the person in charge of Inwado, he had something to say to King Mu. He introduced the three boys and told them that Avaricious Devil, Pant, and Edora had defected, whether or not the king knew about it. King Mu rested his head on his hand and asked him what he thought, because only a blind man would not notice what they were doing. The spear god started shouting in displeasure, saying that he couldn't just do that. But then the king interrupted him and said that it was up to him to decide. There was a smile on his face, but a serious look in his eyes, and it would be as he wished. The spear god started to get very angry. Then the king spread his hands, saying that he was sorry that Jinwado was suffering losses because of this, but everyone is responsible for their own actions, so their affairs are their concern, they are not responsible for the whole tribe. King Mu looked at his brother and asked, shouldn't he understand them the best? The spear god stared at him and thought that he wasn't just talking about these guys, he was saying that their departure was no different from him leaving the tribe with the sword god. So after thinking about it, he took a look and replied that by saying those words, he meant that if anything happened, they might just kill them. King Mu looked up emotionlessly and explained that just as he said, they were responsible for their own actions, so they wouldn't interfere. The spear god frowned and said that he would hope that he didn't change his mind. And then he slammed the door very hard before leaving. The king put his head back on his hand and said that he was more determined and still had the same terrible temper. He picked up the papers, and the secretary said something like a plan, but he really wasn't going to leave Kane, Pant, and Edora alone, and the king said that nothing had changed. The secretary started to smile and said that he had to pass more tests to become great, which is exactly what it looks like. The king just smiled back and continued to study the papers. There were small clouds in the sky, and everywhere there were shouts from Pant that the guys were not going to train at all. Shoe dust was flying everywhere. The guys also trained their punches. Pant stood with his hands on his waist and was very dissatisfied with their results. Jun and Edora sat at a table on one of the rooftops and just watched the training sessions. Edora was looking over there and started saying that it's only been 4 days and they're already making progress, at which point Jun decided to turn around, saying that these guys would be of use. They looked at Pant, who was blushing with anger, and they understood that if not for his short temper, he would have become a genius coach because he has a talent for leading people. Jun was holding a book in his hand, and there was a smile hidden behind his mask, and he thinks that Pants should continue to do this. Edora then asked him what he had been reading lately, and he replied, 8 medium-level punches. Edora was very embarrassed and surprised, realizing that her father really trusted him. The so-called book, 8 Punches, is a kai created by her father, which he considers the best of all. There are a huge number of movements in this kai, and with each volume, they become more complex, so it takes a lot of time to study them. She took a cup of tea, thinking that she had already had a lot of trouble with this kai herself. She thinks that even Jun will have a hard time understanding it. Suddenly, while sipping her tea, she realized something that surprised her. It's that this time, her father didn't say that she couldn't help him, so if she offered to help him, then they could spend time together. Edora started laughing awkwardly and covered her mouth, saying that the intermediate level might seem difficult for him, so maybe they should learn together. But Jun dashed all her hopes, saying that he has a good idea of what it should look like and gradually learns the movements. He believes that everything goes like clockwork. Edora looked upset, and Jun thought that the kai was actually much more complex this time, as it was connected to Young-ik's breathing practices. He imagined it as a deal breaker. 8 Punches is an amazing kai in itself, but with Young-ik, it takes it to a whole new level. So if he's going to adjust the magic circuits to match it, he'll have to adjust. At that moment, notifications appeared in front of Jun that he was being watched and admired. Jun was still reading his book and thought that initially their attention flattered him, but now it only irritates him. And in the fields of training stood Bahal, who looked after his subjects and noticed that they were doing much better than they were. He walked past them and waved, happy that they had found a common language. Bahal went upstairs to Jun and told him that the rumors were true. He did a great job with the mercenaries, and he was glad that it was true. Bahal smiled sweetly at him, asking if he thought they'd be able to fight at all soon, and Jun said they could as soon as they needed them. Jun put his hand on the stone fence and said that he had something to tell him, and Bahal was very surprised at these words, because the son of the saber god is hiding on the 16th floor. Bahal couldn't believe the words. He looked at him with a slightly surprised look. After all, only the higher-up guild members know about this. And then he asked if it had anything to do with the child he was hiding. Jun imagined a man in armor holding a child, saying that his son has health problems since childhood and saying that the boy's body can't accumulate magic powers. Even using the latest medicine, the saber god couldn't fix it. Bahal listened to all this with a smiling face, while Jun said that here, the lack of the ability to accumulate magical powers is fatal, and besides, the saber god has many enemies. Bahal said that of course he has to hide the child, and at the same time look for ways to cure him. Bahal began scratching his chin, saying that this is how he sacrifices his magical powers to keep his son alive. He only interprets it this way, and Jun agreed with his words. Jun closed his eyes and thought that he probably started hunting down divine beings to try to help his son, and there was no reason for him to refuse if Yngwado allowed him to take their inner strength and hearts. Jun confidently looked ahead and decided that by all means, he must find and return the heart of the phoenix. Bahal was still rubbing his chin, saying that this was interesting information. But then, with a serious expression on his face, he asked who the source was. Jun was standing with his eyes looking down, and he actually read it all in his brother's diary and then says that he found out about it in the One-Horn tribe. Bahal was still scratching his chin and saying it might be a trap. They weren't sure if Jun would stay with them or not. But at the same time, he said that maybe not, but he prefers to believe in its truthfulness. Then he put his hand on his chest and said that he would be back soon. They were facing each other, and Jun was saying that if everything was successful, it would benefit both him and the Red Dragon. Bahal was smiling broadly, wondering if he would do anything for him, but then he says that when they met 2 months ago, he looked like he wouldn't do anything for someone else. Bahal started to leave, and Jun said that now he understands that the world is a rather cold place, and Bahal added that this is a good decision because when it gets cold, you need to come to a warm place. Then Bahal put his hand on his shoulder and told him that from now on he would plunge into the spring. Jun replied that he wouldn't forget what he said, but under the mask, it wasn't obvious that Jun was genuinely angry. He stared at Bahal's smiling face, wondering where he would end up. After some time, we see that Jun is standing right in front of the squad because a task has appeared for the second group. He kept his hands behind his back and knew that information about the son of the Saber God couldn't be divulged, so he told them that they needed to secretly attack the Yngwado-affiliated organization on the 16th floor. The boys were wary because he said he had something to tell them. Jun looked down and said that he still hadn't passed all the tests until the 16th floor. In the middle of some desert, several effect circles appeared, and the notification said that this was a wandering path of the 12th floor. Then there were more notifications saying that this place is filled with nothing but drought and death. The guys started wiping the sweat off their faces and shielding themselves from the sun, saying that they didn't think they'd get there again. and the bird began to chirp happily, saying that it was very warm there. She sat on Jun's shoulder, and he was thinking that starting from the 12th floor, the path becomes really dangerous, so the description of the test coincides with reality. He imagined a map with orange circles on it, and said that as befits dangerous places, here you can find items that will never be found on other floors. And you should not forget about hidden tasks. In the middle of the fire was a small ball that they called the Firestone. Jun was looking away, a slight sadness on his face, and he was thinking that if the situation allowed, he would need to take everything he could find with him. Then he began to smile maliciously, because that same Red Dragon squad will help him in this. Jun got into a cool pose and said that, relying on the timer, they needed to find everything they could and go to the 13th floor. He would wait for them at the other end of the big desert. They all agreed and then started running away from him. And as soon as everyone left, skeletons appeared right behind him. Jun confidently said that this way he would know if there was an ambush or not. At that moment, the bird turned to look at him and asked why they were listening so well to him. Jun started stroking her and said he didn't know. They both began to look ahead, and the bird asked what they were looking for, and Jun said that the stones of fire. The bird tilted its head in surprise and asked what the fire stones were, and the owner told her that they were sweet for her. The bird began to be very happy, flapping its wings. Jun was sure that Kyric would find these fire stones delicious and nutritious. Jun started to look at the chains on his arm and decided that he would give half of the stones to Kyric and the other half to his familiars. He continued to look at the chains because the spirits had recently encountered development limitations, and because the chains had their own limitations, they had to think of other ways to strengthen them. He imagined a skeleton surrounded by the elements, because skeletons are now filled only with anger and darkness. But what if you dilute this darkness with something else? Jun was smiling and his eyes were confident, thinking that since the Firestone has excellent strengthening properties, it would be good to get more of them, and it was also a freebie. Kyric was even more excited, shouting that in this case, he should definitely give him more yummy treats, and Jun turned to him and said that he understood everything. The bird began to yawn, and then sat down and closed its eyes, saying that something was making it sleepy. Jun stood there and told him to rest for a while, and Birdie said to wake him up as soon as the treats were ready. At that moment, the bird began to spin and fly straight towards Jun's chest. Jun put his hand there, and there was the same stone. The bird flew and said that it was just the most convenient place for her there. Jun looked up at her and asked her how comfortable it was, and she said it was warm and cozy, so she really wanted to sleep. Jun held his chest and thought that he originally thought Kyric was comfortable because he had a piece of phoenix fire. But it seems that the stone is where he feels at ease. His powers are stabilizing and increasing faster than in other magic circuits. He put his hand on his belt and continued to think about whether he should focus on completing the stone, or whether it was better to find ways to control it. But then he looked up at the bright sky and decided that as long as Kyric slept in it, he didn't need to try to profit from the stone. Then a notification appeared that the test was completed. Jun continued to think that due to external factors, he was able to strengthen his physical stability, as well as improve the sacred fire, and the number of completed magic circuits increased to 108 units. He stepped onto the portal and was asked if he wanted to go up to the 13th floor. Jun knew that there was nothing for him to do here. Suddenly Laplace called out to him. Laplace winked at him, saying that he was still as silent as when they had last met. Then he started scratching his chin, saying that since he was busy, it was better to get straight to the point. Jun looked at him, and he asked him a question that currently an unknown player is heading towards the three goddesses pedestal on the 16th floor. Jun began to look at him suspiciously, and then Laplace would wave his hand and reassure him that he was just a manager, so they were concerned about the safety of the players who were completely immersed in the challenge. They make sure that they are surrounded by pleasant landscapes. They will not interfere in the affairs of players or spread rumors, so he should not worry. Jun put his hand on his belt and thought that his brother had written that it was really difficult to stand up to managers, especially to 12 managers of the highest rank. He imagined Laplace as a red-eyed villain, because he was one of the managers, and he was also curious and liked to pry into other people's affairs, and in general not the most pleasant person. Jun looked at him and asked why he was there. Laplace, standing in front of him, replied that he had come there to convey the words of those who are above. Then he started to smile and put his hand on his chest again, saying that maybe he didn't know, but they are managers, especially the 12 strongest managers, have a special role. They are messengers of gods and demons, and Jun was surprised by these words. Laplace began to say eerily that he was here to convey the words of one of the demons. A bloody aura swirled around him. The demon's words were, "At the pedestal of the three goddesses, beware of the eldest." The bloody aura started to evaporate, and Jun asked what he had told him to watch out for the elder. And he stared at it, wanting an answer, asking what it even meant, and who was the demon that had told him to say those words. Laplace threw out his hands and said that he only fulfilled his role and could not know the details, and even if he knew that he could not say because of the limitations of the system, the person himself should ask for the details. Jun scratched his chin, wondering if she was the eldest of the three goddesses, why he should be wary of her. They continued to stand facing each other, and Jun asked why he was telling him this, and Laplace said that he could not know how he, who was doing small tasks, could know the will of respected gods and demons, unless everyone was allowed to do so. Jun peered suspiciously and thought that demons are demons, which annoys him very much, because you shouldn't trust demons. He turned his back on him and decided that he had decided to provoke the wrath of the three goddesses anyway. Laplace watched him enter the teleport and say that as he thought, June wouldn't listen to him. Therefore, he waved his hand and bowed, wishing him a good trip because he had other errands to run, and therefore no one would interfere with him until the 16th floor. Jun stared through the portal at Laplace's farewells, and then the move notifications appeared in front of him. He went straight to the 16th floor. All the guys were lying on the ground, very tired and exhausted. Jun started treating them and told them to give him everything they had collected. Each of the guys started posting, thinking that he was just collecting tribute from them. Jun collected a lot from them, 182 firestones, 35 ice crystals, and 91 faces of snow fields. Jun put it all in the space pocket that Baal had given him when he came down from the 11th floor. Jun looked at it and realized that it was comparable to an inventory. He turned to them and said that since the preparations were complete, they could move on, and then one of the boys raised his hand. Then, in surprise, he asked where Yingwado's base was. Jun was mysteriously silent and then said that he was in the Skulled Temple. These words really scared the guys. There were three goddesses. Erd is the past, Verdandi is the present, and Skuld is the future. Legend has it that three goddesses settled in Brunn, the so-called fountain of life. They wove threads, and they say that they tell fortunes by twisting these very threads of life. People gathered in crowds because of these threads, people believed in them. This temple stood in the middle of a huge forest. They say that the demons themselves want to see them, but the goddesses do not want such meetings, so they never come out from the 16th floor. The boys were shocked to see Jun, who was going to smash the goddesses. The guys started to get scared, waving their arms and saying that if they made them angry, it would be bad. Jun looked down and told them not to worry about it, because they can tell fortunes, but I won't be able to physically influence them. There are a lot of chains in the middle of the tower, and their feet are tied. It's like a goddess, they can't move at all. Jun took out their contract and said that there would be a penalty for not running errands. He held the leaf and looked at their faces, and then said that they had already realized that they had fallen into the hands of a real demon. He turned and started walking, telling them to move out. They had already reached the temple. People started looking around to see why there were warriors here. They saw a red flag and a crowd of people carrying it. Three priests ran out of the temple. They approached Jun and asked him what the Red Dragon army had left behind, since it was a shrine to the gods. Jun looked up and heard them ask for their weapons to be laid down in front of the entrance. Jun was looking ahead, where there were no people, just the hall. The three of them were shocked when he asked them that they really didn't know why they were here. The priest began to tremble and worry. Jun looked at him and said that if they really hadn't guessed, he was sorry, but if they were just pretending, it was blatant. He looked at her with a confident look and wondered what he should do. Standing in front of the priests, he knew that he had no reason to do this to the Scald in the shrine, but he was here on behalf of the Red Dragon, so the slaughter would not be superfluous. Besides, the more destruction there is, the sooner Saber God and Yingwado will know about it. Jun took a deep breath of air, then began to run magically past the priests. One even chased after him. Jun took out his sword and then started smashing everything with it. On this bright sunny day, there were huge explosions in the middle of the forest. While the priest was lying down, their temple no longer had a roof. The Red Dragon warriors began to run after Jun. They grabbed everyone while Jun just walked past them. He stood at the door, and the priest shouted that he could not go there. Jun opens this very door, and smoke appears near him and he can smell it. There were bottles of alcohol on the floor, and someone asked who he was. It was a kid named Hanbin, the son that the Saber God was hiding. It was illuminated by sunlight and Jun was standing in front of it. Han was displeased and looked up, asking if he had brought him any toys. The priest managed to break through the guards and started shouting that they would justify everything to him, and Jun ordered no one to be allowed to see him. The priest was immediately seized and dragged back. Han was pointing, shouting that who was he, that he wanted to die. Jun ordered him to be taken away, and Han was immediately grabbed by two burly guys while he was shouting to be released. Han was very angry, asking that they even know who he is, but then he was hit from behind to knock him out. It was Jun, who was standing and stretching his arm. He looked askance at the boy and thought the Saber God was blinded by his love for his son. Hanbin was crying, covering his face with his hands because of his disability, he has to live in eternal pain, and his father found an easy way to get rid of the pain, but this is what came out of it. Jun watched as they held the priest, who was also crying, and he realizes that there's probably nothing the Skald could have done about it, since this is the son of the Saber God, so they had no choice but to hide it. He imagined the girl sewing something and thought that they probably took advantage of the fact that the three goddesses couldn't deal damage. A short time later, Jun was walking out of the temple, looking back at all the destruction he had sown. He knew that these events would spread quickly through the tower. Jun watched with a smile on his face. It wasn't every day that someone angered the three goddesses. He tears up the ticket to return to the previous floors, and it throws him to the 11th floor. Jun appears right in front of Pant and Edora, who say that he looks like he's causing havoc. Pant clenched his fist with a smile, saying that if only he could finish his training. And at that moment, Bao came to them, who asked that this was his son. Hanbin was lying on the back of the squad members, and they noticed that he looked like his father. Bao looks ahead with a smile, realizing that he didn't do anything, but something interesting happened. He agreed to such a scam without much hope. Liant has that very rare gem in his chest, and June does all this just to lure Liant out and to find a replacement for the dragon heart of the Summer Queen. Bao scratched his chin, thinking that as far as he knew, Liant's stone wasn't complete, so he was willing to go to any lengths to get the materials that would allow the stone to be completed so that it would come running to him. And besides, he already has some of the materials that will help to achieve this, and he successfully hides them. Bao was still standing there thinking that he had planned to leak the information from the very beginning just to lure Liant out, but there was Izyan in his plan. Liant's eyes were scornful. There was a high chance that he wouldn't show up until he had a chance to personally check out all the materials, but now, the son of the Saber God had suddenly surfaced. Bao pondered for a very long time and was lost in his thoughts. He imagined Liant and the Saber God behind him, thinking that the Saber God would be enough to make Liant get the stone. Bao watched Hanbin being carried away and still thought that besides, without his son, the Saber God would have no reason to stay with King Huado. He shared his energy with his son to keep him alive, so it was safe to say that he was more important to him than anything else in the world. Bao came up to him and put a hand on his shoulder, telling him to wake him up. We are transported to the building of the Overseers, where the 12 strongest managers walked. Laplace's footsteps out of the portal. He walked around the building and sang songs, greeting everyone. Laplace takes hold of the door handle, and after opening it, he notices an unexpected guest. But a fake smile was visible on his face. He asked what brought him here, and in front of him sat that same little goblin named Ivok. And he began to laugh and replied that he was just passing by, and so he decided to look in, and besides, he had heard interesting rumors. He sat on a chair and said to Laplace's face that this rumor that some kind of devil was attracting everyone's attention on the lower floors, and that Laplace himself was involved in what was happening. Ivok crossed his arms, and Laplace became wary because the goblin asked his opinion on this matter. Laplace was unhappy that he was able to find out about this. We are transported again, but this time to the building of the Saber God, who is very out of breath. After all, he remembered the words of his ambassador, who came to him and said that the Red Dragon hit the Skald Temple, and they also don't know how those guys found out, but Hanbin was stolen. The Saber God immediately began to panic, as could be seen from his face. At the same moment, that ambassador began shouting to ask where he was going, this god of sabers. And he replied that he did not know where his son was, but he had to save him wherever he was. Musen swings open the door to his armory, and then quickly grabs his weapon, hooking it onto his back. But after almost leaving, he decided to turn around and noticed a small box with a note. It was written on it that if he wants to find his son, he must take the stone with him. Then his focus shifted from the note to the box. He looked at it and trembled all over, realizing what lay there. He opens the box with trembling hands, and he falls into shock at what he saw inside. Musen begins to scream in fear because his son's finger was lying there. Then we see the sword god from Chingguado. He sat on the floor and held his head, saying that it hurt. The story began that after he and the god of the spear left the One-Horned tribe, difficult trials and hardships awaited them everywhere. They stood in a mountain of corpses, and they always defeated their enemies, taking everything from them. They trampled their opponents, standing firmly on their feet. Ultimately, they always won, and at some point they began to be surrounded by similar people. They all stood near the two of them, and now they became part of Chingguado. The sword god stood in front of the red dragon flag, and it was said that unlike Arsha, which he still managed to defeat, the red dragon became a serious enemy who turned out to be stronger than he thought, and their main strength is the famous 81 eyes. Some guys stood in front of the tower, and the red dragon has a unique weapon and history that other clans don't have. The red dragon was created a long time ago, on the 77th floor. The original reason for its creation was the common desire of people to destroy Alphaven. As a result, the clan passed through several generations, leaving a huge legacy. The Red Dragon people stood with blank faces, and over time it became obvious that the Red Dragon was much stronger than it seemed from the outside. The power hidden within the clan made the Red Dragon the most united and powerful. The sword god clenched his fist and thought that the group of warriors that was sent to the 11th floor was just a small part of the Red Dragon, but this was enough to equal Jinwado and even surpass him. He raised his head up and said that their stories, their traditions, who should stand against the Red Dragon to defeat them. He looked up with the hope that if he could, he would end the war right now. The crown was falling down, and if the sword god had decided to do this, then the concept of 9 kings would have disappeared, and Chingwado would not have been able to wash himself away from the humiliation of surrendering to the Red Dragon. And this would be the downfall of Chingwado, showing that their flag is torn. The sword god began to scratch his chin, thinking that in flexibility and pride, on these two principles, Chingwado was built. We must not forget about this, and is the only solution really a knife? He imagined a variety of weapons, saying that he called it a knife, although he still used a sword. Sometimes it could even become a spear, a bow, or even an axe. The name given by God, and God himself calls it a divine weapon. He imagined Liant standing near the stone, and in order to use it, you need to have a decent amount of magical power, and it hasn't been completed yet, but Liant still needs to pull it out. He was still sitting on the floor and continued to think that the stone, endowed with omnipotence, would provide decent assistance in controlling the knife. A silhouette appeared behind him, and he understood that he would have to abandon his plan and use the knife earlier than expected. This silhouette said in a trembling voice that they had problems. The god of the sword asked what happened, and he replied that the god of the saber was going to harm the god of fists. The sword god stood up and asked in surprise what had already happened. At this time, Liant fought with the saber god. The saber god stood with a sword and asked to stop saying the same thing. His eyes were filled with anger, and he asked to bring this stone. Liant began to shout that he had already said that he did not have the stone. But the saber god did not listen to him and simply continued to strike with his sword. Liant ducked down and a huge stone was cut right above his head. Liant squatted down and asked how many times he had to repeat that he did not know where this stone was. The god of the saber did not calm down, so he took out his sword and replied that he was not asking where the stone was, but was ordering it to be brought. He swung his sword, saying that if he wants to live, then he better hurry up. The saber god launched a very strong blow at him, covered in pink fire. Liant was shocked looking at this, and he began to cover himself with his hands, realizing that it was too late to dodge. But suddenly a powerful blow came from the sky, which dispelled Mushin's magic right before hitting Liant. This greatly alarmed the saber god. A spear was sticking out of the ground right between Liant's legs. The spear god took hold of his spear and stood directly in front of Liant, protecting him. Musen looked distraught, asking what he was doing, because it didn't concern him. The god of the spear was very angry and asked what he was doing, because the red dragon was looming right in front of his nose, and he was rushing at his comrades. Had he gone completely crazy? They both got into a fighting pose and the saber god ordered him to get out of the way. When suddenly a cry was heard throughout the entire area, "What are you even doing?" This made the spear god's ears ring, as did the saber god, who spat out blood from his mouth from such a scream. It was the sword god who stood right in front of them. He looked at Musen and asked what was happening. Saber left his swords, and wiping the blood from his face, he said that he needed only one thing, and he simply asked his fist for it, and the sword god asked what he had. Musen did not completely wipe the blood from his face and said that he had the stone. The sword god silently approached him, and he said that he apparently knew something about this. The guys stood and listened to the sword god say that he doesn't know what kind of stone it is, and he's not interested in it, and Musen answered upset that they kidnapped his son. Musen grabbed his chest, shouting that in order to save his son, he needed this stone, and later he was ready to suffer any punishment, but now he just needed to give it back. The sword god looked at him and realized that the red dragon had simply decided to set a trap. He replied that he didn't yet understand what was happening, so he suggested that we first calm down and talk. Musen shouted that he was in a hurry, when suddenly one of the god's swords flew past him. This sword stuck into the ground, and he said that he would have to wait. He looked at him with a very angry look and ordered him to first go to the room and cool down, while he would sort everything out here and then call him. Musen was very alarmed and frightened by these words. At that moment, in the room where Musen was, the sounds of a pogrom were heard. He stood all angry and broke all the furniture in the room. Then he remembered how he fell in love with a girl. It seemed to him that he would never know what love and relationships were, but then one day, like a light spring breeze, she appeared in his life. And then, closing her eyes forever, she left just one trace of her existence. This is a weak boy who was constantly sick. All this time he suffered and was waiting only for him. Musen was very angry and held back tears so that his eyes turned red. He screamed in his head that if he had a little more strength, he asked for forgiveness from his son. Suddenly someone came to the door, which Musen noticed. He went out to see what was happening. But again I noticed the box and the note. The saber god fell to his knees and understood what would happen there. He was completely shaking and reaching for the note, when suddenly his eyes became empty with fear. The box contained his son's eye, and the note again contained the inscription that if he wanted to find his son, he must come with the stone. He began to scream furiously. The knights heard this, so they ran to him in fear. He was very surprised and opened his mouth wide. After all, he saw that the saber god was filled with a red aura of lightning, and he understood that this was an explosion of magical power. Muzan held his eyes and asked him. He looked with completely red eyes and asked the question whose side he was on. The knight knelt and then bowed his head, saying that the moment the saber saved him from certain death on the battlefield, it became his sword. Muzan, without a single emotion, said that in this case, it is necessary to immediately gather the children. His eyes were filled with pure malice, because as soon as it gets completely dark, the uprising will begin. And at that moment, June and Bakul were sitting in his office, drinking wine. Bakul said that they were saying that the god of sabers had begun to act. He turned to Jun and said that thanks to him, things were going much easier, and he asked that he had people on the other side. Bao looked with a fox-like gaze and asked what he really didn't understand. Then, drinking wine, he added that there is no place where the red dragon does not have eyes and ears. They are absolutely everywhere. Jun got up and poured him some wine, and he said that it didn't change the essence, all thanks to Jun. The wine poured into the glass, and Bao said that everyone was amazed at this turn of events, and they had already begun the next operation. He reached for a glass of wine and added that a little more and everything would be over, both this war and Qinhuado. His face was full of cunning and an evil smile, because after this his position would be strengthened, and everyone who called him a pathetic traitor and clicked their tongue in his direction would have to shut up. He turned to Jun and said that after doing this, he would easily get promoted, so it would be beneficial for both of them. Bao began to smile, asking us to continue to grow together. He pulls from the front, and Jun pushes from behind. It folds perfectly. Jun just looked at him silently. Memories flooded into his head that the day Artia first appeared, his brother remembered this day until the last. He looked at Bao and realized that he had already gotten rid of those memories. Not only did he not feel guilty, he had simply forgotten about those days. Jun looked at him with a contemptuous look through his mask and mentally wondered that the red dragon had ears and eyes everywhere. While he was drinking wine, he guessed that it was he who was in Arsha. After some time, Jun stood in some doorway, and along with the kidnapping of Hanbin, the game began. Jun glowed with a bright blue aura, and the moment had come to get what he wanted, as well as get rid of what he didn't need. There were blue cells everywhere, and in order to accomplish all this, you need to make a lot of preparation, and just in case you need to create a protective curtain. He picked up that same bag, and one part of his preparation will be to strengthen all his powers. Then a black spirit appeared in front of him because he ordered him to come out. It was Wu's skeleton who greeted his owner. Jun, holding a bag in his hands, looked at the skeleton and thought that he probably behaved this way because he used to be a player, and unlike other spirits, Wu now even talks to some extent. Jun looked thoughtful, and there were thoughts in his head that so far his communication skills are not so well developed and it is difficult for him to connect words into a full-fledged speech. But to carry out his plans, he needs someone who can think and speak at least a little sensibly. Jun, holding the bag, told him that he would give him things in a certain order, so he must absorb them in the same order, and also must make sure that he absorbs all the magical power without leaving a trace. Skeleton Wu looked at him, and Jun added that he must remember that if even a little energy was spilled, it would all be in vain. Jun took out his stones and said the order that first you need to absorb 2 fire stones, 5 ice crystals, and then 9 golden flowers. The skeleton began to absorb everything one by one, and then notifications appeared that the soul of a voodoo magician had successfully absorbed all objects. Jun looked at him with a dragon's gaze, thinking that if it was successful, then Wu would rise one step higher. He began to remember the past again. That Artia's success had 2 main reasons. The first reason is young Wu's encounter with the dragon on the 11th floor. The second is the amplification effect, which Blake learned about through many experiments. Jun continued to look at Wu's skeleton, realizing that the inheritance of the dragon's powers did not bother him much since it was supposed to end soon, but with the enhancement effect, everything was different. He imagined several blue spheres, and thought that as the name says, thanks to this tablet, you can significantly increase the amount of magical powers. Young Wu didn't know exactly how the strengthening process was going, but in his notebook he wrote down in detail what ingredients and in what proportions were needed for this. They created bottles of potions, and June continued to think that if it were possible to simply make this pill just by knowing the proportions, Blake would not be himself. To make this product, you need to think about each of the ingredients and sometimes get quite confused. Wu's skeleton still absorbed these objects, and fortunately for him, the souls were immortal and could absorb magical power in its most strange manifestations. Therefore, no matter what he gives him, he will definitely be able to absorb it. Jun watched with a slightly awkward look, thinking that it would be nice if Wu's skeleton could become stronger on its own, but given the limitations of the black bracelet, he was lucky that there was at least such a way. Many notifications appeared in front of him again, in which it was written that Wu's skeleton soul successfully absorbed one artifact after another, and then he absorbed them through pain, so the vessel was filled to the limit and even began to crack. Wu's skeleton trembled in pain, and then he absorbed another artifact, a black rose. Jun used magic on him, thinking that he must endure this at any cost, no matter what, so he needs to continue to absorb. Skeleton Wu took the last artifact and began to put it in his mouth, and Jun dreamed that he would succeed at any cost, because for this he chose him, because he knows how to think. The skeleton swallowed him, and then a blue light began to shine in his chest, and a notice wrote that his soul had reached the limit, so he received the completed vessel of evil. This blue aura began to shine even more because evolution had begun. The skeleton's chains began to break, and a black spirit began to emerge from it. His hands moved involuntarily in strange movements. A black torn cloak appeared from behind. The notice wrote that he had successfully evolved into the death mage, Lick. The skeleton was squatting, and he was wearing a robe. And then he raised his head, his eyes still shining, and he greeted the owner. After that, many notifications appeared in front of Jun, in which words of congratulations were written, because he had found one of the ways to overcome death, and he can also try and find other ways. Because of this, he was awarded additional karma points. He received the title of one who has overcome death, and with the help of this title, his properties inherent in the undead are increased by 20 units. He also gained new knowledge about death. Wu stood on one knee and thanked Jun for pulling him out of the depths, so he can order him anything, he will do it. Jun crossed his arms and asked him what kind of magic he could use now. He stood in front of Wu's skeleton, who said that in a past life he could do general things in the field of magic, and Jun asked what that meant, general. Wu raised his head and replied that he would show if Jun handed over some of the souls he owned. Jun agreed and began to transfer souls to him, and he took them through his finger. A huge blue flash appeared around this finger, and after that, 3 small lights began to appear in the floor. This was his power to summon the undead. After a few seconds, beasts began to appear in the floor, and Wu said that using souls, he can summon these creatures, and if there is a body, he can also awaken skeletons and zombies. These animals disappeared, and he took the souls back. Fog began to spread throughout the room. This was also one of his abilities. Jun and Wu stood in the fog, and he said that this fog instills fear in enemies and causes psychosis or hallucinations. And sometimes it can transfer to allies magical and physical power taken from enemies. Jun looked at him with burning eyes and thought that this time the effect was much better. Now he could cause not only panic, and in a real war his skill in drawing strength from the enemy could be of great help. Wu then took out the soul and said that it was the absorption of bodies. Fire appeared in his hands, and he said that depending on how many corpses or souls he had, he could use basic fire and ice magic. Wu imagined his past life, where he stood with a staff, then he was a shaman. Unlike dark magicians, the shaman specializes in bodies and curses. He had a lot of skulls to his name. Wu put his hand to his chest and said that this is all he can do for now, but he will definitely become stronger and get rid of restrictions, become a full-fledged Lick, and will do everything not to disappoint his master. Jun stood and listened to him, and then began to think about what happened to him before. It was difficult to fight alone, but now he has someone to rely on, because Wu will do an excellent job with the work related to souls. Skeleton Wu bowed and added that he would not disappoint him, and Jun said that everything was fine. Then Jun looked into the inventory window and wondered what he had left. He poked his fingers across the screen and decided that since he had a magician, all that was left was to select a knight with whom he would fight shoulder to shoulder. When suddenly Shannon appeared in front of him, looking at the floor. He was a ghost and did not understand where he was now. Jun told him that he was in the Red Dragon military camp. Shannon recognized him immediately and began screaming that he had died at his hands, died and then come to life again, like this. Shannon scratched his chin and thought that he had heard that shamans could control the souls of the dead, but did not know that they could return souls from the other world. At that moment Jun realized that he was even better at thinking than Wu, who had become a Lick, so he was good. I'd like to make a death knight. Then Shannon began to peer at him, asking what happened to his request. Jun replied that he let everyone go, but that's who had already died. Shannon interrupted him, showing his hand, and said that everything was fine, that was enough for him, it would be impudent to ask for more. Shannon looked at him with one eye and said that he believed that he had something to do with him if he was standing here, and it was strange that he was in the Red Dragon and not in Chingguado. Jun nodded his head in agreement and said that he would explain what was happening. And so, after this long story, Shannon laughs and says that he has turned his back on the Saber God. He likes this turn of events, which means he is filled not only with greed, as they say. Shannon put his hands on his belt and said that he wanted him to become a Death Knight, which meant that he would have to obey him, and Jun replied that it was so. At that very second he replied that he was refusing. Jun just looked at him silently. Shannon threw out his arms and said that he doesn't even have to ask. He always belonged to the Red Dragon. He died even for him, and after death he is not going to leave the Red Dragon. Jun stretched his hands, thinking that he understood that it would not be easy. But why was he so stubborn? Because he still needed to look for a soul like Shannon, and besides, he would like to learn from him about the focal points. Therefore, Jun said that nothing could be done about it, in which case he would have to be tied by force. Their conversation could be heard throughout the room, and Shannon displeasedly asked that he knew how to do it, and he replied that he pulled his soul out of the other world. Did he really think that he couldn't cope with a simpler task? There was an awkward moment between them, because Shannon said that this wouldn't work, but could he just send him back, to which Jun, destroying his dreams, said that he couldn't. Shannon got upset and thought about it, saying that he is terribly greedy. He doesn't allow him to rest even after death. Then he changed his mind and said that for him it's not so bad. Therefore, he pointed his finger at him and said that in this case he had one condition. Jun listened to him. Shannon replied with a smile that he would obey him, but he should not influence his will, and then he bowed, adding that in order to make him stronger than he was before he died, he should give him the strength of not just a half ranker, but a top ranker. Jun smiled through his mask and said that he would make him stronger than everyone else. They were both happy with the deal, and Shannon added that in fact, from the moment they first met, he knew they were cut from the same cloth. Jun stood still and told him that he had a primary task, and in order to complete it, it might happen that he would have to go against the Red Dragon. And, who knows, maybe Shannon will have to face his former comrades, to which he replied that he could handle it. Since he was starting a new life, there was no need to always look back. Jun had his hand in his pocket and realized that he looked different than he did a few seconds ago, so he asked why he suddenly changed his mind. Shannon smiled calmly and replied that he did not want to be stubborn and vain, because he would achieve his goal anyway, so it would be better for him to remain in his mind. Shannon looked at him sideways, saying that he was wondering what he would do next. Jun exhaled, closing his eyes, thinking that understanding him was much more difficult than he thought. Then Jun handed him the artifacts, realizing that his further path would be much easier with him, and then said that in this case he should absorb these artifacts in the order in which he said. Then notifications began to appear in front of him, saying that a Death Knight had appeared and was swearing allegiance to him. Then another one appeared asking for a name, and Jun named him Shannon. Shannon got some really cool armor and he greeted his new owner. While he was on his knee, Jun said that he was counting on him, and Shannon interrupted, telling him not to address him so formally. Shannon was still on his knee, and said that now he was his knight, so masters should not address servants politely. Then he raised his head and added that he himself would sometimes speak informally, and then they sit together on the floor and chat about how focal points can only be felt. Shannon told him about sword techniques, saying that he has several options, and he chooses one of them, and if he is not a prophet, then he will have nothing left to do but pray for his feelings. The man stood, and there were all sorts of effects around him, and Shannon said that, of course, these feelings are different from the 5 senses of a person, so different that it can be called the 6th sense, and it's not that it is a full-fledged sense, rather something reminiscent of intuition. Jun lowered his head and mused that he had experienced this several times before, so he thought he was talking about something even more amazing. A man stands in the middle of many clocks, and Jun reflects that a decision based on feelings is really more like providence. They were still chatting, and Shannon said that usually people of his level can handle this quickly, although, of course, it will be a little difficult. He was very surprised when he learned that Jun had only recently started studying martial arts. Shannon turned to face him and added that he would meet more masters in the future, and focal points were a great skill, so he advised him to learn it as soon as possible. Jun sat in the lotus position and asked if he didn't know a way to deal with this faster, and Shannon replied that of course he does, he needs to fight more and use it more often. Jun replied that it was natural. Then Shannon extended his hand to him, saying that he still needed to memorize the images. Shannon was all shining with a black aura, and continued to say that nothing would help here except practice, so the more images he remembers, the faster he will understand the essence. Jun bowed his head and asked if he could show these images, and he replied that this is what servants are for. So he stood up and took the sword in his hands, adding that since they were already talking about it, there was no need to delay it because he didn't have much time. We are transported to the night field where Jun, Pant, and Adoa stood, and due to the sudden convening of the army, training with Shannon did not last long. The guys looked a little scared, and then suddenly Jun opened his eyes wide, and he grabbed his chest, which was shining, and did not understand what was happening. He saw something that made him stand silently with his mouth open. It was a huge red dragon. In the dragon he saw the Queen of Summer. He looks at the dragon and realizes that now she is using one of the most dangerous skills of the dragon. This is dragon fear. Jun clutched his chest more and more, wondering why his body was reacting to the other dragon. And while the dragon stood under the light of the moon, he was glad that, fortunately, the queen could not see him yet, so he needed to gather his strength as quickly as possible and not reveal himself to her. The dragon raised its head up, and right above it was a huge green circle. At that moment, in the crowd of people stood the saber god, who said that by helping him, they would not receive anything. He walked past them back and forth, saying that they would be branded traitors and most likely killed. He then turned to them and said that he was giving them one last chance to leave, and after that he would not tolerate disobedience. There was silence in the detachment and no one moved from their place. Musen closed his eyes and was glad that his life was not in vain, so he said that he would gladly accept their lives. He started to leave, saying that they needed to move out. Under the cover of darkness, we see some guard being threatened with a sword, and he asks if they even understand what they are doing. These were people from Musen's detachment. He immediately cut off the guard's head, saying that if they didn't understand, they wouldn't have started. There were corpses everywhere. All the guys were covered in blood. They held their chests, saying that the God of Swords had taken up defensive positions in his office. Two guys turned to each other and asked what was the likelihood that his strength would run out. The second replied that for now it did not exist at all. Then he grabbed his hood and got angry, saying that it looks like in the end they will only have to fight him, and it will be difficult. They were talking to each other and decided to signal how it would all start. And so, after a while, a signal was sent straight into the sky. The fireworks exploded, and the guys in the forest realized they had to go. The whole village exploded as the operation began. People from the detachment shouted to the others that there had been an explosion in the warehouse and a fire had started. The saber god himself walked in the middle of the street. Everything around was on fire, and he began to release magical power and also looked very menacing. He recalled that once upon a time he destroyed the sixth leader of the demon Arti and received Ekhelden. This is a power that was an aura, and had the ability to awaken all the energy dormant in the body. This weapon was so dangerous and enhanced the user's magic so much that it was used only in times of extreme danger, or if for a suicidal attack. Musen decided to eat this thing, realizing that if it helps him cope with the God of Swords, then he is ready for anything. Suddenly the guard standing at the entrance noticed someone. This is Musena and his henchmen, so he began to tell them that they should not enter there now. But the saber god was so angry that words could not describe this anger. Musena grabbed his katana, charging energy. The sword god noticed this, so he turned and waited for the attack. He immediately pushed Liant away, shouting at him to dodge. A huge explosion occurred in that place, which dragged the corpse of that guard to their feet. The god of swords covered Liant with his hand. The four of them met face to face, and Liant shouted that he had really decided to do this. The saber god stood confidently and said that he should return the stone, and then he would leave him alive, and Liant began to shout that he was already tired of repeating that he did not have it. The sword god stopped him with his hand again, and then with a very angry look he asked him that he was going to stand his ground to the last. Musen gestured, saying that since he personally came there, the answer is obvious, so he needs to give him Liant. The sword god bowed his head, asking if he really had to go that far. So he raised his hand up, and green magic flew up after him, and swords appeared around him. They were surrounded by Mushin's squad, and the god of swords asked that he was confident that he could handle him. Musen began to look around in fear, not realizing that this was an illusion, and everything he had seen before was a simple illusion. He looked at the dead guys, and the god of swords told him to see what stubbornness can lead to. Does he want to be in their place? The sword god looked very angry and said that at first he thought of giving him a chance, because he and the spear are his first friends. But Musen immediately coldly replied that he always thought rationally, so he couldn't understand. Perhaps they all died with a smile on their faces, so by feeling sorry for them, he only dishonors their memory. The saber god stood with his foot on the stone, saying that it would be nice if he understood something. Swords were flying around him, and he pushed the stone, adding that it didn't matter to him how many there were, 10 or 100. He looked at him and with pure anger and in the same voice said that his goal is only one person, and he will get to him. The god of swords came to Liant's defense. The saber god took the sword in his hands and immediately ran to attack the sword god. His squad shouted for everyone to protect their master. Shouts could be heard throughout the forest that no one should be allowed to disturb him. The saber god activated his power-up, followed by a whirlwind of knives that led straight towards the sword god. He ran among this whirlwind of knives, holding two swords. And then he struck, and behind him there was a huge pink flash. But then he saw one of the sword god's swords fly over his head. He turned around in fear, not understanding how he survived after this. And right behind him stood the god of swords himself. Several of his swords were aimed directly at Mushin, and he was shocked that this was the same power of 4 swords called the death of a saint, but how did he close the distance so quickly? And then he smiled, realizing that it was his mistake. The saber god swung, deciding to counterattack. But the sword god simply grabbed his sword with 2 fingers, and he squeezed it with such force that the sword burst into fragments. Musen didn't even know what to say, he was in complete shock. Then the god of swords smashed with his swords the swords of the god of sabers. He only had 2 swords left in his hand, and he couldn't believe it, because his magical power had increased and his skills were now stronger than ever before. The sword god cross-slashed Mushin. The saber god was shocked, his eyes wide. His sword simply broke, and Musen's sword hit him right in the heart. He didn't understand how there wasn't a scratch on the god of swords. Then 2 more swords stabbed into his back. The god of swords stood over him, and he asked him how he could do this. The god of swords looked at him arrogantly and replied that this was the level. Musen was covered in blood and in complete shock. He recalled those days of wandering in search of power, during the time when he wandered aimlessly, thirsting for more and more power. He met the god of swords, and he was defeated. The god of swords pointed his daggers at him. Then, he followed him after he recovered from those blows. And after a while, he met love, and then they had a son. And now he looks at his hands and sees that a sword is sticking out of his chest. During this period his level did not improve, but only became worse. Naturally, his abilities died. He looked up with sincere sadness, thinking that in the end, he ended up here. Suddenly he was very surprised, because the god of swords said that he was very grateful to him. Musen sat on his knees and asked what he was saying, and he replied that he had absorbed inner strength. The sword god gestured, saying that the power of the 4 divine beings was able to combine it into one, and all that remained for him was to extract it. Musen sat with his mouth open at such words. The god of swords rubbed his chin, saying that he was very grateful, because he didn't think that he could get her so quickly, but should he thank the red dragon for this? Musen was trembling all over while the swords were sticking out of his body. He started laughing, raising his head. He finally understood everything. He looked at the god of swords and thought that no matter what the god of swords did, he always planned several steps ahead, and in the end he got what he wanted, and it seemed that this was one of his goals. He looked at the sword in his chest and realized that he was a simple puppet. The god of swords reached out his hand to him, telling him to come to him. But then he remembered his son, saying that if he died like this, then his son, who had spent his entire life in the throes of pain, would die as a flower that had never been able to bloom, and he decided that at least for the sake of his son, he couldn't just leave. Suddenly something dawned on him. He remembered that on that note with the eye, coordinates were written. The sword god stood pointing at him, and he told him that he had made a mistake. Musen raised his head with a smile, saying that he should not have told him that the internal forces had united. When suddenly a bright flash began to appear in his chest. This flash was so bright that it blinded the sword god, and the sword god stood in surprise and watched as he flew into the sky. He flew straight into a huge portal that was in the sky. The sword god was shocked by this, so he looked up with his eyes wide open. A very large green portal, and after Musen there was a cry from the god of swords. This portal produced particles that fell down. The dragon's head flew through this portal, and then he flew down towards the people, and the dragon began to growl furiously. It was pouring rain outside, and June stood over Bahal's impaled body and absorbed his energy. He looked at his hand and was glad that he had finally completed the conversion of life force into experience points. Wu and Shannon came to Jun, holding their palms on their chests. They said that all enemies in the immediate area had been destroyed. June stood in the rain and told them it was great. Then he raised his hand, which was in the chains, and said that the bracelets vibrated strongly. And then he looked at the killed people and realized that it was understandable that they were vibrating. He dealt not only with Liant and Bao, but also with the fiery beasts under the command of the saber god. It would be strange if the bracelets behaved differently. The people and the dead were shouting at each other. This is how June imagined the battle that was also going on inside. And he understood that no matter how they resisted, they would still have to come to terms with the hopelessness of what had happened. He thinks there might be something he doesn't know about the war, so they should ask a few questions. And then he looked at his chest, which contained the stone, and thought that it was rather awkward for him to use a thing that was created at the cost of human lives, and besides, even if he decided, he still wouldn't be able to use it. But then he began to look closely at something, continuing to think that, however, since this was such an important item that could force the Red Dragon to join the war, then it was worth looking for a use for it. The 2 henchmen were tired of just standing around, so they asked the owner if there were any other orders. June put his hands in his pockets, saying that there were no orders yet. But then he came up with a use that, who knows, maybe the stone will help his guys, if of course they can share its power. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that he had achieved his goal, so he no longer needed to interfere. The minions disappeared in the fog under the owner's feet, and he was still thinking that he still had a lot of work to do. But in this matter it is dangerous to be too greedy, so the time to declare himself has not yet come. Jun began to pick up his mask, remembering what he wanted to say, that he needed to tell Edora and Pant that they needed to stop and retreat. He almost put a mask on his face, and his look was as if he had won the war. The god of swords began to remember the moments when he fought with Arsha, because they suffered too many casualties. This is the first time this has happened since the war with Arsha. The god of swords walks among the workers and thinks that then it took a lot of effort to restore. They had to look for new geniuses in their field. These were the god of the spear and the god of the sabers, and thanks to them they created Chingwado. But because of this attack, they lost at least more than half of their troops. The power of the four divine beings fell into oblivion. Liant and Muzan simply died. They were two gods of martial arts. Moreover, nothing is known about the stone until now. The god of swords stood with angry eyes, saying that the Summer Queen was too greedy. The huge dragon began to charge the blow, and then simply began to pour fire on the god of swords. But suddenly the god of the spear jumped out in front of him and repelled this fire with his blow. The spear god then turned to the sword god and said that he was most likely worrying in vain, but he noticed that the sword god was moving too slowly for himself. His look was cunning, and he asked if he was already tired. When suddenly his face changed his expression, he was alarmed because he was told that Liant and Muzan were dead. The god of swords began to use magic, saying that it was finally time to use Gungnir. His gaze was eerie, and then he asked the god of the spear and the god of the bow to support him with fire. The god of the spear began to shout the name of the god of the bow, and he was already standing nearby, saying that he already knew. The god of the spear grabbed the handle that was behind his back, and he understood that it would take time to use Gungnir to its full potential. Therefore, he took out two huge spears and glowed with aura. The three of them stood in front of the Queen of Summer, and the god of swords thought that the god of the bow needed to buy some time. The dragon looked at them and realized that they were up to something, but decided that it was pointless against her. So he started attacking the spear god. Several shots flew towards her tail. The god of the spear saw the moment and said that the god of the bow was doing a good job. This is exactly what the dragon was afraid of, because he realized that he was caught. The spear god charged, making a whirlwind. He hit the dragon several times and the dragon started screaming at them. The bow god fired another shot while the spear god fought the dragon in the air. All the shots hit the dragon and its wings directly. Deep cuts became visible on the dragon, and he squealed in pain. The god of the spear looked joyful, realizing that they had succeeded. The attack was leaving marks on her strong armor, and the Queen of Summer was also already tired. While they were fighting, the god of swords was charging Gungnir, and the god of the spear thought that if they could fully use the powers of Gungnir, then they would definitely be able to defeat her. The dragon again began to accumulate fire in her mouth and screamed at them, "How dare they even?" The Summer Queen fired a huge burst of fire at them. The god of the spear ran to attack her, shielding himself from the fire with his hands. There was also a fire in his eyes. He wanted the Queen of Summer to focus only on him. He stood under a barrage of fire, deciding that she would soon be defeated. Then, timing himself again, he shouted to the bow god that he needed to attack right now, and he was preparing his shot for this. Directly above the dragon's head, a huge blow from the sun flew from above. But alas, this blow missed the dragon and simply flew from the side. The spear god stood in shock because he could not miss. But then he looked at the onion god, suspecting something was wrong. The bow god smiled from ear to ear. This scared the spear god very much, so he immediately started shouting to the sword god to dodge. And so, the god of swords looks at this powerful shot, and he instantly gets closer and closer to him. And now, he was right in front of him, so the god of swords looked at it all in fear. And he didn't have time to defend himself, so the blow completely hit his body. This explosion could be seen across the entire forest. Huge depressions appeared at the site of the explosion. The mask of the god of swords fell off, and he himself was covered in blood and missing an arm. He was all shining with a blue aura, and anger was visible on his face. He thought that due to magical resistance, internal bleeding was intensifying. He peered down with angry eyes, realizing that he was about to lose consciousness. But however, the questions that had tormented him until now began to form a single picture. He remembered how he fought with Mushin, realizing that the reason why Mushin appeared and why the defense of Chingwado turned out to be an empty phrase, although in preparation for the war they strengthened their positions. It was that they brought Muzan's eye in the pale of his son, and also because he received information that Liant had the stone. The god of swords bared his teeth in anger, and then he looked at the onion god, realizing that he had set it all up. And he only told him that the god of swords was simply going crazy. Wouldn't it be better to just stop straining, trying to hold back the magical power and finally die peacefully? When suddenly the god of the spear began to shout at the god of the bow, and then simply rushed to attack him, shouting that he would kill him. But the onion god only arrogantly said his name, saying that he was too furious. Indeed, at that moment, the dragon hit him with its tail, and the bow god asked why such a martial arts master did not simply cover his rear. The dragon sent the spear god flying into the wall with its tail. Behind the sword god, people were fighting, and in front of him were the bow god and the dragon. Some warriors stood with their mouths open, watching all this, and it is said that numerous Chingwado players did not believe the horror happening right before their eyes. And even in situations where the red dragon was too strong, they did not give up, and the only reason for this was their absolute trust in the martial arts gods. They looked at the beaten sword god and realized that now the bow god had betrayed them, and the two martial arts gods had received mortal wounds, which could not help but shock them. The dragon filled his mouth with fire, saying that it took longer than expected, but this is the end of Chingwado. And so he immediately shot a large flame at the sitting sword god. In this fire, someone's cloak began to turn into ashes, and it was the god of the spear who covered the god of swords. While he was covering it with himself, he asked the god of swords if he had lost consciousness or something, but he did not answer him. And so the god of the spear began to bare his teeth, praying that he would not die. He began to remember how he stood next to him, and he said that he was the heart and king of Jinwado, and also a friend whose replacement could not be found in the whole wide world. He could not allow him to die here. His face was already burned, and he said that as long as the god of swords lives, Jinwado lives with him. He spread his arms, ordering everyone else to protect him at all costs. At this moment, the players of Jinwado, the number of which was approaching 10,000. While the dragon ruffled up in front of them, they unanimously raised their weapons and pointed them at the Queen of Summer. The guys rushed to attack the dragon because they were driven by one goal. This was to create an opportunity for the escape of the god of swords and the god of the spear. Some of them jumped on the dragon with swords, ready to say goodbye to their lives for the sake of victory. The dragon began to shout displeasedly, "How dare they even, and do they really think that they will be able to leave later?" And at that moment the dragon poured fire on them, burning them to the ground. The guys were left without skin on their faces because it was all burned from such heat. The dragon was still screaming for them all to finally die. Pant stood far from this place and just watched silently, and then he turned to Jun and asked if everything was normal because they did as he ordered them, but Pant somehow felt uneasy. Jun turned to him and said that everything was fine, so he didn't have to worry because they would still be grateful that they left the red dragon's lair right now. Pant did not understand what he was talking about and made a surprised face. Jun turned away and walked on, and Pant shouted to him, but Edora interrupted him, asking him why he thought their tribe did not fight this time. Pant began to salute his chin and suggested that although the red dragon had attacked suddenly, they had known about it for a long time, and their father liked to intervene in such situations. Edora looked at him and replied that he simply felt that there was no longer any point in an alliance with Chingwado, and there was a possibility that the red dragon could send someone to the tribe. While there were explosions everywhere, she still said that since the red dragon captured the Kuram, he never interfered with the tribe's affairs. This is only proof that their tribe is taken into account. She mentally imagined two figures, her father and the Red Dragon Queen, because also for Chingwado the game was now over, there was hardly any point in the Red Dragon attacking the one-horned tribe. Pant scratches his head and asks why they are behaving so strangely, why you can't just live and not think about anything. Edora had already half turned away and replied that there was no need to go so deep, in the end they would understand everything anyway. Pant stood with his eyes wide open and then said that it was important for the king not to make things difficult for himself. And after that they followed Jun. We are transported to the One-Horned Tribe, where the weather is bright and sunny outside. The guys stand in front of King Mu and worship him. The king greeted them, and Jun raised his head and asked that he was not going to greet him. King Mu began to leaf through the book and asked why. Because he was on his own now, he also caused trouble, and now he was returning, to which Jun replied that it was so. King Mu raised his head and asked what he had already absorbed during this time, how he managed to change so much every time he returned. He saw right through him, saying that his physique had changed, and so had his smell. Pant was very surprised, but Edora had apparently gotten used to it. Jun realized who King Mu was as perceptive as always, and he had tried to hide the dragon scales and characteristics. Then Jun bowed and said that he would explain everything a little later. King Mu put his head on his hand and replied that as he wishes, but if there is something good, then he should share it, because it is not good to be greedy. The guys began to leave, but as soon as Pant and Edora entered the threshold, King Mu called Jun to him. Jun turned to look at him and King Mu asked that he had completed what he was about to do. Jun stood and looked at him silently, and then he simply smiled sincerely and bowed, saying that he did it thanks to him. The sun was shining brightly in the room and they said goodbye. King Mu was also happy for him, so he sat with a smile on his face. Throughout the forest, cries were heard that he could not just go back, so he needed to stay according to their alliance. It was one of the guys who fought against the dragon. He was on his knee and begging, saying that fortunately, the god of the spear and the god of the sword managed to escape from the battlefield, but no one knows where they are now. This guy bowed to King Mu, saying that the red dragon had sent a detachment after them, and they needed to help Chingwado. King Mu, with a very arrogant look, asked why he had to do everything. The guy raised his head in fear and shouted that they had entered into an alliance. The guys just stared at him as he shouted that Chengguado was under threat and the Red Dragon army continued to raid. Jun looked to the side with one eye and thought that they had even attacked the main base of Chengguado, and he realized that the Red Dragon was much more aggressive than he thought, and it was all because of that stone. The guy shouted through fear that, moreover, the god of the sword is a disciple of King Mu, and the god of the spear is part of the clan. King Mu coldly replied that they had nothing to do with the clan. Then, with a very angry expression on his face, he said that before the alliance, when concluding it, he considered them equals, but now Chengguado, having suffered such a humiliating defeat, can no longer be an ally of the tribe. The guy, standing on his knee, began to shout that it was impossible. Jun is a little worried, thinking that King Mu is too categorical. With one sentence he rejected both his disciple and relative. It seems that he has now begun to understand him. Jun looked away, realizing that even though he was supporting him now, if something went wrong, then only God knew what would happen next. He remembered the saber god and the bow god, realizing that in any case, Chengguado had come to an end, although they did not seem so weak as to fall so easily, because the moment of the sudden disappearance of one of the 8 clans was so important. There were many dark figures standing in the tower, and Jun knew that there was a high probability that the large clans would begin a battle for the legacy of Chengguado, and then all the current horror and chaos would be just a prelude to disaster. Jun looked at his hand and thought that he couldn't just waste time, he had to become even stronger. He had to get used to the dragon's body and deal with this power. He remembered the battle with Bahul and realized that after the battle against Bahul, he realized that he still had a long way to go. He could not use the dragon's full potential. Everyone started to go somewhere, and Jun, standing among the crowd, thought that he needed to work on it day after day. In any case, now he would only be busier. This whole crowd passes by that guy, and Jun continues to think that he has already placed the spirits of Liant and Bajala in the bracelets, so he needs to call them and interrogate them. He needs to conduct an investigation regarding the stone, and then start studying the 8-punch technique and finally work on the next attack. But first he decided to work on awakening the egg. In the middle of the forest, near some Japanese house, you can hear shouts that this can't be done, and why rush? These were 3 old men who were very angry, shouting, "They don't know what will hatch from it. It's too early, so he can't touch the egg." The guys stood in shock and were red with shame, and Jun listened to them shouting that he had already passed the 11th floor building, so he needed to give them more time to explore. Since he doesn't even have the moon seed yet, how did he collect it? Wake. These 3 old men lay down on the floor and continued to shout that it was impossible under any circumstances, and if he dared, it would only be over their corpses. Jun stood in shock and thought that he could just step over them and go forward. But then one old man raised his head and said that this was not just an egg of a magical creature, and as a result of their research, they found out that this was the egg of a divine being, and Jun was going to awaken it without a moon seed or something. Jun opened his eyes wide and thought that this was a divine being's egg, meaning it could be something like the 4 divine beings. Edora walked up to him with her eyes closed and added that he is not the kind of person who makes decisions quickly, but he seems to be very interested this time. However, they are really worried that they do not have the moon seed. Then she tilted her head a little, asking if everything would go well without him. She didn't know if it was possible to do without the seed, but Jun was still thoughtful, because there were thoughts in his head that there was probably some way, and then he came up with it. Some kind of glowing crystal appeared. This was Jun's plan, because what if you pay attention to the fact that after receiving the 4th divine being, a power crystal formed by the intertwining of the energy of 4 divine beings. Jun stood with his eyes closed and continued to think that under the protection of the 4 divine beings, thanks to this he would definitely be able to awaken the egg, and moreover, recently, various thoughts of the egg were being transmitted to him. This huge egg was shining, and Jun believed that it was saying that he wanted to awaken, or something else. Jun, in his thoughts, stood and looked at this egg, feeling as if the egg wanted to meet him in person, and not just convey its thoughts. A bird flew out of Jun's chest, and she said that she also wanted to see her friend. The 3 elders were so shocked by this bird, and then they immediately ran up to her, looking at her and asking if this was not a phoenix that had also absorbed the soul of a saber-toothed tiger. This trio even looked at it through a magnifying glass and said that this is what a divine being looks like. It also changed in shape. Maybe it's all about the owner. Then they started making notes about him. The bird was also surprised, so it simply looked at them silently while they asked what changes it would have in the future, and also it could also be used for observations. He turned to Jun and noticed that they were somehow strange. Could he blow them away? To which Jun gave him his consent. There was such a whistle from the bird that the guys began to shield themselves from the flying dust. But now, Jun is already opening the door and asking if he can come in. The old man, holding a pen in his hand, said that this is why there is such noise there. He turned his head at him and said that when he concentrates, he does not notice what is happening around him. It seems that the elders are very tired. His eyes were half closed, and he decided that he would need to have a conversation with the trio later. Jun walked up to him and said that everything was fine, There was no need to worry about it, and he himself understood that this man was the chief elder. There was a pink aura around the old man, and Jun understood that with the exception of the king, the chief elder was the most powerful person in the tribe. He felt different, but he was very strong. They even say that most of the tribe were afraid of him. Jun looked at this egg and noticed that it had grown a lot, and the old man replied that the height had almost reached 4 meters, and its size continued to increase, and now the egg practically filled the entire wall. Compared to them, this egg was simply gigantic, so Jun asked how huge it would be when it awakened. The old man answered him that he didn't even know, because if you imagine that the creature inside the egg is sitting, bent at the knees, and taking into account that its volumes can vary depending on the width, and if you take into account only the approximate height, then the creature will be taller than 5 meters. They both looked at him, and Jun said that he would have to wake him up from the outside, to which the old man replied that it would be nice, because even those three would be able to look at him. And so, after some time, we are transported to another place, but also in the forest. They transferred the egg to some clearing, around which a crowd of people had gathered, and there was noise. No one knew if there was a way to awaken him, and Jun replied that there is a way that he is counting on, and the old man answered him that this is of course good, but still there is a point that they are worried about. They both looked at the egg, and Jun asked what kind of moment this was, and the old man replied that for a start, it is absolutely certain that this is a divine being, but he does not feel the specialness. It is impossible to imagine a divine being without it. Then he raised his head and added that this is one of the reasons why the elders say that it is too early for awakening, because even if you think that everything is ready for awakening, it may be that it will be forced for you. A creature that was not ready for this. Jun looked in his direction with one eye while he continued to talk about how, in addition, he feels enormous power from this object, but due to the very high resistance, he cannot understand what kind of power it is. Every time he tried to test it, nothing worked due to resistance. Jun looked ahead and thought about what might or might not be able to recognize the feature due to this resistance, and if it really was the creature's egg, then it was out of the question. He looked at this egg and realized that, however, the time of awakening had definitely come. His thoughts were constantly repeating that he already wanted to go outside. The old man leaned over and looked at Jun, saying that looking at the atmosphere, it seemed that he had already decided that it was time for the egg to awaken. There was no point in saying anything else. So the old man handed something to Jun and asked him to take it. And at that moment, he received several notifications in which it was written that he had successfully completed the task, for which he received 5,000 karma points, and also his relationship with the one-horned tribe had increased, so he himself could become a member of this tribe. Jun looked very surprised at the object that the old man handed him, and these were 2 pink flower buds, which were called moon seeds. More notices appeared in front of Jun, which stated that he would receive a moon seed as a reward, and as an additional reward, he could receive the grace of a divine being. The moonseed window, it said that his rank was a A+. Jun held his hand and was simply silent, and the old man looked at him and asked why he was so surprised. Aren't Pant and Edora members of the one-horned tribe? The two stood with a smile on their faces and looked at him, and the old man added that besides, they were part of the royal family, and he was with them, and therefore did not fail his task. The old man bowed his head and said that they would consider this a gift for taking care of Pant and Edora. The old man is very curious to know how divine beings awaken. Jun bowed his head and closed his eyes, and then he began to look at the egg, while Jun thanked the old man, and he replied that they already needed to start awakening. They did not know who would appear from there. The old man leaned over and said that besides, there were so many people gathered around that it was worth hurrying. King Mu stood next to them and yawned loudly, asking what was wrong, why he hadn't started yet. King Mu, with a smile on his face, replied that they are here to show how unique this event is. He thinks that this is nothing special, but invites him to try. Jun looked ahead and said that he came just in time. He put out his hand, into which a bunch of multicolored lines flew. This began the awakening. Jun held both hands directly in front of the egg, preparing to awaken it, and he realized that the creature from the egg was about to not only appear, but also regain its power. In his hand, that moonseed began to float and glow, and in the second hand was the inner strength of the mystical dragon. Jun peered at these two components and thought that although due to the fact that Lint used the inner strength, there was almost nothing left of it, but still it was not a matter of quantity, but of quality. Jun put these two components into this egg so that there was a bright flash everywhere, and he also shouted for it to wake up. The egg gradually began to crack, and some kind of red aura was already visible from the top, and then a huge red dragon came out. Jun stood right in front of him. The dragon looked straight at his master and said that he was waiting for this. Jun looked at him with confusion, and he said that he was waiting for him to call him again. Tant started shouting in shock that it was a mystical dragon, but it didn't look at all like what was being described. Edora also looked at it and said that it was definitely a mystical dragon, and it also looked a little like Akashi's snake. She peered at the dragon and said that it couldn't be fully called a mystical dragon, It had a lot of dark power. Ant turned to her and asked in surprise whether it was even possible for him to have this dark power, and Edera replied that she was not sure, because she had never heard of such a thing before. But then she began to use her ability and saw that multicolored energy was flowing in the dragon. She thought that under the mantle of dark power, it contained the genes of 4 different species, which usually do not intersect. How is this even possible? The old man stood next to them and replied that in the end we can say that in terms of power it is a divine creature, not a mythical one, but we can simply call it a magical beast. He began to scratch under his eye and added that this is because no one will be able to guess the rest. He believes that everyone in the tower will raise their eyebrows because a magical dragon has appeared. Jun stood right in front of the dragon, and he continued to say that he had been waiting for him for so long, waiting in the depths and darkness, forgetting about his physical form. Jun peered at him, and the dragon sincerely looked at him happily and continued to say that they had finally met. He asked Jun to finally tell him something, because before he would have started chatting incessantly, so why is he now silent? Although, with his fate, there is nothing strange here. Jun just stood there silent, pursing his lips a little, and then he bowed his head and apologized to him, saying that he was not the one the dragon was looking for. The dragon looked at him very surprised and asked why this was. Then Jun turned and asked the teacher that he would like to talk to him alone if they could move away. King Mu nodded his head in approval. Jun turned away and thanked him for that. Therefore, they immediately flew somewhere far away. Those 3 old men started yelling that they hadn't even drawn half of it. How dare these 2 leave like that? While the people looked after them, King Mu just stood there silently. But then he began to peer ahead and pondering that mystical dragon and dark force. He imagined some kind of devil under the light of the moon and kept thinking that this is an artificial force that is different from all other types of energy. It is used by the demons on the 89th floor. He remembered people in golden-colored robes, because dark power defiles the soul, making it cruel, powerful, but also very dangerous, like the dark squad of the 8 clans. It intoxicates many people and makes them do terrible things. The guy goes with the same dragon, but they are already in a white guise, because the mystical dragon absorbs the powers of other creatures. It can change its appearance and adapts to the image of its owner. Suddenly, in the middle of the field we see a purple pigtail, and this guy was thinking that he was wondering what this magical dragon was like. He skipped across the field and scratched the back of his head. We return to Jun and the dragon, who says that he is deceiving because the events that happened were so shocking that his memory was somehow lost. Jun stood on a branch, and the dragon flew nearby and said that he left and made it so that he could live, but without him, but he believed that he would return. The dragon continued to look at Jun and say that fortunately his faith did not fail him. Jun just stood there and thought that this was why the mystical dragon was alive. He imagined his brother and the dragon, thinking that he was becoming the embodiment of the one who awakened him, and by becoming one with the dragon, Young-woo became stronger, but despite all the power he received, the mystical dragon would die if something happened to Young-woo. Then he remembered his brother in blood, and continued to think that he foresaw his death, which is why he decided to protect the mystical dragon. Jun took off his mask and said that, as he already mentioned, he is not the one the dragon is looking for. Holding the mask in his hand, he continued to say that he was Yeon-woo, the older brother of Young-woo. The dragon peered at him and did not understand how it was. Jun put his hands in his pockets and said that he doesn't know if the dragon heard, but he and Young-woo are twins, so they look alike, and thanks to the diary, he got Young-woo's memories and entered the tower. Suddenly, his tone of speech became very creepy, because he said that he was here only because he wanted to find and destroy those who killed his brother. The dragon was a little surprised and finally believed him that Young-woo was really dead. Jun closed his eyes and confirmed his words, and then thought that since he mistook him for Young-woo, it would be quite difficult for him. Jun began to jump from the branches, saying that apparently he needed time to get used to it, and he would give him space. When suddenly the dragon closed his eyes and said that he really was not the owner he was looking for. And Jun at that moment stopped on the branch, and the dragon added that he was sure that he was not lying, and he had one question. Jun stood with his back to him and just listened. But then the dragon, as if full of hatred, asked what he said about how Jun came there to deal with those who killed his brother, but whether he could carry out his plan. Jun turned his gaze on him and replied that of course he could. Then they looked at each other, and Jun continued to say that he would finish with revenge, and if possible, destroy the tower so he could get rid of at least some of his anger. The dragon looked at him sarcastically and asked what. And then the strongest laughter began to be heard throughout the forest. Jun grabbed his head, not understanding why he was laughing so loudly, and the dragon began to say that he was completely crazy, but in general, if you weren't crazy, they wouldn't have worked together, but with him everything will work out. The dragon looked straight into his eyes and called him his new master, and then added that he wanted to follow him and asked if he would accept him. Jun smiled and replied that he wouldn't even doubt it. They both stood opposite each other, and the dragon asked in this case to give him a new name, because he had been resurrected, and now he had to work. And then he began to peer into it, realizing that he now needed a new name. We are transported to the One-Horn village. Edora says that Jun returned much earlier than she thought, and then she asked what happened to the magical dragon. Jun slowly walked towards her in the library. He said that since he woke up just recently, he needed to rest a little. He said that he had not yet fully recovered his strength. Maybe the elders were right, and he woke up too early. Edora looked at Jun. The silhouette of a dragon appeared behind her. She said that it could well be. She thought that even though he belongs to the divine level beings, even so he needs time to restore the strength of the 4 divine beings and the mystical dragon. Jun put his hand on the mask and then thought and turned to Edora. Edora looked at him with a smile, and Jun asked if he was really that bad at giving names. Edora smiled and tried not to show that she was lying. She remembered the tweet and said what he meant. Jun, looking at her, replied that he gave the magical dragon a name, and he got angry. He said that if he didn't come up with another name, he would refuse the contract. Edora looked at Jun and asked what he came up with. Jun answered with a roar. Edora smiled and fell into a stupor but did not answer. Jun walked up to the bookshelf and began to pull out one of the books, and then said that it seemed to him that this was a normal name. Edora continued to remain silent, and Jun replied that he couldn't think of a better one. A system message appeared in front of Jun that there was a hidden task of the deep turtle. She was watching him with interest while he was undergoing the tests of the phoenix and the void dragon and wanted to test him. The deep turtle was looking for someone who would carry out revenge in her place. He needed to find a mythical creature worthy to become her heir and should be turned into a divine one. The reward for this challenge is 1 piece of the back of a turtle's head, skin from a snake's tail, and another reward is unknown. Jun folded his hands and thought that divine beings, a symbol of the world of the tower, are found even on the 10th floor. If they were so easy to create, then everyone would have them. Jun stood by the shelf. Next to him, Pant was lying on books, and Edora was reading something. Jun thought that this was even more difficult than training on the 30th or 40th floor. The good news is that he found those who have decent skills to help him with this. Jun turned back. Pant jumped up in fear. Jun said, looking at his comrades, that they needed to go out to talk. Pant smiled and asked what happened. He was not sleeping. He just thought it would be better to choose. Edora smiled and, looking at Jun, apologized, and then said that so far she had not found books that would talk about what name is best to give to mythical creatures. All 3 looked at each other silently. Jun was the leader who can't think about anything else until he figures it out on his own. And Pant and Edora are a bored brother and sister who decided to help. Jun said that he wants to talk in another language. They all went out into the street together, and Edora, looking at Jun, said, what does it mean that he says that he is going to turn a newly born mythical creature into a divine being? Jun extended his hand forward and said that's right. He thinks that they will be able to create divine one's creatures with its help. If you correctly distribute the energy and give the mythical creatures some of the divine powers, then they will succeed. Pant furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Jun with a puzzled look and then replied that it would be good, of course, but will everything go well if Jun offers him part of his powers? Jun stretched out his hands in front of him. In his right hand there was a sphere that contained a flower, and in his left hand there was a blue sphere with a black ore. Jun said that if he worked carefully, then everything would be fine, and as a bonus he plans to give this. Looking at the blue sphere with dark energy, a system message appeared that this is the abyssal sphere, the sphere that the abyss turtle has created over the years. The essence of the void and the abyss has been combined into one. When absorbed, it can become an excellent material for a player's amulet working with dark attributes. A sphere with a flower appears in front of us, and under it a system message says that this is the conjunctiva of a divine being, a medicinal plant obtained through long research by the chief elder of the tribe. Having absorbed it, the mythical creature develops several steps, awakening its dormant potential. Aunot looked forward in surprise, and then shouted that this is the conjunctiva of a divine being and the deep sphere. Jun is sure that everything will be fine if they use it. Jun, looking at these spheres, said that they are going to create a divine being. He thinks that it is logical to use everything to the fullest. Besides, if they do not use them now, then there is no use in further storage. Pant smiled and frowned at the dark sphere, and then shouted that it was good. They would not refuse such an opportunity. This means that they would become the masters of divine beings. Edora looked forward in fear and said that she thought this was too much. The deep sphere is an artifact of the highest level. The conjunctiva of a divine being is also so powerful that it can help in the return of a divine being. The spheres in Jun's hands began to shine, and then Jun replied that everything is fine. He thinks that if they use them, it will be much more useful. Let them use these items when the time comes. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and looked ahead, then thought that Pant and Edora had not yet completed all the tasks on the 11th floor. Since this is a great opportunity for them to gain karma points, they will not refuse. Jun remembered how he obtained these artifacts and thought that in any case, the deep sphere was not strong enough to be useful for him, although it would be nice to turn it into an amulet. Jun imagined the tweet and the dragon, and then thought that the conjunctiva also applies divine being. But tweet and dragon are not yet able to use it. Their power must first be increased, otherwise problems may arise. Jun looked at his comrades and said that the 4 divine beings of the 11th floor and the mythical beings are dead. It will take a long time for the divine beings to be resurrected. The divine beings can be considered as the pillars that support the 11th floor. Of course, the ecosystem of the 11th floor will be disrupted. Edora and Pant, looking forward carefully, continued to listen to Jun, and he continued to say that if their mythical creatures received the right to become divine beings, then the responsibilities that were assigned to the 4 divine beings would be redistributed. A huge tower was visible behind Jun, and looking forward he said that this means that the 11th floor will be in their hands. They will be able to receive a huge reward for clearing it and a bunch of karma points. Pant, looking forward with a smile, put his hands in front of him and joyfully shouted that Jun was going to such lengths for them. Edora thanked him for this, and Jun replied that it was not worth it. They would also be needed in order to complete the task. Jun looked at the happy friends and said that if they agree with this. Suddenly Pant looked at Edora with a smile and said that I wonder how many points you can get by clearing the 11th floor and creating a divine being. Edora responded by smiling and looking at Pant and replied that she is more interested in the reaction of the elders. If they hear about the creation of a divine being, they will be glad to have data for research. Jun sighed heavily, looking forward and thinking that apparently there was no point in continuing. Jun approached the edge of the hill in front of him. A tweet was flying along with a red dragon. Looking forward, he thought that the world of mythical, magical, and divine creatures would be in his hands. In other words, the whole fantasy world seems to be in his hands. This is much more important than rewards and karma points. The ability to control one floor will definitely be a big advantage in the future, and given the tower system, rewards can be obtained for each new achievement. Jun remembered how he passed one of the floors and thought that just by doing something that no one had done before, he would have the opportunity to receive an award that could not be compared with any award received before. Jun took a few steps forward and said that he would go then. He wants to try something. Pant, looking at him, asked that he was already leaving, but they still needed to come up with a name. Jun replied that it was not that important. Jun made a leap upward at great speed and said that he was leaving to train, so don't let them look for him. Pant, looking at the sky, sighed and said that if you look at him, you can understand that he is a really busy person. But she did not answer that it was true, but dinner was coming soon. She had to have dinner first. Green energy spread through the forest. Jun landed on the ground at great speed. He looked around and thought that he thought no one would come here. He raised his hand up. Dark energy appeared from underground. And then she dissipated, and in her place 2 spirits appeared. One spirit was Bahala, and the second was Leant. Leant looked around in fear and looked at his hands, and then said what kind of place this was. Baal frowned and looking forward asked that they were outside. Jun raised his hand and looking at them replied that yes. He asked that they like being outside for the first time in a long time. He thinks that the world is a spiritual place. Leant and Baal, looking forward, frowned, and then Baal said that it was him. Suddenly, dark energy appeared around them, binding them. In just a second, dark energy completely enveloped their body. Baal shouted what it was. Jun took a few steps forward and then apologized and said that he had not called them for a holiday. Jun looked forward menacingly and raised his hand. There was a strong dark energy around him. Then he said that from now on they must answer all his questions that he asks. Dark energy shackled their bodies, and Baal tried to break free. He frowned and shouted that he, Youngwoo, how dare he. Leant furrowed his eyebrows and looked forward in surprise, and then wondered if it was Youngwoo. A blue aura appeared around the Baal, looking forward at Jun. He said that he thought such antics could stop him with such a level as his. Blue energy began to absorb Baal's body, and Jun said that it was too noisy. The entire body of the Baal was covered with this energy. Leant looked to the side in fear, and Baal began to scream and asked Jun to stop. Jun took off his mask and then said that he had warned him, just clear answers to his questions were enough. Jun frowned and held the mask in his hands and told them to tell him about the stone, and why the red dragon attacked young HWA. They must not miss the slightest detail. Leant, looking ahead in fear, said that this could not be. He was dead. He personally stuck the knife into his heart. Leant looked at the frightening Jun and then asked how he was. How could he be here? Baal was burning with a blue flame. He cleared his throat and then looking at the ground said that he was a bastard. He asked Jun that he was not Youngwoo, right? Baal furrowed his eyebrows and looked angrily at Jun and then said that there is a part of Youngwoo in him, but not him, who he is. Jun looked at Baal angrily, then said that he told him that he should answer the questions. Blue flames appeared near Baal, and then he screamed in fear for Jun to wait. His whole body was covered in blue flames. He began to scream that Jun had waited. He understood. He asked to stop. Leant, who was sitting next to him, was frightened. His hands began to shake, and Baal continued to scream desperately. Jun slowly approached Leant. Baal heart-rendingly begged for mercy. Leant looked ahead in fear, his whole body shaking. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and looked at him menacingly, then said that Leant, he should know more than Baal. Bao was burning with a blue flame. He, groaning in pain, asked Jun to stop. Bao lay unconscious under a tree, and Liant bowed at Jun's feet. His body was burning. He said that this is all he knows, so he began to beg for Jun to kill him. Jun looked at him with furrowed brows, and then said that this means he is saying that he created the Philosopher's Stone. Jun introduced a large red stone and then thought that the Philosopher's Stone is a magical organ that every player who climbs the tower wants to get. Jun imagined a wizard who creates a stone around him with strong energy. He thought that a magic stone that radiates endless pure magic and works miracles. There are many rumors about the Philosopher's Stone, but no one has ever seen it and could not get it. Jun looked at Liant menacingly and then asked what he wanted him to believe in these meaningless rumors. Liant, writhing in pain, looked at Jun and said that it's true. Why would he lie now? It's true that no one could create him, but he did. Red energy appeared behind Jun, and then a system message appeared in front of him that if more information was obtained, some of the hidden properties would be revealed. A system message appeared in front of Jun that the Philosopher's Stone category unknown, rank unknown. The purest form of energy in the world is the human soul. This stone was created by processing a large number of souls in the room indicated by the emerald tablet unknown, not completed. Below there was a continuation of the system message. Jun read that this is a unique artifact. There is a single copy in the tower tied to its owner. It cannot be transferred to others. The artifact is not completed. It is necessary to complete the artifact. Then Jun will be able to see private information about it and other options. Jun, looking at the system message, thought that it seemed Liant had not lied. He, looking in surprise at the system message that began to disappear, asked Liant what he was saying, that he had started its creation. He did not think that he would have enough knowledge for such a thing. Liant looked at Jun exhaustedly and said that it was he who stole the emerald tablet. Jun frowned and asked what it was, an emerald tablet. Liant, lying on the floor, replied that it contained instructions. These were Vieira's notes. He looked less frightened at Liant and asked Vieira again. Jun, looking at Liant, asked what he was saying about Vieira Dune. Liant replied that yes, now he definitely said everything. Let Jun kill him. Jun looked ahead and thought about it, then said that the witch was just playing with Liant. Jun imagined the image of a witch in his head and thought that she was the star Vieira Dune. She was not a member of any of the 8 strongest clans, but was the head of the Walpurgis Knight clan, which was in no way inferior in strength to those 8. Jun remembered his brother and wondered that she was also the co-founder of Arsha and his brother's mistress. He imagined a maliciously smiling witch from whom sinister energy comes, which controls people, and thought that the world knows that she never ceases to be in one guise. She can look both noble and fierce. She adapts her appearance to the situation and is able to charm everyone. Whoever sees her, her special talent, seduction and mind control. Jun imagined in his head the tormented Liant, who sits at the table and thinks that whoever falls into her hands will realize that they were under her power too late. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and thought that his brother also realized that he became close to the wrong woman after everything was lost. Liant, too, would not be able to resist the temptation to power and pleasure if Vieira Dune was in front of him. Jun, looking at Liant who lowered his head, said that Liant wants to say that in her notes there was information about the Philosopher's Stone. How did he get her notes? Liant answered with omission that the Emerald Tablet contains information about the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. He remembered that his clan and the witch secret collaborated to attack the hidden dungeon of the 69th floor. Liant remembered how he killed one of the witches, holding an emerald tablet in his hand. He said that he simply appropriated for himself what Vieira Dune was going to take. Liant imagined the Saber God in his head, and he told Jun that he made sure that the Saber God did not find out about this. For this he had to find a secret place. He imagined a tower in his head and said that since there was no place inside the tower where he did not know about what was happening, he found a temporary one, isolated from its influence, and also experimented on his subordinates. Jun, looking at Liant, said that this means he knows where this emerald tablet is. Liant frowned and looking at Jun replied that no, not now, he's dead. Jun, looking at the exhausted ghosts, thought that if he found it, he could learn a lot of new things, and then Jun told Liant to tell him what was written on it. Liant asked that if he told, Jun would kill him. Jun frowned and replied that Liant was already dead, but he could help him disappear. Liant looked at Jun with relief and replied, "Thank you, he will tell him everything." A system message appeared in front of Jun saying that dragon knowledge has been opened, information is being searched and prepared in the database. 8 more items are connected to the Philosopher's Stone. Queries are entered for a secondary search for information. Jun imagined the Philosopher's Stone in his head and thought that dragon knowledge was so extensive that it could not be obtained just like that right away. It included alchemy and the doctrine of the miraculous. What a large amount of information, but it would take less to understand all of this, at least half a day. But Jun looked forward. His eyes lit up. He thought that this was a fake, or rather, it could be the truth mixed with lies. He doesn't know who did it, but it looks masterful. Jun imagined dark images in his head and wondered who created the Emerald Tablet. If Vieira Dune threw it, then for what purpose did she do it? Liant, on his knees, lowered his head and then said that he had told everything, let June kill him as soon as possible. Jun took a few steps forward, dark energy appeared around him. He said yes. Then he raised his hand forward and told Wu to eat. A skeleton in a dark cape appeared in front of Jun and said that he was waiting for orders. The skeleton's eyes lit up with a blue flame and he smiled, then said thank you. Liant fearfully extended his hand forward and then shouted for Jun to wait. He said that he would kill him. A second later, Liant's entire body was covered with a dark aura and Bao watched all of this. He looked in fear as Liant was devoured by a dark ghost and thought that he didn't think that Jun would let someone go just like that. Bao, sitting on the ground in front of Jun, lowered his head and thought that Jun would simply take away through his soul what was left of knowledge and strength. If this happens, then we can forget about rebirth. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Bao, and then asked him what he understood, what he wanted to ask. Bao smiled and replied that he would not be stupid. If Jun killed him, he would tell everything. Bao smiled and said that the Queen of Summer wants the Philosopher's Stone so much that she is ready to go to war against Hwa-2. Bao imagined in his head the image of Jun's brother and the Queen of Summer. He said that Jun was not his brother at all. One day, his brother encountered the Queen of Summer in person. He suffered in a battle with her, but in the end was able to inflict mortal wounds on her. About this no one knows, but after their meeting, Queen Summer's dragon heart completely collapsed. Jun looked ahead, puzzled, and wondered if his brother was dating Queen Lepta. Bao smiled and continued to say that in dragons, the heart does not just drive blood throughout the body, it is the source of their magical strength and power, which allows the dragon to remain a great creature. And such a powerful heart was destroyed. Of course, the Queen of Summer was ready to do anything to regain at least part of her powers. She tried her best to find a stone that could replace the dragon's heart, but it failed her. Bao smiled and continued to say, frowning, that in the end Liant did not have this stone. It turned out to be a dummy. He smiled and thought about what it meant that his brother was able to strike her. What a consolation that his death was not in vain. Jun imagined the Saber God and the Queen of Summer in his head, and then thought that in the end no one knew where the stone was, and everyone suspected each other. Jun stood silently in place, looking forward. He thought that he had not gone into detail about this stone, but it was time to change plans. Jun introduced the Queen of Summer, then thought that if the Queen of Summer plans to replace the dragon's heart with a philosopher's stone, that's very good for him. Maybe he can develop magical circuits, awaken a dragon, or even get 2 dragon hearts. Bao, sitting under a tree, asked Jun what he was up to. Probably he had some kind of plan, but Jun provided useful information. Bao continued to say that it turns out that only the highest ranks of the Red Dragon know about this, considering that the commander-in-chief of the 8 clans, Hwa-2, collapsed once information about the Queen of Summer leaked out. Bao furrowed his eyebrows and continued to say that there would be a fuss that had never happened in the tower before. Jun would be able to take advantage of this for his own purposes. Jun frowned and replied that Bao behaved well. He told everything. Bao lowered his head and asked what his ring-shaped artifact was with him. Jun extended his hand. A gold ring appeared in his hand. Jun asked what Bao was saying about it. It looked like a simple ring. Bao raised his head and smiled and replied that Jun was able to take possession of even this ring. He's lucky. If you look at him more closely, you can see a unique pattern on it. Jun looked at the ring. Blue energy appeared around it, and inside he could see a pattern. Bao told Jun to try to pour magical power into it, focusing on the pattern. Suddenly, the ring in Jun's hand glowed with a bright light. It illuminated everything around. Jun, looking at it, wondered what it was. The light began to intensify, and a huge room appeared in front of Jun. The ring shone with golden energy and hung near Jun. Jun, looking forward, thought about this place. Jun looked at the ring. A system message appeared in front of him that this is the key to the Intrinian, a key that can open the Intrinian. This is a magical storage created by the Sada Queen of Summer, very capacious, connected to the mind of the user, and if in the Intrinian there is an item that needed by the user, it is automatically retrieved from the space. There is no need to physically enter the storage. Infinite storage. The storage space is practically unlimited. Since it is under a spatial object, it is easy to move. It weighs nothing. Jun looked forward in surprise and thought about the endless storage. He looked around and saw a mountain of ingots. He thought that this was wealth. Mountains of gold coins and chests appeared in front of him. He thought that it was not for nothing that they were called the 8 largest clans. He would no longer have to worry about money. Jun made a quick dash forward. He thought that this was like a red dragon storage facility. At first glance it was so huge that it seemed endless. Jun began to slow down and stopped. He looked around and saw an incredibly large library with a huge number of bookshelves. He wondered what kind of place this was, a magical repository. Jun smiled, looking ahead, and thought that everything here is sorted into sections. Perhaps the local library will surpass the library of the One-Horn tribe. Jun saw a large door in the center of the library. Looking at it, he thought that he was very interested in what was there. Jun opened the door, a blue flame burning in the center. Looking ahead, he fearfully wondered what it was. Jun took a few steps forward. There were various magical objects on the pedestals. Looking at them, he thought that these were the materials needed to make the stone. They were extremely difficult to find. Looking at them, he thought that it was clear that this was a repository prepared by the Queen of Summer for the manufacture of the Philosopher's Stone. June smiled and thought that the Queen of Summer had given him a great gift. June remembered how he tormented Leant in Bahala. He thought that it turns out that he already knows what was written on the Emerald Tablet, and he also has all the materials to complete the Philosopher's Stone. The information he received is part of the knowledge invested, but he has the knowledge of the dragon. With their help he can figure it out. Jun thought with a smile and said that Braham, he thinks he should find this person. Jun remembered how he mixed potions and thought that this is one of the two alchemists that his brother was associated with. He lives by his principles and is quite free-loving, but since he was associated with his brother, he does not think that he will refuse him. June remembered Galliard and thought that he was lucky that Braham was not hiding. He learned this when he was looking for Galliard. June looked at the magic ring and thought that for this he would have to climb even higher since he was a ranker, that is, he took a place on higher floors. June returned back to Bahul. The vault behind him was obscured by a bright light. June smiled and said that Bahul gave him interesting information. Bahul smiled and said that in that case, let June help him be reborn as a reward. Jun frowned and raised his hand, and then replied that he couldn't do that, he'd just kill him. He didn't think he'd need Bahul anymore. A dark skeleton appeared behind Jun, and Jun said that they had already waited for him. Bahul, surrounded by dark energy, smiled and said damn. Bahul, looking at the Dark Knight standing behind Jun, said that Jun was impudent to the very end. Jun raised his hand and closed his eyes, then said to Shannon. The knight answered yes. Shannon was burning with a bright flame. System messages appeared in front of June that Shannon the Death Knight had successfully absorbed the energy of his opponent. All characteristics were increased. Dark properties were increased by 15. With these properties he would become stronger. Shannon the Death Knight received the volcano skill. June, looking at the burning Death Knight, thought that he was lucky that Shannon was able to absorb even Bahul's signature skill. Now he has become stronger. The flames around the Dark Knight began to dissipate. Looking at him, Jun wondered what if the Death Knights became stronger. Suddenly, system messages appeared in front of Jun that the achievements of the Death Knight Shannon had a positive effect on Jun. The properties of the vampiric sword Bathory were used to obtain the enemy's energy. Part of the skill was inaccessible. The Fire Rain skill number 41 was created. Jun, looking at the system message, was surprised by this. He remembered how he killed Leant and thought that he had already reached his limit of luck. The energy of Bakul received by the Bathory sword was influencing him. A system message appeared in front of Jun that the Fire Rain signature skill, symbolizing Bahul, releases the accumulated fire energy in the form of fire rain so strong and fast that it immobilizes the enemy. Its use is now impossible because his skill level is extremely low, and he also lacks magical power. The mark of the grotto depends on the amount of magic used. The intensity of the rain increases, due to which it can sometimes penetrate the defense, causing confusion among opponents. Flaming Burn. A developed skill can leave traces of a burn, while there is a small chance of destroying healing magic, and the skill also burns, increasing the pain. June clenched his fist and smiled, thinking that this was great. Jun remembered Bahul and thought that Fire Rain was such a destructive skill that even his brother would be jealous. In fact, even though Yonwoo had many skills, there wasn't a single destructive skill like this among them. If he had its skill, everything could have been different. Jun looked forward menacingly. A chirp appeared behind him, spreading blue energy. Jun thought that thanks to the chirp, Yonwoo would gain a high affinity for fire skills, although he still lacks the skill level to use it, but there is nothing to worry about. And if Jun frowned and looked forward, suddenly someone told him the owner. Shannon asked what was possible. June did not listen to him and said no. Shannon looked at Jun and replied that he had not said anything yet. Jun looked at him and replied that he already knew what he was going to say. There was a strong dark energy around Shannon. He said that he did not think that he would obey him. What if June gave it to him? Jun raised his hand and turned away and then said no. He needed him to become his subordinate. June thought that Shannon had apparently gone his separate ways and now wanted to add a stronger soul to the collection. June said for someone to come out. White smoke appeared, and a knight came out of the darkness with his head down. The warrior raised his head, and Jun said for the saber god to come out. June, looking forward, said that he would be brief. Let the saber god obey him. The saber god looked forward in fear, and Jun replied that then he would save his son. The saber god asked what. He, looking at Jun anxiously, continued to say that his son was alive. Given that Chingguado had collapsed, he should already be dead. The saber god frowned and replied that when he came to his senses, he looked at the outside world. Jun destroyed the red dragon and Chingguado. How can he trust him? Jun sighed and replied that the saber god was in no position to not believe him. Jun turned back. A mask began to fly up to him. He said that if the saber god does not believe him, then let him follow him. June rushed into the city at great speed, followed by a dark shadow. Jun and the Saber God stopped and looked at the city. The Saber God frowned and looking at Jun asked what kind of trick this was. "This is the village of the One-Horn tribe," Jun replied to look there. The Saber God looked at the house and saw someone's shadow in it. In this house there was a guy lying in serious condition. His eye was bandaged. The Saber God said that this was Bin, his son. He was really alive. The Saber God looked forward in fear and asked how did he end up here? Jun, looking forward, replied that before the battle began, Baal ordered to kill him since he himself was too lazy to do this. The Saber God frowned and clenched his teeth, then said that yes, he didn't even think about saving the red dragon. Jun, looking forward, said that he should thank Kyric. The Saber God looked at Jun and asked Kyric. Jun looked at him and said that this was the child of the phoenix that he killed. Jun introduced the son of the Saber God and said that he didn't want Baal to suspect anything. And this was also a great opportunity to avenge the death of the phoenix, but the tweet stopped him, even though it was the son of his mother's killer. Jun looked at the Saber God and said that tweet told him that he did not want anyone to be in a similar situation and suggested that it was not worth taking his life. The God of Sabers looked ahead in confusion and said that, but, he thought, what is even possible in a tower? Thousands of grievances are born in it every day. The Saber God remembered Leant as he told him to give the stone, then he would leave him alive. He thought that the world of the tower is a place where people easily take the lives of others for their own benefit. He himself lived like that. The Saber God looked forward and remained silent, and then said that he would not forget that he generously saved his son. Jun looked at the Saber God, puzzled, and then he fell to his knees. He looked at the floor and said that he was the Saber God from Chingguado. No, he was Hanren. The Saber God looked at Jun and said that he was greeting his master. A Death Knight in shining armor with a black aura appeared in front of Jun. And then system messages said that Jun was able to obtain an achievement that is not easy to obtain. Additional karma was received. Jun receives 3,000 karma and 2,000 additional. The Death Knight swears allegiance to him. From now on, called to the despair of the Black King. He will be his sword and score. The knight is given the name Hanren. Loyalty value is increased by 15. Authority is increased by 5. Hanren's eyes shone with strong energies. He said that the body seemed a little heavy. System messages appeared that Hanren's body would not be able to withstand its rank. There would be a reconfiguration of the characteristics of all characteristics were reduced by 21. All characteristics were reduced by 17. Jun looked at his new Dark Knight. He said that it seemed that everyone's stats had dropped quite a lot regardless of the amount of dark magic absorbed. It would still not be enough to even compare with the top rankers. A system message appeared that Hanren's stats had been retuned. However, his spirit rank and potential remained the same with an increase in the time of its existence. It is possible to restore lost abilities. Early development is recommended. Jun, looking at the system message, thought that there was no reason to worry. He would still be able to restore his previous strength. Hanren lowered his head down and bowed and then said that he had a request to the master. He would like to have it returned to him 9 blades. Jun looked at his new ally in surprise and asked what it was because of his skill. Hanren's eyes shone and, looking forward, he answered yes, 2 signature skills that symbolize him. The first is the Tomb of 9 Blades, and the second is a Whirlwind of 9 Blades. To activate them, strict conditions must be met. Hanren, looking at Jun, said that he needs strong blades. The more the better. The power of his skill grows depending on the size and coverage area. Jun exhaled and said that they should be an Intrinian. Let him use them first, and then they will try to get something else. Hanren thanked Jun, that apparently he was worried that whether they could get them or not. Since that's the case, it's for him. I'll have to meet with Hanova. A large burst of energy appears in front of us. The earth flies in different directions. Jun pulls his sword forward and attacks someone. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and thought that this was truly a destructive force. Neu Jun was flying on top of him, standing on the ground and looking at him. He thought that this was the power of King Mu. Neu smiled and raised his fist. Strong energy began to gather around his fist. Jun looked up menacingly and stood up. Jun was frightened. He thought that the curse, from this blow to powder from the second, he was not used to showing his opponents all his trump cards. Jun remembered how he was burning in fire. He thought that no matter how much he wanted to hide his skills, his opponent is Neu, the strongest person who cannot be defeated, even if he gives his all, so he has no choice. Jun used the skill. He got a dragon eye and thought that this was better than making peace. Jun flew to the side on fiery wings, and it was as if Neu was struck by lightning into the ground, a flash. Neu turned to Jun and smiled, and then said, "What now?" He left a trail of destruction behind him at great speed and rushed forward. Neu appeared behind Jun. He swung his fist with a smile and asked what Jun had figured out how to fight back. Neu hit Jun with all his strength. Jun flew into the wall, causing mountains to appear. Behind Jun, the wall was broken. He tried to get to his feet and thought that he couldn't believe it. He became even faster and stronger, until now he was fighting, adapting to him. This is Neu. Jun grabbed his sword and covered it with blue energy. He thought that he could no longer stupidly defend himself and take damage. Nayu watched as blue lightning emanated from Jun. Jun used the blessing of the blue spirit, and the fire rain. Nayu waved his hand and shouted with a smile that this was incredible. He suddenly turned around, puzzled, and saw that his hand was covered in blue flames. Jun took a few steps forward. Everything around Nayu was exploding. He was standing on a small piece of ground, and then he shouted that Jun had become a little better, an interesting combination of skills. Nayu crossed his arms and smiled and said that Jun doesn't have the impudence. Just think, all this time Jun has been hiding her real strength from him. Jun frowned and looked forward menacingly. A bright flame burned around him. He said that since then, Jun swung his sword and caused a strong fire. He shouted that he would fight with all his strength. There was an incredible explosion. Edora and Pant watched it all. Edora asked what they were watching now. Pant, looking ahead dumbfounded, replied that if they had not installed a barrier around themselves in advance. Edora continued to speak for Pant and said that the entire area outside the tower would have turned into ruins. The brother and sister looked forward in fear and could not move. Edora asked that when Jun managed to become so strong again. Pant replied that he had always been a monster, but now he began to resemble him even more. They watched the ground crack during the fight. Pant said that the cliff over there was his favorite place. Nayu smiled and swung his fist and shouted that this was great. A bright light appeared near Jun. He used Intrinian, and Naya swung his fist at Jun. Nayu made a quick dash forward, using incredibly strong energy and hit Jun. Nayu smiled and looking at Jun asked that he still had cards that he could reveal. Jun frowned and looked back with a worried look. He thought that this was very dangerous. He had almost run out of magic. This was not at all like ordinary training. Jun remembered how he came to Nai and standing in front of him said that he had recovered and wanted to continue climbing the tower. Nayu, holding a book in his hand, laughed and replied that, of course, he could continue climbing the tower. And then Nayu smiled and said that first you have to pass the test, don't you? During the battle, Jun frowned and thought that who would have thought that this test would come to this. Jun swung his sword. A strong flame burned behind him. He thought that if he did not show all his abilities now, he could say goodbye to life. He, of course, was aware of his limitations, but not so much. Jun hit Naya's hand with all his might. Energy spread in all directions. Everything around them trembled with their greatness. Les thought that he should try to break through. In the place where they met, an explosion of invisible force occurred, a strong flash that affected everything around. The entire earth around them was split into pieces. Nayu was walking towards Jun, and Jun was on one knee. Jun was on his knees breathing heavily. Then he said that he had lost. Nayu looked down at him and remained silent, and then thought about what if you endlessly push it to the limit. Every moment try to break through it and at the same time develop it. Nayu looked closely at Jun and thought that he was becoming curious where his edge was. Jun stood exhausted on his knees holding his sword. Nayu thought that in just 2 weeks of battles he had grown noticeably. There was no longer any need to train him. Nayu smiled and turned to Jun. Jun raised his head and looking at Nayu answered yes, and Nayu said that now Jun can go. A man jumps on the rocks, leaving a blue trail behind him. He runs forward and jumps, all bandaged after wounds. He runs forward and kicks the ground. He thinks that this is not enough. Jun looks forward, sweating, and he thinks that, although the king said that he could do better, he looks at the moon and thinks that now he will probably say to develop based on his own experience. After which he runs downstairs, thinking that now the process itself is important, and you can't waste seconds in the development process. He continues to run down the cliff, thinking that there was a much greater gap between him and the king than he thought. Because of the 15 days he was not hurt at all. He remembers the king and thinks that thanks to him he was able to know his limit. And then Jun kneels before the king. He thinks that in the end the teacher taught him a good lesson. And to this we can say that that's it. And Jun, standing on one finger. He thinks about that, however. He raises his head, covered in sweat, thinking that one day he will show him what. He stands alone. After which Jun stands in front of Punk and Lisa. Punk shouts at him that he's really leaving already. He shouts in surprise at Juna. They say that he is made of metal. And they beat him for 15 days in a row, and he came to his senses in just 3 days. And Jun, looking at all this with surprise, says that everything is fine. Punk continues to scream, saying that even the doctors said he needed rest. After which the Punk brings his hands together and looks in surprise at Jun along with Lisa. He says he thinks he was too hasty. To which Edora adds that it would be nice if they stayed together a little longer. And Jun looks at them with a smile. He thinks he is in critical condition for them. And it feels like a real brother is taking care of him and like they really have become relatives. Jun looks at the Punk and tells him to focus on preparing to create a divine being. And he must not forget about his training. After which the Punk closes her eyes. Is he saying that he is worse than his father? Edora looks at him with a smile and tells her brother to be careful. And Jun begins to leave and looks after them, talking about what's good. He says he won't be in too much of a hurry, so they should catch up with him quickly. Jun walks along the street of one of the cities. He watches many players walking with backpacks, and he sees the forge. He stands near her door and looks at her. He thinks about how he's here again and whether it's worth coming back. And maybe it's worth going back. After which June looks forward and thinks that no, he is here to make blades for Hanran. But the connection cannot be ignored. And they probably already heard about the death of the Bahala. And he remembers that the Baal himself is smiling, holding a weapon next to them. He says that he is the same open person. And Jun opens the door and sees Henof sitting on a chair, thinking that the news of death had become a heavy burden for him. And Jun lowers his head. He thinks that because he had warm feelings for him, he will surely offend him greatly and according to Baal. After which June watches in surprise as they shout at him. They ask him what he is doing there. And he sees Hanova walking along with a shovel and a bag. He says why is he frozen to the spot and really he won't come in. Ivan says that they haven't seen Canova for a long time. The forge has gotten better and there are plenty of weapons everywhere. Hanova puts the mug on the table. He says that he has nothing to offer her to his guests, so he must drink it. Jun looks at Henov in surprise. He asks him if he really started trading here again. To which Hanova looks at Jun with a smile and says about the fact that he is sitting here all alone and in order not to die of boredom, he has returned to his former self. June says that somehow it's unusually clean here. And is someone really helping you? Hanova looks at Jun. Speaking of those Knights of the Night or whatever they were called. He doesn't know what it is or what June did, but they are completely blown away. He remembers these knights, the way they smile and helps him clean the forge. Talking about how they always come and almost in tears beg him to let them clean up. Because of them, rumors spread that he was in cahoots with the robbers, and how could he not like it? After which June puts his hand to his face and starts laughing. Canova is clearly confused, saying that it's really your fault. And he has to tell them to stop, and they polish all the equipment without asking because of the headache. Ilyusha says okay, let's leave this topic. He puts his hands on his feet and says that he has a lot going on lately. To which Jun looks at Henov and says that there is nothing special. Canova says in surprise that he really is modesty itself and this doesn't suit him. And Canova asks Jun why he came here at all. If he just came to see you, then he can leave and there's no point in wasting time. To which Jun looks and says that he disappoints him. And couldn't he just go see him? Why does Hanova look at Jun with obvious suspicion? He says that whoever decided to deceive him should not be dragged in and should tell him why he is here. And Jun, looking at Canova, says, what, in this case, would he like to ask to make blades and does he have the opportunity to do so? Hanova turns around, looking at the Juns. He says what about the sizes and material? Jun says he didn't find anything special, but he would like them to be stronger than any others. And Hanova says that they really should just be stronger. And while Hanova is angry, looking at Jun, he continues to talk. That he would like them to be spicier. Hanova says how is this possible? And here is the tiresome fellow. And while Hanova is holding onto the table with her hand and is clearly angry with Jun, he extends his hand. Speaking of which, is it really too difficult? But food to think that it is not good to ask such a thing from a man of his age. Hanova shouts at him, saying that he is an infection, how dare he attribute him to the old people. And Jun lowers his head. He says that in no case does he ask to forgive him. And he used to be one of the strongest military leaders, but now his strength is no longer the same. And Hanova gets very angry, gritting her teeth. He says that he is a kid, and is he really tired of living? And doesn't he really see what shape he's in? Hanova raises her hand as June inspects it. He says it's because you have muscles. To which Hanova shouts at him and says that he is a brat. Hanova hits the table with her hand. He takes out the paper while June drinks the drink. Hanova says that let's describe in detail what kind of blade you need. And he will do it twice. And Jun closes his eyes. Having said that, it may still seem a little complicated. Ilyusha yells at him, telling him to stop talking and post. They look at sketches of this blade. And Hanova thinks, wow, look at him. This is not just a blade, but rather a ghostly or magical one. Ilyusha continues to write, clearly thinking that if you make such a weapon, it could easily turn out to be the best in the world. And the work promises to be very interesting. Hanova looks at Jun as he continues talking, thinking that such sketches cannot be found among ordinary players. And where did this guy decide to find this? He smiles, thinking that the more he communicates with him, the more interesting he becomes. After which June, going outside, he asks Kanov if he can do it in 10 days. And as June walks, he hears Hanova continuing to scream. He says that for 10 days and 2 days he already has enough to do without this. So he must come for ready-made blades. After which June watches as Hanova begins to work at the stove. He says okay, what about payment? He tells him to leave the money somewhere and leave. And Jun thought as he watched Hanova begin to work. He thinks that he seems to be doing well, and that is very nice. After which he places the bag of money on the table, thinking that, apparently, death does not pursue him, and it will be nice to leave him a small gift. After which June notices how he continues to say something. Ilyusha talks about Cain. He says that at his age, saying goodbye to someone forever is not difficult. and Hinova held the shovel while June looks at his back. He says that in future he shouldn't make a fuss here, and I shouldn't come to him anymore. June stands and looks at all this with great surprise. He lowers his head, after which, walking up the stairs, he thinks about what he knows firsthand what grief is, so his request not to come sounds completely different to him. And while the sun's rays hit the forge, he thinks that thanks to him for being great and continuing to move forward, after which a sign hangs on the forge by the door. It states that it is temporarily closed to visitors. In the dungeon, water drips down. A man sits, all bloody and without an arm. He opens his eyes, and he thinks about where he is, and how did he survive. He remembers how he fled with other soldiers who were covered in blood, while one of them is shouting that they are bastards and they have sent reinforcements. They remember how they were attacked, raising clouds of dust everywhere, and they shout that nothing will work out this way, and they must move forward and they need to buy some time. While one of them says that, but another man shouts about going faster and needing to protect the gods, after which, holding one of the people on their shoulders, they all run. There is an explosion behind them, and they shout that they need to catch up with those people. And he remembers one of the one-horned ones. While he was carrying him on his shoulder, he tells him, "Thank you to all of you," after which this man closes his eyes and thinks that these are fragments of his memory. He sits with his head down and thinks about what is happening, starting to laugh. He thinks about what actually happened, and he begins to get up from his knees. He gets up and notices that the magical power system is almost destroyed, and his body suffered terribly. It's a miracle that he came out of suspended animation. After which he hits the wall. He leans against it and thinks that there really is someone here. He thinks that there is no one here. He begins to look around, after which he thinks that voice control also barely works. It goes on like this, then it just pumps back to the very beginning. Several people beat a child while standing under a tree. They shout at him that he is stupid. If he speaks and doesn't know how, then at least he listened and did as he was told. And he was so kind to him that he didn't want to repay him for his kindness. After which he sits down next to him on the floor. He flips coins, looking at this beaten man, tells him what to do with him, and he thinks about how his cute face needs to be used. And he must understand that everything will not end there, and he is an idiot. He smiles, saying what can he do to make it look even more pitiful, and maybe his arm or leg would be torn off. Are they looking at this guy with red eyes? While he is thinking about the fact that for him the child was born disabled, persecution and contempt were the norm, he just looks forward, holding his hand to his chin. Think about the fact that thanks to this he understood something before others. He looks at all the people who are reaching out to him with smiles, thinking that the strong devour the weak. And in this world, this huge tower of fate for a disabled person was predetermined, and he had to become the prey of stronger ones. After which one of the men with one horn and a cape runs. He shouts that the cotton wool was not rocked, and those guys notice this with surprise, looking and wondering who this even is. This man runs closer and closer and they are afraid of this. He takes off his hood while attacking these people, while they are shouting that he is really from the one-horned tribe. After which he attacks and cuts off the leg of one of them. And the guy watching this looks in surprise. He thinks that there was someone who perceived him differently. His wasn't as weak as he was. He looks at the back of this one-horned man, while he turns to him, and asks how he feels. And while the guy is in shock, he comes closer and closer with a smile. Speaking of which, does he really not want to thank him? And while the guy is trying to say something, but he can't. The man with the gun understands. He says that he really can't speak and apologizes to him. After which he comes out of his memories and continues to move on. He leans against one of the rocks, and he thinks that in vain he remembered all this past, and this is very stupid. He notices a bright light. He looks at the exit, from which comes a lot of light, and he thinks that this is finally a way out. He continues to climb further, then he covers himself with his hands from the bright light. He looks in surprise and notices how many people are standing there. He is surprised to notice that they are all covered in blood. All these people stand still while there are many arrows in them, and they notice a one-horned man sitting on his knees while many weapons and arrows are stuck into him. He sees him smiling, and the fact that all these soldiers are standing peacefully, having destroyed a huge number of troops, and he looks at all this, thinking about why. He falls to his knees. He looks at the one-horned man who fell with a smile, thinking about why him, and why is he smiling. He starts hitting the floor and screaming. He sees this whole picture, how there are many corpses everywhere and his friends are dead. And he begins to tremble, thinking about what he is actually happy about, and what's so good about death. He thinks about what if he could only give his heart away. He remembers how this one-horned man constantly helped him and showed him everything, thinking that he would do the same thing again. He remembers the spear and how they were trained and fought, and only how they could become the best by going ahead, and only because of this something was nearby. After this, he notices a bright glow on his hand. He looks and notices that it was a bracelet. He thinks about that at this moment. Gungnir began to vibrate on the hand of the ball god, and all the emotions seething in him subsided as if they had never existed. He brings this hand to his face, thinking that the ball god was too weak both physically and magically to control Gungnir, and it may take several years to restore it, so you can't even dream about the place. After which the ball king's eyes begin to glow red. He has red cracks appearing everywhere, thinking that he didn't want anything else, so he decided that now was not the time to be proud. Everything around him begins to glow red while he sits on his lap. It says that in his hands there could be a power that he had never seen before. It was taboo. In other words, cannibal. This skill takes the energy that allows one to assimilate the skills a person has while alive and simply digests their heart. After which his eyes began to glow red. He thinks about what if he has the opportunity to live up to the expectations of his subordinates and friends who protected him even after death. He is ready to throw away all pride. After which he looks at one of the people sitting dead and holding his weapon. He thinks that Chan has no plan. Are they just next to him? A huge red aura rises up everywhere and it begins to eat his organs. Thinking about what he is now. Now he will always be with him. The Queen of Summer sits on the throne, as he says that he is really going to leave. What is the man in the raincoat looking at her? He says he thought their deal was over or he was wrong. And while he smiles, the Queen says that yes, it is finished. There is no Changwai for the god of meadows. He was able to become one of the 5 owners of Changwad, and thanks to this, the red dragon was able to win relatively easily. The game of the left summer is to put your hand to your cheek. She says that she recognizes his merits, that's why he is in 81 eyes, and he wants to offer even more places, much higher, to which the man says that this changes everything, and he thinks that it will be difficult for him to be under someone's control. She raises her head, looking surprised. Speaking of which, does he really know very well about the privileges that can be obtained in a higher position 81 eyes? And he still wants to refuse, to which he lowers his head and apologizes. The Queen, looking at all this, thinks to herself, I didn't think that he would refuse such an offer, and that's very bad. She examines the way he smiles, thinking about the fact that she heard that he is quite a famous mercenary with a rank. But even so, he could not imagine that he would turn out to be so outstanding. She looks into him with her golden eyes, thinking that it would be difficult to find another such talent. And considering that he is already dead, he needs such a personality, because this is a real treasure that everyone will definitely want to get. But you can't be greedy just yet. She lowers her hand and something blue starts to crackle in her body, thinking that, given that the hair is getting stronger, it is safe to say that the dragon's heart is weakening. If this continues, she may turn into stone. She remembers that her servants are running through the grove, thinking that they are searching every corner of all floors. She represents a man with 2 horns, thinking that it would be difficult to find the philosopher's stone even if they were able to find the sword god. And she is sure that someone took it, and that someone took not only the philosopher's stone, but also all the materials necessary to complete it. And she must, at all costs, find the right trail and follow it. Then they press their fists, thinking about how to deal with this. She looks at the man and says that she'll ask one last question. Is she looking directly at him? Speaking of which, is he really going to not work for her? And she knows well what her blessing will mean. To which he smiles and apologizes to her. He says that he has a god whom he serves. She smiles, speaking about the fact that it's boring and it's better to refuse and not come up with it right. To which he says thank you. She tells him back that okay, then she will order him a job. The Queen smiles, saying that she will pay as much as he wants, and the completion time is unlimited, but it would be good to complete the task as soon as possible. She says he will need to find someone, and the mercenary asks her who, and she blurts out in a whisper. This mercenary comes out of a red portal in the forest. He thinks that he has a new job. He walks forward and thinks about how long it will take him this time. After this, he looks at his pendant, which begins to shine. He is clearly angry as he looks at her, and the mercenary takes her hands. He squeezes her tightly. Then he enters one of the portals, thinking that I hope he can do this for as long as possible. June sits at the table and one of the knights brings him coffee. He trembles all over and says that's it. While June takes this cup of coffee, the knight sinks lower and lower and is very worried. He says he personally ground the beans and made coffee filters by pouring it drop by drop. And for this coffee he used only the best beans. After which June turns to him, and he is very frightened by this. He apologizes again. And June, looking at this soldier, says that he has changed a lot. This soldier begins to stand straight and shouts that he thanks him and he is glad that he was able to become a better person. And June says that really thanks. The soldier smiles and trembles, saying that of course. June puts the cup on the table. He looks at this knight. Then he says that since they both understand that long conversations are tiring, then they should get straight to the point. This soldier begins to worry. His face begins to turn blue. He tells June to say what he wants. June says he wants to find one person. He asks him who, and June, looking at this soldier, says that he wants to find Braham. The soldier was very surprised by this and lowered his head. He says with regret that you really want to say about an exile, to which June says that yes, exactly about him. And they remember a man dressed in a robe and carrying a bag. After all, he was originally a member of the Elohi of one of the 8 clans. This clan selected members based on blood type and heredity, and in the tower there was no analog to this clan, and the bourgeoisie gathered in it. And it is said that, being descendants of a superior species, they occupied a high position in the colony. And while this man walks, they continue to think. The fact that he himself laughed at his origin, saying that it was useless. And in the end he was kicked out of the clan, and he became an exile. And June, looking forward, continues to think. Thinking that, although he himself apparently enjoys such a nickname and wears it with pride, and the knight lowers his head and closes his eyes. He says 4 days, and in just 4 days he will contact them. And June looks at this knight with a smile. He says okay, then he should contact him as soon as he finds him. June thinks that he's a great guy and didn't even ask why he was looking for him, after which he throws him a gold ring. He is surprised by this, looking at him. Speaking of which, is it really possible to use such things? And he remembers, looking at this ring, that this is a communication artifact intended for long distances. And although it has its limitations on use, such a thing is not at all easy to find. Jun stands up, placing the bag of money on the table. He says this will be collateral. And while the soldier stands in shock and watches all this, June leaves and sees this soldier smiling and taking this bag. After all, he says that they could just assign him the task. And June tells him to keep it and find it quickly. The soldier lowers this bag and sees a lot of gold there. Speaking of which, yes of course. He looks in surprise at how much money there is. After which June looks at this soldier with a smile and how he bows to him, saying thank you and he will spend it wisely. June thinks about how he's making good progress and he's worked hard on it, and it seems a little ridiculous. But he's still a smart guy. After which that soldier shouts when June comes out about what a good trip. And June thinks that he might even be more useful than he thought. And he must think quickly and not ask unnecessary questions so that he can find clients. And it looks like he has sorted out his problems. After which June speaks out loud before the meeting, and he teleports to the 16th floor of the Wheel of Life gate. June sees a system notification. It says that they have chosen the path to the Temple of the Future and now cannot change direction. And June thinks about what a headache. He remembers how he attacked one of the men, thinking that he had already caused disturbances in the skull, so that he regrets it. But now you shouldn't expect an easy test. After which June watches in surprise as blocking barriers appear everywhere. The system says that he cannot go to the Temple of the Future because the owner of the temple does not allow him to enter. And June wonders why he can't come in, and he won't be able to complete the task at all. After that, he takes his weapon and thinks that there are no more options and he will have to go ahead. And at that moment a man appears in front of him. He yells at June to stop. And a girl in a white and gold robe says that this is holy territory. She says she asks him to refrain from using weapons. June looks at this woman with her weapon. He asks her who she is. What does she answer? So that he apologizes for the belated greeting. Yana, apostle of the goddess. She bows to June, and she says that the goddess wants to meet him. June looks at her with obvious suspicion. He thinks about why he needs this, and he asks the apostle why he wants to take revenge for the past. To which the goddess tells him that they have no right to this, and don't they know it? If he still cannot trust him, then let him prepare to swear in the name of the goddess. And June looks down, thinking about what she just said. If she really is an apostle of the goddess, then she poses no threat. And, most likely, she is at the level of the ranker, but still not a match for him. He begins to examine this apostle, thinking that, nevertheless, he does not understand why the goddess needed him. If she is ready to swear on the name of the goddess, then she is ready for any consequences. After which the apostle says to June, looking at him, so that he does not worry too much, and the goddess really wants to meet him with good intentions. She continues to say that since he needs to complete the test, there is nothing wrong with his assumptions. And 2 other temples prohibited him from entering, but since the goddess calls him personally, he will be able to go inside. He looks at her and begins to glow golden from below. He says it's true and he has no reason to refuse. After which June summons his troops and a dark aura appears everywhere. He says that, however, he does not like this approach. The apostle is surprised and runs back. She looks at June with fear in her eyes. Speaking of which, what's going on? After which June swings his weapon, and they cut off a piece of her cloak. June smiles, telling her not to be too surprised. And one of June's skeletons stands with his scythe and holds it over the neck of this apostle. He says he's just going to negotiate with his own methods, but he is surprised and did not think that she would turn out to be a high elf. And the apostle is clearly angry, talking about what he allows himself. June starts walking towards her. Speaking of which, he also said that he was not satisfied with this approach, and she tries her best to seem polite, but she didn't give him the right to choose. And even if she swears, she will not be able to trust completely. And June looks at her. He says he will let her go when everything is over. And since she is ready to say that she will not suffer, then she should not worry about it. And the apostle looks down. He says that June is suspicious. June tells her that he's just not stupid, and trusting someone in the tower without knowing his true intentions can only be equated to suicide. After which the apostle closes his eyes. She says okay and she will escort him to the goddess. They approach one of the temples, and the system says that he chose the path to the temple of the past. It simply says that this is a guest who was invited by the goddess herself, and they must open all the doors. Many other ministers bowed their heads in front of them. June walks behind the apostle, while Jun's minion holds his weapon over the apostle's neck, and June thinks that this is a temple, and, despite the fact that the eldest of the three goddesses lives here, she is relatively modest. And maybe this is because the temple is responsible for the past and therefore is not popular among followers. June walks through the many attendants, looking around, and he thinks about what they say, that the apostle is considered the incarnation of God. And all the priests listen to her unconditionally. They go further and further, and Jun thinks that even though there is a shadow sickle on her neck, they don't dare to look at her. And they are so careful, as if any unnecessary movement would be regarded as rudeness. And Jun looks at the apostle. He thinks that he made the right decision by taking her hostage. And he remembers the words of the system administrator. After all, he said that among the three sisters, it is the eldest who needs to beware. And June thinks that the messages from him transmitted to the manager of Laplace sounded exactly like that. He's not going to listen to the demon's words, but it doesn't hurt to be extra careful, and they approach the huge throne. It all shines with golden light, and Jun thinks that there are gods who cannot leave the 98th floor, and for this they need a deputy. After all, they are substitutes and are part of God, and therefore, when they die, they cause great harm to God himself. So she's very important as a hostage. He represents a high elf with golden hair, thinking that the high elves are the ancestors of the elves and dark elves, and golden hair is proof that we receive divine blood from the goddess of beauty, and such elves are difficult to find even in the tower, and all because they are extremely rarely born. And as far as he knows, they are all more than 1,000 years old. And for now the apostle moves on with his head down. June continues to ponder what if such a high elf, such an apostle, died. Tira of the goddess can be lowered, so this is the safest method of all. And passing further, the apostles look at Jun with his eye. He thinks that, although if the goddess finds out about this, she will clearly be unhappy, and you can't let her do whatever she wants until you understand her true intentions. June and the apostle walk further and further through the temple. They stop near a huge door, and the apostle says that here she will stop, and behind the door is the sanctuary in which the goddess dwells. The apostle turns to Jun, speaking of which, she didn't get permission to enter, so she will not be able to accompany him further. What the apostle notices is how a huge radiance of golden color moves towards Dejanova. He stands there in shock and wonders what the hell this is. High door emanate enormous pressure and radiance. June thinks that this is a heavy, although no, very deep force that takes away your breath. And it feels completely different than when he met the king or queen of summer. And June stands in shock. He thinks that he is sure that there is a huge power hiding behind this door. And the apostle turns to June while he is surprised. She says that it seems that they feel it. Sometimes there are people who feel power. And even though the doors are closed, the apostle smiles. Speaking of which, usually such people are very sensitive or deeply spiritual. Or have they already carried the power of the gods? After which June fearfully says what is behind the door. And the apostle makes a serious face. However, he says that God is there. June is surprised by this, after which he thinks that how is this possible, and they can't be sideways because they don't leave the 98th floor. Remembers all the gods sitting at the top of the tower, and I thought that the goddess did not want to stay on the 98th floor, and she left a piece of herself on the 16th. But physically she cannot be here, after which the door is open, and the apostle smiles, lowering his head. Speaking of not worrying too much, June asks her what is she saying, and while he goes to this gate, the apostle says that he will understand everything just by going inside, and he thought that even this would be for the better. Does he come through these doors? He thinks about how he was wondering what a real god was like, and Jun looks down, thinking that, however, the force that he felt from behind the doors turned out to be much more powerful than he could have imagined. Jun is enveloped in a very huge magical power, and it was so big that it seemed to have no limit. And this is a voluminous and deep powerful force. All her strength began to absorb him, and June falls down, thinking that this is God. He begins to think, imagining wild nature, about the feeling that his existence has become infinitely small and miserable, as if he had turned into a firefly. He lies in the cold, thinking that for God man is nothing more than a pitiful creature, and wouldn't it be strange if he dissolves in this feeling and completely disappears? Jun clenched his teeth. He thinks that no, this cannot be allowed, Magic begins to circulate throughout his body. He thinks about what he can't do, after which the system sends notifications that it was a fighting will. A huge golden black funnel rises from above. He thinks about how he needs to end this, and it's so pathetic. June stands in her final form, releasing her fiery wings. He uses magic, and he thinks that if he is not focused, he will disappear, and it is necessary to stop the interference in his consciousness at any cost. After which he hears a voice starting to laugh and talk about how persistent he is. June is surprised by this and jumps away. He thinks about where he is and whether this space is God. June begins to look around and thinks about that this sanctuary is the place where the consciousness of God is located, so it may well be. And he hears a voice telling him that she doesn't understand why he's so afraid of her, and she promised that she wouldn't harm him. And June, getting into position, he says that they know his true intentions. And the god begins to laugh, saying that for the heir to the power of an ancient dragon, he is overly cautious. And usually snakes are nothing of themselves, take your pride away from them. And June is standing. He thinks that this is too difficult. If this goes on, he will have to kill the apostle. He asks God why he called him, and she smiles, saying that it's simple. June is shocked. He stutters and says that the meaning is simple. She talks about how they remain gods first and foremost. Even those who hate us try to remain neutral and not become their enemies. He didn't care about it, so he became curious, but then they met and that was all. June is shocked as she watches everything, and he thinks about what it is. He sees a system notification indicating that all tests have been completed. Is he surprised that it was? The system sends a notification. She says that he successfully met with the goddess and he received achievements they are ready to simply receive by adding an additional card. He received 5,000 karma, and he received 3,000 additional karma, and the system says that the karma received is added to the total karma. And does he want to engrave his name in the Hall of Fame? June stands in surprise, looking at all this. He gets shocked, thinking about what it is, and the goddess, smiling, tells him that since he's been here, she's seen a lot of people. They were all connected by memories of the past and regretted something. They could never get out of the swamp of the past and wanted only one thing. While hands reach out for one of the people, and they prayed to get rid of the memories of the past. But June is different from them. The goddess sits on her throne and smiles. She says regret isn't dragging him down, for the goddess remembers what June did. Speaking of which, on the contrary, he deliberately looks back at the past. And he deliberately condemns himself for what happened, remembering his brother. And in his past he is not there, only his dead brother. And he remembers all those people who surround him now. Speaking of a brother who has been betrayed by his close friends and wonders what will happen next. And can he trust the people who surround him? And he thinks that these people are completely different, but his brother thought the same. And while June stands in the abyss of darkness, the goddess continues to say that betrayal always comes by surprise, which is why he keeps his distance from them. And she tells him to be suspicious, and that's all right. Talking about not trusting anyone, she smiles, saying that he is. He has always lived this way, and is this true? And June remembers his real life. The way there were explosions everywhere. Soldiers run towards one of the helicopters, talking about the fact that they are surrounded and they only have 30 seconds, and they won't be able to continue. I am one of the soldiers, entering the helicopter, and begins to look back. He watches as one of the soldiers provides cover as they leave. He says sorry and they fly away, and young June remains there. Does he notice how they flew away? And he thought about what even close comrades can give, and while they grabbed their heads and lowered it. June thinks that even those for whom he is ready to sacrifice his life, and regardless of this, the result will be the same, and that is betrayal. And they shoot at Jun, but he dodges the bullets. At that moment, no one could have thought that he would survive. He was running away from these troops who were attacking them, having received a wound to his shoulder. They say that, however, he could not die. After that, June bandaged himself, speaking of the anger that awoke to his comrades who had thrown him away, forced him to move forward. And while he sat and patched his wounds, several soldiers wanted to attack him from behind. They used their knives. Yours is closer to the tired Jun. After which the two lay in the lake. They bled, and June moved on. And he says that he was only thinking about surviving. And while many soldiers were firing their weapons, June killed everyone in his path. And so he walked as much as 150 kilometers, met a huge number of people and killed them. And at some point there were no thoughts left in my head. No anger, no indignation. While he walked forward, people ran away from him. He said that he had nothing left and no desire to take revenge. Going forward, killing everyone in your path. He thought that all his feelings were gone. And while his eyes were shining, he covered himself with one of his hands. Speaking of which, that's probably when they started calling him that. A monster without feelings. After which the goddess listens to all this and smiles and laughs. She tells him to keep going into his memories, and now he will not be able to get out of the abyss of these memories. While he falls deeper and deeper into this abyss, the goddess says that he is now another toy in his collection, And while June remembers how he attacked many people with his knife, the goddess tells him to remember these memories is his true self, and June must remember, while many hands below are trying to reach him. The goddess tells him to remember the monster inside himself, and June smiles, speaking of which, it's nothing. After which he gets out of the memories and tells her, is this really all she can do? June begins to glow blue with magic, and the goddess comes into shock. She thinks about what and why, because this cannot be. How was he able to get out? The fates and pasts of many people are intertwined from the tower, and even though he is considered one of the best, she looks straight at Jun, thinking that even he shouldn't have gotten out of the memories so easily. June smiles. He says that he has completed his test, so there is no reason for them to see each other anymore. After which he turns around and leaves, telling her, thank you for your help. And the goddess looks at it all with her mouth open. After all, she initially planned to make life difficult for Jun, and his past suited her plans perfectly. This guy had no specific hope, and he simply climbed the tower, not running away from the shackles of the past, no, only stronger, shackling himself with them. And the goddess could not take advantage of this because she is the goddess of the past. For her, there is nothing easier than putting pressure on a person's memories, forcing him to go through the torment of the past. And if the apostle herself could not cope with the test, then she thought that June could not cope with it either, after which she smiles, speaking of which, without thinking that one day, seeing the smug goddess caught by surprise. And how pathetic does she look? To which the goddess turns to him, looking at the huge radiance. She tells him that if he's going to talk, he should get lost. And it was Hermes. He stands right in front of her, and she says that she doesn't think it's time to stop playing with people and try to get used to the fact that not only high elves can get out of her clutches. And the goddess, clearly evil, gets up from her throne. She tells Hermes that he won't understand, and Hermes, coming closer, he says that this guy was able to get out of the abyss of the past because he is different from everyone else. He has no desire, no dream, and he just keeps moving forward. The goddess says with surprise that he really knows about him, and, it seems, he was following him. And Hermes closed his eyes and put his hand on his thigh. He says that not only that, but Athena is also very interested in him. And there is nothing to say about Ares and Dionysus. And while the goddess is clearly evil, this says that, to be honest, it's not just them who are watching him, but basically everyone. And he smiles. They say that almost everyone is on the 98th floor. Would you like to have him as your apostle? And Hermes goes forward while the goddess watches him. He says that if he passed the minimum requirement for an apostle and was on the 50th floor, he would make a huge fuss. And Hermes smiles, turning to her. He says that the demons are also interested in him. There are rumors that even the Eastern Agars is drooling over him. This is one of the 72 demons, ranked second, and it symbolizes madness and destruction, and such a demon became interested in a common man. Hermes says it's more interesting. He lowers his staff, which begins to glow golden. The goddess is very surprised by this, and a huge number of snakes appear everywhere and surround her. And he says that he was the first to notice this guy, and he has no idea how annoying it is when someone encroaches on his desire. And she must understand that stealing is very bad. The goddess sits back on her throne. She says that damn it, she couldn't believe she would be humiliated like that. And Hermes, he will definitely pay for this. The goddess clenches her fists and lowers her head, very angry. She thinks that, however, no matter how much she thinks, it is very strange. After all, Hermes, like the wind, is free and hates being tied up. She remembers him and thinks that even though he is stronger, there is no greed in him. And it was clear in his gaze that he wanted to protect the other. She begins to remember all the gods and Hermes, thinking that there is something behind it. And she doesn't like that Athena and Dionysus are interested in him. And on Olympus, where the usurpers sit, only the innocent second generation will be interested in them. And something is clearly wrong here, but what exactly? And she calls the apostle to her. She comes up to her and bows. She says, yes, ma'am. The goddess says that if she cannot have something, she must destroy it. And she orders the apostles to seize this child by any means. After which the apostle bows. And at that moment, something sinister stirred in the shadow of the apostle. She notices a creature appearing in front of her. And June, who assumed that she would want to harm him, hit a monstrous harbinger in the shadows. And this messenger of death runs a scythe across the apostle's head. And this head flies straight to the goddess. In an instant, the soul of the apostle, associated with the gods, was forcibly torn out. In just one moment of carelessness, while the goddess understands what is happening, a lot of blood flies at her. And the goddess could not notice this because of the power left by Hermes, which dulled her senses. And the result of this carelessness was, the goddess began to cough up blood, and it turned out to be very sad. A scream was heard throughout the temple. There are many explosions in the forest, and the temple soldiers run to attack Jun, saying that he needs to be killed. Dabin looks at it. He says that the further away they are, the more insignificant they are. and that's all they wanted to say. After that, he summons a skeleton mage, and many soldiers watch him use the spell. Jun talks about what they wanted to say lastly. Many warriors stand in shock, their mouths open and looking at the purple glow. Jun, watching all this from the side, while huge clouds of dust rise. He thinks that this is already 6 times you and the power of the dragon was not needed. Jun looks around and thinks about how this is a waste of a soul. Even her temple has gone crazy since they hired mercenaries and assassins. And I better get more souls. After which Jun summons new skeletons from the dead soldiers. Speaking of which, sir, all enemies nearby have been defeated. To which Jun tells him well done. And one of the soldiers says that it was not interesting. He says that's right, these guys are kind of boring, and is that really all there is? Jun costs about 2 of his main soldiers. Speaking of which, it is so humiliating to fight with commoners. Jun says that the higher they go, the stronger their enemies will be and they shouldn't worry about that. Jun smiles, looking down. He says that now they are gaining strength at the expense of the souls that they absorb moments, and they don't even have time to get their weapons. And one of the soldiers says that yes, that's right, and he tells the master. Jun asks in surprise what he wants, and he says that, to tell the truth, they are interested in something. They ask Jun how he escaped from the shackles of the goddess, and how was he able to control his thoughts. They perceive her as if she were holding Jun in her palm. Speaking of which, no matter how special he is, he will never be able to compare with the being who calls himself God. And even being inside the bracelet, he felt that he was literally being devoured by the endless power that the gods possess. And maybe she's still a bitch, but even of a higher race such as the High Elves. To be honest, he escaped too easily. They remember how Jun left there, and they continue to say that they thought it was impossible only if his past and what the goddess sees were different. And Jun, looking at them, begins to talk. He says that no, what he showed was true and he also realized it. And everything that happened in the past only gave rise to distrust in people. That's why he treated everything with contempt, even when he entered the tower. But now everything is different. He remembers the watch his brother gave him. The result was the way he smiled while giving them, saying that his brother was a hero for him and he hopes that he will not lose himself, having lost what he had to endure. And Jun, along with his undead, walks forward, looking at the moon. Speaking of which, he can't disappoint his little brother. Jun runs along the rock. He thinks that it seems that there will be no more attacks, and if this continues, their religious cult will be uprooted and the return of divine power will be out of the question. They may not have given up completely, but they need to regain their strength. And the reputation of the 3 temples has dropped to the lowest level, and the power of God that comes from greatness. Now that she's lost him, he won't have to worry about it for a while. And so far he has lost sight of 3 crippled goddesses. Remembering your army, he thinks that thanks to this he strengthened the power of the monstrous harbingers. Jun extends her hand, creating a golden colored magic ball. He thinks about what he should do with this power. After that, he places it on the floor and it begins to shine. He thinks that his goal was to weaken the goddess's power, but he was very lucky that he was also able to get her. And he did not even think that the soul would contain it within itself. Junwoo smiles looking at this soul. He thinks that its value is limitless, and where can you apply it to get the maximum benefit? He looks at his soldiers and thinks, if souls are tied to a black bracelet and have opposite properties, then for them this power is the same as poison. And he remembers the dragon and the tweet, thinking that they also began to show evil tendencies. After this, Jun looks at this soul, and he thinks what then? It will be the best option. After that, he takes his blade, all shrouded in green and black aura, thinking about using Wigrid. Is he raising this weapon to the soul? Thinking about what if the magic sword carries the curse of countless heroes, then won't she be able to purify herself with the help of sacred power, become closer to her original state? He remembers the Aegis, thinking that the last time this curse was washed away was only her and the sacred fire. But the source does not simply disappear, and what is the true form of the sacred weapon that everyone desires? And Jun looks at this with surprise. He sees the sacred power flowing into this blade. It begins to purify and glow with a golden light, and the system sends notifications. It says that the process of purification begins. This weapon quickly absorbs sacred power. Jun watches all this from the side. He thinks that this weapon has started to lengthen and the runes are becoming clearer. He watches what is happening with surprise and seriousness, thinking that it will take time to carry out all its capabilities. After the curse is completely lifted, he continues to watch as the weapon begins to glow, thinking that after the purification is complete, he wonders how this weapon will change. Jun receives notifications while he is running through the forest that the cleanup of the 17th floor has been completed. The 18th floor 19 has also been cleared. And thanks to the achievements gained in battles and training with the king, Jun already has the power of rankers. And if necessary, he could use information from his brother's diary and dragon knowledge, so lower to level 20 was quite easy for him. And the end of it doesn't mean Jun didn't put in any effort. He looked around in vain to collect hidden objects and set records on each floor. Jun runs forward, looking around, and he says that somehow he got here in just one day. He looks at huge mountains covered with snow. The system says that this is the 20th floor of the Gate of the Mountain of Repentance. Ijun says that this is the infamous place of the 5 Mountains of Repentance. And finally he got here, and he was really looking forward to it. Jun passes through the barrier. The system sends notifications. It says that testing of the 20th floor is beginning. The test is that those who want to become God must take the testimony and learn how to exceed their limit. Jun looks in surprise at the huge black aura coming from afar. The system says that they have started climbing the first mountain and one repentance is blocking vision. Jun stands and realizes that he doesn't see anything. He says what a feeling is, and this is how it feels when the feeling from the very beginning is blocked. And because of this darkness it is a little uncomfortable, after which Jun is used to enhance her senses, and the terrain around him begins to appear. He begins to understand where he is. After that, he sees trees in the distance, and he says that this is better, and isn't it too simple? After that he moves forward. He says that this is all and hopes that it is not so. Speaking of which, he is already on the threshold of one mountain, after which he jumps up, and he says that you need to repent thoroughly. Several players are walking through rocky terrain. One of them has his hands out and is yelling at them to wait and something is wrong. Another man says that something is wrong here and one wrong move and the path to the next world is blocked for them. And one of the soldiers says that it is best to increase the distance. They have plenty of time, so they should go ahead and take their time. After this, they feel something running through them at great speed. They start screaming that it just happened and something ran nearby. Jun, who has been watching all this from the side, looks on in silence. These soldiers say it was the wind and everyone should gather together. Jun looks at them in surprise. He thinks that if they made it to the 20th floor, they must have developed better senses, and it cannot be that they are so dependent on vision. After this, Jun runs on and watches the players pass the tests. He notices how one of them fell into the swamp. He screams for them to save him, and he did. Another player shouts about where it is. The system sends notifications saying that they have started climbing the second mountain and 2 repentance. This is a hearing block. Jun walks silently and watches the players who are standing still. They scream that they have even been deprived of their hearing and will not soon be able to move on at this rate. Jun thinks about the fact that something is wrong, and is it really all true? He remembers what the system of 5 mountains of repentance means. 5 mountains until I test the player, not giving him a second of rest until he passes all 5 mountains. On the first mountain they are deprived of vision. On the second mountain there are rumors. At 3 they are deprived of their sense of smell. At 4 they deprive the sense of taste. And at 5 tactile sensitivity. Any person in this world makes a decision based on 5 senses. But as soon as these feelings disappear, the person is left alone with himself. And he remembers that some players sometimes cannot bear such tests and withdraw into themselves. And for more developed players, the 5th year of repentance can be a place where they get a great chance. The more players can reach, the more he will receive by passing 5 mountains. And Jun runs forward, clearly worried. He thinks about what he heard, and many deliberately drive themselves into strict limits. But this won't be of much use, and he is sure that the 20th floor is the most visited place by players. And he remembers his brother, thinking about what he read in the diary about what Arsha suffered on the 20th floor. And Junny always unconsciously pushed himself into strict limits, experiencing superiority and the limits of your capabilities. Without stopping there, he moved to the next limit, further and further. And in fact, the 20th floor was a logical continuation of what the player had managed to achieve by that moment, so everything depended on the person. Remembering how Jun trained and passed the initial floors, already at the training stage, he was able to extract maximum benefit from using all 5 senses successfully, reading the movement of the arrows. And even then he stood out among the rest. And since his service in Africa, he managed to dodge many bullets and survive. And he even acquired dragon senses. And the enhancement of feelings reached 80% and was not much different from the passive skill. So, having a specific goal on the 20th floor as what was happening, he was already used to it here. Jun walks forward and is clearly concentrating. He says Interrogation, and light magic appears before him. He thinks that he is putting shackles on himself, nevertheless. Need to increase the difficulty level, after which he takes off his mask and clothes. He thinks that it is better to suspend the effects of the artifacts for the duration. He dresses the way he decided to come to this tower. After this, the system sends a notification that he has voluntarily suspended the operation of the magic circuits, and Jun closes his eyes. He will think that he needs to act like an ordinary person. The system sends notifications warning that he may be threatened from the outside. The system says that he used magical power. He voluntarily blocked his feelings. He voluntarily blocked his skills. After this, a dark aura begins to surround Jun. Emptiness appears, and Jun thinks that it's like he jumped into an abyss. Jun smiles and begins to worry. He thinks about what it seems like he already felt when he first opened the tower gates. And it reminds me of my times in Africa. If he knew that she would feel this way, he would immediately block all feelings. Jun feels many weapons near him, chained to his neck. He thinks that, given how many enemies he has, he can bring trouble on himself, and he does not know when and where they will decide to attack him. But this inner restlessness will only help him. After this, Jun begins to look around, thinking that he is playing with fire. But this game is worth it. Jun talks about it being time to suppress yourself. After this, the system sends notifications indicating that he has begun climbing the third mountain and 3 repentance blocking the sense of smell. Jun crawls up. He thinks that it is actually quite difficult to climb the mountain, and he deliberately turned off the enhancement of feelings, although he was already used to this. He thinks that he should not make mistakes, and if he makes a mistake, then he is finished. Jun walks forward slowly. He thinks that, having lost the third important feeling, such as the sense of smell, Jun sat down to rest. He thinks about how much time has passed and whether he is moving at all. Jun sits and reflects that all he has left is a tactile sensation. Around Jun, the wind begins to blow everywhere. He thinks about the feeling of colliding with something and the wind blowing, for being the only way to understand where to go next. After which Jun closes his eyes and thinks that no. A green light begins to form around Jun. He thinks that there is something else, and it's vague and weak, but he feels it. He imagines trees and rocks all around him, thinking that these are the images around, and Jun thinks that at first he felt them too weakly, which is why he did not pay attention to it. It represents how there are animals and a huge tree nearby, thinking that it is now much brighter and each image has its own color. Jun closed his eyes and concentrated. He thinks about missing it and not touching the image and disappears completely. It's as if he has a limit over everything he has. Thinking about what we need to focus on now is fighting will, and focus on the sensations and try very hard. Feel what is around you as best you can. Sends a notification that the level of combat willpower is noticeably increasing. At the moment, he hasn't been using the skill for very long, and continued use could damage his brain. There is a danger of getting lost between mind and body, and it is recommended to rest. At the moment, he has been using the skill for a very long time. It can become trapped in your own overloaded mind. The danger of your mental ability automatically contacted the dragon knowledge to intensify. The level of mastery of fighting will increases noticeably. Jun begins to wonder how much time has passed, a day or two, and a whole month must have passed. The system warns that thanks to constant training, he was able to capture parts of the soul. And Jun looks at himself and his hand in some space. He thinks about what it is. This system suggests that he discovered spiritual control. The system sends notifications. It states that he has achieved achievements that are not easy to obtain and adds additional karma. He received 3,000 karma and an additional 2,000 karma. It is recommended to obtain further achievements after some training, and only after mastering spiritual control will he receive a new level. And Jun starts to shine with blue color. He thinks and talks about what spiritual control means. And Jun looks forward. Does he say he understands? He gets up and walks forward. Everything around begins to shine. He says that spiritual control is the weight of his soul. So that's why he could feel those objects without having information about them. And thanks to spiritual control, you can look inside the object. He imagines all this in the form of an etheric body standing next to him. And this perception differs from the 5 senses familiar to a person. Therefore, under other development conditions it will not work. And Jun looks down. He says that now he understands why the rankers are looking for these 5 mountains of repentance. He thinks about how such a strong aura emanates from the king and queen that just being near them can chill you to the bone. He thinks that not everyone has developed spiritual control without much difficulty. If he is weak in spirit, then predominance in the mountains will give him nothing. He thinks that he can start by identifying small objects and, as soon as he comes out, catch their images. They will achieve much more than the rankers themselves. Juna appeared enveloped in his blue aura. He thinks that such a player opens up completely new opportunities, and you just have to take control of the new skill. And who knows, maybe this will be the beginning of the yin ball. Jun sits with the king. The king says that what other sword is yin and yang. He says that this is exactly what their tribe has dreamed of for a long time. Jun says in surprise that they really were just dreaming, to which the king says that few people know what he is, but, in simple terms, he turns to Jun, and he talks about whether he knows where their tribe came from. Jun, looking at the king, he says that he knows their founders were the discoverers of the tower, to which does the king say that is true. They are heirs and continue to develop what they managed to build. Farida's fighting techniques and different types of gates, but there was something they couldn't touch. Jun looks at the king in surprise. Speaking of which, is there really such a thing? and the king talks about the radiance, saying that this is about yin and yang swords. He imagines two eagles flying across the sky with the ambassador, and they were created by merging two of the strongest fighting techniques, and this is their legacy. After which the king gets up from his knees, and June notices this. He says that, of course, he was always drawn to the techniques used to create the tower, but even for him, these techniques seem something distant. He remembers Edora, speaking of which, fortunately, she had the yang sword. But here is a yin mystery shrouded in darkness, and Jun looks in surprise as the king throws the book at him. The king turns to Jun. He talks about him trying to take this heritage for himself. Jun looks at this book in shock, and the king says that he doesn't know if it will be of any use, but he must try. He says that this is not a textbook at all. The pages begin to open up little by little. Jun looks at him and is silent. The king says that it's more like fragments of legends from old stories, which they don't like at all, and the king smiles, looking at Jun. He tells him to consider this his last homework as a teacher, and he wishes Jun good luck. After which Jun sits at the fire, and he returns to reality. He says he thought he was on the right track, thinking that he even wrote everything down by hand, but he still didn't understand anything. Remembering an excerpt from there, it says that initially giants arose and tore everything apart. The one that rose up became light and illuminated the bottom, and the one that fell became a strong support for the world. This structure has built today's stable world, in which many buds have blossomed and bear fruit. And Jun thinks about that, understanding why the king did not like this. After which one of his warriors appears in front of Jun. He says that he is really already developing the sixth sense, and he was going to teach this to Jun when the time came, and he didn't think that he would just take it and learn. Jun, looking at these soldiers, asks in surprise, what do they not have under the sixth sense? From the soldiers he says that he really forgot, you don't need to find a fatal point in order to learn something new. Jun looks at them in surprise, saying that, of course, he remembers it, but he did not know that it was the sixth sense and thought that this something would be related to spiritual control. To which one of the soldiers asks questioningly, what kind of spiritual control is it and what does it even mean? Jun asks them in surprise, didn't he say that objects emanate an aura? And Jun continues to say that he himself began to use this skill not so long ago. So I thought that this was spiritual control. And while the soldier begins to worry, he does not understand what Jun is talking about. He continues to say that it never occurred to him that this is the sixth sense and a rather useful skill. To which one of the knights, clearly worried, tells Jun that he waited, and he asks him why he's even saying that now. Jun looks at her soldiers ridiculously. He tells him that why have they become so serious, and let them at least say something. And one of the soldiers, looking at Juna, begins to speak, that since the sixth sense is connected with the subconscious and instincts, it can be considered the door of spiritual power. After which one of them begins to worry, and the other continues to talk about how he, thinking, is already going in the opposite direction. To which the worried soldier says that he is talking about the same thing, and it can drive you crazy. Jun starts to get angry. He tells them to explain to him on their fingers what spiritual power is, and one of the soldiers, looking at Juno, begins to explain. What if spiritual control is the weight of the soul that grows as it progresses? That is spiritual power, that is the power that flows from him. He imagines a lot of spiritual power appearing around a person. After all, the level of magical power usually grows along with it. It is she who extracts mana from the general flow. Since this power is located deep in his subconscious, it usually lies dormant. And Jun thinks. He tells them that it is clear that the sixth sense is based on instincts, and therefore it is on the border between the conscious and unconscious. This soldier, looking at Juna, continues to talk, that it is by becoming stronger that he gets the opportunity to open the sixth sense, and which can become the door to his subconscious. However, their consciousness is 80% subconscious, and it is hidden so deeply that it is very difficult to reach it. And if you make a mistake, his brain may be damaged and he will be trapped, so you need to be very careful. And Jun spreads his hands and says about the fact that ultimately he can only touch the soul by getting into the subconscious, and only then will he be able to little by little begin to control the soul. And Jun says that he didn't even open the door, and that is, he uses spiritual power as if opening the door from the inside. One of the soldiers stands up in surprise. He says that this is not so, it's easy to do, and he doesn't even know for sure whether it's possible. And that's what he does when he enters the building. And Jun, clearly not understanding what he means here, looks at the fist. He says that he comes through the door, of course, and the soldiers say that it is either through the front door or through the side door. And the soldier begins to give birth, saying that he is the owner. He was able to jump through the attic. Jun sits and listens to all this with incomprehension. The soldier continues to say that he is going down to the front entrance, and Jun says what's wrong with that. The soldier stands right in front of him with great surprise. He shouts at him to think for himself. Jun says that he feels spiritual control, but cannot use spiritual power, and he says that yes, it is so, and he has learned a lot. simply by understanding spiritual control. And if it were his will, he would immediately jump to the 11th floor, right? And spiritual strength is difficult for even the highest rankers. The God of Swords and King Summer are only able to use part of it, and only by making the free use of spiritual power. In other words, he comprehended, reaching the top, overcoming his physical limits. And Jun begins to think about this. He says that these creatures are called gods and demons. The soldier says yes, but it is still too early for him to get involved with spiritual power. If he makes even the slightest mistake, his soul will split into pieces. After which Jun gets up from his knees. He says that he understands this, and in contrast to magical power, which can always be replenished, the spiritual flows from his soul. And one of the soldiers looks at Jun, who has stood up. He says that it will be possible to open the spiritual door only when he tears his soul apart. However, it strikes, and he has already learned to feel spiritual control. And then it will be easier, and he should think about developing the sixth sense. Even this is available to few. And while Jun looks at them, the other continues to talk. That first you need, in the same way that he felt spiritual control, to think about expanding your sixth sense outward. Jun asks in surprise, "Do you mean expand the sixth sense?" And he begins to say that the sixth sense is just another type of perception. It should not remain in his subconscious, but should go outside. And while Jun looks at it all in surprise, he continues to say that all that remains for him is to build a path along which the sixth feeling can spill out. Jun says that it looks like a channel, and he agrees with him. They say it's something like this. And the soldier says that one day the day will come when he will also prepare to release spiritual power, and for this he will need a well-developed sixth sense. Jun lowers his head and begins to think. He thinks that controlling the soul is spiritual power, spiritual control. And the path begins, at the end of which he can become a real master. He remembers what he went through, thinking about the fact that he had tried before, but all this was definitely in advance, and it was very easy to follow the well-trodden path. And similar to what was described in his diary, Jun smiles, thinking about what now. He takes his hands, thinking that it's time to move forward, making your own decisions, and says that expanding the sixth sense means it's a lot of fun. System messages appeared before Jun that he was starting to climb the fifth mountain, fifth repentance, blocking the sense of touch. Jun stood on the ground. There was a green aura around him. He thought that when the sense of touch is blocked, almost all other senses are closed along with it. Jun, surrounded by his aura, made several leaps forward. At great speed, part of the way forward, he thought that it was strange, but he felt everything that surrounded him so calmly. Jun ran through the forest, energy waves were going around him. He thought that the release of the sixth sense was slowly manifesting itself. She was beginning to pick up the surrounding wavelengths. Jun, looking ahead, thought that it was a completely different feeling, not like the magical powers that help study the surroundings. Jun, surrounded by a strong aura, approached an incredibly large tree. Looking at it, he thought that I was guided by the longer waves. He freely senses the world. It's like a third eye. Jun said that it seems this tree is already several hundred years old. System messages appeared in front of Jun that Jun had figured out how to handle spiritual power. He could sense spiritual control better. He had figured out how to reveal his existence through spiritual control. His soul level was rising. The Dark Knight, looking forward, asked how this was possible, whether the system was not too unfair. Another Dark Knight, looking at his comrade, said that it's quieter and I need to stop the master from concentrating. The Dark Knight asked that this doesn't bother him at all. He put in so much effort, worked hard all his life. Jun, surrounded by energy, stood in place. A system message appeared in front of him that the level of proficiency in the skill-enhanced senses had increased significantly. He was congratulated. He had reached the maximum level of proficiency in the skill-enhanced senses. All characteristics associated with the skill were increased. Strength increased by 10, agility increased by 12. The Dark Knight continued to say that how could this be achieved so quickly? In front of Jun, more system messages appeared that he had achieved a new understanding of his skill. An excellent skill had been opened. The sixth sense skill had been created. The level of proficiency in the sixth sense skill had quickly reached its maximum. Taking into account its characteristics, new skills were being searched for. The excellent skill inspiration had been opened. The level of proficiency in the inspiration skill had increased significantly. Jun opened his eyes and, surrounded by an aura, sighed heavily. The heads of Dark Knights hung around him. Jun raised his hand and told Shannon not to whine so much. He was still grateful to them. Without their advice, nothing would have happened. Jun looked at his hand and thought that he had a sixth sense. He could see something he had never seen before. Jun looked forward and thought that thanks to him, the level of proficiency in the skill of enhancing senses increased. The method that Shannon recommended for achieving the maximum level worked with a bang. Shannon, looking forward, said that he seemed to notice something. As soon as Jun learned the sixth sense, didn't the skill reach the maximum level? The other Mud Dark Knight forward responded that he thought it was because he had mastered spiritual control. Jun, looking at them, asked what inspiration is. This skill also continues to improve. It's also strange. This is the first time he gets such skills one after another. A system message appeared in front of Jun that the level of proficiency in the inspiration skill had increased to the maximum. Month looked at the system message and thought that the inspiration skill had reached its maximum. A huge number of system messages continued to appear in front of Jun, which told him that he was unlocking new skills and improving them to the maximum. The system began to search for skills worthy as a reward. Jun looked ahead in fear. A second later, his entire body was covered with a green aura. It continued to increase. An unimaginable power spread around. Shannon, looking forward, said that this was incredible. Jun bent over. He felt a huge amount of energy pouring into him. A system message appeared in front of him that the extrasensory perception skill had been created. Jun looked at the system message. It said that extrasensory perception combines the 5 senses and the 6th sense, allowing one to recognize things that could not be sensed before. Jun is puzzled, looking at her hand and thinking about extrasensory perception. A system message appeared in front of him that intuition, as the level of proficiency in a skill increases, the range of his senses increases, and he can easily sense the essence of an object within his reach. Sometimes he will be able to activate feelings similar to precognition and penetrate into the idea. The automatic defense mechanism. In case of an unforeseen situation, the speed of orientation and awareness increases. In case of danger, when his health falls below 10% of all characteristics, once a day it increases by 200%. Shannon, together with his friend, looking at Jun, said that extrasensory perception is one of the best among sensory skills, the likes of which can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Shannon remembered his life. He thought that mastering similar skills so early, developing skills at higher levels, and getting his own special skill is the path that rankers most often take. The Dark Knight, looking forward, thought about it, and then said that, of course, it is harder to increase the level of proficiency in skills of an excellent level than of a low one, but... Suddenly, Shannon, looking at Jun, interrupted his comrade and told him to wait. Extrasensory perception? He couldn't believe it. The Dark Knight, looking at his comrade, said that he too, however, a system message appeared in front of Jun that the level of proficiency in the extrasensory perception skill increases by 2%. The Dark Knight, looking at Jun from whom incredibly strong energy came, said that Jun was the man who proved that this was possible. He was their master. Jun thought that he felt that the reach of the 6th sense was growing. In his head, he imagined a forest and an open field with flowers. He thought that these sensations were different from the awakening of consciousness, which increased after the completion of the dragon's body. Through extrasensory perception, he very clearly senses the environment as if all other senses were open. Jun looked at the forest near him and wondered if it was ESP. Jun smiled, looking at everything around him, and wondered if it was possible to feel so much with just extrasensory perception. Now he is looking forward to the test being over and all his senses being revealed. Shannon, standing next to Jun, turned to him. Shannon remembered Pant and said that he now seems to understand why Pant constantly sighs so heavily when looking at Jun. It's damn infuriating. Jun looked at Shannon, puzzled, and he continued to say that what was the point of this, to get what some people have to hunch over all their lives for, and for someone like Jun. Another Dark Knight, looking at Jun, said that the 5 senses, trained by enhancing the senses of sensing mana flows, the 6th sense affects spiritual control, and there is also the dragon sense. The Dark Knight, looking forward, continued to say that it was obvious that this was supposed to happen. Now they will be able to see the flow of mana from the master. In other words, Jun has reached the point where he can clearly feel the flow of mana in the atmosphere around him. Jun turned away from his Dark Knights and took a few steps forward, and then said that he seemed to understand. He could feel the entire mountain. Energy waves were coming from Jun, and he said that this was happening very clearly. They spread further and further upward, heading straight for the mountain. We are transported to a girl who is sitting at a table and drinking a hot drink. She has long gray hair and white clothes, with 2 gold bracelets on her arms. She looks into the opening of the cave, which is located to the left of her, and they ask what kind of spirit this is. Is it a sign? A knight appears, hiding his face with 2 fangs. He says that apparently he came here and received a new awareness. The girl frowns and looks intently forward. Can appears in front of us. He drags a bucket of water, saying that if he has such a spirit, then wouldn't they know about it? He smiles and adds that finally there is a new guy. They have been waiting for this for so long. Kang knocks over a bucket of water and says that he will meet him and come back. He makes several leaps forward at great speed. Suddenly Jun senses something and wonders what it is. He turns to his Dark Knights and tells them to immediately hide. He thinks that he is strong. Jun looks around and thinks that he is going in this direction. Kang quickly makes his way up the mountain, making a couple of deft leaps to the top. He pushes off from the tubercle with enormous force and makes a strong jump forward. Jun looks in front of her in shock, not understanding what is happening. Suddenly he raises his head and looks up. Leaves fall from the tree Kang is standing on. Kang looks down at Jun and asks what he is. Jun Jun looks at Kan puzzled. Kan says that really? How did he get here? What is it? He has become prettier. Kang smiles and asks if Jun is doing well, and Jun wonders if it's Kang. Kang, standing on a tree, looked at the puzzled Jun. He asked why he did not answer him, and then he added, although it is understandable, because he only recently learned the basics of his consciousness, this is called open speech, it will take him some time to master it. Jun looked up, puzzled, and began to think that this voice and manner, this is definitely Kan, but why is he here? Jun remembered that this brat said that he would wait for the next meeting. He resigned along with Doyle. He cannot be here. Besides, the training level opens at the behest of the tower, but he did not hear that it opened. Looking at the smiling Kang, Jun thought that while he could, Kang said that he knew that they would meet again, but he could not even imagine that it would be under such circumstances. Kang jumped down from the tree and added that he had learned open speech, so Jun addressed him with open speech and asked him what it was like. Kang smiled and scratched the back of his head in shock, and then laughingly said what was to be expected from Jun, he, as always. Jun, looking at Kan, asked how he got here and where Doyle was. Kan replied that it was. Jun, looking at him, thought that he was somehow suspicious. Besides, looking at how Kang was thinking, Jun thought that he was very different from the Kang with whom he went through the training level. He used to be immature and couldn't control himself, but now he is balanced and knows how to control himself. Suddenly from where, a voice was heard that said, "Junior, you're not going to introduce yourself to him." Jun had seen enough of the task, and Kan closed his eyes displeasedly and said that she didn't even let her say hello normally after such a long separation. The girl with gray hair smiled and said that this means they know each other, maybe he will introduce them. Kang furrowed his eyebrows and looked up, and then said that Grandma, if he is going to do something with this guy, then he advises. Suddenly, a hail of lightning rained down from the sky and struck Kan. His body started to burn and he started screaming for her to stop. He said enough. Kan was lying on his knees in front of Jun. Black smoke was coming from him. The girl laughed and said that if he started talking nonsense again, he would tear his mouth too. Jun looked at Kan in shock and thought that this was incredible. It was quite unexpected even for extrasensory perception. Until the lightning struck, he was not sure. Jun thought that this was rune magic. He had heard that the language of the gods was runes, and his own was very complex. But there were several people in the tower who could use it with such precision. Jun frowned and thought that this was a sadhu, those who isolated themselves on the last mountain, those who enjoy loneliness, torment, and pain, the hermits who remained on the 20th floor and focused on cultivation. The rumors turned out to be true. Kang slowly began to get up, and then apologized to Jun and said that if Jun did not go with him, he would die here. Kang looked at Jun with a smile, then told Jun to think of it as saving someone's life. He would go with him. Jun looked at him and thought that Kan was still the same. Kan and Jun made their way through using magic at great speed. Jun stayed behind Kan. He thought that, be that as it may, this guy had become stronger. Unlike him, who had a dragon sense, Kan had nothing like that. There was a strong yellow aura coming from Kan. Looking at him, Jun thought that if he had come so far, it means he worked hard. He so wanted to defeat Pant and Anya, and that now he is not afraid of Pant. Kang turned to Jun with a smile and asked what Jun ate to become so strong. He couldn't read anything. Apparently Jun ate a dragon somewhere or something like that. Jun and Kan made their way through the forest. Jun replied that he had become a half-dragon. Kan said that this was not funny, he never learned to joke. Kang turned to Jun with a smile and said that they were almost there. Maybe at least for the sake of decency Jun would be nervous. Kan and Jun came out of the trees and in front of them appeared a girl sitting on a stone in a white dress, and a guy with white hair was sitting above her. Jun saw the girl. She had lush breasts, red eyes, and glasses. She looked at them with curiosity. Jun looked around carefully and thought that there were two of them. He and Kan flew closer and stopped. The girl looked at Jun and said that means he came. His outfit is very good. He is here to practice. She is glad to see him. He is handsome. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and, looking at her, thought that, apparently, it was she who used rune magic. Jun, looking at the girl who was closely examining him, thought that this was Victoria's sacred mahogany. She was one of the few who was fluent in rune magic. She was widely known, and it turned out to be very interesting to meet her here. Jun looked aside at the guy who had a red aura coming from him. He thought that this was a servant of a nameless demon. There was a dark aura around the guy. Looking at him, Jun thought that this is Kindred, the ghost of the pestilence, although he looks like a child. An ominous aura emanates from him. If King Mu can be compared to the king of the jungle, then this boy with a wild beast, which roams the forest alone in search of prey. Jun introduced a group of wizards in dark capes. He thought that Kindred belongs to the army of the devil, which serves an unnamed demon. They obey 9 bishops, and Kindred is the second bishop. He is little known. Maybe it's because the devil's army doesn't show their faces during battle, or at least few people have seen his face. Kindred looked at Jun with a malicious smile, and Jun thought that he did not know how his brother managed to get this information. Kindred has been continuing to look for something on the 20th floor for a long time. Apparently the rumors are true, however, more than 10 years have passed since it became known. What is he looking for? Victoria, smiling, walked up to June and began to examine him. She said that it would be great if he paid attention to her. She liked him. June furrowed his eyebrows and turned around, and Victoria, looking intently at June, said that the closer she gets, the more handsome he becomes. June wondered why he hadn't noticed when she. Can smiled, waving his arms, and then asked, what do you mean he's handsome? He's wearing a mask. Does she even know what their age difference is? Victoria laughed. Her bracelet began to emit dark energy. She said that she liked everything about Can except his face. Can desperately asked Victoria to stop. And then a large bolt of lightning struck from the sky, striking Kan. Jun looked down. The dust was clearing under him. He wondered that he had not noticed how she used magic again. June looked at the dissatisfied Victoria and wondered that no matter how well she mastered runes, she could not create them out of thin air. Had she really prepared the rune in advance and used it when she was needed? June looked at the 2 silver bracelets hanging on Victoria's hand and thought that maybe it was the bracelet. Victoria is known for her skill in making artifacts, so it's quite possible. Victoria disappeared right in front of June. All that was left of her were runes hanging in the air. She appeared behind June and folded her hands and said that the smaller handsome man, she likes his curiosity, but she gets embarrassed when June looks at her like that. Victoria turned around and smiled, and June, looking forward, apologized and said that he was seeing rune magic for the first time. Victoria asked what that meant. She looked closely at Jun and smilingly said that if he was so interested in rune magic, she could teach him. Kang, lying on the floor, was trembling. Black smoke was coming out of his body. He sighed and said that he almost died, and then added, so that Jun would not fall for the bait, this is Grandma. If Jun falls for it, he will regret it. Kang looked at them displeasedly and said that she wanted to spend a hot night with Jun, and then tie him up and turn him into a pet animal. Victoria, dissatisfied, began to go to Kane, saying that this was not a lie, they really had a hot night. June, looking ahead, said that Kan himself was caught. Kan looked at them displeasedly and shouted that he almost died. He angrily began to wave his hands and say that, be that as it may, Victoria should not pull this guy, he almost saved him. Victoria looked at Kan in surprise and said that then he. Kindred smiled widely, and then an incredibly strong energy began to flow from him. He looked intently at Jun. June turned around in fright. He saw that Kindred had disappeared. He looked around carefully and wondered if he was so fast that he couldn't follow him. June turned around and saw Kindred running towards him. Kindred was approaching June at great speed, swinging his fist. There was red dark energy around him. Kindred smiled. Dark magic began to be created in his hand. Jun thought that he was strong. June looked at him, puzzled, and wondered why he was doing this all of a sudden. Hadn't Kindred heard who he was? A system message appeared in front of Jun. He activated the magic circuit, and then there was a bright blue flash. Magic began to spread throughout Jun's body. He began to think that the protective mechanism of extrasensory perception had automatically started. What kind of feeling it was, thanks to the activation of the magic circuit, he was overwhelmed with strength. A huge amount of bright flame appeared around Jun. Looking forward, he thought that such power was only due to combination with extrasensory perception. The flame mixed with Jun's magic, and the fire changed color, set it to blue. Kan put his hand out in front of him, dumbfounded, and then shouted what it was. Victoria, kneeling down, grabbed the ground. Jun's energy spread around. She said that damn it, this is her home. Jun looked forward menacingly. There was a strong aura around him. Kindred looked at Jun with a puzzled expression, not understanding what was happening. And then he smiled. Kindred flew at great speed, smiling at Jun, swinging his fist, and Jun grabbed a dagger in his hands. Fiery wings appeared behind his back. He had strong energy, and swung his dagger in response. Kindred slammed his hand in front of him, releasing several red energy waves. I easily returned from them. An incredibly strong wave passed next to him, destroying everything in its path. Jun continued to run forward, accumulating mana. He glared at Kindred. Kindred swung his hand again. June stopped and waited for his actions. Kindred made several lunges forward at great speed, then, looking menacingly at Jun, swung. June looked at him in fear and wondered what his movement was. Jun dodged back. A strong explosion occurred in front of his face. Jun thought that they were predictable. Kindred smiled and raised his hand again. He hit the ground with great force. Jun dodged. I thought that this is the best effect of extrasensory perception. It reads the enemy and the environment, predicting the next situation. Kindred turned to Jun and smiled. Jun's fist began to burn with a bright flame. He looked sadly in front of him and thought that, in other words, he could be one step ahead. Jun hit in front of him with all his strength, causing a bright flame. Kindred always created a black sphere in her hands filled with strong energy. He smiled and said that this was interesting. A huge explosion occurred, destroying everything in its path. Jun collided with Kindred, a huge amount of energy coming out of both. but they were not inferior to each other. Jun pulled his dagger forward, used strong magic, and in response, using his hand, created dark energy that opposed Jun. Kan, covering his face with his hand, looked at what was happening. He said, "What the hell is this?" He looked in front of him in fear and said that he really hadn't used magic yet. How crazy he was. Kan took a step forward and said that the magical hurricane also did not subside. The air was heating up. Jun swung his daggers and jumped at Kindred. Looking at this, Kan said that when Jun became such a monster, Jun directly collided with Kindred. A huge amount of energy spilled around. Everything burned with a bright flame. A second later, Jun leaned forward, his hands began to burn even more, and Kindred jumped to the side. Jun lunged forward, swinging his dagger and covering his face at the same time, and Kindred smiled and extended his hand forward, filling it with dark energy. Jun calmly looked ahead, and Kindred looked back, dumbfounded. Jun swung an incredibly strong flame, destroying everything in its path. Victoria, covering her face with her hands, looking at the huge flame, said that her cozy home, for what? She, stretching her arms forward and frowning, protecting herself with a barrier, shouted at Kindred to stop with his jokes and stop. Jun stopped breathing heavily and looked at the dissipating dust. He furrowed his eyebrows and then asked if it was a joke. Suddenly Kindred said yes and then asked that they would leave it at that. Jun looked ahead in fear. Kindred suddenly appeared behind Jun. He looked down and said that it was a pity. Initially he just wanted to test Jun, but his reaction seemed very interesting to him, and he wanted to play longer. Kindred smiled and looked at Jun and then asked that perhaps that was enough. Jun began to turn around in fear, then wondered what kind of habit this was, always appearing from behind. Kindred, stretching his arm forward, used incredibly strong energy in front of Jun. Jun crossed his arms and placed a block. Jun flew back at great speed. Strong dark lightning flew towards him, destroying the earth. Dark lightning began to develop. A huge stream of dust rose into the air. Looking at this, Kan shouted in fear, hiding behind his hand. Kan, with an angry frown, looked towards Kindred and asked what they thought, that he had crossed the line. He had never done this before. He would stumble a little and die. Kindred smiled and said he was fine, and Kan asked exactly. Kindred pointed his finger in the direction where there was a huge pillar of dust. In it, holding Shu Jun's dagger in his hands, he thought that the second bishop of the Devil's army was very strong. Even Hanrin in his best days could not defeat him. Jun smiled. There was blood under his mouth. He thought that thanks to extrasensory perception he was able to guess about his strength. If not for his fighting will, he would have fallen long ago. Jun's hand was shaking. His dagger was covered in blue energy. He thought that Karshana's dagger would not have held up. Jun remembered how he fought with him using all his strength. He thought that his attacks were as powerful as cannonballs. It was difficult to withstand them. Jun walked up to Kindred and thought, looking at him, that he should not show a hint of weakness in front of him. Even if he gave his best, he is not sure that he would win. Kindred smiled and asked that maybe they could repeat it one more time. Jun closed his eyes and smiled and replied that no, he thinks that this is his limit. Kindred laughed, looking at Jun, and said that it was funny to hear this lie. Because it was written that he was going to die, he wanted to see true strength, but they would agree on this. Kindred said she was alone. The less menacing one looked at him, and Kindred asked what Jun was connected with the God of Swords. Jun asked what he was talking about. Jun remembered the God of Swords and wondered what connects Kindred with the God of Swords. This was not mentioned in the diary. Kindred, looking in front of him, said that Jun would not be able to say no, and his sword skills, although they are a little different, are definitely the same technique as the sword god. Jun put his hand to his chin and thought for a moment, and then said that it was Kindred who was wrong, his teacher King Mu. Kindred looked at Kan and asked, "King Mu, from the One-Horned Tribe?" Kindred smiled and thoughtfully said that then it was clear the God of Swords also studied with King Mu. But then, having said that he would not take on a student again after that guy, he did not keep his words, which means Jun is the youngest. Kan looked at them puzzled. Kindred continued to tell Jun that he should be praised. Kindred smiled and asked that Jun was also going to train on the 5 mountains of repentance. Jun nodded his head and answered that was true. Suddenly Kindred made a dash towards the tree. Energy appeared around him and he replied that Jun passed perfectly. Kindred turned around and smiled and said that it looks like Jun has the basics. When he gets stronger, he wants to have fun with him again. Jun turned around and thought that the tests, more like a rite of passage, seemed to be Kindred leaders on the 5th mountain. Jun thought that he and Victoria turned out to be stronger than he thought. Apparently there is something special in every sadhu who is here. Maybe there is something to learn from them. Jun clenched his fist and thought that spiritual power, although extrasensory perception was also a good result, perhaps he could take more from this place. Jun looked ahead and thought that he should become stronger. Kan silently looked at Jun as a dark aura emanated from him. Victoria, sitting on a tree, looked down displeasedly and then said that they had made a mess here. They would have to show leniency. We are taken to a waterfall near which there is a small house. Kan says that as long as Jun can stay here, inside there is everything necessary for life, but he will have to get water and food himself. Jun and Kan are standing in a small house. Kan, with his hand outstretched, says that if you need anything, let Jun come to him. If you have questions, let him ask right away. Jun replied that it is better here than he thought. Kan answers that yes, people who had previously trained here showed him one of the best places. Kang smiled and looked at Jun and then added that the main thing is that Jun should be alert and not interfere in the affairs of others. Everyone came here to improve, so it is not unusual for everyone to protect their own piece of land. Khan closed his eyes and extended his hand forward, and then answered with a smile that despite the fact that Victoria and Kindred act radically, the sadists are not bad. As long as Jun does not interfere in these matters, he can stay close. Sometimes they give good advice. Kan and Jun went outside. Jun asked how long ago Kan found the tower. Kan thought for a moment and answered that about 2 months ago. They approached the waterfall together, and then Kang said that the notes left by Jun, the unknown people who took the fame, it was all him. Jun replied that yes, and Kang continued to say that he knew because of him it never occurred to him to get there. He thought that he had become stronger, but looking at Jun, he is no longer so sure of this. Kan took a few steps forward, and Jun, looking at him, asked what was wrong with Doyle. Kan smiled and turned around and replied that he was not here, they broke up a long time ago, and he would like to talk about it without details. Jun, looking at him, thought that two people who were like brothers to each other ended up diverging. He shouldn't interfere, this is their business. Jun, looking at Kan thinking, thought that now it was clear why no one heard when the bloody sword entered the tower. He was hiding, he no longer cared about fame, he quietly did what he wanted. Jun remembered Doyle and wondered if he was smart enough to be called Foxtail. If he goes up to the tower, maybe they will meet someday. Khan turned to Jun and said that by the way, his battle with Kinrend was amazing. Usually everyone fails the test. Kang spread his arms and added with a smile that because of Jun, the youngest ran away, so from now on, the youngest Jun, if possible, will treat him the same as before. Jun closed his eyes and said that Kang was still the same frivolous person. Kang came closer and put his hand on Jun's shoulder and then said that Jun is still the same callous person and still does things that are difficult to understand. Kang smiled and added that in any case, let Jun train hard. Kang, looking at Jun, said that he has changed a lot since he came here. It's a hard way of life. Unlike him, Jun will achieve more. Kang continued to say that if there was time, he would like to have a training match with Jun. Jun responded well. We are taken to a waterfall, under which Jun sits in the lotus position and meditates. One of the Dark Knights appears near him and says that he doesn't know if this is normal. Jun sits like this for quite a long time. It doesn't matter whether he has a dragon body or not, if she remains in this state, all sealed with magical circuits. Shannon, lying on a bench, asks that the gentleman is again doing something that makes no sense. This is the key to studying the Yin sword. The Dark Knight asks what kind of Yin sword. He heard that before, he did not know the way to solve this riddle. Shannon, stretching his hand upward, said that then they used dragon knowledge incorrectly. This method was not available to the One-Horn tribe. Jun sighed and Shannon asked if Jun could figure something out in 3 days. Night fell. Jun was still meditating near the waterfall. Drops of water flew past him. He felt each of them. Jun heard Shannon screaming at him to wake up. Suddenly Jun opened his eyes. He continued to sit in the lotus position, looking forward. His Dark Knights appeared in front of him. Shannon, waving his arms, began to shout that he already thought that Jun was dead. He was out of his mind. A little more and Jun would have died. Meditation should only last a day or two. How could Jun sit like that for a whole month? He crazy. Jun looked in front of him, puzzled, and asked for the month. He slowly began to get up, and Shannon spread his arms and said that how the hell could it take so long to study something that he managed to find out. Jun looked ahead and said that it was nothing. Looking at him, Shannon replied that this cannot be, it's not just one. Jun looked at his hand and replied that no, it's not a hoax, it's real. The more time passes, the more confident I am that the sword is real. Jun remembered how he walked through the endless fog. He said that he does not know how to get to him. It seems to them that he is wandering in the fog even when mastering Mugong for the first time. Jun clenched his fist. One of the Dark Knights said that if it looks like wandering in the fog, what about moving in small steps? Jun asked what he was talking about, and the Dark Knight continued to say that even if the Yin sword is so complex, it is just a sword technique. The Dark Knight, looking intently at Jun, continued to say that shouldn't they first teach Jun how to wield a sword? First of all, it is necessary to increase the level of skill in this matter. The knight remembered several masters, and thought that the masters were completely proficient in the martial art. Experts have surpassed boundaries and reached a whole new level. Arhats are those who have surpassed even the last ones. The Dark Knight, stretching his hand forward, said that about becoming a master first. Jun, looking at him, answered that how strong you need to be become a master. The Dark Knight replied that Jun must learn to create an aura. Jun Tascon raised his hand to his face and thought about the aura. Jun wondered if aura was the only area his brother didn't excel in. He couldn't master it due to 10,000th purity. It's a power that can get close to all the elements that make up Mer. Aura is a form of energy that's hard to control. June thought, looking forward, that this is an area in which the diary will not help, but June, standing in front of his dark nights, thought that fortunately he had two outstanding teachers. June looked at Shannon and thought that although he did not become a ranker, he was a true master of the arts of fencing. Jun looked at Hanrin. I thought that if we take into account only martial arts, then he was something between an expert and an archon. Looking at them, he thought that the difference between them was that unlike Shannon, who chose to lead others to master the martial arts, Hanrin fought in battles from a young age and actually became an apostle of the martial arts. If he could learn the opposite experience at the same time and skills, he will be able to cope with the aura. They bring him to Jun's room. He holds a magic sphere in his hands and says that something happened. He found a Brahma. A cry comes from the sphere that yes, he thought that Jun would soon contact him, so he continued to follow him. A voice came from the ball that he was on the 23rd floor. June thought that he was on the 23rd floor. A knight appears in front of us, looking intently at the sphere with frowning eyebrows and crossed arms. He says that it seems he has been there for a long time. June replies to continue to watch him and let him know as soon as he arrives at the other floor. The knight replied that he understood. June, holding the sphere in his hands, didn't think that the 23rd floor was overgrown with trees that hatch demons. They were called demonic trees. The forest was the birthplace of demons, and the floor itself fell because it was completely different from other floors. Braham, as an expert in chemistry, probably became interested similar place. June took a few steps forward. He went to the table on which the rings lay and picked up one of them and thought that he was worried about what to do if the Braham rises above the 50th floor. There is no need to rush and look for it, so now we are transported to Edora. She remains in bed and sees how the ring on the table begins to sparkle. She takes it in her hands and the ring continues to glow. And not worried, sitting on the bed and looking at the ring, she screams that everything is fine with June. She was very worried about him. He is not injured. June replies that he knows that it is too late to contact her. June looks at the ring, puzzled, and hears Edora continue to shout that where is June now? He is eating well. The battle is in the temple. Edora blushes and, looking at the ring, shouts that she was very worried that June had been harmed. June sighs with a smile and then says that it seems he caused a lot of trouble. Let Edora not worry, nothing serious happened. Jun continues to smile and say that he would like to ask something. Edora blushes and, looking at the ring, says what she's talking about. Jun asks if Hanova didn't happen to contact her. He agreed on something with him. Too much time has passed. He must be worried if he contacted her. Then June, puzzled, walked away from the ring. Edora began to shout very loudly that he had already come several times and said that June had not appeared even though they had agreed. Edora, bringing the ring to her mouth, continues to shout loudly at the frown in her eyebrows that he now lives in their village. That's all Jun wanted to ask her. Jun says yes. She screams that it's good. She understood. The ring stops working and Edora passes out. June, silently looking at the ring, not understanding what happened, says that apparently he called too late. An explosion occurs, raising a lot of dust. June fights one of his warriors. He says that the aura can be mastered after he masters the sixth sense, and the sixth sense requires the participation of the whole consciousness. While the knight defends himself with his weapon, he continues to speak. That Mr. He has learned emergency perception, which is at a level above the sixth sense. Therefore, he will easily understand how it works, and this is a kind of exchange of intangible for physical. And while June blocks the blow of this knight, he continues talking, that it needs to be balanced with magical power, which, in turn, must be powerful. And Juna smiles, looking at this. He says he knows it, but what is consciousness? And while another knight sits on a stone and watches their battle from afar, he says it's quite difficult to explain, and everyone has their own consciousness, so there is no way to comprehend it, and it is different for everyone. He peers into their battles and speaks. What, for example, is the desire to win? Jun thought as he attacked the enemy about the desire to win, after which he notices how the spring jumps on top of him. He says that in his case it is the will to become stronger, and June, looking at this, he says that he understood. He dodges an attack from above, and he says that then he won't have to worry about it. After which he attacks, and the knight flies away, raising clouds of dust. And Jun says that in his case, this force destroys everything in its path. And the soldier, sitting on the stone, stands up and holds his katana, sticking it into the ground. He says that indeed it seems that he is close to becoming a master, but definitely consciousness does not mean that he has become closer to the knowledge of the aura. He bounces off the rock and jumps straight at Jun. He continues to say that if he understands the right direction, then he should try to concentrate on the 8 censures and 8 emergency fists. June takes a stance. He says that he is trying to know the 8 extreme fists, and he is learning the aura, after which a soldier with a katana tries to hit Jun while he jumped. He says that in this case you need to be even faster and more agile. He hits Jun and he jumps back. He says that the 8 divinations of the 8 extreme fists cannot be mastered with just one practice, and for this you need to strictly adhere to small steps. June breathes heavily and smiles, crossing her arms. He talks about being even more agile, even faster, and the other knight gets up after Jun's blow. He says that he must imagine that his mind is focused on the edge of the sword, and he should think of it as an outburst of consciousness, and standing up and emitting an aura. He speaks that consciousness is the path along which spiritual energy will travel in the future, and having understood consciousness, he will be able to use all types of attacks using aura and magical power. Jun watches this and he is sweating. He sees one of his soldiers with a katana running straight towards him, and Jun closes his eyes. He thinks about what is at the edge of the sword and he must concentrate. He remembers his teacher who said that 1 out of 8 censures, after which Jun begins to be enveloped in a red aura. He thinks that he remembered how the teacher himself did it. He remembers all the movements that were shown to him, and when does the soldier jump on him with his weapon, a huge amount of red aura begins to emanate from Jun. He remembers how he walked and how the COD happened. This soldier, watching this, is very surprised. He notices Jun counterattacking him, after which the system sends notifications. It says that he was on the trail of 8 censures and 8 extreme fists, and he learned to control his consciousness. The proficiency rate of the 8 extreme fists increased significantly to 62%. And you have almost reached the master level under the influence of the progression of the title of 8 extreme fists changed to 8 extreme swords, and the proficiency level of the 8 extreme swords has been raised to 71%, after which Jun swings his weapon. He strikes back, and he cuts through a huge number of trees with his striking force, after which Jun stands in a huge number of clouds of dust. He looks down, and one of the soldiers who attacked him just looks at him. Does he say it's excellent? And he stands near a huge rock which Jun cut into 2 parts. This is one of 8 Danchin censures, and its destructive power, beyond all expectations, is amazing. Jun looks at all this. He says that no, it's not that amazing, and the king would cut the sun. Some soldiers look at this and say in surprise, which is understandable, but in a short time he managed to reach the level of a master, and now that he gets used to filling his weapons with aura, he will become even stronger. And while Jun holds her dagger, which with the help of magic increases in size, Thoth says that this is the most basic aura technique, and it is the aura blade. And judging by the red glow, the gentleman is predisposed to fire. The system sends notifications. It says congratulations and he has reached the level of a master. He has achieved a lot and additional karma is added. He received 3,000 karma as an additional reward and strength increased by 10 and agility increased by 8. He has mastered aura, but it is not complete yet and he must train to achieve a deeper understanding of it. Jun looks at her red aura. He says, does color really affect strength? To which they tell him that not really, and strength does not depend on light, and he is just demonstrating the difference in training. And while another soldier is watching this, Jun speaks about what it's like. He is told that there are 8 extreme bells, and he also wants to master them. Victoria is standing near the table, bending over. She says it's not the same again. She bites her finger, and she says that there are no errors in the calculations, and she is sure of it. And is it really a matter of quantity? After which she removes the table with her hands. She screams that she was almost there, and is it really impossible to create eternal artifacts? And you need to find a combination of runes that would match the bracelets after use and you would no longer have problems moving along the tower. She looks at the broken bangles, after which she thinks that even if everything is simplified, factors will eventually appear due to which artifacts can be damaged. And therefore there is only one way, this is to create a combination that will solve all the problems that arise. After that she reads a book. She thinks about whether this is real and at least it's better than writing everything down and experimenting. Everything would become much easier if it were possible to model the combination according to the active pattern. After which she put her hand on her chin and thought, is she talking about Jun? If you think about it, if anyone is better than him for this role. She recalls how he fought with him, thinking that if his killing ability is impressive, then his reaction to the unexpected is very good. And she thought very hard, looking ahead. She thinks that he is also not bad, but the newcomer is stronger and, of course, Kindred or others would be better candidates, but they won't like the idea that they might expose their weaknesses. After that, Victoria looks at her desk. She says that then she will first rest and then admire the beautiful face, and it will be great if he has become stronger over these few months. After which a white portal appears in one of the places. Victoria comes out. One says the newcomer is around here somewhere. She begins to look around. And he says, why is there nothing here, and what happened here, or have there always been barren lands here? After this he steps onto a ravine. She looks there in surprise. After that, surprisingly, she says that she didn't notice it either, because of the remaining energy of darkness. She looks at the huge cut from the ground, and she says that she does not feel any traces of magic, and nevertheless, the sight of what this boa constrictor is running away from looks like a symbol of Hermes. Did he really do this solely with his strength? And she was surprised, his strength in the battle with his successor, but this is a completely different level. Looks at a small wooden house from afar, and he says that he too has improved so much in just a few months. And is this even possible? And besides, what kind of darkness energy is on the 20th floor? It shouldn't be undead. Does she look at all the cuts? And he says that if you analyze the traces of his movement, they seem very interesting. Victoria looks at the cut rock. He says that no one could have imagined that he would be so strong. After which she smiles. She thinks that this is very excellent. And Jun sitting at the table. He thinks that the training with them was very successful, and he achieved unexpected results. The system sends notifications. It talks about how he learned to survive his time in the outside world, and within his mind, his relentless pursuit of asceticism is recognized. He received an achievement that is difficult to obtain. Additional karma is added and 5,000 karma received and 3,000 additional karma received. And as an additional reward received, the evolution of fighting will. The new skill will be matched to his experience and characteristics, and the process is influenced by the characteristics of asceticism. And an excellent time difference skill has been created. Jun looks ahead and thinks. He thinks about the time difference. He looks at this ability and that his proficiency level is 0%. He considers the description, which says that the skill affects the characteristics of asceticism, and he can use accelerated thinking to focus on assessing the situation. With accelerated thinking, he will be able to go beyond time frames and move freely beyond them. And as the level of proficiency in thinking skills increases, organized calculations also accelerate. You can carry out several calculations at the same time. And as the level of skill increases, the number of simultaneously performed calculations also increases. Jun crosses one leg over the other and looks up. He thinks that thanks to the time difference, he can calmly think, going beyond the time frame of the physical world. Of course, this does not mean that he can no longer steam at all, and it has no restrictions. But now the risk of information overload is less than before. Jun smiles, looking at the ceiling. He thinks that thanks to this he has mastered the 3 centers of the 8 extreme fists, and such power is worth learning the skills. After which he notices Victoria appearing in front of him. He surprisingly asks her what is she doing here. She smiles and says that she needs a reason to come. Jun says that he heard that what is written applies here, the rules do not interfere with each other. To which Victoria looks at Jun and says that this is boring. Jun tells her to tell her why she came. Victoria comes closer and smiles. Is she talking about what's good? She comes closer to Jun and asks him, does he want to cooperate with her? Is Victoria writing something in her notebook? The dangerous moment has passed. Victoria looks at the half-naked Jun. She thinks that he is very good and, probably, his face is also very beautiful. And a month has passed, but he still needs time to draw up a diagram. There are a lot of nuances, and he could use a guinea pig. After which Victoria smiles, looking at Jun. She thinks that if she thinks about it, she is not as smart as she thought. As a condition, he asked to teach him runes, but runes and rune magic are slightly different things. She looks at Jun, only he is standing in the magic circle, thinking that in any case, thanks to him, her research would bear fruit. If everything goes smoothly, she will finish half the work today. Journal for Research Day 1. Victoria is sitting reading a book and is clearly tired. She thinks that day 20 has already passed and something is wrong. She looks away and thinks. She thought that she would be able to quickly complete the research, but she is practically standing still. And in fact, it has not moved from the dead point. While Jun sits tied to a chair and looks at a book. Victoria is shaking all over with anger, watching him. She thinks about how she made him drink all sorts of things and used magic circuits and artifacts. But the result was 0 and it was not possible to analyze it. And she even thought about his mental barrier, but it wasn't there either. And while Jun points her finger at one of the lines from the book, she thinks about why the mind of someone who is fixated on martial arts is so deep. And she has blood and her veins run cold from his questions. After that, he looks at Jun and how he is reading the book. She thinks that he has a huge mind and it seems endless. Victoria begins to bite her fingers, clearly angry. She thinks that her mind is compared to his lake against the backdrop of the ocean. And 10 days have already passed and she must find some way. And she approaches Jun, who is sleeping. She gets very angry, after which she examines his body. Jun is standing near the door. She is sitting on the floor and says that anyway, thank you, and she had a very good time. She thinks that in the end she couldn't understand anything, and Jun says that he will go then. Victoria calls out to him, stopping him. However, he tells him to wait and asks about him if he happens to be a child of a higher species or something like that. Then she turns and tells him, no matter what, he forgot, and they will see each other later. She watches as Jun flies away from her. She thinks that the guy who just climbed to the 20th floor cannot be like that. Jun flies back to his house. He goes inside. He calls his soldiers, and one of them in a hood kneels in front of him. He says, "You called him and why?" June asks him if he has forgotten rune magic, to which he replies that no, and June agrees with him. They say it's great, after which two knights appear. He says that June is a fraud and he knew that she would not be able to read him, and for dragon knowledge. He sits and watches June. He says he didn't think she knew how to use her head, and June begins to change clothes. He says no, he asked for it, he just made a deal, to which he says that this is fraud. And June says that he has no reason to refuse a deal in which he has nothing to lose, after which he talks to one of his soldiers about whether he can use the flicker, as well as enhanced magic and acceleration of strength in all 4 types, to which he says that it is possible that Sanya's number is deeper than the other magic that he owns, and he imagines the pain he might experience, after which June sits, and his soldier is hovering right above him. June tells him to just do it, and he will have to be patient so that his month-long efforts do not go in vain. June puts on a serious face. He tells him to do it slowly and precisely, after which he begins to use magic. He says that he understood, but if he moves, then nothing will happen unless he faints, after which he touches Jun's back, from which a dark blue aura begins to emanate. He says that from now on the runes will be etched into the bones through which magic flows. He runs his finger down Jun's back, and he says that this is deep and he will get down to it. Jun is very tense and smiles. He tells him to take care of him, and the knight, watching all this from the side, is silent. His colleague appears. He says he'll get through it in the end, and what the hell was he thinking? To which he replies that he is crazy, and he decided to engrave runes on his body. This is even more painful than the pain he experienced before. However, if he can endure this pain, he will achieve Victoria's cherished desire. Remembering how she broke a lot of things while trying to apply runes, and dragon bones are one of the most durable materials with high magical conductivity, and I remember that all this will be done on his bones. Thus, he will be able to constantly use rune magic. June is standing on one of the rocks. He thinks that 6 months have passed since he got here. He begins to examine his hand, and he thinks that he has been here longer than he expected, and now it is necessary to deal with the fact that he has been putting off for so long and a divine being should soon hatch. He remembers that he now has a rune engraved on his back, and he thinks that before that it might be worth trying it, and he would like to try it in battle. Extrasensory perception aura, if he used everything he had achieved through, he would be able to understand how much stronger he had become. After which June takes his blade and uses all his magic. He calls Vigrid to him, after which he looks at this blade, which begins to be enveloped in a red aura. He thinks about how he has become like most swords. It was 90% clear. After that, June flies up on his wings and says that he thinks about where he should start, and the rune on his back begins to glow. He flies right near the mountains, after which he activates an aura on his weapon. He hits the mountain with all his might. This mountain explodes, causing enormous colossal damage. Everything around rises in clouds of dust and fragments of stones fly everywhere. June watches this. He says it exceeded all his expectations. Why is he landing? Then one of the men says what it is, and June notices it. This guy says he wanted some peace and quiet, and the other guy covers his face, says that he really just did this with his aura, and they both look at Jun. He says he just wanted to check something and apologizes for the inconvenience. One of the knights appears, saying that he was really so surprised, and June tells him to leave, and he continues to say that who would have thought that he would be able to do this, resorting only to an aura, and then another of his soldiers appears. He says that if he used skills and magical power, it would be a completely different spectacle, and June says that now no matter where he goes, no one can defeat him. One of the knights says in surprise that no one can defeat him, and Lord, if he had used the dragon's power, and June notices something. He tells them to wait, and apparently someone is coming. He notices one of the players walking towards him, glowing with a yellow aura. He asks Jun if he really did this using only his aura, and he knows it, saying that it is beyond that which he can understand, and Jun realizes that it was Can. He smiles at him and says that he is really leaving already, to which June says maybe. He thinks about what seems like he wants to say something, and while Can lowers his head and says yes, Jun thinks about how he used to think he was avoiding him because he avoided his gaze. June watches him as he smiles. He thinks that perhaps this has something to do with Doyle, but he decided that he would not interfere and pretend that he did not notice anything, and he says that everything is actually quiet. June approaches him in surprise and does not understand what he wants to say, and Can says something terrible happened, and Victoria stands leaning against her table. She's shaking all over, and June asks her what happened. She says just now. She continues to tremble, raising her hand to her face, and she says that the kinder just died. June is very surprised by this. Kindred says he thought they were pretty close. Victoria, passing nearby, looks at him. She says why is this happening all of a sudden? And he says that she knows who he really is, to which Victoria says that she is starting to get nervous and let's stop. Kindred looks at Victoria with a smile. He says she has magic that can track him, and is this true? To which Victoria begins to worry, looking at him. She says she wouldn't do that either. Kindred gets up from the stone. He says he doesn't talk about her doing it and he asks for it if she can. And he says that she can do it. And Victoria says she can. Kindred smiles as he looks at her. He says he will ask her for a favor then. After which Victoria leaves. She's talking about what the hell. And two people come to her. They talk about how is it really true that Kindred died. And someone like him couldn't die on the 20th floor. Victoria turns to look at them. They tell her that they haven't seen each other for a long time. It was the ghost sword Luna, wearing a hat with red eyes and long gray hair, and a girl standing next to him with red hair and a red scarf. She was an apostle of the hunting god Rebecca, and they tell Victoria while she looks at them that a complex case here cannot be left to chance. First, they must go back and go inside. Jun runs with Kan. He tells him that they are the last to think. Jun watches the apostles standing there. He thinks to himself that they haven't seen each other for 6 months, and it's a pity that they meet under such circumstances. Jun looks them over, remembering their names, and it seems that this man is a vampire. This is the swordsman Moon. Standing next to him is high-ranking ranker Rebecca, after which Jun and Kan come closer to them, and the vampire tells Jun that this is the one who interrupted his sleep, and Jun, looking at them, says that he apologizes for the inconvenience caused. He thinks that he is clearly hostile towards him, after which Victoria looks at them all and comes out to them. She says that she is asking for forgiveness, and they have to go through, and they think that their conversation will be very long. After which they go to the garden with flowers. He talks about what happened and found something that could kill him. They all sat down at the table. Victoria says that she doesn't know, to which Rebecca answers that she's really joking. She says that this is not a joke, and she herself is no less surprised. Rebecca looks visibly angry as she looks at Victoria. She says that she wants to say that Kindred foresaw his death, and he believes that, no matter what, he must fulfill his last will. Victoria starts poking around in the system window. She says that's right, she got the task when Kindred died. After which it shows system notifications to everyone. It says that Victoria wants to share a hidden task and they must confirm it or reject this task. After which a system window with this task appears in front of everyone. Victoria says that everything is really bad and there is no reason to reject him. The system says that the hidden task of the palace of the Monkey King has been found. It says that you need to find the traces left by the King of the Monkeys, and then they will be able to inherit his property on the 20th floor arena. Igors of Repentance have long been called 5 Mountains of Repentance, and in the past, there was a legend that said that the Monkey King was causing trouble because he was angry with the heavens, after which he imprisoned him in grief. After imprisonment in grief, his anger did not cool down, and the mountains became a famous place of repentance. But those who climbed the mountains forgot that the King of the Monkeys had long been freed, and the rewards say that the characteristics of the heir to the Monkey King will be used if you are the location of the magic staff, in 72 transformations plus something unknown. Rebecca looks at this task with surprise. She says, is it really possible? And the vampire reads with surprise. He says this is crazy, is this all turning out to be true? Kan is visibly worried when he looks at this notice, and Jun, considering that's all, he thinks that the King of the Monkeys is somehow connected with Sun Wukong, after which he remembers the Monkey King, who was sitting on a huge rock. He thinks that the Monkey King is fundamentally different from other divine beings. He was born a monkey, but gained knowledge and understanding and became God. Because he didn't like what heaven was doing, he was imprisoned and forced to fight demons during his atonement. In the end, he became the true God. Jun reads all this with surprise. He thinks that since no one has achieved anything like this, that Monkey King was well known throughout the tower. He considers this by clenching his fists. He thinks that such a huge hidden task has appeared on the 20th floor, and the tower system wouldn't lie, but it's very strange. And one of Jun's soldiers tells him that there is nothing strange about this. There are no rumors that there is something related to the King of the Monkeys on the 20th floor. The 20th floor arena has long been called the 5th Mountain of Repentance, and apparently this story is 5 Mountains of Repentance where the King of the Monkeys was sealed. Remembering how he looks and stands with his back, it is said that since it is a magic staff of 72 transformations, this seems to be true, and 72 transformations is the skill that made the King of the Monkeys what he was. And the magic staff is a legendary item that is said to have been stolen from the Dragon Kings. Jun thinks that this is a magic staff, a legendary item that is said to have been stolen by the Dragon Kings, after which Jun puts his finger to his nose. He says that in this case, transformations can be real, and after all, 2 special skills used by the Pike 1000 Eyes are rumored to be associated with transformations. After which, while everyone is thinking about it, Jun says that the 72 transformations and transformations that the Monkey King used, all of them would certainly be very powerful, and he knows that people will definitely desire them. After which Jun raises his head. He says that it is suspicious and that the bishop died only because of this task. And, most likely, it looks more like a trap. He remembers some of the representatives of the devil, and he says that as far as he knows, all the bishops of the devil's army, without exception, are intriguers. They know how to hide for 10 years for the sake of their desires, and besides, they love to catch and eat prey because they are tough. And Kindred is no exception. No, from his greed alone it is clear that he is worse than most bishops. He is second in the hierarchy of those who believe in demons. This fact itself suggests that his way of thinking is very different from the usual. After which June looks at the vampire. He thinks that then what is his goal, and he is strong enough to fight 5 of them at a time alone. And he probably wasn't trying to gain their power to use it. Rebecca says that sounds plausible and maybe he's actually alive. After which Victoria puts her hands on the table. She says no, and she knows for sure that he is dead. If she doubted his magic, it would be unpleasant. Rebecca asks, looking at Victoria, what magic did she use? And Victoria looks up. She says she used the headwind, and it not only tells where a person is, but also whether he is alive or not, and this is rune magic for surveillance. Even if you use a good dispel, you can't get rid of it. And they might think she's in cahoots with Kindred, but if you want, she will give them a mana lunch. After which Victoria raises her hands and stands up. She says she would like to ask them all for something. She looks at everyone sitting at the table, and he tells them to enter the mission territory and help return Kindred's body. To be honest, I don't want to do this either, but she is in debt to him, so she must fulfill his last wish. She looks at everyone seriously, and she says that besides, she is not asking for their help, but just like that. Does she want to make a deal with everyone? June looks at Victoria in surprise. He talks about what other deal. Victoria stands in front of everyone. She says that those who want to continue the task, she will tell them the location of the dungeon. And in return, they take the left-hander to the body, and these are her conditions. June sits with his hand on his chin. One of his associates tells him that she is looking for someone who can protect her, and that is, the guards, and is thinking about whether she should agree. June talks about how it's like a poison holy grail. After which he is told that it seems that everyone is ready to accept the task and receive the power of the king of the monkeys. And perhaps all players are the same, and wouldn't he do the same in their place? To which June says that, of course, he would. He remembers how they fought against the dragon. Speaking of which, for another reason, after the war between the Red Dragon and the others, the remaining 8 clans were busy with something. And in the army of the devil, nothing significant seemed to happen. But if he has to deal with this, then he needs to see everything with his own eyes, and in any case, one day he will have to fight with them, and it would be nice to understand, if possible, what they are. After which Jun looks at Ken. He says that Ken is also somehow strange, and one of the soldiers says that this is another reason. And Ken is clearly worried, looking at Victoria. He says he will do it. Jun watches as everyone agrees and says that they too agree to do all this. And Victoria is looking at a vampire. She says will he want to, and he, in turn, raises his hand to his hat and smiles. He says that he will probably refuse, and he became a vampire for a reason and does not want to die. After which the vine of trees attacks this vampire and binds him. He is surprised by this. They start strangling him, and he says that he doesn't understand what it is. Rebecca tells him, looking at him, that if he spills the beans, then no matter where he goes, she will get him from any corner of the earth. There's no reason to let him go. The vampire clenches his fist and uses magic. While he is being strangled, he tries to say something. He tells everyone to calm down. Victoria shouts to him. Speaking of which, does he really think that she is so crazy as to irritate the apostle? And he has already said that his life is most important to him. Rebecca looking at him angrily. She tells him to better keep his word. After which she calls off her attack. And Victoria tells everyone while everyone calms down about the fact that it's good then they will perform tomorrow at the same time. She looks serious, and he says that first they must take everything they need with them and prepare well. After which they all run through the forest with Victoria. She says that the dungeon is at the top of the mountain. Rebecca says that it is really at the top, that is, in the cave itself. Victoria turns to her. She says that it seems to be hidden behind an invisible barrier, and when Kindred said that he himself did not expect to find her there if he was created by a higher being, is it really surprising? And they remember that the highest beings are the greatest gods, and so they were set up with a barrier, crossing which even the highest rankers could not. And Rebecca looks at Victoria. She says it does ring true, and this explains why Kindred wandered for 10 years. Jun looks at Ken. He thinks to himself that no one seems to doubt Kindred's death. However, he notices the Kana and how he quietly walks forward, thinking that he looks very thoughtful and wondering what he is thinking about. After which Victoria stops. She says it is here. June looks at what is there in surprise. He thinks that this is all true. He notices Victoria trying to break the barrier, thinking that the extrasensory perception received was nothing left that he could not catch, But it seems that he is too arrogant because the barrier erected by God is much more complex, and he feels that, having studied it, he can repeat it with the help of rune magic. Victoria tries to break the barrier. She says that he has already removed the barriers several times and recreated it again. She casts a spell and purple runes appear everywhere. She says that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to notice him and she wouldn't have been able to break the barrier. We watch in amazement as Victoria breaks the barrier. He watches as enormous pressure and huge currents of wind come straight towards him. He thinks that with such a fuss the soul goes to hell. This power is even a little reminiscent of the power of God. Of course, the difference is huge. If this barrier is a supreme being, then the power contained within is nothing more than stopping the energy of the Monkey King. After which the barrier disappears and air currents appear everywhere. June watches this in surprise. Victoria, sweating a little, looks ahead. She says that's all she knows. After which they see a huge dungeon appear. She says that it is impossible to conduct reconnaissance with consciousness, but it dissipates right at the entrance. And it feels like what's next is just an absorbed emptiness. And they must remain alert and focused. Rebecca walks forward as Victoria watches her. She says okay and she will lead the way from here. They go inside and Rebecca speaks. That consciousness has dissipated and you will have to enter just like that. The system sends notifications indicating that they have entered the Monkey King's palace dungeon and is registered as a 4-player party dungeon. After which they fall underground and strong shaking begins. The system says that the spirit trail of the Monkey King is afraid of the invasion and is trying to place a curse on the group. Curse of mind clogging. An attempt was made to cast the curse. The curse of confusion was attempted several more times, after which Victoria becomes ill and uses the bracelets on her arm. She says that this is crazy, there is no limit on the amount of curse, and this was already 3 protective screens. Then she uses a huge barrier and they all stand under it. June watches from the side until they move forward. He thinks that the situation is not the best. And why exactly such curses? He is not sure that he will be able to completely protect himself from external energy. Everything pure is blocked, so all further decisions will have to be made with his own head. Rebecca doesn't feel well. She says that the 4th sense is that they must continue on their way first. Rebecca steps forward. She says that since the Monkey King was imprisoned here for a great 1,000 years, his spiritual imprint is very strong. And everyone needs to focus. They move forward, and Rebecca feels worse and worse. They notice a huge number of holes in the walls. Victoria says in surprise about the fact that again there are many forks here and it feels like they are just going in circles. Rebecca looks at Victoria and starts screaming. She says she knows better to focus on the protective shield. Victoria looks at her in surprise. She says that she knows how difficult it is to support him. June, watching from the sidelines. He thinks that if this continues, they won't be able to hold out for long. He looks at Rebecca, who begins to release her aura. He thinks about how, even though he can't figure out exactly what skills they're using, she has to use quite a lot of magic. He then looks at Victoria, who is using a protective barrier. He thinks that her runes are almost finished. Jun looks at the Kang emitting green magic. He thinks that he is defending himself better than anyone else. Instead of scattering consciousness over a larger area, he is concentrated and around himself in order to isolate himself from the spiritual trace. Then June, walking forward, thinks, is it possible that Victoria Child is so engrossed in making rune magic the power of God that she has forgotten the basics? They are at the very beginning of the dungeon and by the time they get to the middle, they will both be exhausted, and will he really have to take one step? He sends notifications that the Monkey King's spiritual trail is trying to cast a clog curse. Curse of mind clogging attempts have been made to use the curse, and he is paralyzed. He will be able to free himself due to the characteristic of composure, and he will be freed from paralysis. He gains resistance to mind blockage and negative blockage, and the system continues to say that he has good resistance, and he is protected from a suicidal impulse. And he gained outstanding resistance to mental attacks thanks to the cold-blooded characteristic. And a powerful mental wall is built, and he is freed from the influence of the spiritual trace from the King of the Monkeys. And the Monkey King's spiritual trace is completely taken out. The characteristics of composure are the strength to remain calm no matter the situation. And Jun remembers how to get this skill on the first floor. He thinks that the characteristic of composure is the strength that allows you to remain calm and not lose composure regardless of the situation. And he received this characteristic as soon as he entered the game, and it helped him more than once. And while he was developing, this trait played a lot of roles. And the Juns begin to be enveloped in a green aura. He thinks that now it has been activated again and, freed from the influence of the spiritual trace, he can increase the scope of consciousness. He thinks that he cannot suppress the spiritual trace right now, but he needs to gradually increase the radius. And in a sense, the spiritual light of the Monkey King is like a tide that surges from within, spreading out in all directions. Therefore, you need to build your consciousness in a shape resembling a breakwater. The system sends notifications. It states that he learned to use his consciousness in parts, and he learned to protect his mind from external attacks and repel the curse. The level of proficiency in the ESP skill has increased significantly to 12%. She herself begins to emanate more and more green magic. He notices how he begins to move away from the barrier created by Victoria, thinking that he sees all the weak points of this barrier, and he tries to hit them right. After which Rebecca is very surprised, looking forward. She thinks that the spiritual trace has disappeared. And no, someone is pushing back the attacks of the Monkey King's spiritual trail. After which they all turn to Jun and watch as Jun is pushed back by the Monkey King's trail. Rebecca looks at him in surprise, wondering what he's doing. She looks at him and says how he does it and why. Jun, looking at them in surprise, says that he has a skill that is ideal for this and everything else is also not easy for him. Rebecca is clearly angry as she looks at Juna. She says that if it weren't for the current situation, she would have asked him a couple of questions about this. Victoria, clearly tired, says that thanks to him they are alive and thank you. Rebecca closes her eyes. She says that, however, he does not like that he is hiding something from them and could he help them quickly, knowing that everything is difficult here. She turns away and starts to walk away. Having said that, anyway, thanks to him. June looks from the side and thinks about whether she is angry or grateful, and it's hard to say. He thinks that he does not want to deceive them, however, by flaunting his strength, he is also not going to do it with trifles. He imagines it all in the form of a web, thinking that with the help of extrasensory perception, he begins to understand the internal workings of the dungeon, and a dungeon in the form of a complex labyrinth, tangled like a cobweb. And he no longer sees a way out, so even if he turns back, there will be 0 sense. June looks forward. He thinks that even though he doesn't see a way out, there are traps set here and monsters created by the spiritual trail are roaming around. He looks at the monsters with huge weapons in glowing purple color. He will think that in a normal situation he dealt with them easily. Yes, in their current situation, fighting monsters can take fatal blows. And, of course, Rebecca, as a top ranker, can handle them. However, it will be a difficult fight for Victoria and Khan. After which June makes a serious face. He thinks that nothing can be done and creates his dark soldiers. He thinks about them coming out, after which they appear in his shadow. He orders them to destroy all enemies. The snake hits one of the monsters with its tail. These Junas release many snakes to attack the enemy, after which the 2 main knights are at the head, and behind them are many skeletons. They all hold different weapons and attack the enemy, killing one by one. The system sends notifications about how the monstrous harbingers got rid of the little demon 98, and using the highest skill of predation to devour the soul, monstrous harbinger got rid of the other monster by using absorption to consume her. Traps are quickly discovered, 45% of the labyrinth is explored and the dungeon is captured at high speed. June moves forward. He says everything is going great, everything is going very smoothly. He closes his eyes and thinks that it is better to get rid of the traps in advance. He thinks that bridges are an excellent snack for monstrous harbingers. Then they notice a light shining from one of the passages. He thinks that thanks to them he could explore the dungeon faster, and he imagines in his head a map of a huge dungeon, thinking that at the same time you need to understand how the Monkey King's dungeon works. After which June is very surprised, looking forward. He watches as cracks with a purple aura appear everywhere. He says what these traces are, and they are different from the overwhelming power of the spiritual remains that attacked them last time. The system warns that they have discovered a very old sword mark, and he discovered a very old spear mark left a moment later and a dirty footprint. June begins to examine all these cracks. He says that this is hard to feel, but at the same time, it is a unique and exciting feeling. How could the king of the monkeys leave such different marks, and what do these black spots mean? One of Jun's knights looks at this in surprise. He says that eel is, indeed, very surprising. The other one interrupts him, saying that he can't believe it, and it's really surprising. And how could they have such bad thoughts? And while June moves forward with steel, he asks them, saying that they really know something about this. Why are these 2 soldiers sitting on one of the monster's corpses? They say that he has reached the level of a master and still does not understand. That he has a sword, but he still looks through the eyes of a beginner, and it is he who must take a closer look. June is clearly angry as she moves forward. He thinks that it irritates him a little, but there is nothing wrong with what they say. And June begins to look around. Everything is covered with a green aura, and he looks at all these cuts. He thinks it's extrasensory perception, and the system warns Jun. She says that he received very strong inspiration. And extrasensory perception connects with the dragon's eyes to determine the location of the marks, reading the weak points. June looks at these marks in surprise. He thinks about whether this is Mugong or training, and he imagines the Monkey King training on this rock. He thinks it was a chronicle of how the master perfected his skills over hundreds of years, with a spear and fists. These were traces of rage and madness, and the Monkey King stands and shouts, raising his head to the top. Jun is very worried. He says, what does it mean? This is how it all was. And he imagines how a huge Buddha puts his hand directly on the Monkey King. And these were the traces of how the Monkey King tried to break the seal after the Buddha imprisoned him. He thinks that when the Monkey King was sealed, he was overcome with resentment and cursed the Buddha. He flew into a rage, began to hammer at the walls, without looking at the seals. He never slept, he was insane and spent about 100 years in this state. And then he realized that who would he repay if he went crazy? And after that he began to organize his knowledge. Their whole effort was to become stronger. These were difficult processes, and his knowledge was not so simple. The only thing he had in abundance was time. And the Monkey King trained while releasing his magic. He took it step by step and was in no hurry. And the Monkey King struck, causing enormous damage. He thought about that and realized every time that he checked it on his wall. After which clouds of dust rose everywhere and huge imprints were left from the blow of the Monkey King. He thought that the said monkey had learned patience. He managed to pacify his pride in order to achieve his goal. And he became the one whom the whole world feared. And so another 100 years passed, 200 and 500. After which a crack appeared in the wall on which he was training. And when the term of imprisonment was approaching 1,000, the Monkey King still managed to break through the passage. And the Monkey King looked at this with surprise. Constantly looking at the chest of stones that he had just broken through, he looked at the moon. He thought that he had gained the strength to break the seal. And Jun, watching this and imagining all this, was very scared. He says that this cannot happen, and these are all 72 transformations. To which they tell him that these are 72 transformations, and he is a crazy idiot, these are incomparable things. After which his soldiers explained to him that the 72 transformations are only part of what the King of the Monkeys learned. And this tiny part is what he collected to create a new masterpiece. And while Jun is very worried about him, his soldiers say that this is all the King of the Monkeys. After that, they remember how he sits on the dragon. Jun thinks that this is a creature that stood on a par with the gods and the power that turned the King of the Monkeys literally before his eyes. And what remains here are traces of the tall sun Akan after long and cruel suffering. And the King of the Monkeys fought with gods and demons. And Juna covers a lot of thoughts and texts. I thought that it would be great if he could recognize all these traces. But this level is extremely high for its understanding. And first you need to memorize them in order to study them later. And he believes that it is even better than the Yin sword. And this is not martial art or magic or alchemy. This is transformation, and this is not where magic is used, but it cannot be limited to one term. It's beyond magic. After which Kan asks, Jun calls out to him. He says that he has his head in the clouds. And here again there is a fork in the road. This must be concentrated. If they get lost, everything will end. He continues to say that he hopes he has not forgotten that he is in the palace of the Monkey King, and, be that as it may, he needs to survive alone, and it will be very difficult. Jun looks at him. He says he will be more careful, and he thinks to himself that even with the time difference, he managed to hesitate. Rebecca walking forward. This indicates that the configuration of the labyrinth began to slowly change. Victoria looks at Rebecca. She says that if she tries to extend her consciousness further, then the spiritual trail of the King of the Monkeys will immediately rush in. Rebecca gets really angry, gritting her teeth. She says there is nothing to be done, no need to wait a little longer, and she will check what is ahead. She then jumps into one of the passages while Jun watches. Realization suddenly dawns on him. He thinks about what this power is, after which he uses magic and gets into position. Victoria looks at him in surprise along with Kan. Rebecca notices Jun attacking her. She opens her mouth and is surprised by this. She says, why is he suddenly doing this? After which Jun grabs her and draws his weapon forward. She says in surprise what is happening here, and Jun is pushed back as a huge shockwave flies near them. Are they both watching this? Jun clenches his teeth and looks at her. He says sorry and there was no time to explain. Then huge hands appear in front of them. He says that it seems that the Monkey King's spiritual trail has officially taken notice of them. A huge man with horns extends his hand and uses magic in front of the seated man. It was the god of hunting Kernan, and one of the players thinks that every high-ranking player dreams of becoming an apostle. Rebecca then begins to glow red and looks at her hands. She thinks that after the god of hunting chose her as his apostle, no one even envied her. Jun blocks the monster's attack. She thinks about why. Why can't it be useless? Jun looks forward angrily as she cuts off the tentacles, after which Rebecca stands and watches Jun, clenching his fist and trembling. She's thinking about low-level players and she's right in what the hell is going on. She looks down and continues to think. The fact that this calls into question her training for several years and does not understand anything, because high-ranking players and apostles of God. After which Rebecca is attacked by several tentacles. She looks at them and her eyes begin to shine. She says how infuriating it is. After which Jun notices her using magic. and she stands next to Jun and attacks these tentacles, tying them up. Jun watches this and sees huge explosions. Jun thinks about what incredible power this is, and this is the power of the high-ranking ones. Or in other words, this is the power of the apostles. Jun looks at the fishing and how it glows green. He thinks that in the current situation it is difficult to use even 50% of her power. But even so, she is simply incredible, and he cannot even imagine what her power will be like when they leave the 5-element mountain. After which Rebecca looks at Juna. Is she asking him? Rebecca approaches Jun. She says that from now on she will take the lead. Jun looks at her in surprise. He asks her why, and he begins to examine Rebecca from above. He thinks that this is very unexpected, and it rarely happens that highly developed people recognize their limits with such humility. And even for an apostle of a powerful god to tell a low-level player to take the initiative is unthinkable. However, it is moments like these that will help her in the future. Then Jun notices Victoria approaching them. She says that she admits that Jun is doing well in the dungeons, but the further they go, the more they need the power of the high-ranking ones. And Victoria was clearly uncomfortable. She closed one eye, and he says that, despite him looking down on him, even kindred could not stand here, and she cannot trust her life to a person weaker than her. Rebecca turns to Victoria, and so it goes on to say that it's trying to say that Jun knows this place better than any of us. After which Rebecca looks at Jun while he is silent. Victoria says because from now on they will follow him. Jun looks down in obvious bewilderment. He thinks about what this strange desire is, and he must do everything he can. He closes his eyes, and he thinks that, most likely, it will be better this way, and he must take the initiative. After which Jun notices a bat nearby. He says that the vampire is following him, and this is terribly annoying. And it seemed like Victoria and Rebecca were focused on seeing in front of them and didn't notice him. He is very cunning, he can do anything, and maybe he is waiting for something to happen to Victoria or Rebecca. And Jun begins to examine this bat. He thinks that it seems that this form of the vampire race is independent of the vestige, and just like his abilities, and if he needed it, he would have long ago stolen the 72 divine transformations and escaped. One thing he is sure of is that he will make his move when the time comes. And Jun thinks that since he doesn't know what he and the demonic army are planning, Jun tells everyone that he understands, and he thinks to himself that he needs to get out of this maze as soon as possible. After which Jun comes forward with his weapon. He says that from now on he will speed up and everyone should follow him. The team runs ahead along all the aisles. Victoria and the others run after her. Jun uses her dragon eyes and senses. He thinks about what's to the right. After which Victoria notices how he jumps to the right. She tells him what he is doing. Rebecca runs after him and stops Victoria. She says that she didn't argue with him about this and she must trust him because in clearing the dungeon, the commander's decisions are the law. Victoria lifts her glasses, clearly worried. She says she hopes everything will be fine. After which Jun continues to run and looks back. He thinks that this Rebecca tried, and he did not think that they would trust him and follow him so calmly. After which Jun begins to use his weapon, looking to the side. He thinks that since everything is so, then they must undermine their trust. After which Jun makes many attacks on the tentacles and destroys them. They all start to burn and fly into pieces. While everyone is running, Victoria begins to look around and notices something. She starts to worry. She thinks about this boy, who he even is, and he moves as if he knows all the enemy's attacks in advance. She looks straight at Jun's back. And he thinks about the movement of a person who already knows what will happen next and watching this guy. She noticed something strange earlier, but she didn't expect it. After which Jun turns to the others. He says he's there. Victoria is very surprised by this. One tells him to wait, and she thinks that the sound is somewhere here. And they all jump into a huge hole. While Rebecca is smiling, Victoria begins to look around. She says that they were already here. It was fast, it's very incredible. They look at the huge gate, and Jun says they are very big. Rebecca tells him what they will do with this gate and it looks like something is written. Jun says they are very old and rusty so she can't see anything. After which they come up to them and start watching. Kan looks on in surprise. He says Victoria, it looks like it. She stops him and tells him to wait. They look at symbols, and Victoria says that behind this door made of divine metal is a ruby bang, and these gates, and behind them a golden staff. Jun looks at them in surprise. He thinks he didn't think that he even existed. He examines the martial arts display written on the wall, and he thinks that the door is so rusty that no one understood it but these drawings. This is the legacy of the king. After which Jun looks at the system notifications. It states that he completed the task of the king's inheritance and he received the corresponding amount of karma. He received 3,000 karma and 2,000 additional karma, and Jun thinks that this means this is something divine. While Victoria looks on in surprise, Rebecca says that she thinks it is only one part of the golden staff. If this gate was made to protect him, then she doesn't even know if they can open it. and he means something because they are made of divine metal. They are inspecting these gates, and Victoria says that this is a legendary metal that can hold back gods and demons, and since it is so strong, it is almost impossible to destroy it. After which Can tries to open these doors. Victoria uses her magic and helps open it while Rebecca uses magic too. They keep trying to open it, but they can't and they get tired. Rebecca says what the hell, no scratches. Victoria talks about how she used all her rune magic and how did they even discover it. After which June examines his allies. He thinks that this is a divine metal, and if even the power of these three is not enough to open this door, then perhaps it cannot be opened at all by brute force. After which June puts his hand to this wall. He thinks that, most likely, he used another method and he needs to find out what it is. And June, touching something, feels it. He thinks about what's going on and this door starts to open. Everyone else watches this in surprise, and June goes inside. While everyone is silent, they look at him in surprise, and June says, well, let's send it. June and the others go inside. They see many monkey statues bowing, and in the center there is a throne. Rebecca was very surprised by this. She says that the rumor is that this monkey king was known as the ruler of the monkeys. After which they look at the statues of monkey monks. Speaking of what seems to be depicted here, his reign and his possessions. They go to statues of monkeys bowing. She senses a certain purple aura about them. Speaking of which, these giant stone statues each have powers beyond Jun and Kang's capabilities. After which Rebecca looks up, thoughtful, while Victoria looks at her, and she says that compared to her. After which Victoria begins to scream. She says that Kindred is there. After which everyone notices him lying near a huge slab. He's covered in blood, and Victoria, looking at the slab, says that that's stone, and it's like 72 transformations. After which Can looks at her in surprise. Does he say what he found? He begins to tremble, after which he says that if only he could do it like Doyle. And everyone notices how the bat above begins to laugh, and this bat says that he will master 72 transformations. Everyone notices her and says that it was the same vampire. They watch as he continues to fly towards this slab. After which a certain voice says that someone dared to disturb the king's eternal sleep. And now the vampire is attacked by huge dark clumps. June covers herself with her arms along with Victoria. June looks at this, after which he thinks that he seems to have been making incredible assumptions all this time. He represents this unknown force, and he thinks that since he thought that the Monkey King was sealed in the 5 mountains of repentance, it seemed to him that the spirituality that was tormenting them belonged to the Monkey King. However, given that these stone statues began to move, they were dealing with the spiritual trail not of the Monkey King himself, but of his servants. June looks at this in surprise. He thinks that he should have paid attention to the name of the dungeon from the very beginning. He remembers that this was the palace of the Monkey King, and the palace is not a place of imprisonment. He remembers what he looks like, and he says that therefore the evil spirit's trace of the owner simply could not remain here. He shouldn't have thought that the writer turned Monkey King would have such a weak spiritual footprint. He remembers how he dodged the blow, and he thinks that the traces left throughout the dungeon were echoes of the spiritual trace of the king himself, and all the threats came from subordinates who did not want to allow the raiders to disturb the king's sleep, and many stone statues with glowing red eyes headed towards them. They say that those who dare to disturb the eternal sleep must pay with their lives, after which the system sends notifications indicating that an unexpected task has started. Terracotta Army of the Monkey King. The Monkey King managed to leave the 5th mountain after 500 years, and after repentance he was able to shed his shell and become God. But the monster who met the god on the mountain was imprinted with the fact that they would again have to wait for the return of their king. Before the day of his return, an underground palace was not built in the place where he left his shell, and so that no one could kidnap it, he placed warriors to protect the shell and placed his spiritual traces on them, and now they must safely leave here with the shell, thereby proving that he is worthy of becoming heirs. Participation requirements: access to a hidden mission, the Monkey King's palace, and the reward of mastering 72 transformations. After which Can dodges the blow of one of these statues. He says what the hell. At this moment, Rebecca decides to attack them. She attacks one of the statues, and it flies back. And while everyone starts fighting, Rebecca speaks. The fact that they don't break at all, these shouldn't let them out the door. And June thinks that it is necessary to block the exit so as not to be surrounded, in which case they will have to rush forward. After which Can cuts his hand. He says to scream like that, and a lot of his blood appears on his weapon, and he strikes with his blood, and many of these statues fly back under a huge shock wave. June extends her hand using blue magic. He thinks that he has finally determined the true identity of the spiritual trace, if this individual has one spiritual trace. After which June uses her dragon eyes. He thinks about how he should just focus on destroying the statue. He notices the cores of these statues located in the chest. He thinks about the place where the monkeys placed the seeds of their consciousness, and Jun fires a huge blast upward from behind his hand. Jun's attack hits all the statues directly at their cores, after which cracks appear in them, and they are surprised by this. Jun tells everyone else to take a stand, that they attack where he pointed, and the spiritual trace is concentrated there, after which everyone was very surprised by this. Kane says that such strong men really have weak points, and Rebecca is about to attack. She says this makes a difference, after which she releases a rain of arrows. Her attack hits everything Jun did. Victoria uses her rune magic, after which she points to the site, and a huge number of lightning strikes directly in those places indicated by the site, using the hammer of the gods, after which they all rush to attack and destroy the statue after the statue. And while Victoria is using magic, Rebecca attacks. Jun hits one of the statues, breaking it into pieces, after which the system sends notifications. It says that he has successfully passed one test, and they must have time to prepare for two. They are given 5 minutes, after which everyone is out of breath and very tired. Says this is crazy, to which Victoria tells her that she has run out of magical power and has spent her rune magic. After which they all notice how a vampire appears. He starts laughing and saying that this is amazing. Everyone is surprised and says that he is really still alive, to which he says that they know why the undead are called undead and because they do not die so easily. After which he disappears and says that everyone did a good job. Rebecca points her finger at him, clearly angry. She says that if he still had any strength left, she would have cut him into pieces. After which Victoria stands next to her and tells her that he probably also has many serious injuries, so he will need time to recover his body, and she won't be able to do anything until he forgets about her. After which Jun calls his undead, and he starts laughing. They say that okay, he should present it to him, and he also doesn't like cunning people like him, and he should make him suffer a little. Jun puts his hand to his chin and thinks. He thinks about why, when it comes down to it, the devil's army never showed up, and it's not because they just haven't achieved what they want yet. Or are they already waiting outside for everyone to take care of everything? Even though he spread sensory perception throughout the cave, he did not find any trace of the devil army, and besides them, there is no one in the dungeon. After which Jun looks at Victoria approaching the throne. He thinks that they are just biding their time and waiting until they find clues to where the magic staff and 72 transformations are located. And there's something else wrong. After which they watch as Victoria approaches the corpse, and Victoria looks at him in surprise, thinking about how this is so. She looks at how part of his head is missing, thinking it was fake. Victoria looks at this corpse. She says it's fake and is very surprised by it. She gritted her teeth and was clearly angry. She says, how does that mean? The real kindred. After which the Can approaches this stone. Is he touching these letters? Speaking of which, it's 72 transformations. And he says that he must remember all this. After which Jun, watching it all from the side. He thinks that the task says to collect the king's shell, remembering what was written to the system that they must prove and become worthy of the heir to the Monkey King. And Jun thinks about what kind of shell and how they will prove that they are worthy. Jun lowers his head and thinks about what the shell is, if that's a metaphorical phrase. Po represents a snake shedding its skin. And, thinking that these are the things that the king of the monkeys possessed before he became god. Then he imagines that there are 72 transformations. After the king of the monkeys created his new art, 70 transformations became just a shell for him. And to prove that they are worthy, they must learn 72 transformations, and the devil's army is going to brainwash the one who masters them, bringing them to their side. And he remembers how these statues attacked them, thinking about what if one test was designed to test their core skills. Then the second battle is to quickly understand the stone tablet and use it. Then the statues of the guards, the examiners. After which he notices how everyone has already stood near this sign. He thinks what if why the fake body was left there. If he was abandoned by the devil's army, then there must be a reason for this. After which Jun looks up and understands. He thinks that these are pointers. The system sends notifications indicating that the preparation time has expired and the second test begins. The larger stone statues begin to shake and stand up. After which Jun shouts to Victoria to warn her as she is under attack. And Jun runs straight to Victoria. He thinks he's late. Rebecca tries to push Victoria, after which there is a huge impact and clouds of dust rise. Jun tries to look around, realizing what is happening. He thinks that because of the cloud of dust nothing can be seen. Does he cut through this dust? And he notices Rebecca being attacked and flying back. He thinks about her, and the fact that she took a lot of damage, breaking her weapon. Jun uses red magic and walks forward. He tries to block the blow. At this moment, the statue attacks Jun, and he blocks its attack. Jun flies back as a lot of fire comes out of his weapon. He stands there heavily, breathing, after which his chain begins to shake. He thinks that his arm is about to be torn off, after which this statue attacks Jun again, and he thinks to himself that this power and his weapon are so fast and heavy, after which Jun looks at how Rebecca is lying around. He thinks that she is on the verge of life and death, and he watches as many statues attack them, thinking that they are also showing signs of life, and Jun starts to get very worried. He thinks that he needs to come up with at least something, and 72 transformations are not a cheap skill that can be learned in 5 minutes, which means there must be a reason why so little time is allocated to learning them. He remembers all these statues and thinks about becoming the heir of the Monkey King. The first thing you need to do is show respect, or fear of the king, after which Jun thinks about it and realizes that this is it. While the statue tries to attack him with a spear, he sits on his knees and shouts to everyone to also kneel. Everyone abruptly begins to bow, after which the statue stops. Jun looks at the spear as it approaches his head, after which the can raises his head. He says that it's really all over, after which the statues turn their gaze to him, and Kan bows back, gritting his teeth. He says that this is crazy and that such a game, respect, the place where the king sat or something like that. After which Victoria breathes heavily. She's talking about what Rebecca. She remembers how the fisherman pushed her and was able to protect her from the blow, and she fell under this blow instead of her. After which Victoria puts her hands on Rebecca's wound. Victoria tries to treat her. She says that healing magic does not work since there are practically no magical powers left, and Rebecca breathes heavily, looking away. She closes her eyes. Victoria was clearly very scared. She starts screaming while looking at Rebecca, and Kan closes his eyes, gritting his teeth. Jun watches all this from the side. Jun was lying on the floor, and in his thoughts he noticed that Kan, who was lying to his right, had run out of stamina, while Victoria had used up all her mana to control the runes. The main character, continuing his thoughts, noted that even if he uses all his skills, continuing to complete the quest will be dangerous for them, adding that this couple is now only getting in the way. Jun had a black chain wrapped around his arm. In his thoughts, he emphasized the fact that since this happened, then the legacy of King Mehu should go to him. The golden staff of the Monkey King appeared in his imagination, and a black bracelet on his hand. Continuing his thoughts, he noticed that, for sure, in addition to 72 divine transformations, there would be something else no less valuable. The main character noted that, in addition, they say that the golden staff of the Monkey King, like the gate, is made of a sacred rod. Jun told himself that he definitely needed to get it, because then he would certainly be able to find out more about the black bracelet. The main character noted that first you need to throw off the ballast. Jun looked at Kane and said that he thought that all the tests they were going through were to choose the heir to King Micah. Surprised, Kane asked if he was talking about the king's heirs. There were many blue runes on the tall pillar. The main character replied that this is exactly what he is talking about, noting the fact that the subjects of the Monkey King check whether there are any worthy among them. Continuing his speech, Jun noticed that those same engraved 72 sacred transformations could be the skin that they must steal by learning them all. There were 2 white columns near the wall. Kane said that remembering the technique of 72 transformations and proving that you can be his rightful heir means. Thoughtful, Kane said that this sounded quite convincing. Victoria's gaze fell on the main character. She asked what was wrong with Kindred. Jun replied that it seemed his death was staged to lure them into this trap. The main character stated that he was unable to clear this dungeon alone, so he decided to leave it to them. An enraged Victoria slammed her fist on the floor and spoke rudely about the demon. Jun said that they would deal with him later, but first they needed to get out of there alive. In a dark room, a closed white arch could be seen on the wall. Victoria asked if the main character had any ideas. Jun asked her to take a closer look. He asked if she saw a small door near the gate. The main character suggested that this is the only way out of there that they can use. A red glow came from the eyes of the stone monkey statue. Kane noticed that there were 12 stone statues near the exit and they were unlikely to just let them pass. Jun said that they don't have to worry and he has a plan. Continuing his speech, he said that he would gain time to escape and they would run to the door at his signal as best they could. Kane and Victoria lay next to each other and were stunned by what they heard. She asked if the main character was completely crazy. Jun said with a serious look that he would count to 3. Kane shouted for him to wait. Jun calmly counted to 2. At 3 he screamed that they had to run now. Kane and Victoria jumped up and ran towards the exit. The main character called out to Shannon. Jun turned around and saw a demon holding the vampire by the hair. The demon declared that this moment had finally arrived. The vampire screamed, asked what they were up to and asked the demon to let him go immediately. The monster threw him up. The vampire asked if they even knew who he was. Monkey statues with red eyes raised their heads up. Out of fright, the vampire covered his mouth with his hand. He fell on many spears, which the statues pointed at him. Drops of blood appeared, after which the vampire cried out, "Savior." The main character ran with a blade in his hands at lightning speed. The demon, from which black energy emanated, absorbed the soul of the vampire. The gaze of the monkey statues fell on the running Jun. Stretching out their spears, the huge stone monkeys ran after the main character. Jun crossed his 2 daggers and used his magical equipment. A bright light began to emanate from the runes on the protagonist's back. The runes were increasingly filled with blue mana. Completely enveloped in energy, Jun swung his blade. He deflected a blow from the stone monkey statue. Holding back the blow with blades that emanated blue mana, the main character screamed that it had happened. He noted that the magic equipment really works. His gaze fell on his friends at the exit. Jun noticed that these 2 made it in time and are now safe. The reflected spear stuck into the floor. The main character stood at the entrance and covered Victoria with his hand. She called out to him and asked him to be faster. Looking through the doorway, Jun stated that the guys would have to leave first. Victoria held her hands on the door and screamed, "Why did he?" The main character locked the door. Jun stood near the closed door from which voices could be heard. Victoria said the word in Trinian. There was a strong yellow energy coming through the door. With his sword outstretched in front of him, the protagonist, shrouded in blue mana, declared that he finally no longer needed to hide his true power. Kane and Victoria knocked on the door. She shouted the name of the main character and asked to open the door. A notification appeared that they had left the quest area and could no longer return because they did not have sufficient qualifications. Enraged, Kane hit the door. He asked a rhetorical question about why Jun always behaves this way. Taken aback, Kane called out to Mother Doyle. He threw up that even now. Continuing his speech, he stated that he trained so much to be more useful. Kane said that the sacred techniques were right in front of his nose. His fist began to shake. Lowering his hand, Kane stated that he was angry, but the main character protected them and sent them to safety. He turned around and called out to Victoria. Kane stated that Kindred was waiting for them outside. Surprise appeared on Victoria's face. Encouraged, he announced that he had an idea and asked to listen to him. Jun used the main expansion. The stone statues of monkeys watched as huge streams of energy emanated from the main character. Jun's blue mana reached the ceiling. A notification appeared in the room completely enveloped in energy. It said that the main character received the territory of the Dragon Bin and could establish his own rules in the chosen domains. Another projection popped up, which said that the first level of rights had been activated, his power was dragon blood, and all his stats had been increased for a certain time. A picture of a rocky area popped into Jun's head. In his thoughts, he noted that all the restrictions that held him back no longer matter, because now this is the domain of the Great Dragon. Continuing to think, the main character noted that this is his domain, in which he sets the rules. He noticed that all the rules and prohibitions established on the 5 mountains of repentance are no longer in effect. Jun's eyes lit up with a yellow light, after which he screamed that his 5 senses had returned. The main character held onto the sword, and blue mana continued to envelop him. In thought, he noted that the 6 months of training were not in vain. He emphasized that he felt his extrasensory perception intensify. He stated that the waves emitted and the flow of mana from each object became incredibly clear, so now he can even interact with them. Blue dragon scales began to appear on his body. She began to envelop his chest and neck. Jun's eyes glowed with a bright yellow light as his scales continued to appear. He cried out that he had never before felt such enormous power in his body. He stated that the power simply overwhelmed him. Fiery wings appeared behind the protagonist's back. Green mana began to emanate from his sword and the runes on the sword began to glow. Jun noticed that Vigrid had definitely changed too. A projection appeared next to the sword shrouded in energy. It said that thanks to its new owner and his divine power, the sword again acquired its original appearance, partially cleared of curses, the cause of which, however, was still unknown. The notice was written for Jun to become a hero, which would return Vigrid to his true essence and appearance. The projection spoke of Vigrid's new ability, Blessing of the Sword. Vigrid also acquired a life of struggle. Jun's gaze fell on the horde of stone statues. Vigrid's third ability, Sword Purification, was written on the projection. The main character, shrouded in red energy, extended his sword in front of him. Many red emblems with Athena's pattern appeared around Jun. The main character used the Aegis of Athena technique. Jun's fiery wings illuminated the dark room. Dead men with fiery skulls began to appear behind him. Demons shrouded in mana appeared behind the main character. Jun, looking forward, stated that this is all the result of his long work and is his strength. Stone statues of monkeys shrouded in purple mana asked the main character to prove that he is truly worthy to be considered the heir of the greatest King Mehu. A horde of statues rushed at the army of the protagonist. One of the demons said that he did not think that Jun would dare to call them, adding that the owner would not get bored with them. Another monster said that he was glad that they could participate too. The undead scattered on different sides of the main character. There was dark mana above Jun's head. He wondered what they would do. The main character suggested that they are very inspired by the celestial energy that overflows the dungeon. The army of statues cried out so that they would not dare disturb the king's peace. Jun jumped back from the spears that fell to the floor. The main character ran behind one of the statues. The undead deflected the spears flying at him with the help of runes. Taking off, Jun struck one of the stone monkeys with his sword. Turning around, he noticed that for now they were holding the line. A crack appeared on the shoulder of the statue from the blow of the main character. His gaze fell on many stone monkeys, from which steam began to emanate. The main character noted that there are too many of them. Extending his thought, Jun stated that they were getting stronger. The protagonist emphasized the fact that if the fight dragged on, they would lose their advantage. Jun noted that he must prove that he is worthy of being the heir of King Mehu and not destroy his guards. The main character stated that he needed to learn 72 techniques and prove himself. Shrouded in the bright light emanating from his wings, Jun looked at the army of statues. He watched from the side the battle between his undead troops and stone monkeys shrouded in yellow mana. Having fallen into thought, the main character noted that if you think about it, they move very strangely. Jun stated that he felt as if each of the statues were using 6 different techniques. The main character noticed that there were only 12 statues there. Thoughtful, Jun said that if 12 statues use 6 different techniques, then the result will be 72 techniques. The main character cried out that these were the 72 techniques. A huge stone spear flew behind Jun. He stated that he needed to continue to defend himself. A picture of the movements of stone statues appeared in his head. The main character noted that he needed to pull himself together and calculate their every move. He emphasized the fact that he needed to use King Mehu's legacy if he didn't understand something. Having finished his thought, he stated that in the end he needed to take away the 72 holy techniques from them. Frowning, Jun screamed that his head was going to explode. An idea occurred to the main character, after which he suddenly opened his eyes. Presenting a long stream of fiery energy, the main character stated that he needed to lunge. Jun, floating in the air, swung his sword. Thanks to the lunge, he was able to cut off the hand of the stone statue. The main character screamed that he had succeeded. A notification appeared in the air that Jun had learned the first holy technique, the lunge. The projection said that the main character had begun studying the 72 sacred techniques of King Mehu. Jun saw that he had obtained the skill 72 holy techniques. The notice said that a lunge is a technique of creating a strike in a certain spatial range and cutting it. It requires enormous mental strength and concentration. If he fails, he will be plunged into a state of confusion for more than 3 seconds. A projection of 72 holy techniques appeared. It said that this was a skill that King Mehu, Sun Yugon, learned from his teacher Subkist in his childhood. This skill allowed him to sit in the place of 7 Demon King Dongju, the king of monsters. The notification said that each of the 72 techniques has its own special style, so they are quite difficult to learn, but if he succeeds, he can choose either a monster or a saint. At the end of the notice it was said that Jun had received an achievement that rarely anyone manages to get, as a result of which he was awarded karma. The main character received 5,000 karma, and an additional 3,000 karma was awarded to him. The statue with the severed shoulder declared that Jun dared to disturb the king's sleep, but he proved that he could be called his follower. The stone monkey declared that their work was finished. In the middle of the battle, the stone statues began to turn into dust. Following the monkeys, Jun's army disappeared. The main character noted that it was possible to prove his rights by learning only 1 technique out of 72. Smirking, Jun declared that he was lucky. Suddenly, a notification popped up stating that the main character had successfully completed the 2nd test and the 3rd would begin soon. Surprised, Jun asked if there was a 3rd check immediately. A bright light appeared behind the main character. The gate behind Jun opened. A notification appeared saying that the 3rd scan had begun. There was a bright blue sky above the main character's head. Jun stood on the cliff of a rocky mountain. In front of him, he saw a dragon flying towards him. He flew up to Jun and asked if he was new. The stunned protagonist looked at the huge beast. In his thoughts, he noted that the dragon was very strong. Jun wondered if it was possible that he was the dragon god. The protagonist remarked that he didn't think he could compare to the dragons he had seen or the phoenixes. Jun asked what does it mean to be new. The dragon answered if he was a new follower. The main character replied that he was the dragon right. Lowering his head lower, the dragon said that in this case Jun could climb on him. The dragon flew away in an unknown direction and said that he would guide the main character to him. The main character jumped off the dragon. Looking up, Jun said, "Here you are." King Mika stroked the head of the dragon named Dream. He turned to him and asked how long it had been since he had carried someone on him. The dragon replied that he had brought a new one there. King Mihu watched Dream fly away. He stated that he was more interesting as a child, noting the fact that as a teenager he simply ignored his jokes. He turned around and looked at Jun. The main character wondered if this was King Mihu. He asked Jun why he was staring so intently. King Michu imagined himself standing at his best behind the white rose bushes. He asked if the main character's heart beats faster at the sight of such a beautiful man. King Mihu stated that he knew how handsome he was and asked Jun not to faint. Looking at him, the main character noted that he was self-confident and very talkative. King Mika stood sideways to the main character. Jun turned to him and said that he would like to ask. Interrupting him, the king asked him to wait. Mika asked Jun to immediately clarify something. The king stated that he could only answer 3 questions. He said that these were the rules and asked the main character not to be offended. Jun replied that he understood that. The main character asked why they call him New. With his arms crossed, King Mihu stated that he would not answer this because it was very difficult information for the main character. Jun looked at him and asked what this place was. Nihu said without comment and asked one more question. In his thoughts, the main character wondered why it was so difficult with the king. Looking down, Jun noticed in his thoughts that apparently he could not answer because of the law of cause and effect. Continuing his thoughts, the main character noticed that this was his 3rd test, but he did not answer his questions and did not ask any himself. The main character came up with the idea that these 3 questions were a test. Jun noted that he then needed to ask questions that would walk along the edge, but not cross it. The main character asked him who he was. King Mihu fell into a stupor at this question. Smirking, the king stated that he did not think that this would be the last question. Mika noticed that this was interesting. He looked at Jun and declared that he had passed. A projection appeared next to the main character, which said that he had successfully passed the 3rd test. The notification said that the main character had successfully completed the additional quest Royal Terracotta Wars and the hidden quest, Royal Palace. Jun, as a reward, acquired the skill 72 Holy Techniques and the title Descendant of King Mihu. The main character has received an achievement that cannot be acquired easily. Jun was given 10,000 karma and 15,000 additional karma points. The notice stated that after receiving the title Descendant of King Mihu, Jun would have excellent concentration and mental strength in battle. Also, the main character will be able to use the all-seeing eye and the power of King Mihu at the same time. Putting his hand to his chest, Mihu replied that he was just a shell of King Mihu. Adding to his speech, the shell of King Mihu declared that he left him and immediately disappeared. He said that you could say that he was his skin. Butterflies flew around the treetops, from which bright light emanated. King Mihu's shell stated that this imaginary world was also created by him, adding that the shell said that it did not know where he was now. He stated that no one would have been able to find out. The shell of King Mihu said that it was practically impossible to keep up with him, and it was unlikely that the words of others would have any attraction for him. He threw a gold stone to Jun. The shell of King Mihu said that he was also tired of being there, but finally a new one had arrived. The main character's gaze fell on a fragment of stone, from which a golden glow emanated. Jun noted in his thoughts that he felt a familiar feeling. The main character wondered if this was a divine precious metal. A projection popped up which said that this was a fragment of Rui Bang. Jun learned that the fragment of Rui Bang, which King Mihu wore on his head, and in order to use its full power, you need to collect the missing parts. Another notification said that the main character received a hidden quest. The projection opened and information about the hidden quest master of Rui Bang appeared on it. Jun read that King Mihu was concerned about having too many successors, which would tarnish his reputation. King Mihu decided that it was necessary to find the one true successor among all, so he divided Rui Bang into hundreds of pieces and scattered them throughout the tower. The projection indicated that this was an additional quest. The notice asked if Jun wanted to agree. The shell of King Mihu smiled and stated that the remaining pieces were scattered throughout the tower. He noted that he doesn't even know where they are or how many there actually are. Continuing, the shell said that perhaps someone had already found them and did not understand the real meaning. His gaze fell on Jun, who stood against the backdrop of thick clouds. The shell of King Mihu said that he could imagine how many people wanted to be called the Great Heir, the successor of heaven. Adding to his speech, he stated that if the main character does not want to, he can refuse right now and wait until the real heir appears. Confused, Jun said that he saw no point in refusing and would do everything. A notification appeared saying that the main character agreed to complete the quest master of Rui Bang. A red portal appeared next to King Mihu's shell arm. He asked if the newcomer was that confident. Continuing, the shell stated that then Jun had nothing else to do there. He said that the main character can go through the portal and end up at the starting point. Jun extended his hand with the bracelet forward and stated that he had one more question. Showing the bracelet, the main character asked if the shell of King Mihu knew what it was. Jun said it felt like he was made of the same material. The shell asked about the bracelet. He was taken aback by what he saw. He looked at the black bracelet with chains on Jun's hand and asked where he got it from and what he was doing. The main character suggested that he could somehow influence souls. Jumping off the boulder, the shell of King Mihu declared that this was definitely a divine object. He imagined how such bracelets are on the legs and necks of other people. The shell suggested that there were more on the arms, legs, and neck. He said that these were like torture objects. Jun looked at the bracelet on his hand. In his thoughts, the main character noted that he had been thinking this way since the bracelet absorbed Astrape. Continuing his thoughts, Jun emphasized the fact that he was now absolutely sure that this was a divine weapon. The shell of King Mihu said that if the main character meets his real body, not to show him this bracelet. Continuing, the shell stated that he would gladly take it. Jun replied that he understood that. The shell of King Mihu asked Jun if he knew why both gods and demons want to get the sacred iron. The main character turned around after this question. King Mihu's shell stated with a grin that it was not because they liked it, but because they were afraid of it. An image appeared in his head of how the silhouette of a man was restrained by golden shackles. King Mihu said that this is the only thing that can seal a god or a demon. He noticed that it is used for demons or gods who become too dangerous. King Mihu suggested that this bracelet also serves as a similar instrument. Adding to his speech, he said that the bracelet is like shackles for a criminal and they became his property through his spiritual remnant because the criminal wore them for too long. King Mihu's shell suggested that he had something to do with death, but that's all he could find out. Standing next to the portal, Jun thought about the Dark King. The main character noted in his thoughts that he did not think that he, too, could be afraid of something. The red glow of the portal went into the sky. Jun thanked him for the story and said goodbye to the shell of King Mihu. Thick clouds covered the blue sky. King Mihu stated that the main character is an interesting person. He lay next to the dragon's head. King Mihu's shell noticed that Jun even had dragon energy. He asked Sun if he reminded him of someone. The dragon replied that the main character resembled his old master. King Mika asked if this was true. King Miho's shell face changed dramatically. He called out to the dragon and said that something was wrong there and that there was someone there. The floating dragon held a fire sphere in his hands, and King Mihu stood with his arms crossed. The shell asked how he dared to enter the world created by the king himself. A man emerging from the portal asked for forgiveness. Putting his hand to his chest, Kindred declared that he was just another face of the great heavenly demon. He stated that he had come for them. Jun walked into the room into which the light coming from the street fell. In his thoughts, the main character noted that he saw no traces of Cain and Victoria. Jun moved through the dark room where the last battle took place. In his head, he noted that he hoped they just returned home. His gaze fell on the wounded Rebecca. The main character looked at her bloody face. Lost in thought, he emphasized the fact that he was sorry that things had turned out this way, noting that she was a good person. He noted that he would be glad to take her soul, but the bracelet can only absorb those whom he personally killed. The thought popped into his head that maybe he could come up with something else. The main character lifted Rebecca's body and golden mana appeared next to her. In his thoughts, he noted that he would take her body and look there. He looked at the ruins in the room. He wondered what he should do with this place. Jun remembered King Miho's face. He had a memory of how the king said that the main character was another follower of King Mihu. Jun noted that this meant he had better get rid of potential competitors. He remembered how a piece of sacred metal lay in his hand. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that he could not allow others to get the sacred iron. Jun stated that it should be his only. Walking straight, traces of blue energy were left behind the main character. The plate with the runes lit up with blue fire. Jun enveloped the entire room in mana. The plot takes us to the village of one-horned people. Pant wondered who was there. Surprised, the guy looked around. Pant stood in front of him in dirty clothes and with a smile on his face. He asked Jun if he was really able to return alive. In his thoughts, the main character thought about who Pant was pretending to be. Jun approached the guys and asked one of them how the sacred beast was doing, noting that it was time for it to hatch. The guy replied that he woke up. Pant listened to their dialogue in bewilderment. He told Jun that he wanted to talk about them, adding that it was too much. The main character asked the second guy to take him to the beast. The guy asked Jun to follow him. They walked along the road and every passerby nodded their head to the main character. Jun bumped shoulders with the man. He looked at the main character and called out to him. Smirking, Chan said that he had heard that Jun was connected to a sacred animal. He noted that he wondered why they were so stupid. Chan said that everything is now in place. The main character and Pant turned around and looked after Chan. Jun asked what was wrong with him. Pant asked if the protagonist remembers him. The main character asked whether he should remember it. Pant clutched his stomach and started laughing. He asked Jun that he didn't even remember those he was able to defeat. Pant noted that the protagonist has great self-confidence. Turning around, Jun asked who the man was. Pant had a picture of how the main character pressed that man's face into the ground. He revealed that his name was Chan, noting the fact that Jun had defeated him when he first came to the One-Horned tribe. Pant imagined the protagonist stabbing Chan in the stomach. He suggested that the man had to recover for a long time after this. Pant said that apparently Chan has a grudge against Jun. He noted that it was understandable that the main character might not recognize him. Pant said that Chan has not been himself lately, as if he is taking something. Jun turned around and silently looked after Chan. He He watched as Chan was enveloped in demonic energy. The main character thought about why she surrounds him so much. Jun assumed that Muin would handle this. The main character walked and heard screams ahead of him. Jun heard someone talking about how their son was finally moving. The elder cried out for more food to be prepared. Jun looked at the two men who were walking with satisfied faces. One of them asked where the scrolls were, noting that he had changed the color again, and this needed to be written down. The second elder asked not to call them just scrolls, reinforcing this with the fact that this is the baby's diary. Under the mask, surprise appeared on the protagonist's face. His gaze fell on two griffins who were lying on the hay. The main character looked at their faces and noted in his thoughts that this was one of the best sacred animals. Jun looked at the griffin's paw and emphasized the fact that they were full of energy, which he conveyed. A message appeared in front of the main character stating that he had successfully completed the hidden quest trials of the Abyss Turtle. Jun read that he had achieved something that no one else could easily achieve. The main character was provided with additional achievements and awards. He earned 5,000 karma and received 3,000 karma. From this moment on, Jun can communicate with the blue spirit. The understanding of elemental art is still very low. The main character was told that he must turn the blue spirit into a higher art by learning the techniques. Another notice said that Jun received a fragment of a turtle's head shell and the scales of a tailed snake as a reward. The message stated that this artifact was unique. There is only one in the tower, and it belongs entirely to the owner. This artifact cannot be sold or transferred to another. In his imagination, Jun imagined snake scales and fragments of a turtle shell. The main character noted in his thoughts that he felt that his defense was not enough. Continuing his thoughts, Jun noticed that these were definitely good materials. The shell and scales were quite strong and elastic at the same time. The main character heard the voice of a Krang asking if he wanted to restore the Abyss Turtle. Taken aback, Jun noted that the dragon had been sleeping in the Philosopher's Stone for 6 months already. Kyric stated that he was there too. Their dialogue took place in a completely glass room. The main character asked the dragons how they were feeling. Kyric replied that it was great and that he wanted to fly. Krang asked why Jun still calls him that. The dragon asked if the main character had chosen a normal name for him. Jun replied that he couldn't think of anything better. The dragon replied that this was nonsense. The main character grabbed the mask and started laughing. Krang noted that he was still laughing. Under the mask, the main character had a calm face. He said thoughtfully then. Continuing his speech, Jun suggested the name Nemesis to Krang. The main character continued to be in a closed room. Krang stated that this is the name of God, noting that he is the god of vengeance and justice on Olympus. Jun imagined God with a scale and a sword in his hands. The main character noticed that even the name of God in itself is strong. Jun stated that the gods have strength, power, influence, power. Continuing his thoughts, the main character emphasized that therefore, having received his name, you automatically receive his blessing. Blood was dripping from the column on which the goddess stood in the protagonist's thoughts. Jun noted that the name of God should not be sullied, and if you do not cope with the power received, you can end up horribly. While in thought, the main character noted that in his case everything is a little different, because he is interested in both gods and demons. Jun suggested that this was unlikely to change. The main character emphasized that therefore he just had to respect Nemesis and everything would be fine. A message surfaced that the demons and gods on the 98th floor were furiously discussing something. It was said that some gods are unhappy, and Hermes is trying to convince them. The main character looked straight and asked if the dragon agreed, or if he would become Krang. The dragon said that he did not understand why there was such a rush and suggested staying with this option. A message appeared that the name of the demon dragon Kaiarang had been changed to Nemesis. In accordance with the new name, there is a new change in the concept of consciousness. The demon dragon Nemesis recognized the main character as its master. The message said that Jun had created an unprecedented demonic beast. The main character has achieved something that no one else could easily achieve, and additional achievements and rewards will be provided. Another projection surfaced where it was said that Jun had borrowed the name of God. Nemesis decided to remain neutral on this issue. In the future, her eye will follow the main character. Jun must be careful not to profane the name of God. Phoenix flew up to the main character and asked if they had forgotten about him, adding that he also wanted a new name. Jun also asked if Kyric wanted this. He looked at the happy eyes of the Phoenix and noted in his thoughts that he had long asked to change his name. The main character stated that then he will. The main character stood opposite the Phoenix. Continuing, Jun suggested the name Nick and asked if Kyric agreed. The main character noticed that this was the goddess of victory. The sun's rays fell on the barn, from which the voices were heard. Phoenix cried out that he liked the new name. Jun stated that they would then finish with the names for today. Standing in the barn, the main character turned to Nemesis with a request to talk since he woke up. Thick clouds covered the blue sky. The rays of the sun illuminated the thicket of the forest. Jun stood in front of a dragon that had a demonic aura emanating from it. Nemesis asked why he summoned him. The main character replied that he himself knows. Jun said that he was talking about his rebirth, why the ancient dragon Kaladas is alive. The main character looked at Nemesis. Jun said he still doesn't understand how it all works. Thinking about his rebirth, the dragon continued to look at the main character. Nemesis reported that he had been living in the void all this time. He noted that the void is a place between worlds where nothing exists. Nemesis was just waiting for Young-woo to come and pick him up. Jun imagined the void in which the dragon lived. He asked why Nemesis went into the void. The dragon replied that it was because Kaladas told him so. The main character presented a picture of a man holding a dragon by the face. Nemesis asked if all this was strange, adding the fact that Kaladas gave everything to Young-woo and died. The dragon stated that he gave him the dragon's heart. Nemesis reported that he personally saw him die. Jun imagined how many people were tying up the dragon, and everyone around them was being consumed by flames. Nemesis stated that when Chingwado surrounded him, he was unable to avenge Young-woo and already thought that he would die, and then he heard the roar of Kaladas. The main character presented the image of a black dragon, who said to wait for him, noting that he would be able to return. Jun said he understood what happened. A picture popped up in the main character's head of how there was a photograph and a pocket watch in the box. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that he always wondered who brought Young-woo back to Earth. The main character wondered if it was possible that it was Kaladas. Jun asked about where he might be. The main character sat down on a stone. Nemesis hovering nearby suggested that he might be where it was most important for him to be. The dragon said that he might be on the 50th floor, which is called the Dragon Temple. Under the mask, from the protagonist's face one could understand that he was puzzled. He began to think that his brother had died on the 50th floor, which meant that Kaladas might actually be there. Jun noted that he would have to go to the 50th floor, but he was not yet capable of this. The main character noted that his name should appear in the Hall of Fame. Sitting on a stone, Jun looked at the crowns of the trees, which were illuminated by the sunlight. The main character stated that he would have to go up to the 21st floor again. The plot takes us to the 21st floor, the Shadow Dojo. Jun floated above the long temple. The main character looked at this building. Jun presented 5 wooden doors. In his thoughts, he noticed that on the 21st floor he needed to go through the training room. He noted that there are 5 doors inside, and the higher its number, the more difficult the task. He imagined the silhouette of a man running in the darkness along a strip of light. Jun emphasized the fact that immediately after entering he had to run forward and go through 33 sections. He stated that it was necessary to destroy the shadows in each of them. The main character presented the outlines of many people. He noticed that the shadows completely copied the features and styles of attacks that were used in the previous stages. Jun noted that therefore, only 165 of the strongest players deserve a place in the Hall of Fame. He emphasized the fact that most likely all of these players will become top rankers later on. The main character presented a battle between 2 shadows. He noted that in this place you can train your strengths and weaknesses numerous times. Jun stated that one could also learn the weaknesses and strengths of one's opponents and use them later. The main character noticed that usually passing this floor is very difficult, but not for Young-woo. Jun presented a sign on which the name was hidden. The main character noted that except for the 10th floor, where he was signed as anonymous, he used his name. Jun stated that Young-woo has indeed gone through a lot since the day he came to the tower. Surprise appeared on the protagonist's face. He looked at the 21st floor rating projection. Jun touched Cha Young-woo's name on the sign. He held his hand next to the name of the player in 4th place in the rankings. The plot takes us to Mu Palace. The sun's rays fell across the room. Nayu asked if the main character was going to the 21st floor. He added, saying about the Shadow Dojo. Nayu questioned if this meant that Jun would fight his illusion. There was a ranking table in the main character's head. He sat on his knees in front of Nayu and stated that this was so because he was in 2nd place. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that Young-woo was in 4th. Edora and her brother watched the dialogue at the table. Nayu asked if the main character is so confident in himself. Jun asked why he needed confidence. Nayu asked what he was talking about. Inspired, the main character said that he knew that he could win. Smiling, Nayu asked to look at this little guy. He stated that he wanted to joke, and Jun believed in himself. A spark broke out between Nayu and the main character. Jun said that he doesn't know how to joke and takes everything literally. Nayu asked if this meant that by fighting his illusion, Jun would finally understand her place. The main character asked a rhetorical question, which concerned whether Nayu was sure that there would be anything left of his illusion after meeting him. The main character noted that it is terrible when a person like the sky is knocked down by an ordinary tower player. Surprised by what he heard, Edora's brother wondered whether Jun could really defeat his father. Edora told them to stop because they were not children, adding, she said that the elder was looking for his father and it was time for him to go. The main character looked after Nea. Frowning, Nayu said that he was on his way, adding that the elder only needed it. he called out to Jun. Nayu stood in front of the door from which a bright light emanated. Turning around, he said that he hoped that the main character would win and take first place. Thoughtful, Jun looked at him and replied that he agreed with him. The main character watched Nayu leave the room. In his thoughts, the main character noted that first place goes only to the enlightened. Continuing his thoughts, Jun noticed that even his mentor could not reach him. He stressed that he was interested in who this person was. The main character approached Edora and stated that she seemed to be planning to continue climbing the tower. Smiling, she replied that she wanted to take the griffins to the territory of the abyssal turtle. She added that after that she would immediately hit the road. She looked at Jun and said that they had been here too long. The main character replied that he understood everything. Jun's gaze fell on her surprised face. He suggested meeting on the 23rd floor. Edora asked about the floor. Her cheeks turned red and she noted in her head that she hoped this meant he wanted to climb further with them. Edora clasped her hands together in her cape and agreed with Jun's proposal with a grin. Edora and her brother stood in a dark room and looked at the main character. Edora's brother asked if he would go further with them. Jun stood against a pile of clouds and stated that he still needed to prepare. An image of snake scales and fragments of a turtle shell appeared in the main character's head. He noticed in his head that the 21st floor contained the remains of many creatures. Jun emphasized the fact that he needed to improve his skills and obtain items and materials. The main character walked through the city and came to a house with a red roof from which voices were heard. Jun, in his thoughts, noticed that he needed to apologize. He imagined Hinova talking to the residents of the One-Horned tribe. In his head, he emphasized that he imagined how Hinova was worried when he left Shannon and Hanran's weapons and did not come. The main character noticed that he even came to the One-Horned tribe. Sighing, the main character grabbed the door handle. Entering the room, a picture appeared in front of Jun of how Hinova was holding an auction. He held the sword above his head and many people from the crowd offered their price. The main character saw many more swords on the table. Jun watched what was happening and wondered why Hinova was always like this. A crowd of people raised their hand up and offered their price for the sword. The main character noted in his thoughts that this is the sword of the Great Five and many people are ready to give their souls for it. Stretching his hand up, Jun declared that he would give 500,000 for this sword. The crowd turned to the main character. They wondered why the main character was there. A man from the crowd shouted that they say Jun is friends with Hinova. A man from the crowd extended his hand and offered 660,000. They asked him if he was crazy and where he got so much money. Standing unshakably, the main character offered $1 million for all the swords. Jun asked if there was a higher bet, adding that this meant he won. The enraged Hinova's gaze fell on the main character. Jun picked up the swords he won. With a wave of his hand, Hinova asked what the main character was doing there and told him to take everything. Holding a bunch of swords in his hands, the main character said that he bought all his swords for $1 million and asked him to be kinder. Taking the multi-pronged sword out of its sheath, Jun declared that this was amazing. The main character's eyes became dragon-like. His gaze fell on Hinova's smooth, twisted sword. A notification appeared with the characteristics of the sword. It said that Hinova spent many nights working on it. It is also specially made to be two-handed. The message said that this sword can be used for different purposes, but due to this feature, it contains the blessing of the wind and its curse. The blessing of the sword is a smooth and strong wind. Jun learned that this sword increases the speed and attack power of the owner when using the right side of the sword. He can trap his opponent in a trap called the sword web. An opponent who is caught in a web is in a state of confusion and loses his strength. The curse of the sword is the reverse flow of wind. When using the left side of the sword, up to 12 whirlwinds can be created in a row. At the same time, the main character's defense decreases, and the chance of receiving damage from the enemy increases. Depending on Jun's skills, he can use both sides at the same time, increasing his strength many times over. A voice in the main character's head declared that the owner was crazy. The voice asked why the main character took this sword only now. Jun looked at this blade in surprise. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that this sword was too good to be made in a few nights, not years. The main character noted that the other swords are the same. Jun assumed that Hinova had definitely put all his skill into creating them. A picture appeared in the main character's head of how Hinova forges these swords. Jun noted that apparently Hinova really worked all night. The main character looked at the back of Hinova's head and asked for forgiveness. Turning away, Hinova asked what he was apologizing for. Jun said that he was sorry that he came so late and didn't even warn him. The main character stated that Hinova knows this very well. Turned away, Hinova continued to listen to Jun's speech. The main character continued his speech and said that it was hard for him to lose loved ones and he did not want to go through this anymore. In his thoughts, Jun called out to him. Upset, Hinova told the main character to remember this. Taken aback, Jun agreed with him. The main character was holding a box in his hands. Jun reported that he had found a lot of good materials and needed Hinova's help. Holding a hammer in his hand, Hinova asked what the main character had. Jun posted rare rewards and stated that they were from the abyssal turtle and the void dragon. Seeing the scales of a snake, fragments of a turtle shell and many rare materials from which a glow emanated, Hanova was taken aback. Turning away, he asked the main character what he would do with them. Stretching out his hand, Jun announced that he needed to upgrade his equipment. Hanova repeated what the main character had said. Jun stood with his hand outstretched and said that it had been a long time since he had done this. The main character noticed that his skills had grown significantly. Jun revealed that he needed to improve everything for the new himself. Stunned, Hanova asked the main character if he understood what he was doing. Jun replied that he knew. In Hanova's head, a picture appeared of a man with many wounds holding a sword. In his thoughts, he noted that by upgrading his equipment, the player seemed to agree to show all his strengths and weaknesses. Hanova said that this means that all his opponents will know about his vulnerabilities. He emphasized that if you are too weak, you can easily fly out of the tower. Sighing, Hanova noted in his thoughts that Jun really trusted him like a fool. He noticed that he would help him. Pulling the hammer up, Hanova stated that he would need the help of the main character, and if he did not come, he would immediately tell everyone what a weakling Jun really was. Grabbing the hammer in his hand, the main character asked to believe in him. In the night city, light was burning from the windows of the forge. Hanova sat at the table and looked at the drawings. A projection appeared with all of Jun's characteristics. Stunned, Hanova thought about why the main character was still on this floor with such stats. He noted that Jun could defeat any ranker. Reviewing the player's information, Hanova stated that even though the main character hid basic information, he learned a lot about him. There was a short blade on the table. Hanova noted that Jun is directly connected to magic, which means that his items should also be endowed with it. He presented the image of the main character in armor and a blade in his hands. Hanova thought that perhaps Jun was destined to be either her ruler or a humble henchman. He wondered if the main character had been closely associated with her from the very beginning. Hanova picked up Jun's dagger. He asked the blade if he had a good time with his master. He said that he would create new friends for the dagger. Inspired, Hanova put his hands on the drawing. He began drawing sketches of Jun's future new items. At night, the light of burning candles came from the window of the forge. During the day, Hanova's house was illuminated by sunlight. The plot takes us 2 weeks forward. An image of a full set of armor appeared before them. A notification popped up that the Hanova magic armor artifact had been created. The magic gloves artifact was created. The artifact of Hanova's magical boots was created. The last message said that they had created a complete magical armor. Jun extended his hand towards the new armor. Hanova screamed about how dare the main character. He hit Jun's hand. The main character asked what was wrong. Jun asked if they were full already. Taking hold of the jar with the red contents, Hanova said that he needed to wait. Seeing the potion in his hands, the main character was taken aback. In his thoughts, Hanova noted that he was surprised that birthdays were not celebrated in the tower. He added that this is an ordinary day for everyone, but you cannot survive in the tower without a cold heart. Hanova emphasized that he wanted to somehow preserve his human tradition. He imagined handing the jar to Jun, who was dressed in armor. Hanova noted that that is why Hell gave him the tears. The main character looked at the way Hanova grinned and wondered why he still kept them. It was clear from Jun's face that he was perplexed. He wondered why he brought them now. Adding, Jun asked himself why Hanova had not used them yet. A picture appeared in the main character's head of how the contents of the medicine were being poured out. He noticed that Hell's tears are the last legacy of the giant princess. Jun stated that she was often called the mother of Hell. The main character added that many consider her tears to be top-level material. Jun imagined Hell's tears enveloping his armor and artifacts. He asked if it was really them. Hanova replied that this was true, noting that he could never figure out where to use them, but now he knows. He stated that he felt that the attributes of fire and darkness would suit his equipment perfectly. In Jun's head there was a picture of Hell's tears covering his armor. A message appeared that the main character, together with Hanova, had created unique equipment and many demons and gods would be jealous of them. A projection appeared with the characteristics of Hanova's magical armor. It said that the magical armor created by Hanova was created ideal for Jun, but became perfect thanks to the tears of Hell. They are lightweight and can be transformed to suit his needs and also quickly recover from damage. Tears of Hell added attributes of fire and darkness to the armor. The attributes are revealed differently depending on skill. The armor enhances Jun's dragon eye and his psychic sense. Hanova pulled out the armor and asked Jun to put it on, noting that it should fit him perfectly. After putting on the artifacts, black energy appeared around the main character. Crossing his arms, Hanova asked how Jun's armor was. The main character put his hand on his chest. Smirking, Jun replied that he was comfortable. The city was enveloped in the evening glow. The main character said that it was like a hug from his parents. Jun called Boo. He replied that he was listening to the order of the main character. A blue sphere and a white glow appeared in the thick of the forest. Jun summoned Nick and Nemesis. The phoenix and demon dragon hovered next to the protagonist's face. Nick asked the owner why he called them. In his thoughts, Jun noted that he still liked Kaorang and Kyric better. The main character looked at them and said that their stats had also changed and he wanted to check. Nemesis said that was a great idea. Nick asked Jun if he knew how surprised he would be to see their changes. The dragon's muzzle was enveloped in a dark demonic aura. Nemesis asked if the main character wants to check whether he has the unique skills Dragon Call and Quiet Sleep. Jun replied that you could say that. A powerful blue vortex appeared in the protagonist's thoughts. While in thought, Jun noticed that the dragon's call creates a huge hurricane that destroys everything in its path. A picture of a purple stream of mana shining in the void emerged in the protagonist's imagination. Jun noted that quiet sleep helps reduce the use of magic in a certain area. Nemesis reported that his skills are not very different. Adding to his speech, the dragon said that it was better for Jun to see for himself. The dragon looked at the main character. Nemesis closed his eyes and disappeared, saying that the dream was disappearing. There was a dark abyss around Jun. The main character, in thought, noted that after so many years in darkness, Nemesis will be able to gain this power. Jun emphasized that anyone would be confused in this place. The main character is completely immersed in emptiness. Being in pitch darkness, Jun said that this was not bad and asked if this was not the level of a second-grade student. The dragon screamed and asked the main character not to make him laugh, but to see for himself. A message appeared that talked about Nemesis' ability Illusory Nightmare. Jun read that the dream is a mixture of the fantasy world and reality. For a certain period of time, such a dream materializes and enemies can be locked in it. While trapped in a dream, they will wander in the dream world. The arcane art artificially creates a void over a specific area, trapping enemies within it. Enemies trapped in the void are caught in a dream-like illusion and fall into a state of confusion and fear. As enemies become confused, it gives bonuses to allies to raise morale and restore health. A terrible nightmare allows you to distort all the laws of the real world and the dream world, significantly reducing magical and witchcraft influences. Magic skills will be reduced and skill development will be prohibited. But this does not apply to the level of power that the law enshrines. Since the ability artificially creates a void and induces a dream world, a huge amount of magical power is consumed. The use of magical power, range and time limit change in proportion to the skill level. While the skill is active, Nemesis is completely disarmed. If he is attacked, the skill will self-deactivate. Information about the Dragon Hurricane ability appeared on the projection. The main character learned that he could create a strong wind effect. Enemies exposed to strong winds will have their movement speed reduced. In addition, it creates a huge crater and periodically reduces the health and movement speed of enemies caught in it. For every increase in skill, the number of dragons that can be summoned will increase by 1, reaching 15. In his thoughts after reading it, Jun noted that thanks to this, he would be able to lead an army of ghosts. The main character looked at the projection of the dragon's abilities. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that Nemesis would occupy his territory and Boo would focus on the undead army. The dragon asked if his owner now sees his strength. The main character looked at Nemesis and said that he now understands why the conversation was about a schoolboy. Taken aback, the dragon cried out that this was not what he meant. Jun said Nick was next. Phoenix confirmed the protagonist's words. A list of characteristics of Nick's fiery spirit ability has appeared. It said that phoenixes are born in fire and die in it. That is why all the flames of the world are a habitat and a kingdom where the phoenix can live. Thanks to this, one can master and regenerate several times, freely entering and exiting the fire. Resurgent fire allows you to die once a day when your health is low and completely heal your body. All other skill effects are interrupted when attempting to regenerate. Consuming fire gives the ability to manipulate a creature on fire at will. The stronger the firepower, and the wider the range, the proportionally greater the limit of manipulation power. However, complete control is not possible and errors such as power reduction or direction changes may occur. Jun thought about controlling fire and reincarnation and noted that it would be good to use its power and become stronger. The main character called Phoenix. Nick floated in front of Jun and responded. The main character has blue wings behind his back. In his thoughts, he noted that he had a feeling of some kind of restrictions when he used the fire wings. Continuing his thoughts, Jun noticed that there is no such thing now. The main character took off with lightning speed, leaving strong currents of wind behind him. Jun stopped and watched the forest grove in the air. Looking at the Rocky Mountains, the main character declared that he would go there and headed there with great speed. While Jun was flying, he thought about adding a blow, lunge or lightning to the flight. The main character pushed away from the projection with his foot. Jun flew over the treetops, and behind him remained a blue light. Suddenly the main character waved his fiery hand. A strong explosion was heard in the forest. Black smoke rose from the burnt trees. Jun stated that he now understands why the fire attribute is so high. The main character walked through a forest that had burned to the ground. He asked what would happen if he used fire, rain, and dragon blood. The spirit in his head questioned whether he was serious, noting that there would be complete chaos. The undead stated that he was glad that he did not have to face this in life. There were specks of ash around the main character's feet on the ground. Jun asked what would happen if they met when one army was at the peak of its strength. The undead replied that he would try to destroy the main character as his enemy. He noted that he would not be scared. Jun presented an image of warriors from his army. The undead emphasized that the main thing is not to give the main character time to attack and to attack first. Adding to his speech, he noted that it is difficult to distinguish friend from foe, adding that it is surprising what his relationship with Jun is now. Frowning, the main character replied that he understood everything. In his thoughts, Jun noted that he needed to become stronger. The main character extended his hand in which there was a blue sphere. Jun asked if this meant that he had to check the blue spirit. A projection of the blessing of the blue spirit appeared. The main character read that the abyss turtle introduced one of the family members in exchange for gratitude. The blue spirit is a creature born in the depths of the abyss. Although he is not conscious, he can help his master in various situations. Essentially, it has the ability to protect divine beasts and prevent confusion between the attributes of different skills. In some cases, it can be improved in various ways by giving the eye to learn different skills and attributes. At the end of the message it was said that this skill was unique. Only those who have been recognized as an abyssal turtle can have it. Jun doesn't have an eye yet. Since rapid growth is only possible by creating an ego, the protagonist first needs to create his ego. After reading this, Jun fell into thought. In his thoughts, he noticed that he had not yet figured out how to improve the blue spirit. The main character suggested that this is a good help, but it is not yet clear what to do with it. Jun's gaze fell on the blue spirit in his hand. He noticed in his head that he needed to connect him to someone and grow him. An image of Hepburn and Saul Luna appeared in his head. He noted that the former was too devoted to Erd. Jun emphasized that the vampire was too suspicious. The main character continued to examine the sphere in his hand. Lost in thought, Jun noted in his thoughts that there was only one candidate left. The main character confidently said Rebecca's name. The image of her corpse appeared in his imagination. He noticed that her body was still alive, but there was no soul in it. Jun thought that perhaps he could unite her body and soul. A notification popped up saying that Cernan was angry that the main character didn't even think about that. The sign said that the demons were looking at Jun with suspicion, and some were discussing him behind his back. The main character's attribute was changed from neutral to evil and reached a high level. A black stream of energy began to flow from Jun's hand. Rebecca's face was visible in the thick smoke. She opened her eyes and asked where she was. The main character looked at Rebecca, who was enveloped in gray mana. He reported that they were outside the tower. Surprised, she asked how it was and why she was there. Rebecca noticed that she was dead. She looked at Jun from above and asked really. After interrupting, the main character replied that it was so. Stunned, Rebecca screamed and asked why Jun kept her body. The main character calmly replied that he needed her powers. She asked if he was serious now. Frowning, Rebecca declared that she was following her god and did not want such a life. Jun looked at her and asked if she had feelings and memories. Continuing, the main character asked what was so different from ordinary life. He invited Rebecca to make an agreement. Jun asked if this would be better than death, noting that he would help her correct all her mistakes. An angry Rebecca looked at the main character and sighed. Lost in thought, she closed her eyes. Rebecca began to remember all her mistakes. A picture appeared in her head of how many houses were enveloped in flames. In her thoughts, Rebecca noticed that when she was little, she saw a lot of terrible things, but despite the scale of the tragedy, she never thought that such things would scare her. She noticed that despite the fact that the power consumed her family and loved ones, she could not close her eyes to its power. From her memories, a picture emerged of her watching a fire as a child. Continuing her thoughts, Rebecca noted that she wanted to become as strong all this time. She emphasized that even after becoming an apostle, she could not get closer to the desired power. Looking away, Rebecca thought that no one knew that everything would end like this. The main character approached her and said that if she refused, he would return her to an unconscious state. Rebecca looked at him and said he was a fool. Jun replied that this may be true, but he always achieves what he wants. She clenched her hand into a fist. Frowning, Rebecca stated that she would agree, but on one condition. Continuing, she said that she wanted to make her own decisions. A stream of black energy emanated from under the protagonist's feet. Jun accepted Rebecca's condition. Behind the main character were people from his army. One of them said that their owner was smart. A second said he thought Rebecca should respect Jun more. The main character asked if they also have freedom of decision. Rebecca noticed in her thoughts that behind Jun there was a wolf with teeth and damusin. Shrouded in black mana, Rebecca said that she had one more condition: she wanted a strong body. The main character said that it was possible, but she would have to live as a spirit. Rebecca asked about the spirit. Jun showed her the blue sphere in his hand. He revealed that it was the domain of the abyssal turtle, but it did not have its final form yet. The main character extended his hand, in which lay 2 souls. He said that he could give her parts of the souls of the Apostle Erd and Saul Luna. Jun noted that they are not perfect, but this will help her regain her strength. Rebecca raised her hand to the blue spirit. The main character stated that she did not need to call him master. She replied that she had no intention of doing so. Rebecca absorbed the blue orb. She looked in surprise as blue energy enveloped her hands. A message appeared in front of Rebecca that she had absorbed the blue spirit and was now a low-level blue spirit. On the projection it was written that the blue spirit of the lower level was named Rebecca. Her loyalty was increased by 15. Rebecca's skill has been increased by 15. Rebecca absorbed the souls of Hempburn and Saul Luna. Her rank changed from intermediate to advanced. Rebecca's body was completely covered in blue energy. The sign said that Jun managed to subjugate the object to himself. Additional rewards are given for continued service to the Surti. The Abyss Spirit Art skill has been created as an additional reward. The message showed a description of the spirit of the abyss. The new notice said that Erd was very angry. Erd says something to Cernan, but he ignores it. Cernanos looks at the main character but remains silent. Jun crossed his arms and looked at the green glow. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character thought about the demons and gods on the 98th floor. Jun noted that they do not have the ability to pass, so they are unlikely to affect the player's skills. He looked at his bracelet and emphasized the fact that it would definitely discourage them from messing with him. Streams of black energy were flying around the main character. He noted that besides, a message appeared that the demons were discussing Jun and wanted to talk. Frowning, the main character thought about who exactly wanted this, emphasizing that it was interesting. Notifications appeared in front of Jun, in which it was written that the 21st level test was beginning, the essence of which was to destroy as many shadows as possible. Jun stood and read the notice out loud. Suddenly someone appeared behind him and called him by name and asked if it was him. Jun immediately turned his head and asked who he was, and there stood a little boy with pink hair who said that he really turns out to be so scary. This was High of the 12 Earthly Branches, Lupi. The boy stood and looked at him, and tears rolled into his eyes. Jun pondered the fact that this was the High Guard of Lupi. Despite his appearance, he was a hedonist. He did not care about anything. He was only looking for thrills. They stood opposite each other, and Jun asked why he should look for him then, to which the boy asked that Laplace hadn't come to him. Jun bowed his head and looked at the boy with one eye, and he said that he believed he didn't come, and Jun asked if something was wrong. The guy stood and hugged his bear, and then he said that Laplace has now been suspended and taken into custody, so they are studying his surroundings. Jun looked at the floor, imagining Laplace. He thought that the High Guard himself was removed, perhaps because he was the devil's messenger last time, but he was brought to justice only for delivering a message. Somehow it's strange. Jun turned his head away, and the guy waved his hand. The boy said that he was scared when Jun looked at him, so if Laplace wasn't there, he would go. Jun opened the gate and waved. The boy asked him if Jun needed help on the 21st floor, and he replied that he did not. Jun entered some room, and behind him the portal of that boy disappeared. All the guys who were in that room began to look at Jun with a frightened look. They all said to each other that he had not been here for a long time. Jun walked among the crowd of people while everyone continued to stare at him. He thought about the fact that Khan and Victoria were not there. He believed that they were on the run. Once Jun passed everyone, he entered another door. He continued to think that maybe they just couldn't get close, and he also liked that they were all being careful. A notification appeared in front of him, in which it was written that he had chosen the 5th door, behind which he would need to kill 20 shadows in order to go further. He stood in a huge empty corridor, when suddenly a shadow began to appear in front of him, and Jun was thinking that he first needed to completely go through all the doors. From this shadow appeared a blonde man named Kraden. Kraden held his blade, which had a glimmer of light, and Jun stood there, thinking that this is what the High Ranker of Greed looked like when he was younger. He specialized in using false fencing techniques. His henchwoman appeared next to Jun and asked what she should do. He looked at her with one eye, and some kind of green light shone from her chest, and Jun thought that the duel of Rebecca, who became a spirit, Cernan did not reap the seeds of divine power, but contrary to expectations, his power could be borrowed. But it will be very different from what it was during life. In addition, he needs to immerse himself in the study of spiritual magic. Jun raised the dagger in front of him and told her to stay put. He had to take care of this himself, and also wanted to try something. 2 notifications appeared in front of him, in which it was written that in his hands was the dagger of Karshana, which had gone through a lot, and after a while it changed radically. Now the dagger can use the skill of the Black Blade. There was a dark shadow appearing around the dagger that wanted to envelop the dagger, and Jun thought that there were 2 types of rune marks engraved on the dagger that was enhanced with Hanova. The 2 charged at each other. Jun began to run up and swing his sword while his sword was blazing with fire. That was the meaning of those runes. They made the darkness darker and the heat hotter. There was a sparkle and surprise in his eyes. We are transported back to the room where one of the guys, with surprise on his face, asks the other why he entered the fifth door. The second stood opposite him and did not understand what his friend said, and the one with purple hair repeated that he was talking about the greedy devil, and he is haunted by the thought that he entered the fifth door, and not the first. He answered him that this is already clear, the greedy devil wants to go through all the doors. The purple-haired man became a little wary, imagining a huge red figure behind him, and then said that really, no matter how young he is, there are monsters behind the doors, no matter how great he is, how will he be able to defeat all the monsters behind the door one by one? A bright light was heard throughout the room, and the guys continued to say that the greedy devil was apparently lounging on the 20th floor. No one knows what he is thinking about. Near them stood an elf girl who was busy with her thoughts, and the guys asked what she thought about the greedy devil. When suddenly the earth began to fall everywhere and everything was shaking, the guys were surprised by this. The purple-haired boy raised his head up and asked the others how it could be an earthquake on the 21st floor. They began to hear a roar, which made them very surprised. All the players began to look at the very door behind which the greedy devil was, and it seems they began to guess what was going on. And that same elf stood with her eyes wide open and counted down 6 minutes and 32 seconds in her head. Then, after some time, the count reached 9 minutes, and suddenly that same door explodes, and then a dark silhouette appears in the fire as everything burns everywhere. Elf Heidi stood in shock, her ears lowered. After all, after 9 minutes and 52 seconds, the same greedy devil stood in front of her. But at that very second, only a small silhouette remained of Jun. Small effects appeared around Jun, and at the top there was a notification that said that he passed the second door in 2.5 hours. Jun read this notification with a sparkle in his eyes and reflected on the fact that this time it took him quite a lot of time. He stood in the middle of some field with a building behind him and continued to think that, nevertheless, thanks to this, he had studied the tactics of some players and learned 2 transformations, so it was very strange to ignore such strong opponents. Leaves from the tree were flying around his feet, and he only thought that the shadows there were on a completely different level than behind the other doors. The shadows there were real monsters. You definitely can't treat them haphazardly, because once you get into a section, you can't get out. All that's left is to survive or die. Jun looked ahead with a confident look and continued to think that the first person he would encounter would be the one he would have to study. This is a dark swordsman with glowing eyes whose name is Wallbeach. Jun had memories of his brother where he was shocked to see this huge guy because this was his first friend, whom he hated, and he was grateful to him. Wallbeach and Jiangwu, along with the green-haired girl, stood next to each other because they went through the sections together and also helped each other. In the end, thanks to all of them, Arsha was created. The glass cracked, and behind the glass stood Youngwoo with a smile. Jun understood that, however, after his brother's death, Wallbeach simply disappeared. Under the mask of Jun, it was noticeable that he was very angry and kept thinking that he did not know the details, but one thing is undeniable. It was Wallbeach who first led Arsha to fall, so this guy was no better than Bao and Lian, who literally hit him brother in the back. Then a notification appeared saying that the first section of the first door was starting. Wallbeach stood in front of him and let out a heart-rending squeal. This scream completely blew away Jun, who was hiding behind daggers. He also recalled that this insane scream always irritated him when he heard it. A blue seal appeared, which signified the use of magical equipment, and immediately after this, Jun rushed to attack Wallbeach. Jun began charging his swords with a red aura, and then he made many cuts that flew forward with red mana. Wallbeach was completely shocked by this, so he simply stood and watched as one of these rays cut his neck. The impact caused a large explosion that destroyed that building. Jun crouched down, holding a dagger in his hand, and the notification told him that he had completed the test. We are transported to some building, from which the light is on, and someone is talking inside. The boy sat on the floor and covered himself with his hand while they asked him that he knew nothing, and he shouted that he knew nothing. The hooded man stood and introduced Bahal, thinking that during this time he had already studied Bahal and his surroundings, but he had not yet been able to find him. And then this hooded man remembered the greedy devil and guessed that it was about a player named Kane, whom Bao valued very much. He believes that it would be difficult for a scoundrel like him to contribute to such a big cause, and the boy who covered himself with his hand and was shaking all over asked him to stop. But the hooded man was impenetrable. He simply cut his throat with one swing. He thought that the Queen of Summer believed that both the Red Dragon and Jin Wado played a role here. He imagined the Queen of Summer sitting on her throne and decided that he trusted her instincts, because it was said that the dragon species was famous for its eyes that could see the truth, although it seems that now her senses have become dull. He began searching through the inventory for some item, thinking that he would have to conduct more than one investigation to find those associated with Bao. when suddenly he notices something that surprises him. It was the old man Hanova's file that he was looking at. He was surprised that this old man was one of the 5 masters. We cut back to Jun, who was fighting with dust flying everywhere. Jun flew out of the cloud of dust and thought that this was also the 21st section. He imagined a man wearing a black and gold mask and thought that in the 3rd section, the first of the 9 tales, one of the 8 great clans appeared, and in the 4th, with the 2nd bishop of the devil army, Kindred. Jun raised his head and looked forward. After all, his opponent now was the sword god, who was holding onto his sword. Jun understood that this was the master's first student, a man who independently mastered 8 extreme fists and even changed them to suit himself, in other words, invented his own technique. The two began to fight, creating sparks everywhere from the blows of their swords, and Jun continued to think during the fight that if he limited himself to only the sword, perhaps even King Mu himself would not be able to defeat the god of swords. Suddenly, in the middle of the fight, Jun jumped up. And then he appeared right above the god of swords, charging his sword with fire, realizing that he was about to win. And at that moment he struck with his sword, struck so hard that the wind spread everywhere. Those 2 guys stood and looked at the leaderboard in horror, saying that this was impossible. In front of them was this table, on which it was written that Jun was already in 8th place in the top. They stood and both looked at the table, talking to each other that wasn't he recently in 15th place, but how is he already in 8th place? Another suggested that he would most likely take 1st place on the 21st floor. Then the purple-haired man began to imagine a dark silhouette and added that this was impossible because the 1st place was by Vaspat, the name. Blocking on the wall of all the highest tankers and clans belonged to Alphavin. The guys turned to the elf and asked what she thought about this, and she began to smile and answered that she didn't know because if she knew, then I would open a shop of extrasensory perception. But then her eyes began to shine bright blue, and her gaze was very serious. She looked straight at the door behind which was the greedy devil. Another fog of shadow appears. It was a long-haired boy whose name was Nocturne. Jun was surprised at him because nothing was said about him in the diary. Jun held onto the blade of his dagger and continued to think that, however, his technique very much reminded him of the master's technique. And at that moment he remembered the words of King Mu, who said that he had become his 3rd student, so Jun began to guess that the 1st student was the sword god, but the 2nd was unknown. Nocturne stood with a sword in his hands and shone with a purple aura, and Jun suggested that, of course, he felt the 8 extreme fists, but his technique was somewhat different from them. Jun also charged his dagger with a purple aura and rushed into battle, and he immediately asked for forgiveness for killing him at the first meeting. As soon as he ran up to the guy, he immediately struck with his dagger. Some time later we see Jun, who is dripping sweat onto the floor. He looked very tired, saying that even though she was a dragon, it was a little unfair. In front of him stood a huge red dragon. It was the Queen of Summer. The dragon began to roar, which deafened Jun. Looking at the dragon, he imagined the Queen of Summer, and thought that compared to the Queen of Summer he saw during the war with Qinghuado, she was smaller and weaker, and yet the Queen of Summer was still the Queen of Summer. Jun put his dagger forward, realizing that after all this, there will be a battle with his brother, so he must pass. After these words, Jun grabbed his sword harder. The Queen of Summer began charging her attack with fire, and then she released all the accumulated fire directly at Jun, and he calmly cut it with his dagger. Another shadow began to appear around the room, the shadow of his brother. The shadow descended lower and lower until it reached a notice where it was written that the test was beginning, and since he was very tired, he would be given more time to prepare than usual. Another notification wrote that composure was activated for an unknown reason. The silhouette of his brother began to appear right in front of Jun. Jun was taken aback by this, and his eyes were wide open. After all, standing in front of him was the shadow of his twin brother. Jun was so shocked that he didn't even want to do anything. Jun took off his mask, and the dragon turned to him, but Jun interrupted and said that he needn't worry, realizing that it was just a shadow. Then several more notifications appeared, in which it was written that composure was activated for an unknown reason, and then a timer appeared. A photograph of his brother appeared in his memories, and he mentally apologized to him, because then he believed that his brother simply abandoned him and ran away somewhere. He hated him for that. Jun stood away from some trio of people and understood that the same thing happened when he left Korea. Their father died when they were little, and ties with the rest of their relatives were severed a long time ago. Jun hated all this and decided to leave the country in order to quickly forget about everything. He lived like a hermit. Jun takes aim with the weapon and understands that it was at that moment that the nickname Cain was invented. He wanted to go somewhere where he could die, but death still did not come for him. Jun's eyes were full of determination and anger, and then a memory surfaced with his mother, who was lying in a hospital bed, and asked him to take care of her home until his brother returned. And so, Jun stood and looked at his brother, from whom an aura of shadow emanated. Rebecca saw that these were two clones and was very surprised because they really have the same faces. Shannon also looked at all this shining with a blue aura and replied that he, too, had some guesses about this, and it seems that now they know the reasons. Jun looked very upset as he held the mask in his hands. He then turned his gaze to the side, and the dragon asked that he had finally gathered his thoughts. A dragon hovered over Jun, and Jun himself said that it was a little, but he pulled himself together, and then he apologized to him, saying that he was apparently not at ease. The dragon replied that he was not uneasy, no more than Jun. And then he peered at Jun with his yellow eyes and asked if he could cope with him, because if it was difficult, he could always ask for help. Jun just smiled calmly. Jun threw his mask on the floor, asking what he should say. And then I remembered how he and his brother played the console together. Jun glowed with a bright green aura as he stood in front of his brother, and then began to use magic in the eyes of the dragon, saying that he had never lost to his brother. His brother also began to glow with a bright lime green aura, and his gaze was serious. Suddenly, luxurious white wings appeared behind his back, and with the help of some green magic, he began to attack Jun while he blocked these attacks. Jun covered himself with his hands and shields, asking the dragon if it would be strange if he lost to him now, to which the dragon replied that it was, although he would not understand, because he has no brothers, but still he is something. Then yes, he understands. His white dragon appeared next to his brother, looking forward. Young Woo and dragon stood opposite June. June and the red dragon stood opposite them, and the dragon added that he did not want to lose to that guy. The dragons immediately rushed into battle against each other, and Jun and Chan also clashed in battle, crossing their swords. Jun was very tense and bared his teeth, imagining what would happen if one territory of representatives of the dragon species overlapped with another territory. It would most likely look like animals fighting for territory. He looked at his brother, behind whom the dragon's eye was shining, and guessed that the moment they met, he realized that his level was different from that of this shadow. He was still angry, holding the sword above him, because he had to defeat this shadow. Notices appeared in front of him that he fell into a daze for a moment, then fell into a daze again. And the third notice, where he has already gained resistance to dragon pressure. His sword began to glow red, and two more notifications appeared on which it was written that the sword skills were activated, and the more opponents, the stronger the fighting spirit becomes, and it also breaks the will of the enemy. Jun struck with his sword, which Chan dodged by flying away on his wings. Chan flew a long distance, right to the end of the room, and then he saw Jun rushing at him again, swinging his sword. Chan began to use the ability of his eyes, and there was not a single emotion on his face. Jun threw another blow, causing Young to duck. And then Chan suddenly jumped up to the ceiling, and Jun looked up in surprise. Jiang, flying in the air, began to create magical attacks, and Jun realized that it was random fire, a skill that allows him to activate various magics, one by one. Chan started using all this magic against Jun. Many shots of magic flew straight at Jun. Chan looked down in surprise, searching for Jun. After all, where he shot, there was no trace of his brother left. But then, Jun, activating his flicker skill, found himself right behind Chan. Chan noticed this and turned around sharply, and then there was a huge explosion in the air. The dragons were still fighting, and Jun's dragon began to use some kind of magic. Chan was flying in the middle of the ashes, head down. His wings were burnt and he was shaking all over. Jun looked ahead and realized that the damage seemed serious, but he could definitely repair everything quickly, so he shouldn't let him do it. Jun rushed to attack him, striking him many times with his dagger, realizing that he needed to defeat him in close combat, because he had to throw him as far as possible with the help of 8 extreme swords. Jiang blocked all of his brother's blows with a straight face, and Jun thought in surprise that he has some kind of crazy collection of skills. No matter how you look, what he is demonstrating now cannot be achieved by a low-level player, even the equipment is not inferior at all. Jun looked closely at his sword and realized that it was a dragon slayer, a very strong sword. He immediately began to remember how Hanova forged this sword, and continued to think that the old dragon Kaladas had ripped out his ribs and imbued them with various magical effects. It was Genova's best work, on which he worked for 3 months. He was of the same rank as Vigrid, if not several times higher. Now Chan was attacking him, and Jun was blocking his blows. Jun realized that he had already memorized several of his attack patterns and identified his weaknesses. At times he even used moves similar to those of the 8 extreme swords. He had no skill to help him calculate and make choices. Jun didn't understand how he could do it so quickly to react. The marks of their swords could be heard everywhere. Young Woo smiled a little, and Jun understood that if this continued, the situation could radically change. Jun also smiled, waving his sword, and continuing to think that Chan was good at everything from birth, in other words, gifted. They still fought and fought, defending themselves and repelling each other's blows. Jun was not going to give him a chance. And so, in one of the blows, he was still able to cut Chan. Jiang looked down arrogantly using his dragon eyes, and while he was flying away from Jun, a trail of his blood followed him. Suddenly Chan began to cover himself with his wings from attacks, and Jun stopped and did not understand why he started hiding, what he could be planning. A huge lightning bolt appeared, and Jun sharply kicked the floor and shouted, "Bow!" This very lightning came from Chan, and Jun stood crouched down. A glowing aura appeared around Chan, and Chan himself lowered his head as if he was upset. Jun turned his head towards him and was surprised by this. After all, he saw his brother hanging in the air, shrouded in an aura of lightning. These lightning bolts were everywhere. Jun, who was bleeding from the mouth, began to cover himself with his hand, thinking that this was a wave of light, a technique that allowed him to combine lightning and magical power and explode everything around him. Jun was protected by the dome from all these lightnings, and while this was happening, he was enveloped in thoughts that the player created this skill on the 20th floor. However, this skill also hurts the one who uses it. Jun still withstood the strikes of these lightning bolts while under his dome and understood that a real brother would never take such a risk. Was this clone imitating him? Jun immediately remembered how his brother stroked his head while he stood beaten, because from childhood he was an active guy, and if he wanted to do something, he definitely did it, and his brother constantly cleaned up after him. But he also scolded him for such offenses. Thanks to this, he learned to carefully plan his actions, as it was in Africa and in the tower. Jun looked at his brother and smiled sincerely, realizing that they were simply the same. And as soon as the lightning attacks ended, Jun began to lower his veil. But Chan was still full of strength and burning with fire. Chan pointed his hand at Jun, preparing to strike more blows with magic. And Jun, wiping the blood from his mouth, decided to see what else he would do. And so, after some time, the building itself was burned to the ground. And Jun was increasingly tired, hiding behind shields. He thinks that his brother does not think about the consequences at all. Chan flew in the sky as if there was no fight, and Jun realized that it was too late to dodge the attack, so even if he succeeds, he is sure that Chan will pursue him and activate the waves of light again. Therefore, Jun blocked his hand from him and decided that he needed to respond with an attack equal in strength to a wave of light. He started imagining Jeong attacking him with an explosion and thought that the impact power of what he used outside the tower was too great, and came up with the idea that if he added aura and black energy, and to top it off with fire rain, what could happen? That. He imagined how several forces merged together and continued to think that such magical energy was strong enough to almost break through the defenses put up by his brother, and if he also used Han and Svi, it would be possible to create a blast wave. He imagined the chain breaking, and perhaps in this way he would create a force that could surpass the wave of light. Jun was preparing a blow, and his sword was blazing with dark energy, and he himself understood that in this way he was putting himself in danger, but this was the only way to win. And so he began to swing the sword, from which there was a reflection. And he began to get very angry, baring his teeth, because he had to try. A very strong lightning began to strike Jun, which he rushed at. There was a bright flash in front of Jun that he could not see anything. And then a powerful explosion occurred. Jun wiped his face and walked forward, saying that his dragon scales had melted from such high temperatures, but then he wondered where the shadow was. In the middle of this explosion, a small silhouette was visible, and suddenly Chan himself jumped out of the fire, which made Jun very surprised. Jian held out his sword and bowed his head. A huge lightning bolt came out of the sword, which struck directly at Jun, and he, in turn, thought that Chan somehow wanted them to die together. Now it is impossible to completely avoid damage, but only limit the damage. Then in this case there is one course of action. This is the territory. Jun called his chick, who instantly understood what he needed to do. A notification appeared saying that Jun was trying to use the fire and heat control traits in her territory. Blue fire appeared around Jun's hand, and his eyes turned white because his current condition does not allow this. He needs a higher level of control. More notifications appeared in front of him, telling him that he went into a daze for a moment, and then his composure activated. New dragon scales began to appear around Jun's neck, and then notifications started appearing again, saying that he had become much stronger and had also gained increased resistance to stagger. He held the sword in his hands while his entire hand was covered in blue fire. Two more notices that stated that he was able to learn the concept of dragon pressure. Chan's lightning began to strike everywhere again, and Jun began to think that to some extent, this step could be called successful. On his territory, he managed to reduce the damage received. His hands that held the sword were shaking very much because it was hard for him after such damage. Chan hovered in the sky while there was fire under his feet. Chan's entire neck was covered with scales, even part of his face, and Jun understood that in order to survive the explosion, he had regained his dragon wings, and the presence of such wings could only mean one thing, that he had awakened the third stage of dragon power. Jun peered at him while Chan became more covered with scales, because Chan awakened the contact of the elements, because some risk their lives and bring the degree of control only to such a level. Jun looked at his brother with a smile and called him a genius. But then Jun, who was bleeding from his mouth, began to laugh as if his end had come. but his henchmen started shouting to him that he can ask for their help and he can also use the power of the black bracelet. He walked across the battlefield, barely holding the sword in his hands, and then, with a blank expression on his face, he replied that he would not do any of this. Then a typhoon of fire began to appear around him, and then it began to glow with a bright flame. The notice wrote that he had opened the second stage of dragon power. Now Jun's face was covered with dragon scales, and he himself added that he did not want to do anything shameful. A notification appeared saying that he had now discovered new skills for his dragon gaze, and his territory had also been strengthened. Jun charged through this fire. Jian also decided to attack him, so they got closer. And as soon as they approached, a very powerful explosion occurred. Jun reached out with his hand and swung his sword. And because of their skirmish, a huge typhoon of lightning and fire occurred. Chan also pointed his sword at Jun. This typhoon was incredibly huge, and soon Chan fell out of it. He flew while blood came out of his mouth. Chan lost all his feathers and fell down. And so, Chan sits on his knees and all his wings were burned. Jun stood in front of his brother as he lowered his head. Jun came closer and sat on his knee, stabbing his sword into the ground. They both then lowered their heads towards each other and were tired from the fight. The notification said that he successfully passed the test and also received the fire wave skill and increased his other skills. Chan began to gradually evaporate into smoke, and Jun was shocked, looking at him because he understood that it was time to say goodbye. Jun reached out to his brother with trembling hands, praying that he would be given a little more time, at least a little. But Chan just disappeared with a smile on his face. Jun still couldn't believe everything that was happening, and Chan was still smiling. In the reflection of Jun's eyes, Chan was visible. Jiang ended up in a tuxedo and told him it was fun, and then continuing to evaporate, he smiled so brightly, calling him brother. Jun sat with his mouth open, because he was left alone again and his brother simply disappeared before his eyes. But Jun, with a smile and closed eyes, raised his head up and thought that the shadow was created from the memory of its prototype, so there was nothing strange in the fact that it retained part of his memories. Teleport particles began to appear, and Jun seemed to realize that he was finally able to have a nice conversation with his brother. And now he is already lying on the grass, looking at the sky. The notice wrote that due to his condition, a longer preparation time was issued. Jun got up from the ground and sat down, thinking about the fact that he was given 3 hours of time. That's a lot. Apparently he fought with his brother for a long time. And if it was so difficult for him to fight with his brother in 4th place, then what would it be like with the other 3? After all, if they were able to get through the 21st floor with the skills they had at that time, it's hard to imagine how strong they are now. Jun looked at his palm and decided that they should just do it, and then realized that the battle with his brother gave him a lot. Having received the skill, he should continue to improve it. And seeing the wave of light, he himself created the skill. The skill window says that this crafted skill is Fire Wave. It is not completed yet, so he needs to connect this skill to get a rank or number. Jun, reading this, thought that in order for the system to recognize an ability, it must be justified by a special template and skill level. The wave of fire was just created, so he needs to quickly justify the skill. Jun clenched his fist and decided that by continuing to improve it, he could learn something new. The notice wrote that the fight with the 3rd place finisher will start soon, so he needs to get ready. A shadow began to appear in the field. Jun put on his mask, realizing that the chief bishop of the Devil's Army, Heil, who occupied the highest position and was famous for being the owner of the Lord's trait. Despite the fact that nothing was known other than the name, he decided that he would try to find a way to fight him, taking into account the Lord's trait. In front of him stood a guy with long hair, from whom darkness emanated. There were flames everywhere. Apparently it was Jun. This flame fried that boy. Jun looked at him with a serious look and thought that this was the same wave of fire that he could learn to control a little. The notice wrote that he had successfully passed the test. But around Jun there was no longer a field, but a fiery desert. When suddenly an object appeared in front of him. Jun walked over and took it in his hands, asking himself if this was not part of the magic staff, and how that guy was able to hide it from the Devil's Army. Jun looked at this fragment with his dragon eye, and the notice said that he needed to complete the staff with the remaining fragments. He had one of the fragments in his hand, and he thought that something was clearly attracting the fragments to each other. It didn't seem like it would be difficult to find other fragments with this. Jun squeezed this fragment in his fist and continued to ponder the fact that, among other things, there were also traps here, because the fragments could be taken from the shadows or from those who challenged the shadows. It's possible that they thought it was a good idea to leave someone here because they believed that no one could defeat the shadow. We are again transported to another place where the sky was clear. Jun walked along a new green field. Leaves from trees were flying everywhere, and then King Mu with purple hair just sat in front of Jun, which surprised Jun. He peered at King Mu, who was completely calm, and Jun thought that he was about the same age here as he was, and the shadow simply radiated mischief, but he saw it as a dangerous monster. King Mu said that he created a lot of problems in his youth, now Jun understands why. King Mu bowed his head. Jun grabbed his sword and realized that it was very different from the other shadows. It seemed as if King Mu had greatly influenced her. Jun had a sparkle in his eyes and kept thinking about what every student who had an outstanding teacher thought about was defeating their teacher. Jun rushed to attack King Mu because he wanted to surpass him and become an outstanding disciple. Jun ran towards him, raising his sword. King Mu just sat there and watched Jun run towards him. But suddenly he simply raised his hands and shouted that he was giving up. Someone says that Rebecca should look after this child. Rebecca, being human, stood sideways and listened to this request. And being a ghost, she reflects on the words that Sir Nunos told her when she was on the 20th floor. She asked the reason, but did not receive an answer, but now she has guessed. She was on that field with Jun and thought that she was even a little worried, because King Mu is considered the greatest warrior of the One-Horn tribe. And Cain is stronger than she thought, but she believes that fighting someone like that is too difficult even for him. But then she sees King Mu raising his hands, and this puts her into a stupor. Jun stopped and just looked at him, and all his minions also did not understand why the shadow was expressing its will. They looked at King Mu, who sat with his eyes closed. Jun remembered how his brother dissolved and realized that it was not so impossible, because his brother's shadow said something right before his disappearance. There were just the two of them in the middle of the field, and King Mu suggested to him that he knew he couldn't win even if he fought him, so they should talk. The henchmen do not believe these words, so they ask Jun to be extremely careful because this has never happened before. Jun just looked ahead, and King Mu stood up and continued to stand with his hands raised up, and Jun wanted to check that if they are more than just a set of data. And even if the consciousness is copied, then if the shadows really have their own personality, then will he be able to talk to his brother returning to the 21st floor. King Mu extended his hand to him and said that he would like to talk about what is outside. He doesn't know anything about what's outside because he's stuck here. He's just a memory of his original owner, so Jun will tell him about what's out there. Jun stood in front of King Mu and listened to his proposal, and he added that after the dialogue he would simply send him straight to the next test. This is a pretty good proposal. Jun replied that it was a great suggestion, but they could ask each other things instead, so he would like to ask him something too. King Mu smiled and waved his hands, saying that everything is as he wishes. Jun looked at him and prepared to do something. Shadows began to appear around King Mu, and at that same second several daggers were put at his neck, and he asked what he was doing. Jun had all his henchmen around him, and Jun asked him how he could trust him. King Mu stands in slight surprise at first, but then he just started smiling, saying that he thought he had stumbled upon a weakling. And after that, with a malicious smile on his face, he added that since it all ended like this, there was nothing he could do. King Mu began to bare his teeth and his eyes turned white, and at that moment he began to use his abilities, filling everything with a bright pink light. Jun's minions flew away from this, and Jun himself covered himself with his hands from all this and realized that perhaps there was a way to return his brother back to reality, so he ordered his minions to tie up King Mu. Suddenly, a huge number of skeletons and other monsters appeared all over the field. Rebecca picked up the daggers and laughed at the situation, but immediately they all rushed together to attack King Mu. King Mu took a fighting stance, charging his attacks with magical power, and then, with the help of his fist, he began to throw skeletons to the right and left. Small purple crystals were flying towards them, making them wary. Crystals fell on the minions as they fought. Jun looked at it all, how there were crystals in the sky, and there were explosions on the ground. Jun covered himself with his sword from these blows and was surprised that he had enormous strength. There was sweat on Jun's face, and he was thinking that moreover, he had just used Meteor Shower. At this time King Mu had to create 8 extreme fists. What could have happened? Jun began to charge his sword with magic and realized that the shadow had gained a personality and was training itself, and also completed 8 extreme fists, not like the original owner. King Mu stretched his hands and said in surprise that it looked like 8 extreme fists, so he asked Jun that it had something to do with his real body. But then he looked at him sarcastically, adding that he suddenly got more than he wanted to ask. Everything behind Jun was filled with blue flames because he used the right to territory skill. Notifications appeared saying that the dragon's territory had been activated, and the second stage of the dragon's power had also been activated. Suddenly, in the place where Jun was, only a small silhouette remained. Jun jumped right behind King Mu, apologizing to him, because before taking him alive, he would have to be beaten thoroughly. King Mu anticipated this blow, so he turned around, and at that moment, Jun remembered the words of the current King Mu, who with a smile on his face asked him to defeat him. He stood with his arms crossed and added that while he was there, he should even beat first place. King Mu prepared to strike with his hand outstretched. They began to fight, blow after blow. While Jun attacked him, he was surprised because this shadow was much weaker than he thought. King Mu also repelled all of Jun's attacks. Jun looked at him with a thoughtful look, thinking that the difference between the data is not so great. If the shadow could become stronger after its creation, it should have been as strong as King Mu himself. There are probably some systemic restrictions. For some reason, he wanted to master 8 extreme fists. King Mu jumped up, and Jun continued to think that he was apparently unable to change his characteristics now, so he focused on martial arts. King Mu flew at him from the sky, raising his fist. And upon landing, the earth scattered around him, and as he flew, he shouted the spell, Kolto. From such a blow, Jun jumped far away, and then King Mu began to use his shield. Jun began to use a wave of fire on his sword, and because of this, there were bursts of fire everywhere. After some time, black clouds of smoke flew across the sky. Jun continued to attack, sword in hand, and his minions prayed for them to finally intervene, because they were tired of waiting. King Mu covered himself with his hands, and anger was visible on his face. Jun looked forward with a sparkle in his eyes. He could not believe that a wave of fire would cause such damage to him, and if he unleashed all his power on him, he might lose. Therefore, Jun grabbed his sword and decided that if he used the power of Shannon and Hanren, he could get into a draw, but this was unacceptable. King Mu seemed to go wild. He continued to run towards him, baring his fangs. And so they jumped to meet each other, and Jun understood that he only needed to think about one thing: how to win complete victory. He looked at King Mu, who was flying at him with a blow, and realized that, firstly, they were similar, and then he imagined how this shadow trained in the forest for 10 years while it was locked up here, so they have different levels of skill. Jun looked down and began to think, then what is the difference between him, the god of swords, and Nocturne? These three were all at the same level of rank, and Jun thought that King Mu's disciples, whom he had met earlier, had all already found their path by this point. Jun stood holding the sword in front of him, realizing that he had not found his way because he was focused on learning a lot of skills. He began to imagine a huge beam as if it were his path. But he himself wanted more. He wanted to become stronger and faster. He sat in the lotus position, realizing that if he focused on self-improvement, he could find something unique for himself and follow the path of martial arts. But then his lips pursed, and then, with confidence in his eyes, he asked himself why he had to do this. He imagined 2 paths, and decided that if he could not make his own path, then he could follow someone else's, even make this path his own. He remembered how he fought with the god of swords, and then he remembered how he fought with Nocturne, and realized that he had 2 good examples from which to learn, because the weak points were engraved in his memory. But immediately after these thoughts, a notification appeared in which it was written that he had increased his extrasensory perception. Jun was very surprised by this, opening his eyes wide. He copied the movements of the sword god. It is a straightforward force, firm and unyielding. Jun imagined throwing many punches. All of these blows flew straight at King Mu, who was shocked at how much he had changed in an instant. And then Jun remembered Nocturne's style, which held the sword at an angle. Everything around shone with a green aura, and Jun rushed to attack King Mu, while he himself thought that Nocturne's path was soft and whimsical because behind all the splendor and luxury was hidden brute strength. Jun began to strike him, illuminating everything with a green light. King Mu blocked his blows, but was in shock. He did not understand that there was only one person in front of him, but he felt the strength of others in him. Jun opened his eyes wide and looked forward, but then he cut off the hand of this shadow so that it flew into the sky. King Mu began to walk back, making sounds of pain. Jun began to remember King Mu with his back turned, and he realized that the strongest person he had ever met was King Mu. Jun took a stance with the sword on top. King Mu was frightened, baring his teeth and saying that Jun had the same character as him. This was some kind of mockery. They fought each other, parrying one blow after another, and immediately Jun began to think that the way he understood the path of King Mu was the last prophecy. They continued to fight with blows, and the power of King Mu is the power to tear apart everything that gets in the way. King Mu was bleeding from his mouth and knew he couldn't die, so he looked distraught, but started shouting, "Alphavan, all of my life." But Jun didn't even listen to him. He just swung his sword. And then I remembered my brother, who was flapping his wings. At the same moment, he cut King Mu in half, saying that the path his brother followed was freedom. When suddenly Jun stood up with a very surprised face. Light threads appeared, and then it was narrated that at that moment Jun was able to taste the path that he had to follow, a path that even the gods could not follow. This is divine speed. A notification appeared saying that he had successfully passed the test. The shadow began to evaporate, and Jun decided that this shadow was not the shadow of King Mu. He stood with a sword in his hand and watched as the shadow evaporated, and in his thoughts was that King Mu, whom he knew, was stronger and arrogant, and most importantly freer, and that shadow was just the possessed remnant of him. Jun turned his head, and his henchman asked that he didn't want to interrogate him in order to return his brother. Jun closed his eyes and turned his head, answering that no. He saw the shadow of King Mu and realized something. Even if he manages to return his brother's shadow, it will not become his real brother, but will only insult his brother's memory. He introduced his brother with a smile and sunshine, accepting that he would never see him again. Immediately his gaze was full of sadness, and he realized that he was hoping for something that was impossible to realize. So he turned around and thought that now was not the time to think about this, but that he should leave the 21st floor as soon as possible. The notification said that the final test had begun. Jun looked ahead and thought that this was the last section, but immediately his look changed to shock, because this is the shadow that even King Mu could not defeat. The notice wrote that the battle with Bywaspat would begin soon. Then 2 more notifications appeared, saying that Bywaspat's shadow had been removed for an unknown reason, so the test was over. Jun stood with the sword and read this notice and then wondered why. We are transported to Kenova's shop, where the sun was setting outside. We see the emblem of the Henna Forge. A man stood on the threshold, and Henova himself sat at the table and said that they were closed, so he should leave. It was a man in a hood who persistently walked inside the store and looked around. He saw a lot of uniforms. Henova turned and very angrily shouted at him that he was not working now. The hooded man turned to him and asked him with a smile on his face that he was Henova, and behind his back he held a dagger in his hand. The old man looked at him and shouted, "And what's the big deal?" But then a notification came to him, so he immediately turned to look. The notice said that there was a new entry in the Hall of Fame on the 21st floor. He looked at the ranking table window, where June and Bywaspat were in first place. Henova was very surprised and began to peer into this window and did not understand how it was possible that they shared first place. But then he realized that is it really possible to share a place in the system rating, unless someone scored the same number of points as Alphavan. He immediately remembered Jun, who stood and held his hand on his chest, and then continued to think that since Kane went to the 21st floor, he set a notification just in case, and nevertheless, looking at the new indicators, it means the production of artifacts, it was worth it. Henova was a little confused, but then he remembered that someone had come to see him. So he turned around and began to look around, realizing that the guy had apparently already left. We see a city through which a hooded man was walking. He walked forward, bowing his head a little and thinking, because he had heard that Henova's art had rusted after the fall of Arsha, and the equipment he saw was of the highest quality, no matter how you looked at it. After these words, he remembered all that uniform, and he remembered Henova's smile and embarrassment, guessing that he had found his fire, although his student was dead. While he was walking in the middle of the city, someone approached him and spoke to him. It was one of the one-horned tribe who was carrying something, and he asked why this guy was hanging around here doing nothing. He looked ahead with a smile, remembering when he saw that guy enter Henova's shop, so he decided to follow him. And then he said out loud that he had power, although not the same as Mrs. Edora, and that guy seemed dangerous to him. The hooded man looked at the one-horned man with a sparkle in his eyes and thought that they were all annoying him, but then he decided that it would be nice to get information out of him. And then he took out his bow, from which a strong dark aura emanated. Blood flowed along the ground. The same one-horned one was lying on the ground, and a man in a hood was standing on him. He looked at him arrogantly and said that if he answered his questions correctly, he would spare him. The one-horned man began to laugh, asking that he really thought that he would fall for this. The hooded man began to use his snakes, saying that he had no other choice. These snakes crawled straight towards the body of the one-horned one. The one in the hood smiled, looking at these horrors. One of the snakes crawled along his hand, and he immediately learned about his memories of the war, where there were 2 flags. He learned about their gathering, where the greedy devil sat in the center. I saw how they fought against a huge red dragon. The hooded man stood with his head bowed and mused that he had no intention of siding with Inhuado from the very beginning. But he had also never really sided with the red dragon. Jun acted as a mercenary from the one-horned tribe, but seemed to value participation above all else in war. And then this man began to smile, continuing to think that at first he did not pay attention to him because he did not notice anything special. But it seems that this guy is full of secrets. He began to walk away from the corpse of that one-horned one, hoping that something funny would happen. We are transported to the 22nd floor, where was the huge octopus and the flying June. June rushed to attack the octopus. His gaze was empty, because he was fighting, but he was immersed in his thoughts about that deleted data. He remembered the notification that Bywaspat's shadow had been removed and realized that this meant that a section of the system had changed. And considering that gods and demons could not leave the 98th floor due to system restrictions, this should not have happened. June flew among that octopus and struck him. After several such blows, the entire octopus was cut into pieces and also fried. Notifications appeared in front of him that he had successfully destroyed the Kraken, and his success could also be recorded on the leaderboard, which Jun refused. Rebecca stood holding a fried piece of octopus. Another notice appeared in front of Jun, in which it was written that Poseidon was showing interest in him and was also offering him the position of an apostle. June stood and read this and was a little surprised, realizing that relations with the Olympians began to improve. but then his gaze was directed downwards, and he decided that he was not going to accept the offers because he did not have time for this. Some kind of blue teleport appeared, from which light was visible, and June continued to think that according to the night watch, Braham had not been seen for several days. He should go to the 23rd floor as soon as possible. The whole sky was red, and the notifications wrote that the test of the 23rd floor had begun. All the grass was dry, and so were the trees. It is said that in their world there was always a red sky, because light never really penetrated there, and there was no rain for centuries, which dried out the earth. It seemed that nothing could live in such a land, but even their mysterious living beings have developed. The demonic tree gives birth to babies from the energy of this world. Some pit bulls with red eyes and sharp teeth walked around the outskirts of this world, and Jun needs to survive among these monsters. We see apparently the king of this world, who sits on a throne of bones, and June ponders, what does it mean that demons look like this? Before demons had intelligence, there were times when they lived according to their instincts. Although the demons of the 98th floor started out at a low level, after fighting in predatory attacks, they were able to become devil kings and devil dukes. Perhaps even they were so strange before. Jun stood there scratching his chin, still thinking about how he needed to get the purple devil flower and the Lake de Roy ceratopsian dinosaur. But first you need to find Braham. In the middle of that wasteland a small circle appeared. Jun ran along the ground, and his minions rejoiced at this place. For them it was very fresh there. The guys fought with monsters and ate them. June sat in a tree and spied on some cult, thinking that they were in the place they talked about on the night watch. Suddenly he was very surprised to see something. Among the crowd of people he saw someone named Elohim. The elf stood next to the hooded man. This is one of the 8 clans, which only members of higher or supernatural species with a personal bloodline can join. He does not understand what they forgot here, because Elohim and Braham do not get along with each other. The guy with red hair is standing there and he surprised Jun too. June peered at that red-haired guy, thinking that this was one of the high consuls who rule over Elohim, the Ether of Light, who was once also a member of Arsha. Jun peered out from behind the tree and wondered what this guy was doing here, since representatives of the protogen species that occupied the highest positions in Elohim did not often come out. When suddenly he is again surprised by what he sees. He turned his head towards the trees, and I saw a guy there with gray hair named Galliard. Taken aback, June wondered if it was Galliard. The main character's gaze fell on the elf. June noticed in his thoughts that Galliard seemed to be Braham's friend. Continuing the thought, the main character suggested that he wants to stop Elohima from finding Braham. Galliard knocked an arrow. The Ether of Light felt the streams of wind coming from the elf's shot behind him. A hail of arrows fell on them. Elohima's people cried out that they were being attacked. Their gaze fell on Galliard, who was shooting while standing on the top of a tree. They screamed that he was on top. There was a shine coming from the tip of Galliard's arrow. Taken aback, the Ether of Light ordered to catch him. Elohima's people rushed at the elf, screaming at how dare he. Galliard stood before them, after which they declared that he was finished. The dark elf began to disappear before their eyes. Galliard appeared behind them with a bow in his hands. Many shots were fired from his bow, shrouded in green mana. The enraged Ether of Light began to accumulate yellow energy. He screamed that he was using a light arrow. Galliard bounced away from many shots. Stretching his hand forward, light ether commanded the arrows to explode. The shells became covered in flames. A powerful explosion was heard in the area. The dark elf jumped out of the cloud of dust raised by the explosion. Galliard was followed by an Ether of Light, shrouded in light mana. Many magical weapons appeared in front of him, after which he declared that he would use holy punishment. Galliard grabbed a small shield. The elf thought about whether Braham's shield could withstand the blow. Galliard, stretching out his arms, increased his shield many times and repelled the blow of the Ether of Light. Cracks appeared on the projection of the shield. The dark elf's face lit up with bright energy. In his thoughts, Galliard noticed that the shield apparently could not withstand the blow. Larger chips appeared on the projection. The Ether of Light's strike was redirected downwards. He struck down many of Elohima's people. Taken aback, Galliard asked if it was him. June grabbed the elf and said that he would explain everything later. The Ether of Light stood in front of many wounded warriors. The enraged Ether of Light looked at the main character and Galliard. He watched June fly away with the dark elf. The Ether of Light shouted insults after the main character. The sky above the burnt forest was red. June, from behind the stones, assumed that they would not be found there. Galliard said it was good. The main character stood over the dark elf who was sitting behind a stone. June said that he and Galliard had not seen each other for a long time. The dark elf told the main character that he had changed a lot. Putting his hand to his head, Galliard asked how Jun managed to find him. The main character looked at him and replied that it happened by accident. June added that he was looking for Braham to ask for a favor, but saw Elohim and Galliard's attack. Rising, the dark elf asked if this meant that the main character simply decided to help him. Adding, Galliard asked whether June was afraid of becoming their enemy. The main character replied that everyone knows that Braham was kicked out of Elohim. June noticed that Galliard was his friend, so he thought it would be worth helping. Frowning, the dark elf noted in his thoughts that he did not think that this was a lie, but it was difficult to believe. A blue stream of mana began to pass in front of Galliard's ear. Putting his hand to his ear, the dark elf asked if it was Braham. The main character wondered if he was contacting him. Galliard put his hand to his chin and, screaming, asked what Braham had told him. Looking at Jun, the dark elf said that Braham was asking. He looked at the protagonist, who was emitting a dragon aura. Continuing, Galliard said that Braham asks why Jun smells like a dragon. Taken aback, the protagonist noticed in his thoughts that the awakening of the dragon's blessing had not yet been fully activated and wondered how Braham understood this. June asked himself in his head how Braham was able to understand what the Queen of Summer could not understand. The main character looked at the dark elf and stated that he did not know what he was talking about. Galliard said that June would then ask himself, noting that Braham said to take him to him. The dark elf said that they had to go. The rocky terrain was shrouded in a red sky covered with clouds. June and Galliard stepped on the ground covered in mana. The ground under their feet turned green. The main character wondered if this was space. June noted that it seems to him that this is not just a division into external and internal. Continuing his thoughts, the main character noted that this is magic of the highest level, allowing one to paint the internal space in the color of the caster. The forest turned into a dense green grove. June realized that this was a barrier of illusions. The main character examined the area and noted in his thoughts that he could imagine how much time and effort was needed to create this place. The dark elf told him not to talk about what he saw. Turning around, Galliard stated that Jun might have to stay there for a while, adding that if he didn't want to, he'd better leave right now. Taken aback, the main character asked if this was somehow connected with Elohim. Galliard fell into thought and replied that this was true. In a forest grove near a small house, a little girl was running next to Braham. In his thoughts, June wondered what it was that could be protected there from Elohim. The main character noticed that he was interested in this. The child in front of him saw June and Galliard. She ran away and hugged Braham. The stunned protagonist looked at what was happening. He looked at Braham. While he was in thought, Jun noted that this was a man who was proud to be excluded from Elohim and who valued freedom above all else. Continuing his thought, the main character noticed that before him was the incarnation of the great god Brahma on earth. Braham looked at Jun and Galliard with a serious look. In his thoughts, the main character named the man's name. Confused, Braham stated that he realized who smelled like a dragon. The main character introduced himself to Braham. Jun's gaze fell down. He looked at the child who was being held by the head by Braham. She had dragon eyes and wings, and her skin was covered with scales. Jun wondered if it was a draconian. The main character imagined a blue dragon and noted in his thoughts that draconids are heterogeneous creatures that go beyond races and are born between a dragon and a human. Jun noted that after the ancient dragon, Calidus, died, there were only 3 players left in the tower who were associated with dragons. The main character had an image of a blue-haired girl, the last dragon, a red-haired girl, the draconian Ananta and his brother, the heir of the ancient dragon. June had a picture of his young Wu standing in front of Ananta. In his thoughts, the main character emphasized that Ananta suddenly disappeared without a trace. Continuing his thoughts, Jun stated that he knew the reason, noting that the last person she met was his brother. He looked at the girl, whom Braham continued to hold by the head. The main character thought that this was a new draconian. The girl was scared. Jun asked if this is Ananta's child. Taken aback, Braham asked if the main character knew her. Jun replied that he had only heard, adding that the Queen of Summer refused to leave her follower and the Skywings died. The protagonist stated that this means that only Ananta remains. June looked at Braham and asked if this was the reason why Elohim was following him. The main character invited him to make a deal. Jun looked at the Draconian's aura and stated that it was much weaker than Ananta's. The main character suggested that the girl is only a quarter dragon. Jun noted that he could try to reveal her dragon rights or dragon nature. Braham agreed with the main character. The sun's rays fell on the roof of a house surrounded by a forest grove. Braham stated that he first needed to check whether Jun was worthy of making a deal with him. Frowning, Galliard looked at the main character. Braham asked who the main character is. The dark elf noted in his thoughts that he and Braham met for the first time. He remembered their dialogue when he and Jun walked through a dense forest. Galliard said June lied to him about dating Braham before. The main character said that he lied because he needed the Shunpo skill and the Ondine cup. Jun asked the dark elf for forgiveness. Galliard asked how the main character found out about Braham. Thoughtful, June replied that he learned about him from an acquaintance, but it was better not to mention his name in the tower. In his thoughts, Galliard noted that most likely the protagonist's answer is not the complete truth, but not a complete lie either. He wondered who could have told him about Braham. Jun's eyes became dragon-like and a bright aura appeared around him. The protagonist's hands were covered with scales. Stretching out his hand, Jun said he didn't think he needed to answer that question. The main character asked if this was enough. Turning around, Braham replied that this was enough and asked Jun to follow him. There were many books on his table. The main character's gaze fell on various potions. June looked at the library in Braham's house. The main character told Braham that he was interested. Braham asked what he was interested in. Jun's face was serious under the mask. He stated that he had heard that Braham was not interested in other people's affairs. Adding to his speech, June asked why he decided to look after an aunt as child. The main character frowned. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that Braham adheres to this rule so seriously that he did not even dare to help Young Woo when he was dying. Braham stood with his back to the main character. The main character is in his back. Braham said he could tell they had a deal. He added that he therefore asked Jun to do his part. Braham stated that he wanted one thing. He asked the main character to share his knowledge about the dragon with the girl and to be a bodyguard in certain situations. The dragonoid, hiding behind the wall, watched their dialogue. The main character said that he understood everything and asked her name. Jun's gaze fell on the draconian. Braham stated that her name is Sesha. The main character stood behind him and asked if he could now tell him his condition. Turning around, Braham declared that he could speak. June said with a serious look that he wanted to study the Book of Mercury that Braham wrote. He was stunned by what he heard. The main character presented a book from which blue energy emanated. While in thought, Jen noted that the Book of Mercury was a book composed of memories of when Braham was God. The main character emphasized that this is the book of his whole life. Dark energy emanated from Braham. June noticed that he seemed a little belligerent. The main character reported that Braham agreed to sign the contract after concluding the Covenant of Mana on the condition that he study only items that are related to alchemy. June and Braham sat at the table and studied books. In his thoughts, the main character noted that from then on he began to listen to his lectures on alchemy for 2 hours every evening. The main character emphasized that, fortunately, Hanova's knowledge of alchemy came in handy. Braham's face was surprised. June continued to reflect and noted that this is why Braham learned some things from him. The main character said that this is how he studied alchemy in the evenings and during the day. There were chairs around the round table. Shannon asked June if he was the orphan's nanny, noting that he could imagine how difficult it was for him. Sesha was hiding behind the wall from the main character. Shannon stated that she already hates June. The main character's army watched him with a grin. He asked the main character what he would do. Shannon noted that he was sure that she would throw a tantrum if June tried to come closer. Smirking, the main character asked the spirits if they thought he was a bad nanny. June told the girl to fly. On the table were pancakes covered in chocolate with strawberries and banana. Enthusiastic Sesha asked what it was. The main character replied that these were pancakes. Jun sat at the table and watched as Sesha looked at the pancakes with delight. Shannon asked if the main character knew how to cook, noting that their world could collapse at any moment and the tower would now definitely be over. Hannah replied that he did not expect this from him. The girl's eyes filled with happiness after she tried the pancakes. She started eating them with pleasure. Jen asked with a smile if Sesha liked them. She screamed that she liked it. The main character wiped the girl's cheeks with a napkin. Sesha said she wanted more. June replied that he would make more, but she had to chew slowly. Black smoke covered the red sky. Elohim's wounded army lay on the ground. The enraged Ether of Light noted in his thoughts that there were so many top-level rankers, but there were only 4 left. Blue veins appeared on his face. He wondered if he could regain his energy and attack again. Ether of Light refuted his idea, noting that then he would be spotted, but he could not lose to weaker players. He noticed that Elohim's project was to restore dragons, or rather, to restore ancient creatures. He presented the image of the draconian Sesha. Ether of Light noted that he plans to restore the ancient dragons and giants so that Elohim can use them. He emphasized that to do this he needed to find that child, the last heiress of the dragons in the tower. The image of Young Woo surfaced in his memory. Ether of Light noted that he had already lost one, so he was not going to fail a second time. Clenching his hand into a fist, Ether of Light noticed that if the heavenly wings, Young Woo, had immediately gotten to them, then there would have been no problems. They asked him what he would do. A green light appeared behind the Ether of Light. Taken aback, he said that voice. Turning around, the Chimera appeared in front of him, emerging from the portal. She greeted him. The Chimera walked towards the Ether of Light. He asked why she was there. She asked if it was not clear to him, noting that she had come to the aid of her worthless brother. The Ether of Light screamed so that she would not make him laugh. Behind her was a stream of green energy. The Chimera asked if he thought it was a joke. With their arms spread, an army began to emerge from many portals. She stated that she hoped that with at least that many soldiers he could achieve their goal. The Chimera asked if he saw how the Ether of Light had to help. He watched what was happening with an embittered face. In his thoughts, the Ether of Light asked himself if she was simply trying to steal all of his achievements. He noted that he was not going to lose this opportunity. The Ether of Light accepted her help and said that she could join, adding that they would split the reward in half. The stunned Chimera asked what he said. Screaming, she asked if he was seriously thinking about defeating Braham in this state, adding that he needed to divide 3 by 7. Looking away, Etha of Light stated that he would have no problem accepting 3 for 7, noting that he would get 7 and Chimera would get 3. He said that if he didn't want to, he could get out, adding that anyway, only he knew where Braham was. Having added to his speech, Ether of Light said that they would have to walk in a circle in a whole crowd. The enraged Chimera noted in her thoughts that he was a stubborn fool and he probably planned to show himself in the art. Stretching out her hand, she said that she agreed. The Chimera asked where Braham was. There was an empty plate on the table. Hugging the toy, Sesha fell asleep. Jun was sitting next to her and Braham approached them. He asked if the girl had fallen asleep. The main character stated that this was true, adding that he had prepared pancakes. June noted that she ate several servings and went to bed. Braham stated that he understood everything. He stated that he would look after her further, and there was a task for the main character. June was surprised by what he heard. Braham pulled out a basket and asked the main character to collect purple demonic flowers. A picture of a purple flower appeared in the main character's thoughts. Jun noted in his head that the hidden part was purple demon flowers. The main character noticed that since ancient times, dragons and demons have been enemies. A picture of an angry dragon and a grinning demon appeared in his head. While in thought, Jun emphasized the fact that dragons have always tried to understand the essence of the world and maintain balance. Continuing his thoughts, the main character noticed that demons always tried to destroy the balance and create chaos. Jun emphasized that this was why the enmity between them could not be eradicated. The main character stated that the more they hate each other, the more useful they can become. Jun imagined the dragon trying to devour the demon. He noted that they began to absorb demons and increase their mana. An image of a demon trying to bite a dragon surfaced in the protagonist's imagination. He emphasized that demons consume dragons to develop their magic. Jun presented a purple flower. He stated that if it is impossible to absorb, then one can at least receive his blessing thanks to the purple demon flower. The main character said with a serious look that he also needed a purple demon flower. Braham looked at Jun sitting next to Sesha. He asked the main character if he needed the demon's blessing. Braham said that Jun need not be surprised, he needs it for the same thing. The main character asked Braham how he knew about this. His gaze fell on the sleeping girl. Braham stated that Jun himself had already noticed that Sesha was only a quarter dragon, so she did not have enough magic. He said that because of this he needed this flower. Braham went down to Sesha and said that the main character need not worry, noting that he would not interfere. Braham asked if a flower with a concentration of 4 or higher would be enough for him. Jun replied that he had enough. He placed his hand on Sesha's head and informed him that he needed no more than 3, noting that too much concentration could be disastrous. Braham added that there are many more saturated colors. Jun looked at him, dumbfounded. He thought about what Braham was saying. Continuing his thoughts, the main character wondered if he was talking about colors saturated with demonic power. Jun wondered if these flowers weren't so rare that they were difficult to find even after walking 1,000 kilometers through the forest. Holding Sesha by the head, Braham turned his gaze to the main character. He asked if Jun believed him. Braham told him to go with Galliard, he would help. Demonic energy emanated from the purple trees. The main character looked at the tree branches and asked what it meant. Squinting, Galliard asked if Jun could see, noting that it was a garden of trees. The main character asked if demon flowers could be cultivated this way. The dark elf looked at Jun and replied that it was possible, adding that Braham said that demons are born from plants, so if you grow them well, like real trees, with water, sun and fertilizer, everything will work out. Amidst the demonic energy, a message appeared that the demons did not like Braham's statement. One nameless demon was very angry. One demon duke cursed Braham. A bright yellow glow appeared. A notification popped up stating that God's barrier was protecting the object from a curse. The sign said that all outside influence was blocked, even to the 98th floor. Jun looked at the purple trees and wondered how this was possible. The main character continued his thought by saying that how is it possible to grow purple demon flowers so easily. Jun wondered if this meant Braham could grow Demonovo too. There were many purple petals flying around the main character. He saw magic circles on the tree branches. Jun noticed that he was right. An image of a small demon appeared in his head. The main character noted that he is trying to cultivate demonic flowers and trees as they influence the newborns from the demon tree and cause them to devour each other. Jun introduced the purple barrier and emphasized the fact that by sacrificing the demons that grew so quickly, they would eventually summon stronger ones. The main character continued his thoughts, noting that when they appear, they use magic to catch them. Jun watched the trees carefully. In his thoughts, he noticed that this was a combination of alchemy and black magic, and the influence of the sacred rod was also noticeable. The main character wondered whether Braham practices these magic circles every day. Jun looked at the dark elf and addressed him. The main character asked if Braham wanted to start a war against all players. Galliard asked why Jun thought this. The main character asked why he needed to raise demons. Smirking, the dark elf stated that raising demons was not the end goal. He looked at Jun and asked if he had seen Sesha. Galliard stated that the protagonist may not have realized it yet, but her life may be very short. He imagined the sleeping girl. The dark elf noted that perhaps this was all due to the fact that she was a half-breed, but in principle she was born weak. Galliard said that no matter how many medications she was given, she would only get better temporarily, and one day the medications would not work at all. The main character remembered how Sesha hid behind Braham. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that he immediately felt that her energy was very weak. The main character added that, in addition, a quarter of the dragon's blood does not particularly help human weakness from birth. A picture of Sesha running near the house surfaced in the dark elf's head. Galliard said that just recently she couldn't even run. He imagined the girl drinking from a glass. The dark elf said that she only gets better from absorbing demonic flowers, but even to them she develops resistance. June and Galliard looked at the branches of the purple tree. The main character asked if they wanted to raise demons and feed them to Seshu. The dark elf replied that this was true. Frowning, Jun noted that it was surprising that Braham, who was so unemotional, was willing to go so far. The main character asked why Braham cares about her, noting that he heard that Braham is enough. Interrupting, Galliard calmly said that he did not know, adding that he was not telling him anything. The dark elf said that he was sure of one thing. Galliard imagined Braham holding Sesha's hand. The dark elf stated that Braham is even ready to catch God if it helps Sesha. Jun placed a basket of purple flowers on the table. Braham asked if the main character was here. Jun watched Braham read the book. The main character asked where Sesha was. Braham replied that she said she wanted to take a walk outside. Jun's gaze fell on the wall to which the girl's drawings were attached. In his thoughts, the main character noted that he thought that Braham was only interested in science. He looked at Braham carefully reading the book. Jun continued his thoughts by noting that he plays the role of a loving father very well. Frowning, Braham asked why the protagonist was staring. June replied that there was nothing wrong with that and asked what Braham was reading. The main character's gaze fell on the entries in the book. Braham replied that he was reading the Book of Mercury, noting that he was checking whether mistakes had been made. He put his hand on the page of the book. Braham asked if June understood yesterday's lesson. The main character replied that if he is talking about equivalent exchange, then he is studying it. Braham asked Jun to follow him, adding that he would teach him something else. A burning candle illuminated the dark room. The main character was sitting at the table and writing in a notebook. In his thoughts, Jun noted that half a month had already passed since he began studying alchemy without rest. Frowning, the main character continued to think that Braham was more open in knowledge than he thought. Completing the thought, June noted that Boo and Rebecca's advice helps. An emerald tablet appeared in the thoughts of the main character. Jun noted that now he will be able to decipher it. The main character said that the first thing is the fact that everything stated there is true. The second thing is that in order to perform a real miracle, you need to understand that the bottom and top are the same. Third, since everything came from one meditation, everything is connected as one. Boo and Rebecca stood over June. Rebecca said the words were interesting, like the philosopher's stone. Boo stated that that part didn't seem quite right. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character said that he would go crazy like that. There was a pile of crumpled papers on the table. June asked to start all over again. While the main character was sitting and writing, the door opened. Holding the toy in her hands, sleepy Sesha asked Jun if he was sleeping. The main character replied that he was not sleeping. Leaning on the table, June asked if she was hungry. Embarrassed, Sesha began to laugh. Frowning, Rebecca watched the main character prepare pancakes with a serious look. The spirits watched this process. Shannon said that he was surprised that he was trying so hard for the girl. Hannah and Rebecca agreed with him. Holding a plate of pancakes in his hand, Jun asked how they were even thinking about him all this time. Shannon called him harmful and insensitive. Entering the room, the main character, holding a plate in his hands, called out to the girl and told her not to tell Braham about this. Jun's gaze fell on how Sesha was drawing in his notes with a dumbfounded look. The main character asked her not to worry and noted that he was not angry. In his thoughts, June noted that it still didn't work out that symbol either. He placed a plate of pancakes on the table and told her to eat it before it got cold. The main character looked with a serious look as the satisfied girl ran away with the plate in her hands. June asked what it was. Grinning, Sesha replied that these were his drawings, and she simply completed the drawings. The girl noticed that Braham taught her this. He put his hand to the drawing. The main character noticed in his thoughts that it seemed to him that these were simple scribbles, but her drawing had a diagram. June began to look at the piece of paper. In his head, he wondered how he hadn't thought of it himself. The main character carefully examined the drawing. While deep in thought, he noted that all this time he had imagined the philosopher's stone as a source of endless energy. June noted that if you think of him as a guide who only increases it. The main character drew a circle in his drawing. Jun stated that the sign was written about the movements of the sun. In his thoughts, he emphasized that apparently the words about the movement of the sun can be interpreted as a diagram of the movement of magic. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that this is why Liant and Build were unable to finish the philosopher's stone. Jun wondered if this meant the stone was only missing a power source. The main character stated that only a magical source can become a power source for the philosopher's stone. A picture of purple flowers popped into his head. Jun suggested that he could use the demon Braham and fill it with energy. He imagined the outline of a demon and noted that such magic would definitely be enough. An image of a dragon's heart appeared in his mind. The main character noticed that if you do this, then the dragon's heart and the philosopher's stone. He imagined the stone emitting blue mana. Jun stated that he would have 2 sources of magic. From the face of the main character, one could understand that he was at a loss. He emphasized in his thoughts that he could have an endless source of magic. Getting up from the table, Jun looked at Sesha eating pancakes. Pant called out to Edora and asked him to come along. There was a stone surface under his feet. Frowning, Pant said he was tired, noting that even the 12th floor wasn't that bad. He asked Edora that she didn't even listen and was waiting to meet her lover. She replied that Pant should find himself a loved one, although no one would agree. Putting his hand to his chin, he told Edora not to make him laugh, adding that he was quite popular with him. Interrupting him, Edora said that this was strange. Holding the sword with both hands, she turned around and said that Pant had mentioned these exact coordinates, but someone called out to Jun as if he were a brother. The main character turned around, covering Sesha with himself. Edora and Pant stood in front of him. Jun said they are here. They approached the main character. Edora asked why Jun was so tired. She asked if something had happened. The dirty protagonist replied that things had happened, but they didn't have to worry, everything was fine. They looked at the girl with surprised faces. Edora asked who it was. Jun replied that it was Sesha. Crossing his arms, Braham stated that the main character brought strangers there. Smirking, Galliard asked what was wrong with Braham, noting that they looked more or less reliable. The dark elf and Braham looked at the girl's happy face. Galliard noticed that Sesha liked the strangers, otherwise she would not have been so joyful. The dark elf looked at Braham and said that looking at this, he understands. Frowning, Galliard continued his speech, saying that he understood how lonely Sesha really was. The dark elf and Braham stood next to the house. Galliard asked Braham if he thought she had been living outside the ordinary world for too long. Green tree leaves were flying around Braham. He watched the girl play with Edora. In his thoughts, he noted that this was true. Braham wondered if she had ever laughed so loudly. He imagined a picture of a girl sitting under a tree. Braham noted that perhaps his desire to protect made her unhappy. The blue sky that covered the treetops was obscured by piles of clouds. Edora was sitting on a blanket and Seshi. Braham asked Jun to come to him. Edora watched the main character leave. Blushing, she wondered why Jun was always like this. She noted that the main character could say that he missed you or was glad to see you. Sesha looked at Edora in surprise. She asked the embarrassed Edora if she liked Jun. Taken aback, she asked the girl why this was happening. Laughing, Sesha said that Edora could not take her eyes off him. They continued to sit on the blanket under the tree. In her thoughts, Edora asked if such a little girl understood this. Raising his hand to the table, Braham asked Jun if he knew that the creation of magic circles had already been completed. The main character replied that he knew this. Having put his hand to the drawings, Braham reported that, fortunately, Elohim and Ether had not yet been seen nearby. Adding to his speech, he stated that once the barrier was completed, even if they found them, they would no longer be able to stop them. Jun listened carefully to his speech and noted in his thoughts that if the illusory world was successfully completed, its entire territory would be subordinate only to Braham. The main character supplemented his thought by saying that this is his sacred home. Jun presented a picture of Braham creating many barriers. While in thought, the main character noticed that although small and limited, he would be able to use his god powers there. Braham looked at Jun and said that he could go about his business and return when he was done. Braham added that he would have to focus on raising demons once the circles were completed. Jun watched as Galliard crept up behind Braham. The main character noted in his thoughts that Braham was apparently asking to take a break from studying. The dark elf, standing behind, asked Braham to simply say that Jun was on vacation. Galliard asked why he was doing this. Turning away, Braham asked the dark elf to be silent. Rays of light fell on Braham's dwelling. Turning around, Pant asked if Jun wanted to go with them to the raid. The main character replied that if he doesn't want to, then he won't go. Grinning, Pant said he would, noting that he thought they would all die of boredom there. Pant imagined Neyu's stunned face. He noted in his thoughts that it seemed to him that the main character took first place in the ranking of the 21st floor. Pant noticed that his father was upset, although he tried to hide it. A smirk appeared on Pant's face. While in thought, he emphasized the fact that if he could win, he would force Jun to train him every day. The main character looked at the embarrassed Edora and asked what was wrong with her. Pant replied that girls always have some problems in their minds. The main character didn't understand what he was talking about. Pant asked him to forget about it, adding that Jun just knew that he was very popular. Taken aback, Pant called out to the main character. He looked at Jun in armor and asked why he was dressed like that. He looked at Pant and said that he did not want to create unnecessary problems. Smirking, Pant said that Jun was simply afraid of hurting his face. Stunned, Pant turned around and looked at his sister. Edora said that they should change clothes, noting that Jun was walking with the one-horned tribe. Pant walked with a false beard and said that he was itching. Edora, who was hiding her face under her hood, told him to shut up and stomp. Pant pulled his face away. The main character asked him what it was. Pant replied that it was a fake mask, adding that it was a secret technique of their tribe to hide their identity. The company walked through the burnt forest. Pant said they sometimes share techniques. He asked Jun if their father told him this. The plot takes us to Lake Duroy. There were many people standing on the parched terrain. Standing on the rock, Pant asked why there were so many people there. Sitting down on his knee, he said that he didn't understand and asked if there was something so important there. Jun replied that they were trying to restore the demonic dinosaur. The main character imagined a huge monster with cracks in its scales, from which red energy came. Jun said that the demonic dinosaur is an ancient creature that can transform and upgrade its class. The main character stated that one could say that he is a chrysalis that could potentially become a butterfly. Pant asked if it was a dinosaur. He asked if this piece was hidden by chance. Jun asked if it was too obvious. With his hand on his knee, Pant suggested simply destroying them all. He asked if the main character wanted to defeat them like a true gentleman. Jun, holding his leg, said that he was going to attack, but since they were there for the sake of the dinosaur, it was better to wait. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character said that therefore there was no need to provoke anyone. He added that if they were spotted, Pant would be the first to die. Smiling, Pant said he was only saying that they could become a problem in the future. Supplementing his speech, he declared that he was patience itself in the flesh. Pant hit one of the knights in the face with his fist. The crowd of warriors pointed their swords towards Pant. He screamed for them to attack. Edora and Jun covered their faces from what they saw. The main character looked at how the knights did not let other people pass. He noted that it is quite easy to understand the cause of the conflict. Jun reported that a group of players suddenly appeared, pushing everyone away and trying to be the first to break through to the dinosaur. The main character said that many wanted to object, but since there are rankers in this strange group, many were afraid. Pant stood among the frightened people. Jun noted that everyone was scared except one person. Pant was enveloped in bright mana. While in the crowd, the main character held Edora by the shoulder. She stated that she would stop him. Jun said she should wait. His red eyes were visible from under the main character's mask. In his thoughts, Jun noted that this was even better. The main character's gaze fell on the blue-haired guy. While in thought, Jun noted that he did not think that there would be people of the bloody land there. The plot introduces us to the ranker, the ice-poisonous snake, Lao. The main character noticed that this is one of the 8 clans, a bloody land. Jun imagined the clan knights standing next to the banner. The main character stated that they consider themselves a real kingdom, the only heirs of the ancient state. Jun said that their goals are quite simple, the arrival of the promised land. The main character said that they have neither territory nor sovereignty, but they always zealously claim that they will return their lands. Jun looked at the frightened people who were leaving the Knights of the Bloody Land. The main character said that in a sense they can be called wandering people living in captivity of a vanished illusion of the past. Jun said that, however, they always lived with a sense of duty and did not neglect training. The main character added that, as a clan, they work well together, so not everyone wants to get in their way. Jun watched what was happening closely. In his thoughts, he wondered why they were there, on the 23rd floor, with Elohim. He noted that the fact that the two of them are in the same place at the same time is unlikely to be a coincidence. The red sky illuminated the lake. Jun emphasized that they were able to send their servants to search for the dinosaur, but since they sent a whole group and a ranker, the protagonist's gaze fell on Lao. While in thought, he noticed that the problem was that he didn't know much about him. Lao turned his gaze and looked at the main character. Many people stood around the lake. The knights pointed their swords at Pant. One of them asked him a rhetorical question, which concerned whether Pant thought that after this he would remain alive, noting that there was a bloody land behind them. Pant replied that he was afraid, adding that there was a one-horned tribe behind him. He asked the Knights of the Bloody Land if they wanted to start a war. Pant started cracking his fingers and said that if they want to, they can attack. Lao stood behind the knights and ordered them to retreat. Pant asked if the captain had appeared. He watched as Lao walked past him and said that it would be great to fight a ranker. Seeing that Lao did not pay attention to him, Pant was taken aback. Lao approached Jun. Smirking, he told the main character that he thought it was time to stop. There was surprise on the protagonist's face. He introduced himself to Jun as Mr. Lao, the Emperor's right hand. He said that Braham and the main character were invited and asked if he would agree to the meeting. Stunned, Jun noted that Lao was speaking directly to him. The protagonist's gaze fell on the smiling Lao. Jun wondered if Lao recognized him. The main character noticed that Lao even knows that he and Braham are working together. The knights watched their dialogue. Lao said that not everyone there knows who is who, so Jun doesn't have to worry. The main character asked how many clans know that he is related to Braham. Lao replied that he was not sure since everyone was hiding like rats in holes. He added that he was too busy to check on it. Lao stated that he would say that this is not an unknown secret. Jun looked at Lao with a serious look and noticed in his thoughts that everyone except the red dragon would be interested in the little girl. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist continued his thoughts, noting that he did not think that the other clans would be so decisive as to intervene. Jun commented that he should be more secretive with his plans. The protagonist's armor began to disappear from his body. In his thoughts, Jun emphasized the fact that in any case, working with Braham, he could not avoid the attention of prying eyes. Jun's armor disappeared and he appeared before Lao in his usual appearance. Pant watched this with bewilderment. Lao noted with a smile that he did not need unnecessary problems. The main character looked at Lao's face, which had a smirk on it. Jun said he would ask some questions. The main character asked how Lao knew that he would be at Lake Deroy. Extending his hand towards Jun, he replied that it was all because of his characteristics. Lao asked if the main character needed hidden objects, noting that it was natural that he would come there. Jun asked how he finally identified him personally. The main character noted that he thought he was hiding well. Lao replied that it was all thanks to his skill. He put his hand to his eye. Lao's pupil showed snake scales. In his thoughts, the main character noted that this is the eye of 9 snakes, adding that it is a skill that can see through the characteristics and skills of the enemy. Jun assumed that was why Lao didn't do anything when Pant tried to find him. Smiling, Lao stated that in any case, the emperor was interested in the main character. He asked if Jun would accept the offer. Frowning, the main character thought about the emperor. In his imagination, a silhouette of an emperor appeared, sitting at a table where there was a lot of food and corpses of people. Jun noted in his thoughts that this was the Emperor of Gluttony. The main character noticed that this is a ruler who is greedy for everything that can be absorbed. Jun emphasized the fact that the Emperor always tries to go all the way for his goal. The main character noticed that he consumes people and improves his skills through cannibalism. The image of his brother popped into Jun's head. The main character noticed that the Emperor tried to absorb even Young Woo, calling him yummy. Jun stated that the reason why the Emperor targeted his brother was because the main character presented a dragon's tail. Jun continued his thought, adding that the Emperor had never tasted dragon meat. The main character, with a serious look, suggested that the Emperor of Gluttony had not given up such a goal, noting that he was a complete psycho. Jun looked at Lao and asked in his thoughts whether the Emperor wanted to see Braham. The main character noted that he should not be made fun of, adding that he needs Sesha. Lao put his hand on Jun's shoulder. He asked the main character if he was worried that the Emperor would cause damage to him and his comrades. He asked Jun not to worry, noting that these were all stupid rumors to destroy their reputation. Lao said that he understands that all this does not have a very good effect on their potential guests, but Jun can see for himself. Lao asked if this was such a bad offer. Jun, looking at Lao, thought about how this pisses him off. The main character suggested that maybe he should at least pretend to agree. Jun noted that it would be nice to destroy the Elohim with their help. The main character said that he agrees for now. With folded hands, Lao said with a smile that this was a good decision. Jun looked at Edora and Pant, who was removing his fake face. The main character told Lao that he needed to do something first. Lao asked if Jun needed an ancient dinosaur. Continuing, he said that the main character need not worry, noting that they would wait and protect them from the others. Lao looked at the back of the main character. In his thoughts, Jun noted that they did not want to wait for them, but wanted to test his skills. The main character noted that he would see where this leads. Red energy began to emanate from the lake. Suddenly, a huge ancient dinosaur jumped out of the water. Pant, Edora, and Jun rushed at the dinosaur. Covering his face with his hand, Lao noted in his thoughts that he would see how strong the main character and the one-horned tribe were. The dinosaur opened its mouth in front of them. Slamming its mouth shut, the monster devoured Jun and his companions. Lao looked at this in bewilderment. He asked if the dragon had eaten them. Dinosaur drool was dripping from Pant's hand. He said he smelled a disgusting stench. Pant stood in a field under a red sky. He reported that they are in the stomach of a dinosaur, but it feels like they are in another dimension. Pant said that he heard that the ancient dinosaur inside reflects the consciousness of demons. Stretching out his hand, which held the red ball, Jun asked about what Pant was muttering. Turning around, Pant asked the main character if he had come. He asked a question about what Jun had in his hands. Pant looked at the red ball emitting energy. The main character said that this is the heart of an ancient dinosaur. Pant said that they had just arrived, and Jun had already arrived. Pant and Edora looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. Jun said that there are 5 parts of the heart in total. The main character said that he needed to get together and find the other 4 parts. Jun asked them to be careful, noting that the quest would begin soon. A notification has appeared about a hidden quest to destroy an ancient dinosaur. The report said that after long observations, the researchers of Lake Duroy discovered that the demons living in the Devil's Forest had a custom of gathering on the shore of the lake to determine superiority and inferiority. Ancient dinosaurs have a vicious nature and a habit of killing all creatures nearby. In addition, even if he loses his heart due to depletion of vitality, he can quickly regenerate it. It takes a lot of effort to completely kill a dinosaur, but they mustered up a lot of courage to catch the ancient dinosaur and delved into its mental space. From now on, within a limited time, the main character needs to evade brain attacks, find all the hearts and destroy them. It is necessary to find all 5 hearts in order to safely leave the thought space. If they fail, they will forever be trapped in the thought space and turn into nutrients for the ancient dinosaur. The message stated the conditions for participation: visitors to the shores of Lake Duroy, participants in the raid on the ancient dragon. Time limit is 5 hours. The reward for the quest is a dinosaur heart, dinosaur skin and horns, and the journal of researcher Duroy. The sign said that a new demonic creature was appearing. The notice said that they needed to survive the monster's attack. A cloud of dust rose in the distance from Jun, Edora and Pant. Because of the smoke, the outlines of many demons began to be visible. Pant's fist was enveloped in mana, and Edora drew her sword. The main character put his hand to the ground, from which dark mana emanated. Jun stated that the demons must be consumed. A strong stream of wind swept past the horde of demons. Shrouded in wind currents, Edora and Pant were at a loss. Pant asked Jun why he didn't warn them. The main character stretched out his hand and absorbed the demons and their dark energy. A notification appears that Jun has absorbed demonic creatures and is absorbing the consciousness of an ancient dinosaur. Continuing to absorb the demons, the protagonist turned around and asked Pant to focus on what was ahead, noting that their role was very important. 2 streams of red mana could be seen in the sky. Jun said that there will be 2 dots next, adding that these are hearts and they must take them. Smirking, Pant said that the protagonist can rely on them, adding that they will definitely cope. Pant struck the demon with his hand, shrouded in golden energy. Edora slayed the monster with her sword. Shannon appeared behind Jun and asked why he did not use them and why he was asking Pant and Edora about this. The main character answered him that they had a different task. Shannon asked about the task and said that it was June. The main character stood on a cliff of land. Shannon asked if he was himself. The demon's eyes were visible underground. Jun jumped into the abyss, in which the demon asked him who he was. In front of the main character were streams of pink mana. In his thoughts, Jun assumed that this was the consciousness of an ancient dinosaur. The main character noted that this is a great chance to gain more knowledge about demons. Among the dark streams of energy, the red eyes of the demon were visible. Jun asked if it was demonic poison. Jun was enveloped in streams of demonic poison. The main character noted that he heard that ancient dinosaurs could produce it. Jun noted that this dinosaur became ancient recently, but already knows how to create poison. Many tentacles headed towards the main character. Jun noticed that it felt like someone helped this. Swinging his sword, the protagonist, shrouded in blue mana, declared that he needed to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Jun applied a territory restriction, after which blue energy began to spread in space. The main character dodged the blow of the ancient dinosaur's consciousness. Jun used a fire wave, after which the space was covered with huge streams of fiery mana. Stunned, Lao looked at the dinosaur and wondered what was happening there. The ancient dinosaur screamed in pain. Shielding his face from the wind, Lao noted that the dinosaur did not just eat them. He assumed they were doing something inside. Lao heard someone's voice behind him. Someone said that he did not think that the Bloody Country was working together with the One-Horned Tribe. Lao's gaze fell on the elf Elohim. The knights of the Bloody Country pointed their swords at the army of Elohim. Lao, with a serious face, thought about why they appeared at that time. He looked at the enraged warriors of Elohim, and in his thoughts he assumed that June had caused problems when trying to catch Galliard, as a result of which they wanted revenge. Stretching his hand forward, Lao told the elf that this was not the case, noting that they were working with the main character, not the tribe. Elohim the elf was beside himself with rage at what he heard. Frowning, the elf warned them to retreat. He added that otherwise the Elohim would hold the Bloody Land responsible for this incident. Smirking, Lao said that this was nonsense. The army of Elohim was covered with streams of ice. Lao directed blue mana at his opponents. The area was covered with blocks of ice. Lao looked at how nothing remained of Elohim's army except ice. Holding pieces of ice in his hand, Lao declared that Elohim should not have come there. Lao's gaze fell on the ice-covered ground. There was not a single corpse near the ice blocks. The Elohim elf jumped out behind Lao. He asked where the corpse had gone. Turning around, fear appeared on Lao's face. The knights of the Bloody Country fought with the army of Elohim. Turning around, Lao ordered everyone to run to the lake. Holding an axe in his hands, the elf said to run after them. Smiling, the Elohim elf declared that he could destroy Jun, the dinosaur, and the warriors of the Bloody Country. He screamed that Lao was finished. Suddenly, the roar of an ancient dinosaur was heard. The lake was enveloped in bright red energy. Stunned, Lao and the elf looked at the monster. Cracks appeared on the dinosaur's scales. A powerful explosion came from the dinosaur. Lava began to pour down on the warriors of Elohim and the Knights of the Bloody Land. Holding the axe in front of him, the frightened elf did not understand what was happening. The area was covered in magma, from which black smoke emanated. The elf held the ground with his bloody hand. He asked how this was possible. The main character approached the wounded Elohim elf. He declared that he was a follower of the great Freya. He looked at Jun and said that it was all because of one person. Smirking, the Elohim elf stated that nothing would come of his death, noting that nothing would end with his death. He assumed that Ether was already there for sure. Jun interrupted him and said that he knew this. The main character looked at the elf with a calm face and asked if they could imagine. Swinging his sword, Jun said that it was a trap. Taken aback, the elf of Elohim asked what the main character was talking about. Jun's memories brought up the library in Braham's house. He called out to Braham and Galliard. Stretching out his hand to them, the main character offered to get rid of Elohim while they fought the dinosaur, noting that he had a good plan. Jun looked at them and said that he wanted to prepare a trap. Adding to his speech, he stated that he would use the situation in their favor. Grabbing his chin, Braham continued to listen to the protagonist's plan. Jun said that almost everyone in Elohim is followers of the goddess, so they have a light attribute that is tasty for demons. The main character said that is why they will present them as a dish. Jun, holding the sword in his hands, walked towards the wounded Lao. He asked why they were there. The bloodied Lao cried out that they wanted to help. Taking off his mask, Jun asked if this would be the answer for him. Stunned, Lao looked at the protagonist's face. Smirking, he said that Jun was simply using them, noting that Elohim would find out about this. Blood began to flow from Lao's mouth. He said that he hoped that his master would be able to eliminate the main character. Lao fell in front of Jun's feet. The main character looked at him with an imperturbable expression. Putting on his mask, Jun stated that he was wondering how everyone else was doing. Braham held his hands in front of the magic ball and noted that they were trying. The outlines of the ether of light and the chimera were visible in the ball. Braham stated that they had prepared thoroughly, noting that even the chimera was there. Galliard said that between them there was a desire to kill each other and asked if they were twins. Braham replied that in this world blood is valued above all else. Continuing to hold his hands to the ball, Braham looked at the dark elf. He asked if Galliard seriously thought that this was important for monsters. He noted that they are ready to kill parents or children if they want to. Braham stated that the chimera would definitely try to kill Ether if given the chance. Frowning, Braham said that the religious society in which they live is a terrible world where you need to kill in order to survive. Turning around, Braham stated that they do not care about blood or tears, they unite for a common goal. Therefore, the Dark Elf must protect Sesha. Galliard said he understood everything. The Dark Elf and Sesha ran through the forest in capes. Braham was in thought. The image of the ether of light and the chimera appeared in his head. In his thoughts, he noted that if Sesha managed to absorb them, then the disease would be completely cured. Braham presented the image of Ananta. Thoughtful, Braham noted that this was the last gift from her mother, Ananta. He introduced his brother Jun and noted in his thoughts that this was a farewell to a person who was no longer with them. Braham opened a book from which a bright glow emanated. Many mechanisms appeared in the blue sky. The forest began to be enveloped in thick fog. While in the smoke, the ether of light turned around and asked the army to be careful, noting that Braham was using his magic. The stunned army of Elohim watched as the night disappeared. The chimera asked what it was. The ether of light and the chimera stood in the thick fog and listened to the screams from their warriors. They cried out that people from the army were disappearing. A bright flash appeared in the thick fog. The knight pointed his finger into the forest and declared that there was something there. The chimera ordered the squad to group. She looked at her hand, from which a light glow was emanating. The chimera said that it was strange, adding that she felt as if her holy powers were running out. Turning around, she stated that it was not just a feeling. The chimera said that someone was definitely reducing her powers. The knight looked at her with a calm face. The Elohim warriors folded their palms and began to pray. The chimera's arms began to exude bright energy. She cried out that they were succeeding, noting that her holy powers were returning. He extended his hand forward and used white light. The dark forest was illuminated by a white glow. Smiling, the knight cried out that this was wonderful. Many demonic eyes could be seen from the thicket of the forest. The stunned chimera and the knight looked at this. A horde of demons and dragons appeared in front of them. One of the dragons grabbed the Elohim warrior by the head. The chimera parried the demon's blow. Confused, the chimera cried out about where Braham came from. The warriors fought with dragons and shouted that there were too many of them and that they would lose. Taken aback, the chimera screamed that they needed to run away from there. She felt that someone had hurt her. The ether of light pierced the chimera's chest with a blade. Turning around, she said that he was a fool, noting that without her he would definitely die. The ether of light calmly answered her that it would survive. He added that it was thanks to her. A magic triangle with an eye appeared on the chimera's forehead. The stunned chimera screamed at this symbol. Her gaze fell on the huge dragon. The chimera noted that everything in this world belongs to God, who will one day descend to them. She stated that those who do not agree to admit this must die. The chimera's body disappeared. Suddenly a green portal opened. Several people came out. The army of Elohim looked at them in surprise. The knight declared that this was the army of the devil. The Ether of Light knelt down and greeted the bishop. He asked what happened to the body. Ether replied that he had not yet had time to check it and asked for forgiveness. An angry dragon rushed at the devil's army. The bishop said that nothing could be done about it. Kindred's face was visible from under the hood. He ordered everyone to be killed. Sesha's face changed dramatically. She grabbed Galliard and screamed that Braham was in danger. In his thoughts, the dumbfounded dark elf noted that since Sesha is a dragon, she has developed extrasensory senses. He noticed that he couldn't ignore her words, but still, Galliard continued to run and said that she was wrong and they were coming for. Sesha screamed that it was impossible and needed to save Braham now. Frowning, Braham looked at the ball. It showed the devil's army standing next to the dragon's corpse. Braham said he had miscalculated. He closed the book and said there was nothing to be done. Grabbing the book, Braham began to leave, but heard laughter from the ball. Taken aback, he heard Kindred tell him that the jokes were over. Braham saw Kindred grinning. The lights were on in Braham's house. A picture of Ananta holding a child in his arms surfaced in his memories. She asked him to take care of the child. Taken aback, Braham looked at the child in her arms. Ananta held the bundled child tightly. The stunned Braham screamed and declared that she had gone crazy, noting that it was not even his. Interrupting, Ananta said that this was her daughter. She looked at the child and declared that she gave birth to her with her heart and not with her body. She said that's why she's asking. Ananta had tears in her eyes. She called Braham father. He fell into a stupor from what he heard. Braham said that it was the first time he heard this word from her. He noted that he thought she hated him all her life. Braham said that therefore, having heard this, he could not refuse. He remembered reading a book to the girl. Braham noted that perhaps Sesha is a chance to correct the mistakes of his past. He imagined a picture of the girl making the bed. Braham emphasized that for some time he became imbued with concern for the girl. He asked Sesha if she could wake up on her own. Happy Sesha looked at Braham. He looked at the girl and his face was surprised. Braham declared that he became her real grandfather. A red crack appeared in space, from which came the words that the jokes were over. Kindred's hands were visible from the gap. Braham was shocked by what he saw. Kindred appeared on his desk. Braham, seeing the smiling bishop, cried out his name. He dodged Kindred's strike. Holding the book in front of him, a stunned Braham looked at him. Kindred looked at him with a grin. After dodging several times, he appeared in Braham's face with his eyes glowing with yellow light. Kindred extended his hand towards Braham's book, after which several seals appeared above his head. A powerful blow struck Braham's house. Sitting behind a cloud of dust, Braham wondered why Kindred was so strong. He looked at the ruins that remained of his home and noted that he had no difficulty in attacking. Looking at the wreckage of the house, Braham fell into a stupor. Kindred stood on the ruins. Covering his head with his hand, dark energy enveloped him. Braham stated that this was devilish magic. Holding the book in front of him, he looked at Kindred, from whom black streams of mana emanated. Frowning, Braham noted that he now understood how Kindred managed to penetrate his space so easily. Imagining black streams of energy, Braham noticed that he had an agreement with God, who was somehow connected with the devils. He emphasized that this is a piece of cake for the devilish god. He imagined the dark silhouette of a man. Braham reported that this is a god who is not God and a demon who is not a demon. He stated that the players of the tower call such a demonic god who wants to destroy everything and rebuild the world. Braham noted that in the devil's army he is called the demon who fell from heaven. He imagined the demon standing behind Kindred and stated that it was a heavenly demon. Running away from multicolored magical blows, Braham noted that he would not be able to defeat the demon in such a state. He emphasized that he is not Kindred's opponent now. He noticed how the sky was colored with dark mana. Braham stated that even the surrounding space is painted with the colors of the heavenly demon. Raising her hand up, several projections appeared around her. Braham said that he cannot win now and there is only one thing left to do. Pointing his hand forward, streams of mana began to emanate from the seals. Braham noted that it is necessary to win with the help of imaginary worlds. Kindred repelled Braham's magical blows with his hands. He extended his hand upward. A blue crack appeared in the sky above Braham. He clenched his hand into a fist. Braham directed fragments of space at Kindred. The area around Kindred began to turn red. Braham stood under the red sky and destroyed the created world that surrounded his opponent. The remains of Braham's world were struck by bright lightning. Kindred fell from the blow. Holding the book in front of him, Braham extended his fist forward. He was enveloped in blue mana and deflected Kindred's blow. Black cracks appeared in the night sky. The soldiers of the devil's army called out to the bishop. They ran towards Kindred and asked how he was. An arrow covered in blue mana flew in front of the face of one of the warriors. His gaze fell on Galliard, who was aiming at him. The warrior began to accumulate black energy in his hand and asked to leave the dark elf to him. Galliard appeared behind him. There was a red glow in front of the warrior's face. Behind him, the space was colored by dark mana. Kindred bounced away from Braham. He sent bright energy into the bishop. Kindred responded by hitting him with a black stream of mana. Space was divided into the present and created by Braham. A hurricane of bright energy appeared around them. Braham was enveloped by powerful currents of wind. He began to accumulate mana in his hand and noted that his holy powers were running out and the illusory worlds were not holding up. Braham noted that he had held out for so long in such an unequal battle. He said he doesn't care if he dies, adding that he doesn't fight for his life. Gritting his teeth, Braham noted that if he died, they would take Sesha. He stated that he would not allow this to happen. Powerful wind currents raged in the red sky. Braham was flying down. As he fell to the ground, he pointed his hand upward. Braham's face changed to one of fear. Sesha appeared in his head, holding her toy. He imagined her happy face and noted that this was his poor child. Braham started bleeding from his mouth and stretching out his hand. He said that no matter how hard it was for him. Having finished his speech, he declared that he would protect her. Dark streams of mana appeared around Braham's hand. Using the demon summon, a ritual circle appeared on the ground. Kindred, shielding himself from the wind with his hands, was frightened. A huge devilish gate appeared in front of him. The doors opened and dark streams of energy came out. The outlines of a demon began to emerge from them. He spread his black wings. Covering his face with his wings, the demon declared that it was better there than below. Second of the 72 demons of hell, a red aura appears behind the bloody throne. The Grand Duke, symbolizing destruction and madness. His name is Agars. He smiles, covering himself with his wings. Speaking of which, whoever is talking about the air on the lower floors. After which Kindred stands in shock, watching this. He thinks that there cannot be a demon, that he must be on the 98th floor. And why did the higher demon descend to the lower floors? Kindred is clearly angry, gritting her teeth and looking forward. He says what the hell, and he thinks that he is really also looking for a dragon Veckan man. After that, he collects the fragments in his hand. He thinks that at this level it will be very difficult to deal with him. After which he thinks about moving in. The devil spirit belongs to the king of the monkeys. After which Kindred begins to glow with a golden light from one hand and collects white air from the other. He touches with his palm. Then the explosion speaks, and a huge outbreak occurs. A huge shock wave emanates from it, chasing everything around. After which Kindred breathes heavily, looking forward and smiling. He thinks about connecting yin and yang. This is a skill that allows you to combine opposing forces to create a powerful explosion. And even if he was difficult to defeat, this explosion would be enough to damage his incarnation. After which this demon comes forward, hiding behind his black wings. He says that he is interested, that he has prepared so carefully for something, and is it really for this wonderful moment? However, he still has a long way to go to copy the Monkey King. After which Kindred stands in shock, watching how he is unharmed. And the demon touching his mouth. Is he talking about making him disappear? After which he extends his hand with his wings, and a huge dark aura hits Kindred. He starts screaming and is shocked by this, after which one of his servants appears in front of the demon and bows to him. The demon says that it was really a shadow and how similar it is to that guy who only does what he sleeps, and it doesn't matter. And one of the men, covered in blood, kneeling in front of him. Then he says that great, since all the interference has been eliminated, the signatory should tell him his wish. After which he says that he summoned someone like Villian or Dantalon, but why is there a great demon here? He then clenched his teeth as blood flowed from his mouth. This is the demon talking about what he doesn't know and why he thinks that way. And he will tell, saying that if he needs the body of a dragon, he has the body of one of the previous lords. And this is a very valuable material that cannot be obtained even for 1,000 gold, and that will be enough, right? To which the demon gets angry, covering his eyes in red light and looking at him. He talks about what he's talking about, and you think he doesn't know. He remembers the little dragon girl. He says that he will take the dragon man, even though he is nothing more than a piece of trash. Speaking of which, this is a Skywing child. He smiles, extending his hand. And he says that isn't this enough for him to take her. After which this man begins to shake and clenches his teeth even more tightly. And a male elf is watching them all, sitting behind a stone. He thinks that this is really not what they are talking about now about the daughter of that same man. And while the man sitting in front of the demon speaks to him, what will he tell him his wish? To which the demon says that first he will fulfill it, and he must say, why is this man pulling out a huge book? It begins to glow purple, and he says that he must be sacrificed to his granddaughter, after which many chains begin to bind this demon. They envelop his hands and spread them apart, and the man who called the chains is holding the book, very tense. He extends his hand and more chains appear, trying to bind this demon. He thinks that he and this book are already at their limit, and aging, restrained by holiness, progresses rapidly. This man begins to cough up blood while looking forward. He thinks that he wanted to see his daughter healthy, but nothing can be done. Now he will lose the rest of his life. The system sends notifications indicating that he has understood a lot about the blessing of the devil. He destroyed the swarm's records and the artifact was no longer used. June looks at her brand right on the palm of her hand. The system says that the demonic research skill has been created. He has a D rank and a 0% proficiency level. This is a work that Roy wrote after spending his entire life observing demons, and he can borrow the power of the 98th floor demon using black magic. And as his skill level increases, he will be able to enter into contracts with more powerful demons. And the devilish spell, by paying the price, he will be able to generate the demonic energy that Kindred Eye needs to use black magic. And there are conditions according to which he must find a skill book to use it. Devil's poison, he will be able to create the purest poison, which is used only by demons, and the amount that he can create depends on its dark properties. And he will need the blessing of the devil. After which June notices Pant and Edora approaching him. Oni, smiling, brings him the bloody spheres. Park says that brother, where should he put it? And June, looking at them, says that he should leave it here for now. And then they notice something. One of Jun's undead mages stands forward, extending his arm. After which he creates a blocking shield, and he completely absorbs the attack. June stands there in bewilderment. He thinks that it looks like a tornado, and judging by the dark energy, it was something brought by the wind. After which he thinks that this is the same demon from the upper floors. He uses his wings and flies forward while Edora looks on. June thinks that he is somehow worried and he must see Brahman as soon as possible, while Edora shouts to him about where he is flying to, and June remembers his brother. He says that his younger brother was possessed by a demon and was trying to master demon magic, and he taught him from time to time, offering to join him. However, the brother refused every time. And remembering Aggers, these refusals made him a real stubborn person, and every time he refused the offer, he completely stopped all contact with him. And the demon appeared a few years later when the brother died alone. He smiled and extended his hand to his brother, talking about how he can take his hand and he will overcome the disease that is eating away at his soul, and he will give him the power with which he can take revenge. To which the brother smiles, looking at this demon. He says his answer is always the same and he refuses, and the demon stands in shock and silently looks at him. He says he is arrogant, but in the end he had no choice but to become his. And June runs forward. He thinks about why he should show himself in person, and he could simply send a servant or a lower demon in his place. And June runs forward with a serious face, looking around. Here he thinks that besides this, the black clouds are fragments of the world and this illusory world has been destroyed. June looks at her hand, which contains dark energy. Is he thinking about what happened here? And there is still a spiritual trace in the fragments, and he wants to see what happened. And he remembers how the woman was stuck in Kindred and the Brahmin attacked the demon. And June thinks that this is how it happened. He remembers the Brahmins that he is standing in the distance. Thinking about the general flow of thoughts, he gets very confused, and even June feels it. And what made him so nervous, despite the way he dies. He remembers what he said, that he called someone else, but why is he here? To which they tell him that this is not the way the Brahmin thinks. He does not know from the one that he is a child of the heavenly wing. And isn't that enough for the demon to take her? And June begins to think about what kind of skywing child this is. The system sends notifications indicating that he is confused. His cool trait is activated for an unknown reason. And June begins to remember and understands what is happening. He thinks about his brother having a child. June begins to come to her senses and understands what is happening. He thinks about his brother having a child, after which June thinks that the diary said nothing about the child. The only one his brother loved was Viera, and when his beloved gave it to him, he never opened his heart to anyone else. And remembering this girl with golden hair, he thinks that she was the one who tried to heal his heart. It was Ananta. He remembered how she stood next to his brother, thinking that she loved him unrequitedly from the very first meeting. However, unlike her, her brother accepted her as a friend. And when he last met with her, the girl told him something important. June remembers how she approached his brother. She said that she would do anything to protect him. And June looks down. He thinks that she was really talking about Sesha, and he remembered the Brahmin and how he shouted. After all, he said that this is not even his child, and this is the father. Juna begins to be enveloped in dark energy. He grabs his head and thinks that these are really the memories of the Brahmin, and his spiritual trace gradually merges with him. June closes her eyes and absorbs this energy. He thinks that it was a mistake and a mistake that he made by joking with the dragon, and he played too hard because he was already sick of the duties of a god. Remembering the little girl, saying that he wanted this child, but he could not recognize him as one of his own, pretended that he knew nothing about him, but still felt relieved. and he found out that she liked another dragon man. She brought the newborn baby and they called him father for the first time, and she was the child of his brother and Viera. And remembering how this child was carried, wrapped in white cloth. Speaking of which, she hid for a long time that she had a child with her brother, and remembering how she hid from other magicians. After all, she almost became the object of experiments, and yet she was able to kidnap her and run away, and she tried to raise her as her own child. And remembering how she protected this child, going against many magicians. Speaking of which, they heard that she was fighting witches somewhere and her brother was also fighting in the war against other clans. But she couldn't help anything, he had to protect her. June looks up with a serious face. He thinks that this is what happened, and now he understands the reason why the demon came here, and he wants to take away his brother's half-heir. And June thinks that he must prevent at least this. He clenched his fists, after which June walked forward. He thinks that he could not protect his brother, but this child is his niece and he will save him. The Brahmin holds this demon wrapped in chains. He talks about what he has been preparing for all this time, after which the chains begin to break, and the demon says that I'm sorry, but cannot fulfill his desire, and the power of the circle has weakened since the barrier of the illusory world has fallen. Whereupon the Brahmin fell to the ground as the book begins to disappear, and he reaches out his trembling hand towards it. Let's go. He picks up the little girl wrapped in the red dome. She shouts to the Brahmin to save her, and the demon looks at her with a smile, saying that this is what the guy left behind, and it doesn't quite suit his taste, but it will be a great trophy. Then he opens his mouth. The girl begins to cry, looking at this demon. She thinks about how scared she is and tries to remember her mother. She remembers how she held her and talked about how she looks like her dad, and a smile suits her best, so let her not cry and smile more. After which she remembers the Brahmin and how he smiled and was kind to her. The demon brings this ball closer to his mouth, after which this girl closes her eyes and stretches out her arms. She thinks about June coming. Then a huge flash occurs, and the demon's hand flies off to the side. June holds her while she closes her eyes and cries. She looks at who saved her, and she realizes that it was June. June moves back with this girl and then puts her on the ground. She takes off her mask, and this girl was very surprised. She looks at June's face and starts crying. She, looking at Jun's face, thinks that it is the same as hers. She extends her hands to Jun, after which she says with a smile that it's really dad and it's really him. After which June smiles and hugs her. June turns his attention to the Brahmin who is looking at them. He asks him if it is really him. Jun approaches the Brahmin and uses magic on his hand. He says he will tell the details later. First, he needs to be treated. The Brahmin looks at Juna in surprise. He thinks that although the face is the same, it is not his brother. Here he watches as June summons all his undead, after which he thinks that his skills, demeanor, and character are completely different. And are they really brothers? Jun's undead talk about whether they will really be cursed and how they can deal with it. And they watch the demon, saying that this is really the same demon. And the demon smiles. He says that I guess brothers are brothers, and seeing him with your own eyes is not like watching you from above. June looks at this demon with a serious face. He says that he believes he wants to get him and his daughter. The demon smiles, saying that it is true that his brother humiliated him a long time ago and he wants compensation. And the demon regenerates his hand. He talks about threatening a small fry there, being a Grand Duke is ugly, so he'll give him a chance. Who does she look like? June is standing and his daughter is standing behind him. I'm talking about whether he wants power and he can give it to him. If this is not enough, then he will sacrifice his niece, and if he does, he will give him an equivalent reward. June looks at this demon with a serious face. He talks about what if he refuses, and the demon remembers how his brother refused many times. He is clearly smiling to vent, saying that, like all people, he does not know his place. After which the demon extends his hand, and a huge dark aura attacks Jun. He stands in surprise while his undead soldiers cover him, and this dark aura hits him right. The demon is watching over it all. He says he tried not to force himself because he needed to touch his soul. But if he refuses, he has no other choice. After which the demon is very surprised by this. He talks about what this feeling is, and he feels a creature that is in no way inferior to his strength, and this cannot be. And while a dark aura surrounds Jun, lights appear from there. A huge crater appears from the sky, and June, with glowing eyes, stretches out his hand and begins to appear from the sky. The demon stands in shock, watching this, after which a huge golden gate descends from the sky. June covered himself with his hand. The demon stands in surprise. Jun thinks that he is strong enough to defeat the god Brahma, but he is an ordinary mortal and he cannot defeat him. After which he calls a huge gate from the sky. He thinks that in such a case there is no other choice but to call upon the one who can resist him. After which Brahma watches all this with surprise. He thinks about how Jun restored his magic circle and summoned a new door. Someone's voice comes from this door. It says who is calling him. He answers, to which God asks him what the price will be, after which Jun pulls out the Aegis and says that this will be the price. God says the deal was done, after which a huge snake emerges from the gate. The demon stands in shock as he watches this. From this gate comes many snakes, on which Hercules sits. The demon says that it is Hermes. Why does Hermes look at the demon with a smile? He says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, 800 or 900 years somewhere. And this is the first time they've seen each other since they sealed Lucille, right? And while Hercules approaches him, the demon looks at Togo. He talks about why the one who is only supposed to observe. Why does Hermes interrupt him? He says the same reason he got the offer, so here he is to repay what he got. And Hermes smiles, looking at the demon. He says that then decide now whether he will fight him or retreat. After which the demon smiles. He brings his hand to his second hand and creates a dark funnel. He says that it would be nice if God and the demon played on the lower floors. After which the demon creates a lot of dark magic, directing it directly to Hermes. A skirmish ensues between Germany, the nose, and the demon. The demon begins to smile, becoming covered in a dark aura, and his eyes begin to glow red. Jun, who was watching this from the side, clenched his teeth under the intense pressure. He thinks about how this is what gods and demons are like, and this energy, and from one glance at which it seems as if he has gone crazy. After which Jun looks at the light falling from the sky. He thinks that like destruction and restoration, if not for this suddenly appeared light, then perhaps he would not have been able to survive. After which he sees this light coming straight from heaven. He thinks that this aura belongs to Athena and unexpectedly that she came in exchange for the Aegis. And besides, she saves Pant and Edora, and the Brahma like him. After which Jun thought, looking down. He thinks that he doesn't know why Athena favors him, but this is clearly his chance, and he must somehow get to the demon. After which he releases all the red balls and flowers from the amber. He thinks that even though it will be difficult, he must awaken the demon's blessing. After which he begins to suck these flowers into his hands. Jun grabs his arm, gritting his teeth in pain. The system sends notifications. It says that Athena looks at him calmly, and she is pleased with his strong determination. And Athena sends him a blessing. The system says that the demon's blessing is awakening. After which Jun clenched his teeth, while the demonic aura penetrates him. The system says that the demonic nature is firmly etched into his dragon bones, and Jun clenched his teeth, feeling enormous pain. He thinks that, if he thinks about it, he has received the power that his brother only talked about. After which he remembers a huge dragon. Speaking of which, dragons and demons have been in conflict with each other since time immemorial, and not accepting the enemy is firmly ingrained in their instincts. However, the influence they have on each other is so great that when they renounced their species, taking on the traits of their enemies, they only became stronger. They were called demonic dragons, which had the power of both demon and dragon, and they were much stronger than others. And he remembers one of the black dragons. Speaking of which, it's absurd that a dragon would give up its species by shaking hands with a demon. And demonic dragons disgrace the honor of the dragon species. And even if he makes a contract with a demon to learn demonic magic, he must not cross the line. And Jun remembers how this dragon said all this to his brother, and the dragon continued to agree that if he did this, he would terminate the contract with him. And the brother says what is good, and he promises. He had never tried to break his promise to a dragon and become a demonic dragon, but he had thought about it. What if you surpass the demonic dragon, if you receive the blessings of the giants and the blessings of those who believe in him? And his brother thought about how far he could go. The system sends notifications. It says that the combination of the demon's blessing and the dragon's blessing was successful. The change to his basic characteristics was successful because the dragon body trait was changed to a demonic dragon body, after which Jun's heart turns dark. The system says that the black dragon and it can gradually change the strength of the dragon species and the strength of the demon. Draconic demonic territory according to his abilities, and he can claim the territory. Dragon demonic knowledge of the world, dragon knowledge and the other side of knowledge, and the dragon demonic power according to his abilities. He can open the power, knowledge of the truth of the dragon species, and the system sends a notification saying that he has reached the limit of the dragon's blessing and new changes are happening. Jun's heart begins to turn red along with his nerves, and he reached the limit of the demon's blessing, new changes occurring, otherwise from the search for new opportunities. The system says that the third stage of power is being released, after which Jun begins and screams in pain. Huge dark dragon wings grow from his back. The system says that the power of elemental contact. Jun looks surprised. It is covered with scales and fangs appear, after which he sees a dragon and a chirp. They tell Jun to go into battle, after which Jun lowers his head, closing his mouth. He thinks that dreams are disappearing, after which he takes his weapon and it begins to glow red. He jumps straight at the demon with all his might, thinking that the wave of fire and the 72 transformations of the Monkey King, after which the demon notices how Jun attacks him. He is covered by 2 knights from his army, and one of the girls standing nearby shouts that she should please give him her blessing. After which June, along with his knights and Rebecca, attacks the demon. Hermes extends his hand with a smile. He tells the snakes to attack the demon, and they, opening their mouths, attack directly at him. They bite the demon, thereby injecting their poison into it, and the demon begins to scream in pain. He pushes everyone away. Then he says, "How dare they?" And June, stepping back, clearly out of breath, watches this. He thinks that he is being attacked, they will be able to catch him. After which he points his blade forward. He uses fire magic while gritting his teeth, and he thinks about what if he could let the fire out just one more time. After which June notices how the snakes are attacking the demon while the fire is burning around, and June is breathing heavily. He thinks that he should help his niece, after which he clenched his weapon even tighter. His head begins to spin watching this battle. Blood begins to flow from his mouth and he realizes that he is already at his breaking point. After which his soldiers tell him. June is breathing heavily, while he is being asked that this is really all because of the new power. June continues to talk about how he doesn't and he has to catch the demon. His knights keep calling him, and he remembers his niece and his brother. He thinks that he cannot lose them now. After which Jun falls to the ground and his wings begin to disappear. The soldiers shout to him that he is okay, and he should say something. The knights of Jun call upon him. They ask if the gentleman is okay and should he say something. It seems to me that this is not just overexertion, and he also used a lot of sacred power. June breathes heavily as she falls to the ground. He somehow holds his blade, after which he looks forward, very tired. He talks about how he must protect his niece, after which he notices a dark aura emanating from the gate that he called upon. Snakes attack the demon from behind. He yells for them to get out of here and he told them to leave. Hermes takes out his staff, jumping up. He thinks that he cannot do anything, and he is about to be taken to the 98th floor. Hermes lowers his head with a serious face, while the demon shouts that it is his and no one will take his things away. Hermes tells him to just give up and go back where he came from, to which the demon fights back. He shouts to everyone that he can't just go back to the 98th floor, after which he tries to attack the lying Jun. Speaking of which, this time he won't miss his chance. Hermes notices this and points his staff straight at Jun. He says, "What the hell?" And while Jun's soldiers look at him, saying that the owner. She goes through the attack and he begins to bleed. A huge paw grabs him, taking him into the darkness. The demon starts laughing. He grabs Jun right by the neck, after which he looks straight into his eyes and sees his brother there. The demon smiles. He says he won't leave this time. If he doesn't want to leave, then only with him. Jun clenched his teeth, using his last strength. He grabs the hand of this demon. The system sends notifications that the vampire sword is activated and it absorbs life and energy. The system sends notifications indicating that he is receiving the demon's blessing. The demon, watching this, is surprised, and while June grabs his hand, she continues to absorb his life force. The system says that the demon's blessing power is warning that it exceeds current limits. Imbalances in the dragon's blessing are disrupted by his demonic dragon body being in danger and it may overheat. And the demon uses all its power, trying to strangle Jun. He talks about leaving with him, after which Jun's knights run straight to the owner. Hermes follows them. They say that the owner is dangerous and he must let him go. Jun clenched his teeth, trying to fight back while his eyes burned, after which the demonic hand holding Jun is cut off. Someone says that he just wanted to leave him alone. The demon begins to get angry. He says that this guy is not his. The demon is thrown back and he screams, looking at Jun. They get sucked into the doors. He screams that June is not there for him, after which the doors are locked, and administrators appear in front of June. They talk about what an obsession, and this obsessive man is a shame, after which many administrators appear right in front of Jun. They talk about how seriously big trouble happens every time he sees June, and can they honor the awards first, after which June, in serious condition, watches the notification system. He thinks that these are the 12 zodiac signs of the highest guardian administrators, and administrators stand in shock looking at system notifications. They say that this is truly an outstanding feat, and they think about it being enough to give him the reward he needs right now, after which they give him a beautiful silver bottle. Are they telling Juna to drink this? And he drinks what they gave him. He notices a blue aura starting to glow around him, and the administrator smiles. He says that he just drank an elixir called nectar, and he actually didn't have enough karma, but he will consider the rest a gift. Herman gets to his feet, noticing that he has a fetus appearing right in his chest. He says in surprise that it is a demonic circuit that he absorbed and it turned into a gem. The system sends notifications. During the day it is said that the devilish contour has turned into a category of decoration, and the rank Essen cannot be determined. And the form of the blessing demon Grand Duke's spiritual trace is fragile, so any moment may weaken. tries to touch her. He thinks that his devil circuit should be more than enough to cure his niece. However, the stone was made very poorly and he would not be able to remove it from his body, after which June closes his eyes. He thinks that if so, then he will not be able to save her, after which Hermes picks him up and checks his condition. He says that he knows what he thinks so hard about. Hermes looks at June with a serious face. He talks about not rushing to otherwise miss what is nearby, but he's not that kind of person, is he? After which Hermes notices how a golden aura begins to envelop June. He looks up to the heavens and sees light right out the door. He thinks that it was Athena, after which Hermes smiles, looking up. He thinks about how she always looked at this guy with warmth, and she even imagines the expression on her face now, after which Hermes goes back through the gate. The administrators are surprised to say that he is really leaving already, to which Hermes says that since he does not have time, he leaves the rest to them, after which the door is closed, and the administrator says that he will take care of the rest, after which they all look at June. They talk about what is good and everything needs to be finished. June finds herself in some kind of hut. Edora holding a rag to his face. June tries to figure out where he is. Edora looks at him with a smile. She says that he finally woke up. June gets up. He begins to look around and talks about where they are now, to which Edora says that they are on the 24th floor and the air in the forest was too dark, so they immediately brought him here. June grabs his head. He says that then others, after which he is surprised, touching his face, and he realizes with surprise the fact that he is not wearing a mask. He starts looking around, talking about where she is, and Edora pulls out Jun's mask. Speaking of which, is this what he's looking for? And Jun looks at her in surprise. Edora smiles, looking at Jun. She says this is his mask, after which June jumps out of bed with a serious face. He begins to wonder what was happening. Then he thinks about how he should have been careful, how many people saw his face while he was unconscious. Edora can't be that careless. He remembers Panter. Speaking of which, in this case, Panty Edora also saw his face, and can they really be forced to shut up about this? But how? And perhaps they did not know the meaning of his face. June holds the blade, thinking that even if they didn't know, he doesn't want to leave open options. If he was going to deal with them, he needed to do it now. After which Edora hugs Jun. While June holds the blade, Edora hugs him. She says that everything is fine and everything will be fine because they are close, and June hugs Edora back. Jun was in Edora's arms. The embarrassed protagonist moved away from her. Jun sat in front of Edora on the bed. She stated that she did not think that the main character knew how to be embarrassed. June asked her who she thinks he is. Smiling, Edora noted that Pant did not see the protagonist's face. She said that if June decided to show, he would wait. The main character listened to Edora's speech with a straight face. She noted that she agreed with him, adding that she was curious about what he looked like and what was hidden in his soul. Edora looked at Jun and asked if it was bad to want to know all this. The main character was embarrassed by her words. In his thoughts, Jun assumed that if it was her, then everything would be fine. The main character took his mask. Jun looked at Edora and stated that one day he will tell everything. She was taken aback by the words of the protagonist. Smiling, she accepted the words of the main character and called him brother. Braham lay on the bed and looked at Jun's face and stated that he and his brother were similar, but they had a different aura. The main character stood over him and noted that this was not the first time he had heard this. The floor manager opened the portal and stated that they had a lot to talk about, so he would leave. The wounded Braham turned to Jun and asked him if he knew that he did not love this face. He noted that his daughter suffered because of this face. Smiling, the main character stated that the owner of this face was a real fool. He asked if Braham wanted to live. June said with a serious face that he needs to live so as not to allow people like Youngwoo to do wrong. Stunned, Braham continued to listen to the protagonist's speech. Jun noted that he needs to cure Sesha in order to see Ananta. Squinting his eyes, Braham agreed with the main character. Sesha held Braham's hand with tears in her eyes. She asked him not to leave. Braham noted in his thoughts that he could not leave her. The main character and Sesha stood over Braham. He stated that he was once called God, but now he will become something else. Closing his eyes, Braham declared that this life was also not bad. He let go of Sesha's hands. The girl looked at Jun with tears in her eyes. The main character told her to wait. Jun began to draw dark energy from Braham's body. The girl screamed for the main character to wait. She pulled out the elixir, saying that it could save him. The main character's gaze fell on the homunculus's elixir. The message said that it was the raw material of an artificial life form created by Braham, who put all his alchemical knowledge and magical essence into it. However, he was unable to create the soul, leaving the elixir unfinished. Stunned, June looked at the bottle of potion. In his thoughts, he noted that this was one of Braham's treasures. Uninspired, Sesha said that the main character would definitely succeed. Smiling, June noticed in his thoughts that he had no right to make a mistake. The main character pointed his hand at the elixir, from which green mana emanated. The potion began to illuminate Braham's body. 3 notifications appeared indicating that divine essence had been received. Braham's hand was illuminated by light energy. All wounds disappeared from his body and he was enveloped in mana. A sign appeared saying that Jun had managed to give the once great soul a new body. The message said that the main character had found a new way to use death. His zone of control over the power of darkness was becoming wider. A notification appeared that the various gods and demons of the 98th floor observing the situation were in amazement. Many messages popped up in the background of the heavenly gates. They said that some gods were unhappy with Jun's actions. The dev members were especially unhappy. Hermes carefully watches the main character and Athena supports him. Poseidon thinks and believes that Jun does not deserve God's blessing. Ares was indecisive. He wanted to offer the main character the position of an apostle. Hephaestus also thought about this. Signs appeared against the background of the demonic gate. Many demons are heatedly discussing Jun. Many demon communities turn their attention to the main character. The demon community Hell is interested in Jun. Holding his empty hand in front of him, the main character noticed that both demons and gods reacted so violently. Jun presented a mural of Braham being God. In his thoughts, the main character noted that Braham lived on the lower floors and was wounded by Agars, but he was not just God, but the highest. The main character stated that such a great god was not a rancor, but became a subject of a mere mortal. Jun noted that this was shocking. While the main character was reading the message, Happy Sesha stretched out her arms and called out to Braham. She hugged Braham. Looking at his face, Sesha asked him why he was so cold and hard. The ceiling in the room where they were was illuminated by sunlight. Braham stated that since he was now Jun's subordinate, they needed to end their conversation. He asked the main character how he could cure Sesha and go to Ananta. Jun stretched out his hands, which had 2 seals on them, and asked Braham to look at it. Frowning, he put on his glasses. Braham's gaze fell on the pink seal and he noticed that it was a demon seal that he had made. He looked at the naked woman, projection, and was shocked. He sat at the table and examined the seals on Jun's hands. Braham cried out and asked if this was the philosopher's stone and how it was possible. The main character stated that Viera Dune only brought out the base. Jun noted that he did not know the details. The main character, with a serious look, said that he accidentally received it, so he is still trying to learn how to use it. Jun asked what Braham would suggest doing with him. Stunned, Braham replied that he would make it perfect and then create a magic circle. Taken aback, he noted in his thoughts that he would do this to catch the demon and save Sesha, no matter the cost. There were several candlesticks with candles hanging on the wall. Braham asked the main character what to do next and how they could find Ananta. He noted that she was fighting Walpurgis Night. Jun stated that they could use the auction. A picture of a man on stage showing the philosopher's stone popped up in the main character's head. Jun continued his speech by saying that they could display the philosopher's stone. The main character noted that they would remove all the important attributes, leaving the name. Grinning, Braham put his hand to his chin and said that he could imagine what noise there would be in the tower. The image of the Summer Queen appeared in his head. Braham noticed that the noise would be especially from the Red Dragon. He stated that the heart of the Summer Queen's dragon was almost destroyed, so she would definitely want to get the philosopher's stone. Jun said that the Red Dragon and the other clans would definitely try to get to the bottom of the stone. Holding his face, Braham asked if the main character was trying to turn all eyes on Walpurgis Night. Jun, with a calm look, sitting on a chair, stated that from now on they will begin a witch hunt. Stretching his hand forward, the main character stated that this was necessary to get their attention. The door was enveloped in night light. The administrator looked at Jun, who was holding a mask in his hand. He asked if the main character had finished the conversation. The administrator pointed his hands at the blue portal and asked Jun to go through it. Having passed through the portal, the main character saw the administrator, who was pointing his hand at the red sofa. He noted that when Jun wears a mask, it is more convenient to talk to him. The administrator asked the main character to sit at the table. He pointed to the cup of tea and said that it was an elite variety of tea leaves. The administrator asked to try it, noting that it had the perfect, refined taste. Jun asked if the administrator wanted to talk about this and asked to get to the point. Snapping his fingers, the administrator noted with a grin that the main character had absolutely no time to chat. A huge number of notifications appeared behind the administrator's back. The main character's gaze fell on messages that said that the demon of hell, Ammon, was looking at him. The Jisex demon, Hundan, licks his lips. Jun was stupefied by what he saw and asked what it meant. The administrator asked the main character what he thought. His face was illuminated with blue light from many notifications. The administrator said that they were all very interested in Jun. Adding to his speech, he noted that 41 gods and 55 demons want to see the main character as an apostle. Crossing his palms, the receptionist said that Jun knew that he needed to be a ranker for this, but apparently they decided not to wait until he reached the 50th floor, given the circumstances. The administrator stated that many also offered to share their power after the contract is concluded. Jun calmly stated that he was refusing, noting that he did not need the position of apostle. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that he really would like to get the dragon awakening faster, but he is not going to rely on others. Jun's face changed to one of surprise. The main character thought about whether it could be done differently. The administrator put his finger on the message and said that since Jun refused, he would reject all offers. The protagonist's face under the mask was frowning. Jun stated that he doesn't mind getting powers without a contract. The administrator turned around and looked at the main character. In his thoughts, Jun noted that he would see what they offered if they wanted to take it. Smiling, the administrator said that, in fact, the main character is the second player who plays like this with the 98th floor. Jun noticed that he would not play by their rules. A notification appeared that the demon of hell, Agars, was offering the power of Shinshin Aisha. The protagonist's gaze fell on several messages from the pile. The god of Asgard, Heimdall, offered the music of destruction and the sacred object Jijalarhorn. The demon of the Jai sect, Galaganta, offered tsunami and the sacred item demonic blood sword. Narrowing his eyes, the administrator said that he did not think that they would decide to share such treasures. Jun looked at the signs and said that he could only accept 4 powers. The main character's gaze fell on the stigmata of the goddess technique. This is a power bestowed by Athena, the goddess of Olyma. Jun deeply impressed Athena by fighting fiercely to protect his niece, so she lends him her power. The goddess sword grants the goddess favor. It protects the body from invisible arrows and spears, and the enemy's spirit will be broken. Additionally, it blesses allies, greatly improving their stats and morale, as well as increasing their elemental defenses. The goddess shield greatly increases resistance and defense. In addition, it is possible to install a temporary barrier. The main character began to consider the third spirit ability. This is the power bestowed by Azrael, the god of Malak. As the god of death and souls, Azrael has long taken a deep interest in his despair of the Black King. He is upset as Jun lacks many aspects of handling souls, so he gives him the new power he needs. The Dullcaster allows the caster's absolute will to influence the subject. It is possible to confuse an opponent with weaker mental abilities, and in severe cases, temporarily steal his body and use him as a puppet. 100 Phantom Knights allows spirits to move in groups. Death spirits have an instinct to consume living souls, and they drain the life force of anyone in their path. In the place where a group of spirits passes, not a single blade of grass will remain. Jun began to look at the Senshin technique. This is the power bestowed by Agars, the demon of hell. Agars, possessed by the protagonist, still cannot let go of his hidden feelings even in critical condition and calls on the greatness of his power. However, the more Jun uses his powers, the greater the risk of becoming a demon and going crazy, so you have to be careful. Senshin channels the hatred and anger simmering within his body into madness. During this time, the attack power increases in proportion to the increase in madness, and the defense power decreases. Isha allows you to have a huge impact on your enemies by emitting madness, lowering their morale and reducing their mental strength. The destroyed mental power is replaced by the caster's physical strength and magical power. The main character began to study the Faceless Law ability, the power granted by Galaganta to the demon of the Jai sect. Chaos has eyes, but he does not see anything. He has ears, but he does not hear, and he cannot eat, therefore he has no organs. But at the same time, his feelings are incredibly subtle. His ability to think is amazing, and his magic is so deep that it surpasses grimoires and becomes a force. In his thoughts, Jun noted that the Faceless Law could be very useful. The main character thought about the remaining powers. He touched the projection with his finger and noted in his head that he couldn't just give up and it was better to wait. Jun noted that he might return to them later. Several notifications appeared. They said that Athena, the goddess of Olympus, looks at the main character with a touching gaze. Agars, the demon of hell, laughed at the other demons. Ares, the god of Olympus, was outraged by Jun's choice. The demon of the Jai sect, Galaganta, calmly accepted the choice of the protagonist. The administrator watched Jun, surrounded by many notifications. While in thought, the main character noted that demons and gods are characterized by pride, so they are unlikely to take their gifts. The administrator said that Jun was a special person. In the memories of the main character, a picture of the battle between Agars and Hermes surfaced. The administrator, pointing to the projection, said that the battle between Hermes and Agars was very destructive. He stated that there was a lot of damage to the floor area. Jun imagined the destroyed area of the floor. The administrator said that many of the players who were there died immediately. Adding to his speech, he stated that this is why they receive a lot of complaints. The main character was sitting at the table opposite the administrator. He said that the administrative bureau understands the current situation, but other players. Interrupting, Jun said that they might harbor a grudge against him. Grinning, the administrator noted that it was so. A portal appeared behind Jun. The administrator said that was all. He wished good luck to the main character on his journey. Jun noted that he is right, many will try to take revenge on him. The main character turned to Braham, who was holding Sesha in his arms. Jun noticed that he, Braham and Sesha could not stay on the 24th floor. The main character said that they went to the village of the One-Horn tribe. A crowd had gathered in the village, from which shouts could be heard. Holding the sword in front of her with both hands, Edora said that this was strange. She asked what was going on. Edora saw her father among the crowd. She called out to him too. Pant and Edora ran up to Nai. He asked his father what was happening. Nayu informed that Janu had died. Edora was taken aback by what she heard. A picture of how a man put his foot on the body of the wounded Janu surfaced in her imagination. Nayu said that he was killed by the bow god from Chingwado. He noted that this is why they sent scouts after him. Nayu reported that the White Demon King and Elder Karam were also dead, noting that the other 9 people had returned in critical condition. Jun hugged Edora and in his thoughts wondered why the god of bows would touch the One-Horn tribe. An enraged Pant asked his father what they would do. Frowning, Nayu stated that he needed to be caught, noting that if he allowed himself to do this, he was looking down on them. An enraged Nayu said that he should not allow himself to be treated like this. He walked up to the crowd and, extending his hand, ordered everyone to get ready. The main character stood behind Edora and Pant and thought that there would be real noise in the tower. Jun noted that it would be better to find Hanova. The plot takes us to Hanova's forge. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character asked if he knew about the philosopher's stone. Taken aback, Hanova asked what kind of stupid question this was. Jun asked if he knew or not. The image of Braham appeared in the head of the main character, who said that he only knew the basics of this stone. He noted that perhaps Hanova could get to the bottom of this. Stretching out his hand, Jun began to tell him the basics of the philosopher's stone. The main character stated that this is what happened. Hanova replied that he understood everything. Sitting on a chair, Jun asked if he would help him. Confused, Hanova asked what other help this was. He stated that he was simply interested in working with such material. Smiling, the main character noted that he is always like this. Braham appeared in front of him and told Hanova that they had not seen each other for a long time. Hanova said with a smile that 20 years had already passed. He asked what Braham was even doing with this kid. Hanova said that he was happy in any case. A one-horned old man appeared before them. He apologized that his old age was ruining everything for them there. Laughing, Hanova asked what the bloody philosopher was talking about. Rebecca watched them with the spirits. She noted in her thoughts that this was a strange company. Leaning on the table, June suggested we begin. He extended his hand, which contained a blue seal, and stated that their goal was to complete the philosopher's stone. The company began looking at the drawings on the table. Braham and Hanova were looking at a piece of paper. The main character said that everyone had started working on the formula. June noted that Hanova was the most active in trying to figure it out. Frowning, Braham said that it was the same. The main character said that despite their great desire, they had a certain problem. The plot takes us a month ahead. There were shards of dark stone lying on the table. Braham said that it didn't work out again. Covering his face with his hands, he said that they were so close, but at the same time far from the solution. Grabbing the mask, Jun noticed in his thoughts that they had determined how the Philosopher's Stone and the magic core would work, but they couldn't connect them together. Rebecca extended her hand to the main character and offered to call someone else, noting that perhaps they could give some advice. Jun replied that he did not want this because he could only trust these people. The main character noticed that Sesha could also be in danger. Rebecca said she knew someone she could trust. With a calm look, Jun asked who she was talking about. In the head of the main character, the image of a girl covered with a white cape appeared. Rebecca said she was talking about Victoria. Taken aback, June asked if Rebecca knew how to contact her. Placing her hand to her chin, Rebecca replied that she did not know how to contact her, but knew a place where she could meet her. Leaning on the table, the main character asked her about this place, noting that he would leave right away. Shrouded in blue mana, Rebecca thought for a moment and answered what it was. The plot takes us to a city from which a red glow emanated. Jun's gaze fell on the cheerful passers-by. Covering her face with her hood, Edora stated that she did not believe that there was a famous person in such a place. Thoughtful, Rebecca reported that Victoria had studied with a famous shaman, so there was a chance that they could find her there. Jun, with a serious face, wondered whether the shaman was there or not. Pant and the main character were surrounded by several girls. In his thoughts, Jun noted that he hoped to leave there as soon as possible. The red-haired man called out to the main character and his companions. Jun, wearing a black cloak, asked him how their request was. The man smiled and replied that they were in the process of surveillance and asked them to follow him. The protagonist's gaze fell on a tall building with red lights coming from the windows. The man said that the person they needed was on the 8th floor. While walking up the stairs, June noted that he smelled some strange smell. The main character opened the door on the desired floor. A picture appeared before him of many girls lying on the bed. A woman surrounded by a crowd asked what was happening, noting that she had not called anyone. The main character moved aside the shawl that covered the bed. June asked her if she was Anastasia. The main character's gaze fell on a girl with a red pattern on her forehead. Smiling, Anastasia asked Jun if he knew who she was. A message appeared in front of the main character stating that thanks to his composure he retains his sanity. Jun read that he has protection and immunity from dark magic and shamanism. The main character looked at Anastasia sitting on the bed. He noted in his thoughts that she must be a witch. She asked Jun why he was there. The main character said that he needs Victoria. Anastasia was taken aback by what she heard. She fell into a stupor from what she heard and asked again what the main character said. A powerful explosion was heard in the house. Anastasia, standing on the rubble, looked at Jun, who was enveloped in fiery wings. A pink clot of mana formed in her hand, and behind her was the outline of a demon with red eyes. Looking at what was happening, the main character wondered if this was a Gumeho form. He noted that the magic is very similar. Enraged, Victoria sent her hand a stream of pink mana at Jun. The main character pulled out a sword in front of him, shrouded in bright energy. Suddenly there was a shout for them to stop. Jun turned around at the scream. He saw a stunned Victoria. Rebecca, standing behind the main character, screamed her name. Taken aback, Victoria asked Rebecca how. Victoria's memory of Rebecca's death surfaced. She said that she was them. Rebecca put her hand on Victoria's shoulder and said that everything was fine and asked her if she was okay. Steam was coming from the mugs of tea. June and Rebecca sat opposite Victoria and Anastasia. In Victoria's memories, a picture surfaced of how she and Khan stood outside the door. She stated that thanks to their help, they escaped from King Mehu's palace. She remembered looking at Khan and noted that someone immediately began to follow them. Rebecca asked her if she could identify who it was. Victoria replied that she couldn't, but she was sure that this was a rather large clan. Her gaze fell on the main character and Rebecca. June in his thoughts suggested that this might be the Devil's Army. Looking down, the upset Victoria said that several days had passed and Khan decided to come to an agreement with them. Supplementing her speech, she stated that he was missing, noting that she looked everywhere for him but could not find him. A picture of her looking after Khan surfaced in her memories. Victoria's eyes filled with tears. Anastasia hugged her. Looking up at Jun and his companions, she said that she didn't know why they appeared there. Continuing, Anastasia stated that they had better leave, noting that Victoria would not be able to help them in this state. Bright lanterns burned above the heads of passers-by. Rebecca, hovering behind the main character, stated that she lived with Victoria for a long time on 5 mountains, but this is the first time she sees her like this. The image of a smiling Victoria popped into her head. Rebecca said that Victoria, as she knows her, has always been proud and confident. Rebecca's face was upset. She noted that Victoria was the strongest. Looking at the multitude of red lights, Rebecca began to wonder why responsibility for Khan had unsettled her so much. A grimoire shrouded in pink mana suddenly appeared in the sky. Jun's gaze fell on the book floating next to him. Rebecca asked what it was. The main character grabbed the grimoire. Anastasia said that Victoria would not be able to help, but asked her to convey this. She noted that she did not know why she would do this. Anastasia asked Jun not to show up there again. Surprised, Rebecca looked at the book in the hands of the protagonist. She stated that Victoria wanted to publish this book through the scientists of the Magic Tower. Rebecca continued to look at the grimoire and noticed that this was Victoria's life's work. She wondered how she did it so easily. The main character wondered in his thoughts whether her conscience was tormenting her that much. June looked at the book with a serious look and, thoughtfully, noticed that it could help in studying the Philosopher's Stone. Braham studied Victoria's book in surprise. The main character noted that her knowledge was able to amaze even Braham. Jun said that they had started a new study and were doing more and more research. The main character said that in the end, putting his hand on the drawings, Jun declared that he had finally succeeded. The main character looked at the notes with Braham. Jun noted that despite the time taken, they were still able to decipher the formula of the Philosopher's Stone. The main character presented blood splatters. Jun stated that he was sorry, but they shouldn't do this right now. The main character noted that so many innocent souls are needed as an ingredient and this amazes him. Jun stood in front of Henova, who was talking about how if they couldn't get it right, the formula might fall apart completely. Leaning on the table with many artifacts lying on it, Braham stated that they still needed to try. The main character's face changed to one of surprise. He used absorption, causing his hand to become enveloped in dark mana. Frowning, Jun noted in his thoughts that they only had one chance. The main character noted that if he makes a mistake, he will die immediately. Many fragments appeared in front of Jun, from which blue energy emanated. The fragments formed a stone. The main character, deep in thought, noted that the form was ready. He remembered how Agar's core formed in his chest. He stated that now it is necessary to unite the Philosopher's Stone and the core of Agars. Against the background of blue mana, a message appeared that spoke of the corrupted Philosopher's Stone. The main character read that the purest energy in the world is the human soul. This stone is created after purifying souls according to the directions on the emerald table. It is filled with fear, so special measures are necessary. The emotions in the stone receive the energy of the demon Agars and slowly grow. Blue streams of energy began to mix with demonic mana. The notice stated deep resentment. Thanks to the energy emitted by Agars' demonic core, the grievances residing in the Philosopher's Stone can be strengthened through magic. However, the caster must also have the demon attribute. This is a unique artifact that exists in a single copy in the tower. It cannot be sold or transferred to another person. There was a strong curse on the artifact. The artifact can be used multiple times, but the user may be cursed, so special precautions are required. The artifact is completed, but not yet available for use. Requires connection to an existing magical organ. The artifact bears a strong curse. When connecting to an existing magical organ, special care is required. Jun brought the Philosopher's Stone, oozing blue mana, to his chest. The main character noticed that now he can unite with the stone. A notification appeared that thanks to the demonic dragon body, merging with the stone was fast. Blue mana mixed with demonic energy. The artifact in Jun's chest absorbed streams of energy. A magical storm appeared around the main character. Braham screamed that a barrier needed to be put up, noting that his energy could not be allowed to escape. The elder said that he understood everything. A pink barrier appeared. Braham covered himself with his hands from powerful streams of mana. The main character's body was enveloped in energy, and the Philosopher's Stone glowed pink. Mana enveloped Jun's spirits. Shannon asked if this was the Philosopher's Stone. Rebecca screamed at the energy coursing through her body. She stated that her soul was shining, adding that she felt as if she could become a divine spirit. Blue scales began to appear on Jun's face. The main character saw black mana appear in front of him. Jun plunged into complete darkness, from which many hands reached out to him. The main character wondered if these were grievances imprisoned in the Philosopher's Stone. Jun noted that being distracted is deadly. He saw the outline of a man in the darkness. The man's face was covered with hair, after which he said that he had not yet. Smirking, he stated that a little later, but not now, he would come and absorb the main character. Jun woke up to the screams of his friends. Having risen, the main character told Braham that he was okay and asked if something had happened. Smiling, Braham stated that the main character looked like he had no idea what was happening outside. There were clouds of dust around him. Braham reported that there was real chaos there. Shaking off the dust, the elder asked how the Philosopher's Stone was doing. He asked if he was useful. Jun fell into thought after this question. Grinning, he suggested checking it out. From the house, shrouded in the darkness of the night, the voice of Sesha was heard, who said that her uncle had been acting strange lately. She sat in front of the phoenix and said that Jun was not playing with her because she was doing something important. Sesha noted that Braham also does not visit her. Frowning, she said that her uncle was not good and asked Kyrick if it was true. Phoenix stated that he is not Tweet, but Nick. Sesha grabbed the phoenix by the throat and screamed that Kyrick was Kyrick. Nick noted in his thoughts that he was uncle and niece. The embarrassed girl said that she was wondering what the main character was doing now. Looking at Sesha, Nick assumed that Jun was now having fun with friends. He stated that he could imagine how much fun they were having. The spirit from Jun's army flew away from the powerful blow. Jun was shrouded in a demonic aura. A notification appeared that talked about Senshin Aisha. The anger and indignation accumulated inside the main character will turn into madness. His attack power will increase by the same amount as his insanity, but his defense will decrease by the same amount. Shannon sat on his knee and held his sword. Jun looked at him and noted in his thoughts that this was the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Clouds of dust emanated from the destroyed ground. The main character looked at the grinning Shannon and noted in his thoughts that this is a power that is even scary to talk about. Jun remembered the previous battle with him. He noticed that when they first met, he was just a young swordsman. The main character wondered how he managed to become so strong. Shannon closed his eyes. He mentally emphasized the fact that it infuriates him that he cannot change anything. His memories flashed back to battles with Neiyu and the stone monkey statues. Shannon noted that he always fought with Jun and helped him. Dark mana enveloped him and he pulled out his sword. A message appeared that the Strongwill had awakened another blessing from the devil. With the enhanced blessing of the devil as a basis, the protagonist achieved that he was one step closer to death. The Death Knight is undergoing changes. His previous level has been increased by 1. Shannon received influence and the title He Who Commands Death. Blue mana began to emanate from underneath his mask. The outlines of skeletons appeared behind Shannon and he prepared to strike. A message appeared that the Death Knight had successfully developed into a Death Aristocrat. The notice said about the Aristocrat of Death. Knights who die an unfaithful death cannot leave this world, and only a few of these Death Knights are able to gain power and position under the Lord of Hell. Wherever they go, death follows them, and with increasing position, the powers they can use increase. The greater the strength, the higher the position, so they can form squads of soldiers. Rebecca watched Shannon in surprise. He was shrouded in dark mana. Rebecca noted how strong he was, adding that at least it was possible now. She looked at Jun, who had demonic wings behind him. Rebecca stated that Shannon wanted to attack the owner. Blue streams of energy emanated from him. He rushed at Jun with lightning speed. The unperturbed protagonist watched Shannon's attack. A powerful explosion was heard in the area. Thick clouds of smoke rose from the powerful impact. Being in the fog, Braham came to see what was happening. He looked at Shannon and Rebecca, who were lying on the floor. He noted that, in fact, both the master and the subordinates. Braham looked at the crack in the earth and stated that they had an incredible resemblance. He approached the main character, who was sitting on the ground, and asked if he felt better. Braham noted that the philosopher's stone is truly magnificent. June, dripping with sweat, said that he was even sorry. The main character said that he knows that the power of these three will not stop there. June noted that neither Harnan nor Rebecca had yet been able to reach their previous level after death. Sighing, Braham noted that they were quite famous strong players. John looked at Braham standing in front of him and declared that he too should regain his holiness. Braham replied that these are true words, but it is not so easy to do. He imagined a tower that rises into the sky. Braham noted that no player has yet been able to become God. He emphasized that there were many rumors about what this would require. Braham stated that he needed to defeat his master if he wanted to become God. After his thoughts, Braham fell into a stupor. He looked at Jun and said that he really was. Braham's gaze fell on the smiling protagonist. Jun looked at Braham's surprised face and said that they had checked the stone and could move on. The rocky terrain was shrouded in thick fog. The main character proposed to destroy the witches and find Braham's daughter. The plot takes us to the Kelat auction house. A crowd of people walked around the square. Shannon, looking at the many passers-by, noted that life there was in full swing. He asked why there were so many people there, noting that it was just an ordinary day. Jun put on a mask from the one-horned tribe that changes his appearance and changed his image to a guy with glasses. He studied the map and in his thoughts assumed that this place was somewhere there. He looked at the sign on the store. The main character, while deep in thought, noticed that he had found the Association West Wind. Jun emphasized that this was the place where his younger brother made transactions. The main character stated that they are a fairly large and influential organization. Jun pointed out that if he sold something there, it would easily go away and rumors would spread quickly. Entering the room, the main character heard the seller thanking the client. Waving his hands, the merchant asked to come to him again. The main character thought about the merchant's voice. A picture of the training where this merchant was in appeared in his memories. The main character wondered if this was the mythical merchant from training. With folded palms, the enthusiastic merchant asked why the main character was there. Grabbing the back of his head, June stated that he had come to sell something. Smirking, the merchant noted in his thoughts that the main character was definitely a weakling and would be easy to rob. The seller asked Jun if this was his first time selling with them. The enthusiastic merchant watched as the main character took things out of his backpack. He stated that Jun had come to the right place. He noted that their West Wind Union is the most conscientious and honest of all trade associations. The merchant asked to see what June had brought. The main character laid out a large number of weapons on the table. He asked if these were good things. Confused, the merchant thought that all these items were of the highest class. He wondered how such a person could have something so valuable. The seller said everything looked great and thanked Jun. The merchant said that he could negotiate a better price for himself. The main character was taken aback by what he heard. The seller asked to look at it. Jun imagined a lot of facts flying into his face. The merchant revealed that the runes written on the surface of the sword were distorted by corrosion due to poor care, and it is now not so durable. The seller said this would reduce the price by about a quarter. The merchant said that in that case. Upset, June sat at the table and asked if it was all true. The seller noticed in his thoughts that the main character was too upset and needed to be grabbed faster. The merchant pointed to a piece of paper. He said that despite all the disadvantages, he thinks they can come to an agreement. The seller said that since June brought so many things, he could offer the amount indicated on the paper. Smiling, the main character cried out that he agreed. The merchant held several swords and noticed in his thoughts that this was another fool who had been deceived. Turning away, Jun asked if he could sell it. The seller asked what was there. The main character put a black sheet with runes on the table. The merchant thought about what it was, noting that many runes were not readable, but taken aback, the seller stated what it was. He presented many blue runes. The merchant noticed that these were records of high-level alchemy. He emphasized that he had never seen anything like this. Grinning, the seller realized that if he could restore them, he could make a fortune from it. He noted that he needed to pick it up now. The merchant grabbed Jun by the hands and shouted that of course he would buy him. He offered to discuss the details. The door of the association opened and the seller thanked the main character and asked him to come to them again. June, walking among the crowd, noticed in his thoughts that he was glad that everything went so quickly and easily. An image of an emerald tablet appeared in his head. The main character noted that there is information about the philosopher's stone, but the most important thing is written on the emerald table. Jun declared that the seed had been thrown. Smiling, the main character noted that all that was left was to wait for the shoots to emerge. 3 strips of inscriptions flew through the air, and it was narrated that Atron divided the contents of the emerald tablet into 3 parts, and the auction was held under the name of the pioneer alchemist Trismegistus. A crowd of people walked forward, and those who realized his true contribution flocked like flies and began to make inquiries. Thanks to rumors, the 8 great clans also began to show interest. The man stood on the stage and waved his arms, because on the day of the auction, a large number of players, including bidders, flocked to the auction house. A large man with a gold tooth and many rings held up the number 27. A cry came from the stage that the first Trismegistus tablet had been sold to Mr. Croy. On the first day of the auction, Croy, the richest man in the tower, became the owner of the tablet. Croy stood in a suit, and behind him were various objects, and soon the research center belonging to his clan confirmed that this trophy was in fact a precious treasure. There was a picturesque view of clouds around the tower, and the story was that the value of the tablet was much higher than the researchers expected, and soon rumors about it spread throughout the tower. The man in the suit stood on stage again, and then someone handed out the number 104. Since it was the second day of the auction, the second part of the tablet went to the magic tower, which gave such a price for it, as if it wanted to ruin everyone in the tower. We are transported to some kind of fortress while dawn was coming outside. The Queen of Summer was lying in bed and tossing and turning, apparently having a nightmare. In her dream, she saw Youngwoo with a fire burning behind him. She began to squint hard, and sweat ran down her face. Youngwoo looked at her with a smile and hope in his eyes. But suddenly she wakes up from this, being in shock and fear. She covered her face with her hand, because she realized that it was just a dream, and then said that she dreamed of this guy again. She began to clutch the bed in her hands out of fear, and realized that apparently she couldn't sleep normally now that this guy had died. Getting out of bed, she went somewhere. There was anger visible on her face, and a golden aura seemed to come out of her chest. She was angry because her dragon heart was in critical condition. It was almost destroyed, and she herself was at the limit. All her magic continued to leave her. She exhaled calmly because she already had a lot of time left. But then she started to get really angry again, looking down, blaming the Skywing. Her servant came to her and knelt down, apologizing and saying that he had an urgent report for her, and she, rubbing her eyes, asked what happened. The servant pulled out a purple stone that shone with a bright aura and told her to take it. The Queen of Summer was very surprised by this, so she looked with wide eyes. She, standing in front of him, began to shout in surprise, where did he find it? And he said that this stone was still far from complete, but the method of activation and materials were the same as they saw in Chingguado. This stone was made in the magic tower based on the data from the tablet obtained at the auction, and last night it was announced that the third fragment would be secretly auctioned. While the Queen of Summer stood deep in thought and with a blank face, he asked what they were going to do. She answered with burning eyes that it was necessary to get him by any means, so he should do everything possible. But then her gaze became distraught, and she corrected her words, ordering him to bring the rest of the fragments. The day of the auction itself arrived. There was a crowd of people at the door talking to each other. That important people from the 8 big clans had gathered in that place, and even the 5 bishops of the Devil Army also came. 2 people were walking in clothes with fur, and people noticed them and began to discuss that they did not appear anywhere at all, and from the bloody land here were the Marquis of Nagelin and the Marquis of Scrap and the Duke of Ardbad. Then one of the crowd pointed his finger at the people and asked them to look there. The entire squad of the Red Dragon was there. There was even a guy with red hair, the son of the Summer Queen. This son worships the dragon, and it is said that the Queen of Summer gave her dragon blood to 9 children, the 9 sons of the dragon. Apparently, the leaders of the 81 Eyes, the 9 living sons of the dragon, had enormous power within the clan. The auction host began to greet everyone with a smile, saying that he would like to thank everyone who graced this humble place with their presence, so he would begin bidding immediately. Under the glass one could see the same emerald tablet, and the shareholder said that this is the 3rd fragment of the Trismegistus tablet. The entire crowd began to cheer, and the auctioneer turned to face them and said that then he would start bidding. The son of the Summer Queen raised his hand and said that he was placing the elixir, when suddenly one of the people with a fursuit started shouting at him, asking what he was doing. After all, the elixir is a bottle of golden liquid, that same divine medicine that cannot be bought for all the gold in the world, the thing that the Heavenly Wing and Ardia tried to get. The price of this elixir was as high as the price of the philosopher's stone. While the auctioneer was trembling, the son of the Summer Queen said that it seemed to him that it was possible to pay with objects instead of money unless the rules had changed. And the auctioneer, with a trembling voice, answered that nothing had changed and told everyone sitting there that the bid was an elixir someone wanted to bid more. After waiting a little, he said that since no one wanted it, the countdown would begin. Again, that man in fur clothes began to shout that they always do this, they think that they can take her for themselves, and what then? That now they are not modest at all. The son of the Queen of Summer began to get up from his seat and said that apparently everyone here misunderstands, because they want more than just one fragment. And then he looked forward with a malicious glance, and he told the whole audience that they wanted all the fragments. Immediately after these words, everyone jumped up and began shouting at him in displeasure. They began to whisper in Croy's ear that the laboratory was under attack. And they also started telling the old man in the hat over the phone that the sign had been taken away. The son of the Summer Queen began to walk straight onto the stage. While they shouted in his back that this couldn't be done, they robbed the magic tower. Two people stood at the door and heard people shouting at the Queen's son that the red dragon was completely out of control, that they were going to fight with the entire tower. The Queen's son, whose name is Nachalo, broke the glass display case and reached for the emerald tablet. Taking it in his hands, he read and smiled, saying that he had finally taken it. He began to smile madly, and thought that this was the answer that would heal his mother and make the red dragon the rulers of the entire tower. June sat on a chair and leaned his head, and then smiled and said that this is exactly what will happen. Braham began to laugh hard, holding his stomach, and added that the auction was most likely about to begin. June looked at Braham, who was already wiping away tears of laughter, and said that they most likely would not find out about anything. Purple runes flew forward, and the Queen of Summer sat on her knees. This was Jun's plan, that the tablet contained a cunning trick, a formula for devilish poison, and the poison is fatal since demons are the natural enemies of dragons. The Queen of Summer's condition is already serious after the rupture of the dragon's heart. It will worsen even more. Jun looked forward and added that when she realized that something was wrong, by that time her body would already be poisoned. He imagined it was like a dragon attacking a fortress, and I thought that after all this, the Queen of Summer would direct her anger to where the tablet came from, after which the red dragon would find out that the original source was the emerald tablet, and that Walpurgis Knight created it. Braham rubbed his chin and said that then the Night of the Witches would end. This was an excellent plan. June put his hand on the book, the title of which was Der Roy's Notes. Then he stood near the portal, holding the same notes of Der Roy in his hands, and said that then they need to leave it and go about their business. We are transported to the fortress of the Queen of Summer, where it was already morning. She saw 3 emerald tablets, and then she took them with a smile on her face, saying that she needed the philosopher's stone. The Summer Queen sat on the throne with a dragon standing behind her, and the story was told that the Summer Queen was not just the head of the clan, and the reason why everyone in the tower feared the red dragon was because of the Summer Queen's dominance. And the reason for the power of the players in the clan was that she shared her strength with them. The Summer Queen had dragon eyes, and in other words, she was the foundation of a red dragon and was a red dragon herself. And so, it was deep night outside, still in the same fortress of the Queen of Summer, and one can only guess what will happen if she makes a mistake. We see that the Queen of Summer fell to the floor and screamed in pain, and her servants began to run towards her. She grabbed her head and squealed as everything around her turned purple. Red cracks began to appear on her body, and her pain knew no bounds. The purple stone glowed with a bright purple aura. At this moment, in another part of this fortress, the Beginning stood opposite the servant and asked if he had found the original owner of these tablets, and he answered him that they were doing this. But after visiting Leon's Faustus laboratory and Walpurgis Knight, witnesses said that they had something like a stone monument. Couldn't he have something to do with it? He saw the 2 people standing outside the door and added that they say that representatives of Walpurgis Knight were at the auction. The Beginning began to get very angry, so he bared his teeth. A vein bulged on his cheek with anger, and he asked very threateningly that these scoundrels dared to do such a thing. Had they completely lost their fear? We see June holding a piece of paper in her hands, which is already burning out. And then notifications appeared in front of him that he had destroyed part of Doroy's recording, revealing a hidden element. Jun looked down and was lost in his thoughts that this was not all, but he managed to easily get some parts of the records with the help of the auction house. He then raised his head and looked at the notifications, and it turned out that in front of him there were many demons shrouded in chains. He looked at the notification window, in which it was written that he could inspire souls with his thoughts and use them at his discretion. June ordered them to disperse. Therefore, souls began to fly away somewhere, and soon these souls began to fly into nearby monsters. The monsters' eyes were empty, and they themselves shone with a red aura. Jun looked down and ordered them forward. All these monsters started running towards each other. They bit and fought among themselves. There were dragons and other monsters there. Soon, many of them were simply lying dead in the water. Braham stood and looked at this, imagining a beautiful tree because his method is completely different from Jun's. The dragons began to bite each other's necks. The guys stood and shouted joyfully as if they were watching a movie. After a while, clouds of dust from the carnage were everywhere. And so, Braham stood with a book and raised his hand, telling everyone to get ready. Sounds began to be heard from the dragon's cut head, and then something completely started to crawl out of her. It was a man who had devil wings and black hands. He had sharp fangs and black eyes and was quite scary. The notification said that a low-level demon was successfully created. Then more notifications appeared saying that a new way to control death had been found, so his abilities were improved. The next notification said that he had received an achievement that was not easy to obtain. He opened the window of his new ability where it was written that he could make a poison stronger than the devil's. And he begins to see messages from demons who are very much exchanging opinions about him and even want to get him for themselves. That same low-level demon stood up and said with a smile on his face that he couldn't help but express his gratitude for waking him up from his deep sleep. And then Jun grabbed him by the neck, interrupting him and not allowing him to finish. While Jun held him, magic circles began to appear above them. And this demon was instantly tied up with chains. He screamed, asking what they were doing. Jun said with a smile to start, and Braham began to do his magic. After which there was smoke from explosions everywhere, and Pant told Jun that when she saw the demon, she said only 2 words, "Shut up and come on." Jun turned away from him, and Pant looked at him with incomprehension. Then Braham had some kind of magic stone in her hand, and it was all blazing with fire. Braham brought this stone to Jun, and then he began to smile, covering his smile with his fist, thinking that with this he could cure Sesha's illness. But at that moment some crowd approached them and asked what was going on here. Jun turned his head and saw those guys in fur clothes. Their leader, with a scar on his eye, asked Jun if he was the same greedy devil. Jun just looked at him without emotion, and I saw that this man was shining with a strong red aura. Jun understood that this was Marquis Caliburn from the Bloody Land. He was one of the swords of the Emperor of Gluttony, whom he especially singled out. Jun held his chin and asked that they apparently came because they were looking for him because of Baron Lao, to which the Marquis shouted that it was so. And then he added that he valued Lao very much, so, by order of the Emperor, he went to invite Jun in the exile, but he himself never returned. Jun immediately remembered Lao, who said that they helped him, but he immediately killed him. The Marquis wants to know what happened, because he knows what Elohim did. Jun looked at him and realized that he would probably have to lie, so he said that he accepted the invitation, but Elohim suddenly interrupted them. Lao shouted at them as the crowd ran towards him. Jun began to imagine a situation that did not exist and said that the Elohim were outnumbered. But Lao said that he could not allow the guests invited by the Emperor to be in danger and told them to run while he is gaining time. The expression on the Marquise's face said everything for him, and Jun added that fortunately they survived, but Lao did not. Therefore, the Marquis asked what his last moments of life were like. Jun replied that he died as a knight. After these words, the Marquis clenched his fist with all his might out of sadness, and then he closed his eyes and agreed with his words, and added that then his opinion about the invitation had not changed. Edora stood holding the sword and listened to this dialogue, realizing that her brother was a master of deception, and Jun responded to the invitation that everything remained in force, because Lao was their comrade. The Marquis, with his eyes closed, said that Comrade Lao is his comrade, and the comrade of the Bloody Land. The Marquis picked up his sword, which shone with a blue aura, and said that he swears, according to the will of Lao, since Jun never betrayed them, they will consider themselves their ally and protect them from dangers, but the Elohim will have to pay. A notice appeared that the Marquis of Caliburn's vow had been announced and was acting in accordance with the oath. Jun felt a thread stretching from his chest, and he thought that now Elohim and the Bloody Land would fight. Therefore, a malicious smile was visible on his face, and in the village of the Bloody Land, the corpses of their allies lie among the destroyed buildings. The Marquis stood in the middle of them and asked what happened, when suddenly he turned sharply because someone called out to him. It was the Duke, standing without an arm, who told the Marquis not to pay attention to it. Standing in a destroyed building, the Marquis shouted and asked what happened, and the Duke said that the Red Dragon went berserk, so the Magic Tower, the Tycoon, and the Bureau turned everyone into their enemies. The light fell on the Duke as he said that Elohim was also not himself. He turned to Caliburn, and he bowed very low and began to listen to his orders. Bright sunlight fell on the Duke, and then he said that they were going to prepare troops, so he should get ready. The Duke looked forward and added that from the Red Dragon to Elohim, he would destroy all pests that interfere with the fulfillment of the will of His Majesty the Emperor. The Marquis, standing in a bow, began to shout that he understood the order. There was blood everywhere because the Bloody Land declared war. We see Arsha's shield, and cracks are everywhere as the world created by the death of the group called Arsha was finally ready to shatter. We are transported to Jun and his team, who are walking through some building. There was purple smoke all around from the skeleton of Wu, who was ordered to find out what happened there. Wu began to cast spells with his magic, and magical phrases flew around him. Braham looked up and said that whenever he sees him, this guy becomes more and more amazing. June didn't understand what he was talking about. But then Braham began to peer at the Wu skeleton who was casting magic, and added that he didn't think that this skeleton was aware. But during his life this guy was most likely quite famous. Even if he was a lick, then such growth is simply impossible. By the standards of today's players, he would be one of the 9 kings. These words surprised Jun very much. He raised his head with wide eyes and wondered that Wu was originally at the level of the 9 kings, just like King Mu and the Summer Queen, since such a person could become a soul bound to an artifact. By this moment, Wu had finished his magic and flew up to Jun, saying that he would show what happened here. Jun saw the son of the Summer Queen holding an emerald tablet, and then he sees those 2 people who stood at the door, who were unhappy and shouted that there could not be an emerald tablet in such a place, who could give it here. These were 2 girls, dissatisfaction was visible on their faces, but they decided to leave from there. June looked at it all and realized that they had familiar faces. They were 2 legendary witches, with a green-haired witch standing behind them. 2 girls, named Dark and Margaret, are the first witches, born of the mother of witches, night, godmothers of Viaradun. Skeleton Wu conjured a red portal, saying that he had found them. Jun began to enter the portal, and turned to Pant, adding that the most important thing is information about Ananta. No one knows what traps may await them, so they should prepare. June began to remember his military experiences. He thought that it was like he was back in Africa, in the days when he had to lead his people through an unknown land. He recalled shooting at people with a machine gun. Holding his dagger in front of him, Jun decided that they needed to move forward. The notices wrote that they had entered the endless world of night, and if he did not receive permission from the owner, he would be at a very disadvantage. Also, everything that happened there would not be recorded by the tower. There were huge cliffs with fog below. June and his team walked through the fog through the forest. Braham raised his hand and looked up, saying that this is a form of the ghostly world. The ghostly fog itself is distributed artificially to confuse the intruders with illusions and take away their lifetime with fear. Jun asked if Braham could get rid of it, to which he was told that it was difficult to dispel, but could reduce the effect it had on their allies. Braham began to cast a spell that caused blue effects to appear around his hand, and the notification said that Braham cast a blessing on his allies, and then created a group altogether. Pant and Edora turned around sharply in surprise as 2 unexpected tasks had just been created. A window appeared in front of them, which spoke of a hidden task. It was that they needed to kill all members of the Red Dragon, as well as destroy their buildings. The second hidden mission was to destroy Walpurgis Night. June stood holding his chin and read everything that was written there, while Pant shouted to him about the tasks, and he replied that he was already reading everything. He reads what is written there and thinks that it means that the Bureau intervened in this matter, and the Red Dragon will fight back without any restrictions. And the Queen of Summer sacrificed Walpurgis Night to divert attention from the Red Dragon, and offered a reward for a new task. June walked forward, realizing that Walpurgis Night would be a good thing. This is already great news. Even the sky was gray, along with the clouds. They walked in the fog between cliffs and trees. Suddenly they began to notice the corpses of various units, saying that there was a mess here. Jun turned his head and told everyone to be on guard. Turning his head, he noticed something. Edora stood in front of him, calling him. She held the sword and smiled, saying that she had finally found it. But then June cuts off her head with one swing. This head falls right behind him. But soon this head flew up, saying that it was so dishonest, because hitting a weak girl with a sword was rude. June looked at all this and remained silent, when suddenly his double, who had previously been Edora, appeared in front of him. Jun looked at him with his dragon eyes, and realized that this was Doppelganger, Viaradun's test subject. Shannon appeared behind Jun, who was ordered to capture this double, because they need to find out something. Shannon immediately grabbed the double by the head and pinned him to the ground. While the double was pressed with his head to the ground, his eyes were wide open, and he did not understand how this was even possible. Shannon pointed his sword at him and said that this is all he can do. Shannon took off his mask, and a distraught smile was visible on his face. He said that he hoped that this double would last longer. Screams were heard everywhere. June looked at the distraught Shannon and thought that he had changed a little, because before he was not so cruel. There was blood everywhere, and it was said that the body of the double was restored over and over again, but Shannon continued to tear it apart. The doppelganger gave up everything to die a calm and painless death. From how canyons are formed, what are the weak points of the ghost world formation, to information about Walpurgis Night. Jun looked at him and asked that he did not know how to destroy the ghost world formation, to which the double replied in a trembling voice that he did not know because Pattaya was in charge of the territory. June again asked that Pattaya was somewhere here, and the double said that it was in a fortress nearby. Shannon pierced him with his sword, and June looked at it and said that they would still need it, so it was worth tying it up. Shannon added that he would tie it with a beautiful ribbon, and the double reached out to June and said that he would kill him as soon as he told everything, but June replied that he did not say that. And now, a moment later, the double was tied with a beautiful ribbon and shouted that June would not rest in peace after death. Ah-jun just turned away and said that he already knows that he won't go to heaven when he dies, so he doesn't need to worry about it. And in front of him was Rebecca, whom he ordered to save the others and act as told. Rebecca asked him that he would go on his own, because the first witches are strong, like the rankers, if everything will be okay. June began to move forward, saying that she was just a skilled magician, but in battle they were nothing. And before leaving, he turned to her, saying that he was no longer a weakling, and now he was sitting on some girl, holding a knife at her throat. She lay with her mouth wide open in fear, and thought that this was impossible. How could he even get into her fortress? It was impossible that she had missed someone. June looked at her and said that he had a lot of questions, but she probably wouldn't want to answer them. The girl, lying on the floor, began to scream for him to just kill her, and June coldly replied that she did not need to talk about it. She was very surprised, and in the reflection of her eyepiece she could see him swinging a knife. June walked forward while a bloody fog trailed behind him. There was also a bloody mist around his eyes, and in his thoughts there was the idea that Ananta was in the dome. He believed that she was locked in the dungeon, and the reason why she did not contact Braham was that she was caught by Viera. June clenched his fists in anger, realizing that she was in critical condition, and they needed to find her as soon as possible. So Jun immediately rushed forward. He ran in the middle of an empty corridor. We are transported to some dark alley where laughter was heard and smoke was visible. The hooded man walked limping and holding his hand, saying that he barely escaped. He was very dissatisfied with the one-horned tribe, who almost tore him to pieces. He remembered King Mu, around whom there was a violet aura. He believed that just the sight of him made the blood run cold, a monster among the 9 kings. King Mu peered using the ability in his eyes, and the hooded guy felt as if King Mu himself was following him. We were shown a trail of blood as the personification of that guy's fear. He grabbed his throat and began to laugh, realizing that after he became a top ranker, he rarely felt threatened by others. It felt like he was back in time when he lived with the understanding that he could die at any moment. Mentally turning to his sister, he said that he would have to go a long way in order to meet her. Pieces of paper began to fly around the city, and one of these sheets was grabbed by the guy in the hood. It was written on it that a recruitment of mercenaries was announced for the Alliance of the West Wind to fight Walpurgis Night. He stood and read this text on a piece of paper and thought that mercenaries were being recruited, but the Red Dragon attacked the Kelat auction house. He began to scratch his chin and mused that Walpurgis Night might be a good opportunity to throw the one-horned tribe into the mud. A red aura appeared and this guy decided he should join in on it. His gaze was very cunning. He started thinking about Jun and realized that it would be nice if he were there too. And now we already see a huge crowd of witches flying on their brooms and shooting magic. Margaret was there too, shooting magic, screaming for the others to attack too. A huge number of different magical attacks flew from the sky, and upon landing they exploded. The guys from the Red Dragon began to run away from these explosions, shouting that this was impossible. The son of the Summer Queen was very angry that his eyes were already red, and he himself began to suspect that something was wrong there. Did witches really have such power? He looked up and there were 100 witches flying right above his head, and he thought that they must all be using the Philosopher's Stone. Behind the Queen's son stood one of the warriors, who shouted to him that a third of their army was dead, so they should retreat, to which Nachalo shouted that it was okay, everyone had medicine. When suddenly he turned around from the noise and was very surprised. He saw purple explosions begin to appear in the sky, and from these explosions all the witches began to fall down. He stood and looked at all this, and also thought about what these black flames are. This is how the Philosopher's Stone explodes. But suddenly he turned around and shouted to his people to run, because they must get ahead of the Elohim. We see a huge castle that was right on top of the mountain. In the castle itself there were still lights on in some places, but it was actually destroyed. 2 witches stood at the window and used magic, and then one of them said that the intruder had just crossed the Ghost World formation, so the Catastrophic and Nether World formations were activated. Then 2 more witches stood while one shouted that the enemies were very close and they needed to stop them. The second stood and was in shock, wondering if they could survive due to the barriers. But then she clenched her fist and decided that she needed to focus on eliminating them, even if it was not finished, but with it they could fight back. And immediately then she took out the Philosopher's Stone. The witch began to swallow it, but was a little worried because it was a pure stone made from a real emerald tablet. And with a crazy smile, she put her hands forward, ordering everyone to get ready. But suddenly she felt a strange smell, and it was Jun, who was right above her with a dagger in his hand. As soon as she turned around, he was able to stab her with a dagger. The witch began to fall to the floor, realizing that she hadn't even noticed him. And then she imagined the other witches who were guarding her back, and they were all dead. The girl was very frightened of him, but still stood up to fight back and inform Viera about everything. Suddenly her stone was just lying in her chest, which put her into a stupor. She was scared, and her forehead just turned blue, and she said out loud why the stone had such a reaction. It just didn't even work. June grabbed her by the face and said that this happened to all the stones. Jun looked at her through his mask with a dragon's gaze, and she opened her eyes wide with fear, realizing that all the other witches were dead. Black smoke appeared and she made her last sounds. Jun looked ahead with a blank look and said the number 42. Behind Jun stood the skeleton of Wu, and Jun turned to him and praised him, saying that he was doing a good job. Wu held his finger on the stone, and it was narrated that the Walpurgis Night Stone had one flaw that Yeonwoo did not have. This philosopher's stone was flawless, and after its completion did not need to interact with magical power from the outside. Wu took advantage of this and blocked the flow of magical power and turned the witch stones into ordinary ones. Wu raised his hand, from which an aura shone, and said that everything was ready. They stood in the middle of the castle and then decided to move on. We see a huge tower where someone is heard calling Dune, saying that there were witch explosions there, so they must take countermeasures. A girl with green hair, named Dune, sat on her throne with her head down as the servants called for her. She just sat there with her eyes closed and silent. The guys in armor ran forward, and the servants said that these were mercenaries of the West Wind. Guys with huge golden shields are already standing at the southern entrance, along with Ranker Sean. The magicians in white robes are Elohim, who will soon break down doors with the help of their magic. The pink-haired witch stood and used magic, but her face showed excitement. Two more witches stood near the dunes and repeated over and over again that the one-horned tribe is in the formation. The formation of the monster world is taking place. The formation of the disaster world and the lower world are completely destroyed, and they are already entering the formation of the disaster world. King Mu stood with a menacing look, and someone shouted from the crowd that King Mu had come. A bunch of witches were standing around the dunes, and they all understood that if this continued, nothing good would happen. Dune was still sitting with her eyes closed, but then she opened them, but the pupils were not visible. The witches began to rejoice and clap their hands because they learned that their mother had spoken. The others ran up to Dune and asked what their mother said. Dune got up from the table and, leaning her elbows on the table, replied that they should go to the laboratory before they break through. The answer will be there, so they need to hold out a little longer. Dune placed her hand on her chest and added that the mother would soon appear to take care of her weak daughters. The gates of their fortress collapsed, and the people of Elohim shouted that they had finally fallen. And Jun sat on a branch and watched them as they ran to the gate in a crowd. He peered at them and thought that this Elohim had finally broken into the tower, so now they were spared this problem. And then he took out his dagger, from which an aura emanated, and said that he would not allow them to take the head of Vieradune. His face began to become covered with dragon scales, and the hands began to shine with a purple aura. The notice wrote that he awakened the dragon's body, and he himself flew on blue wings. He struck Elohim with lightning. One of the girls in Elohim's party turned her head because of the noise and saw many lightning bolts above her comrades, and at the same moment they all rushed forward so as not to get hit, and also shouted for help. Jun jumped after them, and turned to Wu's skeleton and said that he was going to find an Anta, so Wu should take care of everything that was underground. June is already walking along some corridor with purple lighting. He entered the very room where there were many pink capsules in which people were floating. He turned around, and there were even more of these capsules, and he thought that he had already seen something like this when Arangdan created the Philosopher's Stone. June approached the desired capsule, and it illuminated his face with its light. The silhouette of a girl could be seen in the capsule, and June stood and looked at him. It was fair-haired Ananta. We are transported to the past, where Jun's brother stood with his eyes wide open, and he is told that he looks like a dried corn kernel. His entire squad began to laugh while he was put in an awkward position. He thought that he had never in his life heard that he was ugly. These words were spoken by the same fair-haired girl named Ananta. Young-woo looked at her with a sparkle in his eyes, and then he began to smile and cover his mouth with his hand, thinking that she was quite an interesting person, because even if Braham didn't ask for it, maybe it's worth getting closer to her. When suddenly she asks if Young-woo likes her. He stood next to her and was even surprised by this question, but replied that he didn't like her because he already had a girlfriend. Ananta crossed her arms, and Chan put his hands on his belt and smiled sarcastically. She asked what was wrong with him, why he bothered her, to which she received the answer that he was just playing with her. Chan, laughing, said that she barks furiously, but her eyes shine like a puppy's, and he plays with her, and in general, isn't she grateful to him? She'll never find a friend like him. Ananta began to get angry and shout that she was asking seriously. Therefore, she ran after him holding the sword in her hands, and Chan defended himself from her, shouting that she promised not to take out the sword. Ananta's ears and cheeks turned red. A little later we see that Ananta is tied with her hands to chains, and there is blood everywhere, including on her. The witch who stood in front of her asked what was wrong with the test object, and Ananta replied that why was she asking this of her. The witch began to shout at her, imagining a child wrapped in swaddling clothes and telling her not to pretend like she doesn't know anything, because she is now talking about the dragon man that Ananta took, about the vessel necessary for the birth of their mother. Ananta was still hanging on the chains, and the witch was standing in front of her. Ananta said that they are all crazy here, and then, lowering her head, she added that this witch told Viera that she called her daughter a test object and a vessel, that one day she would tear her apart. And after these words, her eyes lit up and her teeth bared. At that moment, June released her from the vessel and picked her up. He looked at her and realized that Ananta's consciousness had almost faded, as if they were trying to turn her into a doll. He stood up and looked at the others, and guessed that if she was at that level, then the other test subjects were even more so. June opened a golden portal, and after he sent Ananta through it, he began to use magic with his hand, thinking that therefore it would be more correct to let everyone go so that they would no longer feel pain. June runs down the corridor, and a head appears right from the floor, calling him. It was Wu, who was sticking out of the floor and said that there were treasures, books and other philosopher's stones below, and he took everything. June turned his head, because behind him came the screams of the witches, who did not understand where all their treasure had gone. At that moment, the Junes evaporated, leaving behind only black smoke. While the witches fled, they ordered each other to inspect the laboratory. Dune froze in place, and the other one came up to her and asked if everything was okay. Dune was in complete shock, so she stood with her mouth open and asked how this could happen. Her hands trembled, like her whole body. She slowly said that the materials for the vessel, and the vessel itself for summoning their mother, had disappeared. But she didn't understand how it happened, because she received a message from the Great Mother. She remembered the words of her mother, who spoke as if from outer space, that they should prepare a temporary vessel. Even if it did not last long, she would punish everyone who disturbed her deep sleep. Dune began to squeal in anger, and she began to lash out at the others, asking what they were doing to allow things to get so out of control. So she started emitting snakes from her hair. These snakes began to strangle the rest of the witches. There were too many snakes to count, and Dune ordered them that before the invaders came, they needed to find Ananta, even at the cost of their lives. The snakes let go of their necks and turned back into hair, and the two witches began to run away from her. Dune turned away from the laboratory, and going up to the empty vessels, she touched them with her hands, saying that there were traces of hacking in the security system. Dune looked forward confidently, and chips began to appear under her hand, and at that moment she read the traces in the security system, and also thought that the patterns of magical power seemed familiar to her, as if they were coming from a dragon species. At the same moment, she introduced Youngwoo, who emanated the same energy. She couldn't believe it. She was absolutely sure that she killed him. And at that moment her forehead turned blue with fear. She felt that the same dragon man who used lightning was standing behind her. All the witches started exploding again. There were pink explosions all over the witch's fortress, and right above Dune's head stood June, holding his sword. He looked at her intently, and he still didn't stop looking at her. Dune was very scared, so she began to cover herself with her hands. She immediately remembered Youngwoo, who was smiling, and then I remembered how they held hands together, and the way he stood among the Sakura, looking forward, and most importantly, his warm smile and his sincere eyes. Dune stood with her mouth wide open, screaming how he could survive. But Jun simply swung his sword while a yellow light shone in his eyes, and in one blow he cut off her head. It is narrated that Liant and Bahal abandoned Jiangwu, having received their benefit. They both took high positions in Jinhuado and in the Red Dragon, and also received honors and wealth far greater than those they possessed in Arsha. But Viera Dune received nothing. Young and Dune stood next to each other and smiled, and the narration said that she became the leader of Walpurgis Night, and Youngwoo was fine with her leaving the party. Viera Dune knew this better than anyone. Youngwoo was covered in blood, and she poisoned him. And the child they had, she used him as a test subject. She looked so happy and smiled, but what made her change so dramatically? Her photo was distorted, or maybe she was always playing with his brother, hiding her true essence. Jun looked with sad eyes, thinking that Youngwoo died without knowing the true reason for her action, but Jun believes that this is none of his business. Dune stands again with his mouth and eyes wide open, and at that very second she suddenly wakes up screaming. She grabbed her neck with trembling hands. Other witches began to run to her, asking why she suddenly changed her body and what even happened. There were two Dunes, because this is her specialty skill. Body transfer, power received from the one whom the witches called their Great Mother. Dune had a light shining in her chest, and it was an ability that allowed her to change bodies. She grabbed her head in fear, not understanding how this could happen, because that guy was dead. She remembered his empty eyes. Then Dune stood up and screamed at the other witch, asking her to say that he was dead, as if she had killed him with her own hands. Grabbing this witch by the throat, she continued to scream, and that witch replied that she did everything right. Dune calmed down and let go of the poor witch, who was already coughing on the floor. Then she put her hand on her chest and apologized to her, saying that she had forgotten. She remembered how her head was cut off and realized that the philosopher's stone did not work because it was supposed to be activated automatically if she was in danger. Dune grabbed her head and continued to think about the fact that he was able to disrupt the work of the stone. That's how far he had advanced in studying the philosopher's stone. And then she imagined that she was with the other witches. Dune began waving her arms, ordering the other witches to focus on defense, when suddenly one of the witches turned to her and noticed something. Dune turned around sharply because they started shouting at her to be careful, and Dune saw Jun, who came for her. He cut off her head at the same moment, asking where she was going. Dune's head flew around the room, and Jun was fierce, his eyes shining. At this moment, all the witches that were there began to die from Jun's skills. Dune was still conscious and falling down. Her eyes closed more and more, but suddenly she wakes up and falls off the table screaming. She grabbed her head, but Jun was already standing behind her. Dune turned blue with fear and awareness of what was about to happen. She started turning around and screaming, but she was lucky because she was able to escape from him into the distance. Dune ran through the forest and turned around, praying that he would not catch up with her. She was so tired of running that she could barely see where she was running. She screamed, "Please stop." And so, Jun pressed her to the wall with a sword at her throat and said that she would stop running away. Jun looked at her with a smile on his face, adding that Ananta suffered more than she did now. Even Sesha and that guy, she shouldn't scream in pain like that if she wants to pay for their suffering. Dune stood with her mouth wide open and asked who he was. Jun pointed his sword at her and said that he had this answer all the time, but it was no longer interesting. Dune turned blue with fright, but was silent. Jun smiled sincerely, like a maniac, and said that he hoped that she would come back to life again, and each time he would kill her. When suddenly he opened his eyes in surprise, asking himself if she had survived. And then he jumped back to the window, and rightly so, because at that moment, a huge magical blow flew to the place where he had previously stood. There was dust everywhere, and the words that Jun was pretty good would have sent most rankers running away. A guy in a black and gold suit stood in front of Dune. It was Kindred, and with a malicious look he said that his senses were much sharper than when he was on the 5 mountains. June got angry at his arrival and called him by name. They then stood opposite each other and talked, and Kindred asked how Braham was, to which June said that he was dead. Kindred laughed and added that June thought he asked because he didn't know, but he didn't know that Braham still walked among them on his own 2 feet. June began to look ahead and wonder how the Devil's Army knew about this, that he was watching them, even though they didn't really shine anywhere, and from now on he needed to be more careful. Kindred put his hand on his belt and said with a smile that he had been waiting for him. June looked at him and asked what the reason was for this, to which Kindred replied that it was the will of the Heavenly Demon. Only their dialogue could be heard in the fortress, and Kindred added that, as the Heavenly Demon declared, from now on he must be with them. Jun asked if this was all because of Sesha or something, and why do they need her. Kindred tilted his head and looked at him, saying that he himself did not know, and didn't he just say that everything is the will of the Heavenly Demon, and the Heavenly Demon tells him what to do, and he only follows his orders. He began to smile, and understood that this was all a lie, because the Heavenly Demon had not shown itself for too long. Kindred raised his head and said that they would stop talking, because these heretics would be coming soon, so he should just go with him. June stood and looked at him and asked what if he didn't want to. Kindred was very surprised, opening his eyes wide, and then he began to get so angry that veins were visible on both his cheeks. Kindred seemed to turn into a demon, asking that he dare to resist the orders of the Heavenly Demon. This is very disrespectful. He really believes that he has a choice. June, looking at him, replied that he could choose for himself. Kindred was shocked to hear strange sounds above him. The entire fortress began to crack and collapse. Soon, huge boulders fell from the walls of the fortress. It was also pouring rain outside the fortress. Dune covered herself with her hands and screamed about her castle and what June was doing with it. And he just stood and looked at the two of them, and he began to smile, saying that they would start. Braham and Galliard stood and waited for his command. A small crystal appeared in the sky with an arrow sticking out of it, and someone said that they should start. Galliard jumped from the tree to Braham and said that the barriers were destroyed, but what is Braham going to do next? Didn't he say that he had to pay a huge price for magic? Braham smiled and said that he had already prepared everything. He took out many philosopher's stones, and then using magic on them and making them shine brightly, he said that the witches had no idea that what they created to protect themselves would end up harming themselves. And now, several huge meteorites are flying from the picturesque sky. They all fly to Dune Castle. Braham, with a very serious expression on his face, cast a spell on meteorites. All the meteorites burned with fire and fell on the fortress. It is said that meteorite strike is a spell of destructive power. Even the dragon species had to spend half of their mana to cast it. The guys from Elohim were surprised because a meteorite was flying towards them, and the mercenaries also ran away from the meteorite. A huge number of such destructive meteorites flew from the sky, which exploded when they fell. Jun flew in the sky and understood that whether you were a ranker or an S-class mercenary, they were all nothing compared to the disaster. He simply absorbed the souls of all those who died under these meteorites. Jun looked down and thought that with such an attack, Dune would have no bodies left to carry, so he needed to go down and find her body. Jun jumped down and walked in the middle of the fire, when suddenly he heard a scream, which he turned to look at. It was Kindred, who was breathing very heavily and was also covered in blood. He held his hand and bared his teeth. Out of despair, Kindred began to use magic on him, shouting that he wouldn't dare. And so, having accumulated magic in his hand, he ran at full speed towards Jun. Jun just stood there and told him that it was amazing that he was even alive. He stopped and asked in shock what he expected or not. Jun asked with a sarcastic voice that he really expected him to prepare only one meteorite strike. Kindred stood with his eyes wide open in surprise. There was blood and destruction everywhere. Jun pointed his finger to the sky and added that there was one more strike left. Kindred began to shake, either from fear or from anger, and he ran straight towards Jun and shouted his name. But this did not help him, because a huge meteorite was flying straight at him. There was dust everywhere. Jun knelt down and said that it was just a fake, and even if it was a shadow, the attack on his mind is not something that can be easily recovered from. Jun walked forward through the ruined fortress, and I saw Dune's corpse under the stones. He looked at her and said that this was a rather pitiful death, because considering the fate that befell Sesha and Anta and Youngwoo, she should have died a more painful death. At that moment, Jun absorbed her soul. Notices appeared saying that he had absorbed her life force and increased her skills, and that he had succeeded in collecting souls and obtained the sinister philosopher's stone. This stone was similar to all the others and shone with the same aura. Jun summoned his skeleton Wu and gave him this stone. Wu took it in his hands and began to examine it, and then thanked the owner. Many more notifications appeared in which it was written that the body transfer skill had been created, and then the owner of this power expressed dissatisfaction that her apostle was killed, so the mysterious entity took the power back. Several more notifications indicate that a skill is being searched to replace the missing one, and a new regeneration skill was created. Jun looked at this message with a very surprised look and thought that it worked. He opened the window with this skill, which said that he could restore even a severed hand with an increase in skill rank. Jun clenched his fist with joy and realized this would allow him to get closer to Alphavan. There was a dark fog everywhere, and the narration said that Shukiri and Gaza of 1,000 Lie, the players found out that in addition to these two skills, Alphavan has a third one. This is immortality. Of course, this does not mean that he cannot die. However, when people see Alphavan's skill, they think that he is truly immortal, and this power can heal him even if his head or soul is destroyed. This power has the ability to rise from the dead. This black mist comes from Alphavan, which shines from the sunlight, and because of its power, no player has yet been able to defeat the opponent named Alphavan. Jun looked at his hand and realized that if he mastered regeneration while meeting other conditions, he could get one step closer to Alphavan, whom even the Queen of Summer and King Mu could not defeat. Around Jun there was armor from the warriors, and he stood among the fire and thought that then he had everything he needed, and he needed to get out of here before everyone came to their senses. Suddenly, a leaderboard window opened near Jun. The notification said that he had completed the task, and on the leaderboard he was 100,000 points behind his previous place. More notifications wrote that he finished with an overwhelming score, so he gets access to the 11th Intrinian. Two more notices wrote that he had successfully completed the task of killing Viera Dune, for which he was awarded Dragon Blood Serum. This serum appeared right in front of him in a red flask. He looked at its characteristics through the window, and it was written that he would increase his strength by drinking it. Jun pursed his lips and was very surprised when he realized that it was dragon blood. He looked at this red liquid and thought that since there were no more dragons left, such an item could not be found anywhere, and the Queen of Summer was trying to create a new dragon soldier. He took it in his hand and examined it, realizing that this was a wonderful reward, although he had no idea what to do with it. When suddenly something with dragon skin flew near him. Jun began to look around, sensing this aura. Queen Lev flew to him, screeching fiercely. She screamed about the philosopher's stone, which he owed her. Jun looked out from behind the stone and thought that she appeared precisely after he learned about Dune's death. This was his mistake. The Summer Queen noticed something, so she watched closely. She saw Jun and started screaming at him, saying that he was the one who killed Dune and took the stone. The Queen of Summer began to squeal, asking for the stone. Jun simply grabbed his sword and prepared to fight. He looked at her and thought that if he made a mistake, he would be dead, and in general, the probability of dying was about 90%. The Queen of Summer took a fighting stance and opened her mouth. Jun pointed his sword at her. He grabbed it with both hands and began to come up with a plan. He looked forward with a very confident look, deciding that he would bet everything he had on this remaining 10%. But suddenly someone grabbed him by the shoulder. Jun turned his head in fear with shock in his eyes, but he immediately exhaled because he realized who had come to him. It was King Mu, who was smiling. The stone fragments were enveloped in flames. The Queen of Summer looked at Tom, who was leaning his hands on the ground. She ordered Chodo to answer. Coming out of the portal, the Queen of Summer asked him if she really needed to come there herself. Kneeling in front of her, Chodo asked his mother for forgiveness. The knights watched this with a grin. The dark-haired girl closed her eyes. Tom bowed his head to the ground and began to ask for mercy. Taken aback, the Queen of Summer said that this was the last chance and there would be no next one. She looked up calmly. The Queen of Summer looked at the castle on top of the mountain, shrouded in red mana. She said that the philosopher's stone was there. An image of purple poison appeared in her head. The Summer Queen stated that the poison had seeped into her bones, noting that she needed to deal with it quickly. She placed her hand on her chest, from which blue energy was emanating. The Summer Queen's mana enveloped the area around her. She transformed into a huge red dragon. Red veins appeared on the face of the Summer Queen. She reported that she used the remaining mana. The Queen of Summer noted that now, even if she transforms into her real body, angry, she declared that she was the last dragon and the representative of this kind. The Queen of Summer, in the form of a dragon, cried out that she could never die there. Neu looked at the dragon with a calm expression. The Queen of Summer stood in front of Muin and asked him to give the philosopher's stone. Neu's gaze fell on her dragon's face, which asked her to give it to him. Smirking, Muin asked what the lady was talking about. He asked the question what he should give her. Putting his fist on his palm, Neu looked at the Queen of Summer with a surprised look. Stretching out his finger, he asked with a grin if that was what she was looking for. The dumbfounded Jun noted that it was in the spirit of Muin to make such jokes in front of the dragon. The enraged dragon screamed Neu's name. With folded hands, Muin told the protagonist to look closely at the magnificent mentor. Looking at him, Jun asked Nea not to cry when he was beaten. The ecstatic Muin rushed at the Queen of Summer and cried out that this time he would definitely finish her off. Turning around, the main character looked at his mentor. He noted that Nea must win. Muvana's purple mana collided with the blue energy of the Summer Queen. The knights shielded themselves from a powerful explosion. Holding back the dragon's hand, Neu asked her if it was time for her to go on a diet. Neu had drops of sweat running down his face and noted that it was surprising that he decided to participate in this war because of his student. Muin noticed that he simply could not sit on the sidelines. The image of his two previous students popped into his head. Neu noted that they disappointed him. He pictured Jun sitting on his knees and emphasized that this was why he no longer wanted to invest his heart and soul into new students. Muin imagined the main character's serious face hidden under a mask. Smirking, Neu stated that he couldn't pretend he didn't see the sparkle in Jun's eyes. Veins appeared on Muin's arms. Neu said that a mentor cannot disgrace himself in front of a student. Shrouded in mana, Muin cried out, "That's it." He pushed the head of the Summer Queen away with his hands. There were traces of the dragon's claws on the stones. Surprised Tom and the knights watched what was happening, covering their faces from the wind. Chodo watched as Nea held the Queen of Summer by the head and screamed and asked if he had pushed his mother away with one force. Smiling, Tom noted in his thoughts that this was, on the contrary, his chance. Chodo noted that this may be his last chance to gain his rightful place. Excited, Tom rushed at the Queen of Summer. Turning around, the girl, deep in thought, asked Chodo if he really thought that she would allow him to steal her place. She ordered the army to attack. The knights rushed towards the powerful explosion. The warrior attacked Muven with blue mana. The girl looked at the battle taking place and noted in her thoughts that even King Mu would not be able to. Suddenly a red flash appeared. Lightning flashed in the thick clouds above the heads of the warriors. The bloody philosopher asked them how they dared to interfere with their king. Lightning struck the battlefield. The knights jumped back from the powerful stream of red energy. The warriors repelled the magical blow. An elder appeared among the red lightning. Taken aback, the girl said that her gaze fell on the elder, who declared that he was a bloody philosopher. He looked at the girl and was surprised that anyone still remembered such an old man. The bloody philosopher noted that he was flattered. Jun looked at him and told him that even though he had now retired as a ranker and held the post of chief elder, he was as strong as King Mu. The main character added that he is also the one who reached the very top of the tower. The bloody philosopher looked at the stunned knights. He was enveloped in red mana. He supposed it would be easier to explain. Adding to his speech, the bloody philosopher said that if they continue to appear on the path of their king, shrouded in streams of energy, the bloody philosopher took a pose, thereby showing that he was ready for battle. He said they would die. The elder hit the army with a powerful stream of mana. The frightened warrior screamed for them to dodge. Several red lightning bolts flew over the girl's head. Scales appeared on her face, and her eyes became dragon-like. She dodged the bloody philosopher's attack by flying up using her wings. Several bloody streams of mana hit the ground. The girl in the form of a dragon asked the elder if he said that they would die. She said that she would turn these words against him. The plot introduces us to Busy Waltz, the eldest daughter of the Queen of Summer. Enraged, Busy said that she would show him what would happen if he resisted the red dragon. The Summer Queen's warriors were enveloped in a bright aura. They turned into huge dragons. The bloody philosopher's gaze fell on the purple monster. Bissy ordered to kill all the parasites that were bothering their mother. A red and blue dragon appeared on the battlefield. Many red portals appeared in the sky, from which the army of the Summer Queen flew. Warriors of the One-Horned tribe also flew from the portals. One of Muven's knights fell into the mouth of a huge monster. Busy Waltz ran straight towards the bloody philosopher. He wondered if she wanted to go hand to hand. Extending his fist in front of him, the elder noted in his thoughts that she was a fool since the king himself avoided engaging in close combat with him. He noticed that his martial art. The bloody philosopher's gaze fell on Bissy's fist, shrouded in a wind current. The elder bounced away from Busy Waltz's powerful blow. Taken aback, he wondered if they were 100 fists. The bloody philosopher looked at her and asked how the Red Dragon member knew the heritage of their clan. His gaze fell on how the warriors of the One-Horned tribe fought with the dark monster. Bissy used a magical blow that looked like a powerful stream of water. The bloody philosopher reflected her blow with red lightning. He looked at Busy Waltz, who was shrouded in white mana. The elder noted that her blows were like the flow of water. The bloody philosopher thought about how Bissy understood the technique so deeply. He noticed that she saw her and trained for a long time. An image of Neyu, shrouded in pink mana, appeared in his head. The elder noticed that King Mu had created a new martial arts technique. He introduced the Summer Queen and declared that she had reached the heights of the magical world. A picture of Ismene holding Bissy's face flashed into his head. In his thoughts, the bloody philosopher was puzzled by the question of whether Ismene created such a creature to defeat King Mu. The destroyed roof of the castle was covered in flames. The elder asked her if she was from the One-Horned tribe. Having added, the bloody philosopher asked Bissy whose child it was. His gaze fell on the fact that she was concentrating white energy in her hand. Grinning, he said that he saw that she was not going to answer. Raising his hand upward, the elder created a huge cloud of red mana above himself. He said he would have to beat her until she spoke. Stretching his hand towards Bissy, in his thoughts, the bloody philosopher turned to the Queen of Summer, noting that he recognized. Busy Waltz, enveloped in white energy, prepared to strike. The elder continued his thought, stating that she managed to raise a frightening creature. He imagined a rope breaking. The bloody philosopher, deep in thought, noticed that the Queen of Summer did it too sloppily. He emphasized that even if magic and techniques were combined, there would be a limit to this connection. The elder noted that it was like a stone bridge that could collapse at any moment. The image of the main character popped into his head. In his thoughts, he stated that this, however, was not the case with this child. In the bloody philosopher's memories, a picture of June absorbing the philosopher's stone surfaced. He noted that combining magic and martial arts canon does look the same. Continuing the thought, the elder stated that the path the main character follows. A huge cloud of energy was behind the elder. Continuing to reflect, the bloody philosopher noted that Jun's path was true. Busy Walls was taken aback by what she saw. She closed herself with a blue barrier. While the elder was attacking Bissy, behind his back Neyu struck Ismene in the form of a dragon. The stunned girl turned her gaze to her mother. The Summer Queen, in the form of a monster, fell to the ground after being hit by Muwen. The warriors of the One-Horned Dumpling looked at this in surprise. The knights of the Summer Queen fell into a stupor. Ismene's head was shrouded in clouds of dust. The imperturbable Neyu looked at Ismene and laughed. Shaking off the dust from his hands, Muwen said with a grin that it was seriously heavy. Holding swords in their hands, the knights looked at the queen. The enthusiastic warriors of the One-Horned tribe shouted that King Mu had amazing strength and could not be killed so easily. They wondered if Pant and Edora would have another brother or sister. The Summer Queen suddenly opened her eyes. King Mu's warriors grabbed their mouths. Shrouded in a red aura, Ismene declared that she would kill Nea. The dragon rose to his feet. Muwen's gaze fell on the paws of the Summer Queen, who was preparing to lunge. Nea was enveloped in multicolored mana. He stated that he agreed with Ismene. Smirking, King Mu proposed to find out who would give this Alforon a nasty face. A blue seal appeared behind Muwen, and he said that he wanted to find out here and now. The frightened merchant held onto his cane. Smiling, he suggested that he had gone crazy. In his thoughts, the merchant noted that when he learned that the auction was destroyed by the Red Dragon, he wanted to take revenge on the Queen of Summer by any means. In his memories, a picture surfaced of him standing with a bag of money in front of a crowd of people. While in thought, the seller noted that that was why he hired S-rank mercenaries and rankers. He introduced several mercenaries. The merchant noticed that he hired the Ice King twice and the Black Skull. Complimenting his thought, he emphasized that he had even met such unexpected types as Jang and Shadow. He remembered how the Black Skull, holding an axe in his hands, screamed that then there was a great chance to attack King Mu and offered to tear off all his claws. The seller noticed that the best players in the tower had gathered, and he was confident that he would be able to tear off at least a limb of the Summer Queen. However, he imagined Black Skull running into battle. The merchant noted that the Black Skull, who was supposed to attack the Summer Queen. The seller stood on the burnt mask of the Black Skull. The merchant stood in front of the bright flame, holding a long stick and laughing. He looked at the dragon, which had many seals around it, and called her a monster. The god of bows stood in a cape behind the seller. He silently watched the ongoing battle. A powerful explosion was heard in front of the merchant. Muin climbed onto the back of the Summer Queen. He began to tear off her wing. Nayu's face was battle-mad. The god of bows ran to hide behind the boulders. Grinning, he declared that this was excellent and simply excellent. His gaze fell on Muin, who was shrouded in pink energy. In his thoughts, the bow god noted that he knew that King Mu was so strong, but so much so. He called it the real beast of the tower. The god of bows noted that, however, such animals are aware of their strength and are lost in their own arrogance, believing that they have become inviolable. He looked at Naya's back and stated that because of such self-deception, they did not think that anyone would dare to stab them in the back. He stood behind the warriors of the One-Horned tribe and noted that they did not even imagine how dangerous it was. The bow god pulled an arrow onto a bowstring, shrouded in blue mana. Grinning, he noted that he had not felt this way for a long time. He remembered the man's outline and said with a serious look that he felt like he did then together with the captain. The bow god prepared to shoot. Looking at Muin, who was on the dragon's head, he said goodbye to him. The bow god was suddenly taken aback. He felt himself in a red space. He looked at the warriors of the One-Horned tribe and declared that there was someone there. The stones were enveloped in flames. The bow god wondered where the one he sensed was. He saw the main character watching the battle on the hill. A flame flared up in front of June. The god of bows declared that the main character was caught. He looked at his back and asked who he was. Fire covered the area behind Jun. The main character clenched his fist and declared that this battle was originally supposed to be his. Jun noted with a serious look that the Queen of Summer had seriously injured young Wu. He wondered if it was poisoning from demonic poison, noting that this was not enough. The main character said that he must return everything to her in full. Jun was dumbfounded when he felt his brother behind him. Young Wu told him that it was and that he liked the idea. The protagonist's brother asked him to hurry quickly. He said that Jun's prey was there and asked if he could see it. The main character noted that demonism is activated only at such moments. Jun noticed that he didn't have time to listen. A projection appeared in front of him and he asked what rewards there were for the quest with the Queen of Summer. He began to scroll through the list of rewards, which included the Phoenix Egg, the Fire of Prometheus, and the King's Ritual. Jun stated that the rewards were great, but he had little use for them now. Smiling, the main character said that there was a reward he needed. He clicked on the desired reward in the message. A notification appeared saying that Jun had chosen the Yeltabao gold ingot as his reward. Particles of ash flew in the night sky. Falling to his knees, the merchant declared that he was finished, noting that he had failed. The main character suddenly appeared in front of him. The mercenaries held their swords to Jun's throat. The main character was surprised when he saw the merchant. The seller, hiding behind one of the warriors, asked Jun what he was doing there. The main character looked at him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. In the merchant's memories, an image of Jun with a disguised face appeared. Pointing his finger at the main character, the seller screamed that he had sold him a fake copy. Jun told him that he was a quick thinker. The angry merchant asked the main character why he had come. He asked if Jun would deceive him again. The seller asked if the main character had come to look at the defeated mercenaries. The long-haired mercenary stood with a calm expression. He looked at Jun. The main character looked at him and stated that they would talk later, calling him Nocturne. Jun asked whether to call him brother. Extending his hand towards the seller, the protagonist said that he did not need to be so wary, noting that he had come to make a deal. The seller's scream was heard from behind a pile of stones. The merchant asked him what kind of deal he was talking about. He asked Jun to think about what he had done. The seller said that this was no good. Interrupting, the protagonist suggested that these items would be good enough. Jun showed him an ingot that gave off golden light. The merchant's gaze fell on the Yeltabao gold bar. A notice appeared saying that it was a gold bar that was rumored to have been made by the mysterious merchant of Yeltabao many years ago. It is much more effective than most other materials and has a high conductivity of magical power, so it is popular as a material processing product. The seller imagined himself surrounded by many numbers. In his thoughts, he noted that this was a Yeltabao gold bar. Such an item could not be obtained without knowing that merchants were going crazy for it. He wondered where the main character got the ingot from. The merchant said that this would not be enough. Jun showed him a few more bars and asked if that would be enough. The salesman shouted for the dear customer to tell him what he needed. The mercenaries watched as the merchant looked at the glow emanating from the gold bars. He asked Jun if he was looking for something specific. The main character looked at him with a serious look. A picture of a spear emitting red mana appeared in his mind. Jun stated that he needed a dragon slayer. The main character said that he needs him at any cost. The merchant's mercenaries were taken aback by what they heard. The image of this spear was spinning in Jun's head and he noticed that the dragon slayer was a spear, also known as a dragon spear. The main character stated that the length of such a huge weapon is more than 6 meters and weighs hundreds of kilograms. Jun said that it was created in ancient times to hunt dragons. The main character presented a picture of Walbech holding this spear in his hands. Jun noted that he had not forgotten the shock he felt when he saw Walbech use the spear. The main character imagined the sharp tip of this spear and noted that it moved mountains. There were many copies and other materials lying on the ground, and above them there was a notice of purchase. Jun bought Dragon Slayer, Fabio Forest Archer's hunting trick and Great Ape's tail spike. Crossing his palms, the merchant smiled and thought about the fact that the main character had bought not only a Dragon Slayer, but also other rare materials and wondered why he needed all this. The seller stood near Jun's purchases and asked how he would pay for the remaining items. The main character asked him if the seller thought he would just steal them. The merchant cried out that he didn't think so, noting that he always believed his customers. The seller stated that the economic situation is difficult now. Sighing, the main character said that this means that he really thinks so. Jun said he would pay for everything. The happy seller thanked the main character and thought about how much he would give him. Jun asked for a loan for him. The merchant fell into a stupor from what he heard. The mercenaries held back the angry seller. Crying out, he asked Jun what it meant. He asked the question about how one could deceive a merchant, noting that the main character would burn in hell after death. With a wave of his hand, Jun said that he was aware, adding that he would find a worthy use for them. He thanked the trader, calling him an investor. Red mana emanated from the dragon's mouth. Neyu's face was bloodied. Nguyen noticed in his thoughts that this was really annoying. He looked at the Queen of Summer, who was covered in blood, and noticed that besides Alforon, she was the only one who could give him a good fight, noting that now she would simply die. Streams of purple poison flowed through the dragon's body. King Mu stated that she had become too weak. Neyu screamed that he didn't like it. He pushed off the dragon's body and jumped up. The knights shouted to the queen that she needed to dodge. While in the air, Muvin was enveloped in multicolored mana. King Mu began to form a cloud of rainbow energy. The dragon was illuminated by the mana that Neyu exuded. The knights shouted for her to run. In her thoughts, the Queen of Summer stated that he would never understand. She presented the image of Young Woo and noted that he does not understand the loneliness that overwhelms to the very edge. She noted that he would simply close his eyes and that would be the end of it. Enveloped in blue mana, Jun declared that it was time to begin. Demon wings appeared behind him and he said that he would gain the right to the territory. The main character's face was covered with scales. He used the stigmata of the goddess, third spirit, strengthening and Senshin Aisha techniques. Stretching out his hand, from which black mana emanated, Jun said that he wanted to melt souls with his magical power. Dark energy began to emanate from the protagonist's chest in all directions. Jun started screaming at this. Braham and Bu took the grimoires. Braham said they would start too. Many seals appeared in space. Projections enveloped the main character. From the techniques used, Jun started bleeding from his mouth. Taken aback, Braham noted that he used strengthening muscles, enhancing magical power, increasing aura, and creating explosions. Braham noticed that the gravity should have become much greater and wondered how the main character was coping. Notifications appeared before Jun that his body was beginning to break down due to the enormous pressure. A warning popped up, saying that the protagonist's body was at its limit, and if he continued, he might suffer irreparable damage. Jun was enveloped in green energy. A message popped up that the regeneration skill was activated. Restoration to the state preserved in the protagonist's cells begins. The level of proficiency in the regeneration skill has been significantly increased. A message appeared in front of the main character stating that his body had been strengthened. He has reached the limits of his body. The body occurred within the limits of the dragon's blessing. The body is strengthened to the limits of the demon's blessing. Enveloped in green energy, Jun wondered if this was it. The main character grabbed the Dragon Slayer in his hands. After using demonic art, Demon King Poison, the spear was enveloped in dark mana. Jun looked at the battlefield and stated that he would clear out the extras first. Purple energy began to flow from the dark dragon's mouth. The warriors of the Horn tribe were taken aback and shouted that it was poison and that the mine needed to leave. The monster began to concentrate mana in its mouth. A flash appeared above the dragon's head. Jun hit the monster with a stream of mana. Nguyen's army was shocked by what they saw. The main character used Wave of Fire, 72 Bayan, Thunder, Clap of Thunder. The monster was pierced by a stream of fire. Tongues of flame enveloped the monster. The dragon fell dead in front of the inhabitants of the Horn tribe. Jun descended from the sky and landed next to the dead monster. A notification appears that the player Chimmy is dead. The message said that the main character partially completed the task. The hunt for Chimmy counts toward the quest score. Jun earned a large amount of mana. The red dragon saw the wounded monster and screamed his name. He ran towards the main character. His army of spirits appeared before Jun. They rushed into battle against the monster. The main character was struck by a dragon attack. June looked at the wounded monster with a bloodthirsty gaze. Tom, in the form of a dragon, grabbed his ally by the neck. Shannon looked at this and said that they had missed him. The main character ordered not to pursue him, noting that it was more important not to let anyone near him. Jun's eyes began to glow red from under his mask and he announced that they were going after the Summer Queen. Tom carried his wounded brother in his arms through the thick of the forest. The bloody knight, sitting on Tom's back, thanked him, noting that he was alive thanks to him. There was disappointment on the knight's face. A picture of him standing with a grin on his face surfaced in his memories. He noticed that even though he was making fun of Tom, he still saved him. The knight asked if Tom really considered them brothers. He laid the wounded warrior next to a tree and said that there was nothing to thank him for, noting that he hardly understood. Tom stated that their mother would die today. The wounded knight fell into a stupor from what he heard. Sitting on the ground, he looked at Tom and asked him what he was carrying. Chodo reported that King Mu tore off her wings and asked how she would win. Tom noticed that now dragons will become completely extinct, just like giants. Their dialogue could be heard in the thick of the forest. The knight said that the mother would not die. Chodo asked about what would be left after her. Adding to her speech, Tom said that they are half dragons, in which her blood flows. Smirking, Chodo declared that they would become the new dragon race. He approached the wounded warrior and said that for this he needed more dragon blood. The frightened knight extended his hand and shouted that Tom should not come near him. Chodo's hand was enveloped in red mana. He struck the knight and said goodbye to his brother. The knight's heart was hidden behind many chains, some of which began to break. The warrior began to scream in pain. The wounded Queen of Summer screamed loudly. Nguyen was covered in dragon blood. He said that she had gone completely crazy. Neyu's gaze fell on the drops of blood on the ground. He noted that he did not like it. King Mu swung at the Summer Queen as his hand was enveloped in pink mana. He hit the dragon in the stomach with lightning speed. Taken aback, the Summer Queen looked at Nea. Nguyen looked at the bloody mouth of the dragon. She screamed for him to give it to her. The enraged Queen of Summer screamed for Neyu to give her the Sky Wing. Nguyen fell into a stupor after hearing this. A smirk appeared on his face. Neyu introduced his brother Jun. He asked the dragon if before her death she saw not him, but that little boy. Nguyen noted that this was unfortunate. Neyu concentrated a powerful stream of rainbow mana in his hands. Nguyen's eyes began to glow yellow, after which he said goodbye to the Summer Queen. His body was enveloped in energy and he rushed at the dragon. The main character turned to the teacher and declared that he should kill her. Turning around, Nguyen asked Jun what he said. Numerous purple magical strikes flew past Neyu. The Queen of Summer's gaze fell on the protagonist floating in the air. Jun was enveloped in fiery mana, after which he swung his sword. A fiery hurricane headed towards the dragon. The Queen of Summer, stunned by the blows, began to scream. King Mu shielded himself from the fire with his hands. The charred dragon fell to the ground. The wounded Queen of Summer began to talk about the sky. Looking at Jun, she continued her sentence and said about the Sky Wing. The surprised Muvan warriors watched what was happening. The Queen's troops were stunned. They looked at the corpse of the Summer Queen, from which black smoke emanated. In Jun's head, an image appeared of the Queen of Summer standing near the throne, and behind her was a red dragon. He noticed that she was the last dragon and the mistress of the tower. He imagined a crowd of knights in red capes bowing their heads before her. He noted that she was a legendary ruler who had power over the tower for thousands of years. The main character stated that no one could believe that she closed her eyes forever. Jun's gaze fell on the knights of the Summer Queen and he noticed what was more accurate. Warrior Muwana pulled his cheek and wondered if this was a dream. The main character said that no one believed in it. Neyu, crossing his arms with a serious look, looked at the dragon. Busy Waltz was scared by what she saw. She looked at her mother with a disappointed look. Busy extended her hand forward and began to scream. The Summer Queen's corpse began to exude black mana, after which Busy Waltz screamed, no. She looked at the streams of dark energy. She called out to King Mu with an angry look. Turning around, Busy said that he had taken everything from her. She stated that she would kill him. She swung her hand, shrouded in mana, at Muwen. Taken aback, Neyu wondered if she came from the One-Horned tribe. Many red portals appeared above Muwen's head. He saw people in armor coming out of them. The army appeared from the portals. Muwen was stunned by what he saw. Angry, King Mu asked what they had forgotten in this place. His gaze fell on the man standing behind the army. Neyu stated that this is a bloody land. The emperor said it was a pity. He said that they thought that if they came, there would be a banquet waiting for them. A white stream of mana came from the sky. Clouds of dust flew around Muwen. He asked what the emperor had forgotten there, calling him a hog. He stood in front of Neyu, hidden behind a thick cloud. The emperor asked who dared to do such a humiliating thing. After interrupting himself, he looked at Muwen and declared who he was seeing. The emperor of gluttony stretched out his hand and said, could this really be Neyu, his dear friend? The plot introduces us to the Emperor of Gluttony, the commander-in-chief of a bloody army. The main character presented a falling glass of wine and told us that the Emperor is addicted to a wild desire to taste everything he finds. June noted that for this he was ready to kill a bunch of people. He presented a picture of a warrior of the Bloody Land standing behind the back of a resident of the One-Horned tribe. The main character noted that in the past the Emperor wanted to try the meat of the One-Horned tribe. The image of an enraged Muon standing over the Emperor of Gluttony flashed into his mind. Jun stated that King Mu, having learned why one of his fellow tribesmen had disappeared, beat the Emperor almost to death. The Emperor of Gluttony, looking at Nea, stated that his ear had not yet recovered. King Mu, with his arms crossed, stood with a calm look and in his thoughts emphasized that the Queen of Summer had died. All four lay at the bottom and at the top of the tower definitely. Neu stood in front of the smiling Emperor and remarked that it was better for him not to oppose him. Standing in front of the Emperor, Muon asked him if he had come to take revenge. Chuckling, the Emperor of Gluttony asked Nea if he thought he would fight him. He stated that he was there to help his close friend. The Emperor pointed a finger behind Nea. King Mu asked which friend he was talking about. The Emperor of Gluttony, pointing, said that here he is. His gaze fell on the main character, who was standing on a hill. Behind Jun were the merchant's mercenaries. The Emperor assumed that Muon felt better, noting that he had a very wise student. He asked if Neu would share a secret. King Mu frowned and remained silent. An orchestra began to play behind the Emperor. Waving his hands, he said he was just joking. From the music, his body was enveloped in red mana. The Gluttony Emperor's body changed to a slender one. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, he declared that they were having a feast. He asked everyone to enjoy, drink, and eat their hearts out. Busy Waltz was dumbfounded by the Bloody Land's battle song. The look of the Emperor of Gluttony. He noted in his thoughts that he would finally be able to try the dragon. The Knights of the Bloody Land rushed to the army of the Queen of Summer. The warrior called out from behind Busy and stated that she needed to run, noting that now was not the time. Frowning, Busy Waltz stated that she wanted to avenge her mother, but she needed to protect her younger brothers and subordinates. She ordered them to retreat. The warriors of the Bloody Land ran in pursuit of them and shouted that the prey was running away and everyone needed to be eaten without a trace. A message appeared in front of Jun saying that he had earned a large amount of karma while completing an unexpected task. The main character made a great contribution by killing Ismin. The Red Dragon suffered irreparable losses. The final ranking appeared, where Jun was in second place and Neu was in first. The message said that he completed the task with high achievements. The right to select the award was left to the Bureau. The main character received the 4th Entrinian, 5th Entrinian, Body of the Last Dragon. June looked at the list of awards. Lightning flashed from his bracelet. The Soul of the Summer Queen asked the main character who he was. A dark aura surrounded Jun's hand. She asked the main character about how he dared her. Looking at what was happening, June noticed that this was the Soul of the Summer Queen. The main character raised his mask and asked her if this would answer her question. The dark clod of mana had blue eyes. The Queen of Summer declared that it was him. She wondered how. She said it was impossible. June clenched the Soul of the Summer Queen in his fist. The main character noted in his thoughts that the dragon's soul would be difficult to digest and for now he would close it. Dark energy hovered above Jun's head. The merchant and the mercenaries were stunned by what they saw. An enraged Neu walked towards the main character and shouted for everyone to disperse. The embittered Muon looked at Jun. King Mu swung his hand to hit the protagonist. Neu rushed at Jun, whose fist was in front of his face. The rocky terrain behind the main character was pierced by powerful wind currents from Muon's blow. The inhabitants of the One-Horned tribe were taken aback by the blow of King Mu. Jun looked at the fist that was in front of his face. Drops of blood appeared around him. Hanging his head down, the main character screamed, "I." Neu, beside himself with rage, looked at Jun. He stood in front of the protagonist and asked if the only thing he could say was AI, noting that he devoured everything his teacher created. Muon asked whether to bring him to his senses by beating him like the Queen of Summer. Jun stated that he just wanted to make things easier for the teacher. The main character fell to the floor from Neu's second blow. Muon asked Jun if she was one of those he was taking revenge on. After hearing this, the main character fell into a stupor. Sitting on the floor, Jun addressed the teacher. King Mu said that everything was already done anyway, so the main character should clean up after himself. Muon approached his soldiers and ordered them to get ready. Neu stated that they were going on a search. The villagers wondered why their king was not true to his feelings and whether he was so difficult to support. Muon shouted for them to be silent. The main character watched what was happening and thought that he was interested in how Muon understood the reason why he killed the Summer Queen. Jun's face changed to serious. The mercenary turned to King Mu and stated that they had not seen each other for a long time, noting that the student was so similar to the teacher. Muon asked whether this was praise or scolding. Their dialogue could be heard from behind the hill. Grinning, King Mu suggested that the mercenary was not yet healthy enough and suggested playing later. He asked Nea not to joke like that, noting that the joints were making themselves felt. He said that he and Muven would see each other again. King Mu met with Nocturne. They made eye contact. Closing his eyes, Nocturne walked past Muven. Sitting on the ground, the main character looked at the red mana that was in front of him. Jun fell into thoughts that he had been King Mu's disciple for some time. The main character noted that he treated it as if Nocturne did not exist. Jun noted that apparently this happens to former students. The main character looked at the ruins of the castle, shrouded in flames. He turned his gaze to the corpses of the knights. Jun emphasized that there is real chaos there. The main character noted that compared to the size of the tower, these are small things. Looking down, Jun was deep in thought. Purple locks of hair appeared in front of his face. Covering her mouth, Edora looked at the main character with fear. She looked at the bump on Jun's head. She said that he had such a big bump on his head and asked if he was okay. Grabbing his head, the main character said, "This is it." Edora stood over Jun, who was holding his head and laughing. The main character noted that the defeat of Walpurgis Knight and the death of the Summer Queen took place. Jun emphasized that this was a war that lasted several days. A notification appeared in front of him that the main character had received World of Endless Night as his final reward. Jun continued his thought and noted that the war ended with great changes. Braham was arranging books in the library and said that this was an incredible place. The plot takes us to Intrinian, which was the reward for the quest. Braham asked the main character to guess what he found. June, sitting in the carriage, asked if this was something good. Braham replied that it was a bloodline grimoire, adding that this thing was associated with almost superpowers. He and Sesha looked at the long notes and stated that these were books not only about magic, but also about ordinary things. Braham theorized that this was a place, a repository of knowledge that the dragons tried to preserve until the end. He said he thinks there are many more special things there. Braham said that he would go check anyway and they would contact him later. Smiling, June noted in his thoughts that Braham was happy. The main character emphasized that after completing the quest, the Bureau gave him the expected rewards. The first of them is Intrinian, consisting of 3 sections. A picture of a huge pile of gold appeared in Jun's head. The main character noted that this is a treasure vault full of gold and silver. June imagined a warehouse full of weapons. The main character noticed that this is a storage facility for weapons and artifacts. A library appeared in Jun's imagination, in which Braham and Sesha were located. The main character stated that this is a library full of magical books collected by the Queen of Summer herself. June noted that there was another reward. He imagined the castle under the blue night sky. The main character noticed that this is the external space of the endless world of night. A picture of the castle ruins, enveloped in flames, appeared in his head. Jun emphasized that this place was completely destroyed by the war. The main character noticed that in order to use it, you must first build it from scratch. Thoughtful, Jun stated that he could then only use one. He noted that this would be the clan's base. The main character imagined a castle, in front of which there was a forest alley. Sitting in the carriage, June noticed in his thoughts that until this moment he tried to do everything alone. But now he will need people and a place who can help and protect if necessary. The main character fell into thought. He imagined an image of Yongwu surrounded by many people. Jun thought about the clan. The cart drove through the thick of the forest. The carriage stopped among the trees. The plot takes us to the villages of the One-Horned tribe. The mercenary shook hands with the main character and said that they would definitely meet again. He thanked Jun, noting that it was fun. Nocturne, standing behind the mercenary, turned away from the main character. June looked at the merchant named Atran and said that he had a request. He asked Atran to connect him with the feast. Taken aback, the merchant imagined an image of people and noted in his thoughts that the feast is an alliance that only the greatest of the mysterious merchants can join, and the clients are the best of the best. Atran wondered how Jun knew about them. With a wave of his hand, the merchant said with a grin that they were very busy people and he could not guarantee that he would arrange a meeting for them. The main character simply asked for help in getting in touch, noting that he would do everything from then on himself. He showed him 5 gold bars and asked if that was enough. Atran cried out that he adores this client. Holding a bag of gold, the merchant waved his hand after Jun. The plot takes us to the village of the One-Horned tribe. The main character walked through the settlement. Thoughtful, Jun noted that the village was quiet. He remembered how Muin summoned the warriors and noted that they all went in pursuit of the bow god. He imagined the outline of a man holding a bow. The main character thought about the god of bows and wondered who he was to rouse an entire tribe. Jun pointed out that if he was skilled enough to fight King Mu, then his level was also similar to the 9 kings. A picture of Muin's battle-mad face flashed into his head. Jun stated that no matter what he did, the mentor would definitely catch up with him quickly. The main character with a serious look realized that he needed to stop worrying. Bu appeared before Jun and addressed him. Putting his hand to his chest, the spirit declared that all preparations were completed. The main character imagined how Boo is surrounded by many seals. In his thoughts, June noticed that he was drained quickly enough, absorbing the philosopher's stones and most of the souls of the witches, and his mind was gradually returning to normal. The main character suggested that because of this there was a thirst for his own laboratory. He remembered how they stood in the weapons storage room. Jun noticed that he left Boo the Intrinian, which he received as a reward. The Lick opened a portal and asked the main character to go through it. The main character, being in the abyss, extended his hand upward, in which there was a fiery clot of mana. June was stunned by what he saw. He saw many dead people working in Intrinian. In his thoughts, the main character noted that this was becoming like a real dungeon. Shannon and Rebecca were lying on the couch. He called out to Jun and asked him not to order him to help Boo anymore. Shannon said that this Lick is picky, although he seems flexible. Boo appeared behind him. Shannon said he could imagine how devious Boo is inside. Turning around, Shannon saw a Lick behind him. The main character watched what was happening and thoughtfully noted that he thought that Shannon and Harnan would occupy the top in the hierarchy. Jun emphasized that it now seems like Boo is in charge. The main character called out to the Lick and extended his hand and asked him to take it. Jun handed him rings emitting bright light. Boo asked if it was silver. The main character said that these rings are opened by the other two Intrinians. Jun asked if he could merge all three together. Boo replied that it was definitely possible. The main character looked at how the work in the dungeon was in full swing. Jun said that the higher they climb, the more they will get. The main character added that it is imperative to complete the dungeon. Jun looked at Boo and asked if the Lick understood what he meant. Boo looked at the main character and listened to him carefully. Shannon called out to the main character and asked if there was any work for him. Turning around, June said that they had to go. Rising from the sofa, Shannon asked the main character what that sigh was. June walked along the long corridor of the dungeon. Boo flew up to the main character and said that he had prepared this place as he asked. Stretching out his hand, the main character was enveloped in streams of dark mana. Jun stated that this would be enough. From the bracelet of the main character, black energy began to emanate. Jun said it was time to call her. A dark clot of mana appeared in the room. The spirit of Ismene appeared before the main character. She was taken aback by what she saw. The Queen of Summer looked at Jun. She rushed at him and screamed for the Sky Wing. Boo appeared in front of the main character and concentrated purple mana in his hands. Ismene was bound by many chains. She screamed to be released so she could kill Jun. The main character watched what was happening. Smirking, Jun removed the mask from his face. His gaze fell on the chained Queen of Summer and declared that he was not who she was talking about. He grabbed the spirit of Ismene by the chin. Continuing to hold her, Jun said that his full name was Cha Yeon-woo. Taken aback, the Summer Queen asked if the Sky Wing had a brother. The main character replied that this is true. Ismene began screaming that it was necessary to tear Jun apart at the first meeting. The main character calmly apologized to the Queen of Summer, but this will happen to her. Jun said it was all because he was the one. The enraged protagonist declared that he would tear her into pieces, subjecting her to despair, and only then would he eat her. Grinning, the Queen of Summer asked him to try it. She asked if the main character thought she would even raise an eyebrow. With a wave of his finger, Jun replied that he would find out when he checked. Looking at the ceiling, Boo jumped up. The body of a dragon fell in front of the main character. Stunned, Ismene asked if this body was hers. She was frightened by what she saw. The main character put his hand to the body of the Summer Queen and said that the entire body of the dragon could be used for something. Behind Jun lay the corpse of the Summer Queen, and he said that he was going to cut it up right in front of her. He looked at the spirit of Ismene, who asked him to stop. The main character stated that eyes can be used as sources of magical power, scales and skin as armor, and bones as durable weapons. Jun said that it would take a lot of time because the body is durable. The main character asked her not to worry, noting that he would show what he would make of these parts. The Queen of Summer began screaming for June to stop and asking him to just kill her. Smirking, the main character asked whether to make a bone dragon from bones. Ismene's spirit began to scream and begged to just kill her. She knelt in front of Jun and asked what he wanted. The main character, with a serious look, stated that he wanted to find out the reason why his brother was killed. The Queen of Summer was taken aback by this question. Jun imagined Yeon-woo's diary and noted in his thoughts that his younger brother's diary contained all the information about what happened to him. The main character noticed that there were still questions, one of which he could not find an answer to. Jun wondered why Yeon-woo was betrayed. A picture appeared in his head of how there was a coat of arms above his brother's head, and behind his back there were white wings. The main character emphasized that although many made sure that Jong-woo did not become stronger than the 9 kings, the arty was not so easy to destroy. He imagined Ismin shaking hands with one of the 9 kings. Jun noted that it is not entirely clear why 9 kings suddenly decided to unite to overthrow only one Youngwoo. The main character emphasized the fact that there is definitely something that he does not know. Jun ordered the Summer Queen to say why the 9 kings united against Youngwoo. Angry, Ismin's spirit asked if she told her if the main character would kill her. Jun replied that he would decide it when he heard it. The Queen of Summer closed her eyes after the protagonist's answer. She reported that it was because of the Soul Stone. Taken aback, Jun asked about the Soul Stone. Looking away, the spirit Ismin said that the Sky Wing. She imagined a picture of the main character's brother sitting on a rock with white wings behind his back. The Summer Queen revealed that he had Lucille's Soul Stone. Jun fell into a stupor from what he heard. The main character presented the image of Lucille. He said that this was Lucille Lightbringer. Jun noted that he is better known as Lucifer. The main character said that despite the fact that he was a supernatural being, he did not belong to either the gods or the demons, neither the light nor the darkness. Jun said that 1,000 years ago his wings were torn to pieces by the gods and demons, and he fell. Frowning, the main character said that they were being greedy. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that if Lucille's Soul Stone is used correctly, the player can become a supernatural being. Clenching his fist, Jun wondered why Youngwoo didn't tell him anything about him. The stone walls were enveloped in light. The main character asked where the Soul Stone was and where it went. Ismin replied that she did not know this, noting that if she knew, she would have taken it long ago. The light fell on Jun's collar. The main character stated what she should say. Jun was beside himself with rage and ordered the Summer Queen to remember every little thing. The main character added that then he will allow her to rest in peace as she wants. Turning around, Jun called out to Boo. The spirit of Ismin cried out that this was not what they had agreed upon. The main character began to leave the room and heard from the Queen of Summer that he was a fool. Jun walked down the dark corridor. Braham looked at him and noted that the 98th floor would plunge into chaos. He stood in front of the door with his arms crossed and said that now not only giants, but also dragons have become extinct. In the protagonist's memories, a picture surfaced of how Braham was arranging books in the library. Jun asked if he had finished sorting through the archives. Braham replied that there was nothing to do there, noting that everything was neatly laid out, so the archive was clean. He added that nevertheless it was a real vein. The main character and Braham came to the main room of the dungeon. Braham looked at the dead who were working and asked Jun to arrange a dungeon or laboratory for him too. He started coughing and said that he was not jealous of Boo, but they had received a lot of things lately and new experiments needed to be done. Braham noted that this would still be good for Sesha. Jun started laughing after hearing this. Braham asked if it was possible to laugh like that. He noted that this was not for him, but to help Jun in the future. A castle shrouded in blue mana appeared in front of Braham and a notification that power over outer space, the endless world of the night, had been transferred to him. Smiling, the main character declared that the Intrinian would remain Boo. Jun offered to help Braham clean up the place, noting that it was now almost destroyed, but if he could restore it, the laboratory would be even larger than Boo's. The main character presented the image of Boo, who commands the army of the dead, and Braham, who creates many projections. He noted that if Boo is responsible for external affairs, such as increasing and strengthening troops, then Braham is responsible for internal ones, such as creating and maintaining an illusory barrier. Jun's gaze fell on Braham's serious face and asked if he agreed. The embarrassed Braham replied that since the main character was proposing, he would try to restore the endless world of the night. He began to look at the projection of the area and stated that the external space was huge, noting that it would be very expensive. He asked if this suited Jun. He remembered the dialogue with the merchant and asked Braham why he then asked to meet with the feast. Braham noted with a serious face that this meant that the main character wanted to show everyone the truth about his identity. Taking off his mask, Jun said that it was so. Braham stood in front of him and declared that it would not be easy. Adding to his speech, he noted that Jun will henceforth attract everyone's attention. The main character replied that everything was fine. Putting on a mask, Jun said that if he was attacked, he would simply destroy them. Braham and Jun are standing opposite each other in some basement. Braham looks at the notification window and holds his hand to his chin. Jun looked at Braham and thought that it was quite surprising that not a single message had been received from the 98th floor. Was everyone really that serious? He remembered his brother, who was sitting and looking into the distance, and Jun decided that it was all because of the Soul Stone. Braham brushed away the notification window with his hand and said that in this case, what they talked about last time is almost complete. And then, with a very confident look, he looked forward and asked if it was time to serve the main course. And Jun just nodded his head approvingly. And immediately after that, he began to use magic, releasing it from his hands. Thanks to this, Jun appeared from the black smoke, when suddenly she notices Jun and stands with her mouth open. Jun takes off his mask in front of her and calls her by name. Her pupils shrink in surprise. She begins to scream, and right behind her there are hundreds of hands made of black smoke. These hands grab her and pin her to the ground, preventing her from moving. June looked at her with a cold gaze and thought that he didn't even want to talk to her. And then he turned to Braham and asked if he wanted to start already. Braham also began to look blankly, but with burning eyes. While she was screaming for those hands to let her go, Braham turned to her, saying that they had a lot to talk about. And speaking these words, he remembered Sesha and how she mocked Ananta. Braham picked up a jar of purple liquid and said that it was Yunsang's elixir, and he made it because he was curious if it was possible to hurt a monster in the form of a ghoul. Braham looked distraught and hopeless, saying that he wasn't sure if the potion would work on her. And at that moment he pours its contents onto Dune, and she squeals in pain. Many such bottles had already been poured on her. She reached out to them, and smoke was already coming from her. She begged for mercy and said that she would tell everything as soon as they stopped. Braham stood in front of her and said that they were not finished yet, but she continued to reach out to him and beg him to stop. She then started looking at her palm and saying that they had kidnapped Sesha and Ananta for the Great Mother and the experiments she was doing were to complete the vessel. She began to say that she regretted everything and did everything to complete the experiment, but then she added that she knew how to cure Ananta and would tell him everything. Jun looked down and wondered if this was all for the Great Mother. She was trying to call upon Mother Earth, which is believed to have given birth to witches. Many witches pray to some creature, and this being that the witches called their mother was not so much a god as a concept. Mother Earth is one of the greatest gods who have existed since the beginning of time, but when she appeared to the world, she took on a different form each time, and it was difficult to say what was on her mind. The girl was sitting on a throne, and there were flowers around her and on her hair too. She was also called Tiamat, Ymir, Ishtar, but she also had another famous name, Gaia or Yama. Dune stood with a staff and smiled, and it is said that Viera Dune was the only one who was interested in Mother Earth, and having received the favor of Mother Earth, she became stronger, and therefore could rule the Walpurgis Night. June looked down and continued to think that one day the connection with Mother Earth suddenly broke and Walpurgis Night tried to awaken her from sleep. He imagined the blue stone in Dune's hands and thought that perhaps the stone of Lucille's soul that Youngwoo had was taken by the person closest to him, for example, a loved one. And he imagined Dune, who was looking at this very blue stone. Dune was still pinned to the ground and covered in this liquid, screaming that why don't they just kill her? And at that moment she began to try to fix the situation and turned to June, saying, "Youngwoo, it's me. Didn't you miss me?" Braham looked at her with a disgusted look, and she said that she was sorry, and that she was mistaken, arguing that lovers also sometimes quarrel. She had a crazy look on her face and kept saying that she would do whatever he asked, and remembered that Youngwoo asked for knee pads and said that he could lie on her lap. She looked with distraught eyes and said that she would give up the witches and even the Great Mother. She would be devoted only to him and Sesha. Jun stared blankly, and then looking at her, he said that Youngwoo closed his eyes forever, yearning for her until the very end. He did not hate her even after that. Jun began to get very angry, saying that he now understood who his brother had run into. Dune looked at him silently, her mouth open, and their conversation was heard throughout the room, and she said that she remembers how Youngwoo said that he had a brother, to which Jun replied that he was sorry that he realized it only now, but his brother lost to a bad person, which was good just for one. At these words, Dune began to get very angry, baring her teeth, and then said that he never wondered why she and the rest of his comrades turned their backs on him. Jun raised his head at these words. Dune looked at him and thought that it apparently worked, and since she was unable to lure him to her side, she would fight to the end. She peered closely at Jun's emotions, and then, sitting in front of June, she began to shout that everyone had left Youngwoo. Isn't it logical to assume that the person who forced him to leave him had problems? He really thinks that his little brother was kind and innocent. She imagined the two of them going somewhere, and Chan walking with a smile on his face. Dune continued to say that they were also greedy, but Youngwoo was the worst, because in order to feel satisfaction, he had to have everything, and he went further and further. Youngwoo looked at her sideways, and she continued to throw mud at him, saying that he was like this from the very beginning. He took everything for himself. Dune laughed madly, saying that they were already sick of it. And Jun just stood and listened to this with a blank expression on his face. It was unpleasant for him to hear it. Dune saw his emotions and thought that this should be enough, and most likely June is shocked. She imagined how she held him by the neck in spirit and smiled, thinking that if she shook his consciousness a little more, she would win. But Jun just looked at her with his dragon eyes and coldly asked if she was finished. There were boxes in that room, and June kept asking her what was wrong with it, and in general, she really believed that she could sway him with this. There was blood everywhere, and Jun said that things aren't always smooth sailing between people, but that doesn't mean everyone has to stab each other in the back, just like they did. And after these words, he put his hand on her shoulder and began to use magic, which brought her pain, as a result of which she squealed. Jun continued to look at her with dragon eyes and tell her to stop saying this. Dune looked up as if she had already lost consciousness, and June asked her to show her true nature. Dune opened her mouth, but was initially silent, and then she began to smile, gradually evaporating. white eyes appeared behind Jun, saying that these two brothers were such bores. She peered with one eye at Jun. While he stood in shock with dragon eyes, he realized that it was Mother Earth who had come. We are transported back in time to some fortress in the middle of the night. We see young Woo in Dun's bedroom. They were lying in bed, and she turned to him and said that one day she wanted to climb to the top of the tower. She imagined this tower higher than the clouds, and added that even gods and demons could not reach it, and asked Chon if he wasn't interested in what was there. Chon turned to her, and she began to say that therefore, if he gets in her way, she can easily throw him off. She said this while her silhouette was illuminated by the moonlight. She put her hand on his cheek and said that he knows her, doesn't he, so he should stay with her until the very end. Young Woo and Dune smiled sweetly as they looked at each other, and it is said that Viera Dune's desire to climb to the top of the tower was more like an obsession, and Young asked her about it several times, but she just smiled and never answered. June walked in the middle of a ruined castle, and he saw Dune, who was crushed by a stone, and as soon as he absorbed her with his vampiric sword Bathory, he immediately understood. June looked at his hand, and his face was surprised. He realized that Dune had achieved what he wanted. The one he had absorbed was just an empty shell. There were tree branches everywhere, and this is the place where Viera Dune lived, because her true one, in the lower world, has long been gone. She became Mother Earth. Dune stood on that tree and smiled, because she had absorbed the goddess she worshipped. The philosopher's stone shone brightly, and it was this that she used together with Young Woo's dragon heart and soul stone. She pierced him with a dagger right in the chest while he smiled, looking at her. She took 2 crystals for herself, orange and blue, so she had access to an infinite amount of magical power. She used magic and made some kind of magic ball. This ball was her consciousness, which she recorded. This consciousness flowed like a stream into one big ball, because Dune, with the help of a communication channel, gradually expanded the data of herself and slowly absorbed Mother Earth. She was like a virus that had secretly entered the computer and consumed the software. June looked up and thought that she wanted to go upstairs so much that she ended up becoming a monster that devoured her mistress. She looked at him from above, and he, looking at her, asked that the air at the top was as good as she thought, to which Dune replied that it was magnificent, and pathetic mortals could not understand what it was like. June began to smile maliciously, saying that it was so, and then he added that she abandoned everyone who followed her and the one who loved her. After these words, her expression became neutral and she simply listened to Jun. And then many eyes appeared, and she said that she had only come down to warn him. June, with half-closed eyes, asked why this was. But under his armor, he began to use dragon skin, thinking that it was very creepy since her voice sounded like the voice of thousands of people speaking at the same time. Everything was green, like green space, and she said that she had no desire to get involved in the affairs of these 2 brothers, and she did not regret anything from her life in the lower world. Jun looked at her transparent green hair while she asked him that Viera Dune from the netherworld is already dead, isn't she? She was in a red robe and with an arrogant voice told him not to bother her, otherwise it was already starting to irritate her. June was already surprised by such words, so he stood with his eyes wide open. And then he started laughing a little, and he put his hands in his pocket. He thought that Youngwoo never learned to see people as they are. This even slightly disappointed June. He imagined a happy Chon standing in front of Dune, and thought that Chon gave this woman his body, his heart and memories. And then the expression on Jun's face was very upset and angry, because for this Dune, he was just a step on the way to the top. She started laughing because of Jun's words, who said that he was also warning her, to which she didn't even listen and asked if he was going to warn her something. June clenched his fist and understood that the difference between them was too great, maybe even greater than between Hermes and the shell of the Monkey King. But then he raised his head and said that he would break her neck, so she should wait for him. Dune was very surprised by this statement, so she asked him again. And Jun, with a very confident tone and look, said that it wouldn't take long, he would rip her head off. Dune was very surprised, opened her eyes wide and began to laugh. Braham was also shocked by Jun's statement. Dune approached June and asked if he even understood what he was saying, to which she received the answer that he did. And then she began to move away, saying that he didn't understand at all. He was talking about killing a god, and he didn't know what that meant for the gods. Jun replied no, and a lot of notifications started popping up in front of him. These notices were messages from gods and demons who were angry, and Jun continued his sentence by saying that he was saying this because he knew what he was saying. June stood and read these messages. It was written on them that Agar has increased his strength, which he gave him, and the skill of demonism is combined with the power of Ascension. Dune looked at him and called him crazy, and then she began to look at him with a malicious look, adding that such thoughts are a freedom available only to mortals. And then she touched June's chin with her finger, adding that he could do whatever he wanted, but she would stay here. And so the guys looked up while it evaporated. Braham grabbed his head and began to laugh awkwardly, saying that God is a strange thing. He grabbed his hair, continuing to say that someone fell to the state of a disembodied soul, and someone ascended. his face filled with anger and hatred, and he himself said that she took the life of her daughter and now calls herself a god. Braham turned to Jun and asked him to turn around, and then said that he said that one day he could return his place to him, to which Jun replied that it was so. Braham bowed his head and said in a very creepy tone that he should keep this promise, because he himself must kill this Doom. Jun looked at him for a moment and then said that he couldn't do it. Braham was taken aback by such words and asked how it was. Jun turned to him and replied that he himself would tear her to pieces, and he could not give in. Braham was very surprised by these words, but then he simply exhaled and asked what they should do, since he, too, could not give in. Jun raised his head and replied with a smile on his face that they would then have to place bets on who would get to her in the end. They both shook hands and agreed, and the notice from below said that numerous divine communities were looking at them with displeasure. Braham stood confidently on his feet, and then he looked at Jun and realized that he could handle it, because if Jun is nearby, then nothing is impossible. Jun had a very stern expression on his face. Braham bowed his head and closed his eyes, realizing that even though he had lost his holiness, in the prophecies he could barely see thanks to the small amount of sacred power he had left. Everyone looked happy. He saw Jun holding Sesha's hand and Ananta laughing nearby. He also just saw Jun standing there with a smile on his face. After some time, we see a dark pink sky and dragons, who, after the death of the Queen of Summer, scattered in all directions. The children of the Summer Queen crossed swords with each other and fought for the empty throne. And after a little more time, the red dragon completely split into three. The first were the white dragons Waltz, the second was the black dragon Tom, and the third are the green dragons Kyle, Lysu, and Baratin. The dragons began to fight each other, spewing fire everywhere. And as soon as everything had calmed down on the 76th floor, the clan split into three parts, and a new war began, in which they tried to absorb each other. People stood with weapons, and on top of them were the emblems of their clans, and as if not wanting to be left behind. The other large clans also tried to change. New organizations appeared that were strong enough to threaten even the 8 large clans. Every day, dozens of newcomers became rankers. The swords crossed on the battlefield, and in the reflection of one of them one could see a fierce war, and in other words, turmoil began. Now force became the law in the tower. Despite the fact that most of the tower was plunged into chaos, Jun and his group were experiencing a new stage in their lives. Steam comes out of the capsule, and it is said that they were able to heal Ananta based on the information told by the Viaradun shell. Ananta herself lay in the capsule, but she was still sleeping, and so, after opening, she really opened her eyes. We are transported to a village in the middle of a bamboo forest where life was visible. In the middle of this village, Braham walked, hugging Ananta. Jun held Sesha in his arms, and she pointed her finger at Ananta and called her mom. Sesha ran to her, continuing to call her mom. Ananta stood with her back to her at first, and then with a blank look she turned to her and was silent. Sesha was upset about this, and Jun stood and watched it. He peered at her. We are in a house where we hear Ananta being addressed. Ananta was lying in bed, and Braham asked her if she recognized him. And thanks to the common efforts, Ananta, who had been in a dream for a long time, finally opened her eyes. However, she looked with a completely blank look. Braham was just in complete despair, and Jun stood behind him. Her gaze did not focus on anything. She did not recognize anyone and was silent, only looking in front of her with empty eyes. We move to another house, and we see Jun slamming his glass on the table with all his might. He looks at the table and thinks that he is so upset that he even wants to smoke. He looked down with a sparkle in his eyes. Immediately he remembered how he pulled Ananta out of that flask and began to think that if he had known about Sesha or Braham just a little earlier, if he had saved Ananta a little earlier, the current situation would have been at least a little better. His henchmen, who were visible as black smoke, told him that how could he know, because it was not like he had the sight of 1,000 lie, like Alfawan, or that he could predict the future, like the 3 Norns. The second henchman also said that everything is so he shouldn't take it to heart. When suddenly they take the glass from Jun's hand and shout what he is doing in miserable loneliness. It was Pant and Edora who were worried about him. Jun looked at them and was silent, and then he began to think that he had no other choice, because there were so many people around him who needed to be protected. Braham, Ananta and Sesha who stood and smiled, and also Shannon, Hanran, Rebecca and Wu, his best henchmen, and finally Pant, Edora and Gilliard. Jun realizes that he must become a roof over their heads. He began to take off his mask and say that he had something to tell them. He said that he would tell them everything when the time came. They were both shocked, and Pant said why was he taking off his mask. Suddenly Pant was taken aback, standing with his mouth open. This was the first time they saw his real face, so they asked if he was a Skywing. Edora was very happy, so she pressed her hand to her chest. The sun's rays fell on the objects on the table, and it is said that on that day, Jun told how he entered the tower. The 3 of them were sitting at the table and it was already dark outside, and Jun spoke more calmly than he himself expected, as if he was talking about someone else. Pant hit the table with all his might, because he was very angry and Edora was silent. The building they were sitting in was large. Pant stood up from his chair and said that this would not work. His fist shook with anger, and he said that the matter of a clan member is the matter of the entire clan. Is it normal that the teacher has no idea what his student had to go through? Pant got up and went to King Mu, saying that he would tell everything right away. But Edora yelled at him, telling him to sit down. Pant became even more angry because she called him a bad word, and then Edora asked him what he really thought about their father not knowing anything. Edora, looking forward, replied that he still does not understand that King Mu gives Jun the opportunity to fly on his own wings, because he understands that Jun will one day leave the nest. After these words, Pant immediately calmed down, so he remained silent and listened. Jun put the mug on the table and said that he wanted them to become his wings. His words were very serious. Pant and Edora were a little shocked and it showed on their faces, so they asked how it was. Jun looked at his mask and said that from now on he was going to do something reckless, so it could bring danger to both them and the clan, because this is a battle with the tower itself. He tilted his head and wanted to say that he wouldn't mind if they refused. But Pant interrupted him and started smiling, pointing at himself, and said that in such situations, he just needs to say, "Brother, help me." Jun was genuinely and joyfully shocked by these words, as if he was about to cry. Pant smiled, placing his hand on Edora's head, and added that he had nothing to worry about anymore. Besides, Edora was a real monster, and even if someone took the place of the air, he could return it to himself simply by defeating her. Jun watched as the two fought with each other, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, thanking his friends. These two also smiled sincerely at him. Then Edora asked what he was going to do, because it seemed to her that he raised this topic because he had some kind of clan. Jun shook his head and smiled, and said that he was going to create his own clan. We are transported to some forest with very beautiful clouds. Jun stood in the middle of the forest, waving his sword. Under his mask, sweat flowed from training, and his gaze was serious. Holding his sword, he was breathing very heavily, because he was very tired. He looked at his hands through his gloves, and everything there was calloused, and he realized that this was only the beginning, because in order to protect his people, he needed to become stronger. He looked forward while his minions told him to transfer his consciousness into the sword, not just focus on it, but become a part of it, because only then would he be able to achieve perfection. Jun held the sword, and he himself glowed with a blue aura, because he needed to become one with the sword. A board appeared with the following inscriptions: time difference, extrasensory perception. Jun closed his eyes and began to try to remember something. He remembered the image of King Mu fighting madly, and he realized that he needed to at least touch his feet. Mu began to make magic in his hands because he was a martial artist. Jun looked forward with a confident dragon gaze and decided that he must gain a grain of that overwhelming power. Several months later, we see a sword covered in a strong red aura. This sword began to crack, and soon it simply crumbled into small pieces. And then these pieces exploded, and a silhouette was visible in the distance from the explosion. It was Jun, who was shielding himself from the explosion with his hands. He sat down on the floor, thrusting his sword into the floor and sighing. His expression was a little upset, and he himself said that it still didn't work. His entire arm was covered with scars, and he treated it with his ability, and he himself reflected that the demonic dragon body and the philosopher's stone, from the third stage of awakening to regeneration, the body developed quickly. The white thread stretched forward, and Jun understood that his consciousness could not keep up with his body. He stood with a sword in his hands, and then he quickly rose in rank and tested his capabilities, awakening abilities one after another and each time expanding his limits when necessary. Jun stood and looked at the top of the cliff, thinking that now he had the feeling that he had hit an insurmountable wall. He lay down on a tree and closed his eyes. He sat and looked forward because he was very tired from training. Then he opened his eyes and saw that leaves were falling from the tree, when suddenly he opens his eyes wide in surprise because he was just called. And it was Gilliard with a basket on his back. They stood in the middle of the forest, and Gilliard asked what he was doing here and why he was sitting upset, to which Jun replied that there was no progress in training, that's why he was thinking, and then asked what he forgot here. Gilliard turned to him with a basket of vegetables and said that lately Sesha had begun to refuse vegetables, so he was studying how it would be easier to teach her to eat them. Sesha sat at the table in front of the vegetables and grumbled dissatisfiedly that she wanted meat. Gilliard turned away and said that since she was a dragon, he didn't think he could afford to feed her meat every time. Jun raised his head and suggested that he try adding bean meat to regular meat. Gilliard looked at him in shock and asked what it was all about. Jun raised his finger and said that these were crushed beans, the taste was similar to meat, and when adding sauce, the smell of the beans could not be distinguished. Gilliard was generally shocked by this information. The sky was already turning slightly pink, and Gilliard asked him to teach him this because Sesha was probably hungry and this dish would be just right. They came to a luxurious house. Sesha devoured this meat on both cheeks and smiled. While she was eating, she said that the food was so delicious, not like Gilliard's. Gilliard heard this and was defeated. They both stood and looked at her, and then June came up to him and told him to add the beans carefully, otherwise he would notice and not eat it. After lunch, Sesha was already asleep in her bed, while Gilliard asked Jun why he was sitting in the forest, looking at one point, maybe something was bothering him. June stood and held the plates, answering that it was nothing, and Gilliard washed the dishes and said that his worries were not nonsense, and perhaps he would not solve the problem, but he would definitely listen. June looked down and exhaled, and while the light illuminated their kitchen, he decided to say that, to be honest, lately he had not felt any progress in his training, which is why his confidence was melting and his aura had suddenly disappeared. June looked upset and looked at the floor while Gilliard was washing the dishes, because he felt like he was standing still. Gilliard had a sparkle in his eyes and just stood there and listened to him. And then he started shaking the water off his hands and asked if he wanted to take a little walk. They walked through the forest, where a pleasant breeze blows leaves from the trees. Gilliard broke a branch from a tree, and Jun stood and looked at it and wondered why he needed a branch from the tree. Gilliard put this branch in front of him and told him to attack him. Jun was a little embarrassed and asked what he meant, and Gilliard said that he heard, then let him do it, because they need to mentally return to the training level, and he only needs to use aura at the basic level. June looked ahead and wondered what Gilliard came up with. He definitely wants to teach him something. Gilliard stood with a branch, and there was a strong aura around him, and June thought that he was at the level of a ranker. Well, if he tried, he could defeat a top ranker, and Gilliard was going to fight him with an ordinary branch or something. Gilliard looked forward with a confident look, asking him if he was done admiring. If so, then he could attack. Jun looked down and had sparkles in his eyes. Then he rushed to attack him. Gilliard hit the ground with a branch, expanding it. This branch wrapped around Jun's sword, and then she sharply headed towards Jun. She hit him right in the middle of his forehead. June was sitting on the ground, and smoke was coming from the impact site. Jun was completely shocked by this, so he asked what just happened. He raised his head with a dragon's gaze, and Gilliard stood over him, and June could not understand how this was even possible. He remembered how it flew into his forehead, and thought that he had been watching with the help of dragon eyes and extrasensory perception, but the speed of the branch was incomprehensible, as if the branch was not a branch. Gilliard picked up the branch and asked with a smile how it was for him. Maybe he could repeat it then. June got up from the ground and said that it was definitely worth repeating. He took a fighting stance and understood that no matter how good the technique was, he wouldn't buy it a second time. Jun looked forward using his dragon eyes and thought that he needed to focus. He focused on Gilliard's thread and wanted to get to the bottom of it, and immediately after this he rushed to attack him, believing that it did not matter to him from which side the attack would come. And Gilliard swung a branch. There was some kind of blue aura around Jun, and he thought that he needed to make a block and then a counterpunch. A spark lit up in his eyes, but Gilliard simply started hitting from behind his back, looking forward. The blow of this branch hit Jun right in the side, which surprised him again. He looked to the side and saw more branches flying at him. Green leaves fell in the surrounding green thicket. June was thrown several meters away from Gilliard's blow. Angry, the main character noticed that the dragon's eyes did not let him out of sight. The dark elf, holding a stick behind his back, asked Jun what he thought. Having risen, the main character offered to fight again. Putting a stick on his shoulder, Gilliard said that he thought nothing would change. Jun was enveloped in blue mana, after which he extended his sword in front of him and replied that he would change. Swinging, the main character rushed to the attack. Jun blocked the dark elf's blow with his hand. Gilliard hit the main character's body, after which he flew off. Lying on the ground, June looked at the dark elf. Taken aback, the main character asked him how he did it. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that the problem was not his abilities. He noted that Gilliard does not use magic or skills, and the dragon's eyes confirmed this. He looked at the smiling dark elf and asked him how this was even possible. Grinning, Gilliard replied that it was awareness. The main character fell into a stupor from what he heard. The dark elf approached Jun and asked him if he was focusing on overcoming the limits of his body. Sitting on the ground, the main character said that it was so. Gilliard said it might be good for training. Adding to his speech, the dark elf said that given the characteristics of the dragon's body, its limits are wide. Gilliard's gaze fell on the forest, which was illuminated by sunlight. The dark elf said that squeezing everything out of oneself is not easy work. Gilliard said the problem is after. Looking up at the dark elf, June asked what after meant. Gilliard's stick was enveloped in green mana. He said that the main character's skills were fine. The dark elf was covered in a green aura. He noted that Jun lacks imagination. The stunned protagonist noticed in his thoughts that Gilliard was demonstrating. Powerful gusts of energy surrounded the dark elf. Continuing his thought, Jun emphasized that he demonstrates awareness of his body. In the head of the main character, an image appeared of a man meditating and being covered with blue mana. While in thought, June noticed that awareness expands consciousness. He imagined a bird flying over the tree from which the aura was emanating, surrounded by energy. The main character stated that she could use the tool. June noted as extrasensory perception, allowing one to read the enemy's surroundings from afar. In the protagonist's imagination, a picture appeared of him holding a sword emitting red mana. Jun emphasized that awareness can also be used as an aura that makes the sword sharper and stronger. The main character imagined how streams of energy flow through Galliard's body. He stated that he had never thought about circulation within the body. Surrounded by a green aura, the dark elf rushed at Jun. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that Galliard had expanded his mind and synchronized with his physical body. Jun added to his thought by saying that both bodies were under his complete control. The main character's gaze fell on the dark elf shrouded in mana. He was lost in thought and realized what was going on. Galliard flew up and grabbed Jun by the shoulder. The main character noticed in his thoughts that it was not the branch that had changed, but Galliard himself had changed. Jun imagined yellow energy breaking through the wind currents. He noted that he needed to become the storm and become the lightning. Stretching his fist towards the protagonist's face, the dark elf asked if he now understood what imagination he was talking about. Taken aback by what he saw, Jun replied that he understood. A powerful explosion was heard in the forest area, which raised clouds of dust. Galliard's blow knocked the protagonist into the ground. He remembered how he reflected powerful streams of mana and, while in thought, noticed that he had previously thought that destructive power was the only measure of power. The main character imagined his magical blows flying past Muven. He stated that that is why he focused only on its development. Extending his hand towards the main character, Galliard stated that awareness is also a necessary part. Taking the dark elf's hand, Jun began to rise from the ground. Galliard reported that in order to use his body as a sword, he must be able to freely use his awareness. The main character said that his brother told him about the dark elf. Galliard was taken aback by what he heard. Smiling, Jun said that Youngwoo said that he became his first teacher. The main character said that he now understands why. The embarrassed dark elf grabbed the back of his head and said that he asked him not to say that. Galliard recalled with a smile how he coached his brother Jun. Continuing to smile, he looked at the main character. He approached Jun and asked the question that since he was a teacher, how about he do for him the same thing he did for his brother? Many green leaves flew around the dark elf. He asked if Jun would mind. Smiling, the main character said that it was an honor for him. Thick clouds covered the blue sky above the forest. Many passers-by residents of the One-Horned tribe walked around the city. A man's cloak was visible in the alley. Hiding behind the wall, he left. He remembered how the main character stood on a rock. He imagined the image of Jun and noted in his thoughts that he had already seen these eyes somewhere. He imagined the eyes of the main character under his mask and noticed that they were so cold, but at the same time ready to burn everything to the ground. He introduced Jun's face and stated that he was his captain. He held the bloody body and, in thought, turned to his sister, declaring that the captain had entered the tower. The bow god was furious at this. In his thoughts, he stated that they did not finish something on Earth, so they will finish it there. The god of bows walked away down a dark alley. The sky was covered with an evening glow. Galliard stood in front of Jun and, with his hand outstretched, asked him if he understood the importance of mindfulness. The dark elf said that in order to use awareness, you need to learn to control your body, and to learn to control your body, there is nothing better than Boshinkan. The dark elf imagined the outline of a man running. He noticed in his thoughts that Boshinkan is a way of moving the body and the ability to make your body lighter. Imagining how steam enveloped a man's leg, Galliard told the main character what was important in Boshinkan. Thoughtful, Jun interrupted the dark elf and said that Sunpo is important in Boshinkan. While in thought, the protagonist noted that this is the basis of Chuji, one of Alphaon's 3 main skills. The dark elf said that since he already knows a little Shunpo, he should know the basics. He prepared to jump and said that, however, Shunpo is not just fast. Galliard said he would show it. The dark elf stood up sharply. He grabbed a tree branch and said it could mean easy. Upon landing, Galliard raised a cloud of dust. He said it could be tough. Many dark elf shapes appeared around Jun. Galliard said it could be spectacular. Turning around, the main character noticed that the dark elf had disappeared. Galliard noted that this could mean quiet. Jun was taken aback when a dark elf appeared behind him. Smiling, Galliard said that Shunpo is a friend in many guises. The night sky enveloped the forest. The main character asked what needs to be done to make such a friend. Jun looked at the dark elf with a stony face. Galliard watched the main character with a grin. The dark elf stated that they would start by training the lower body. He ordered Jun to goose step around the village 1,000 times. Residents of the One-Horned tribe worked in the fields. Pant said that he heard that the main character was up to something again. He noticed that he saw some strange jumps and that he looked like a frog. Sweat was dripping from Jun's face. Pant said that he has no idea what the protagonist is doing. Jun was squatting and holding onto his mask. Pant said he is trying his best. Edora and Pant watched as Galliard raised his hand to throw something. The main character's gaze fell on a stone that was flying upward. Jumping up, Jun extended his hand to catch a piece of dirt. Clenching his fist, the main character crushed the stone. Confused Edora and dumbfounded Pant watched as June jumped for stones. The Dark Elf stated that the main character was absent-minded. In her thoughts, Edora noticed that June was cute and looked like a puppy. The main character watched a stone that flew over his head. Taken aback, June extended his hand to the stone. A piece of dirt survived in his hands. He looked at it in surprise and noted in his thoughts that he had succeeded. Lost in thought, the protagonist emphasized the fact that in order to control the body, one must redirect extrasensory perception. Streams of green mana began to flow through Jun's body. He noted that instead of perceiving changes in the external world, it is necessary to direct it to the internal world. In the background of the flow of energy, notifications appeared saying that Jun had learned a new way to use mindfulness. Awareness is the channel through which sacred power circulates. The main character needs to train to find new ways to use it. The higher Jun's awareness, the higher the holiness. The level of proficiency in extrasensory perception has been increased many times over. The protagonist's body awareness has been greatly increased. He learned the concept of synchronizing mind and body. Shunpo proficiency level has been significantly increased. The main character began to run at lightning speed. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that thanks to constant training, his muscles had become as strong as stone. His gaze fell on the cliff of the mountain. The main character stated that, however, now, he pushed off from the cliff and jumped up. He emphasized the fact that he could feel his muscles stretching like rubber. June was enveloped by currents of wind. He noticed that he could feel the pulsation of every muscle. Taken aback, the main character realized that he could even feel his cells. Galliard stood in front of Jun and stated that he seemed to understand the basics. The Dark Elf suggested running, since the main character had learned to walk. Brushing the dust off his hands, June asked Galliard what he should do. Taking the stick in his hands, the Dark Elf said with a smile that a real fight would best help. The main character looked at Galliard with a stone face. Their swords collided, sending out bursts of energy. Stunned, Pant and Edora watched Jun's training. Edora looked at the main character with a calm look. Pant was surprised by what he saw. He frowned with envy. Pant watched Jun's fight and wondered why he couldn't even get close to him. He ran away from Edora to the village. The elf settlement was illuminated by bright sunlight. Pant walked among the crowd of people. A dialogue with the main character appeared in his memories. He remembered Jun's words that he wanted them to become his wings. Pointing his finger at himself, Pant replied with a smile that in that case, he should just ask for help. He was furious at these memories. Pant noted that after that conversation, continuing his thought, he noted that he feels like over time the gap between him and the main character is only increasing. A picture of their first meeting surfaced in his memories. Pant noted that from their first meeting, June has always been a wonderful person. He stated that the main character was always stronger than him and it happened again. Pant imagined standing in the void. In his head there was an image of Jun walking towards the light, and he was stretching his hand towards it. Pant highlighted the fact that he had convinced himself of this to hide his inferiority complex. Clenching his hand into a fist, he noticed that this was wrong. Pant began to examine his fist and noted that he did not need to chase, but needed to become stronger. He imagined the red lightning of the bloody philosopher. Pant opened the doors of the house and called out to the old man. The bloody philosopher held many scrolls in his hands and looked at Pant with bewilderment. With a serious look, he asked the bloody philosopher to give him his bloody lightning. A yellow light began to come from Pant's eyes. Holding a stack of scrolls, the old man looked at Pant. He stood before the bloody philosopher, who asked him if he wanted to say that he knew what bloody lightning was. Pant replied that it was a lightning control technique based on the Chonram family's divination. He added that this is the symbol of the blood light philosopher. The elder was surrounded by a red aura. He stated that Pant is weak and not very smart. He was taken aback by what he heard. The bloody philosopher said that among his brothers and sisters there are those who are stronger than him. The elder noted that there are as many superior warriors in the world as there are grains of sand on the coast. The bloody philosopher presented the image of Edora and their mother. He reminded Pant not to forget that his mother and sister played a major role in his being considered heir to the throne, not his personal strength. Taking a step to the side, the bloody philosopher asked Pant, on the other hand, what he thought of him. His gaze fell on the tall library. The elder stated that even the Black Dawn from the Devil's Army, which once threatened the tower, could not resist him. The bloody philosopher noted that he was the one who collected this archive, and the one who helped his father get to where he is now. The elder was enveloped in evil energy. He said Pant is a guy who is not strong enough and not smart enough. The bloody philosopher spread his mana throughout the archive. Continuing his speech, the elder asked Pant if he wanted what was his. Pant was furious at what he heard. Closing his eyes, he began to calm down. The bloody philosopher watched him silently. Turning away, he asked Pant to get out of there if he understood everything. Lowering his head, Pant asked for it. The elder's gaze fell on Pant, who bowed his head. He asked to give him a chance. Pant silently looked at the floor. Standing in front of him, The bloody philosopher noticed in his thoughts that this was an unexpected turn. He thought Pant would be angry that he was getting on his nerves. Thoughtful, the elder noted that high-level techniques, like lightning, could not be mastered without patience. He remembered how Pant jumped out at the army of knights of the Bloody Land. The bloody philosopher highlighted the fact that despite his excellent martial arts skills, Pant often made mistakes due to his impatient nature. He looked at Pant standing with his head bowed. The elder wondered what he looked like now. Frowning, the bloody philosopher continued to look at Pant. He said food to prove. Pant was taken aback by what he heard. He listened with inspiration that he had to prove that he was worthy of becoming the elder's successor. Joyful Pant asked how he was doing. Interrupting, the bloody philosopher said that he himself must look for a way. He asked if he should spoon-feed Pant. The elder threw Pant out into the street, shouting that if that was all he wanted to say, then he should get lost. He was sitting on the ground, holding his head. They called Pant, calling him brother, which made him taken aback. Looking up, he saw Edora in front of him and noted her appearance. Edora said with a serious look that she was going to climb the tower. A blue aura began to emanate from her sword. Thoughtful, Pant noted that she was serious. Thick piles of clouds covered the sky above the settlement. He asked Edora to take care of himself. She thanked her brother. Pant watched as Edora walked away in an unknown direction. Reaching up, he declared that since Edora had left, now it was time for him to move forward. A stream of water fell from the cliff from the waterfall. Turning around, June asked Galliard if Pant had started indoor training. Stretching out his hand, the dark elf stated with a grin that he had heard that he went to King Mu and insisted that he be given the key to the Menbak. Holding his chin, the protagonist said that if this is a Menbak, then it means that Pant is really determined this time. Jun imagined a huge cube with patterns in his head, surrounded by chains. He noted that Menbak is the deepest of several indoor training centers. The main character noticed that the trainees there were sitting in a 5-pen area room, alone and with a limited amount of food. Jun emphasized the fact that it was impossible to open the door from the inside. Galliard reported that Edora left without saying a word, leaving only a note. He noted that she said she wanted to climb the tower. June stood quietly and said that he understood everything. While in thought, he noticed that he also could not lag behind. Lost in thought, the main character asked Galliard to continue his studies. The phrase sounded in his head, being the eldest, I cannot lose to the younger ones. Pant was enveloped in golden mana. Edora fought many demons. Jun continued to train in the forest. The plot tells us that each of the three went their own way. Time flew by at a rapid speed. Jun was surrounded by green energy. A notification appeared next to his aura indicating that he had fully assimilated awareness. ESP and his body are synchronized. The main character studied body transfer. Shunpo proficiency level has been significantly increased. Shunpo skill level has reached maximum. Jun mastered Bobap. The main character was given additional characteristics. Jun's heart exuded green energy. A message appeared saying that the main character had unlocked the Wind Path skill. A skill description appeared that said that the only friend of the Dark Elves, forced to live in darkness far from the world, was the wind. The wind never stands still and does not discriminate. His flow is free, and the Dark Elves have always yearned to imitate him. If you walk with the wind, like the Dark Elves, you can find a path that was previously invisible. Jun began to study trail finding. When using a skill, several areas of development will randomly open up for the main character. Each path leads to different results. The higher the skill level, the more paths Jun will see. Currently, the main character has 3 winds. Jun started reading about the Eye of the Storm. It allows you to focus the wind around you and explode it. The storm can cause critical damage to the enemy over a large area. The Dragon Eyes skill can be linked to finding a path and making it more accurate. Thanks to it, the number of visible paths and the power of the skill increases. The Spirit of the Abyss skill can be associated with finding a path and receiving the blessing of the Spirit of the Wind. The main character's eyes changed to dragon ones. Jun was surrounded by powerful gusts of wind. He looked at his hand, which was covered in gray mana. The main character formed a cloud of wind magic in his hand. Jun turned wind magic into fire magic in his hand. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that he was now accustomed to awareness. Galliard jumped up towards Jun and said he congratulated him, noting that he had opened the Eye of the Wind. The Dark Elf guessed that it must be difficult for him since he was not part of their tribe, but he did well. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character said that if it weren't for Galliard, he wouldn't even be able to try. A notification appeared that Jun had received the title Dark Elf Hunter. The Dark Elf looked at the main character with a smile. He asked Jun if they would try again in that case. The main character extended his sword in front of him. Jun looked at the blade and noticed in his thoughts that he was united by the sword and the body. The protagonist's blade began to be enveloped in bright mana. Jun's sword emitted flames. Galliard looked at the main character and asked him if it worked. Jun's gaze fell on the fact that the aura was beginning to envelop the end of the sword. the main character's blade stopped emitting energy. Watching this, Jun stated that this didn't work either. The plot takes us a few months ago to the residence of the king. Lost in thought, Nayu asked the protagonist if he thought his growth had stopped. Jun said that was the case and asked the teacher if he knew why. Nguyen said that everything is simple. Pointing his finger at the main character, he said that this was not his path. Turning around, King Mu began to walk away from Jun. The main character asked what he meant. Nayu stated that he should think about it himself. Jun was in thought. He noticed that this was not his way. The main character concluded that harmony and chaos are not his path. He looked at his reflection in the sword. In his thoughts, Jun noted that after taking control of his mind through meditation, he realized that his talent with the sword ended there. Galliard put his hand on Jun's shoulder. The main character said that, as he thought, it is not so simple. The dark elf told him not to rush to conclusions, noting that he believed that his progress was progressing quickly enough. Jun stated that he should take his time to find the answer. Pointing his finger at the village, Galliard said that he had received news from the village that a guest had arrived. The dark elf invited the main character to go and have a look. Wiping the sweat from his face with a rag, Jun asked about the guest. A crowd of residents gathered in the village. They pulled out precious objects. A villager tried on the golden armor and asked if it suited him. He was told that he looked like a pearl necklace around a pig's neck. The frightened merchant said that these were very expensive things. His eyes were filled with horror. He looked at the guy who was examining the artifact and asking how it worked. The seller noticed that the guy had a stupid face. The merchant presented him as distraught and continued his thought, noting that he had killed 81 people, gouging out the eyes of each of them. He looked the other way. He looked at the guy who was telling the first one to hit the artifact, noting that complex machines still work when you hit them. The merchant emphasized that the guy was next to him. He imagined himself skinning a person. Continuing to think, the seller noticed that the guy was a madman who had taken the skin off some mercenary and was chewing it, saying how tasty his meat was. The seller was beside himself with fear. He looked at the girl behind the two guys. She examined the golden object with interest. The merchant emphasized the fact that, in fact, the craziest among them was the girl. A picture of her standing on a rock in front of a crowd of people popped into his head. The seller noted that she screamed that she had built the tallest tower in the world, consisting of a mountain of corpses. The merchant stated that after this, the warriors of the one-horned tribe began to play a game of building towers to see who could break the most heads or launch the enemy the farthest with one movement. Stretching out his hand, the stunned seller noted in his thoughts that it was as if they had only noodles instead of brains. He stated that it is so expensive. Nayu appeared next to him. He pointed to the item and asked the seller what it was. The merchant noted that he couldn't even say anything because of fear. The seller remembered Muin's face during the battle with the Summer Queen. He examined the golden glove and stated that it looked like something strong. King Mu put his hand on the seller's shoulder and thanked him for bringing them such valuable items. Nayu said it was nice to have fun for the first time in a long time. The trader, trembling with fear, wondered if Nayu was going to crush his shoulder. Nguyen asked to tell Frisia that they will use this to their advantage. The seller was taken aback by what he heard. He looked after him and in his thoughts noticed that even the king dared to call him by name so casually. Turning around, the frightened merchant saw Jun. The main character asked him about his request. The seller remembered how Jun asked him to connect him with the feast. The merchant replied that they agreed. The seller was holding an orange sphere in his hands. The merchant asked to be reminded that the only thing he was asked to do was to limit himself to touch. The seller noted that these are the highest people in their trading world, so meeting them is already a great honor. The protagonist's gaze fell on the ball that the merchant was holding. The light from the sphere began to illuminate the entire area. Swallows were flying in the blue sky. Jun sat on the ground and looked at the rabbit and the squirrel. Looking around the dense forest, the main character wondered if it was similar to what Braham said. Jun looked at the white deer among the trees and wondered how he could build this inside a single crystal ball. The main character heard sounds behind him and turned around sharply. He saw a man on a huge wolf. The stunned merchant thought about this man in his thoughts. The girl stroked the wolf's head. She looked at Jun, after which he stated that it was Master Frisia. The frightened seller was thinking about why she came personally. The merchant noted that he didn't know much, but as far as he knew, she had never shown herself. Stretching out his hand, the main character said that he did not expect the master of the feast to appear in person. Jun locked eyes with Master Frisia. The main character presented the coat of arms of the feast and, deep in thought, said that his first contract with the feast was at a time when the Arsha was just making its name. A picture of many precious things appeared in Jun's head. Continuing his thoughts, the main character emphasized the fact that then their company expressed its intention to support her. Jun stated that they had helped them beyond belief and thanks to this, the Arsha was able to seriously spread its wings. An image of his brother appeared in the main character's head, standing in front of Frisia. Jun said that while other sponsors made difficult demands or took away the results of their activities, the feast did not have this. The main character noted that then Youngwoo and the other clan members wondered why they supported them so much. He imagined the image of Frisia and noticed that everything about her was shrouded in mystery. Jun reported that the leader of the feast rarely showed her presence. The main character stated that only later was Youngwoo able to find out about her identity. He imagined Frisia's face hidden behind the mask. The main character noted that although he did not know the purpose of the feast, one could say for sure that it was somehow connected with the sudden appearance of Frisia. He imagined the crown and thought about the king. The image of his brother appeared in his head. Jun emphasized the fact that she only appeared to the ruler of the tower or those deemed worthy to challenge him. The main character continued to be in thought with a serious look. Jun noted that since she came to me in person, it means that she has the same high opinion of him as Youngwoo. Stretching out her hand, Frisia said that she was glad to meet and asked if the main character wanted to see them. Jun replied that this was true. The main character stood in front of her. Frisia questioned whether she could ask about the reason. Jun said that he was thinking about creating his own clan. The main character said with a serious look that he had heard a rumor that the feast was supported by some clans. Grabbing her chin, Frisia asked Jun if this meant he wanted support for his new clan. The main character said that it is so, if possible. Thinking, she said that there are quite a lot of people with such a request, but they refuse most of them. Frisia looked at Jun and stated that she thought her answer would be the same this time. Jun looked at her silently after answering. Turning around, the main character said that nothing could be done about it and thanked her for meeting him. Frisia asked Jun what this reaction was. The main character replied that he proposed, but she refused. Jun noted that then their conversation was over. Watching the main character, Frisia wondered what Jun was thinking. She wondered if he thought that if he pretended to leave, she would ask him to stay. Frisia, deep in thought, noticed that she thought that this person was not so simple. She looked at the main character and noted that he was cunning and knew how to bide his time. Continuing to watch him, Frisia asked if they could still briefly discuss this. Turning around, Jun in his thoughts emphasized the fact that Frisia looks for royal-level qualities in people. The main character noted that Youngwoo's prediction turned out to be correct. Holding her face, she asked if she could ask Jun some questions. The main character replied that of course she could do it. Extending her hand, she presented the Intrinian that Jun received. She noted that the legacy of the Summer Queen was in his hands and asked why he needed their support with such and such money. The main character stood in front of a huge wolf. Jun replied that it was because he had no money. Frisia asked what he meant. She said that she had information that her legacy was in his hands. Frowning, the main character said that he already. Continuing his speech, Jun stated that he had spent everything. Frisia fell into a stupor at the words of the protagonist. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.